Chapter 1. The Awakening of Mutation. Long Family. Within a grand residence, a magnificent azure pillar of light surged skyward, piercing the clouds. The commotion was immense. Accompanying this spectacle was an ancient dragon's roar, resonating like a primordial thunder. In the heavens above, amidst the clouds, the ethereal silhouette of a colossal azure dragon loomed. This extraordinary scene lasted for a brief span of over 10 seconds before vanishing without a trace. The onlookers were left in a state of astonishment. The gaze of the Long family members fixated upon the symbolic tower of their clan, the Awakening Tower. This was the sacred place where the children of the Long family awakened their martial souls at the tender age of 6. This is Douluo continent, a realm governed by martial souls, where strength reigns supreme, and the weak are devoured by the strong. Within the Awakening Tower, the atmosphere was thick with silence, as all present were mesmerized by the martial soul of Long Fei. What is this? What kind of martial soul is this? It's not the dragon speed azure python, it's a dragon. This is a mutation of the martial soul. The commotion within the tower erupted. Among the throng of gazes, Long Fei stood out as the most remarkable youth, also known as the legendary transmigrator. He never imagined that he would find himself in the world of Douluo continent. At this moment, an air of unparalleled dragon might radiated from him, ancient, noble, and sacred beyond reproach. From the mere essence, it was clear that his martial soul was undoubtedly of the highest caliber, perhaps even surpassing that level and reaching the legendary divine grade. Long Fei was currently immersed in his mind, sifting through the unfamiliar memories that accompanied his awakening. Chaos Azure Dragon. Chaos Azure Dragon Bloodline. Ultimately, he confirmed that the martial soul he awakened was a bloodline type, known as the Chaos Azure Dragon Bloodline, a bloodline that exists in the pinnacle realms of primordial legends. Under the transformation of the Chaos Azure Dragon Bloodline, his entire being underwent a seismic shift, both internally and externally. Long Fei was roused by a voice, and as he opened his eyes, a fleeting azure glimmer flickered in his gaze. He retracted the manifestation of the Chaos Azure Dragon Bloodline. As instructed in his memories, this bloodline martial soul was indeed extraordinary, capable of summoning the ethereal form of the Chaos Azure Dragon and possessing other unforeseen abilities. The voice that awakened him belonged to the man before him. Long Fei gazed at him. This middle-aged gentleman was the one who facilitated his martial soul awakening, Long Tao, an outer member of the Spirit Hall and a formidable soul master of over level 40. Today's events must not leave this place, do you all understand? A grave voice resonated, directed at the other 10 children of the Long family. We understand. The 10 6-year-olds, though young, were well-trained. Now, you may leave and focus on your cultivation. Yes. With that, they departed. Once the 10 left, only Long Fei, Long Tao, and Long Wu remained in the Awakening Tower. Long Wu was Long Fei's father and one of the 2 most outstanding warriors of the Long family. Long Fei, what martial soul have you awakened? Long Tao inquired, excitement palpable in his voice. Uncle Tao, didn't you already speculate? My martial soul belongs to the bloodline category. Long Fei, though equally thrilled, chose to mask some of his exuberance. From a familial perspective, Long Tao was one of Long Fei's uncles. Long Wu remarked, our Long family primarily relies on the dragon speed azure python as my son. You are expected to inherit it. However, from the recent extraordinary manifestation, your martial soul seems to be evolving in a favorable direction. Indeed, that is my martial soul, Long Fei replied, shedding his upper garment. Upon witnessing this, both men's pupils dilated in astonishment. They beheld that Long Fei's torso was adorned with a colossal azure dragon totem tattoo. An aura beyond words emanated from him, as the azure dragon tattoo shimmered with an ethereal glow. The tattoo radiated an unparalleled dragon might. This was the Chaos Azure Dragon Bloodline, martial soul manifesting as the Chaos Azure Dragon tattoo. With the emergence of the tattoo, his strength would surge tenfold. Moreover, it would continue to amplify as he grew stronger. Come, let's measure your soul power. The astonished Long Tao quickly maneuvered a large luminous sphere before Long Fei. Long Fei extended his hand to touch it. Instantly, the sphere erupted in a brilliant blue light, bursting forth with immense vitality. It seemed as if it were about to break through the confines of the sphere itself. Innate full soul power, Long Ao and Long Wu exclaimed in unison. Yet, they failed to notice the slight furrow in Long Fei's brow as he mused inwardly. Something's amiss. This radiant detail, could it be? My soul power surpasses level 10. Contemplating this, He promptly withdrew his hand, deciding that some matters were best kept concealed. Those who exceed innate full soul power, as Long Fei recalled, included the Spirit Hall's Qian Daoliu, who possessed innate level 20, but it was understandable considering she bore a divine heritage as a six-winged angel. Nevertheless, he was confident that his Chaos Azure Dragon bloodline martial soul was more terrifyingly formidable. Long Wu's expression turned grave as he instructed, "Feier, quickly put your shirt back on. We cannot allow the Spirit Hall to discover this Long Tao. For the sake of our Long family's rise, you must conceal the true nature of Feier's martial soul." Long Tao's countenance was serious. The mutation of the martial soul, the manifestation of the Azure Dragon silhouette, innate full soul power. This indeed must be kept secret. Feier, you should return. Your mother has been waiting for a long time. It's time to share this joyous news with her. Your father and Uncle Tao have matters to discuss. Long Wu gently ruffled Long Fei's hair. I understand, father. Farewell, Uncle Tao. With that, Long Fei turned and departed. Subsequently, Long Tao and Long Wu engaged in a confidential discussion. Outside the awakening tower, Long Fei did not leave immediately but stood in place, clenching his fists, feeling an unprecedented surge of power. With unwavering determination, he gazed skyward, his thoughts resolute. Chaos Azure Dragon bloodline. Splendid. This shall mark the beginning of my ascent in this Douluo continent. I, Long Fei, shall not squander this fortune. We are but souls intertwined across lifetimes. Tang San. I eagerly await our encounter. Long Fei murmured to himself, then hastened homeward, discovering his speed remarkable, his steps light, as if an invisible force buoyed him. He felt no fatigue, unlike before when he would have been exhausted and breathless. The Long family estate was vast, with the awakening tower situated a full kilometer from his residence. Upon returning home, he was greeted by a rich aroma wafting through the air. As he pushed the door open, the first sight to greet him was a beautiful woman clad in a chef's attire. Mother, Long Fei exclaimed. Indeed, the lovely woman before him was his mother, Yi Jing. Feier is back. Come in and eat. How did your martial soul awakening go? Where has your father gone? As Yi Jing spoke, her brows suddenly furrowed in concern. Was it possible that her son had returned alone? Mother, father has some matters to attend to and will return later, Long Fei replied, closing the door behind him. Mother, my martial soul has mutated, and I possess innate full soul power. Long Fei continued. What? A mutated martial soul? Innate full soul power? Upon hearing this, Yi Jing was immediately struck with shock, her complexion reflecting an astonishment she had never imagined. The bowl in her hand clattered to the table. Part 2. Acquiring the soul ring. Excellent, truly befitting my Feier. Innate full soul power. Once we finish eating, I shall have your father accompany you to hunt a soul beast. After witnessing Long Fei's martial soul, Yi Jing's eyes sparkled with excitement, her enthusiasm rivaling that of Long Fei himself. Yi Jing was not originally from the Long family, but had married in from an external clan. Her martial soul was an extraordinarily powerful and unconventional support type, capable of resurrecting anyone as long as life remained. Impatiently, Long Fei began to eat voraciously, a sight that astonished Yi Jing, for as a mother, she was acutely aware of her son's usual appetite. How could he consume so much? At least several times more than usual. Even Long Fei was taken aback. His appetite had indeed increased, and there was no doubt that it was all due to the Chaos Azure Dragon bloodline. Feier, slow down. If you're still hungry, mother can cook more for you, Yi Jing gently coaxed, patting him affectionately. I understand, mother. Long Fei nodded. Just then, the door swung open. It was his father, Long Wu, returning. Darling father. Long Wu approached with a smile. Glancing at the table laden with empty dishes, he exchanged a puzzled look with Yi Jing before turning to Long Fei, understanding dawning upon him. Have you had your fill? If so, your father will take you to hunt a soul beast. Long Wu placed his hands on his hips in high spirits. Long Fei quickly polished off the remaining food. I'm done, we can go now, he affirmed with a nod. Be careful on the way, Yi Jing cautioned. Rest assured, you know my strength, don't you? With that, the two tidied up and set off. Meanwhile, the Long family found the situation rather peculiar. Logically, such a significant event should have stirred considerable commotion, yet was now remarkably tranquil, as if nothing had occurred at all. The Long family resided in a secluded area, hidden within a deep valley. Upon emerging from the deep valley, the path ahead reveals a confluence of two colossal tectonic plates. This place is nearly devoid of human presence. At this moment, within the ancient primeval forest, two figures, one tall and one short, traverse through the underbrush. This is the primeval forest, teeming with myriad species of soul beasts. Your martial soul has undergone a transformation, yet one aspect remains unchanged. You still follow the path of brute strength, just like us, Dragon Wu remarked as they walked. Dragon Fei nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, he replied before inquiring, Father, given the considerable commotion surrounding my martial soul awakening, one would expect a stir within the dragon family. Why is it so eerily quiet? According to the narrative, he should have been summoned to meet the higher-ups of the dragon family and his grandfather at this juncture. Dragon Wu sighed, with a mix of exasperation and excitement. The noise from your martial soul awakening was so profound that it has been suppressed by your grandfather. Furthermore, measures for confidentiality are already being implemented behind the scenes. You are the future of our dragon family. Our ascendance hinges upon you. He added reassuringly, you need not concern yourself with these matters, leave them to us adults. The unity among the dragon family members is well documented in our ancestral teachings. Dragon Fei comprehended this well, and he was acutely aware of the weight of his responsibility. I understand, I will not disappoint you, Dragon Fei affirmed with a determined nod. Once you acquire your first soul ring, I shall take you to meet your grandfather. Now, let's hasten our steps, Dragon Wu declared, already setting off, with Dragon Fei swiftly following, employing the skills he had learned. In a certain part of the forest, the two stood atop a tree, gazing into a cave ahead. Suddenly, Dragon Fei felt a surge of blood coursing through him, a yearning emanating from his Chaos Azure Dragon bloodline. Father, I sense something within that cave is calling to me, Dragon Fei exclaimed, his eyes fixed intently ahead. Very well, I shall lead the way. With that, Dragon Wu shouted mightily, unleashing a powerful wave of soul energy that erupted from him. In an instant, 8 soul rings, yellow, purple, and black, rose majestically from his form. A perfect configuration indeed. Dragon Wu, an 85th level assault Soul Douluo. Abruptly, a colossal azure figure resembling a serpentine dragon materialized behind him. This was their family's inherited martial soul, the dragon's swift azure python, exquisite class of martial soul. A high-pitched note rang out as Dragon Wu charged toward the cave. As time passed, Dragon Fei began to feel anxious. Why has there been no sign of movement for so long? Should I not check inside? He mused, furrowing his brow. Boom! Just then, the cave erupted in a thunderous explosion, reverberating throughout the forest, causing avian soul beasts to take flight in panic. Not good, Father. Dragon Fei's expression shifted dramatically. If even his father could not handle the situation, it was unlikely that he, with his fledgling Chaos Azure Dragon bloodline, could prevail, especially considering he had yet to mature fully. The overwhelming force sent him tumbling backward. As he attempted to rise and rush forward, he caught sight of a blue light piercing through the dust, revealing a massive soul beast hurtling towards him. As he instinctively tried to evade, the soul beast crashed to the ground before him, barely clinging to life. What manner of soul beast is this? Dragon Fei gasped in astonishment. At first glance, it bore resemblance to a creature akin to an earth dragon. This is a violent mountain blazing earth dragon, seemingly around 500 years old. Fei, your fortune is remarkable. Your first soul ring is within reach. Quickly, slay it and absorb its essence. Just then, Dragon Wu emerged from the dust, his expression jubilant. However, I still harbor concerns, as the limit for a human's first soul ring is 450 years. This creature, Dragon Wu's worry was palpable. Yet, to let such a magnificent opportunity slip away would be a tremendous waste. Dragon Fei gazed intently at the violent mountain blazing earth dragon, an overwhelming urge to consume it surging within him. He placed a hand over his chest, feeling an intense heat. He shed his clothing, revealing the radiant Chaos Azure Dragon tattoo on his body, a sight that left Dragon Wu astounded. Father, my bloodline has forged a subtle connection with this violent mountain blazing earth dragon. Fear not, I shall be unharmed. Under the influence of the Chaos Azure Dragon bloodline, his physical limits had transcended their previous boundaries. Roar! Suddenly, the violent mountain blazing earth dragon let out a cry, its eyes reflecting awe and fear as it gazed upon Dragon Fei. It was as if before it stood not a mere human, but a being of unfathomable power. What is happening? Dragon Wu inquired, perplexed. The next moment, he was taken aback by the dragon's subsequent actions. The violent mountain blazing earth dragon struggled to its feet and knelt before Dragon Fei. Then, its body radiated light, transforming into a crimson beam that merged with Dragon Fei, along with its essence. What? Dragon Wu's expression was one of utter astonishment, witnessing a spectacle he had never encountered before, truly bizarre. No, the bizarre one was his son, Dragon Fei. It was Dragon Fei's bloodline martial soul. Soul Beast sacrificial offering. Dragon Wu watched in disbelief as the increasingly vivid Chaos Azure Dragon tattoo on Dragon Fei's body took shape, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. The violent mountain-blazing earth dragon willingly offered itself to Dragon Fei. Such an act, even if it had reached the 1,000-year mark, would result in a seamless fusion, preserving the soul of the beast. At this moment, Dragon Fei had already entered a meditative state, guided by an unseen force. His body felt warm, comfortable, and immense power surged within him. He underwent yet another transformation. 3. The system has arrived. Thus, Dragon Fei remained in a meditative posture for a full hour, absorbing the essence. Meanwhile, Dragon Wu activated his most potent state, unleashing his soul power without restraint, wholly focused on protecting his beloved son, ensuring that not even a fly could disturb his tranquil meditation. An hour has passed. Why is there still no sign of activity? Dragon Wu's brow furrowed. He was unsure how to handle this situation, but thankfully, Dragon Fei showed no signs of the pain typically associated with absorbing a soul ring. Instead, he appeared to be enjoying a serene experience. At that moment, the still figure of Dragon Fei finally stirred. As he cultivated his spirit, with a deep exhalation, a circle of purple soul rings manifested around him before vanishing in an instant. As a Soul Douluo, Dragon Wu certainly witnessed this spectacle, exclaiming, "Purple, a 1,000-year soul ring." As his excitement echoed, Dragon Fei awakened, flexing his hands and savoring the changes within his body, a smile gracing his face. "Fei, is it true that your soul ring is purple and of the 1,000-year caliber?" Dragon Wu asked, relief flooding his features as he saw his son was unharmed. "Yes, father, my first soul ring is indeed a 1,000-year purple," Dragon Fei replied, and with a mere thought, a vast wave of soul power surged forth, accompanied by a large circle of purple soul rings spiraling upward from his feet. Dragon Wu's dual pupils narrowed in focus. Even though he had mentally prepared himself after the initial revelation, the sight before him still rendered him speechless as he swallowed hard. His son was indeed extraordinary. In the next moment, he felt a jolt of realization. Wait a moment. The violent mountain flame dragon was only 500 years old. Not a millennium. Had he misjudged? The thought struck him, darkening his expression with regret. If that were true, and his son was not so remarkable, then his reckless absorption could have led to catastrophic consequences. His face turned ashen. Had he inadvertently condemned his own child to death? At that moment, a wave of dread washed over him. If this were the case, he would be the great sinner of the Long family. Left at a loss for words to explain the situation. Yet, all was well. His son was indeed a prodigy. What had transpired could be left in the past. For now, everything was fine. "Father, you are correct. The violent mountain flame dragon is indeed only 520 years old." Upon hearing Long Fei's words, the heavy stone weighing on Long Wu's heart vanished. He blinked in astonishment. "So, I was not mistaken. But, why is your first spirit ring purple instead of yellow? Is it due to your bloodline?" Long Wu is far from a fool. From the very first scene to the present moment, the image of that Azure Dragon tattoo lingers in his mind. Long Fei nodded. "Indeed, father. At the moment the fiery mountain dragon was sacrificed to me, the Azure Dragon bloodline within me nourished it, allowing it to instantly ascend by 680 years, culminating in an impressive age of over 1,200 years. He glanced at the chaotic Azure Dragon tattoo adorning his body, which exuded an aura of dominance. Furthermore, he had grown taller, and his muscles had significantly increased. Gently caressing his tattoo, he then donned his attire. Long Wu remained immersed in the implications of Long Fei's revelation. Momentarily speechless. It was truly astonishing. He was undeniably my son. Excellent. Ha. After a brief murmur, he burst into hearty laughter. "However, my son, your first soul ring is 1,000 years old. If others were to see it, it would surely incite envy." Long Wu expressed his concerns regarding those with ulterior motives. While he felt secure within the Long family, he knew that a dragon could not flourish in a small place. Ultimately, Long Fei must venture out into the world to hone his skills. "Father, there is no need for concern. I possess a passive soul skill called transformation, which allows me to alter all aspects of myself, including the color of my soul ring," Long Fei declared, a proud smile gracing his features. In an instant, the purple 1,000-year soul ring upon him transformed into a yellow hue, accompanied by a shift in his aura. Witnessing this extraordinary spectacle, Long Wu inhaled sharply. Then, What is your active soul skill? My soul skill. Just as Long Fei began to respond, an unexpected voice resonated in his mind. Congratulations, host. On your first use of a soul skill, the celestial traversal system has been activated. Activation successful. Binding host. A cold voice echoed, followed by a rapid succession of loading sounds. Character interface. Host. Long Fei age, 6 years martial soul. Chaotic Azure Dragon Bloodline package. Bloodline. Tattoo. Ethereal manifestation. Note. The tattoo will only manifest when body temperature rises or falls. It remains hidden at normal temperatures. Soul power. 16. One Ring Soul Master Bloodline package talents. Attribute amplification, lifespan extension, exorcism, enhanced healing, immunity to toxins, super growth, supreme dragon, might soul skill, passive transformation. Azure Dragon Eye soul skill, active fiery mountain dragon soul system repository, beginner's gift pack X1 current traversal world, Douluo continent gazing at the unexpectedly manifested blue data screen before him. Long Fei trembled with excitement, his eyes wide with astonishment. The system. I have activated the system. Long Fei was so exhilarated that he could hardly resist the urge to leap into the unknown, questioning whether he was ensnared in a dream. The system, the golden finger, essential tools for any traveler through realms, were not guaranteed for everyone, and many had met with misfortune in their quests. Initially devoid of hope, the resurgence of excitement surged within Long Fei. With the formidable Chaos Azure Dragon Bloodline as his extraordinary golden finger, coupled with the astonishing system as his unparalleled companion, there was no doubt that he was destined to defy the heavens. Exhilaration. Incomparable exhilaration. Agitation. Boundless agitation. Feia? Feia? Feia. The fervent call of Long Wu jolted Long Fei, who had been momentarily dazed, back to reality. Father, what is it? Long Fei inquired, his thoughts consumed by the interdimensional traversing system. Upon hearing Long Fei's response, Long Wu let out a sigh of relief and retorted, What do you mean? What is it? You've been standing here in a stupor, and despite my calls, you showed no reaction. I feared you had suffered some adverse consequences. You nearly frightened me to death. How do you feel? Long Wu furrowed his brows. Long Fei set aside the system for the moment, although Long Wu was his father. The matters concerning the system were secrets that must remain undisclosed to him. He quickly shook his head and waved his hands, saying, It's nothing, nothing at all. I was merely daydreaming about the splendid days that lie ahead, without any lingering effects. Long Wu wore a serious expression and remarked, Indeed, you possess the capital for pride. However, as someone who has walked this path before, I must caution you against allowing pride to overshadow your potential. Your talents and future hold boundless possibilities. Ascending to the rank of a Title Douluo is well within your reach. If fortune smiles upon you, you might even attain the status of the legendary deity. Should that come to pass, the entire Long family shall rise to prominence. Every member will hold you in esteem and honor. Therefore, fleeting pride is inconsequential. It is enduring pride that signifies true greatness. Yes, father, I shall not let you, or our family down, Long Fei responded, pausing momentarily before continuing. Upon returning home, night had already fallen. After dinner, Long Wu took Long Fei directly to their grandfather Long Changtian's residence. On the way, Long Fei began to inquire within his heart. System, what capabilities do you possess? The system replied, I can randomly issue tasks, facilitate dimensional travel, and conduct lotteries. That is all for now, Long Fei. So, does this mean there will be additional features in the future, such as upgrades? System, indeed. Long Fei, do I possess a novice gift pack? System, indeed. Would you like to activate it? Long Fei, activate. He could hardly contain his excitement. The novice gift package has been successfully opened. The host has received 1 ancient Azure Dragon Blade, 1 lottery ticket, 1 Chaos Azure Dragon Essence, the Swift Thunder Flash Step Technique, and 1 random dimensional travel scroll. All rewards have been deposited into the system's warehouse. Upon hearing the system's report, Long Fei nodded, muttering to himself, Not bad, quite satisfactory. I shall set them aside for now and use them upon my return. Upon entering Long Changtian's residence, it was not Long Fei's first visit. After his father closed the door, Long Wu stepped inside and bowed respectfully to the elderly man before him. Grandpa Long Fei blinked and spoke. The elderly gentleman appeared quite amiable, nodding as he gazed at Long Fei. Grandson, allow your grandfather to witness your mutated martial soul. Yes, Grandpa. Long Fei, unhesitant, with a mere thought, summoned a colossal illusion of A. Accompanying this manifestation was an unparalleled pressure, a force emanating from his very bloodline. In that moment, Long Chantian and Long Wu were suddenly overwhelmed by a sense of oppression and discomfort within their hearts. This is the pressure of bloodline. Long Wu and Long Chantian were struck with shock, with Long Wu being the most astonished. Why had he not felt it during the previous two instances? Yet now, he was acutely aware of it. It was truly perplexing. The ethereal silhouette of the Chaos Azure Dragon hovered in the air, and a faint, elusive sound of dragon's roar resonated throughout the room. Ancient, distant, primordial. Three distinct auras coexisted. Long Changtian's body trembled slightly as he fixated on the Azure Dragon's phantom enveloping Long Fei, beads of cold sweat appearing on his forehead. At this moment, Long Wu was nearly the same. After a brief pause, Long Chatian let out a sigh and spoke slowly. All right, let us put it away. Long Fei complied. Instantly, the previous sense of oppression in the room vanished. Long Chatian urged, truly, you are my esteemed grandson. The future of the Long family rests upon your shoulders. Your martial spirit has undergone a remarkable transformation. For the dragon to thrive, it cannot remain dormant. When you venture forth, exercise utmost caution. Those with malicious intentions toward you must be eradicated at their roots while your power permits. Should you encounter foes you cannot overcome, do not hesitate to retreat. Do you understand, my grandson? The more he spoke, the more fervent he became. The grandson comprehended. Long Fei nodded, his expression solemn. Soon after, the three engaged in light conversation about other matters. Moments later, Long Chatian gestured, very well, the hour grows late. You may return now, Fei. Your father and I have matters to discuss. Understood. Long Fei departed, leaving behind only Long Chatian and Long Wu. At this moment, Long Fei felt an overwhelming sense of ease. System, I wish to learn the Thunder Flash step, he fervently declared within his heart. In the next instant, the voice of the system responded, and a torrent of memories surged into Long Fei's mind, akin to a divine revelation. Simultaneously, his limbs and body moved with heightened coordination. When he opened his eyes again, he raised his foot slowly, silently reciting the Thunder Flash step. In an instant, he transformed into a streak of blue lightning, vanishing swiftly from his original position, leaving a trail of dense blue arcs across the ground and air. The Thunder Flash step consists of 5 stages: entry, minor completion, moderate completion, major completion, and perfection. It allows for incredible speed, enabling one to traverse through objects with ease. At this moment, Long Fei was at the entry level. With a mere thought, he retrieved the ancient Azure Dragon blade from the system's repository and began to wield it with vigor. The Azure Dragon blade felt heavy in his hands, its length comparable to the span of an adult's arms, and the hilt measured a solid 30 centimeters. The blade glimmered with a chilling radiance, adorned with cracks resembling intricate patterns, exuding an extraordinary sharpness, imbued with terrifying dragon energy. As he repeatedly swung the blade, though tiring, Long Fei gradually became accustomed to its weight. If only I had a sheath, I could carry it on my back. That would truly be cool, he mused, gazing at the elongated Azure Dragon blade in his grasp. However, he contemplated, this blade might serve to mislead outsiders, making them believe it is my martial soul. It seemed like a splendid ruse. Although the chaotic Azure Dragon bloodline did not necessitate the summoning of a spectral form to utilize its power, as its essence lay not in the beast martial soul itself but in the bloodline, which was his true foundation. As long as he remained silent, no one could discern the nature of his martial soul. Return, he commanded, retracting the Azure Dragon blade. Long Fei swiftly dashed towards his home, executing the thunderbolt leap with remarkable speed. However, his progress was abruptly interrupted by the sound of martial training echoing in the night. It was rather commendable to witness members of the family practicing at such a late hour. Perched upon a grand tree, Long Fei gazed towards the direction from whence the sound emanated. It was the Long family South Martial Arts Square. Within the square, a young girl was fervently training. Her fists clenched tightly as she gasped for breath. She possessed long, light blue hair, stood tall, and bore an exquisite beauty. Under the gentle illumination of the moonlight, her cheeks glowed with a rosy hue, and her garments clung to her form, drenched in sweat. A dragon-swift green python martial spirit enveloped her, adorned with 2 yellow century-old soul rings. This young lady was indeed a soul master of the second ring. Suddenly, a crisp sound of breaking foliage pierced the stillness. The perceptive girl instantly detected the source, whipping around to exclaim, "Who is there?" Before her lay a shadowy expanse of garden. The darkness obscured her vision. Yet in the next moment, her pupils transformed, narrowing slightly. These were the eyes of a python. Pythons are nocturnal creatures, unaffected by the obscured vision of the night, which is yet another advantage bestowed by the awakening of her martial spirit. The azure serpent's eyes pierced through the darkness, revealing a clear vision of the obscured surroundings. From the depths of the shadows, a young boy emerged. "Do not be alarmed, we are kin." The figure stepping forth was none other than Long Fei, who, due to a misjudgment in his actions, had been discovered while peering from his hiding spot, which left him feeling somewhat embarrassed. Upon recognizing the boy, the girl let out a sigh of relief, yet remained cautious. "Who are you?" Though they both belonged to the Long family, it was possible they were not acquainted. The girl did not recognize Long Fei, nor did he know her. The serpent's keen sense of smell was heightened, and as the girl subtly flared her nostrils, she caught a whiff of a familiar and comforting scent emanating from Long Fei, albeit with an unusual undertone. Long Fei said, "I am Long Fei, and my father is Long Wu." "Long Wu? You are the son of Uncle Long Wu, Long Fei," the girl murmured, and in the next moment, she exclaimed in surprise, "What are you doing here so late at night?" Long Fei coughed lightly, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "I happened to pass by, and, upon hearing your voice, I couldn't resist sneaking a glance. I didn't expect to be discovered by you." "You are quite direct," the girl huffed softly. "What is your name?" Long Fei's gaze lingered on her form. Though she was still young and not fully developed, she would undoubtedly blossom beautifully in the future. Her physique promised to be remarkable as she matured. A twinge of lewd thoughts arose in Long Fei's mind, but it was swiftly suppressed. At such a tender age, his primary focus should be on cultivation rather than indulging in frivolous musings. In battle, the girl proclaimed, "I am called Long Tinger." Long Tinger, a name of exquisite beauty. Long Fei pondered inwardly, "Are you tired? Here, have a sip of water." He retrieved a bottle of liquid from his soul guide device and offered it to Long Tinger. "This is our first meeting. I have my own. I won't drink yours," Long Tinger replied, shaking her head as she produced her own water from her soul guide device and began to drink. Long Fei, left in an awkward silence, felt a sudden discomfort. Something was amiss. The script seemed off. Had this young lady mistakenly taken the wrong role? In truth, I had no intention of sharing my drink. "I merely wish to test your vigilance towards strangers," he said, forcing himself to maintain a calm facade as he slowly sipped his own water. Long Tinger, after finishing her drink, Long Fei turned to leave. "Little brother." Suddenly, Long Tinger called out. Long Fei turned around, seething with anger. "Do not refer to me as little brother." "Hee." Long Tinger chuckled. What else could this insignificant little trinket be but a little brother? "What do you want?" Long Fei inquired. "Shall we have a competition?" Long Tinger challenged with a provocative gaze. Long Fei gazed at her, questioning, "You are drenched in sweat and utterly exhausted. Can you truly manage?" The woman could not utter a refusal. Long Tinger's expression turned solemn, her fists clenched resolutely. "Isn't this a line meant for men? Why have you seized it?" Long Tinger proudly declared. "Moreover, you are merely 6 years old, having just awakened today, right? It is only fair that I challenge you in my current state. I do not consider it bullying. I shall refrain from using my soul skills. Do not dawdle. If you hesitate, I shall return home. Come on. Of course I shall come. Why would I not? I, Long Fei, have never feared anyone, and do not underestimate me. Although I have just awakened today, I do not require your leniency. You are free to employ your soul skills. When the time comes, it will be unclear who is bullying whom." With a huff, Long Fei, as a reincarnated man, could no longer endure the provocation. He was determined to defend his masculine dignity. This evening, he would teach this young girl a lesson, ensuring she comprehended the harsh realities of the world. Furthermore, having recently acquired a soul ring and various skills, he was eager to find an opponent to practice against. "Little girl, with so many members in the Long family. You have chosen me. Your luck is rather unfortunate." With that, Long Fei stepped back, preparing for the impending confrontation. Long Tinger slightly curled her lips. "You are even younger than I am, yet you speak with such confidence, little one." She took a deep breath to regain her composure. Long Fei rolled up his sleeves and slightly raised his head, declaring, "Come on. Aren't you going to unleash your martial soul? I fear you won't last even a round." Long Tinger spoke with a playful tone. "Little girl, spare me the chatter and come at me quickly." Long Fei shouted. "Humph, then I shall not hold back. Don't cry when the time comes." Long Tinger's face was filled with a fierce anger as she swiftly approached Long Fei, executing a mid-air turn and delivering a powerful kick, which she had evidently controlled with precision. Goodness, showcasing her legs right from the start? As a man, Long Fei could hardly evade. Furthermore, he was the inheritor of the Chaos Azure Dragon bloodline. An evasion did not align with his noble demeanor. It was only fitting for him to confront her head-on. Instead of employing his soul power, he unleashed a punch with his right hand. Eager to gauge the formidable strength and intensity of his body, which had undergone transformation twice, if she dared to meet his hand with her own, she should be prepared for the consequences. Long Tingo let out a cold snort in her heart, but the next moment, the curtain of the scene shattered her fleeting thoughts. With a loud bang, she could not withstand even for a second, as a formidable force propelled her backward. What? So unyielding. After a struggle, Long Tingo managed to regain her balance, her heart filled with shock and astonishment. She glanced down at her trembling feet, which were also aching. With wide eyes, she stared at Long Fei, realizing with certainty that she had not kicked a hand, but rather an incredibly hard stone. What is this? So powerful. Long Fei widened his eyes in astonishment, equally surprised by the power of his own fist. He had not anticipated that his strength had reached such remarkable heights. He felt no pain whatsoever. The kick he had received from Long Ting merely felt like a gentle brush from a piece of paper, leaving no sensation behind. How can you be so resilient? Long Tingo inquired, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. Long Fei placed his hands on his hips and declared, as a man, I am undeniably strong. Long Tinger was taken aback, her cheeks flushed with a mix of embarrassment and anger. You little rascal. Why do you always have such thoughts at such a young age? That is not what I asked you. Clearly, you have just awakened. So what is going on with your hand? Humph, I see you now acknowledge my prowess. Long Fei remarked, do you still dare to underestimate me now? In that moment, he regained the confidence of a man, wiping his nose with his hand. Long Tinger wore a complex expression. Indeed, I underestimated you before. You truly are a little monster. From this moment forth, I shall engage you with all my might. With that, a radiant glow enveloped her. Martial soul manifestation. As Long Tinger's voice echoed, a colossal serpent with a long, angular head, adorned with shades of dark and azure, materialized around her. In an instant, her soul force surged, and her aura transformed into a sharp, oppressive presence. However, when this phenomenon reached Long Fei, he felt no extraordinary sensations, for it was effortlessly disregarded by his formidable Chaos Azure Dragon bloodline. The only notable change was the addition of a spectral figure and a couple of hues. Furthermore, she appeared somewhat taller, her eyes morphing into vertical azure serpent pupils. Nevertheless, all these elements harmoniously complemented her form, countenance, and aura. Are you not going to summon your martial soul? Long Tinga queried, noticing Long Fei's reluctance to make a move, her brow furrowing. This brat is incredibly arrogant. There is a vast disparity between my ordinary state and my martial soul state. Once I unleash my martial soul, you shall have no chance. Hurry and make your move. I intend to return home for a good night's sleep. Long Fei gestured. Humph, such arrogance. Long Tinger once again launched an assault towards Long Fei. She did not reveal her 2 soul rings, indicating her intention to refrain from employing soul skills. Moreover, she had inherited the swiftness embodied in the character G from the dragon's swift azure python, and in the blink of an eye, she appeared before Long Fei, delivering a powerful punch. Long Fei also faced him with a single punch. Long Fei indeed felt a subtle tingle. This surge of power was undeniably stronger than before. Yet it still fell short. Long Tinga was equally astonished, her heart filled with disbelief and frustration. Impossible. How could this little brat be so resilient? He possesses the same Dragon JQing martial soul as I do. How could the Dragon JQing possibly possess such formidable defensive capabilities? Long Tinger launched a series of relentless assaults. Long Fei continuously launched counterattacks. Long Tinger's complexion grew increasingly ghastly and pallid, beads of sweat cascading down her forehead. In stark contrast, Long Fei maintained an unwavering demeanor, seemingly impervious to any pressure, which incited great ire within Long Tinger. Regardless of whether she unleashed a punch or a kick, Long Fei exhibited remarkable speed in his reactions, either deflecting her strikes or evading them entirely. Suddenly, the first soul ring on Long Tinger's body illuminated, and in an instant, she vanished from her original position. When she reappeared, it was behind Long Fei. Her initial soul skill, Azure Python Ambush. A colossal azure serpent's head emerged from behind Long Fei, its mouth agape and lunging towards him. As Long Fei regained his senses, he felt a fierce assault emanating from behind. Just as Long Tinger believed she had succeeded, a myriad of blue lightning bolts appeared around Long Fei, vanishing in the blink of an eye, leaving only a charged atmosphere and scorched ground in their wake. Long Tinger's attack had successfully missed its target. Was it not said that he would not evade? Long Fei? Is that so? Did I ever say that? Clearly, you have mistaken it. I never uttered such words. A faint rumble resonated as the empty strike met the air. I evaded it. Long Ting'er stared with wide eyes, still unable to fathom how Long Fei vanished without a trace. Long Fei's figure emerged 10 meters ahead of her, his expression adorned with a mischievous smile. How did you evade me? What was that lightning emanating from you just now? Long Ting'er inquired directly, her gaze fixed on Long Fei. I apologize, but that's a personal trick of mine that I cannot disclose, he replied. Long Fei waved his arm and declared, every time it has been you who initiates the attack. But this time it is my turn to strike first, so be cautious. With that, he executed the swift thunder leap. As his words faded, his figure vanished, transforming into fleeting afterimages that lasted barely a second as they surged towards Long Ting'er. In the blink of an eye, he materialized before her, delivering a powerful palm strike. Long Ting'er realized the peril and swiftly employed the serpent's keen agility to evade. Despite relying on the advantage of her martial soul's speed, she could not possibly rival the lightning-fast leaps of Long Fei. Long Fei pursued, yet his intent was not to attack. Conversely, Long Ting'er, exhausted and breathless, was sweating profusely. Heh, little rascal, since you dare to toy with me. Second soul skill, Azure Python Tide. With flushed cheeks, Long Ting'er activated her second soul ring, and the ground beneath Long Fei transformed into a tide-like assault. In the next moment, numerous Azure Pythons surged upwards from below, and a larger python swiftly coiled around his entire form. At that instant, the other pythons also launched a collective assault towards him. Long Fei had the option to evade, yet he chose not to. Instead, he confronted the challenge head-on, seizing the opportunity to test his first soul skill. In that moment of peril, a surge of warmth enveloped his skin, and his arms were adorned with azure glowing tattoos. The chaotic Azure Dragon tattoo cascaded over his upper body, though his garments concealed the most pivotal area. His first soul skill, the violent mountain blazing flame of the Azure Dragon. A beam of cyan light flashed through his eyes, as a yellow soul ring ascended from him. While others might presume it to be a century-old ring, only Long Fei knew it to be millennia old, merely altered in hue and essence. With a roar, amidst Long Ting'er's stunned gaze, a colossal torrent of fiery brilliance entwined with a blue essence resembling a soul beast surged forth from Long Fei, obliterating her attack with its terrifying destructive force. An overwhelming aura radiated outward, causing the surrounding trees to tremble perilously. The formidable pressure and impact rendered Long Ting'er pale, forcing her to stumble and fall. The soul ring upon her dissipated, and her martial spirit state was undone. Long Fei gazed upon the magnificent entity that had materialized before him. It was the soul of the sacrificial, violent mountain flame Earth Dragon. However, at this moment, his form was adorned with streaks of azure and flames. The most significant and striking transformation was evident in its visage. With this change, an air of majesty emerged that had previously been absent. This metamorphosis was a result of the influence of his chaotic Azure Dragon bloodline, leading to a remarkable evolutionary alteration. No longer merely the violent mountain flame Earth Dragon. It was now known as the violent mountain flame Azure Dragon Soul. This was the name of Long Fei's soul skill. Moreover, what was most pivotal was that as it continued to be influenced, its age would perpetually increase, consequently elevating Long Fei's first soul ring in tandem. It could be said to be a soul ring capable of enhancement at any moment. Its power and terrifying potential far exceeded what was presently perceived. Long Fei harbored many more secrets. Very well, return, Long Fei said with a faint smile, issuing his command. The violent mountain flame Azure Dragon Soul transformed into a beam of light and entered Long Fei's body. Simultaneously, the soul ring dissipated, and upon returning to its normal state, the tattoos concealed themselves once more. You possess a soul ring? Did you not awaken today? Moreover, is your martial spirit not the Dragon Swift Azure Python? Who exactly are you? Long Ting'er exclaimed, rising from the ground in astonishment. Long Fei's lips curled slightly as he spoke. I am the son of Long Wu, and my martial soul has undergone a mutation. As for my soul ring, I obtained my first soul ring this afternoon due to my innate full soul power. I have now surpassed the level of a mere 10-soul master. The mutation of the martial soul, the innate full soul power. Long Ting'er's expression had been rendered utterly incapable of further astonishment. Long Fei approached her. Long Ting'er, how old are you? He inquired. 11. Long Ting'er instinctively responded. That's not too far off, Long Fei muttered, then continued. You are truly beautiful. As you grow, you will become even more exquisite. When you mature, would you consider becoming my wife? I have taken a liking to you. You must be out of your mind. Long Tinger was taken aback by Long Fei's sudden declaration, her cheeks flushing crimson as she swung her hand towards him. With a sharp clap, she unexpectedly struck him, yet his expression remained unfazed, calm and serious as he gazed back at her. Grow up well, and I shall come to marry you. Once I ascend to divinity, I will take you to wander through the realm of the gods. With an unchanging demeanor, Long Fei seized the opportunity while Long Tingo was distracted to gently ruffle her hair, and in the next instant, he vanished from sight with a swift leap. Long Tingo still wished to strike, yet Dragon Fei had already vanished, leaving her to swing at empty air. Such brazen audacity for one so young. Anger surged within her, causing her chest to ache as her feet stomped on the ground. It was her first encounter with such unmitigated shamelessness. However, recalling Dragon Fei's earlier words made her cheeks flush even deeper. She quickly departed from the scene. Upon returning home, she exchanged a few veiled remarks with her mother before retreating to her room alone. After taking a shower, she sat on her bed, mentally communicating, System, present to me the essence of the primordial Chaos Azure Dragon's blood. In the next moment, a radiant light illuminated the room, revealing a droplet of crimson blood hovering in Dragon Fei's palm. The bloodline of the Chaos Azure Dragon resonated within him, causing the tattoo of the Chaos Azure Dragon upon his body to glow brilliantly, a dazzling sight to behold. Within that droplet of blood, Dragon Fei could sense the ancient aura and supreme pressure of bygone eras. He could only wonder what transformations might occur should he absorb and refine this precious blood. The anticipation was palpable. Long Fei was filled with a profound desire, yet he refrained from acting hastily. He understood that utilizing it at this moment might not be the wisest decision. He intended to wait for the most opportune moment to employ it. Even though he might have the chance to acquire more in the future, this was the essence of the Chaos Azure Dragon, a substance far removed from ordinary Chaos Azure Dragon blood. It contained the very core of the Chaos Azure Dragon's power, and he was reluctant to squander it. Suppressing the yearning to consume it, he returned it to the system's repository. System, is the lottery opportunity available for use now? Taking a deep breath, Long Fei inquired. Yes, was the answer he longed for. Then let us proceed, Long Fei declared. A spinning wheel materialized before his eyes, whirling rapidly. Eventually, the wheel vanished, and a beam of light entered his system repository. Accompanying this was the voice of the system. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Infinite Longevity Cultivation Technique, which has been added to your repository. Please review it. 7. The Cultivation Task. Infinite Longevity Cultivation Technique. System, please show me the details of this technique. Long Fei was immensely excited. The Infinite Longevity Technique is a body tempering method without upper limits or tiers, utilizing all conceivable enhancement factors to continuously elevate the body, achieving the effects of eternal life and immortality. Body tempering is divided into two parts. The external aspect encompasses skin, muscle, bone, and spinal tissues, while the internal aspect includes blood, meridian networks, visceral organs, nerve tissues, cellular structures, and organ systems. After absorbing this brief information, Long Fei inhaled sharply and exclaimed, "What an astonishing technique! At last, I have drawn a tremendous treasure." In the next moment, his excitement overshadowed any thought of sleep. He hastily declared, "System, I wish to learn this infinite longevity technique." "As you wish." At the instant the system's voice resonated, a torrent of data-like light surged into Long Fei's mind. This time, it was different. Not only was his mind inundated, but his entire being, both inside and out, was also infused with ancient corporeal memories. His physique grew more solid and taut, and a profound transformation enveloped him. Thus, Long Fei sat cross-legged, diligently practicing the infinite longevity technique. As the sun rose and the chirping of birds filled the air, an entire night slipped by. The following day, when Long Fei awakened from his meditative state, he felt rejuvenated and invigorated, his body light and unburdened. System, display the character panel. Character interface. Host, Long Fei, age, 6, technique, infinite longevity technique. Level 1, martial soul, chaotic Azure Dragon bloodline package, bloodline, tattoo, ethereal shadow. Note, tattoos are visible only when body temperature rises or falls at normal temperature. They remain concealed. Soul power, 16, One Ring Soul Master, bloodline package talents, attribute enhancement, lifespan augmentation, exorcism, superior healing, immunity to poisons, extraordinary growth. Supreme Dragon Might, Soul skills, passive transformation, Azure Dragon Eye, soul skills, active violent mountain blazing flame Azure Dragon Soul. Thunderbolt Leap System Warehouse, Azure Dragon Ancient Blade X1, Chaotic Azure Dragon Essence X1, Random Dimensional Travel Scroll X1 Current Travel World, Douluo Continent Ding. The host has successfully cultivated the infinite longevity technique, activating the system cultivation task. The task is now issued. First cultivation task. Please elevate your soul power to 26 before the last day of the year and advance the infinite longevity technique to the 5th level. Task success reward. 1 portion of cultivation merit. 1 cultivation gift pack. Skill enhancement. Task failure penalty. Level and technique will remain stagnant for 1 year. And the system will be inaccessible for 1 year. Time calculation. The moment the host clicks to confirm, the countdown begins. Confirm to accept the task or cancel the task. Long Fei gazed at the task before him, his eyes igniting with fervor. What an excellent challenge this is. With rewards at stake, everything is negotiable. Elevating my soul power to level 26 within a year, considering my current level of 16, I have at least 10 levels to ascend. Furthermore, upon reaching level 20 and acquiring a soul ring, I will be granted an additional 2 to 3 levels. Therefore, the challenge is not insurmountable. A year is ample time. And my chaotic Azure Dragon bloodline possesses an extraordinary talent for growth. System, I wholeheartedly accept this cultivation task. With that, Long Fei unhesitatingly clicked to confirm the acceptance of the task. Ding. Task confirmed. The countdown begins now. Host, strive diligently. The voice of the system resonated. Long Fei finished dressing and, after freshening up, made his way to the hall. Yi Jing had prepared breakfast, and at that moment, the entire family was gathered together. Long Wu laughed heartily. My son, you seem to be in high spirits. It appears you had a restful slumber last night. Indeed. Such a grand occasion is worthy of a delightful dream. Long Fei replied sheepishly. What are your plans for today? Long Wu inquired. Son, you must not neglect your training. The gentle voice of Yi Jing chimed in. I understand, mother. Long Fei nodded. Father, mother, I wish to venture out and experience the world. After a moment of hesitation, Long Fei spoke. Upon hearing this, both Long Wu and Yi Jing were momentarily taken aback. Had this day arrived so swiftly? Long Wu furrowed his brow and spoke softly. My child, you are but 6 years old and have already attained the remarkable level of 16, surpassing your peers by a considerable margin. There is no need for such haste. You may afford to relax a little. You see, what your father says is wise. Venturing out to hone your skills at such a tender age makes your mother uneasy, Yi Jing interjected, her expression shifting slightly. But you may have the luxury of waiting. Yet I cannot, Long Fei replied with a sense of urgency. In a year's time, I must not only elevate my level by 10, but also cultivate the Wuji longevity technique to the 5th tier. If it were solely the former, I would gladly take my time, but the latter demands an inhuman level of fortitude, and I still have 4 more tiers to ascend. One can only imagine the extent of the suffering that lies ahead. Such anguish, Long Fei chose to keep to himself, never uttering a word of it. Yet, he understood that the rewards following such trials would be profoundly enriching. The levels he attains, the techniques he masters, and the strength he acquires are all his own achievements. While failure would not diminish his soul's energy or techniques, an entire year without progression or the ability to utilize the system is an unbearable thought. With a twinkle in his eye, Long Fei altered his approach and said, Father, Mother, I understand your concerns. How about this? You enroll me in a Soul Master Academy. And I will attend classes there? This should suffice, right? Once he was in the academy, he could discreetly slip away. Upon hearing this, Long Wu and Yi Jing exchanged glances, a subtle smile gracing their lips as they responded. We had already planned to send you to a Soul Master Academy. You have reached the age for schooling, and your martial soul has awakened. It is fortuitous that everything aligns perfectly. We shall indeed send you to the academy. A spark of joy flickered in Long Fei's eyes as he smiled and inquired, Excellent. I wonder which Soul Master Academy it will be. Yi Jing, twirling her chopsticks, revealed the answer she had long pondered. The nearest to our Long family is in Tiando City, approximately 10 kilometers away. We have decided on the Tiando Imperial Academy. Tiando Imperial Academy? Quite commendable, Long Fei mused, finding no fault in the decision. He nodded in agreement, confident that, despite the limited appearances of the characters within this narrative, they could undoubtedly triumph over Shrek Academy under his guidance. Encountering Shrek Academy would be fortuitous. He would join early and test his mettle against Tang San's prowess. Since there are no objections, let us finish our meal and prepare to depart, Long Wu declared. All right, The family cheerfully continued their meal, engaging in light conversation until they swiftly finished. The items to pack were few, aided by the convenience of soul-guided devices. Soon, Long Wu, clutching the document issued by Long Tao, led Long Fei away from the Long family toward Tiando City at a brisk pace. Along the way, Long Fei followed behind, opting not to employ his swift leap, but rather relying on his innate advantages to move rapidly. At that moment, Long Wu retrieved a pouch from the soul-guided device and tossed it to Long Fei. Son, this is your living allowance. It contains 50 gold soul coins along with 1,000 copper and silver coins. While our Long family is not in want of money, do refrain from spending frivolously, understood? I understand, Long Fei replied, securing the pouch and hastening ahead. After a couple of hours, they finally reached Tiando City. If it had been just Long Wu, he could have arrived in half the time. The bustling and vibrant atmosphere of Tiando City was captivating. Long Fei took in the sights, reveling in the differences from his home. Not far ahead stood the Tiando Imperial Academy. Long Wu remarked, "Today seems particularly lively. It must be the enrollment day for the academy. What a coincidence that we arrived just in time." Before long, they reached the Tiando Imperial Academy, where numerous nobility had gathered with their children to register. The academy was vast and opulent, equipped with state-of-the-art teaching facilities. Entrance to Tiando Imperial Academy was reserved for royal nobility or those with powerful endorsements. This truly is a royal institution, a haven for the affluent, Long Fei mused, marveling at the grandeur of the edifice before him. The air was thick with the aura of nobility, and there was no need to queue. They could walk right in. My father knows someone here, a senior mentor at the academy, which will spare us much hassle. I will take you to register directly, Long Wu said as he led Long Fei along a path distinct from the others. Long Fei pursued ahead. According to the narrative trajectory, it was uncertain whether Yu Tianheng's team had been formed. Logically, it should have materialized by now. Long Fei pondered, considering that those individuals were all considerably older than Tang San and his companions. Nevertheless, it would soon be revealed. I wish to meet your leader. Long Wu strode towards a guard ahead, stating succinctly, no need for unnecessary words, as a surge of soul power emanated from him, revealing 8 soul rings in all their glory. The guard, who had intended to utter a bold remark, faltered at the sight, swallowing his words with palpable hesitation. I am acquainted with your esteemed chief, Long Wu added. Yes, Soul Douluo, please follow me. The guard replied, bowing respectfully. He is my son, accompanying me today for enrollment. Long Wu remarked, glancing at the young man beside him, Long Fei. Indeed, please follow me, both of you. The guard, visibly sweating and relieved that he had restrained his impulsiveness, quickly turned to lead the way. Observing the guard's change in demeanor, Long Fei furrowed his brow slightly, contemplating, in this world, demonstrating power is the most straightforward and convincing approach. Wait, did father just mention meeting the chief? Is he acquainted with the chairman? If I recall correctly, the chief of the Tiando Royal Academy in the original narrative is Soul Douluo Mengshenji. How intriguing. I had expected someone else entirely. But if we are indeed meeting the authority of the academy, then this should be manageable. Long Fei felt a flicker of surprise, but it quickly dissipated as he hurried to follow in Long Wu's footsteps, departing under the watchful eyes of others. Though some noble families were displeased, they fell silent upon witnessing the 8 soul rings adorning Long Wu, for in this world, strength dictated one's voice. Under the guard's guidance, they swiftly entered the inner sanctum of the Tiando Royal Academy, arriving at a grand hall, the very location of Mengshenji. Soul Douluo. The chief Mengshenji and 2 other committee members are within. I shall not intrude, the guard announced respectfully, halting at the entrance. Very well, you may take your leave. Long Wu commanded with a wave of his hand. The guard promptly withdrew. Let us proceed, Long Wu said to Long Fei, stepping into the chamber. Inside, 3 figures awaited, a slender man, a portly man, and one of average build seated in the center, flanked by the others. Chief Mengshenji, 3rd seat Lin, and 2nd seat by Bashan. Upon seeing these 3, Long Fei's mind echoed with their names, noting their foreign appearance. The initial impression of Long Fei is thus. Only the 3 of them are present here. When Long Wu and his companion entered, the 3 of them had already noticed. The other 2 frowned slightly, but only Mengshenji fixated intently on the man approaching. Suddenly, a wave of memories surged within his mind. Chief Mengshenji, it has been a long time. I am Long Wu. I wonder if you still remember me? Long Wu halted his steps and addressed the elder before him. Long Fei naturally followed suit. In the next moment, 8 soul rings rose directly from Long Wu's body. Upon witnessing this, the 3 individuals were immediately taken aback. 8 ring Soul Douluo. Long Wu. You were Long Wu. At that moment, Dream Machine finally recalled something and stood up, visibly excited, a smile brightening his face. So it is you, Long Wu. I was wondering who had the audacity to appear here at the church. Hearing Dream Machine's words, the two individuals beside him quickly deduced the situation. Indeed. I'm Long Wu. Long Wu responded. Allow me to introduce you both. This is Long Wu of the Long family, a clan that seldom makes appearances. So you likely have not heard of them. Dream Machine warmly introduced the two individuals beside him. Long Wu, these two are respectively Bai Baoshan and Jilin, members of our triumvirate council. Dream Machine continued with the introductions. Bai Baoshan said, "Greetings, Brother Long." Jilin followed suit, "Greetings, Brother Long." The two, one stout and one slender, offered their salutations. "Greetings to you both." Long Wu reciprocated the greeting. "Did you come to find me because of him?" Dream Machine's gaze settled on Long Fei. Long Wu chuckled and said, "Indeed, this is my son, Long Fei. I wish for him to join the Royal Academy of Tiando for his studies, and I hope you can arrange an excellent class for him. His talent surpasses your imagination." Long Fei respectfully saluted, addressing the three esteemed members of the committee. "Haha, splendid." His demeanor is quite composed. The trio of Dream Machine regarded Long Fei with appreciative gazes. They sensed an unprecedented aura of mysterious power emanating from him, leaving them astonished. Dream Machine eagerly inquired, "Long Fei, reveal your martial soul for me to behold." "Very well." Long Fei nodded, but in the next moment, his expression subtly shifted. A surge of soul power radiated from him, accompanied by an ethereal azure aura. The Azure Dragon possessed him. As he uttered the incantation softly, the phantom of the chaotic Azure Dragon emerged directly from his form. A resounding dragon's roar echoed throughout the grand hall of the church. Instantly, Long Fei's aura transformed into something unfamiliar, ancient, and overwhelmingly powerful, exuding an air of untouchable divinity. The three witnesses, upon sensing this presence and witnessing the scene before them, were left in a state of shock and awe. Such an immense aura. It is indeed a dragon martial spirit. But wait, he is your son. You should have inherited your dragon-sick Azure Python martial spirit, not the Azure Dragon. In the midst of their astonishment, Mengshenji wore a puzzled expression. My son's martial spirit has mutated. His true martial spirit is the Azure Dragon tattoo upon his body. And this Azure Dragon is merely a phantom. Moreover, he possesses an exceptionally rare innate full soul power. Long Wu spoke with a tone and demeanor that brimmed with pride. Do you see? This is my son, Long Wu. Look at the three of you, utterly unworldly. What? How astonishing. His martial spirit has indeed undergone a transformation. Such a bizarre mutation, and yet he possesses innate full soul power. Once again, the three were struck by overwhelming astonishment. So, how about it? Can you nurture my son well? Long Wu now had the leverage to negotiate directly. Mengshenji and his companions were all talent seekers, to them. Long Fei now appeared as a treasure. Rest assured, since you trust us to send him to the Tiando Royal Academy, we will certainly nurture him well. Long Fei, please introduce yourself. I am Mengshenji, with the martial spirit Black Demon, an 86th level, 8-ring battle Soul Douluo specializing in control. Long Fei, I am Bai Baoshan, with the martial spirit Heavenly Star Furnace, an 85th level, 8-ring battle Soul Douluo specializing in defense. Long Fei, I am Jilin, with the martial spirit Heavenly Green Vine, an 83rd level, 8-ring tool Soul Douluo. I am Long Fei, 6 years old, with the martial spirit Azure Dragon tattoo, a 16th level, 1-ring battle Soul Master. Upon the conclusion of Long Fei's introduction, the three committee members, aside from Long Wu and himself, were left astounded. Initially, they thought they had misheard. You say you were 6 years old and at 16th level? Mengshenji inquired in disbelief. Yes, Long Fei nodded. Impossible. No way. When did you awaken your martial spirit? Bai Baoshan exclaimed. A child who has just awakened, even with innate full soul power, can at most ascend by 2 or 3 levels upon acquiring a 100-year soul ring. Surpassing the 16th level is no simple feat, especially for one so young. Even if months have passed since awakening, how could this be possible? If that were true, is this the terrifying cultivation speed of innate full soul power? I awakened just yesterday, and I also obtained my soul ring yesterday. Upon hearing Long Fei's words, the conjectures that had recently taken root in the minds of the three were ruthlessly shattered. In a single day, he ascended to level 16. How terrifying. It is truly beyond comprehension, a notion too outrageous to entertain. At this moment, the trio found themselves at a loss for words, gasping in astonishment, their expressions reflecting shock, amazement, bewilderment, and disbelief. In truth, there exists a reason for this. At that juncture, Long Wu spoke up. Oh, what is the reason? Might you enlighten us? This is something we have never encountered before. The curiosity within Dream Divine Machine was intensely stirred. Bai Bashan and Jilin felt similarly. Long Wu cast a glance at Long Fei, then addressed the three individuals. The reason Long Fei has been able to elevate his abilities so rapidly is due to the age of the soul rings he has absorbed. The age of the soul rings? Are these not merely 100-year soul rings? What makes them particularly special? The trio of Dream Machine chimed in unison. At this moment, the radiant yellow hue emanating from Long Fei signifies a soul ring of a century's worth. The three individuals discern no discernible difference. Could it be that the true essence lies within the soul beast of this soul ring? Esteemed members of the teaching committee, I must clarify that my soul ring is not merely a century ring, but rather a millennium ring. As Long Fei's words resonated in the air, a profound transformation enveloped him. His aura surged with an intensity surpassing all that had preceded it. The first soul ring, once a mere shade of yellow, had now morphed into a resplendent purple. Simultaneously, the essence of Long Fei fused seamlessly with this newfound power. A thunderous roar erupted. An intangible force detonated within the minds of Meng Xinji and his companions, leaving them utterly astonished as their expressions shifted dramatically, their pupils constricting in unison. They gasped in disbelief, their faces betraying sheer terror. A millennium soul ring. How could it be that the first soul ring, which had just moments ago appeared to be a mere century old, had transformed into one of 1,000 years? Indeed, this aura could only emanate from a millennium soul ring. A prodigy. No, a monster. A true monstrosity. The tremors in their voices underscored the gravity of the extraordinary scene that had unfolded before them, a sight that would undoubtedly astonish the world. Long Wu briefly recounted the situation to the three of them, deliberately omitting any mention of the bloodline corruption, instead attributing the phenomenon to a mutation during the soul ring's absorption process. Although fabricated, the explanation was convincingly coherent, leaving no room for suspicion among the trio. After a prolonged silence, Dream Machine sighed deeply and then spoke with a grave expression. Fortune is a form of strength as well. Rest assured, the three of us at the Education Committee will maintain utmost confidentiality regarding this matter. It will remain strictly within our circle. Leave Long Fei to us. He will receive our full support and guidance, and perhaps in the future, our Royal Academy of Qian shall witness the emergence of a Title Douluo even younger than the Qian Daoliu. Furthermore, we shall take it upon ourselves to waive his tuition fees, with the Education Committee assuming responsibility for it. They were resolute. Individuals as extraordinary as Long Fei were not to be relinquished lightly, but rather nurtured with care. Long Fei's accomplishments know no bounds. He is destined to become a Title Douluo. The cultivation of a Title Douluo by the three of them is indeed a matter of great pride. Very well. Since the three esteemed educators speak so highly, I, Long Wu, shall express my gratitude in advance. Long Wu bowed slightly. He then addressed Long Fei, saying, "My son, you shall remain here. Your future depends on your own efforts. I shall return home for now and come to fetch you during the holidays." All right. Long Fei nodded. After exchanging glances with the three, Long Wu turned and departed. After Long Wu departed, the three individuals gazed at Long Fei. Meng Xinji stepped forward with a smile and inquired, "Long Fei, are you willing to undertake my pressure test?" "No problem." Long Fei replied earnestly, nodding his head. Long Fei once again summoned the ethereal visage of the Azure Dragon along with the violet soul rings. Even though the trio had encountered this spectacle before, the sight never failed to enchant them. Their envy was palpable. "Very well, should you find it overwhelming, do not hesitate to withdraw. Especially considering you are merely at the 16th level," Meng Xinji advised, pausing momentarily. "I understand, Senior Xinji," Long Fei replied with a nod. Seeing Long Fei's demeanor brought great joy to Meng Xinji. Subsequently, he unleashed his martial spirit, revealing 8 soul rings of yellow, purple, and black hues, emanating an aura befitting a Soul Douluo. In the next instant, he extended his hand towards Long Fei, and a surge of power erupted forth. "I wish to gauge whether you can withstand the might of a 20th level soul force," he declared, as he began to release his oppressive energy. Several seconds elapsed. Long Fei remained remarkably calm, as though he were untouched by the oppressive force surrounding him. In stark contrast, the expressions of Dream God Machine and his 2 companions shifted noticeably. "Senior Shinzi, has it begun? Why does it seem so imperceptible?" Long Fei gazed at Dream God Machine with a look of bewilderment. "How is this possible? I have already escalated the pressure to that of a level 30 soul respect. yet you appear so unfazed? It seems I have underestimated you. I shall intensify it further. Dream God Machine exclaimed, his astonishment only fueling his excitement. At that moment, Dream God Machine escalated his soul power to the level of a 40-soul sect. Long Fei, who had been effortlessly composed, suddenly furrowed his brow. Here it comes. I can feel it. Is this the pressure? He sensed an intangible force steadily suppressing him, though it was still manageable. Dream God Machine, astonished, continued to elevate his power. Finally, upon reaching the 50-soul king threshold, Long Fei found himself truly challenged. Simultaneously, the temperature around him surged, and the chaotic Azure Dragon totem tattoo on his body began to emanate a faint azure glow. Utilizing this oppressive force, Long Fei promptly sat cross-legged, activating the infinite longevity technique to refine his physique. With the assistance of the chaotic Azure Dragon bloodline and the infinite longevity technique, withstanding the current pressure felt almost trivial. Dream God Machine and his companions were once again astounded. How is this possible? This is already pressure at the Soul Emperor level. How can a mere level 16 Soul Master endure it? Please, the two other seniors, elevate your soul power to the Soul Emperor level as well. Long Fei felt on the verge of a breakthrough. The pressure exerted by Dream God Machine undoubtedly aided in his advancement and physical refinement. And such a fortunate opportunity was not one Long Fei would let slip by. He intended to make the most of it. 10. Qinming. The trio exchanged glances of admiration, and soon after, Bai Baoshan and Jilin also joined in. As Soul Douluo level powerhouses, they could clearly perceive that Long Fei was leveraging this oppressive force to enhance his cultivation. However, they remained oblivious to the fact that Long Fei aimed not only to elevate his cultivation, but also to forge his body. Instantly, 3 streams of Soul Emperor level pressure descended upon Long Fei. Long Fei's forehead was already drenched in sweat as he clenched his teeth and shouted, stimulating. The profound cultivation technique of the infinite longevity method surged within him, transforming the oppressive forces into strength that tempered his flesh. Everything, both internal and external, underwent a sublime transformation under the impetus of the infinite longevity method. Despite being merely at the 16th level, he remarkably withstood the immense pressure from 3 Soul Emperor level adversaries for such an extended duration. The 3 onlookers gasped in astonishment. At that moment, the aura of the Azure Dragon surrounding Long Fei became increasingly pronounced. As it expanded once more, the next instant resonated with a deep hum. The shackles binding Long Fei's body were shattered with a resounding force. His soul power level ascended from 16 to 17. With the successful upgrade, he hastily resumed his cultivation to calm his mind and spirit. We've leveled up, the 3 exclaimed in delight, gradually retracting their overwhelming pressure. Long Fei took a deep breath, opened his eyes, and slowly stood up, wiping the sweat from his brow. He had returned to his usual self. In his heart, he mused, I am still 9 levels away from the soul power rank. It is imperative that I diligently practice the Wuji longevity technique. Otherwise, when my soul power reaches the 26th level, if the Wuji longevity technique has not attained the 5th tier, it would be inadequate. Long Fei, might we behold the true martial spirit, the Azure Dragon tattoo upon you? The trio, Meng Shinji and his companions, were filled with curiosity, having nearly forgotten in the wake of that ethereal shadow. Certainly, Long Fei replied, and without hesitation, he removed his garments, revealing a physique defined by taut muscles and impeccable contours, complete with 8 well-defined abdominal muscles. A sight truly remarkable. What a well-toned body. The 3 of them immediately recognized the fruits of Long Fei's rigorous training. This young man was undeniably exceptional in every regard. However, there seemed to be nothing visible. Open, Long Fei called out with fervor, actively channeling his soul power to elevate his body's temperature. In an instant, his previously pristine skin revealed the chaotic Azure Dragon totem tattoo that enveloped his entire upper body, including his arms. The overwhelming majesty and sharp dragon's breath left Meng Shinji and his companions in awe once more. How exquisite, they exclaimed. After a brief moment, Meng Shinji remarked, all right. Long Fei, you may don your clothing again. Long Fei donned his attire, returning to his usual demeanor. The ethereal silhouette of a blue dragon adeptly concealed his true martial soul state, a remarkable aberration, as Dream Machine acknowledged. Long Fei, follow me. I shall personally guide you through the enrollment process and subsequently assign you to a class, Dream Machine proclaimed. Yes, esteemed senior. Long Fei responded with utmost respect. Soon, he trailed behind Dream Machine as they departed. In the grand hall of the church, Bai Baoshan and Ji Lin exchanged glances. Bai Baoshan remarked, "What an extraordinary talent. Truly, the heavens have favored our Tiando Royal Academy. I wish to reserve a spot for this young prodigy in the elite Soul Master competition across the continent 6 years hence. Is that acceptable?" Jilin nodded in agreement. With such an exceptional talent, it is certainly no issue. He has only just awakened and already reached level 17 at the tender age of 6. With our dedicated guidance over the next 6 years, he shall undoubtedly surpass the rank of Soul Sovereign. Perhaps even greater surprises await. Bai Baoshan added. This is the Academic Affairs Office for enrollment. Dream Machine announced as they arrived at an exquisitely furnished office. Upon entering, they found only one man inside. The man stood immediately upon seeing Dream Machine, offering a respectful greeting. "Chief." "Ah, Long, this is Long Fei. His martial soul is dragon type. He possesses innate full soul power. He is 6 years old, and currently at level 17. I have personally recommended him for accommodation and class assignment. He will join Qin Ming's class," Dream Machine stated. Realizing that the chief had brought him personally, Long contemplated the significance of Long Fei's background. Shocked, he quickly nodded. "What? Innate full soul power. Understood. Our Tiando Royal Academy has struck gold. Such individuals have never appeared before. Remember, this must remain confidential. Any leaks will have severe consequences." Dream Machine's tone shifted. Long nodded solemnly. "I understand, Chief. I know what must be done." He then cast a deep glance at Long Fei. Such a monumental matter necessitated the fabrication of information. Before long, Long completed the task. Subsequently, Dream Machine escorted Long Fei around the Tiando Royal Academy. Should you encounter any issues during your studies, feel free to approach us at the Grand Hall of the Church. Of course, you can also seek assistance from your homeroom teacher, Qin Ming. He is an exceptional individual. Dream Machine advised as they prepared to depart. "I understand, Chief." Dream Machine, Long Fei nodded. The school gates remain open during non-class hours for free entry and exit, but do not venture too far. Take this. If you find yourself in danger, crush it, and we shall know your location and arrive promptly. It also contains my most formidable strike, Dream Machine said, producing a small jade from his soul guide and handing it to Long Fei. "Thank you, esteemed senior." Long Fei promptly received it and stored it within his soul guide. "Now, I shall introduce you to Qin Ming," Dream Machine said, leading Long Fei away. In the office of the Tiando Royal Academy, a young man remained, tall and clad in elegant teacher's attire, with light brown hair and a handsome, youthful visage. He was Qin Ming. Engrossed in a book, he occupied the office alone. Knock, knock. A sudden knock echoed, followed by the opening of the office door, startling Qin Ming from his concentration. "Qin Ming," a familiar voice called. Looking up, he recognized the visitor and quickly stood, respectfully greeting. "Hello, Chief." Dream Machine. "Qin Ming, I have brought you an exceptionally gifted student. You will undoubtedly find him intriguing," Dream Machine announced, gesturing towards Long Fei. Qin Ming turned his gaze to Long Fei, questioning. "Is this the gifted student the chief speaks of?" "Indeed," Dream Machine affirmed with a nod. Long Fei stepped forward and said, "Hello, Teacher Qin Ming. My name is Long Fei. I am 6 years old, and my martial soul is the Azure Dragon Tattoo. I am a level 17 Assault System Soul Master." "What? You are only 6 years old. Did you just awaken your martial soul? How is it possible for you to be at level 17? Qin Ming exclaimed in astonishment. "He possesses innate full soul power," the Dream God Machine remarked. "Innate full soul power? That can't be right. Even so, it would be impossible to achieve such a level even with the acquisition of a soul ring." Qin Ming searched his mind for knowledge on this subject, but found himself utterly at a loss. Long Fei's condition has surpassed his comprehension. Perhaps this is the essence of his extraordinary talent. Subsequently, the Dream Machine shared with Qin Ming some insights regarding Long Fei's Azure Dragon Phantom and his Azure Dragon Tattoo. The more Qin Ming listened, the more he felt an overwhelming impact, yet his interest in Long Fei grew immensely. His expression was brimming with joy and excitement. After the Dream Machine departed, only Qin Ming and Long Fei remained. With a tone of earnest supplication, Qin Ming asked, "Long Fei, may I have the honor of seeing your Azure Dragon Tattoo?" With a sense of resignation, Long Fei removed his shirt once more, resuming his previous actions. At that moment, the Azure Dragon totem tattoo on his body began to glow, emanating an unparalleled dragon might. Qin Ming, witnessing the spectacle, took a deep breath, his eyes widening in astonishment. "Is this the Azure Dragon Tattoo soul?" he exclaimed, utterly amazed. "How extraordinary! This is my first encounter with such a phenomenon. By the way, Teacher Qinming, I possess a blade, my weapon. This soul of mine is not convenient to disclose, but I can cultivate this weapon. Long Fei, observing the expression on Qinming's face, discerned that he was contemplating his training strategy. Indeed, Long Fei's intuition was not misplaced. Qinming was silently devising a plan in his mind. However, he was momentarily taken aback by Long Fei's mention of a blade. Soon after, a long azure blade materialized in Long Fei's hand. This is the Azure Dragon Ancient Blade, which is intrinsically linked to my Azure Dragon tattoo, Long Fei explained. Are you a dual soul wielder? Qinming interpreted. No, this blade cannot assimilate soul rings. It exists independently. Long Fei replied, shaking his head. It is more akin to a weapon-type soul guide, he added thoughtfully. Qinming was absorbing the information Long Fei had imparted. He nodded, saying, I see, your soul is indeed exceptional. On the surface, you shall wield this blade in battle. But your focus should remain on cultivating your soul and enhancing your level. I can tell it holds great power. Long Fei concurred with Qinming's proposal, then raised his chin slightly and inquired, Teacher Qinming, would you like to experience its might? Very well, I shall give it a try. Qinming replied. The office was spacious, and he found an open area. He activated his fiery howling wolf soul, and 6 standard configured colored soul rings ascended before quickly vanishing from sight. Long Fei stood firm upon the ground, his physical form having undergone a remarkable enhancement, with his strength magnified further by the aid of the Chaos Azure Dragon bloodline. As he unleashed his soul power, he chose not to activate his spectral form, rendering him seemingly indistinguishable from one who had yet to manifest their martial soul. Conversely, the Azure Dragon tattoo upon his body radiated a brilliant blue light once more. The soul power seamlessly coalesced around the ancient Azure Dragon blade, and Long Fei directed a tremendous force towards Qinming with a decisive strike. The Azure Dragon blade shimmered with a chilling brilliance, exuding an imposing dragon's might, as if seeking to subdue all in its path. Sensing the imminent peril emanating from the blade, Qinming remained vigilant and did not underestimate the threat. He immediately engaged, channeling his own energy in response. With a resounding crash, Qinming was forcefully repelled, while the terrifying power unleashed by the Azure Dragon blade continued to spread. Second soul skill, Songlong Shock. With no other choice, he activated his soul skill, allowing a surge of energy from the fiery Azure Wolf to emanate from him, counteracting the ensuing shockwave from the Azure Dragon blade. How do you find it, Teacher Qinming? Long Fei inquired as he sheathed the Azure Dragon blade. Qinming, his expression one of astonishment, retracted his martial soul and nodded in approval. Quite impressive. This can certainly serve as your martial soul. After a brief pause, he continued. Your situation is unique. I shall devise a tailored training regimen for you. Thank you, Teacher Qinming. By the way, is there anything available here to enhance physical conditioning? Long Fei asked, nodding. Something for physical conditioning? Qinming raised an eyebrow, momentarily puzzled, but then contemplated. In the simulation room, there is a project designed for impact resistance. Would that suffice? Impact resistance? That works. Can I utilize it now? Long Fei replied eagerly. Very well, follow me, Qinming said, leading the way. Long Fei hastily followed suit. The most direct method to cultivate the infinite longevity technique lies in the relentless tempering of the physical body. Of course, it is possible to practice the technique without external forces. However, such an approach would be considerably slower. Only the most immediate external factors that inflict harm upon the body can expedite the cultivation of the infinite longevity technique and facilitate a breakthrough to its second tier. The subsequent levels will become increasingly arduous. He must seize the time, for although a year may appear substantial, it is, in truth, quite limited. Moreover, this endeavor serves as a form of cultivation, capable of elevating one's soul power, thus rendering it a harmonious solution. Eagerly, he pressed on. Soon, the two arrived at an opulent and sophisticated hall. Qinming proceeded to handle the necessary formalities at the front desk before ushering Long Fei into the impact simulation room. This particular simulation room was seldom utilized, categorizing it as an obscure choice. Otherwise, one might have to endure a queue, as other simulation rooms were exceedingly popular. Within the simulation chamber, Qinming began to speak. Long Fei remarked, Teacher, the reason I engage in this activity is due to the extraordinary capability of my martial soul. The Azure Dragon tattoo. This remarkable feature allows external forces to inflict continuous damage upon my physical form, thereby strengthening it. Thus, I require potent external forces to harm my body. Naturally, he could not disclose the secrets of the infinite longevity technique. Instead, he relied solely on the Azure Dragon tattoo, confident that no one else would perceive it as deceitful. Qin Ming raised his eyebrows in astonishment and said, "Is there truly such a marvelous effect? If that is the case, why not seek me or the chief directly to employ soul techniques against you for training? Wouldn't that yield swifter results?" Long Fei nodded. "I have considered this, but I still prefer to approach it gradually, from small to large. Once this resistance to impact no longer proves effective for me, I will then adopt the method you suggested." "Very well, I respect your choice," Qin Ming replied with a nod. Long Fei surveyed the room and inquired, "Teacher Qin Ming, what is the highest level of resistance against attacks?" Qin Ming replied, "Soul Realm." Long Fei, with an air of confidence, declared, "Then let us proceed directly to the Soul Realm." Qin Ming's expression shifted to one of concern as he cautioned, "That is an attack from the Soul Realm. Although you are indeed talented, your level is merely 17, while the Soul Realm stands at a formidable 40. He pondered, could this young man truly be oblivious to the concept of power? To choose the Soul Realm right away seems like a reckless endeavor. Long Fei gazed intensely at Qin Ming, imploring, "Teacher, please believe in me. I would never undertake anything without assurance. The more severe the harm inflicted upon my body, the stronger my flesh becomes. I can endure it." With a resigned sigh, Qin Ming replied, "Very well. But I must make it clear that I will be watching from outside. The moment I see you falter, I shall intervene immediately." Observing Long Fei's unwavering determination, he decided against further persuasion and resolved to demonstrate the power of the Soul Sect. "All right." With that, Qin Ming stepped outside. "I have set everything up. Once I press the button, it will begin. Are you prepared?" The voice of Qin Ming echoed from outside the room. "Ready," Long Fei shouted loudly, and Qin Ming promptly pressed the button. Suddenly, the simulated room underwent a transformation. After a few seconds, a heart-wrenching scream echoed from within the room. Qin Ming observed, 12. Yu Shenheng's team, as the agonizing cries of Long Fei resonated from the simulated chamber. Outside, Qin Ming contemplated whether to press the stop button, while the beleaguered Long Fei seemed to anticipate this, exclaiming amidst his screams, "Teacher, do not halt. I can endure." Seeing that there was no imminent danger to life, Qin Ming reluctantly refrained from stopping the session. Such tenacity. This was an onslaught of hundreds of attacks from the Soul Sect. Qin Ming sighed. Thus, Long Fei endured the relentless blows for a full hour. Gradually, the screams subsided. It was not that Long Fei had succumbed. Rather, he had quietly adapted and persevered, his body swaying within the confines of the room. The attacks from the Soul Sect seemed to inflict no pain upon him anymore. His body had become red and swollen, yet he gritted his teeth, channeling the boundless longevity technique within him, which proved remarkably effective. Despite the excruciating torment, the restorative and enhancing properties of the boundless longevity technique intensified under such duress. This spectacle left Qin Ming momentarily astonished. Has he adapted? Qin Ming murmured. At that moment, a radiant glow emanated from within Long Fei's body, a manifestation of the boundless longevity technique rapidly healing him. Coupled with the super healing and growth from his Azure Dragon bloodline, his injuries were swiftly mending, and his physique was becoming increasingly robust. All right, let us conclude for today, Qin Ming declared as he pressed the stop button. Inside, Long Fei promptly sat cross-legged, engaging in rapid cultivation. A faint azure glow began to radiate from him. It's loosening. It should be soon. Long Fei could sense that the breakthrough to the second level of the boundless longevity technique was within reach. After making his calculations, he determined that under such relentless assault, it would take approximately another week. An hour had once again elapsed. Long Fei's internal and external injuries have completely healed, and the strength of his physique has been significantly enhanced. He is now more robust, taut, and resilient. Moreover, the vitality coursing through him is exceptionally rich. It is time to venture forth. Long Fei rose and walked towards the door. As he stood before it, he could hear the sound of conversation outside. There were quite a number of people. As Long Fei glanced over, he noticed 7 individuals accompanying Qin Ming, 2 females and 5 males. This timeline. Could it possibly be them? Long Fei furrowed his brow, contemplating inwardly. These individuals bore a striking resemblance to characters from his previous life's anime. Ultimately, he confirmed that these 7 were undoubtedly members of the Royal Academy of Heaven Do, including Yu Tianheng. Upon hearing the footsteps, the group became aware of Long Fei's presence. Little one, you have finally emerged. One of them approached Long Fei, This person bore a resemblance to Dugu Yan. May I ask who you are? Long Fei inquired. Qin Ming also approached, with the remaining members following closely behind. Qin Ming spoke, Long Fei. Allow me to introduce you to them. These 7 are members of the preparatory team from the Royal Academy of Heaven Do, and also my students. From now on, you will train alongside them, though this will not interfere with your training program. Henceforth, you will be the 8th reserve member of this team. The individual before you is Dugu Yan, and this one is the team leader, Yu Tianheng. Qin Ming gestured towards the young man beside him, who was of similar height to Long Fei. Yu Tianheng stepped forward with a smile. Hello, Long Fei. I am Yu Tianheng, your captain from now on. Teacher Qin Ming has already briefed us on your situation. Your martial soul is the ancient blue dragon blade, correct? Might I see it? Long Fei nodded. Feeling quite pleased with Qin Ming's decision, he then summoned the ancient blue dragon blade from his system backpack, making it materialize seamlessly, appearing just as it should without raising any suspicions. Long Fei deliberately released a bit of soul power, enhancing the effect. As the crowd gazed at Long Fei wielding the azure long blade, expressions of astonishment adorned their faces, except for Qin Ming, who had witnessed it before. The ancient Qinglong sword wielded by Long Fei was truly breathtaking, capturing the attention of all present. Behold, this is your martial soul, the ancient Qinglong sword. How incredibly cool! Exclaimed one among the 7, a figure named Asro, with envy evident in his voice. Very well, it can be sheathed now, remarked Yu Tianheng, a flash of brilliance igniting in his eyes as he nodded in agreement. Yu Tianheng regarded Long Fei with a complex expression. Your soul power stands at level 17 at the tender age of 6, indeed remarkable and striking. However, mere rank is insufficient. True strength is paramount. I hope you do not become a burden to us. Of course, your opportunities to participate as a reserve are limited, and we are all considerably older than you. In terms of age, you certainly surpass us, but when it comes to strength, that is a different matter entirely. As Long Fei listened to Yu Tianheng's words, he did not exhibit any significant reaction. Rather, he smiled gently and replied nonchalantly, rest assured. I shall catch up with you shortly. The substitutes behind me are certainly not of my caliber. Humph, how arrogant. Yu Tianheng retorted coldly, then continued, I await your arrival. Allow me to introduce our team. I am Yu Tianheng, a level 29 soul master specializing in offense, with the martial spirit of the blue lightning tyrant dragon. His tone exuded immense pride. Little brother, I am Dugu Yan, the vice captain of the team, currently a level 27 control system soul master, with the martial spirit of the emerald phosphor snake. I am Shimo, a level 27 defense system soul master. My martial spirit is the black tortoise. I am Shimo, a level 26 defense system soul master. My martial spirit is also the black tortoise. I am Yufeng, a level 26 agile attack system soul master. My martial spirit is the wind chime bird. I am Aasiluo, a level 26 agile attack system soul master. My martial spirit is the ghost leopard. I am Yulingling, a level 25 support system soul master. My martial spirit is the 9-heart begonia. Note, this takes place 6 years prior to Tang San's entry into Shrek Academy. Wow. How impressive. All are above level 20, second-ring soul masters. Long Fei intentionally displayed a look of astonishment and shock. The others, upon hearing this, felt even more proud and elated. Yufeng laughed heartily. Little brother Long Fei, do not worry. You are only 6 years old and already at level 17. In the future, you too shall reach our level. Long Fei said nothing, merely curling the corners of his mouth in a slight smile. What about the future? How long should I wait? Forgive my audacity, but I can reach your level within a year. You are of no consequence. He inquired curiously, since we shall be teammates from now on, can we also consider ourselves friends? In theory, that should be the case. However, one must question whether you possess the qualifications to be our friend, for reasons unknown. Yu Tianheng seemed particularly antagonistic towards Long Fei. Even he could not comprehend why, upon first encountering Long Fei, he felt an overwhelming sense of pressure emanating from him, stirring feelings of agitation and discomfort within. Yu Tianheng, what is the matter with you? There is no need for such hostility, Asro interjected, furrowing his brow. After all, he is merely a reserve. This is not typical behavior for you, Yu Tianheng. Indeed, Captain, what is going on with you? The others urged. Noticing the marked change in Yu Tianheng's demeanor towards Long Fei, Yu Tianheng frowned. I do not know. I just feel uneasy. The group exchanged puzzled glances. Qin Ming, too, felt similarly, and then spoke up. Could it be that both of your martial souls are dragon-related, leading to an inherent competitive spirit? Perhaps, Tianheng? You should suppress your cultivation and engage in a match with Long Fei to see how it goes. Precisely, teacher. That is exactly the sensation I am experiencing. Yu Tianheng remarked, casting a glance at Long Fei. Long Fei gazed at Yu Tianheng. The Chaos Blue Dragon compared to the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex? Is there even a basis for comparison? Before the bloodline of the Chaos Blue Dragon, the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex is not even worthy of carrying its shoes. I too wish to witness the true might of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex. Long Fei's voice resonated softly. 13. Channel the electric essence into the body. If that is the case, let us engage in a contest. Yu Tianheng's heart surged with anticipation. It was now evident that Long Fei's dragon martial soul made him feel quite uneasy. This sense of oppression is not befitting the pride of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex. Since both parties had consented, they proceeded directly to the Soul Douluo platform. On the platform, Long Fei and Yu Tianheng stood opposed to one another, while the others looked on from below. I will suppress my soul power to match yours for this battle. If I employ my second soul skill, then I concede defeat, declared Yu Tianheng. Long Fei's lips curled into a subtle smile as he kindly suggested, I believe it would be more advantageous for you to unleash your full strength against me. Was this newcomer truly so arrogant as to disregard the captain? The onlookers below, including Shimo and others, perceived Long Fei's words as the epitome of hubris, leading to a significant diminishment of their regard for him. Meanwhile, Qin Ming furrowed his brow, convinced that Long Fei had exaggerated his capabilities. Yu Tianheng, possessing a top-tier beast martial soul and standing as a formidable rank 29 soul master, could not tolerate such insolence. Your arrogance is unfounded. Since you insist, I shall demonstrate the disparity in our strengths. Yu Tianheng's expression darkened, his pride as a descendant of the blue lightning tyrant dragon surging forth. Teacher, we may commence the match. Yu Tianheng could hardly contain his eagerness to teach this presumptuous youth a lesson. Let us keep it within limits. The match begins. Yu Tianheng cautioned. Rest assured, I have no intention of inflicting serious harm upon him. With a tone laced with fury, Yu Tianheng charged towards Long Fei, delivering a powerful punch. No martial soul? Then allow me to showcase the might of my unadorned fist. A flicker of disdain crossed Long Fei's visage as he met the blow head-on. Bang! A resounding impact echoed through the air. Ah! A cry of pain escaped Yu Tianheng's lips as he was propelled backward, astonished by the force. How could it be so solid? His strength is remarkable. Merely exchanging a single blow had drastically altered Yu Tianheng's perception of Long Fei. His expression shifted. His brow furrowed in discomfort as he felt a sharp pain in his right hand. What? The captain has been forced back. The spectators below were struck with shock at the unfolding spectacle, mirroring Qin Ming's astonishment. It appears Long Fei is even more formidable than I had anticipated. Qin Ming mused inwardly. Long Fei retracted his hand and gazed at the distressed Yu Tianheng, declaring, though I am merely at the 17th level, there is no need for comparison in your ordinary form. You are certain to lose. Do not underestimate me. At the moment Long Fei's words echoed, an imposing pressure emanating from the Azure Dragon surged forth from him. As a dragon, Yu Tianheng immediately sensed the overwhelming aura radiating from Long Fei. His expression shifting dramatically, martial soul manifestation. Simultaneously, he leaped backward in alarm. Yu Tianheng was astounded. How is this possible? Just the aura emitted by him instills such a sense of oppression. My blue lightning tyrant dragon is the pinnacle of dragon-type martial souls. How could there be another dragon surpassing it? What on earth is this person's martial soul? What is happening? The captain seems to be in a precarious state. Yilingling and Dugu Yin remarked with furrowed brows. It must be due to Long Fei. I have never witnessed Tianheng appear so flustered from the outset. The spectators below focused their attention on both Long Fei and Yu Tianheng's expressions. Before long, on the stage, Yu Tianheng and Long Fei clashed directly. Both opted for a head-on confrontation. However, the onlookers were astonished to see Yu Tianheng being ruthlessly subdued by Long Fei. The awakened Yu Tianheng was being overpowered by Long Fei, who had yet to activate his martial soul. Long Fei is indeed this formidable. Shimo and the others gasped in disbelief. On the stage, a resounding thud echoed as Yu Tianheng was sent staggering back by a punch from Long Fei. Damn it! I take back my previous words. You have earned the right for me to unleash my full power. Soul skill, no eyes. You best be careful now. Yu Tianheng shouted furiously. First soul skill, Thunder Dragon Claw. At this moment, sweat streamed down his face. After the earlier skirmish with Long Fei, his soul power had been significantly depleted due to the latter's astonishingly hard fists and body. He needed to conclude this battle swiftly. Otherwise, Exhaustion would inevitably lead to his defeat. In contrast, Long Fei maintained a calm demeanor, genuinely pleased to engage in a proper fight. To the astonishment of the crowd, Long Fei had no intention of evading. Instead, he stood his ground and took Yu Tianheng's Thunder Dragon Claw head-on. Boom. Are you insane? Yu Tianheng's face paled, roaring in disbelief. To absorb his attack with mere flesh, was he courting death? However, in the next moment, a shocking scene unfolded. So exhilarating. Long Fei retreated, his body crackling with electricity as he shouted aloud. How invigorating. The sting. This is the ferocity of lightning, capable of penetrating armor. Yet, it also serves as the finest external force for body tempering. Are you all right? Yu Tianheng inquired, his brow furrowing in astonishment. Yu Tianheng, continue your assault. I relish this. Come on. Long Fei bellowed. The crowd was momentarily speechless. Could this rascal possibly have a masochistic tendency? Both Yu Tianheng and Du Guyan shared the same thought. Since you seek your demise, do not blame me. Second soul skill, Thunderous Might. First soul skill, Lightning Dragon Claw. Yu Tianheng's figure vanished in an instant, swiftly employing his soul skills to strike Long Fei. Long Fei swiftly operates the boundless longevity technique. A breakthrough is imminent. A breakthrough is imminent. Hurry, come quickly. In Dragon Fei's heart, a fervent cry echoed. The boundless longevity technique was on the verge of breaking through to the second layer. Just a little more. Just a little more. At this moment, after an incessant exertion, Yu Tianheng found himself utterly depleted. His soul force was exhausted, panting heavily, drenched in sweat. And his complexion as pale as death. How could this be? What kind of monster are you? Are you even human? Huh? Why have you not come? Sensing the assault had ceased, Dragon Fei raised his brow and gazed ahead, as Yu Tianheng spoke directly. I have no soul force left. You have one. Yu Tianheng's eyes glowed red as he gritted his teeth, struggling to utter, you monster. With the aid of the chaotic Azure Dragon bloodline and the boundless longevity technique, Dragon Fei's injuries inflicted by Yu Tianheng's soul skills rapidly healed. Furthermore, his physique was significantly honed. Yu Tianheng, your lightning is an excellent element for tempering my body. I am grateful, Dragon Fei remarked with a grin, feeling his body grow stronger once more. Although he had not yet advanced the boundless longevity technique to the second layer, he was close. Just a few more shocks would suffice. Once Yu Tianheng had recovered, he intended to approach him for a jolt of electricity. Considering they were teammates now, he surely wouldn't mind. This thought nearly took Yu Tianheng's breath away. Had he known Dragon Fei's intentions, he would have undoubtedly coughed up blood and fainted on the spot. Damn it, I've exhausted myself so much, and you brat, intend to use me as your training tool. Well, the match is over. Dragon Fei has emerged victorious. Yu Tianheng, you should descend and take a rest. Qin Ming was equally astounded by Dragon Fei. This truly is an anomaly. Not only did he remain unscathed under such fierce attacks, but he also bore an expression of such ease. Could it be that his Azure Dragon tattooed martial soul is the key? It must be. He seems to revel in being struck. It appears that future training regimens will be considerably simpler for him. Qin Ming contemplated, having already roughly outlined Dragon Fei's training plan. Long Fei and Yu Tianheng both stepped down from the stage. Given Long Fei's prowess, do you still have any objections? Qin Ming surveyed the others. They had already been thoroughly astonished by Long Fei. Such an extraordinary individual was a first-time encounter for them. They shook their heads in unison, expressing their lack of dissent. However, Yu Tianheng sighed, his voice laced with bitterness. Teacher, I have been defeated. Long Fei, with his 17th level, has rendered me a 29th level. To this state, shall I relinquish my position as captain? Tianheng, Du Guyan exclaimed. Captain, the crowd gasped. What nonsense are you spouting? Du Guyan stepped forward. Yu Tianheng, gazing at the others, smiled wryly. The facts are evident. Strength reigns supreme. Regardless of my soul skill activation, I cannot surpass him in either defense or offense. He is only at level 17. What if he ascends to a 20th level soul master? At that moment, Long Fei approached and patted Yu Tianheng on the shoulder, saying, Yu Tianheng, I have no interest in your captaincy. I am content to remain a substitute. Of course, if you grant me the opportunity to participate in a soul battle, I would be more than willing. I merely wish to convey that you should not underestimate me. I am here not to cause trouble, but to learn and grow stronger. You are all my seniors, and I hold you in high regard. I hope we can work harmoniously as teammates in the future. He added as an afterthought. Hearing Long Fei's words, not only was Yu Tianheng taken aback, But the others were equally astonished. Soon, they were all moved by his sentiments. If a 6-year-old child can grasp such principles, how could they not? I acknowledge my previous shortcomings, and from now on, we shall be teammates. Yu Tianheng nodded earnestly. The others similarly expressed their agreement. Before long, the group dispersed. Yu Tianheng and the others escorted Long Fei to the dining hall, where he generously treated them, creating a warm atmosphere within the team. After the meal, Long Fei returned to his dormitory. Upon entering, he was surprised to find another male occupant in the same room. Was it not supposed to be a luxurious single room? Long Fei felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. The newcomer casually remarked from his bed, "You're here. This dormitory now consists of just you and me. Hurry up and tidy up. If you disturb my rest, you shall bear the consequences." The individual lay lazily on the bed, speaking with an arrogant tone. Entirely disregarding Long Fei immediately mocked him, "Still a very arrogant scoundrel. Then I shall teach you a proper lesson." Long Fei approached his bed silently, seizing the young man's head and forcefully lifting him before throwing him out entirely. "Ah, damn it, you bastard." The boy, caught off guard and painfully crashing to the ground, roared in anger towards Long Fei. His rage ignited, a murderous intent emanating from his eyes. He could scarcely comprehend that this individual before him had dared to act in such a manner. "Watch your tongue, or I won't hesitate to give you a couple of slaps," Long Fei remarked coldly, his gaze unwavering. "If you're displeased, come strike me. Do not flaunt your arrogance here. I will kill you," the boy declared, invoking the power of the fierce mountain dragon sculpture. A resounding roar echoed from within him as waves of soul energy surged forth. A yellow soul ring emerging as he launched a fierce punch towards Long Fei's head. Empowered by the spirit's augmentation, his strength was formidable, yet he was rife with openings. Long Fei, observing the boy's exposed abdomen, swiftly raised his foot and delivered a powerful kick. Bang! Before the boy's fist could connect, it was violently deflected by Long Fei's kick, sending him crashing back to the ground in agony. In the next moment, the boy felt an invisible pressure bearing down upon him, leaving him uneasy and trembling. What was happening? Why did he feel so suffocated, unable to breathe? To his eyes, Long Fei no longer appeared as a mere man, but as a colossal embodiment of draconic might. At that instant, everything changed. Long Fei leaped directly onto him, exclaiming, "What are you doing? Get off me." Startled, the young man roared in fury. "Enough of your nonsense. I shall make you regret your words." Long Fei raised his hands with a certain order, striking the boy's face repeatedly. Slap, slap, slap. The anguished cries echoed from his lips, gradually fading into silence as his mouth became swollen. "I was wrong. Brother, I was wrong. Please stop." Ultimately, the boy submitted. Long Fei finally ceased his actions. Yet he was apprehensive about inadvertently causing harm to the young boy. Once detached from his physical form, Long Fei remarked, "Go and tidy up the dormitory. If it remains unclean, I shall reward you with a slap." "Yes, yes, yes." The youth trembled as he rose to his feet. Long Fei declared, "From now on, you shall address me as boss." As the young man, frightened from the beating, nodded repeatedly, he realized he had encountered an insurmountable obstacle in the form of such formidable strength. He could only resign himself to his misfortune. "What is your name?" Long Fei inquired. "I am Qian Yu," the youth replied. "Enough. Get to work," Long Fei commanded. "Yes, boss." Qian Yu turned, wincing as he clutched his swollen face, which was truly painful. Truly, it takes a thorough thrashing to instill some discipline. The youth of today are utterly incorrigible. Long Fei approached the second unoccupied bed and sat down. As he began to unpack the bedding and dormitory supplies from the Soul Guide device. Upon arranging the bedding and supplies, he scrutinized the layout of the dormitory once more. Both the interior and the outdoor balcony were constructed to the specifications of a dual apartment design from his previous life, providing ample space that would be quite comfortable for 2 occupants. Upon closer inspection, he found the dormitory to be rather attractive. Furthermore, apart from the cost of meals, all other expenses at the academy had been covered by the 3 teaching committee, alleviating any financial concerns. Long Fei mused that the Long family was not in want of wealth. Even without such provisions, they would manage effortlessly. Having learned a lesson, Qian Yu became noticeably more compliant. After tidying up the dormitory, he hurriedly approached Long Fei, his curiosity piqued. "Boss, where do you hail from?" "I am from the Long family." Long Fei hesitated before responding. "The Long family. I have not heard of it. Is it a rather small and insignificant clan?" Qian Yu murmured under his breath. "Slap. Ouch." Long Fei delivered a resounding slap to the top of his head. Long Fei cast him a sidelong glance and replied nonchalantly, "There are many things you are unaware of. Our Long family is a rather low-profile, secluded clan." "Oh, a hidden clan. I see." Qian Yu scratched his head and chuckled awkwardly. He then inquired, "So, what is your martial soul, big brother? You were remarkably formidable just now, since you didn't even need to employ your martial soul to suppress me to the point of helplessness. It seems that my martial soul is somehow stifled by something emanating from you. I can feel it, trembling in fear." Qian Yu swallowed hard, recalling Long Fei's stance that radiated an aura of invincibility. "The essence of your martial soul is the flame mountain dragon eagle, possessing the bloodline of the dragon clan. Albeit in limited measure, yet its existence is undeniable. My martial soul, on the other hand, is known as the ancient blue dragon blade." Long Fei smiled lightly, and after speaking, he directly retrieved the ancient Azure Dragon blade from the system repository. Qian Yu gazed in astonishment at the immense azure blade that materialized before him. Imbued with soul power, my Azure Dragon blade suppresses all beast martial spirits or entities related to dragons that stand against me. Although this was merely a fabrication by Long Fei, it was merely a substitution of the chaotic Azure Dragon bloodline, and the subsequent suppression remained unchanged. What should I do from now on?" Qian Yu's expression turned grim. Long Fei casually remarked, "As long as you do not become my adversary, it will suffice. For an extended period ahead, we shall be roommates, and there should be no antagonistic relations between us." Qian Yu scratched his head and replied, "You're absolutely right, boss. By the way, what level of soul power do you currently possess?" Long Fei, 17. Qian Yu, astonished, exclaimed, "How is that possible? Boss, aren't we all freshmen? How could you be so much higher?" Through diligent cultivation, Long Fei replied succinctly, "Do not compare yourself to me. Otherwise, you will exhaust yourself. How high are you?" Upon hearing this, Qian Yu answered, "I am merely at level 9. I just enrolled today. Since you address me as boss, I will look out for you from now on. If anyone bullies you, just come to me," Long Fei said, patting his shoulder. "All right." Qian Yu nodded eagerly, thinking he had found a reliable ally. As time passed, under Long Fei's guidance, the two immersed themselves in their training within the dormitory. The second day of school arrived. Early in the morning, Qian Yu and Long Fei left their dormitory. After completing the enrollment procedures, they headed to their respective classrooms. At the Tiando Royal Academy, Qin Ming was in a classroom filled with other students, although not with the 7 from Yu Tianheng's group. At that moment, Long Fei appeared at the classroom door. "Teacher Qin Ming, I am here to report." As his voice echoed, the other students, aside from the 7, curiously turned toward the entrance. "Long Fei's younger brother has finally arrived," exclaimed Du Guyan, who had a lively personality. "This guy has finally shown up," Yu Tianheng chuckled. At that moment, Teacher Qin Ming smiled and said, "Long Fei, please come in." Long Fei ascended the podium and introduced Qin Ming, stating, Long Fei called out, "Greetings, esteemed seniors. My name is Long Fei, I am 6 years old, and I am a level 17 offensive weapon spirit master. My martial spirit is the ancient Azure Dragon blade." He spoke as if he were entirely at ease, not considering himself an outsider. My heavens, how has this lad trained? At merely 6 years of age, is he not just awakening his martial spirit? How has he already attained level 17? Upon hearing Long Fei's words, aside from the 7 individuals already in the know, the rest were utterly astonished. The shock exhibited by those present was entirely anticipated by Qin Ming, who maintained a cheerful demeanor as he remarked, due to his exceptional talent. Long Fei has been specially recruited into our class. From now on, we shall all be classmates. Furthermore, he successfully battled against Yu Tianheng from Team 1 yesterday, confirming his formidable prowess, and has thus joined the Tiando Royal team as a substitute. What? A substitute for Team 1? This revelation sent waves of excitement through the crowd, all eyes turning towards the 7 members of Team 1, ultimately focusing on Yu Tianheng. Understanding that it was his moment to speak, Yu Tianheng promptly stood and addressed the assembly. Indeed, Long Fei's strength is remarkable. We fought yesterday, and it ended in a tie, I suppose. At such a tender age, he possesses the qualifications to be a substitute for Team 1. As he mentioned the draw, a look of guilt crossed Yu Tianheng's face. Qin Ming and the others in the team were aware of the truth. Yu Tianheng had been decisively defeated. Yet, for various reasons, and since Long Fei bore no objections, this narrative was maintained. The 6 individuals aware of the reality nodded in agreement, concealing their expressions. Indeed, we were all present, including teacher Qin Ming. That bout was overseen by him. Ultimately, they shifted the focus back to Qin Ming. He nodded confidently, stating, "Indeed, that is true. If any of you doubt it, you may send forth your strongest representative to challenge Long Fei, and the outcome will speak for itself." Having witnessed Long Fei's terrifying strength, the strongest among them, aside from Team 1, was only at level 22, hardly capable of inflicting any harm upon Long Fei, especially considering his formidable resilience. As Qin Ming recalled Long Fei's performance in the impact simulation room, alongside the scene of him undergoing thunderous body refinement with Yu Tianheng, he realized that such endurance was beyond human capability. "All right, teacher, I shall take on the challenge. I am the strongest in this class, aside from Team 1. A robust youth stood up, declaring boldly. He was the level 22 young man. "Teacher Qin Ming, I accept his challenge," Long Fei affirmed, nodding slightly. Qin Ming replied, "Very well, let us keep it brief. To avoid unnecessary movement, let us shift the desks to create a larger open space for your simple contest." Everyone sprang into action, led by Yu Tianheng, as they rearranged the furniture. The entire class of 20 eagerly anticipated the impending match. The youth approached Long Fei, bowing respectfully. "I am Huang Xian, a level 22 offensive weapon spirit master. My martial spirit is the flame staff. I look forward to your guidance." As he spoke, a surge of soul power emanated from him, and a fiery long staff materialized in his grasp, accompanied by a soul ring signifying his century-level prowess rising from beneath his feet. Long Fei maintained an impassive expression as he stepped forward, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect, and calmly declared, "I am Long Fei, a 17th level weapon soul master, wielding the ancient blue dragon saber. I welcome your guidance." With that, he lowered his hands. Huang Xian immediately furrowed his brow, questioning, "Aren't you going to summon your martial soul? You may simply attack." Long Fei's tone remained indifferent. However, to Huang Xian, this demeanor was perceived as arrogant and presumptuous, which instantly soured his expression. "Then be cautious." Huang Xian's figure surged forward toward Long Fei, his flaming staff twirling in his grasp. In that moment, the century-old soul rings encircling the staff illuminated brilliantly. First soul skill, Fire Staff Thunderclap. Suddenly, the flames engulfing the staff roared to life, intensifying the aura and enlarging the weapon slightly. The might of the strike was equally formidable, as it came crashing down towards Long Fei's form. Bang! The ensuing scene caused the onlookers to gasp in shock, their pupils narrowing in disbelief. Long Fei did not evade. Instead, he confronted the assault head-on with his own flesh. Huang Xian's expression shifted dramatically as he exclaimed, "How is this possible?" The force inflicted upon his body caused harm, prompting Long Fei to swiftly channel the Wuji Changshen Gong to absorb the injuries and transform them into physical strength. "Haven't you eaten? Continue to strike me," Long Fei remarked coldly. "How can it be? Not only can he withstand my thunder, but he also endures the flames." Yu Tianheng, observing from the sidelines, began to grow anxious. Qin Ming was equally astonished. Merely resisting thunder with his body was already remarkable, and now he could also resist fire? In the next moment, his eyes gleamed with golden light, realizing that such a prodigious talent must be nurtured with utmost care. "How infuriating! Stop underestimating me." Huang Xian was now thoroughly enraged. His irritation had begun even before this encounter, but Long Fei's words had completely unleashed his fury, compelling him to unleash every ounce of his strength in a frenzied assault upon Long Fei. Bang, 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 bang. Initially, Qin Ming and the others had considered intervening, but the ensuing spectacle entirely dispelled that intention. Long Fei stood resolutely, occasionally being forced back a step or two. Yet his body remained upright, enduring Huang Xian's relentless barrage of strikes. With his eyes closed, the chaotic bloodline of the Azure Dragon and the boundless longevity technique were both at work within him. To claim that the incessant blows were painless would be a falsehood. However, in comparison to the Soul Sect's morphic attacks, they were of little consequence. Suddenly, a brilliant light began to emanate from within him, growing ever brighter. It was the boundless longevity technique. He was elated to discover that this long-awaited technique had finally transcended its final barrier. Ascending from the first level to the second, an unparalleled warmth swiftly coursed through Long Fei's entire being. Boom! In an instant, a terrifying aura erupted from Long Fei, sending the already exhausted and breathless Huang Xian hurtling away without warning, crashing violently to the ground, his complexion ashen and incredulous. Long Fei opened his eyes, clenched his fist, and a smile curved at the corners of his mouth. Long Fei pondered, is this the power of the second level of the infinite longevity technique? Indeed. It feels significantly more comfortable compared to the first level. I am uncertain just how many kilograms of strength I possess now. 2 months later. The fallen Huang Xian opened his eyes wide, displaying an expression of dread as he fixated on Long Fei. How is it that this person becomes increasingly formidable with every strike? Huang Xian, do you wish to continue? It seems I have grasped something profound. Would you care for a taste of my fist? Long Fei raised his fist and lightly tapped it, a smirk dancing upon his lips. Come on, what nonsense is this? Huang Xian, having exhausted his soul energy, stood with a trembling demeanor. I concede, you have triumphed. I have never encountered such a freak. Growing stronger with every blow, he waved his hand, simultaneously dissipating his martial spirit form, and turned to leave the arena. All right, the match is concluded. Please return the tables to their original positions. We shall commence the next class, Qin Ming announced, casting a glance at Long Fei. Long Fei, please find a seat. Long Fei made his way toward an empty spot. Little brother Long Fei, come over here. At that moment, Dugu Yin beckoned him over. Long Fei proceeded directly towards her direction and subsequently took a seat among a group of individuals. Soon, Qin Ming commenced the lecture, which encompassed theoretical courses on martial souls and various combat experiences. As Long Fei listened, he began to feel drowsy, the content of the book before him appearing utterly nonsensical. He propped his forehead with one hand, absent-mindedly running his fingers through his hair, occasionally casting glances at the female classmates and the scenery beyond the window. His mind had completely wandered. Other melodies began to swirl in his thoughts. Suddenly, amidst his reverie, he found himself grinning foolishly, his gaze fixed on a particularly charming classmate. It seemed he had lost all sense of time. In a daze, he faintly perceived a voice calling out, as if attempting to extricate him from this dreamy state. Long Fei. A voice laced with irritation echoed through the classroom. It was Qin Ming, calling out repeatedly. Long Fei, stop daydreaming. Wake up. Beside him, Yu Tianheng and Dugu Yin hurriedly shook Long Fei, who had been lost in thought for quite some time. At this moment, all eyes in the classroom were focused on Long Fei. Long Fei was suddenly startled, as if jolted back to reality. What happened? Teacher Qin Ming. Long Fei blinked his eyes, feeling the gaze of his classmates fixed upon him, which made him rather embarrassed. Subsequently, his attention shifted to the podium, where the countenance of Qin Ming was filled with fury. Long Fei, stand up. Qin Ming commanded, his voice laced with cold anger. Long Fei swiftly stood up with a start, finally regaining his senses. You seemed rather lost in thought. It took numerous calls to bring you back. Qin Ming's voice was icy, but a moment later, his expression softened as he gently inquired, are you perhaps uninterested in the course I presented? Long Fei slightly furrowed his brow and softly remarked, I do not understand why, but when the teacher lectures, I become drowsy and cannot absorb the material. In his previous life, Long Fei was indeed a lackluster student, exhibiting a profound disinterest in his studies. Esteemed classmates, our time is nearly up, and thus, this lesson concludes. The rest of you may leave. Long Fei, please accompany me to the office. Qin Ming stated with a sigh, gathering his books as he exited the classroom. The other students cast sympathetic glances at Long Fei, yet he remained indifferent, as this was merely a peculiar talent of his. On the very first day of class, succumbing to drowsiness and daydreaming and being summoned to the office, Long Fei had become the first student in the illustrious history of the Tiando Royal Academy to experience such an occurrence. Inside Qin Ming's office, Long Fei followed to this place. Qin Ming set down the book in his hand, turned to Long Fei with a slight furrow of his brow, and inquired, are you not interested in the theoretical courses? Long Fei decisively nodded, expressing his belief that he should place greater emphasis on enhancing both his soul power and physical strength, as these pursuits were more suited to him. Qin Ming acknowledged this with a nod and remarked, you are indeed correct. Your path is distinctly different from theirs. However, mastering the theoretical aspects remains essential. For instance, your understanding of soul beasts and the methods of cultivation are crucial. Otherwise, should you encounter a soul beast that you do not recognize, how would you know how to confront it? Furthermore, considering the unique nature of your martial spirit, the soul beasts required for each 10 levels differ. If you are unfamiliar with them, how will you pursue them? Long Fei remarked softly. As long as I possess sufficient strength, no soul beast can withstand my prowess. Even if I encounter difficulties, I can seek assistance from the committee or enlist the help of others. Moreover, hunting soul beasts is not a task easily accomplished by a single individual. If one could manage it alone, they would either have exceptional strength or have allied with someone even more formidable, thus alleviating any cause for concern. Upon hearing Long Fei's words, Qin Ming felt a sense of disconnect. Indeed, This was a truth understood by all. Rubbing his temples, Qin Ming replied, "You came to the academy to learn. There is no escaping that unless you apply for an exemption from theoretical classes. Very well, I shall approach the 3 committees. They ought to be able to handle it." Long Fei nodded in agreement with Qin Ming's suggestion. Qin Ming, slightly perplexed, thought to himself, "You truly fail to grasp my intent. I am urging you to learn, not to abandon your studies. All right, if you can manage it, then perhaps you need not study at all." Qin Ming affirmed, "As long as all 3 of them consent, you may forego theoretical classes and focus solely on practical lessons." "Good." Long Fei nodded and inquired, "May I leave now? I wish to commence my training." "Go ahead," Qin Ming replied. "By the way, this afternoon we are to gather in the simulated training environment for our practical class." "I understand," Long Fei said before turning and departing. After Long Fei departed, Qin Ming felt a throbbing ache in his head, astonished that this young man turned out to be such a formidable opponent. With a resigned sigh, he murmured to himself, "Are you the teacher, or am I?" In the blink of an eye, 2 months slipped by. During this period, Long Fei led a rather monotonous life at the academy, filled with classes and practical sessions. While others engaged in various activities, he singularly focused on enhancing his resilience, dedicating 2 entire months to this endeavor. Moreover, in the evenings, he would summon Yu Tianheng, whose sole purpose was to unleash his lightning upon Long Fei, incessantly striking his flesh to refine his physique. At times, Yu Tianheng found himself speechless, realizing that he, the esteemed second heir of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus clan, had unwittingly become a mere tool for another's physical cultivation. Nevertheless, he felt reluctant to decline, for Long Fei was his comrade. Moreover, he knew he could not defeat Long Fei, so he acquiesced without protest. Throughout these 2 months, Long Fei engaged in rigorous training, resulting in significant enhancements both internally and externally, all of which subsequently influenced the elevation of his soul power. Now, his soul power had reached the impressive level of 20. It was time to acquire his second soul ring. In Long Fei's dormitory, he reclined on his bed. Finally, having reached the 20th level, he could add a second soul ring. He wondered if he could once again have a soul beast offer itself as a sacrifice, just as he had with the first. Long Fei resolved to contact his father, Long Wu, and venture into the Star Dough forest the following day in hopes of luck. Suddenly, the door creaked open, and Qin Yu returned, drenched in sweat and bearing some injuries. Nevertheless, he clutched a bun in one hand while the other held a bag filled with items. "Back already?" Long Fei teased. "Boss, I'm back." After 2 months, Qin Yu and Long Fei had grown quite familiar with one another. "I brought you some buns. Would you like one?" Qin Yu closed the door and approached Long Fei. The next morning, Long Fei sought out Qin Ming, using the pretext of attending to matters outside the academy to request leave. Once outside the Heavendo Royal Academy, he found a bustling restaurant and settled in. The place was lively, predominantly filled with soul masters. "Waiter, bring forth the dishes," Long Fei shouted loudly, instantly capturing the attention of the adults around him. Long Fei stood tall and robust, his muscular physique betraying the fact that he was merely a 6-year-old child. Those around him could not discern his true age and, after a few glances, chose to disregard him. Moreover, he was clad in the distinctive uniform of the Tiando Royal Academy. At that moment, a young attendant, draped in a white cloth over one shoulder, approached, rubbing his hands together. Upon observing Long Fei's attire and the overwhelming aura he exuded, the attendant immediately recognized that this young boy hailed from nobility. Someone not to be trifled with, and most importantly, undoubtedly wealthy. Although these aristocratic youths could be obstinate, they represented a coveted clientele for the establishment. Naturally, the more, the better. Noticing the attendant's awkward smile as he fidgeted, Long Fei commanded, "Bring forth your finest wines and dishes. And do ensure there are ample peanuts to accompany the drinks. My appetite is quite substantial." With that, he emphasized, money is not an issue. As he spoke, a gold soul coin appeared in his hand, which he tossed playfully. The attendant's eyes gleamed with greed upon seeing the gold coin. He hurriedly nodded and bowed, exclaiming, "Yes. Yes, young master, please wait a moment. I shall prepare everything at once." Long Fei placed the golden soul coin directly upon the table. "Go," he uttered softly. The waiter promptly turned and departed. There is a saying that caution is paramount. Revealing too much can attract peril. Within the restaurant, a pair of eyes, glinting with danger and avarice, fixated upon Long Fei. Soon, the waiter returned with wine and appetizers, which Long Fei eagerly poured and consumed, reveling in the delightful flavors. After a brief span of over 10 minutes, dishes began to arrive in swift succession, each emanating a delectable aroma. Long Fei deliberately refrained from dining at the Academy's cafeteria today, saving his appetite to indulge in a delightful meal outside. After all, it was a rare occasion to savor such culinary pleasures, and he was determined to relish every bite. With a hearty laugh, Long Fei began to feast, shedding any semblance of decorum. Those nearby observed his voracious appetite, feeling as though they could forego their own meals. Half an hour passed. Long Fei single-handedly finished all the food, wine, snacks, and rice on the table. After letting out a delightful burp, he finally felt satisfied. Long Fei rose from his seat, and the waiter who had been waiting from a distance quickly approached, rubbing his hands together with an awkward smile. "Are you satisfied, my lord?" he inquired, picking up a toothpick from the table to pick his teeth. "Yes, quite satisfied." "How much is it?" Long Fei replied. "The total cost for your meal is 30 silver soul coins," the waiter said cautiously. "So inexpensive?" Long Fei grinned, pocketing the gold soul coin in his hand. He then retrieved 30 silver soul coins from his soul guide device and scattered them into the waiter's palm. Subsequently, he tossed another silver soul coin down, saying, "Your service has been commendable. This coin is a reward for you." With that, he made his way toward the entrance, while the waiter beamed with joy, expressing his gratitude profusely. "Get to work." After Long Fei's departure, the group that had been paying him keen attention finally decided to make their exit. The Starry Forest, while not exceedingly distant, is neither too close to this place. Long Fei hurried along the road and soon arrived at a bustling marketplace reminiscent of a Soul Master encampment. The air was filled with the sounds of vendors calling out, all eager to recruit individuals to join their ranks in the hunt for soul beasts within the forest. "Handsome, would you care to join me in this quest to slay soul beasts?" As Long Fei was gathering information, a woman clad in a striking red qipao emerged from the side, her presence accompanied by an alluring fragrance that wafted through the air. Long Fei came to an abrupt halt, casting a glance at her, unable to resist the allure of her beauty and the captivating fragrance that enveloped her, almost compelling him to approach her impulsively. Taking a deep breath to steady his heart, he inquired, "What individuals comprise your team? Interested, handsome? Why not accompany me to take a look?" The woman in the crimson cheongsam smiled, taking hold of Long Fei's arm. His heart raced, astonished by the firmness of her muscles and skin. If only, lost in thought, she suddenly blushed. "Hey, what are you doing? This is our first meeting. Please refrain from such familiarity, as if I were a person of loose morals." Long Fei furrowed his brow, promptly withdrawing from her grasp. "Ah, the handsome one is shy," she teased, her eyes narrowing playfully as they locked onto his. "Enough of this. I am leaving, so do not bother me," Long Fei declared, preparing to walk away. "Wait," she interjected. "As I was saying, our team consists of 6 members, each with distinct roles: strong offense, agile offense, control, support, ranged, and defense. Isn't there a healer missing?" Long Fei frowned. "The support role encompasses healing capabilities," she explained. "What is your role?" she asked curiously. "I am a melee powerhouse, capable of defense as well. And my speed is commendable. Interested?" Long Fei smirked. This time, he did not summon Long Wu, having initially contemplated it the previous night. However, he yearned to test his own strength, believing he could successfully hunt a soul beast aged 1 to 2,000 years. If all else failed, he could always call for help. He could join a team for the hunt, yet he worried that his first encounter might repeat itself. If the soul beast were to be sacrificed and the 1,000-year soul ring exposed, it would undoubtedly attract the attention of ill-intentioned individuals. In such a case, he would either have to eliminate the threat entirely or make a hasty escape. He still possessed a trump card from Dream Machine for registration, which he would only use as a last resort. Joining a team was feasible, and he could always find an opportune moment to detach himself later. Long Fei contemplated, his resolve already firm in his heart. "Of course, you can come with me. As long as you agree to join, we can set off," the woman stated. A temporary dungeon mission was issued. Join the team and enter the Star Douluo forest together. Completion rewards: enhancement of soul power, soul ring plan. Failure penalty: none. At that moment, the long-awaited system interface appeared before Long Fei's eyes. A temporary dungeon mission? How timely. After 2 months of silence, I thought you had vanished. This soul power and the soul ring plan. It seems fortuitous. Long Fei mused, nodding at the woman. "Let us go. Lead me to your team." "All right. What about the rewards? Once we hunt the soul beast, I will give you 5 gold soul coins." Long Fei remained unfazed. For a family like the Longs, which lacked for nothing. He hardly considered the value of these 5 gold soul coins. Perhaps this was the mindset typical of a youth born into affluence. Moreover, he currently possessed nearly 60 gold soul coins within his soul guide, along with some of his own pocket money. The woman swiftly guided Long Fei to find her teammates. Along the way, Long Fei inquired curiously, "Does your team have a specific mission?" "Indeed," the woman replied. "Our mission this time is to hunt a 2,000-year-old mystic armored rock spider." A 2,000-year-old mystic armored rock spider. Long Fei furrowed his brow, murmuring to himself, "By the way, what is your soul power level?" The woman suddenly recalled, having been so focused on recruiting that she had overlooked this detail. "I am precisely at level 20, a one-ring battle soul master," Long Fei replied. The woman's footsteps halted, and she exclaimed, "What? You are only at 1 ring? And just level 20? Long Fei inquired, "Is there a problem?" The woman, her expression tinged with regret, replied, "Indeed, there is a significant issue. Your level is far too low. The 2,000-year-old Xuanjiao rock spider we are hunting is exceedingly perilous, and you may very well become a liability for our team. What levels do the members of your team, including yourself, possess?" Long Fei scrutinized her with a furrowed brow. He was a unique entity, not to be measured solely by soul power levels. Currently, in terms of physical strength, power, speed, and combat experience, he was quite formidable. The woman fluttered her alluring eyelashes and stated, "Our abilities are quite balanced. All have reached the 40th level of Soul Master. The most powerful among us is a formidable assault type who has achieved level 43. The Douluo forest is far more treacherous than other forests, and we operate primarily in the outskirts." She continued, "If you had already acquired the 2nd soul ring as a Grand Soul Master, there would still be hope. However, with only a single ring, the disparity is too vast. Should you wish for our assistance in hunting, we would require an additional fee." Long Fei pondered for a moment, then spoke in a calm and measured tone. "You 6 soul masters of level 40 can surely manage to accompany a mere level 20 soul master against a soul beast that has existed for 2 millennia, correct? My intention for this outing is not to hunt soul beasts for soul rings, but rather to engage in training. It is advisable to form a team of 7 to enter the Douluo forest, and since fate has brought us together, why not allow me to join you? What do you think?" His change of heart was prompted by a desire to explore the soul ring proposal offered by the system. Postponing the hunt for soul beasts for the time being, he aimed to join their team first. The woman appeared slightly taken aback. "You do not intend to hunt soul beasts for soul rings?" Long Fei nodded in affirmation. The woman hesitated, remarking, "You are indeed a peculiar individual. Nevertheless, it is fortunate that you are an assault type, which makes you somewhat useful. With our 6 soul masters, we can accommodate you, but you must heed our commands when the time comes." "Certainly." Long Fei nodded, secretly elated. Joining them to fulfill the system's task was paramount. "Follow me." The woman swayed her curvaceous hips and led the way. Long Fei followed closely behind, observing the scene. "By the way, my name is Lan Dai. You seem quite young. May I ask your name and age?" As she navigated through the crowd, the young woman suddenly inquired. "I am 15 years old, and my name is Long Fei," he replied, telling a small fib. Fortunately, his robust physique was well suited to this age, thus sparing him from suspicion. At 15, possessing a soul power of level 20? What a prodigy. "I am envious." Lan Dai's voice carried a hint of admiration. Sister, it is merely the result of my hard work. It is nothing remarkable." Long Fei waved his hand modestly. "Is that all it takes to evoke envy? If I were to claim that I am only 6 years old, having awakened my martial soul merely 2 months ago, I wonder what expression you would wear then." A hint of amusement flickered in Long Fei's heart. Soon, the two arrived at a stall in front of a wooden cabin. Lan Dai glanced at the 3 men and 2 women before her and spoke, "My friends, I have brought back the 7th member. Lan Dai, Sister Dai, you have finally returned." 5 voices echoed simultaneously. The 3 men in front scrutinized Long Fei with furrowed brows, pointing and asking, "Lan Dai, is this little fellow really the 7th person you brought?" Nodding towards Lan Dai, one of the men continued, "Lan Dai, you must be mistaken. Entering the Douluo forest is perilous, and we will be facing a 2,000-year-old creature. This is not a game. Where is this child from? How old is he? Has he even reached puberty? Is he here merely for amusement?" A mocking female voice rang out as a tall woman swayed her hips and approached Long Fei. Long Fei furrowed his brow and addressed the crowd, saying, "Enough of the idle chatter. If you wish to ascertain my strength, simply send forth an opponent to engage me in a duel." The others exchanged glances, then erupted into laughter. How amusing. Quite direct, just to my liking, exclaimed the muscular man. Very well, young lad, what is your name? How old are you? And what is your level of soul power? The muscular man inquired. Long Fei expressed his annoyance, stating, I am Long Fei, 15 years of age, possessing a soul power of level 20, with my martial soul being the ancient green dragon blade, a formidable assault type. Currently, I am merely a one-ring soul master. Do not inquire about my intentions regarding hunting soul beasts. I have come solely for the purpose of training, not to capture soul beasts for soul rings. I assure you, I will not trouble you. Were it not for the completion of a system task, you would have no inclination to engage in idle chatter with these individuals. The others, upon hearing Long Fei's words, were as astonished as Lan Dai. After a moment of bewilderment, the muscular man spoke up. If that is the case, let us have a match. As long as you do not fall in an instant and demonstrate commendable strength, we shall permit you to join us. For you are the only newcomer we have encountered during our lengthy stay here. Conversely, if you cannot prove yourself, you must take your leave. Long Fei nodded in agreement. The muscular man continued, since you are also of the assault type, let us engage directly. I will utilize only my level 20 strength and my first soul skill, ensuring I do not unfairly overpower you. Should you manage to surpass me, it would be a testament to your victory. Long Fei remained silent, unperturbed by the muscular man's ascent in rank. He deemed it prudent to maintain a steady course, focusing on completing the mission after joining the team. All right, let's proceed, Long Fei declared, turning to walk away. The two distanced themselves from one another. Subsequently, the other team members cleared the area to witness the match, engaging in hushed discussions, seemingly eager for entertainment. Do you think that kid can last a few rounds against Bingshan? One speculated. I reckon 3 rounds would be generous, another replied. Meanwhile, Long Fei had adopted a combat stance. Bingshan, observing him without releasing his martial spirit, furrowed his brow and inquired, Aren't you going to unleash your martial spirit? No rush. Let's exchange a few moves first, Long Fei replied, his lips curling slightly. Very well, let us spar. Let's see what you're capable of, Bingshan retorted, somewhat irked by the audacity of these youngsters, and in the next moment, he launched an attack on Long Fei. Long Fei surged forward, launching a powerful punch that collided with his opponent. Bang! The impact caused a dramatic shift in Qingshan's expression. This was unexpected. The young man's fist was astonishingly hard. Such formidable strength. In the next moment, Qingshan was forcefully pushed back. How about that? My strength is quite impressive, isn't it? Long Fei declared, continuing his relentless assault. His speed was remarkable, yet Qingshan quickly regained his composure, adeptly evading and countering with his considerable experience. Meanwhile, those who had initially gathered to witness the spectacle were now rendered speechless. How could Qingshan, a seasoned fighter, be at such a disadvantage against this young man? It was utterly inconceivable. The 5 onlookers gasped in disbelief at the terrifying display of power. In midair, Long Fei executed a spinning kick. Qingshan's pupils contracted as he hastily raised his arm to defend. The overwhelming force once again caused pain to his arm, prompting him to shut his eyes and stagger backward. At this moment, the onlookers were left in a state of astonishment. Are you not going to unleash your martial soul? In a normal state, you are no match for me, Long Fei remarked nonchalantly as he steadied himself on the ground. Shaking his hand, Qingshan inhaled deeply and said, Kid, you are quite formidable. I take back my earlier disdain. I truly did not anticipate this. Now that I am warmed up, I shall unleash my martial soul. You would do well not to overestimate your abilities, for the difference between my state before and after unleashing my martial soul is significant. Qingshan's voice resonated. It was unexpected that this young man possessed such remarkable strength. Qingshan was a formidable assault-type soul master. Even without his martial soul, his combat prowess would not be lacking, yet he found himself unable to gain the upper hand against this youth. Impressive, Lan Dai, you have indeed unearthed an extraordinary talent, one of the astonished spectators remarked, turning to Lan Dai beside her. Unbeknownst to her, Lan Dai was equally taken aback. Who would have thought that a random young man would prove to be so exceptionally powerful? Long Fei gazed at Qingshan, slightly raising his head, and said, Senior, let us proceed. With a thunderous roar, Qingshan invoked the snowstorm bear. In an instant, his aura and demeanor underwent a remarkable transformation. A massive bear, predominantly adorned in white snow with striking red stripes, emerged. The bear's head exuded a fierce temperament, its eyes glinting with a menacing light. As the snowstorm bear's power surged through him, Chongshan's physique became notably more imposing, his muscles swelling with newfound strength. An air of formidable ferocity enveloped him. With a deafening roar, the surrounding flora trembled in response. Be cautious. With a voice laced with ferocity, Chongshan charged directly towards Long Fei. Even without employing his soul ring skills, he was undeniably a formidable soul master. His prowess in strength, speed, defense, and damage was formidable. A strike came forth. Propelled by a fierce gust of wind, Long Fei raised his hand, eager to test the true might of the soul sect. This young man had lost his senses. To confront the devastating strike of a powerful opponent in his normal state was sheer folly. Lan Dai furrowed her brow, alarmed. No one present dared to face a punch from a soul sect member in their normal state, for the consequences were unimaginable. Everyone felt that Long Fei had underestimated the soul sect's power. Perhaps this would serve as a lesson, making him aware of the disparity in strength, Lan Dai muttered. Intending to confront the challenge head-on, Long Fei suddenly sensed a shift in the atmosphere. He swiftly activated his lightning flash leap and vanished from his original position, reappearing by the side of the formidable opponent, Shan. What? Such speed. Is this his soul skill? Impossible. He hasn't even released his soul rings. Where did this skill come from? Shan and the others were left bewildered. Meanwhile, Shan's powerful strike met only empty air. However, the seasoned fighter quickly adapted, launching a kick that struck Long Fei directly. The impact altered Long Fei's expression as he was sent flying. His eyes blinked rapidly. Truth be told, it hurt quite a bit. Thud. With soul power reinforcing his legs and waist, he left a mark on the ground before coming to a halt. Simultaneously, the temperature within his body surged, revealing the chaotic blue dragon tattoo beneath his clothes. The infinite longevity technique operated swiftly, absorbing the damage from the recent attack and rapidly enhancing his physical form. Remarkable. To withstand a kick from my soul-possessed form and rise unscathed. You truly possess the qualifications to hunt soul beasts alongside us. However, I must test your capabilities further. If I cannot even force your soul to manifest, then my efforts in the soul sect would be in vain. Shan bellowed, a yellow soul ring ascending from his feet. First soul skill, Snowstorm Spirit Palm. A swirling vortex of white soul power erupted from his hands, manifesting as an enlarged spectral palm of terrifying coldness and ferocity. As the crushing force surged toward him, Long Fei unexpectedly relaxed, a smile gracing his lips. He spread his arms wide, embracing nature itself, leaving the onlookers in shock. What is this fool doing? Does he wish for death? Quickly, summon your soul. Or evade. Lan Dai and Shan exclaimed, their expressions shifting to horror as they realized there was no time to retract the attack. The strike was too swift, and before their warnings had fully escaped their lips, the Snowstorm Spirit Palm engulfed Long Fei entirely. The terrifying energy erupted in an explosive display. The ground trembled beneath the colossal force. Witnessing this scene, no one believed that Long Fei could survive. This foolish boy, this idiot. Lan Dai gritted her teeth. Shan's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared into the cloud of dust kicked up by the explosion. Buzz. Suddenly, at that very moment, a surge of azure energy erupted forth. The astonished crowd turned to look. There stood Long Fei, panting but alive. His clothing lay in tatters, revealing his muscular physique adorned with glowing azure lines on his arms, chest, and back, save for a few areas obscured by the remnants of his shirt. The sight of his impressive muscles and striking patterns left Lan Dai and the other women blushing, captivated by his physique, their gazes fixed upon him. They gulped, unable to suppress their reactions. At that moment, an ancient and terrifying aura radiated from Long Fei. His eyes flashed with a fierce azure light, brimming with intensity. In an instant, his injuries began to mend. The infinite longevity technique and the chaotic blue dragon bloodline rapidly absorbed energy. Simultaneously, an ancient blue dragon blade materialized in Long Fei's hand as he infused it with soul power. The next moment, he surged forward, charging at Shan with incredible speed. With a single use of the lightning flash leap, he closed the distance in the blink of an eye, standing before Shan. At this moment, Long Fei's body radiated an intense heat, his breath escaping in measured puffs, and his piercing gaze resembled the breath of a dragon. Conversely, Shan, realizing the gravity of the situation, underwent a drastic change in expression, sensing an overwhelming aura of terror, coldness, and lethal intent that pressed down upon him. Instinctively, fear gripped him, causing his body to tremble involuntarily. Activating his fourth spirit ability, the Violent Bear Shield, he succumbed to the instinct of self-preservation. Defying prior agreements, he summoned the fourth purple spirit ring, and a luminous barrier of pristine white enveloped him completely. Boom! The earth trembled. Chongshan struggled to maintain his stance, sweat beading on his forehead as he channeled all his spiritual energy into the protective shield. However, at that very moment, Long Fei's first spirit ring ignited with brilliance. The spirit of the fiery mountain blue dragon surged forth. With a mere thought, Long Fei infused the essence of the fiery mountain blue dragon into the ancient blue dragon blade, and in an instant, its aura, sharpness, and power escalated dramatically. Crack! The sound echoed ominously. In the blink of an eye, Chongshan's expression shifted once more, his eyes narrowing in disbelief. What? Boom! In the span of a second, his protective barrier shattered, and Long Fei's blue dragon blade sliced through the air, aimed directly at Chongshan. A thunderous explosion reverberated through the valley. Chongshan, trembling with fear, realized the blue dragon blade had not struck him. Yet, as he turned to glance behind, he was left utterly astounded. The towering rock canyon behind him bore a colossal gash, 10 meters long and 5 meters wide, an impressively deep scar still emanating heat and smoke. As the ominous miasma spread and the red-eyed gray wolf loomed, Long Fei sheathed the blue dragon blade, returning to his usual demeanor, and retrieved a new garment from his spirit-guiding device to don. Long Fei smiled innocently and remarked calmly, "What I have just demonstrated is sufficient to showcase my formidable strength. Am I now qualified to join your ranks?" "Indeed, absolutely," responded Chongshan and the others, nodding vigorously. With no objections from the group, Long Fei officially became a member. Before long, everyone introduced themselves, and Long Fei became acquainted with them. With no time to waste, as the earlier contest had consumed considerable time, they hastened their steps. Soon, they reached the outermost area of the Star Douluo Great Forest. Akin to an entrance level, Lan Dai spoke up, "The Star Douluo Great Forest is vast beyond measure. To this day, no one has truly comprehended its size. The soul beasts here are countless, yet the dangers are equally formidable. We shall search the periphery, for the 2,000-year-old Xuanjiao rock spider resides in this outer region." Her words were primarily directed at Long Fei, the newcomer, while the others, seasoned veterans, were already aware of this information. "I understand," Long Fei nodded. At that moment, the system's voice resonated. "Congratulations, host, for joining the beast hunting team. Your soul power has increased, and the system now bestows you with a soul ring plan." In the next instant, Long Fei felt a sensation akin to a sublime elevation of his soul, a fleeting feeling reminiscent of an out-of-body experience, light as a feather. Before long, Long Fei sensed a delicate elemental presence surrounding him. The system's voice echoed once more, according to the system selection. The optimal time for the host to add the second soul ring is once the Wujia Changxing reaches its third level. At that point, the strength of your physical body will undergo a qualitative leap, allowing you to endure soul rings that can leap directly from 1,000 years to 10,000 years. Is it truly that remarkable? Once Wujia Changxing reaches the third level, I will be able to absorb a 10,000-year soul ring? Long Fei's heart surged with astonishment. The system replied, in theory, solely relying on Wujia Changxing would be insufficient. However, with the enhancement of the Chaos Qinglong bloodline, the two will complement each other, granting you the necessary conditions. Moreover, the Chaos Qinglong bloodline exerts a formidable pressure on all energy-based entities, facilitating a smoother absorption of soul rings. All right, I will heed your advice. It seems that when the time comes to hunt a 10,000-year soul beast, I will need to call upon my father and grandfather. Long Fei murmured, pondering whether the 10,000-year soul beast would be easily subdued by the Chaos Qinglong bloodline. Long Fei tightened his grip and spoke. "System, I feel that I only require a single opportunity to transcend to the third layer of the infinite longevity technique. After 2 months of relentless, intense training, both my physical body and soul energy have significantly improved, yet I have not managed to ascend to the third layer. However, just now, under that formidable assault, the shackles seem to have loosened slightly." The system's voice continued, "According to my calculations, if the host can withstand the force of the 13th attack delivered by the soul sect with their normal physical state, you will successfully enter the third layer of the infinite longevity technique." Long Fei calculated in his mind, if that is the case, I might as well directly seek out Qin Ming. using the power of a Soul Emperor to continuously unleash attacks upon me. It should only take 3 or 4 tries to ascend to the 3rd level. System, that is indeed a possibility, as long as the damage is sufficiently great. Even a single strike could propel one to the 3rd level. Suddenly, an untimely voice pierced the air. Remarkably, the moment this disturbance was felt, everyone's footsteps came to an immediate halt. In the Stardew forest, even the slightest anomaly in the wind or rustle of grass could signify the lurking presence of soul beasts. Even in this outer region, utmost vigilance was imperative, otherwise, death would be certain. All members activated their martial spirits, yet Long Fei remained calm, observing his surroundings. At that moment, his eyes transformed into the Azure Dragon eyes, granting him the ability to see through objects as if endowed with X-ray vision, allowing him to perceive the surrounding scene. However, misfortune struck, for they truly encountered a hidden threat. Ahead lay a pack of 15 red-eyed wolves, lying in wait to ensnare them. Be cautious. There is a pack of red-eyed wolves ahead, numbering 15, seemingly aged between 100 and 200 years, Long Fei announced. The group gasped in astonishment. And Lan Dai quickly commanded, Yulan, go ahead and investigate. Understood. Yulan, the team's agile attack soul master, was dispatched to scout, her speed remarkable. In an instant, she manifested her martial spirit, transforming into a lightning-fast leopard, and vanished in a blur, scaling a nearby tree. What is it? Are there wolves? Bongshan inquired. Yulan nodded gravely. 15 red-eyed gray wolves. Their sizes indicate they are aged between 100 and 250 years. Indeed, they are real. The group squinted their eyes, and Lan Dai turned to Long Fei, curiously asking, Little brother Long Fei, how did you discern that? The others looked at Long Fei with intrigue, only to see his face remain calm and composed, as if he were unfazed by the situation. They were momentarily taken aback by his response. Perhaps it was best to let secrets remain undisclosed. Now that they had identified the lurking pack of red-eyed gray wolves, it was time to prepare for battle. They must not underestimate their foes merely because they were of a few hundred years in age. Wolves are social creatures. Lan Dai, recognizing Long Fei's resolute demeanor, understood that further inquiries would yield no answers and chose to abandon her pursuit of clarity. Soon enough, the pack of red-eyed gray wolves launched their initial assault. First soul skill, Snowstorm Spirit Palm. First soul skill, Ice Bullet Barrage. First soul skill, Ghost Bamboo Entanglement. Second soul skill, Amplitude Card Activate. In that moment, the 4 teammates executed a synchronized attack. Instantly, the scene erupted in a cacophony of effects. A thunderous roar reverberating through the air, the scent of gunpowder thick and dust swirling around them. The group observed the unfolding chaos. As the dust settled, numerous carcasses of red-eyed gray wolves lay strewn across the ground, and many yellow soul rings began to materialize. What a pity for these soul rings, Yulan remarked. Let us harvest the valuable parts of these wolf carcasses, and then proceed. Bongshan ordered. Understood. The group sprang into action, diligently gathering their spoils. Yet, Long Fei remained unmoved, sensing an unsettling dissonance in the air. Everything was proceeding too smoothly. Furrowing his brow, he activated his Azure Dragon eyes to further scout the surroundings. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted. A dark, ominous mist began to rapidly spread toward them. Poison mist. This is bad. We must leave at once. Long Fei shouted, his pupils contracting in alarm. In the next moment, he recalled his bloodline talent, which granted him immunity to all poisons, and wondered if this mist fell within that category. He resolved to take the risk and test it. The others ceased their harvesting and hastily retreated. Long Fei also moved in tandem with them, waiting for an opportune moment to make a move. This poison seems familiar to me. Lan Dai furrowed her brows, her mind racing through past memories. The poisonous mist did not pause to allow everyone to escape. Instead, it surged forward with increasing velocity. Suddenly halting, Lan Dai exclaimed, I remember now. That creature looks so familiar. This is the poison mist of the purple venom long serpent. The revelation startled the 5 others, who were not Long Fei. At that moment, a pair of fierce, glowing serpentine eyes emerged from the mist. Subsequently, a colossal serpent, adorned with shimmering purple scales, lunged towards them. Be careful. Quick dodge. The group was drenched in cold sweat, swiftly evading, but the speed of the purple venom long serpent was astounding. Before they could fully evade, its massive tail struck them, sending the group flying. The sounds of impact echoed, accompanied by their anguished cries. Among the 7, Only Long Fei reacted swiftly. In a split second, he employed the thunder flash leap to evade the strike, finding refuge atop a sturdy branch, observing the chaos below. His 6 companions were scattered, their previous formation utterly disrupted. The injured among them scrambled to their feet. "Lock, heal us," Long Dai commanded. A blue-haired man promptly summoned his martial spirit and activated his soul skill. First soul skill. Healing card. Lock, serving as their support, possessed healing abilities in addition to amplification, making him a well-rounded soul master despite lacking offensive capabilities. The healing card could target individuals or groups, requiring a greater expenditure of soul power for the latter. A verdant glow enveloped each member, including Long Fei, and in an instant, they felt their burdens lighten, with the pain of their wounds swiftly diminishing. "Is this healing?" "Truly miraculous," Long Fei murmured, marveling at the changes he experienced. "By the way, where's that kid Long Fei?" Shan questioned. "Let us not worry about him for now. We must deal with this serpent first." Locke pointed to the menacing purple venom long serpent. Everyone fell into a serious demeanor, readying themselves. "Quick, activate defenses. The poison mist is about to engulf us," Londai urged. The group swiftly engaged their defensive soul skills, launching attacks to disperse the poisonous mist. Hiss! The purple venom long serpent was not so simple. It coiled around a massive tree, poisoning the surrounding vegetation. This serpent is extraordinarily lengthy. A typical 10-year-old purple venom long serpent measures around 2 meters, but this one surely exceeds 100 meters. It must be at least 1,000 years old. The third woman, Yu Yun, analyzed. Upon hearing this, the group's expressions grew grave, and they collectively steeled themselves. "Everyone, utilize your abilities and follow our previous combat order," Long Dai instructed. "What about me?" Long Fei interjected. The group's attention turned toward him. "So you are here after all?" Shan frowned and said, "You possess only 1 soul ring, yet your strength is formidable. Would you be interested in collaborating with Yulan and me to attack this creature?" "Absolutely. My speed is quite impressive. You two can draw its attention while I launch a surprise attack from behind," Long Fei replied calmly. "All right, let us proceed." With Shan's declaration, the group sprang into action. Soon, they engaged in battle with the purple venom long serpent. Their coordination was commendable. The front line charged ahead. The support provided assistance, the defenders shielded, and the ranged attackers unleashed their strikes, each contributing their utmost. Long Fei adeptly utilized the thunder flash step, weaving through the surroundings in search of an opportune moment to strike. The purple poison long serpent, a soul beast of millennia, was not only swift, but also possessed formidable defensive scales. It would not foolishly remain stationary to be struck. Instead, it deftly counterattacked, leveraging the terrain to its advantage. Its venom was exceedingly lethal, and if one were to fall victim to it or its skills, the consequences would be dire. During the fray, some had indeed succumbed to the poison. Fortunately, Locke's 4th soul skill was to dispel toxins, albeit not instantaneously. It required time, suppressing the toxins before proceeding to decompose them, a process that would take at least half an hour. As more than 20 minutes elapsed, the battle escalated into a fervent climax. The serpent, under the collective onslaught of the group, sustained injuries and became thoroughly enraged. Countless droplets of venom swiftly spread, transforming into needles that shot towards the combatants from both the ground and the air. The sound of impact echoed as the vegetation withered beneath the assault. At that moment, Long Fei, who had been lying in wait, emerged, grasping the ancient Azure Dragon blade, which radiated a fierce azure light and exuded a chilling aura. He appeared instantaneously above the purple poison long serpent, his form crackling with electricity. "Azure Dragon Slash," he proclaimed, naming his self-created technique. As he fervently channeled his soul power into the blade, amplifying its terrifying might, the blade, inherently possessing extraordinary penetrative strength, became even more formidable under the dense infusion of soul power. With remarkable speed and decisiveness, he struck down from the serpent's crown, producing a thunderous sound as the blade cleaved through flesh, splitting the creature in two amidst its agonized screams. Blood gushed forth from the severed body of the purple poison long serpent, which, in its dying moments, expelled a final, virulent cloud of venom that enveloped Long Fei. Witnessing this, Shan and the others were taken aback, their expressions shifting drastically as they shouted in alarm. They were astounded by Long Fei's sudden and formidable strike that cleaved the serpent, a 1,000-year soul beast, in half. Although they had inflicted wounds upon it, Its defensive capabilities were still formidable. The thought of it being so effortlessly severed sent chills down their spines. Yet, amidst the venomous haze, Long Fei's expression remained unperturbed. The poison clung to him, yet he felt no discomfort. An azure glow emanated from his being, accompanied by a formidable dragon might. His innate bloodline talent, impervious to poison, was instantly activated. Meanwhile, the infinite longevity technique within him surged into rapid motion. While the venom could inflict harm, it was countered by the chaotic Azure Dragon bloodline, allowing him to absorb the toxic miasma to refine his physical form. In the next moment, a miraculous occurrence unfolded. The toxic mist was absorbed into Long Fei's body. At that instant, the infinite longevity technique underwent a transformation, shattering the constraints that had once bound it. With a look of astonishment, Long Fei promptly immersed himself in cultivation. In an instant, the boundless longevity technique ascended from the second to the third level. A radiant golden light emanated from Long Fei's body. Outside, the onlookers, including Beng Shan, were rendered speechless by this spectacle. What manner of creature is this? Has he absorbed the poisonous mist? Beng Shan, astonished, wore a peculiar expression, and the others mirrored his astonishment. Suddenly, Locke spoke up, hinting at a great secret. A great secret. In that moment, a wave of desire surged within the crowd. Yet, just then, Londai interjected, "Do not harbor thoughts of coveting him. He was brought in by me. Even if he possesses secrets, they are his alone. And he wears the uniform of the Tiando Royal Academy, indicating an extraordinary status." Upon hearing this, the crowd was momentarily taken aback, suppressing their burgeoning greed. As Londai's words fell, Long Fei awakened. 22. Snake Gallbladder, Rest. Long Fei, perceiving the onlookers observing her as if she were a mere monkey, promptly spoke up. "How is the poisoned individual faring?" Her intention was to divert the conversation. "Her condition has stabilized," came the response. As the crowd's gaze shifted toward the woman lying beneath the tree not far away, Long Fei cast a fleeting glance and chose to disregard the individual entirely. Their fate held no bearing on him, and he had no inclination to play the benevolent hero. He then turned his gaze towards the lifeless purple poison dragon snake before him and approached it. "Such a pity for this soul ring," he murmured. The others shared his sentiment. After all, it was a millennium-old soul ring. They were acutely aware that he was the only one present capable of absorbing the soul ring. Yet they doubted that a second soul ring could indeed absorb one of such age. "The various parts of this serpent hold considerable value. You could collect them for sale," Long Fei remarked nonchalantly. "You were the one who vanquished this creature, so you have the first claim," Londai interjected. Locke detached himself from the group and proceeded to aid the poison woman with his soul technique. Now, there were only 5 individuals remaining. As for the items, Long Fei murmured softly, and suddenly, the Azure Dragon's eye activated, sweeping over the serpent's body to search for any valuable objects. He held little interest in its bones or skin, yet the venomous blood could potentially serve as an excellent substance for body tempering. Upon further inspection, he discovered a round object the size of a thumb within the serpent's insides. "What is this?" His brow furrowed in curiosity. Without hesitation, he unsheathed the Azure Dragon ancient blade and prepared to strike, but was promptly halted by Londai. "No. If you attempt to handle it directly, you will come into contact with the toxic blood and risk poisoning yourself," Londai urged urgently. "My martial soul is unique. I am impervious to this serpent's venom." Long Fei replied nonchalantly. "You all witnessed the earlier situation. Had any one of you been in my place, you would have likely turned into a puddle of blood by now." Gulp. Upon hearing Long Fei's words, the 5 others found his reasoning compelling. "Your martial soul is truly remarkable. Just be cautious," Londai sighed, deciding not to intervene further. Long Fei directly extracted a thumb-sized purple orb from the belly of the serpent. "What is this?" The 5 individuals, though not lacking in experience, had never encountered the peculiar object that Long Fei held in his hand. Dragon Fei felt a surge of curiosity. Could this possibly be an inner elixir? He inquired within. "System, what is this substance?" The system's voice resonated. "This is the gallbladder of the purple venom long-howling serpent, exceedingly toxic. Merely touching it would lead to instant demise for others. However, you possess a unique constitution that allows you to ingest it and explore its effects." The gallbladder. "How audacious of you to suggest I consume such a lethal substance. Do you take me for a mere laboratory rat?" Dragon Fei narrowed his eyes. The system continued. "This gallbladder is a millennium old. Should you consume it for cultivation, It has the potential to fortify your physique and enhance your vitality, while also providing a remarkable defense against ailments. If combined with the serpent's blood, the effects would be even more pronounced. This time, there was no hint of mystery left. What a coincidence. I had just been contemplating the same. Long Fei nodded. This is the gallbladder of the purple poison Longxiang snake, exceedingly venomous. However, my martial soul happens to counteract it. Otherwise, I would be dead by now. I require 2 items. Firstly, this gallbladder, and secondly, the blood of this serpent. Long Fei pointed downwards at the 5 individuals and spoke. Snake gallbladder? This is the first time we have heard of it. Very well. Since these 2 items hold no value for us, how do you intend to collect the blood? Do you possess sufficient containers for it? Long Dai stepped forward. Her delicate brows arched. I do not require all of it, Long Fei replied, subsequently retrieving a vial from his soul-guiding device, filling it with blood. That will suffice. The remainder is for you to divide. With that, Long Fei departed from the scene, gazing at the snake gallbladder in his hand. He realized that this was not the time for consumption. He would wait until their return to partake in it. Long Fei, system. I have successfully attained the 3rd level of the boundless longevity technique. Am I now able to absorb a 10,000-year soul ring? Indeed. System. Long Fei glanced back at the individuals surrounding him. If these people were to embark on a hunt for a soul beast of a mere 10,000 years, they would undoubtedly face utter annihilation. Having completed his own trials, he resolved to seek an opportunity to depart from the group and test his mettle against a 10,000-year soul beast. A plan began to take shape in his mind. An hour passed. During this time, aside from dividing the spoils of the colossal serpent, the group awaited the awakening of the poisoned woman, Yuyun. The toxins within her body had nearly been eradicated. However, due to her injuries and the effects of the poison, she remained exceedingly weak. Even the healing efforts proved futile, as Locke's range of healing was limited, and it was already a significant achievement to have preserved her life. At this moment, both Locke and Yuyun had expended a considerable amount of soul power, with Locke feeling particularly fatigued. Continuing onward under such circumstances would be perilous. Blue Butterfly, displaying concern, suggested, "Let us rest for a while. In your current state, should we encounter another soul beast ambush, it would be extremely dangerous." The group unanimously agreed. They had already fought and harvested, leaving them utterly exhausted. Seizing the moment, they focused on recuperating their soul power. "Let us partake in some provisions," said Bingshan, distributing some rations to everyone. Long Fei took over, retrieving water from the soul guide device, and began to sip it slowly. The atmosphere was indeed harmonious and quite pleasant. "You all take a rest. I have consumed the least and am currently in the best condition. I will keep watch," Long Fei stated calmly as he stood up. "Be careful, and if anything seems amiss, notify us immediately." Long Dai approached and replied. Long Fei, the youngest and weakest in terms of soul power within his team, nevertheless possessed an unparalleled explosive strength and formidable attack capabilities, as evidenced by the strike he had just executed. "Rest assured," Long Fei declared before leaping to the top of a towering tree. From this elevated vantage point, he was afforded a splendid view of the verdant forest below, a sight that was both refreshing and invigorating. Standing atop the branches, he gazed upon the lush greenery, an immediate sense of comfort enveloping him. Green, after all, is the color of vitality. When fatigue besieged his eyes, a mere glance at this scenery would provide solace. Activating his Azure Dragon eyes, he penetrated the forest with his vision, yet discovered nothing of note. Suddenly, he spotted a large, spider-like entity atop a pile of rocks in the forest. It possessed a shell reminiscent of a turtle, adorned with protrusions resembling stones. Could this be the mysterious Xuanjia rock spider they had mentioned? Long Fei furrowed his brow, murmuring to himself, if so, it would indeed be fortunate to have located it. He glanced down at his resting companions, who were finishing their rations. They would require some time to recuperate, so he resolved to wait a little longer, keeping his focus on the creature as he tracked its movements. As time passed imperceptibly, the moment Long Fei descended from his perch, a new phase of action commenced. "We are all set to embark," announced Long Dai. The others, including Beng Shan, had regained their soul power, and both Locke and Yu Yun appeared considerably revitalized. Had Yu Yun remained in her previous state, they would have had no choice but to abandon the mission and leave the Star Dough forest alone. Fortunately, things were not as dire as they could have been. Beng Shan, observing the darkening sky, gravely cautioned the group. "Our immediate objective is the Xuanjia rock spider. We must locate and eliminate it before nightfall. Once darkness descends, my visibility will diminish, and the soul beasts of the forest will emerge to hunt. Countless ancient beasts reside here, and if fortune does not favor us, we could encounter a 10,000-year soul beast, which would spell certain doom. He urged them to exit the Star Doe forest before nightfall. Understood. The group responded in unison. If it is indeed the Xuanjia rock spider, I believe I spotted one from my vantage point, though I cannot be certain, Long Fei interjected. Really? Beng Shan and the others furrowed their brows in concern. Long Fei, please describe the general shape of what you observed so we may analyze it, urged Lan Dai. Of course, Long Fei nodded, proceeding to articulate the physical characteristics of the creature he had seen. Upon hearing his description, the group's expressions transformed into elation. Indeed, that matches the characteristics of the Xuanjia rock spider. What you observed was undoubtedly it. Long Fei, why did you not inform us earlier? We could have saved precious time. Beng Shan exclaimed urgently. Long Fei's expression remained calm as he spoke. Your soul power has been significantly depleted. Even if I were to share this information with you, what would it achieve? Would it merely incite your impulsive instincts, urging you towards a reckless demise? Moreover, consider that both Locke and Yuyun are in a poor state. And you four have expended considerable energy as well. Even with my assistance, do you truly believe our odds of success are favorable? At that point, our chances of survival would diminish even further. This was all directed at Bin Shan, aimed at soothing his agitated spirit and reminding him of their limitations. Yet, Long Fei harbored a profound confidence in his own abilities. His Wuji Changsheng Gong had reached the 3rd tier, rendering both his physique and strength formidable. Additionally, he was impervious to toxins. Should he unleash his full power, complemented by the Qinglong ancient blade, he could effortlessly subdue a 2,000-year-old Xuanjia rock spider. This was the depth of his self-assurance. Of course, he knew this confidence was his alone. The others would not believe him even if he were to divulge it. And there were certain truths they were not meant to know. You are right, I was too agitated. Bin Shan sighed, regaining his composure. Well then, we have recovered sufficiently. Long Fei, please describe the location you observed. Lan Dai's voice chimed in. There are many rocks in the northwest direction, Long Fei replied, his gaze fixed on that very point. A plethora of boulders. As far as we know, there should only be 5 such locations in the outer vicinity. And the one closest to us is. Lan Dai began, and soon everyone turned their attention to the northwest direction Long Fei indicated. That must be the place. The group affirmed. Let us proceed. Maintain formation, Lan Dai commanded, and the group promptly resumed their previous positions before advancing towards the rocky terrain in the northwest. Upon arriving at the northwest rock area, the 7 individuals found it exactly as Long Fei had described, the ground covered in pale yellow stones. Their journey had been relatively smooth, avoiding unnecessary obstacles that would have further drained their soul power and stamina. Suddenly, the sky ahead darkened ominously. As if shrouded by an unseen energy, the group looked up in alarm to see a massive boulder hurtling towards them. First soul skill, Snowstorm Spirit Palm, Bin Shan exclaimed, rushing forward and activating his first soul skill after summoning his martial spirit. A colossal, white bear paw surged forth to meet the incoming rock. With a thunderous roar, the massive boulder shattered into countless fragments. Bin Shan, with his robust physique, leaped into the air, unleashing a burst of energy that sent the splintered stones scattering. At that moment, a fierce aura emanated from the front. The group turned to see a gigantic arachnid soul beast emerging from behind the rubble, the Xuanjia rock spider. Their expressions shifted, a mix of trepidation and exhilaration coursing through them. As the enormous Xuanjia rock spider landed, the ground trembled beneath its weight. In the next instant, its sharp, clustered mandibles moved, unleashing a powerful beam of energy directly at them. The group reacted swiftly, dodging the attack with impressive agility. Long Fei adeptly evaded the attack using the swift thunder leap. He observed that the areas struck by the beam instantaneously crystallized into colossal rock spikes resembling vertebral columns. The fury of the obsidian rock spider surged, its terrifying aura permeating the surroundings. Those who had launched their assaults, including Yulan, were forcefully repelled. Long Fei took a step forward and soared into the air, delivering a powerful punch towards the Xuanjia rock spider. Upon the collision of fists, his initial impression was that this creature was indeed indomitable. Activating her second soul skill, Heavenly Bamboo Ascension, Lan Dai stepped forth, her second soul ring illuminating. A multitude of verdant bamboos erupted from the ground, swiftly encircling the immense Xuanjia rock spider. With her third soul skill, Bamboo Spike Assault, her third purple 1,000-year soul ring glowed. Instantly, sharp, venom-laden spikes erupted from every segment of the encircling bamboos, but regrettably, they shattered upon impact with the spider's rocky exterior. Alas, it was simply too resilient. A thunderous roar reverberated through the air, a terrifying aura radiating outward, causing all the surrounding bamboos to splinter instantly. The onlookers gasped in shock. Suddenly, the Xuanjia rock spider sprang into action, moving with astonishing speed. Be careful! The individuals in front narrowly dodged, barely escaping its wrath. However, in that moment, Yuyun hesitated, her reaction delayed by the serpent venom she had previously encountered, affecting her movements as well. Instead of evading, she was struck. Bang! Ah! The Xuanjia rock spider collided forcefully with her body, and in the next instant, she coughed up blood, her complexion turning ashen. She was propelled away at an alarming speed. Crashing through at least 5 large boulders with a thunderous din, blood gushed forth, and when she finally came to a halt, she hung limply, seemingly devoid of strength. Had she fainted? Or worse? No one could tell. Yuyun. The faces of the 6 others, apart from Long Fei, shifted dramatically, their eyes narrowing in alarm as they shouted in unison. Damn it! I will make you pay. In unison, they declared their 4th soul skills. Lan Dai shouted. Heavenly Bamboo Harpoon. Yulan exclaimed, Flash Spirit Slash. Qian Feng called out, Piercing Ice Rain. Beng Shan unleashed his 3rd soul skill, Berserk Bear Fury. Luo Ku initiated his 1st soul skill, Amplitude. At that moment, the air was filled with the furious roars of their respective martial souls, as 5 formidable attacks surged forth, intent on annihilating the Xuanjia rock spider. Witnessing this scene, Long Fei felt a profound sense of unity. In that instant, he truly understood the essence of teamwork. Come forth. The blade approaches. Long Fei took a deep breath, then exhaled, a fierce glimmer of azure light flashing through his eyes. The moment his voice resonated, a soul ring emanating an aura unlike any ordinary century-old soul ring appeared around him. Although its hue remained yellow, the essence had transformed. The formidable blade in his hand, a Qinglong ancient sword, radiated a chilling aura of slaughter imbued with draconic might. In an instant, he vanished and reappeared before the Xuanjia rock spider, delivering a decisive strike. The terrifying azure blade aura exuded a tyrannical draconic pressure, and even those present could sense its formidable destructive force. Just as the blade aura was about to strike the Xuanjia rock spider, suddenly, its body trembled. It forcefully stomped its forelimb against the ground, causing a massive rocky barrier to erupt from the earth beneath. The barrier appeared remarkably solid. Boom! A resounding crash reverberated. Dust erupted, forcing the onlookers to retreat hastily. The powerful shockwave rippled outward, affecting all in its vicinity. Observing the unfolding scene, Bengshan's expression tightened with anxiety, silently reflecting. If a mere strike could unleash such terrifying destruction, I am fortunate that it did not land upon me. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. As the dust settled, the previously unscathed defensive barrier revealed numerous cracks, which continued to extend ominously. Then, with a cracking sound followed by a thunderous explosion, the entire barrier shattered. As Long Fei squinted his eyes, he mused internally, this creature possesses some cunning, but what of it? Lan Dai spoke up, her voice resonant. Locke, Yulan, you two go and rescue Yuyun. I, along with Beng Shan and Long Fei, will hold this beast at bay. Understood. Swiftly, under the distraction orchestrated by Lan Dai and the others, Locke and Yulan circled around to save Yuyun. Meanwhile, the fierce battle between man and beast raged on. The 4 of them employed a strategy of luring the armored rock spider away to a different location. Subsequently, they surrounded it, unleashing their soul techniques and all their innate abilities, save for Long Fei. Long Fei adeptly evaded the numerous assaults of the Xuanjia rock spider, subsequently severing substantial chunks of rock from its body with his Qinglong ancient blade. The creature emitted a hoarse, anguished cry, its fury igniting as it entered a berserk state. The battle raged on for an extended duration, approximately half an hour. The anger was palpable, especially after the sacrifice of Yuyun. Soon, Yulan and Locke joined the fray, unleashing a furious onslaught upon the Xuanjia rock spider, but its tough armor and rocky exterior proved formidable. Aside from Long Fei, the soul power of the others had dwindled significantly, leaving them panting and weary. Their earlier encounter with the serpent had already drained their energies, and although they had somewhat recovered, they were far from peak condition. Faced with this cunning adversary, possessing its own defensive skills, they found themselves in a state of depletion. A wave of light surged forth, sweeping across the battlefield. Minchin's expression shifted as he hastily unleashed his fourth soul skill for defense. I can't, my soul power is too exhausted to use any skills. Qianfeng gasped, his face pale and haggard. As a ranged attack soul master, his soul skills demanded a significant toll on his energy. Suddenly, his pupils constricted. The light wave from the Xuanjia rock spider barreled toward him. He attempted to dodge, but fatigue and depleting soul power rendered his movement sluggish. With a resounding thud, the beam struck him, leaving a crimson gash across his body. Blood erupted from his wounds, splattering onto the ground. The excruciating pain elicited a howl of anguish, his face contorting in agony, veins bulging grotesquely, a testament to his suffering. His upper body and lower body were violently severed, collapsing to the ground in two halves, eyes wide in shock, devoid of life. Qianfeng. The cries of Benshan and the others filled the air, their grief palpable at the loss of two teammates against a 2,000-year-old Xuanjia rock spider, especially of soul master rank. Despite their sorrow and fury, survival instincts kicked in, and they sought refuge. Only 5 remained in the fray now. Locke, a support-type soul master, felt a shiver run through him upon witnessing this horror, his complexion equally ashen. With his soul power nearly depleted, he pondered whether he would be next. Glancing at the lifeless, bisected body of Qianfeng, dread coiled within him. Throughout the battle, Long Fei had refrained from unleashing his full potential, operating at a heightened state of practice, wielding a strength surpassing that of the ordinary. Although he had shattered some of the spider's rocky exterior, it rapidly regenerated. A truly monstrous foe. Damn it. Fourth soul skill, Shining Slash. Yulan, fueled by rage and intent to kill, darted towards the Xuanjia rock spider, her weapon morphing into a long, pale blue blade that shattered numerous rocks before it met the spider's resilient armor, yet it remained unaffected. Bing Dai, gritting her teeth in hatred, questioned the spider's age. Is this truly a 2,000-year-old creature? Why does it differ so drastically from others I've faced? Her spirits waned, regretting taking on this mission. Realizing the staggering disparity between a century-old and a 2,000-year-old Xuanjia rock spider. As the ground cracked beneath the light wave, rocks crumbled and collapsed. Suddenly, Long Fei surged forward. Wielding his Qi-Long ancient blade with a surge of energy radiating from him, his eyes gleaming with determination. With a thrust, he met the light wave head-on. Long Fei, have you lost your mind? Benshan and Bing Ai gasped in horror, astonished that the weakest among them dared to confront such a force. With the might of the Qi-Long, an azure flame erupted from the blade. With a powerful swing, he cleaved the light wave in two, a thunderous crash echoing in the aftermath. You all take the bodies and leave this place. I shall confront this creature. Long Fei's demeanor shifted to one of solemnity, his voice resolute as he cast aside any playful intentions. He invoked his first soul skill, Violent Mountain Flame, Spirit of the Azure Dragon. Instantly, a colossal dragon spirit, infused with the chaotic bloodline of the Azure Dragon, erupted forth from him, colliding with the Xuanjia rock spider. The creature was thrust back several meters, and the scene resembled a standoff between two titanic soul beasts. With a thunderous roar, the dragon spirit unleashed its primal power, emanating an ancient royal pressure that bore down upon the Xuanjia rock spider, causing its hardened shell to fracture and crumble. System. Is it permissible for me to absorb the soul ring of this Xuanjia rock spider? Long Fei felt an inexplicable thrill at the prospect of harnessing such a resilient and formidable creature, anticipating the unique rewards it could bestow. Meanwhile, Bing Dai and the others stood in stunned disbelief. Suddenly, Bing Dai's expression twisted with rage and fury as her gaze fixed upon Long Fei. At that moment, the Xuanjia rock spider began to undergo a metamorphosis, strands of broken silk enveloping the scene, leaving Long Fei with an unsettling sensation. What was happening? Concurrently, a wave of heat surged from his bloodline, and the chaotic Azure Dragon tattoo manifested upon his skin. As Long Fei cast his gaze once more upon the armored rock spider, his expression shifted dramatically. An explosive surge of energy erupted from the creature, unleashing a force even more terrifying than before. Instantly, a formidable power burst forth from the chrysalis-like form of the armored rock spider. The tremendous shockwave, aside from being mitigated by the soul of the violent mountain blazing Azure Dragon, rendered Long Fei's body immovable, while the others, Bengshan, Lanying, Yulan, and Locke, were violently thrown back, their souls drained and bodies fatigued, unable to withstand the onslaught. Damn it! What on earth is this armored rock spider? Why is it so fearsome? Yulan gritted her teeth as she struggled to rise from the ground. The four of them narrowed their eyes in disbelief. witnessing the armored rock spider breaking free from its chrysalis, now appearing even more colossal. It radiated an aura that had completely transcended the terrifying essence of 2,000 years. How could this be? Long Fei furrowed his brow and spoke. 6,000 years? Indeed, at this moment. He sensed the aura emanating from the Xuanjia rock spider before him, one that only a soul beast of 6,000 years could possess. Just then, the system's voice echoed in Long Fei's mind. The Xuanjia rock spider before you is somewhat special. Its true cultivation has been concealed by a certain force. Its actual age is 6,900 years. You may consider absorbing it as your second soul ring. It may yield unexpected rewards. How could such a force exist? Did this world harbor secrets yet unknown? Long Fei was astounded. Given that the Xuanjia rock spider was indeed a soul beast of 6,900 years, it was no wonder that several soul sect members had struggled for an extended period without success. It was far beyond their limits. The external aura had indicated 2,000 years, yet its inherent strength and defenses were akin to those of a 6,000-year-old beast. Taking a deep breath, Long Fei smiled. Excellent. I shall claim this soul beast as my second soul ring. System, what is this mysterious force you speak of? Long Fei inquired with curiosity. The phrase world rules emerged from the system's voice, evoking a profound reaction within Long Fei. No matter, I, Long Fei, shall seize the soul beast soul ring. What follows will be my solitary battle. With that, Long Fei exuded an overwhelming dragon might. The Xuanjia rock spider displayed a wary demeanor, its body trembling as it felt the suppression of a superior being over an inferior one. Submit or be obliterated. The choice is yours. Long Fei stepped forward, his eyes transforming into those of the Azure Dragon, and a colossal, chaotic Azure Dragon phantom manifested around him. The four individuals behind him were left dumbfounded by the scene. Long Fei was truly enigmatic. Bingshan's expression turned grave. Let us observe for now. The furious blue butterfly gritted her teeth, clenching her fists. Why? Why did you not reveal this formidable power sooner? Had you done so, Yuyun and Xianfeng would not have perished. In that moment, she harbored resentment, anger, and deep-seated frustration toward Long Fei. At this juncture, as the chaotic Azure Dragon phantom emerged, Long Fei directly fused the violent mountain flame Azure Dragon's soul with himself. His aura and demeanor underwent a dramatic transformation. Submit and become my soul ring, or be obliterated. Choose one. The voice of Long Fei resonated with an overwhelming authority and echo. Before him, the 9,000-year-old Xuanjia rock spider quivered in fear, crushed under the immense pressure of his unparalleled bloodline and the disdain of an invincible force. Instantly, it knelt before him, a surge of power transforming it into a stream of energy that flowed into Long Fei, centering around him. The soul beast offered its sacrifice. The spirit of the violent mountain flame blue dragon manifested beside Long Fei. Protect me, he commanded, subsequently entering the soul ring to absorb its essence. This was his secret. Now that they were privy to it, would he turn against them? At that moment, Yulan spoke up, her voice laced with concern. As her words hung in the air, the remaining three exchanged apprehensive glances. What if we strike first? Locke suggested in a hushed tone. Yet, the formidable soul beast beside them filled Bingshan with dread. Blue Butterfly gritted her teeth, her face a mask of hatred, yet she sighed and shook her head. Let us not court death. We shall pretend we have seen nothing, encountered nothing. Keep your lips sealed while he absorbs. We should take Yulan and Yoyun's bodies and depart. After all, he is merely an outsider I invited. As for the Xuanjia rock spider, we can reconsider in a few days. If necessary, we shall abandon this task. I do not wish for any more of you to perish. The words of Blue Butterfly struck a chord within the hearts of the three. All right, we will heed your counsel, Sister Blue Butterfly. They nodded in agreement. Their current soul power and condition did not permit them to engage in such perilous endeavors. Then let us hasten our departure. Locke gulped, urging them onward. Thus, the four swiftly retreated with the bodies of Yuyun and Xianfeng, leaving Long Fei alone in that place, neglected by all. Time slipped away gradually, darkness enveloping the surroundings, yet Long Fei remained in a state of unconsciousness. Under the veil of night, a pack of wolves emerged on the outskirts of the starry forest, closing in on Long Fei with menacing intent. But at that moment, the violent mountain flame blue dragon spirit, which had been guarding him, suddenly glimmered with a fierce light in its eyes. With a thunderous roar, the colossal beast's spirit trembled, unleashing an ancient dragon's might. The wolves, sensing this terrifying presence, turned tail and fled. Deeper within the starry forest, a massive titan giant ape stood alongside a soul beast, the celestial blue bull python, which dwarfed it by several magnitudes. Brother, that dragon aura reappeared during the day, the Titan giant ape remarked to the celestial blue bull python. The python's voice resonated with authority. This dragon's might rivals that of Emperor Tian, yet I sense something amiss. Since it has resurfaced, Erming, you should investigate. Should we inform them? Inquired the Titan giant ape. The python replied, those two are of the dragon clan. They are more sensitive to the dragon's aura than we are. They must have already sensed it. Their delay in emerging indicates they have their own intentions. We should focus on our own matters. Understood, I shall go. With that, the Titan giant ape swiftly departed. At the deepest, most enigmatic part of the starry forest, a tall man exuding a terrifying aura approached a massive stone radiating a spectrum of colors, bowing in respect. Master, the dragon's aura has manifested again. Could it be a remnant of our dragon clan surviving since the divine battle? He inquired, sensing a bloodline pressure even greater than his own. The golden-eyed black dragon king, Emperor Tian, responded with utmost reverence. Indeed, I detect the essence of the dragon god within that aura. It is likely a descendant of our clan's higher bloodlines. You must hasten and bring them here for inspection. If true, our clan may find a turning point sooner than anticipated. From within the radiant stone, a calm and cool female voice resonated. Yes, master. Thus, Emperor Tian made his way, as a millennium transformed into an eternity, in the skies where Long Fei resided. The night had already cast a somber shadow, yet it deepened further as a colossal entity soared above. At that moment, the golden-eyed black dragon king paused midair, descending from the heavens and transforming into human form. The aura permeating this place was unmistakable. Tian gazed upon the rocky terrain before him, recognizing it as the domain of the Xinjia rock spider. Before him sat a young human, cross-legged in a meditative posture, accompanied by a. What was this creature? Was it the soul of a spirit beast? It bore resemblance to the soul of a violent flame dragon. Yet it was adorned with peculiar azure elements. The creations of humankind were truly bewildering to Tian, whose understanding of human knowledge was exceedingly limited. Nevertheless, this aura was undeniably the essence of the dragon god. Tian's voice quivered with excitement as he approached Long Fei. Suddenly, the guardian spirit beast beside him unleashed a formidable roar, releasing an overwhelming dragon might. Tian, a dragon king with nearly 500,000 years of cultivation, found himself momentarily subdued by this imposing presence. His initial shock quickly faded. It was only natural for the dragon god's aura to exert such pressure upon him. Ultimately, however, it could not completely restrain him. With a surge of strength, he broke through the barrier and forcefully approached Long Fei. Do not cry out. I mean him no harm. You alone are insufficient to deter me. Tian spoke with an icy detachment, his gaze flickering towards the spirit beast before returning to Long Fei. At that moment, a chaotic azure dragon phantom materialized around Long Fei, emitting an even more terrifying dragon might that caused Tian's expression to shift dramatically. The Dragon King, with his extensive cultivation, knelt before this overwhelming force. In the next instant, cold sweat streamed down his brow. Such a fearsome dragon might. Could it be more formidable than that of the master? This must undoubtedly be the dragon god. Could this young man before him be the reincarnation of the dragon god? Regardless of the truth, the resurgence of the dragon god signified hope for our dragon clan. The master would surely be overjoyed upon learning this. The terror within Tian rapidly transformed into exhilaration. The rise of the dragon tribe is imminent. Suddenly, a heavy footfall resonated from the depths of the forest. Tian exerted his strength, laboriously rising from the imposing presence of the dragon. His gaze fixed in a daze upon the colossal shadow of the chaotic azure dragon before him. This was not how the dragon god appeared. Could it be that his form had altered in his reincarnation? Tian was perplexed. He resolved to bring Long Fei back to present his master. The current manifestation of the dragon seemed even more formidable and oppressive than the previous visage of the dragon god. Perhaps this was not entirely a negative development. His attention shifted to another side, where a gigantic figure emerged. The Titan great ape squinted his eyes. Its appearance did not surprise him. As the Titan great ape approached, upon witnessing Tian and the imposing dragon shadow, its entire frame quivered with unease. Particularly, the overwhelming aura exuding from the dragon's shadow, a manifestation of absolute royal dominance, instilled an instinctual urge to kneel in submission within the Titan great ape. Just then, the dragon's shadow vanished. Salutations to the golden-eyed dragon king. The Titan great ape bowed towards Tian. Tian replied coolly, since I am here, there is no need for your presence. Return and inform the Tianqing bull python to leave matters to me. You may go back. The Titan Great Ape felt a sense of helplessness, having arrived with nothing to show for it before being sent away. However, it dared not voice its discontent, for the figure before it was a paramount entity, vastly superior in strength. Nodding, the Titan Great Ape cast one last glance at the young man before turning to depart. In the stillness of the night, no soul beast dared to approach this place. As dawn approached, Long Fei manifested his second soul ring. The first soul ring on him transformed back to a purple 1,000-year ring, while the second soul ring astonished onlookers as it appeared black. The black hue signified a 10,000-year level. What could possibly be the reason for this? Answers would await Long Fei upon his awakening. I recall that the first and second soul rings of humans are typically of 100-year duration. Yet this youth's first soul ring was an astonishing 1,500 years, and the second soul ring a staggering 10,000 years? Tian was astonished, immediately discerning the ages of Long Fei's two soul rings. The first soul ring had evidently not reached 1,500 years previously, so its elevation in level indicated an automatic enhancement, undoubtedly linked to the mixed Azure Dragon bloodline within Long Fei. The second soul ring, originally a 6,900-year purple ring, had now transformed into a black 10,000-year ring, directly connected to the chaotic Azure Dragon bloodline coursing through him. Long Fei's hair danced in the breeze. His body had grown taller, and his physique had become more robust, with muscles that were increasingly solid and substantial. A formidable aura of dominance naturally emanated from him. Subsequently, he opened his eyes, instinctively clenched his fists, and felt the exhilarating surge of newfound power. Centering himself, he noticed the black soul rings adorning his body, which elicited a slight change in his expression. It appeared that the Chaos Azure Dragon bloodline had facilitated a remarkable upgrade of the soul beast over 4,000 years. Excitement coursed through Long Fei's veins. He had absorbed the soul ring of the mystic armored rock spider, which had granted him 2 soul skills. System, display the character interface. Character interface. Host, Long Fei age. 6 cultivation technique. Infinite longevity technique. Level 3 physical strength comparable to Peak Soul Emperor Martial Soul. Chaos Azure Dragon Bloodline Package. Bloodline. Tattoo. Phantom Embodiment. Note: the tattoo is only visible when body temperature rises or falls significantly. It remains concealed at normal temperatures. Soul Power. 23. Rank 2 Soul Master. Purple Black. Bloodline Package Talents. Attribute Amplification. Lifespan Enhancement. Exorcism. Superior Healing. Immunity to Toxins. Exceptional Growth. Supreme Dragon Might Soul Skills. Passive Transformation. Azure Dragon Eye Soul Skills. Active Violent Mountain Flame Azure Dragon Soul. Thunderous Leap. Mystic Armored Rock Spider Dragon Soul. Mystic Armored Defense System Warehouse. Azure Dragon Ancient Blade X1. Chaos Azure Dragon Essence X1. Random Dimensional Travel Scroll X1 Current World. Douluo Continent Initial Cultivation Task. Please elevate your soul power to level 26 before the last day of the year, and cultivate the Infinite Longevity Technique to the 5th level. Success Reward. 1 Cultivation Merit. 1 Cultivation Gift Pack. Skill Elevation. Failure Penalty. Level and Cultivation Technique will remain stagnant for 1 year, and system access will be suspended for 1 year. Status. Claimed gazing at the long-awaited system interface. Long Fei felt a profound sense of satisfaction. At that moment, the system's voice resonated within his mind. Congratulations, host, for reaching level 20. The Chaos Azure Dragon Bloodline's talent ability has been activated, currently at 0.1% development. In the core area of the Stardow Forest, the message continued, congratulations, host, for achieving 0.1% development of the Chaos Azure Dragon Bloodline. Your cellular capabilities have been initially activated, granting you a strength of 300,000 kilograms and a physical resilience at the Soul Sage level. The Infinite Longevity Technique has progressed to mid-level 3. As this announcement echoed, Long Fei felt an unparalleled surge of power coursing through him, his cells pulsating with vitality. A torrent of strength was continuously manifesting. He realized that he could vanquish a soul beast of 10,000 years or less without even activating the capabilities of the Chaos Azure Dragon Bloodline. System. What does this bloodline development entail? Haven't I already possessed the Chaos Azure Dragon Bloodline? Long Fei inquired, confusion evident in his thoughts. The development and acquisition of a bloodline are 2 distinct matters. The bloodline you currently possess only reflects a superficial concentration. Development allows you to harness the true power of the bloodline. The Chaos Azure Dragon bloodline is extraordinarily formidable, and its activation poses significant challenges. Even a mere activation of 0.1% bestows you with remarkable enhancements. Each time you reach a full percentage point, you will gain a new bloodline capability, essentially a talent skill. After absorbing the system's explanation, Long Fei grasped the concept. As a transmigrator, he was not unfamiliar with such matters. Yet experiencing it firsthand was entirely new. What benefits will I receive for each incremental increase of 0.1? Long Fei asked. You will experience a tremendous enhancement in both internal and external bodily functions, as well as physical strength. Each activation will yield an increase of 200,000 kilograms in strength. The further you progress, the greater the enhancements become. Each 1% increase represents a significant breakthrough. The activation of your cells is synchronized with the development of your bloodline. Upon reaching a certain threshold, your cells will undergo astonishing transformations, revealing their potential. You will not be disappointed. With that, the system's voice fell silent. I understand. From now on, I shall strive to grow stronger. A glimmer of determination shone in Long Fei's eyes. Unbeknownst to him, on the opposite side, Emperor Tian felt the sudden surge of an even denser and more powerful bloodline aura emanating from Long Fei, which filled him with astonishment and unrestrained joy. The direct pressure from the bloodline that he had just sensed had intensified remarkably. My young human friend, you have finally awakened. Emperor Tian's face beamed with delight, though his voice was restrained, as he sought to maintain the dignity befitting the king of soul beasts. Someone. The moment that exclamation escaped his lips, Long Fei was jolted awake, swiftly employing the thunderous leap to distance himself 10 meters away from his original position. Emperor Tian was equally astonished by Long Fei's rapid movement, pondering whether this speed was one of his soul skills. The purple and black soul rings on Long Fei's body were spinning, his expression solemn as he prepared for battle. Who are you? Under the cover of darkness, the Azure Dragon could see clearly. The figure before him was remarkably tall, towering over him at approximately 2 meters. Clad in dark attire adorned with scales reminiscent of a dragon, the aura exuded was immensely powerful. Had it not been for the chaotic Azure Dragon bloodline that rendered him immune to the oppressive might of Tian, he would have undoubtedly felt an even more terrifying presence. In Long Fei's mind, he speculated that this individual might not be human. Tian said, "Do not be anxious. My young human friend, if I intended to strike against you, I would have acted the moment you absorbed the soul ring. In fact, I have been your protector. Indeed, I am grateful. May I inquire as to your identity?" Long Fei nodded and asked. "I am called Tian, the sovereign of the Star Douluo forest." Tian replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Long Fei's heart raced, and his pupils contracted in astonishment. Wait, this person is none other than the golden-eyed Black Dragon King. Tian. He swallowed hard and inquired, "Might I ask what brings you to seek me, esteemed Tian?" Long Fei understood that despite his significant improvements, he was still unable to defeat the formidable opponent before him. After all, in the realm of Douluo, this creature possessed nearly 500,000 years of cultivation. Although he inquired casually, Long Fei had already surmised the likely reason. He had undoubtedly attracted attention due to the aura of the chaotic Azure Dragon bloodline emanating from him. Being situated in the Star Douluo forest, it was inevitable that such advanced beings would sense his presence. "How may I address you, young friend?" Tian's expression remained calm. Yet he yearned to take Long Fei back to meet his master at that very moment. Long Fei clasped his hands. "I am Long Fei, a junior." Long Fei. A splendid name, resonating with the essence of dragons, remarked Emperor Tian, a smile gracing his countenance. He then inquired, "Young friend Long Fei, may I ask why you possess the Azure Dragon bloodline, which is even more formidable than my own within our dragon lineage?" Long Fei shook his head, saying this. "I awakened not long ago, and as for why it happened to me, I do not know. I recall that humans typically awaken their martial souls at the age of 6. How old are you?" Tian gazed intently at Long Fei. "I am 6 years old this year, having just awakened my martial soul a little over 2 months ago," Long Fei replied candidly. Upon hearing this, Tian was taken aback. In an instant, he appeared before Long Fei, startling him with his remarkable speed. "My goodness, what incredible swiftness!" Tian raised his hand and grasped Long Fei's right wrist. The next moment, his expression shifted slightly, and his pupils constricted. This skeletal age. It truly is 6 years old. A 23rd rank Great Soul Master at 6 years old, adorned with 1 purple and 1 black soul ring, among humans. You are the first I have encountered. After speaking, Tian released his grip. "Is there anything else, Senior Tian? If not, I shall take my leave." Long Fei inquired tentatively. He understood that if this esteemed figure objected, there was no way he could slip away unnoticed unless he utilized the teleportation scroll to exit the Douluo world. Tian's tone was courteous. Long Fei, due to the uniqueness of your martial soul, I hope you will accompany me to a certain location. There is someone who wishes to meet you. Rest assured, we will not harm you. Someone wishes to meet me? Could it be the Silver Dragon King, Guyuna? No, it must be her. Long Fei thought to himself. When can I leave? I must return to school tomorrow. His brow furrowed as he asked. It will not take long. Tomorrow morning, I shall personally escort you out of the Star Do Great Forest. Sensing Long Fei's inclination to agree, Tian pressed on. Very well, I shall go and see. Long Fei nodded. In the innermost depths of the Star Do Great Forest, a colossal golden-eyed black dragon king descended from the sky, accompanied by Long Fei. Just moments ago, he had ridden upon Tian's back. Such a tale would surely invoke envy if shared. This was a story he could boast about for quite some time. In midair, Long Fei beheld the radiant, multicolored stones before him. Surrounding this deepest part of the forest were other soul beasts transformed into human forms, including the dark golden fearsome claw bear and several other entities from the original narrative, all waiting below for Tian's arrival. Tian, is this little brat truly the source of the dragon god's aura? The dark golden fearsome claw bear pointed at Long Fei, curiosity etched upon its face. The other ferocious beasts shared the same inquisitive sentiment. Whether or not that is the case, we shall soon find out. Tian replied to the bear with a calm demeanor. He then led Long Fei to the stone emanating a spectrum of radiant colors. Master, I have brought the person you requested. Tian spoke respectfully. Long Fei gazed at the raw stone before him, pondering inwardly. Is the essence within this stone truly the Silver Dragon King's Guyuna? Long Fei, unleash your martial spirit completely, Tian instructed. Long Fei nodded in agreement. After all, he had come this far. There was no need for concealment. Once his chaotic Azure Dragon bloodline was fully revealed, the expressions on the faces of those around him would undoubtedly be most entertaining. Long Fei is already eagerly anticipating. 28. Choice Long Fei shed his garments, revealing the extraordinary powers bestowed by the Chaos Azure Dragon bloodline. The enormous phantom of the Chaos Azure Dragon emanated an unfathomable oppressive aura. A colossal tattoo of the Chaos Azure Dragon totem adorned his body, exuding an ancient and unparalleled essence. Ultimately, he radiated a resplendent azure glow, his eyes transforming into those of the dragon, as his bloodline unfurled in its entirety. He stood as a supreme, noble, and inviolable being, an exalted ruler of the dragon race. In his mind, Long Fei posed a question to the system. How does the Chaos Azure Dragon compare to the Ancestral Dragon in strength? The system responded, the path of the Ancestral Dragon is the sacred path, while that of the Chaos Azure Dragon is the primordial path. The former reaches its peak at the quasi-saint level, whereas the latter ascends to the realm of the primordial Great Luo Golden Immortal. The primordial Great Luo Golden Immortal equates to a saint, yet it possesses a strength that surpasses but does not exceed that of a saint. If we consider all beneath the saint as mere insects, then the Chaos Azure Dragon surpasses the Ancestral Dragon. However, Long Fei pondered, yet, I have never heard of the existence of the Chaos Azure Dragon in the vast wilderness. The system clarified, the Chaos Azure Dragon exists in another world of comparable might to the vast wilderness. What world? Long Fei inquired. The system replied, your authority as the host is insufficient for me to disclose that information. You shall come to know in due time. Very well. At that moment, feeling the overwhelming dragon might radiating from Long Fei, the fierce beasts present experienced an unsettling sensation, as if a colossal boulder, mightier than their own powers, pressed heavily upon them. In an instant, beads of cold sweat trickled down their foreheads. Furthermore, Long Fei harnessed the already developed Zero, one of his bloodline, further amplifying the original dragon might. What a terrifying dragon might! All the fierce beasts present, with cultivation levels surpassing 200,000 years, still felt trepidation and fear. Could this truly be the direct intimidation exerted by the supreme dragon god bloodline upon us soul beasts? Bear King regarded Long Fei with wariness. Had he not perceived the other as an ally, he would have swiftly taken action to eliminate this threat. The current situation was already formidable, and in the future, it would undoubtedly become even more terrifying. This aura was undeniably that of the dragon god. At that moment, a voice emanated from within the radiant light of the original stone, brimming with excitement. Master, the fate of our dragon race and the soul beasts may very well lie within him. Emperor Tian knelt on one knee before the stone, expressing his respect. Indeed, the aura of the dragon god was unmistakable. Yet, why had the dragon god transformed in such a manner? The female voice echoed with uncertainty. Could it be that after the dragon god's fall, a fragment of divine consciousness reincarnated, resulting in this mutation? Her words were laden with endless speculation. System, what does it mean that I possess the aura of the dragon god? Long Fei questioned, perplexed since the moment Emperor Tian had mentioned the dragon god. The Chaos Azure Dragon was a product of an exalted world. How could it be linked to the dragon god of this mere Douluo world? To claim that my Chaos Azure Dragon is akin to the dragon god is a slight upon my dignity, is it not? The system elucidated. The Douluo world is a low martial world among countless celestial realms, and the dragon god is merely one among many of the dragon race. The reason you sense the dragon god's aura within your Chaos Azure Dragon is that the dragon god of this realm is but a minuscule fragment of the countless bloodlines of the Chaos Azure Dragon. Thus, they perceive the aura of the dragon god emanating from you, for in their hearts, the supreme ruler of the dragon race in this world is indeed that very dragon god they speak of. Long Fei inquired with curiosity, I understand, but, my heavens, the mere fragment of the Chaos Azure Dragon's bloodline possesses the strength equivalent to that of a divine sovereign in this realm. If that fragment were to be fully realized, I would inherit the entirety of the Chaos Azure Dragon's lineage. So why am I still so weak? Shouldn't I instantly attain the status of a primordial golden immortal? You are not a manifestation of its bloodline. You are merely its inheritor. The bloodline remains dormant. Once you unlock its potential to a certain extent, you will comprehend its terrifying nature, the system teased enigmatically. Tian's countenance gleamed with joy. My lord, regardless of the circumstances, we have finally located the reincarnation of the supreme ruler of the dragon clan. If we nurture him well, combined with our efforts, we shall surely reignite the path for soul beasts to ascend to divinity. Tian proclaimed with pride. The time for our dragon clan and the soul beasts to rise has arrived. Ah, that is indeed splendid, but why must the dragon god reincarnate as a human? Humans and our soul beasts are sworn enemies. They require the hunting of soul beasts to cultivate their power. The sorrowful voice emanating from within the colorful luminous stone revealed profound grief and an intense loathing for humanity. Our kin was utterly annihilated by the collusion of the humans from the divine realm. Ding. A side quest has been triggered. Join the soul beast army and lead them in a counterattack. Rewards include the most refined method for crafting soul spirits, a 20% increase in affinity with the soul beast clan, and one lottery draw for a chance to receive a drop of high-grade dragon blood. Failure penalty, none. Will the host accept? At that moment, the system's voice echoed in Long Fei's mind once more, but this time it heralded a quest. A flicker of joy sparkled in Long Fei's dual pupils. At last, the side quest had arrived. He now found himself burdened with two tasks. If all went according to plan, the task of cultivating and leveling up should be completed within half a year. However, by joining the ranks of the soul beasts, was he destined to become adversaries with Tang San and the Shrek Academy? Long Fei pondered silently. After all, they were not allies. If he were to become an enemy, he would ensure to utterly obliterate everything they held dear. It would either be he who ascended to divinity before them or none at all, standing with the soul beasts. And given that the divine realm had currently prohibited their ascension, a bold notion took root in his mind, to create a new divine realm. Yet, he knew the difficulty of such a feat would be immense, and the power required would be terrifying. Nevertheless, he resolved to take it one step at a time. Long Fei, do you wish to join our ranks among the soul beasts? A feminine voice echoed once more. The voice continued. You are the reincarnation of a fragment of the supreme dragon god's soul, destined to lead the soul beast clan in their retaliation against the divine realm. Of course, you may refuse, and we shall act as if we have never crossed paths. Long Fei, I accept the mission. System, mission acceptance complete. Agreed. I, Long Fei, am willing to stand with the Spirit Beast faction and lead the Spirit Beast clan to battle in the divine realm. Although I do not recall the memories of the dragon god, since this is my destiny, I shall rise to greatness and lead the Spirit Beast clan to prominence once I have matured. Long Fei spoke these words with a solemn expression. Upon seeing his swift agreement, the crowd was momentarily taken aback. Very well, since you have consented, we shall henceforth be a family. Welcome aboard. The woman's voice was unmistakably filled with delight. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the colorful gemstone, revealing a tall and exquisite woman with silver hair, silver eyes, and a flowing silver robe, truly a sight to behold. "Are you the master of the gemstone?" Long Fei inquired knowingly, despite the obviousness of the answer. "You must be Gu Yuna, am I correct?" "It can only be her." "Greetings, Long Fei. I am Gu Yuna," she replied. At that moment, the system's voice resonated, announcing, "The most refined method for spirit creation has been unlocked, enhancing the affinity of the Soul Beast clan by 20%, and granting one random high-grade dragon blood with a single lottery draw." Instantly, Tian and the other fierce beasts, along with Gu Yuna, grew even more amiable towards Long Fei. "Little brother, since you have joined our Soul Beast team, you may henceforth refer to me as elder brother," Tian said kindly. He proceeded to introduce the others. "This is the dark golden fierce claw bear, and this is..." Thus, Tian continued with the introductions one by one. Long Fei had memorized everything. In his heart, he silently expressed his desire to absorb the knowledge of soul spirit creation. Soon, with the system's promise, an abundance of unfamiliar yet vast and intricate knowledge regarding the most refined methods of soul spirit creation flooded into his mind, the experience akin to a sudden enlightenment. Leaving him thoroughly versed, now only experimentation remained. "Since I have joined your team, allow me to present a token of my sincerity," he declared, proceeding to share some insights regarding soul spirits. Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback. "Long Fei, can what you just said about soul spirits really be accomplished?" Yuna inquired, her eyes glimmering with hope. "If this method is disseminated, it could gradually reduce humanity's hunting of soul beasts. It is indeed possible. My dream is for humans and soul beasts to coexist harmoniously," Long Fei asserted earnestly. Tian hastily asked, "You mean this knowledge of soul spirits is currently known only to you?" Long Fei nodded and replied, "Indeed, brother Tian. I am certain that my method will work without fail. However, this is not the opportune moment to publicize it. I must first conduct experiments. And once I have achieved success and matured, I shall seek a suitable occasion to disseminate the information." Tian and the others nodded in agreement, acknowledging Long Fei's counsel. "It is true that you have yet to fully develop. If this news were to leak, it would undoubtedly attract the attention of those with ulterior motives, placing you in peril, particularly from certain humans who do not wish for harmonious coexistence with soul beasts. How do you plan to conduct these experiments?" Yuna inquired eagerly, unable to contain her curiosity. Long Fei spoke, "Before the experiment, I hope that you, brother Tian, can assist me in collecting the blood of some soul beasts, a minimum of 10 different kinds. This is the first step of the soul spirit experiment. This is simple. Once I have gathered the samples, I will personally bring them to you. By the way, take this. It is a protective scale that contains the full force of my most powerful strike, capable of injuring even the most formidable Soul Douluo among humans. Furthermore, it can locate your position. Should you find yourself in peril, simply call out to the scale, and I shall appear by your side in the shortest possible time." As Tian agreed, he also produced a scale and handed it to Long Fei. Observing the surrounding ferocious beasts with envy, Long Fei expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, brother." He accepted it without hesitation and placed it away carefully. "Long Fei, follow me. I shall take you to a certain location," Yuna stated, leading the way towards the depths of the Lake of Life. Long Fei hesitated for a moment before following suit. Subsequently, a protective shield enveloped him, isolating him from the water and allowing him to breathe. The place to which the master had taken him. Could it be? Xiong Jun gazed at the two who had plunged into the water, astonished. He wondered if the younger brother could successfully pass that trial. Tian murmured to himself. At this moment, beneath the water, Long Fei mysteriously entered a space that had been independently created. This was the embryonic realm of the dragon world. And before him stood the resplendent 7-colored light steel, known as the Dragon God Steel. Within the Dragon God Steel resided the will of the Dragon God. Yuna spoke as she led Long Fei to the majestic steel. "Stand still and wait for a moment," she instructed, approaching the Dragon God Steel. The words Dragon God Steel slipped from Long Fei's lips, a sense of suspicion stirring within him. Could this be the divine trial of the Dragon God? At that moment, Yuna called out, "Long Fei, come here and place your hand upon the Dragon God Steel." Long Fei nodded softly, then approached and placed his hand upon the Dragon God Steel. In the next moment, a resplendent golden light enveloped Long Fei, as if his very consciousness were being drawn out in an instant, transporting him to an entirely different realm. This space was awash with a shimmering golden glow, reminiscent of a chaotic void. "Here." Long Fei furrowed his brow, murmuring to himself. At that moment, a deep, authoritative voice resonated. Are you the chosen trial bearer of the Silver Dragon King, Gyuna? Yet, how can it be that a mere human stands before me? I sense my essence within you, but you still seek to surpass me? As the voice echoed, a colossal dragon of 7 radiant colors materialized before Long Fei. Elder, are you the dragon god? Long Fei retreated a step, his eyes wide with astonishment. Indeed, I am the dragon god. Alas, I have fallen. You possess my essence. Could it be that you are the reincarnation of a fragment of my soul after my demise? The dragon god fixed his gaze upon Long Fei. I do not know. Long Fei shook his head. Ah, it is true. The memories of a past life are lost upon reincarnation. However, the dragon bloodline within you is remarkably potent, far surpassing that of the Silver Dragon King. Yet, my divine position is designated for spirit beasts, and you, being human, do not meet the criteria. Regrettably, the bloodline concentration I devised for the dragon god's legacy was excessively high, rendering even the Silver Dragon King incapable of inheriting it. Since you have emerged, I might indeed grant you an exception. However, your future mission shall be to lead the Spirit Beast clan in their battles against the deities of the divine realm. If you believe you can bear this immense responsibility, I shall bestow upon you my dragon god position. The dragon god's words flowed continuously, while Long Fei listened attentively. Long Fei silently thought to himself, I have yet to express my agreement or disagreement, yet you have rambled on extensively. What am I to do about it? Long Fei clasped his hands and spoke, Respected dragon god, I have pledged my allegiance to Gyuna to join the Soul Beast team and lead the resurgence of the Soul Beasts. Moreover, I have presented a method for the Soul Spirits. It is merely a matter of time. Although I have inherited the bloodline of the Chaos Azure Dragon, I am not the Chaos Azure Dragon itself. Therefore, I must show due respect to the dragon god before me, especially since I am still on foreign territory. At that moment, the ethereal visage of the Chaos Azure Dragon manifested around Long Fei, towering above the dragon god, rendering him akin to a younger sibling. Subsequently, the bloodline of the Chaos Azure Dragon within Long Fei surged with fervor. In an instant, he was overwhelmed by a primal urge to consume the dragon god before him. The essence of the Chaos Azure Dragon seemed to whisper that by devouring the consciousness and power of this dragon god, he could unlock a higher potential within his bloodline and attain a more formidable awakening energy. However, this impulse was swiftly subdued. The azure eyes of the dragon emerged, and Long Fei endeavored to retract the ethereal form. Yet, the Chaos Azure Dragon's apparition remained unmoved, seemingly beyond his control. Meanwhile, the dragon god beheld the colossal figure before him, radiating a terrifying and supreme aura of the dragon race, one that surpassed his own nobility and bloodline. This was an undeniable, absolute suppression emanating from the very essence of the dragon lineage. The dragon god's eyes widened in astonishment, and its complexion changed drastically, beads of cold sweat beginning to trickle down. What manner of dragon is this? The voice of the dragon god resonated with terror. A flicker of reverence flashed within its dual pupils, not out of volition, but rather instinctively. How audacious! A mere whelp dares to proclaim itself a dragon god before me? Today, I, the Azure Dragon, shall consume you. Suddenly, a scene that astounded Long Fei unfolded. This ethereal form of the Chaos Azure Dragon could indeed speak for itself. Good heavens! You can talk! Long Fei exclaimed, his voice echoing in disbelief. In the next moment, the void shattered, unleashing an overwhelming draconic aura. The ethereal Chaos Azure Dragon opened its colossal maw, lunging toward the dragon god to devour it. No, do not consume me. What manner of dragon are you? The dragon god cried out in terror, yet found himself utterly immobilized, subdued by the supreme Azure Dragon before him. In a moment of sheer panic, he was consumed whole by the chaotic Azure Dragon. Suddenly, a resplendent array of 7-colored radiance burst forth from Long Fei's being, as the dragon god was devoured. The bloodline of the chaotic Azure Dragon was augmented to 2%, undergoing a transformation and enhancement. Congratulations, you have acquired the memories of the dragon god, the ultimate techniques of the dragon god, the divine power of the dragon god, and the divine position of the dragon god. Soul power elevation commenced. 24, 26, 27, 28, 30. A divine bestowed soul ring, 1 dragon god soul ring. With the age of all soul rings elevated to 100,000 years, the sanctification of soul power ensued. With a sudden jolt, Long Fei's body trembled intensely, radiating a brilliance akin to a golden sun. His blood surged with unparalleled fervor, coursing through him like the tumultuous waves of a mighty tsunami. He felt an overwhelming surge of strength enveloping him, solidifying his form with an unyielding resilience. An infinite well of power continuously erupted from the very veins of his being. From the heavens descended a dazzling golden soul ring, gracefully encircling Long Fei and claiming the coveted third position. In that fleeting moment, 2 crimson and 1 golden soul rings emanated a terrifying aura, swirling around Long Fei. Oh, the power! An endless reservoir of strength. This is the sensation I adore. Long Fei displayed an expression of sheer ecstasy as he gazed skyward, proclaiming his triumph. Bathed in divine radiance, he underwent a remarkable transformation. The completion of his soul power's divine metamorphosis meant that henceforth, all the soul power he cultivated would seamlessly convert into divine strength. Due to the Chaos Azure Dragon's consumption of the Dragon God, with every 10 levels he ascended, he would be granted a divine soul ring, along with the authority to designate a soul beast to transform into the soul ring spirit, which would subsequently achieve divinity. As he absorbed the system's revelations, Long Fei's mind was simultaneously inundated with the Dragon God's vast knowledge. His stature soared to an impressive height of 1.80 meters. The pupils of his azure dragon eyes were adorned with 7-colored glimmering light, augmenting both his mental and spiritual prowess. His vision had extended to extraordinary lengths. From this moment forth, the realm of Douluo continent would no longer recognize the Dragon God. Only the inheritor of the Chaos Azure Dragon, Long Fei, would remain. At that juncture, a spirit materialized as his third soul ring emerged. Is this the spirit of the Dragon God? Long Fei exclaimed in astonishment. In his grasp appeared a soul beast that bore an uncanny resemblance to the Dragon God, albeit considerably smaller. From this point onward, all of Long Fei's subsequent soul rings would be supplied by it. Now, with the absorption of his third soul ring, I have ascended to the esteemed level of 34th rank Soul Master at the tender age of 6. I dare ask, is there anyone else in this world who can claim such a feat? Long Fei laughed heartily. Congratulations to the host for completing the cultivation task. The rewards have been distributed. System, utilize the merit of cultivation, Long Fei murmured. As soon as he uttered these words, a surge of merit power descended from the heavens, enveloping Long Fei entirely. Everything about him seemed to awaken instantly, pulsating as if imbued with self-awareness. Moreover, his divine power ascended another level under the influence of this merit power. At this moment, his divine power level reached 35. Divine power not only surpasses soul power in rank, but is also significantly more challenging to cultivate. The enhancement of attributes with each level gained is extraordinarily formidable. The sudden influx of abilities left Long Fei needing time to digest the bounty he had received. Although he had risen in power, he realized he must remain grounded. With a mere thought, the colors of the soul rings adorning his body shifted to the ordinary hues of yellow and purple, his aura reflecting the change. Once my divine power level ascends to that of a soul emperor, even the mightiest Super Douluo of this world shall not be my adversary. When I fully dominate this realm, the day I forge the divine realm shall dawn. Long Fei inhaled deeply, overwhelmed with ambition. His physical strength had reached an unimaginable pinnacle. In the Douluo continent, unless one ascended to godhood, no one could breach his corporeal form. From a physical standpoint, he was already invincible within the continent. With another thought, he vanished from this space, asserting his dominion over it. Upon reappearing, the Dragon God monument materialized directly into Long Fei's hands. The Dragon God stele is indeed an extraordinary artifact, immensely powerful, and should be stowed away for now. This scene left the nearby Guiyuna utterly astounded. Have you obtained the inheritance of the Dragon God? Guiyuna sensed that the pressure and aura emanating from Long Fei were even more terrifying than before. And it appeared that his soul energy had undergone some transformation, bearing a striking resemblance to the divine power she was familiar with. Long Fei nodded, affirming, indeed. The Dragon God has completely bestowed the inheritance upon me and has now entered eternal rest. Henceforth, I shall be the bearer of the Dragon God's legacy. And I shall take the Dragon God monument with me. My soul power has evolved into divine power. Await the rise of your clan under my leadership. He turned to Guiyuna and said, by the way, the Dragon God has promised you to me. It is destined that I shall become an unparalleled being. How could I possibly be without a companion by my side? This is the will of the Dragon God. As he spoke, Long Fei extended his hand, and a radiant light imbued with the essence of the Dragon God enveloped the astonished Guiyuna. After a moment of silence, Guiyuna's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. Since the Dragon God has chosen you, I shall naturally support you wholeheartedly. Excellent. Your injuries from the battle among the gods have yet to heal. Take this. Long Fei produced a drop of blood in his hand. Is this dragon blood? I feel an inexplicable affinity. Gu Yuna expressed her astonishment. This is the essence of the seven-colored dragon. Absorbing it will accelerate your recovery, for I will need you in due time. This precious dragon blood was obtained by Long Fei during a side quest that involved a random encounter with an advanced dragon lineage. Thank you, Gu Yuna replied, akin to a bashful young girl. In a moment of boldness, Long Fei wrapped his arms around Gu Yuna, his overwhelming power rendering her unable to break free. He then leaned in and pressed his lips against hers, declaring, "This is a token of your status as my woman. The dawn is approaching. I must return now, but I shall visit you again," Long Fei said. Gu Yuna's face turned crimson, and she hastily accepted the dragon blood before leading Long Fei away from the spot. Thus, the truth was forever concealed. Apart from Long Fei, no one knew that the true spirit of the dragon god had become the third soul ring of Long Fei. Feeling the terrifying pressure of the dragon god emanating from Long Fei, Tian and others knelt in reverence. We pay homage to the dragon god's heir. Subsequently, Long Fei mounted Tian and departed from the Star Douluo forest. The journey ahead was one that Long Fei traversed alone. After exiting the Star Douluo forest by a kilometer, dusk settled in. At that moment, Long Fei sensed 3 lethal auras locking onto him. Not far ahead, 3 men materialized, each surrounded by 5 floating soul rings of yellow and purple hues. Soul Kings, he realized, recognizing them as 3 level 50 Soul Kings. One of the men spoke in a mocking tone. Well, since you dared to enter the Star Douluo forest, we've been waiting patiently for your emergence. It seems our efforts have finally paid off. The trio wielded axes, their faces contorted with malevolence. These 3 were the nefarious individuals who had been tailing him from that restaurant. Long Fei displayed a peculiar smile, exclaiming, "Ah, splendid. The 3 of you have come just in time for me to test the powers I have recently acquired. Since you're here to deliver your heads, then." At that moment, only the 4 of them remained in the vicinity. Subsequently, 2 crimson and 1 golden soul rings emerged around him, emanating a terrifying aura as divine power surged forth towards the trio. Upon witnessing this scene, the 3 individuals were instantly struck with fear. Allow me to demonstrate the might of the dragon god. As the dragon god's soul spirit awakened in Long Fei's hands, a golden soul ring illuminated the surroundings. With a mighty strike of the dragon god, a resounding roar erupted. The earth trembled and cracked, golden light descended from the heavens, and an overwhelming aura of terror surged forth. In an instant, Long Fei's figure vanished, only to reappear before the 3 individuals with breathtaking speed, eluding capture entirely. "Ah, help! Don't kill me! Ah!" The next moment, blood splattered as the anguished cries of the 3 soared into the heavens. P.S. From this point onward, the dragon god will primarily manifest through the aspects of soul rings and aura, while the chaotic Azure Dragon bloodline will be represented through the development of bloodlines and cellular structures. This distinction should alleviate any confusion, as they can be considered 2 states, one weaker and the other stronger. Ultimately, the chaotic Azure Dragon bloodline serves the purpose of masquerading as an underdog. And as you continue reading, the narrative will clarify itself, even if I cannot articulate it fully. 31. Cultivation Points. 5 colored gemstones within the Royal Academy of Qian Daoliu. Long Fei had returned. He made his way directly into a strength testing chamber. Clenching his fist, he delivered a powerful blow. A thunderous sound resonated throughout the room. Fortunately, the chamber was soundproof. Otherwise, such a commotion would surely attract attention from outside. The teacher accompanying Long Fei to evaluate the test results stared in astonishment at the scene before him. The strength testing apparatus had been shattered by Long Fei's single punch. How could this be possible? This state-of-the-art strength testing machine could withstand a maximum force of 1 million kilograms. You shattered it with a mere punch? Surely, there must be a malfunction with the device, the teacher exclaimed in disbelief. This apparatus is worth a staggering 150,000 gold soul coins. For us teachers, it would take at least a decade of frugal living to earn that amount. Perhaps it was a fault in the machine that caused it to explode. Would you like me to fetch another one for a retest? Long Fei suggested with a casual smile, glancing at his bruised knuckles. This will take some time. I must seek approval from the 3 committee members, the teacher replied. Very well, I shall take my leave for now. By the way, it would be prudent to request a machine with an even higher threshold, lest I reduce another to this state, Long Fei advised. Casting a sympathetic glance at the mangled apparatus, he was eager to ascertain the weight of his ordinary punch. After all, he had certainly surpassed the 1 million kilogram mark. All right, Please return home and await further instructions. Long Fei returned to the dormitory, finding it utterly deserted. Qin, you must have gone to class, he murmured, as he made his way to his bed to rest for a moment. After a long day of exertion yesterday, he certainly needed to recuperate. Within his consciousness, Long Fei addressed the system. I wish to utilize that chance for a lottery draw. The system responded, congratulations, host, you have acquired the perfect control technique. A new and unfamiliar piece of information surged into Long Fei's mind. This perfect control technique arrived just in the nick of time. Long Fei was genuinely concerned that he might inadvertently unleash a mere punch, resulting in his opponent's demise. His physical form was in slumber, while his consciousness engaged in cultivation and absorption, simultaneously digesting the information acquired earlier that morning. How does the system's skill enhancement function? Does it encompass all abilities I possess? Long Fei inquired of the system. The skill enhancement solely applies to skills. Soul Ring abilities and Bloodline talents, among others, cannot be enhanced. In simpler terms, it is akin to an upgrade. Currently, the skills eligible for enhancement include the Thunder Flash step. Would the host like to proceed with the enhancement? Upon hearing the system's words, Long Fei mused, goodness, the system is providing me with a dragon's service. Yes, Long Fei affirmed with a nod. Soon, the information regarding the upgraded Thunder Flash step flooded his mind, and he comprehended it entirely. At that moment, his mastery of the Thunder Flash step advanced from the introductory level to a minor achievement. Previously, he could traverse 10 meters in a single step. Now, he could cover 100 meters. I must also open the cultivation package. Long Fei commanded. The cultivation package was successfully activated, and the system congratulated the host on receiving 10 cultivation points, 100,000 gold soul coins, and a 5-colored gemstone. What is the purpose of these cultivation points? Long Fei inquired, both perplexed and intrigued. The system explained, each cultivation point can be exchanged for a year of cultivation power. 10 points can secure 10 years of cultivation power. However, this power is not sourced from the host, but drawn from the myriad realms. Its strength or weakness depends on the host's fortune. Now I understand. I will utilize all 10 points, Long Fei declared. In a single transaction, the host successfully exchanged for 10 years of cultivation power from the sect leader of the Shumi Small World. At the moment the system's announcement concluded, a resonant hum filled the air. A radiant light enveloped Long Fei, imparting an indescribable sense of profound mystery upon him. His divine power ascended from level 35 to 36. System, what kind of realm is the Shumi Small World in terms of strength? Long Fei inquired curiously. Is it truly the case that a decade of cultivation only resulted in a single level increase in divine power? Is the difficulty of mastering divine power to blame? Yet, 10 years is a significant duration. If I had devoted 10 years to cultivating soul power, I would have undoubtedly attained divinity by now. With divine power, I should at least possess the prowess of a Soul Douluo or a Title Douluo. The system replied. The Shumi Small World is a realm of lesser caliber than the Douluo world. Then, if I draw repeatedly, would the results be more favorable? Long Fei suddenly felt a pang of urgency, as if he had missed a monumental opportunity. The system responded, logically, that is correct. Drawing once grants a direct random assignment, whereas drawing multiple times allows for multiple random assignments. Perhaps you might even designate a world of martial prowess, and with good fortune, it could be a high-level martial world. How infuriating. It aligns with my assumptions. Alas, what's done is done. I shan't make the same mistake again. Long Fei sighed, feeling as though he had squandered an opportunity worth billions. By the way, what is this 5-colored gemstone? He retrieved a beautifully smooth stone, reminiscent of jade, exhibiting 5 vibrant hues. Suddenly, a screen materialized before Long Fei, displaying an introduction to the 5-colored gemstone. 5-colored gemstone, a natural product birthed from the harmonious balance of the 5 elements within a certain realm, containing the essence of elemental powers. The golden hue signifies metal, green represents wood, blue indicates water, red embodies fire, and brown symbolizes earth. Gazing at the introduction, Long Fei examined the gemstone in his hand, which radiated with the colors representing the 5 elements. Had I not acquired the Dragon God, this would have been a treasure in my possession. However, having already assimilated the powers of the Dragon God, I now command the strength of the 7 elements, he muttered, recognizing that the 5 elemental forces were encompassed within the 7 elements. Suddenly, the system's voice emerged. Wearing it will amplify your corresponding elemental powers. System, open the character interface. Character interface. Host. Long Fei age. 6 cultivation method. Boundless longevity technique. Level 10 bloodline and cell development and activation. 2 physical strength comparable to near demigod, peerless Douluo. Near demigod, pseudo demigod, demigod, near god, deity, martial soul, chaotic Azure Dragon bloodline package, bloodline, tattoo, illusionary manifestation. Note: tattoos are only visible when body temperature is elevated or decreased. They remain hidden at normal temperature. Divine power, level 36, 3-ring divine master, crimson, gold, bloodline package talents, development attribute amplification, lifespan amplification, exorcism, superior healing, immunity to all poisons, rapid growth, supreme dragon might, 1 development, right hand Azure Dragon transformation, 2 development, left hand Azure Dragon transformation, soul skills, passive metamorphosis, multicolored Azure Dragon eye skills, lightning flash step, minor achievement, 100 meters per step, soul skills, active, red, first soul skill, violent mountain inferno Azure Dragon spirit, red, second soul skill, Azure armored rock spider dragon spirit, Azure armored defense, gold, third soul skill, dragon god soul, system warehouse, Azure Dragon ancient blade x1, chaotic Azure Dragon essence x1, random dimensional travel scroll x1, dragon god divine position x1 current travel world, Douluo continent inside the Qian Royal Academy. The instructor had already requested new strength testing equipment from the 3 committee members. The 3 looked at one another with strange expressions. Bai Baoshan spoke up, Qian Feng, you must be jesting. That equipment was just introduced this month, valued at 150,000 gold soul coins with a maximum capacity of 1 million kilograms. You claim a student shattered it with a single punch. We 3 committee members are quite eager to see who possesses such strength. Meng Xinji remarked. How could a student possibly possess a strength exceeding 1 million kilograms? Qian Feng insisted. I believe there must be an issue with the machine. Jilin shook his head vehemently. Absolutely not. The machine cannot malfunction, even if it did. It couldn't be shattered by a single punch. Moreover, has there ever been an issue during your tests? Qian Feng decisively replied, none at all. Then it isn't a problem with the machine, but rather with that individual. Qian Feng, who is this person? Jilin inquired, his curiosity piqued, as were the others. Esteemed committee members, here is the information on that student, Qian Feng said, handing over a document to Meng Xinji. Meng Xinji eagerly accepted it, while Jilin and Bai Baoshan leaned in to examine it. Long Fei. It's him. Upon seeing the name, their eyes widened in shock. Did the 3 committee members recognize this student? Qian Feng asked, intrigued. Meng Xinji's expression grew solemn as he replied, of course we know him. This matter must remain confidential. Should you disclose it, do not blame us for lacking mercy. Qian Feng, sensing the formidable aura of the 3 Soul Douluo level beings, trembled involuntarily. Cold sweat trickling down his back. He hastily nodded, rest assured, esteemed committee members, I, Qian Feng, will not speak of today's events. Excellent, remember your words. Now, lead us to the room where the machine was destroyed. Meng Xinji commanded. Committee members, please follow me. Qian Feng promptly turned to guide them. Upon reaching the room, the 4 were taken aback by the sight of the shattered strength testing equipment. This child is truly terrifying, at such a young age. He managed to break a machine capable of withstanding over 1 million kilograms? No, we must witness the process of him shattering it firsthand. Old Bai, have someone prepare a new one. This time, we shall be present to witness the miracle. The 3, astonished, were suddenly interrupted by Meng Xinji's command directed at Bai Baoshan. Understood, I shall attend to it immediately. Bai Baoshan nodded, promptly departing to fulfill the task. Meng Xinji turned to Qian Feng. You go notify Qin Ming to bring Long Fei here. Yes. Qian Feng quickly left, finally releasing a breath of relief. The pressure emanating from the 3 was stifling, nearly suffocating. Meanwhile, Qin Ming, who was training Yu Tianhing and the others, was taken aback by the sudden command, uncertain of what the chief and others intended. Nevertheless, he proceeded to comply. You all take a break. I must attend to something. Qin Ming informed Yu Tianhing and the others before turning to leave. What's going on with teacher? Why the sudden departure? Duge Yin murmured, perplexed. Teachers have their own matters to attend to. Let us rest and recover our soul power. One of the others replied. Yu Tianhing wiped his sweat with a long towel and sipped water, his brow furrowed, yet he refrained from voicing his myriad questions. Indeed. Let us hasten to rest and restore our soul power. We shall need it for training shortly, Osro remarked with a sense of urgency. By the way, Didn't Long Fei fail to show up yesterday? Is he absent again today? Du Guyan inquired. Who can fathom that eccentric? He exists on an entirely different plane than us, Yu Tianheng sighed. Upon his words, the group reminisced about the events of the past 2 months. The 7 of them had been thoroughly overwhelmed by Long Fei, a soul master with barely 20 levels and a single soul ring. I cannot comprehend why there exists such a vast disparity between us. Osro stood, clutching a measuring tool, and proclaimed loudly. Indeed. The Sure Mo brothers nodded in agreement. Yu Lingling and Du Guyan also concurred with silent nods. Who knows him? He's as stubborn as they come, yet possesses such formidable strength. Yu Tianheng lamented with a bitter shake of his head. Being around Long Fei has stripped him, the second young master of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, of his sense of superiority. Throughout these 2 months, he has not once emerged victorious against them. The 7 exchanged glances filled with mutual understanding. Meanwhile, on the other side, Long Fei arose from his slumber, and as he stepped out of the dormitory, he encountered a familiar face. Teacher Qin Ming? What a coincidence! Long Fei greeted with a broad smile. Long Fei? Splendid. You are precisely who I was looking for. Come with me at once. Qin Ming exclaimed with evident delight. Long Fei was momentarily taken aback. Oh, you were looking for me? He inquired with curiosity. As he approached, he continued. The 3 members of the Education Committee have requested your presence in the instrument room you just visited. Qin Ming's expression was grave. Long Fei comprehended and arrived at a conclusion that resonated with his own thoughts. Regardless, it was precisely in accordance with his wishes. Thus, he proceeded onward. This time, Qin Ming accompanied him as well, eager to uncover the purpose behind the 3 Education Committee members' summons of Long Fei. Soon, Qin Ming followed Long Fei into a chamber where the 3 esteemed committee members were already present. Greetings, esteemed committee members. Long Fei acknowledged their presence, and Qin Ming did likewise. Long Fei gazed upon the room, where the once shattered machine had vanished, replaced by a pristine new one. The efficiency of the people here was truly remarkable. In such a short span, they had managed to replace the old, and even cleaned up the remnants thoroughly. With the presence of these 3 individuals and the new machine, was this an invitation for me to return once more? Long Fei pondered, pursing his lips with a hint of amusement. A single machine cost 150,000 gold soul coins. Indeed, the academy was not lacking in funds. But this seemed a sheer waste of money. Nonetheless, they possess wealth, and my protest would be futile. Very well, I shall return once again. Long Fei, please test your strength once more. The Dream Machine is eager, one of the trio urged. Upon their reunion with Long Fei, the Dream Machine trio and Qin Ming were momentarily taken aback, for Long Fei had undergone a remarkable transformation, towering taller and exuding a palpable vigor. His muscles and vitality were immensely pronounced. Particularly for Qin Ming, who had spent considerable time with Long Fei, the contrast from their outing yesterday was stark. Yet, witnessing this change in his aura and demeanor was reassuring. Senior Dream Machine, what is the capacity of this new device? Long Fei inquired nonchalantly. The 3 exchanged bewildered glances before responding in unison. 130,000 kilograms. Very well, I shall try again, Long Fei declared as he stepped forward, stretching his neck and hands, eyeing the new strength-testing apparatus. In his current state, he wondered how much power he could unleash with a single punch. Closing his eyes, he inhaled deeply, clenched his right hand, and a subtle vortex of energy manifested near his fist. He had mastered the art of perfect power output. His overwhelming strength allowed him to generate such phenomena even in a relaxed state. As he opened his eyes, a fierce light flashed within, and he unleashed a punch towards the strength-testing device. Boom! An audible shockwave radiated, enveloping the entire apparatus. Bang! Before the astonished gazes of the onlookers, the machine, capable of withstanding 130,000 kilograms, erupted instantaneously. What? Cries of disbelief erupted from the Dream Machine and his companions. Long Fei furrowed his brows and sighed, pondering why he could not ascertain the full extent of his might in a normal state. System, what is the maximum strength I can achieve under normal circumstances? He unconsciously inquired within his mind. 1,500,000 kilograms, the system replied. What about my full-powered strike? With a shift in expression, Long Fei pressed further. 10 million kilograms. Upon hearing this revelation, Long Fei's eyes widened in astonishment, as he had not anticipated such a staggering figure. The disparity between 1,000 kilograms and 10 million kilograms is akin to heaven and earth. With such force, what caliber of being would perish under a single blow? He gasped and asked again, what level of opponent would that be capable of defeating? 98th level Soul Douluo, the system responded. It appeared that he had gained yet another trump card for self-preservation. Long Fei flashed a grin. At that moment, the stunned trio of Dreaming Machine and Qin Ming suddenly stirred, their expressions transforming with palpable excitement. The machine, with a punch of 1,300,000 kilograms, has shattered. This signifies that his punch surpasses 1,300,000 kilograms. Truly a prodigy. A prodigy indeed. At such a tender age, with such strength. Even we feel ashamed in comparison. What manner of weapon is this young man's martial spirit? The tumultuous waves of astonishment surged within the hearts of Dreaming Machine's trio, leaving them in a state of disbelief. The astonishment that Long Fei brought them was truly overwhelming. The three esteemed members of the Education Committee, how are you now? Long Fei turned around and spoke. Well, of course, splendidly well. Unprecedentedly well. Meng Xinji and the others nodded vigorously. Subsequently, they addressed Qin Ming, saying, Qin Ming, I command you in my capacity as chief. That Long Fei shall officially assume the role of captain of Team 1 at the Tiando Royal Academy from this moment forth. Let him lead our academy in the forthcoming Continental Elite Soul Master Competition. Meng Xinji's expression grew solemn. Qin Ming was momentarily taken aback. In truth, Long Fei had long possessed the qualifications for this position, as he was undoubtedly the strongest among them. However, it seemed that Long Fei had little interest in the captaincy, which was why he had not taken on the role. Qin Ming stepped forward, took a deep breath, and endeavored to calm himself before speaking again. Esteemed members of the committee, Long Fei's prowess has already surpassed that of everyone at the Tiando Royal Academy. Yet he appears somewhat disinterested in the captaincy. Otherwise, Yu Tianheng would have already been replaced by him. At this moment, the power behind Long Fei's punch is such that even he might find it somewhat challenging. Generally speaking, when one reaches the level of a 60-level Soul Emperor, the most fundamental strength is around 500,000 kilograms. However, Long Fei has already surpassed this limit. Furthermore, with each incremental level gained, corresponding strength is added. It seems that Long Fei has yet to unleash his full potential under the influence of his martial soul. Should he activate it for an enhanced strike, even Qin Ming himself would hesitate to guarantee he could withstand it. After hearing this, Meng Xinji and the others gazed at Long Fei with peculiar expressions, their curiosity piqued. Long Fei, why do you not take on the role of captain? They inquired. Not interested. Long Fei replied decisively, shaking his head. It no longer serves any purpose for my cultivation. The expressions of the four shifted dramatically. How remarkable. Countless individuals yearn for such a position, yet to this young man, it seems merely a trivial matter. Nonetheless, it is undeniable that Long Fei's current strength indeed renders him capable of assuming such a role effortlessly. To be frank, for Long Fei, the captaincy is indeed a minor position. Although I do not serve as captain, I am still the 7th member of the team. When it comes to competitions, my name will still be included, and I shall be the strongest trump card of the squad, Long Fei said with a casual shrug. The others, upon hearing this, found merit in his words. Very well, let us proceed as you suggest. Meng Xinji and the others concurred, their gazes shifting towards Qin Ming. Qin Ming nodded. Since the 3 committee members had no objections, he too saw no reason for concern. All right, the meeting is adjourned, Meng Xinji declared, waving his hand. Afterwards, Long Fei followed Qin Ming as they departed. Along the way, Qin Ming remarked, your current soul power is at level 19. You should be nearing level 20, correct? At that point, I will lead the team to assist you in hunting a soul beast. Hunting a soul beast. Long Fei furrowed his brow. At present, he stands aligned with the soul beasts, and this notion requires careful consideration. After all, it involves the need to hunt soul beasts alongside Yu Tianheng and others. It seems imperative to expedite the cultivation of the soul spirits, while I may not yet be capable of defeating a Title Douluo. My physical strength is certainly beyond the reach of those unparalleled Douluos. Previously, I needed to wait until my growth was further along before making any announcements. However, that is no longer necessary. Once Emperor Tian procures the blood of the 10 types of soul beasts, I shall be ready to commence. Long Fei pondered within himself. At this moment, there was no one around, only he and Qin Ming. Suddenly, Long Fei called out to Qin Ming. Qin Ming looked at Long Fei with a puzzled expression. Teacher, I have acquired my 2nd spirit ring. Just yesterday, Long Fei declared. What? I see now. No wonder you took a leave of absence yesterday. You have already surpassed level 20. Why didn't you inform me? I could have taken you to hunt spirit beasts. Qin Ming responded, momentarily taken aback before regaining his composure and inquiring further. Long Fei casually fabricated a falsehood. I have already contacted members of my family. and they have prepared the most suitable soul beast and soul ring for me. There are certain matters I am unable to disclose, so I kindly asked Teacher Qin Ming not to inquire further. Upon hearing this, Qin Ming furrowed his brow and sighed. Very well. Since your family has devised a path for you, I shall refrain from intervening. The two continued their journey, soon arriving among the group of 7 who were undergoing training. The 7 greeted Long Fei with enthusiasm upon seeing him again. Qin Ming addressed them, everyone, in order to enhance your strength, starting this evening. In addition to your regular foundational training, we will introduce a new primary training course. It seemed that, apart from Long Fei, he had already intuited something. The 7, however, were filled with curiosity. Teacher, what is this course? Time swiftly passed, and soon the 9 figures appeared before the entrance of the soul fighting arena in Soto City. This is your new course, the practical soul fighting arena, Qin Ming declared, leading the group inside. The others were filled with excitement, especially Yu Tianheng, who, as a dragon, had a penchant for battle. His blood surged with exhilaration. Long Fei raised his head, gazing at the soul combat arena before him, murmuring, "Indeed, this is the place." There are still 6 years remaining. Concerning the matter of power supplementation, due to the author's oversight regarding the original details, the exact figures remain unclear. Many readers have expressed their opinions. The framework I have established is already set, and altering it now would lead to confusion. Thus, the measurements of power should be understood according to what is outlined in this book. Consider it my overestimation. Readers need not fixate excessively on this aspect. The enjoyment of the narrative is what truly matters. Lastly, I kindly urge you to share your recommendations and write a few comments. Your support is greatly appreciated. The battles in the soul combat arena are categorized into 1-on-1, 2-on-2, and the later team battles. You may freely form combinations, but participation in at least one team battle each day is mandatory, with Long Fei being an exception. Yilingling, competing in the singles, is exempt from participation. For those willing to engage in 3 or more contests, I have no objections, provided you maintain an accurate grasp of your soul power status. I must now address the levels of the rank badges, which are as follows from lowest to highest: iron, copper, silver, gold, purple gold, sapphire, ruby, and diamond. Upon entering the soul combat arena, Qin Ming meticulously explained the conditions and rules to everyone. The group found themselves in a room where, due to Qin Ming's distinguished status, they received special treatment. Seated on the sofa, Qin Ming addressed the 8 individuals before him. My goal for you is to obtain the Silver Soul Combat Badge before the Elite Soul Master competition across the continent in 6 years. The Silver Soul Combat Badge? This ranks 3rd in the hierarchy and is reasonably attainable. However, do not underestimate the individuals here. It is not as effortless as you may presume. Qin Ming observed the seemingly indifferent expressions of those before him, a profound smile gracing his features. Regardless, we shall give our utmost effort, declared Yu Tianheng, rising to his feet. Qin Ming then stood, stating, "All right, next you may proceed to register for your individual titles, dual combinations, and a team name." Subsequently, everyone exited the room, discussing the matter of dual combinations along the way. Yu Tianheng halted, turning to say, "We have exactly 8 individuals, which allows for the formation of 4 dual combinations. However, our team comprises 2 defenders, so, Brother Shimo, you must be separated. One of you needs to partner with a soul master possessing offensive capabilities." Everyone's steps came to a standstill, and at that moment, all eyes turned towards Long Fei. Long Fei blinked his eyes. Anyone who teamed up with Long Fei would undoubtedly find the experience quite pleasant. "Shall I take the liberty of assigning the teams?" Long Fei proposed. The others exchanged glances, and Du Guyan spoke up. "Long Fei, I wish to team up with Yu Tianheng." "Very well. How about the rest of you? Have you made your decisions? You 2 will serve as defenders, and the other 2 will be attackers. Let's pair Shimo with Yufeng and Shimo with Osro. As for Yilingling, lacking both defense and offense, she shall join my team." Long Fei observed the group as they began to propose suggestions. "Of course, these are merely my personal recommendations. If you prefer, you may seek alternatives yourselves," he remarked with a shrug. Upon hearing that she could team up with Long Fei, Yilingling felt a surge of joy within her. "All right, let us proceed as you suggest." Seeing that no one voiced any objections, Yu Tianheng nodded in agreement. Subsequently, they went off with their respective teammates to register. "Just stay behind and relax. I shall lead you through this. I assure you. Leveling up the soul badge and quenching your thirst will be effortless," Long Fei said to Yilingling while observing their companions registering for individual and duo titles. Yilingling paused for a moment, then smiled playfully. Just don't let things go awry. Long Fei cast a glance at Yi Lingling, sneering, "Crash? You underestimate me far too much. If I told you that my current strength could easily dominate the entire arena, would you believe me? Regardless of the opponent's level. I am certain none could surpass me." Yi Lingling rolled her eyes, replying, "While you may be formidable within our team, this is the soul fighting arena, where uncertainties abound. Spare us your bravado." Long Fei puffed out his cheeks, silently vowing, "What a surprise. They simply refuse to believe in me. Soon enough, I shall demonstrate what true strength entails. Just wait and see." With that, Long Fei stepped forward, as his teammates ahead had already completed their registrations. 3 golden soul coins for registration. "How many titles would you like to register?" inquired the young lady at the front desk. 2, 1 for individual and 1 for duo. "Let us start with the individual one," Long Fei replied, producing 3 golden soul coins from his soul guiding device and placing them before the young lady. "Very well. Please state your title," she prompted. Long Fei spoke in a nonchalant tone. "What an outrageous name, Diaozha Tian." The receptionist raised an eyebrow, seemingly perplexed by his choice. Yi Lingling remained silent, while the crowd from Tiando looked on in disbelief. "Are you certain you wish to register this title?" The receptionist regarded Long Fei with a curious expression. What was going through his mind to choose such a name? Is there a problem? Long Fei disregarded their reactions entirely. "Can I register it with just a word or two?" He tapped the table lightly. "Fine," the receptionist replied with a hint of annoyance. Before proceeding to register the name Diaozha Tian for him, a rank iron level soul badge was then handed to Long Fei. "It's your turn now." Long Fei glanced at Yi Lingling and willingly relinquished his position. What kind of person chooses such an unappealing title? Yi Lingling cast a disapproving glance at Long Fei, her heart wavering between the rightness and wrongness of their partnership. "Title, Haitang Yi Lingling." Yi Lingling placed 3 gold soul coins on the table. "Now that's more reasonable." The receptionist smiled and quickly registered her name. It seemed that among this group, only she maintained a semblance of normalcy. After handing over Yi Lingling's iron soul badge, the receptionist shot a meaningful look at Long Fei. "As for their team name, let it be Dragon Tang Duo." Long Fei, displaying a gentlemanly demeanor, tossed 3 gold soul coins onto the table, exclaiming with flair. Upon hearing this name, Yi Lingling found herself quite fond of it, at the very least. It was pleasing to the ear and not off-putting. Once the registration was complete, the group gathered to observe the ongoing matches. "I'll be up next in the singles match," Yu Tianheng declared. "Make sure to give it your all," Du Guyan encouraged. The others joined in with their support. Soon enough, 5 minutes into the match below, a victor emerged. The commentary from the Soaring Swan Wing announcer revealed the participants for the next match. Next up, we have newcomer Londian Yu Tianheng. With the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex as his martial soul, he is a powerful soul master at level 29. Now, welcome back veteran Huolong Xiaoguan. Wielding the fire dragon blade, also a powerful soul master at level 29. "I'm going." Upon hearing this announcement, Yu Tianheng slapped the railing and turned to stride towards the arena. The blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex symbolizes the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family. Huolong Xiaoguan is a seasoned fighter in the soul arena, boasting numerous victories and defeats. How will this battle unfold? We shall see. As the announcer, the Swan Wing lady described the scene. Both competitors had taken their places on the soul arena. Huolong Xiaoguan appeared to be a man in his 30s. Wielding a blazing long sword engulfed in flames, with a faint red dragon head phantom hovering nearby. 2 yellow soul rings, signifying a century's worth of experience, adorned his body. Yu Tianheng, not daring to be careless, swiftly unleashed his blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex martial soul, crackling with lightning. His expression turned serious as he summoned his own yellow soul rings, also symbolizing a century's worth of experience. Even before the match commenced, the intense aura from both competitors clashed in a display of power. Thank you to all the readers for your support, whether you are fans or critics. Your engagement fuels my writing. I will transform any negative feedback into motivation. The encouragement from my supporters propels me forward. This book will not be abandoned. The book has entered the popular new male titles list on WeChat Reading, and you can view comments in the reader's circle. The first image below shows today's progress. Thank you all for your attention. As the words "the match begins" echoed from the Swan Wing announcer, Yu Tianheng, not one to underestimate his opponent, charged forth using his first soul skill, Lightning Dragon Claw, aimed squarely at Xiaoguan. Fire Dragon Spiral Explosion. Although Xiaoguan had considerable battle experience, he could not afford to underestimate this young challenger with matching soul power. Both competitors utilized their first soul skills right from the start, unleashing tremendous momentum. What would transpire next? Just then, the announcer's voice rang out again, soaring high above. Below, Xiao Wuguan unleashed a terrifying fiery dragon spiral attack from his fire dragon blade, hurtling toward Yu Tianheng. The blazing flames, imbued with the might of the fire dragon, intensified the attack's ferocity. The clash of lightning and flames drew the audience's eager gaze, while the personnel from the Tiando Royal Academy observed intently. Boom. As the two forces collided, Yu Tianheng's expression shifted when he realized Xiao Wuguan offered him no respite. With blinding speed, he lunged forward, raising the fire dragon blade for a powerful strike. The flames on the blade surged menacingly, showing no mercy. This is bad. Yu Tianheng's pupils contracted as he abandoned his dragon claw to counter with another lightning dragon claw. The explosion of the fire dragon spiral sent him flying. But he quickly steadied himself, utilizing the force of the blast to redirect his trajectory. Bang! He regained his footing swiftly, activating his second soul ring. Thunderous might. A torrent of lightning surged forth, amplifying his strength as he charged at Xiao Wuguan. Second soul skill. Fire Dragon's Fury Slash. Realizing the threat, Xiao Wuguan reacted instantly, initiating his second soul skill. The searing flames roared to life, and his blade danced in a flurry of rapid, slashing strikes. Even as Yu Tianheng attempted to defend himself with his own attack, he found it quickly overwhelmed by the explosive force. Tianheng, Captain, the Tiando team members, excluding Long Fei, gasped in alarm as they witnessed the turmoil below. On the Soul Arena, the smoke began to clear, revealing Yu Tianheng, who had adopted a defensive posture and was pushed back by the force of the onslaught. The battle had reached a fever pitch, with both competitors expending considerable soul power. In this critical moment, the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex provided Yu Tianheng with vital defense, enveloping him in a dense shroud of lightning. Haha! Yu Tianheng gasped for breath. His eyes locked onto his opponent, his expression grave. This was his first match. He had no desire to lose it. Kid, just concede. Although we are both level 29 soul masters, your practical experience pales in comparison to mine. If we're talking about explosive power, your dragon may be formidable, but alas, you are still too green. The fire dragon blade in my hand is more than sufficient to cut you down. Xiao Wuguan, panting, rolled up his sleeves and pointed his blade at Yu Tianheng, uttering a solemn tone. The sequential use of both his first and second soul skills had left him somewhat drained, compounded by the physical exertion from their fierce combat. His soul skills were already taxing enough. However, he was not foolish. Utilizing the moment to speak, he gradually replenished some of his soul power. Though it was not much, it proved advantageous. Until the final moment, the outcome remained uncertain. Prepare yourself. Thunderous Strike. Lightning Dragon Claw. Yu Tianheng, hailing from the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family, felt a surge of pride, indomitable spirit, and unwillingness to concede. The essence of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus demanded he never surrender. With a furious roar, Yu Tianheng's aura intensified, a draconic might manifesting. At that instant, his offensive became more formidable and terrifying. By the heavens! Xiao Wuguan narrowed his eyes and bellowed in response, Fire Dragon Tornado Explosion. His fighting spirit ignited once more, and at that moment, the fire dragon blade shimmered with renewed vigor, as if awakened. Its power surged forth. Fire Dragon Fury Slash. He unleashed two soul skills in rapid succession. The arena erupted again with fierce clashes and explosive sounds. The resounding booms echoed continuously. Yu Tianheng was momentarily sent flying but quickly retaliated. Amidst the fierce confrontation, he seized an opportunity with a mighty thunderous strike. He sent Xiao Wuguan's fire dragon blade hurtling away. Subsequently, the final blow, the lightning dragon claw, struck Xiao Wuguan in the abdomen, propelling him off the battle platform and crashing to the ground. Having depleted his soul power and unable to sustain himself any longer, Xiao Wuguan dispelled his martial soul, barely retaining a modicum of strength as he gasped for breath. It was truly astonishing. Xiao Wuguan sighed deeply, his expression a mix of reluctance and helplessness, lamenting the fact that despite his extensive combat experience, he had been bested by a mere novice in his first soul battle. Yet, upon reflection, he recognized that his opponent was adorned in the attire of the Tiando Royal Academy, backed by the illustrious blue electric Tyrannosaurus family. The realization brought him a sense of acceptance. On the platform, Yu Tianheng appeared pale, sweat streaming down his forehead and body. He too could not endure much longer. Panting as he dispelled his martial soul and half-knelt, supporting himself on the ground. He had not anticipated such a formidable opponent in the very first match. It seemed that the combatants within this arena were not to be underestimated. Yu Tianheng glanced at the woman above, who announced, "Congratulations to you, Yu Tianheng, for winning the soul combat match." The crowd erupted in excitement. Yu Tianheng quickly exited the arena. Tianheng, are you all right? Upon his exit, De Guyan rushed forward to support him as he made his way to a nearby sofa. Yu Tianheng retrieved the iron badge, revealing a record of 1 victory and no defeats. He was astonished by the caliber of opponents present. Osro and the others wore solemn expressions. We previously underestimated this place. As you prepare for your personal matches, be cautious, Yu Tianheng advised, sipping water and wiping his sweat. We understand, Osro and the others nodded, clearly aware of the need for vigilance. At this moment, Long Fei returned to the enclosure, observing the ongoing battle below. Qin Ming approached the group, stating, "Today, you must complete 1 individual match, 1 duo match, and 1 team match. Regardless of victory or defeat, you will return to the academy. Our learning sessions will continue here." "Yes, Teacher Qin Ming." Yu Tianheng and the others nodded. Today was merely the beginning. Many days lay ahead, serving as their training. Subsequently, the announcer's voice resonated, initiating a series of individual soul combat matches. 2 hours swiftly passed, except for Long Fei and Yi Lingling, who had yet to compete. All members from Tiando had completed their matches. Qin Ming, with a serious demeanor, advised everyone, Yi Lingling will assist. She need not compete individually. Among you, there will be both victories and defeats. Do not fear failure, nor become arrogant in victory. Remember, your wins were not easily earned. Learn from your experiences and continue striving. Yes. Just then, a voice rang out. Next, we invite the formidable Su Quebec to battle the lethal Jin Yuming. Upon hearing this long-anticipated announcement, Long Fei smirked. At last, it is my turn to take the stage. Bring me a mask. Long Fei approached the front desk, requesting. Mysterious. 1 gold soul coin. The front desk attendant muttered before responding. Long Fei elegantly tossed a golden soul coin, subsequently acquiring a ghostly blue mask that covered the upper half of his face. Quite impressive. After donning the mask, he strode confidently down the corridor, under the watchful eyes of the crowd. How many rounds do you think Long Fei will take to secure victory? Oslo inquired with curiosity. The opponent is formidable. A level 29 assault weapon soul master, replied Shuremo. I wager the outcome will be determined within 3 rounds. Yu Feng asserted. In the corridor, Long Fei had changed into a different outfit, one that was not from the Tiando Royal Academy. He tousled his hair, appearing spirited as he stepped into the spotlight, where a tremendous roar of applause erupted, creating a lively atmosphere. Opposite him stood a tall young man, radiating an aura of sharp, lethal sword energy. This individual was none other than the remarkably bold Su Quebec. The name seemed peculiar, yet his demeanor suggested depth. His presence was undeniably on par with the renowned sword of absolute kill, Yumn. The commentator, a woman gliding above with a microphone, spoke up. What on earth? Can he truly measure up? This name is utterly ridiculous. Instantly, the audience erupted in derision. However, Long Fei remained unfazed, calmly advancing to the front of the stage. Sword of absolute kill, Yumn, level 29 assault weapon soul master, martial soul, sword of absolute kill. Suke, level unknown, martial soul unknown. The commentator hesitated, her voice faltering. Since the details are unclear, we shall witness it unfold. Prepare yourselves. Let the match commence. Yumn's cold gaze fixated on Long Fei. Long Fei curled his lips slightly and declared, let us commence. With both parties in position, the competition officially began. No sooner had the announcer's voice faded than a long silver sword materialized before Yu Yin, emanating an aura of lethal precision. Without a moment's hesitation, she stepped forward, launching herself with remarkable speed, wielding the lethal sword as she aimed directly at Long Fei. The sharpness of the sword's energy sliced through the air, producing a piercing sound wave. Long Fei moved swiftly, his figure vanishing from sight. The astonishing speed caused Yu Ming's expression to shift dramatically before he could react. Long Fei's rapid form reappeared beside him, evading the lethal strike of the absolute kill sword. What incredible speed! Everyone present was left in a state of shock. You have lost. A calm voice emerged from Long Fei as he raised his fist, unleashing a terrifying vortex of fist energy that surged toward the abdomen of Yuan in the next moment. Damn it! The second soul skill, Storm of the Sword. Yuan's eyes narrowed in panic as an instinctive intuition warned him of the formidable power emanating from Long Fei. Without defense, he would either perish or sustain severe injuries. In an instant, his second soul ring illuminated, and a tempestuous wave of sword energy erupted from his body. Boom. Bang. These two sounds resonated almost simultaneously. Even though Yuan promptly activated his defensive skill to withstand the blow, he was still propelled backward, akin to a kite severed from its string, being hurled away. The dreadful sword energy that struck Long Fei's palm left not a scratch upon him. After finally stabilizing himself with a sword, Yuan's expression soured, and he felt a searing heat in his throat, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Fear flickered in his eyes as his pupils trembled. Such a powerful strike, how could it be? Just one hit left me in such a state. Wiping his mouth, Yuan caressed his abdomen. Although he had managed to defend, the residual force still caused him a dull ache. How formidable. This kid Long Fei is astonishingly powerful. With a single palm, he has forced back someone of level 29 and even drew blood while under defense. The onlookers from Tiando gasped in disbelief at the scene. The aura emanating from this individual was more ruthless and potent than my own, particularly that chilling killing intent. I might not be a match for him at the same level. To think, I was reduced to this state by a single strike from Long Fei, even though he was aware of Long Fei's terrifying prowess. Yu Tianheng found it hard to fathom the sight before him once again. Indeed, in this condition, Tianheng, you are not his adversary. At that moment, Qin Ming, who had been observing the battle, nodded and spoke. Let us continue to watch, he added. All eyes were fixed intently on Long Fei. The fortunate one here was Yi Lingling, who had the opportunity to team up with this monstrous talent. Ensuring her ascent in the upcoming matches would be akin to riding a rocket. Below, on the stage, Long Fei remarked, not bad. Since you could withstand my punch. The previous strike was tempered. Otherwise, even with the current defense of Yumi, he would be lying down rather than standing. And in a more severe scenario, he could have perished. It is important to note that his ordinary punch, at full strength, could reach a staggering force of 1,500,000 kilograms. By this reckoning, even a simple concentrated punch without full force could still yield a formidable strength of 200,000 kilograms. Yumi, having received it with his second soul skill, was now gravely injured. An attacking weapon spirit master inherently possesses weak defenses. This represents the greatest and most fatal vulnerability of these spirit masters. Will you concede? Long Fei inquired nonchalantly. How could I possibly concede when I haven't even been forced to reveal your martial soul? Yumi's voice was laced with bitterness. His countenance was exceedingly grim, having unexpectedly encountered such a formidable adversary in the first match of the day. He grasped the absolute kill sword, emanating an even more intense aura of lethal intent than before. He showcased his indomitable spirit. First soul skill, sword break. Yumi, gripping the sword and enduring the pain, unleashed a direct strike towards Long Fei. Under the fierce blade, the entire stage underwent a peculiar transformation. Waves of sword energy manifested around him. A futile struggle. Let me demonstrate the true disparity in our strengths. As for compelling me to use my martial soul, that will never happen in your lifetime. Long Fei shook his head and, with a swift leap, vanished from his original spot. Damn, just like before. Yu Er, after much effort, decisively activated his second soul skill for defense. 2 yellow 100-year soul rings spiraled around him. Taste the power of my self-created technique. One fist shatters all. At that moment, accompanied by Long Fei's voice, his figure materialized in midair above Yu Er, raising his hand to deliver a punch. The terrifying force instantly shattered the sword energy of Jian Yuming. Yu Er's expression changed once more. The sword of absolute kill in his hand quickly transformed from a thrust to a defensive stance to counter the attack. Yet, this counter was more about defense than offense. Bang. Boom. However, it was of no consequence. In an instant, Long Fei's formidable punch obliterated it. The overwhelming power unleashed a terrifying pressure, causing the ground around Yu Er to crack in a spiderweb-like pattern. How frightening. Everyone present gasped in shock. From beginning to end, Long Fei had not utilized his martial spirit or soul skills, yet he effortlessly dominated a level 29 soul master with sheer physical prowess. At this moment, Yu Er, sent flying by the impact, spat out blood, his complexion pale and haggard, his martial spirit dissipated, and he swiftly retreated to the soul fighting platform. This match was unequivocally a complete and utter domination. As time passed, numerous matches progressed into the latter half. Following the conclusion of the individual competitions, the duo matches commenced. Except for Long Fei and Yi Lingling, all other teams from Tiando Academy had completed their matches. The expressions of the crowd were a kaleidoscope of emotions. The strength of the opponents exceeded their expectations. However, fortunately, those who won did so convincingly, and the losses were not as disgraceful as they could have been. It was now our turn. Yi Lingling gazed at the screen before her, which displayed the pairing of Long Tang. Let us go. I'll take you to new heights. Long Fei had changed back into his Tiando Academy uniform and donned a new mask, covering only the upper half of his face. Yu Lingling wore one as well. As Long Fei set the rhythm with his mask, Qin Ming encouraged the other students to don masks as well. As for the attire, they could choose freely, provided they didn't mind the hassle. On the stage, the Long Tang duo faces off against the double-axe duo. Opposite Long Fei stand two formidable giants, their well-defined muscles reflecting a raw strength. In their hands, they wield large double-headed axes, the blades glinting with a fierce brilliance. Both warriors are adorned with two radiant yellow soul rings, symbolizing their century-long mastery. Behind them, I shall personally engage with these two brothers. Long Fei leapt forth from beside Yu Lingling. The competition commenced. As the announcer's voice faded, the two brothers ahead shifted their stances. One of them utilized the strength of the other to hurl himself forward. Simultaneously, the first soul ring illuminated upon him. The first soul skill, Iron Axe Slash. Observing the oncoming assault before him, Long Fei's lips curled slightly. Then he clenched his right fist, subsequently unfurling it and raising his hand. Bang! He grasped one end of the axe. Wu Ling's expression changed dramatically as he struggled to free himself, yet found himself unable to move. Such immense strength. His complexion grew increasingly grim. With a single palm, he shattered myriad laws. With a mere exertion of his hand, Long Fei forcefully sent the axe flying from Wu Ling's grasp. Subsequently, he delivered a powerful strike, sending Wu Ling reeling, arching his body as he emitted a gasp. Foam spilling from his mouth as he was propelled backward. Wu Lin, witnessing this, attempted to intervene but was similarly cast aside by the force of the impact. Observing this scene from a distance, Yu Lingling's eyes widened in astonishment. How formidable! She marveled inwardly. It is over. Long Fei strode forward with great determination. The terrifying power of his fist coalesced into a swirling vortex. The two brothers sensed impending doom and swiftly activated their second soul skill. The iron axes soared forth. With an overwhelming force, they hurled two axes imbued with destructive energy. At that moment, the iron axes doubled in size, charging towards Long Fei in unison. Long Fei took a half step forward, spun gracefully, and unleashed a powerful punch. The sheer force generated a shockwave that instantaneously sent two axes flying. In the blink of an eye, he vanished, reappearing before the two stunned individuals. Before they could even react, a resounding thud echoed as they were struck and propelled off the stage with a cry. Soon, the astonished crowd erupted with excitement at the sight of a familiar spectacle. As the commentator's triumphant voice rang out, the duo turned and exited the arena. A complete domination. If we were to face Long Fei, defeat would be inevitable. Osro and others exclaimed in astonishment. Now, you shall participate in the team battle. I have already named your team, the Heavenly. This time, Long Fei will not participate. As there are only 7 positions available, Long Fei will serve as your most formidable trump card. Qin Ming approached and advised the group. Long Fei sat aside, sipping his drink with an air of indifference. He clenched his fist, pondering the daunting reality that cultivating divine power now required an immense accumulation of soul energy, rendering such competitions of little benefit to him. It appeared that a visit to the Eye of Ice and Fire was necessary. His murmured thoughts were only meant for his own ears, as he had long been coveting the celestial herbs within. At this moment, he harbored no lingering expectations regarding Tang San. After all, his current strength was formidable. Even though Tang San was favored by the realm and possessed techniques such as the Xiantian skill, they seemed mere trifles in comparison to his prowess. Indeed, we understand. Yu Tianheng and the others nodded in agreement. Qin Ming suggested, you should return to the guest quarters to discuss your strategies. There are still 5 more team battles before it's your turn. Here is the information regarding your opponents. Take the time to study it thoroughly. Yu Tianheng and his companions glanced at the documents Qin Ming had presented, quickly taking them to review before heading towards the guest room. As Long Fei approached, Qin Ming looked at him in astonishment, not expecting such rapid and remarkable growth in just 2 months. What is it? Qin Ming inquired, both curious and perplexed. Long Fei declared, battles among opponents of the same rank can no longer foster my growth. I aspire to challenge those of higher tiers, Soul Respect, Soul Master, Soul King, and Soul Emperor. Qin Ming was momentarily taken aback, for he was entirely unaware that Long Fei had already reached level 36. Though your strength is indeed formidable, it represents but a single facet. Those of higher rank, particularly in this realm, possess not only superior combat experience but also exceptional aptitude. Strength is not the sole determinant. Qin Ming cautioned. I am aware. Long Fei entered with his right ear and exited with his left. I am determined to challenge the Soul Master level. It matters not how many levels there are, for beneath the Soul Master, I have no rivals. Long Fei stepped forward, gazing down at the group soul combat competition. Very well, you may begin with the Soul Master level. Should you perform admirably, I shall grant you the opportunity to challenge the Soul Sovereign. Qin Ming observed Long Fei's unwavering resolve and, not wishing to extinguish his fervor, nodded in agreement. Thank you. Long Fei turned and made his way to the registration desk. In truth, he had no need to seek Qin Ming's approval. Regardless of Qin Ming's objections, he would not adhere to his counsel. Within the arena of combat, there are 3 distinct categories: a solo competition, a duo pairing, and a team battle. Previously, due to various circumstances, all events were held in a single arena. Now, Long Fei, armed with his already registered ticket, proceeded toward the solo competition. Challenging opponents of a higher rank could yield substantial points should he emerge victorious. In this battle, Long Fei faces a formidable opponent, a woman known as Blazing Dance of Heaven, wielding the spirit of the fiery overlord dragon. Her entire being is enveloped in searing flames. Yet she remains unscathed, embodying the fierce image of a warrior woman. Upon seeing Long Fei, who enters wearing a mask, Blazing Dance of Heaven scoffs. Questioning his hidden identity, "Are you too ashamed to show your face? You dare to challenge me beyond your level? What rank are you?" Long Fei casually inquires. "What level are you?" "I am a 36th level Assault Soul Master." Blazing Dance of Heaven's ample chest heaves with pride, a potent aura emanating from her. "As for my spirit, I believe you won't have the opportunity to witness it, so I shan't disclose it." Long Fei's tone is notably calm, yet within that calmness lies a hint of indifference. "How dare you underestimate me?" Blazing Dance of Heaven's eyes blaze with fury. She is seething with rage, wishing to crush Long Fei into oblivion. 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, ascend around her. At the referee's command, the battle commences without delay. Blazing Dance of Heaven, already brimming with anger, unleashes her full power. Charging toward Long Fei. Spirit embodiment. "You dare to look down on me? I'll show you my strength." With a thunderous declaration, she activates her second soul skill, Dragon's Fury Trap. As she shouts, the platform around Long Fei fractures, and terrifying flames erupt. At that moment, Long Fei senses something amiss as his body sways. Quickly realizing the nature of the skill, it possesses a destabilizing control effect, causing confusion among those nearby for several seconds. First soul skill, Fiery Dragon Slayer. The roar echoes through the arena. Long Fei let out a cold snort, raising his hand as a formidable vortex of fist energy materialized once more. With a single punch, he shattered myriad techniques. The moment he struck, an incredibly terrifying tempest of fist energy erupted forth. With a resounding bang, the fiery dance of heaven was abruptly interrupted. What? The woman, her eyes narrowing in disbelief, was taken aback. Upon landing, she swiftly summoned her martial soul, conjuring a protective barrier of energy before her. Whoosh! At that instant, Long Fei's swift figure emerged. "Woman, you have lost." Long Fei's cold and straightforward 5 words had already determined the fate of Liu Wutian. Without holding back, he struck directly at her chest. Liu Wutian was sent flying. Raging tyrant. Shockwave. Gritting her teeth and struggling, Liu Wutian was unwilling to concede defeat and forcefully activated her 3rd soul skill. Her self-created soul skill, Rapid Successive Fists. A flash of azure light flickered in Long Fei's piercing gaze, and a surge of heat emanated from his body, instantly conjuring a terrifying aura. His feet firmly anchored on the platform, his muscles swelled with power. In the next moment, his fists unleashed a rapid flurry of strikes, creating a mesmerizing array of swift, phantasmal punches. Each illusion bore the potential for devastating harm. Boom. Bang. In the blink of an eye, Long Fei emerged from the explosion, unscathed. Ridiculous. His physical prowess had ascended to a divine level, rendering the self-detonation of a mere soul sovereign incapable of inflicting even the slightest injury upon him. Liu Wutian could no longer restrain herself, spitting out a mouthful of blood. How could it be so powerful? This realization welled up from her very core. The young man before her completely overwhelmed her, exuding an undeniable air of dominance. Though her expression initially reflected anger, it swiftly melted away, replaced by a deep crimson of shyness. Such strength in a man, she found herself utterly enchanted. At that moment, Long Fei vanished, reappearing directly before her. So fast, she gasped in surprise, only to see his fist hurtling towards her. "No, I admit." Before the last word could escape her lips, Long Fei's fist sent her soaring off the Soul Douluo platform. Not a shred of gentlemanly conduct. The onlookers were left in a state of bewilderment. Goodness, this man is truly, while his methods may be a bit extreme. Let us congratulate the astonishing Su Ke on his victory. The commentator in the sky hesitated momentarily. Long Fei turned around, intending to leave. However, he was abruptly halted by a voice. The source of the call belonged to the fiery dancer below. Long Fei controlled her strength, thus avoiding fainting or death. Woman, is something the matter? The masked Long Fei spoke in a cold tone. How can you be so powerful? The fiery dance of the heavens revealed a rosy complexion, and a hint of admiration flickered in her eyes. Indeed, it seemed that a woman like her would transform after a single confrontation. Long Fei completely diminished the sharpness and arrogance within her. Through persistent training, she bids farewell to her former self. Long Fei coldly concluded his words and departed without a second glance. Wow, how impressive. This is exactly the man I, Wu Tian, have always sought. The fierce Wu Tian was utterly captivated by Long Fei's aloofness. In the corridor, Long Fei removed his mask and sighed, contemplating the peculiarities of that woman. The time was drawing near, night was soon to descend, and it was time for a meal. Unperturbed by the team battles, Long Fei exited the soul-fighting arena alone. As he strolled along the street, he unexpectedly arrived at a vibrant tavern. He flexibly inhaled the delightful aroma that wafted through the air, a smile gracing his face. Without hesitation, he stepped inside. The establishment was bustling with activity, and after a brief search, he found an unoccupied seat. With 8 stools in total, it was relatively spacious. Yet Long Fei claimed the entire area for himself. He disregarded the surrounding chatter and rapped on the table, exclaiming, "Waiter, bring out the dishes." His voice resonated loudly, drawing the attention of those nearby. What an arrogant little brat. I'd love to knock him out. Instantly, a flurry of murmurs erupted around him. Here he comes. Here he comes. At that moment, the waiter hurried over. Bring me the finest wine and dishes to whet my appetite, and do not forget your signature delicacies. Long Fei commanded, tossing a coin as if it were mere trifles, which flew into the waiter's hand. The waiter's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he quickly became enthusiastic. Yes, yes, right away. He responded eagerly before scurrying off to prepare. Long Fei surveyed his surroundings, an aura of formidable dominance emanating from him, intimidating those around him into averting their gazes. At this moment, a group of young men approached the entrance, dressed in formal attire. It was evident that they were members of the Soul Master Academy. Among them stood a particularly imposing figure, unmistakably the leader. His presence exuded an extraordinary power, and the others silently acknowledged it in their hearts. The insignia of a blade was intricately engraved on their uniforms, radiating an air of arrogant confidence. The leader's gaze fixated on Long Fei's table, his expression betraying displeasure as he and his 7 companions approached. The establishment was bustling with patrons, leaving no available seats, however. The leader coldly declared, "Hey, kid, you have exactly 8 stools here, and we are 8 in number. Move aside." He regarded Long Fei with disdain, belittling him as merely a robust individual with a slightly potent aura, convinced that such youth could never rival him. Bang! Kid, hurry up and scram. This spot belongs to the Heavenly Blade Academy, shouted a brash young man with short hair, slamming his hand on the table. The waiter, who had been on his way to serve Long Fei, halted at this scene, realizing that the dishes he carried were intended for Long Fei. It seemed this young man was in peril, having encountered the members of the Heavenly Blade Academy. Just then, the innkeeper hurried over, visibly anxious, gesturing frantically as he pleaded. "Gentlemen, this establishment is a small business. I kindly request you to take your quarrels outside. I still have many guests to attend to." He bowed and begged the leader of the Heavenly Blade Academy for mercy. "Humph, we merely wish to dine at this table. It seems inappropriate for one person to occupy such a large space. Don't you think, innkeeper?" The leader scoffed, casting a cold glance at both the innkeeper and Long Fei. "Fool, why not bring over a few more stools for such a large space?" Long Fei mockingly retorted, his disdain evident. "However, I have no desire to share this space with you. You and your company ought to find another establishment." "You insolent brat, what did you say? You're courting death." The members of the Heavenly Blade Academy seethed with rage, revealing their weapon spirits as their 3 soul rings ignited in unison. It was clear that all of them were soul sovereigns, and the man before them was undoubtedly even stronger. "Oh dear, young master, please refrain from further provocation." The innkeeper feared that these individuals might wreak havoc upon his establishment. "You are quite arrogant, kid. Do you dare to step outside and compete with my students?" The leader of the group revealed a sinister smile. "Compete with you all?" Long Fei lifted the teacup from the table and took a sip. Subsequently, a look of profound disdain crossed his face as he scoffed. "Do you believe yourselves worthy? I have endured you for far too long. Perish." The defiant youth seethed with rage, unleashing his soul power without regard for the innkeeper, raising the blade in his hand and striking directly at Long Fei. The leader of the group did not intervene. After all, Long Fei had insulted their esteemed Heavenly Blade Academy, uttering the words despicable. The other members merely watched with amusement, while the innkeeper was filled with trepidation. Yet, Long Fei remained unfazed, his expression still dripping with contempt. He raised his hand, showing no intention of retreat, and boldly reached toward the descending blade. Witnessing this, the members of the Heavenly Blade Academy mocked him further, deeming him a fool for attempting to catch the blade with his bare hands. In their eyes, Long Fei's hand would surely be severed. What a foolish imbecile! Suddenly, a sharp, resounding crack pierced the air. In that moment, the derisive laughter of the Heavenly Blade Academy members vanished entirely. It was revealed that Long Fei had crushed the blade with his bare hands. What? With a sickening gasp, the youth spat blood, his face contorted in pain and pallor. Nevertheless, Long Fei's contemptuous smile remained. His hand, which had shattered the blade, appeared as though it were forged from the toughest material. He advanced towards the youth once more. "You dare! Halt this at once!" The leader bellowed, sensing the peril, as he brandished a knife of his own and resolutely aimed a fierce strike at Long Fei's hand. Long Fei scoffed disdainfully, a formidable aura of dragon might erupting from him, sending the knife from the man's grasp soaring through the air. With a simple yet immensely powerful strike, he struck the youth squarely in the chest. Crack! Ft! Simultaneously, the crisp sound of shattering bones echoed from within the youth's body as he spewed forth a copious amount of blood. The terrifying force caved in the youth's chest, shattering his internal organs and bones, before he was propelled through the restaurant's doorway, crashing violently to the ground. After expelling another mouthful of blood, his visage contorted in agony as he succumbed to darkness. He was unlikely to survive. "Captain!" The students of the Qian Daoliu Academy roared in fury, their rage ablaze. "Come forth. I shall offer you a dragon service to the depths of hell." As Long Fei leapt forth with the swiftness of a thunderbolt, he vanished from his original position, leaving behind only a chilling echo of his presence. Reappearing, he stood before the fallen youth, gazing down with disdain. With a swift motion, he unsheathed a legendary Qinglong blade and decisively severed the young man's head. The sickening sound of flesh parting echoed, marking a definitive end to the life that had dared to provoke him. Those who dared to challenge him must perish. Such was his unwavering principle, devoid of mercy. The onlookers, witnessing the brutal decapitation, felt their pupils constrict in horror, their rage igniting like wildfire. Grasping their blades, they unleashed a flurry of 3 soul techniques aimed mercilessly at Long Fei, all intent on drawing blood once more. Yet, as the assault approached, Long Fei remained unfazed, exuding an air of indifference and disdain. A sharp, lethal intent surged within him, the aura of the Qinglong blade radiating with deadly ferocity. "Qinglong Annihilation Slash," he proclaimed, invoking his self-created technique in response to the multitude of incoming attacks. A colossal and terrifying azure blade materialized instantaneously, cleaving through the tumultuous barrage with a deafening roar. In the next moment, the chaotic onslaught was rendered null, and from the enveloping smoke, Long Fei emerged unscathed, dashing towards one of the assailants with astonishing speed. Raising his blade for the kill, with a single stroke, he declared, "You're finished." The youth, momentarily dazed, retaliated with a furious swing. However, in an instant, his blade shattered, and a gasp escaped his lips as he coughed up blood. Under the cloak of night, a razor-sharp arc of the blade pierced through his form, and in the following heartbeat, blood erupted forth as his body was cleaved in twain. In Long Fei's eyes, the murderous intent remained unabated, his expression devoid of emotion as he continued his relentless pursuit. With astonishing speed, he wielded his blade, striking with precision amidst the palpable fear of those around him. Minutes passed. Long Fei wielded the ancient Azure Dragon blade, exuding an aura both domineering and lethal. Around his figure, a river of blood flowed, with bodies cleaved in half. The ancient blade and his person were stained with bright crimson blood. A peculiar glimmer emerged as the blood upon the blade was absorbed. The bloodied weapon became even more razor-sharp. "It is now your turn. Do not succumb to sorrow or rage, for soon you shall join them in the abyss." With a fierce blaze in his eyes and veins protruding, Long Fei pointed his blade forward, fury consuming him. The man leading the charge, his gaze icy and voice frigid, bellowed, You have slain them all." His voice, raspy with rage, echoed with a murderous intent that filled the air. 5 soul rings of yellow, purple, and black ascended in unison around him, revealing his formidable status as a 5-ring soul king. The aura of terror was palpable. "Demon, I shall act on behalf of justice and slay you." As the man brandished his long knife and lunged toward Long Fei, he unleashed his fifth soul skill, Furious Blade Hurricane Slash. With a roar of wrath, anyone within the vicinity of the inn would undoubtedly meet their demise. In this realm, the winds began to swirl ominously, transforming into blades that encircled and ensnared Long Fei. Long Fei found himself with no avenue of retreat. To act on behalf of the heavens? With you? Ridiculous. In the face of such a terrifying situation, others would undoubtedly be filled with trepidation. Yet, at this moment, Long Fei remained composed, even contemptuous. Long Fei, with an air of indifference, declared, "Your attacks cannot even breach my flesh. Arrogance shall lead to your demise." With a resounding crash, a tempest of razor-like winds engulfed Long Fei entirely. The ferocious hurricane blades were more than sufficient to rend a human body asunder, leaving naught but a mist of blood and fragmented flesh in their wake. "I have avenged you," he exclaimed with ire. How infuriating it is to let him die so easily. He should have been captured alive, flayed, and tortured to death. As he gazed at the submerged figure of Long Fei, the man believed the ordeal to be over. Yet, even amidst the surrounding corpses, his eyes burned with rage. Suddenly, as he turned to collect the bodies of the fallen students, a radiant golden light erupted from the swirling tempest, followed by a thunderous roar. The hurricane was instantly dispelled. The man's eyes widened in disbelief, his body trembling in fear. From the golden radiance emerged Long Fei, unscathed. How is this possible? The man gasped in horror. "Who are you?" he cried out in terror. Long Fei, lifting his chin slightly, emanated an aura of chilling dread from his eyes. Almost immediately, 3 soul rings descended from above, 2 red and a larger golden one. 2 red and 1 gold. A 3-ring soul master? The man trembled in abject fear, utterly overwhelmed by an insurmountable sense of dread. A mere 5-ringed soul king stands before me like a speck of dust in the eyes of a divine being. You may now perish. The frigid voice of Long Fei resonated, and in the next moment, a magnificent golden dragon emerged. The dragon god strike. Boom. No. Spare me. Please. Ah. Bang. Moments later, the man joined the illustrious ranks of the deceased. Flames erupted from Long Fei's hands, instantly engulfing the area in a sea of fire. Root and branch were eradicated, leaving no trace behind. His mastery over elemental control, particularly the fire element, unleashed an unfathomable power. As the team battle commenced, Long Fei, having dispatched his foes, utilized the water element to cleanse the blood from his attire, which he promptly changed, for the presence of blood was a hindrance to his appetite. Within the inn, onlookers gazed in astonishment at the flames that suddenly surged outside. Long Fei has returned to his usual state, approaching them with an imposing presence that sent shivers down the spines of all those present. How terrifying! The crowd silently murmured in their hearts. Ignoring the gazes directed at him, Long Fei strode purposefully to his designated seat and sat down. Addressing the respectful innkeeper before him with a flat tone, he remarked, "It took a bit of time to resolve a small issue, innkeeper. Why is my order still not served?" The innkeeper, taken aback by his words, quickly replied, "Rest assured, young master, your order is ready. However, seeing you were preoccupied outside, we took the liberty of warming it in the kitchen. It will be delivered to you immediately." Long Fei poured himself a cup of tea from the kettle, savoring the aroma. He found himself reminiscing about the taste of the wine. Despite being only 6 years old, he had lived 2 lives, accumulating over 30 years of experience. Drinking was no longer a challenge, especially as it was not his first time. The innkeeper, efficient in his duties, cast a knowing glance at the waitstaff, signaling that this patron was not to be trifled with. The brash demeanor of the Qian Daoliu Academy members would undoubtedly return, and the tension outside, thick with the scent of blood, indicated that this individual had dealt with them decisively. It appeared that the Qian Daoliu Academy had encountered a formidable opponent. Fortunately, the conflict had not erupted within the establishment. Otherwise, the inn would have been left in ruins. Before long, the dishes and wine arrived at Long Fei's table. He touched the wine, finding it pleasantly cool. Wine was best enjoyed chilled. As he indulged in the appetizers, he drank deeply, and soon, an exquisite array of dishes was presented before him, which he began to savor in silence. Meanwhile, the members of the Qian Daoliu team were once again left in despair over Long Fei's sudden disappearance. In their room, Yilingling lamented, "This fellow vanishes at will. Now it's our turn to take the stage." Qi Ming replied, "His absence won't affect your performance. After all, it is your 7 who will take the field. If he were present, it might have made things easier for you. But that would defeat the purpose of your training and development." Let him go wherever he wishes. Let us focus on refining our tactics. The opposition seems inclined towards aggressive. Close combat, Soul Masters. If we can protect Yulingling, I will take the lead in the assault, and we will proceed according to our established formation. Yu Tianheng approached, producing a blueprint of the battle arena, where he projected the likely positions of both the Qian Daoliu team and the Yaobao team. Time passed gradually, and soon it was their turn to take the stage. Time's up. It's your turn to compete. Do not bear any undue psychological burden. This is not your end, but merely the beginning. Give it your all. I will be watching from above, Qin Ming instructed as he turned to them. Yes. On the battle platform, 7 individuals from each side took their positions. As the announcer's voice rang out, the match between the Qian Daoliu Royal Team and the Yaobao Rampage Team officially commenced. The participants were introduced one by one, beginning with Yu Tianheng from the Qian Daoliu side. Qian Daoliu Team Captain, Yu Tianheng, level 29 Attack Type Soul Master, second ring, with the Martial Soul Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex. Qian Daoliu Vice Captain, Du Guyan, level 27 Control Type Soul Master, second ring, with the Martial Soul Emerald Phosphor Snake. Qian Daoliu Team Member, Shi Mo, level 27 Defense Type Soul Master, with the Martial Soul Black Tortoise. Qian Daoliu Team Member, Shi Mu, level 27 Defense Type Soul Master, with the Martial Soul Black Tortoise. Qian Daoliu Team Member, Yu Feng, level 26 Agility Type Soul Master, with the Martial Soul Windchime Bird. Qian Daoliu Team Member, AOC Luo, level 26 Agility Type Soul Master, with the Martial Soul Ghost Leopard. Qian Daoliu Team Member, Yi Lingling, level 26 Support Type Soul Master, with the Martial Soul 9 Heart Begonia. As their introductions concluded, their respective soul rings materialized, and their martial souls were unleashed. Both Yi Lingling and Shi Mu gained a level in power, and the atmosphere intensified considerably. Yaobao Team Captain, Qian Mo, level 29 Attack Type Soul Master, second ring, with the Martial Soul Blazing Leopard. Yaobao Vice Captain, Tang San, level 28 Attack Type Soul Master, second ring, with the Martial Soul Howling Leopard. The introductions continued for the Yaobao Rampage team, with each member summoning their soul rings in a display mirroring that of the Qian Daoliu team. The energy radiating from both teams surged, igniting excitement among the spectators. As bets began to be placed, many favored the Yaobao team, while the Qian Daoliu Royal team received relatively fewer wagers. After all, this was their first match, and their reputation had yet to solidify. In contrast, the Yaobao Rampage team had participated in numerous competitions, showcasing their strength, which swayed more spectators to place their bets on the more visible victor rather than the uncertain outcome. Wait for an opportune moment to eliminate their support. We will draw the fire. If we can neutralize that support, our chances of victory will soar to 80%. Qian Mo instructed his team. Understood. At that moment, Yu Tianheng leaped into action, unleashing his first soul skill with a powerful roar. Lightning Dragon Claw. Here it comes. Qian Mo, grinning widely, charged forward, activating his first soul skill as well. A scorching wave of light erupted from his martial soul. Boom. The first round concluded with both sides retreating to their respective formations. How did it go, Captain? Tang San inquired urgently. Qian Mo frowned. Very strong. The members of Yaobao exchanged serious glances. Tianheng, are you all right? Du Guyan approached Yu Tianheng, concern etched on her face. From the earlier clash, it was evident that both sides matched each other in explosive power and attack strength. Impressive. But, among equals, my blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex is the pinnacle of beast-type martial souls. His leopard cannot match me, Yu Tianheng replied, a hint of pride in his voice. As the opposing team attacked once more, Yu Tianheng prepared to meet them head-on. They swiftly enacted their prior strategy, closing in on Yi Lingling. Their attacks were expertly deflected by the defenses of Shi Mu and Shi Mo's Black Tortoise. Such a sturdy shell. One of the Yaobao members grumbled after their assault was thwarted. Keep attacking. Du Guyan unleashed her venomous serpent attack, while AOC Luo engaged directly with an opponent. Yu Feng took to the air to distract the adversaries, buying time for Yu Tianheng and the others. Meanwhile, Yi Lingling began to channel her 9-heart begonia to restore her teammates' vitality. It was undeniable. The 9-heart begonia was an extraordinary asset. Boom. Bang. In the year 6 after, time has flown by, and 6 years have swiftly passed. In the city of Tiando, there stands a tall young man, exuding an aura of terror, with slightly long black hair, a few strands cascading down the sides of his forehead. This individual is none other than Long Fei. 6 years later, he is no longer clad in the Royal Academy uniform of Tiando, but is instead dressed in casual attire. Much has transpired over these 6 years. Most notably, he has established a formidable faction known as the Qinglong Gang. This organization was secretly founded 2 years prior, and, while its development has not been rapid, it currently exists at a moderate stage. This faction is intended to eventually replace the Spirit Transmission Tower to facilitate the early dissemination of soul spirits. However, the actual propagation has yet to commence, as the primary focus remains on internal consolidation. In due course, within the Douluo continent, Long Fei shall be recognized as the progenitor of soul spirits. Throughout these 6 years, he has diligently practiced while engaging in various undertakings. Yet mastering divine power has proven to be quite arduous. Over the span of 6 years, his soul power has ascended to the level of a soul king at rank 50. Additionally, with the divine bestowed soul ring of the dragon god, he is now a 12-year-old at 53, possessing 5 rings as a soul king. At this moment, Long Fei was making his way towards the Royal Academy of Tiando. Upon entering, the 2 guards stationed at the entrance immediately stepped aside, showing deference. For 6 years, Long Fei has ascended to the pinnacle of the Tiando Royal Academy, earning a reputation that is known to all, domineering, formidable, and an embodiment of strength. Young Master Long Fei, have you returned from your training? A guard inquired cautiously. Is Teacher Qin Ming present at the academy? Long Fei's voice resonated with a naturally cold magnetism. Over the past 6 years, apart from showcasing his prowess within the academy, Long Fei has maintained a relatively low profile outside, all in pursuit of a grand plan set for 6 years hence. Although his current strength is that of a level 50 soul king, he could still contend with even the mightiest of the unparalleled Douluo. Should that Douluo possess a martial soul related to dragons, even the slightest hint of it would be swiftly annihilated before Long Fei. His physical strength has reached an unimaginably formidable level. Unless a deity descended from the divine realm, none could breach his defenses. Reporting back, young master. Teacher Qin Ming has taken the Tiando first team to the soul hunting grounds and has not returned for several days, the guard reported truthfully. Are the 3 committee members present? Long Fei inquired. They are. The guard nodded affirmatively. Very well. With that, Long Fei strode purposefully into the academy. The 2 guards wiped the cold sweat from their foreheads, having just been overwhelmed by Long Fei's intimidating aura. It was truly terrifying, at only 12 years of age. He has grown even more formidable than a year ago. He is indeed a prodigy. No, the term prodigy can no longer encapsulate his essence. The 2 guards finally exhaled a sigh of relief, feeling both exasperated and envious. It had been a year since their last return. Long Fei gazed upon the familiar surroundings, reflecting how swiftly time passes. In the blink of an eye, 6 years have flown by, and the journey in the Douluo world is soon to reach its conclusion. At that moment, the square within the academy was bustling with activity, as a young man with chestnut hair, accompanied by a group of students, displayed an air of arrogance while engaging in a heated debate with another faction. Indeed, this was an academy for the nobility, and it was only natural for its attendees to exude such demeanor. Moreover, the institution had admitted numerous students from noble and royal families. With power and status at their disposal, their arrogance was hardly surprising. Long Fei navigated through the crowd. Who is this brat? Get lost. Can't you see we're fighting? Hurry up and scram. The leaders of both sides, witnessing Long Fei's disregard as he passed through, were immediately incensed. These newly arrived students were unfamiliar with Long Fei himself. They had merely heard of him in passing. Long Fei's footsteps came to a halt. An aura of terror emanated from him, instantly enveloping the surroundings. Buzz. In the next moment, this presence swept over everyone present, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Gulp. Both sides struggled to swallow their saliva. Why you? Who do you think you are? Don't come here pretending to be important. The leader stubbornly pointed at Long Fei, with a slight narrowing of his eyes. Long Fei's gaze flashed with a chilling intensity. In the next moment, he appeared directly before the individual, grasping their hand with a firm grip. A sharp crack echoed as he effortlessly shattered the bone within the finger that had been pointed at him. A piercing scream erupted from the man as he writhed in agony, his body trembling under the oppressive aura emanating from Long Fei. His expression contorted in anguish. Beads of cold sweat streamed down his face. Long Fei coldly remarked, "Has no one in your family ever advised you against pointing your finger at others? It is quite impolite. Consider this a minor reprimand. Next time, I shall take your life." With that, Long Fei forcefully withdrew his hand, leaving the young man to clutch his injury in agony. The others, struck by fear, dared not utter a word. Such a ruthless individual. They knew they could not provoke someone of his caliber, nor could they hope to confront him. Long Fei coldly commanded, "Return to your classes." Yes, yes, yes. The others promptly turned and fled. The young man with a broken finger was swiftly escorted away by his companions. Just you wait. No matter who you are, I will ensure your demise. He clutched his injured finger, his expression pale and somber, his heart filled with venomous thoughts. At this moment, Long Fei arrived at the church. Having made his way there effortlessly, he approached, finding the 3 committee members still as he remembered them. Upon seeing Long Fei, the trio was initially taken aback, but soon rose eagerly to greet him. Ah, it is Long Fei. You have returned from your training. Long Fei acknowledged the 3 committee members with a respectful gesture. Recognizing the importance of etiquette, please, take a seat. Do not stand on ceremony. The 3 expressed warmly. Long Fei did not take a seat but instead spoke. Esteemed members of the Education Committee, I have come today with a matter of importance to discuss with you. The 3 members were momentarily taken aback and promptly replied. What is it? Please, do not hesitate to speak. We shall assist in any way we can, provided it lies within our capabilities. Very well, Long Fei responded. Since you have expressed such willingness, I shall not be coy. I wish to formally request my graduation. Upon hearing this, the 3 felt a twist of unease in their hearts. However, having spoken, there was no turning back. Esteemed committee members, I come to apply for graduation, Long Fei declared. The 3 exchanged glances, their expressions tightening. Meng Xinji sighed, saying, What is destined must come to pass. Your talents have indeed surpassed what the Academy can offer you. And according to the graduation regulations, you have fulfilled the requirements. Nevertheless, we hope that you will represent the Tiando Royal Academy at the Continental Soul Master Elite Competition. We hope you will triumph over. Meng Xinji began to voice his thoughts. The Spirit Battle Team, is it? Long Fei interjected, seizing the moment to articulate the conclusion. The Spirit Battle Team is the most formidable and renowned seed team of the Spirit Hall, having claimed victory in the championships for many years. Many harbor grievances against this reality, yet the undeniable strength of the team prevails. As representatives of the Empire's youthful Soul Master team, the Tiando Royal Academy naturally aspires to overcome the Spirit Hall. Indeed, the 3 members' expressions turned grave, imbued with a hint of earnest plea. Long Fei pressed his lips together, a hint of a meaningful smile gracing the corners of his mouth. He then replied with a warm smile, Over the past 6 years, I have received considerable support from the 3 educational commissioners and the Royal Academy of Tiando. As a member of the Academy, I naturally find it within my capacity to agree. Upon hearing Long Fei's words, the 3 commissioners felt an immense weight lift from their hearts, replaced by a surge of excitement and joy. With such terrifying prowess, Long Fei is perceived to have surpassed the members of the Soul Master team. Should Long Fei participate, he would undoubtedly secure the championship of this year's competition. The 3 esteemed members of the Education Committee, if Long Fei could lead the Tiando Royal Academy team to victory in the elite competition, he has one more request for their assistance. Long Fei once again cupped his hands in respect. Upon hearing this, the 3 exchanged curious and puzzled glances, suppressing their excitement, and inquired, Long Fei, please feel free to share what you need our help with. If they were to truly triumph over the undefeated Soul Master team, their joy would be immense. Not just one request, but 10 would pose no issue. Bai Bashan and Jilin nodded in agreement, affirming, Indeed, your relationship with us is exceptional. As long as it does not harm the Tiando Royal Academy, we will gladly comply. Bai Baoshan's corpulent frame quivered with anticipation. Long Fei spoke without reservation, declaring, In the past, I established my own faction known as the Qinglong Gang, of which I am the leader. Should I, Long Fei, lead the Tiando Royal Academy to victory in the Elite Soul Master competition, I hope that the 3 esteemed seniors will consider joining the Qinglong Gang. Here, Long Fei merely suggested joining the Qinglong Gang. The specifics of their roles within the organization were a separate matter entirely. Qinglong Gang. The 3 individuals were taken aback, their expressions shifting to one of hesitation. After all, their identities were rather unique. Long Fei had given considerable thought to inviting these 3. They were all formidable beings at the Soul Douluo level. Although they might not currently surpass him, their presence would certainly carry weight in the outside world. Moreover, with Long Fei's assistance, these 3 could soon break through to the Title Douluo realm. If they obediently followed his lead, they would undoubtedly keep pace with the path to divinity. The Qinglong Gang had been established for 2 years, yet its membership remained sparse, consisting only of Gu Yuna, Di Tian, Xiong Jun, Bai Ji, Qi Wang, Wan Yao Wang, Zi Ji, and himself, totaling a mere 8 members. As for the Titan Giant Ape and the Sky Blue Bull Python, That would be addressed later. Fortunately, despite the limited numbers, each member possessed tremendous strength. From a certain perspective, the Qinglong gang was backed by the entire soul beast force of the Star Douluo forest, as these individuals were among the most powerful therein. Of course, the Star Douluo forest harbored more than just them. There were others yet to reveal themselves. These individuals were the pinnacle of the Qinglong gang's hierarchy, with the leader at the top, followed by the law elders, then elders, stewards, and finally hall masters among other ranks. The 7 members served as the law elders, all operating under Long Fei's leadership, managing the development of soul spirits and various initiatives within the Qinglong gang. The philosophy was to develop quietly, to bide their time, and then to astonish everyone with their accomplishments. This was the grand vision of Long Fei, the time traveler. Long Fei chuckled lightly and said, "Esteemed elders, I fully comprehend your reservations. If possible, I hope you will engage in a duel with me. Very well. Let us see how much stronger you have grown over the years." The 3, dreaming divine machine, felt as though they were on the cusp of ignition. Long Fei's prowess will undoubtedly not disappoint the 3 esteemed elders. Soon, the 4 departed from the church and arrived at an expansive, uninhabited area. Long Fei held a peculiar hand gesture, from which an energy array emanated, enveloping the area within 100 meters. What is this? The 3, with their limited experience, were once again taken aback. Long Fei gently lowered his hands, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he spoke. "Esteemed seniors, what you see before you is a formation, one of the unique techniques created by our Azure Dragon gang. This is a supreme isolation formation, impervious even to the most formidable Douluo, who would be unable to detect or breach it. Should you 3 choose to join our Azure Dragon gang, you would be granted the opportunity to learn this art. This formation is one of the rewards from 6 years of undertaking systematic tasks. In fact, this formation possesses the ability to obscure celestial secrets, rendering it undetectable even to divine beings. However, for now, it suffices as it is. A product of the system is assuredly a masterpiece." Nevertheless, Long Fei spoke no falsehood. Upon joining the Azure Dragon gang, these 3 could indeed learn this technique. "One must admit, your Azure Dragon gang is quite extraordinary, and this formation is undeniably alluring. Before we proceed, allow me to demonstrate my prowess against you." With that, Ji Lin stepped forward. His martial spirit was the celestial green vine, and despite the passage of 6 years, his level remained unchanged at 83, retaining the status of an 8-ringed Soul Douluo. The formation had been set, completely isolating the exterior. At this moment, Long Fei did not hold back and declared, "Seniors, I hope you will join forces to face me. Otherwise, you stand no chance of victory, even if all 3 of you unite." This thought lingered in his mind. Just as the 3 sensed Long Fei's arrogance, their expressions abruptly shifted, their eyes widening in shock, fear, and disbelief. At that moment, a terrifying change enveloped Long Fei's aura. The 7-colored Azure Dragon pupils manifested within his gaze, a fierce light flashing momentarily. From his being descended 5 soul rings, red, gold, gold, each larger than the last, exuding an aura that instilled dread and terror. Both the red and gold soul rings bore several azure patterns on their surfaces, which seemed to amplify the terrifying nature of their presence. In that moment, the aura and temperament emanating from Long Fei underwent an extraordinary and unparalleled transformation. It was supreme, noble, and overwhelmingly powerful, imbued with an ancient essence. Every indescribable term that could convey magnificence found validation in his presence. Golden light shimmered around him, exuding an unparalleled dragon majesty. How could this be? 100,000-year soul ring? A golden soul ring? What on earth is happening? The 3 individuals, overtaken by terror, could no longer contain their exclamations. Their eyes widened to the brink of popping out, and their jaws dropped so dramatically that one could fit 2 eggs within them. One could not help but wonder if their jaws would dislocate from such astonishment. This was a spectacle they had never witnessed in their lives. Dragon. Long Fei, what on earth is going on? Dream Machine desperately tried to maintain his composure, taking a trembling step forward with weak legs, raising his quivering hand to inquire. The aura emanating from Long Fei has completely overwhelmed the 3 of them, rendering their breaths labored and difficult. Cold sweat has begun to trickle down their foreheads. The sheer terror of this presence. It is undeniably a genuine 100,000-year soul ring. As for that golden soul ring, what could it possibly be? How many years does it represent? Surpassing even the 100,000-year soul ring. Long Fei's voice was notably indifferent, yet devoid of hostility. This is my secret, and I must beg your pardon, esteemed seniors, for my inability to disclose it. The reason I reveal this to you now is to demonstrate that my abilities can indeed elevate the Qinglong gang, and I assure you, with your esteemed presence, transcending to the Title Douluo will no longer be a mere dream. He pressed his lips together. The crimson soul ring upon me is 100,000-year soul ring, while the golden one is a divine bestowed million-year soul ring. This million-year soul ring is exceptionally suited for me. Furthermore, I have kept a trump card. Nurtured by the dragon god's spirit and the chaotic Azure Dragon bloodline, the beast spirits and skills of these soul rings have undergone significant transformation over the past 6 years. The 100,000 year has also been considerably enhanced, nearing 16,000 years. There is no necessity for me to disclose this. It suffices for others to perceive it as a 100,000-year soul ring. What? A divine bestowed million-year soul ring. The expressions of the three men shifted dramatically, simultaneously gasping in disbelief, experiencing a sensation of breathlessness, as if suffocating. Esteemed seniors, it begins now. I shall make my move. Upon uttering this, Long Fei's aura transformed once more, the terrifying energy morphing into intent to strike. The three men secretly deemed it unfavorable and resolutely unleashed their seventh soul skill, manifesting their martial spirits. Subsequently, they activated their eighth soul skill in unison. Three formidable forces surged directly towards Long Fei. Come at me. Long Fei chuckled. He raised his hand and grasped the air before him. Suddenly, a colossal golden dragon claw materialized out of thin air. The supreme might of the golden dragon claw wreaked havoc. Great might golden dragon palm. Boom. The three terrifying soul master level combined attacks would undoubtedly exact a grievous toll, perhaps even death, upon anyone else. However, beneath Long Fei's great might golden dragon palm, an entirely different scene unfolded. The three formidable attacks struck the golden dragon claw, yet it merely tightened its grip. In the next instant, those three terrifying assaults erupted explosively, leaving the claw unscathed. With a gentle wave, the dust from the explosion dissipated, revealing a truly miraculous spectacle. What? The three men were taken aback. How could it be so effortlessly neutralized? It was now Long Fei's turn to strike. He activated his first 100,000-year soul ring, and an enormous beast silhouette instantly emerged from him, charging towards Dream God Machine and his companions with overwhelming force. The three immediately unleashed their soul skills in defense. Yet the beast silhouette, exuding a terrifying aura and unparalleled destructive power, shattered their combined defenses in an instant. A thunderous crash resounded. The three men coughed up blood simultaneously, the immense force overwhelming their control over their bodies, sending them hurtling backward to crash violently onto the ground. Long Fei narrowed his eyes slightly, sensing an impending crisis. He hastily retracted his beast soul, dispelling the soul ring form and returning to his normal state, rushing towards the three individuals. Despite his frustration, he had indeed moderated his power. However, these three were still unable to withstand it. It could only be said that these three were rather weak. No, it was he who was exceedingly strong, defeating 3 Soul Douluos, each above level 80, while being merely a level 53 Soul King, would surely send the world into a frenzy if it became known. People would begin to think that Soul Douluos had lost their value. Upon reaching the 3, Long Fei halted, feeling somewhat bashful as he inquired, "Esteemed committee members, I apologize for the excessive force. Are you all right?" The trio appeared haggard and pale, feeling quite embarrassed. They were Soul Douluos, powerful beings, yet they had been unable to overcome a mere Soul King, and had even sustained injuries. They sighed, clutching their chests, hastily wiping away the blood, their faces marked with bitterness as they lamented, "Truly, the youth are formidable, indeed." Their voices trembled slightly. This outcome was difficult for them to accept, yet the reality loomed before them. However, considering such terrifying strength, the members of the martial soul teams were surely doomed to defeat. This time, the Tiando Royal Academy could secure a victory. With this thought, their hearts felt considerably lighter. The three quickly rose, then seated themselves to cultivate their soul power in meditation. "Esteemed seniors, please consume these 3 pills," Long Fei said, retrieving 3 round pills from his soul guidance device. The art of alchemy was also a reward from the System S tasks. Over the past 6 years, Long Fei had reaped substantial benefits from his endeavors. The 3 glowing brown pills in his hand were healing pills, capable of swiftly restoring both internal and external injuries. Upon opening their eyes, the three, whose knowledge was limited, gazed at the pills with confusion. These are the pills you mentioned, also crafted by the Qinglong gang? Dreaming Machine and his companions inquired. Indeed, as long as you three join my Qinglong gang, you may learn the craft. Long Fei offered a compelling temptation once more. The effect will be evident once you consume them and meditate with your soul power, he added with a faint smile. Each of the three took a pill, quickly placing it in their mouths and swallowing. They resumed their meditation with their soul power. As the pill entered their bodies, they felt it transform into a warm current, swiftly coursing through them, bringing a soothing warmth to every part of their being. Soon, their internal injuries began to alleviate, and they rapidly regained their health. At that moment, the trio's previously pale and haggard faces gradually regained a rosy hue, becoming even healthier than before. The three were momentarily taken aback, then astonished. How remarkable! My injuries have recovered so swiftly, they exclaimed in wonder. In the past, such internal injuries would typically require at least half a year for complete recovery. Yet, with the aid of this so-called pill, they experienced such rapid healing effects in less than a minute. The brilliance in their eyes ignited as they exchanged glances, nodding in unison, as if a silent understanding had been reached among them. So, esteemed committee members, have you decided to join my Qinglong gang? Long Fei inquired once more. The three stood and nodded, saying, Your strength is formidable. You are destined for greatness and will undoubtedly achieve the title of Title Douluo. Moreover, the Qinglong gang holds numerous mysteries. We are willing to join you. Long Fei's smile instantly deepened. In due time, you shall see that your choices are indeed the most prudent. The remuneration I bestow upon you will be substantial. As for the true nature of our Azure Dragon gang, you will come to understand once you join us. Since the three of you are willing to become part of the Azure Dragon gang, it is imperative to follow certain protocols, as our organization harbors numerous secrets. Upon hearing this, the three exchanged puzzled glances, furrowing their brows in confusion. What protocols are necessary? As soon as the words left their lips, Long Fei produced a parchment resembling a contract from his hand. This is a covenant, he explained. All that is required is for the three of you to simultaneously drop a drop of blood upon it. The parchment emanated an air of mystique, its antiquity palpable. It was crafted from divine hiding skin, a reward obtained through the system's lottery. The purpose of this skin was to bind. Although one could argue that it was not merely a bond, it constituted a form of contract, one that bore the witness of the heavenly Tao. Should any of you betray this pact after shedding your blood, you shall face the dire consequences of the heavenly Tao's wrath, resulting in your corporeal form shattering and your soul perishing. Long Fei's skepticism towards the trio was not a matter of distrust, but rather a quest for inner assurance. In his past life, he had been betrayed as well. As long as the parties remain loyal, nothing untoward shall occur. The three, Dream, Divine Mechanism, and the others, exchanged glances once more and inquired, Does this skin hold any deeper significance? A piercing glimmer flashed momentarily in Long Fei's eyes before vanishing, his expression remaining composed with a smile as he spoke. This serves as a testament to your joining the Azure Dragon gang. With a drop of blood, we shall henceforth be as family. This is not directed solely at the three of you, but rather a requirement for all who enter the Azure Dragon gang. The trio understood that there was no turning back. Regardless of the circumstances, they were willing to support such a formidable figure as Long Fei, who had achieved so much at such a young age. Moreover, Long Fei assured them that he could facilitate their ascendance to the rank of Title Douluo. Title Douluo. This had been the lifelong dream of the three. Years had passed, yet they remained stagnant, their cultivation eternally halted at the 80th level. Motivated by the mere mention of Title Douluo, they resolved to join. Without hesitation, each produced a drop of blood and let it fall upon the divine hide. The divine hide sensed their blood and instantly absorbed it. At that moment, an extraordinary and eerie scene unfolded in the sky above. Thunderous roars echoed, signifying that the contract had taken effect. Witnessing this, Long Fei's heart swelled with joy. They were finally united as one family. Having boarded his vessel, there would be no disembarking for a lifetime. The divine hide was infinitely reusable and impervious to damage. Boss, now that we are family, there is something I wish to inquire, Dream Machine said, taking a deep breath. Ask away, Long Fei nodded. At that moment, both he and Dream Machine stood eye to eye. What would you have done if we had resolutely refused to shed our blood? Dream Machine, along with the others, sensed the gravity of the situation as they witnessed the thunderous changes in the sky. Long Fei's smile was peculiar, concealing a hidden malice. as a fierce glint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. I shall decisively eliminate you, for you are all too aware of my numerous secrets. In this world, if trust is to be placed in anyone, it shall only be in those who are utterly deceased, or my own kind. Upon hearing this, the three were struck with terror. The aura emanating from Long Fei instilled profound fear within them, rendering them powerless to resist. This dread stemmed from their primal instincts and the very essence of their souls. Long Fei's gaze resembled an abyss, threatening to engulf them at any moment. They shared a mutual understanding. Long Fei could extinguish their lives with alarming ease. Yet, they also felt a sense of relief, having shed blood. It seemed they had escaped unscathed. Suddenly, Long Fei's demeanor shifted dramatically, and he erupted into laughter. However, since you have already shed blood, we are now akin to family. As long as you refrain from betraying the Azure Dragon gang, we shall be the best of kin. I, Long Fei, am most generous towards family. In a few days' time, I shall present you with a grand gift to aid your ascension to the rank of Title Douluo. Leader, what shall we do next? The trio of Dream Machine inquired eagerly. Continue managing the academy as you usually do. After the competition concludes, I will escort you to the headquarters of the Azure Dragon gang, Long Fei instructed. Very well. Leader, you mentioned that in a few days we would be able to become Title Douluo. How many days might that take? Dream Machine pressed, unabashedly. In just a few days, though I cannot be entirely certain, Long Fei replied, furrowing his brow in contemplation. All right, we shall await the good news from the leader. Dream Machine and the others ceased their inquiries. Subsequently, Long Fei continued to stroll through the academy before heading towards the soul hunting grounds. Along the way, the Dragon Fei calls upon the system, unveiling the character interface. Character interface host, Dragon Fei age, 12 cultivation technique, infinite longevity technique, level 20 bloodline and cellular development and activation, 5% physical strength comparable to tier 3 deity maximum burst power, 800 million kilograms soul power and mental strength, divine origin realm martial soul, chaotic Azure Dragon bloodline package, bloodline. Tattoo, ethereal projection. Note, the tattoo is only visible when body temperature rises or falls significantly. It remains hidden at normal temperature. Divine power, level 53. 5-element divine master, crimson and golden, bloodline package talents, development attribute enhancement, lifespan augmentation, exorcism, exceptional healing, immunity to all poisons, super growth. Supreme Dragon Might, 1% development, right hand Azure Dragon transformation, 2% development, left hand Azure Dragon transformation, 3% Azure Dragon torso transformation, 4% Azure Dragon forebody transformation, 5% Azure Dragon armament soul techniques, passive metamorphosis, prismatic Azure Dragon eye skills, thunderous leap, a single step spanning 10,000 meters, soul techniques, active, red, first soul technique, golden Azure explosive dragon soul, mutated through the influence of the dragon goddess spirit and the chaotic Azure Dragon bloodline, red, second soul technique, golden Azure rampaging spider dragon soul, rampaging defense, mutated through the influence of the dragon goddess spirit and the chaotic Azure Dragon bloodline, golden, third soul technique, dragon god spirit, golden, fourth soul technique, dragon god spirit, golden, fifth soul technique, dragon god spirit, can stack with soul rings for use, system repository, Azure Dragon ancient blade X1, chaotic Azure Dragon essence X1, random dimensional travel scroll X2, dragon god position X1, divine storage leather. Current dimension, Douluo continent. While perusing the interface, Dragon Fei has already arrived at the soul hunting grounds. The soul hunting grounds operate in tandem with the combat arena. The badge levels from the combat arena are also applicable here, allowing for the same privileges and benefits. Naturally, one may also register for a new badge title without issue. Long Fei donned the half-prepared black and white mask. The atmosphere was thick with a metallic scent, yet he remained unfazed. Over the years, he had taken many lives, becoming accustomed to such sensations. The complexity and intricacies of this place far exceeded those of the Arena of Souls. Was Qin Ming bringing those 7 individuals here to commit murder? As Long Fei surveyed the surroundings of the soul hunting grounds, he found no trace of them, stirring suspicion within him. The expanse of the soul hunting grounds was more than thrice that of the Arena of Souls, making it unsurprising to fail in locating them. However, at this moment, Long Fei's mental prowess had reached the divine origin realm. With a mere flicker of perception, no matter the size of the area, It could not evade his formidable mental insight. In his eyes, countless elemental sparks floated, revealing the elemental structure of the world, visible only to those who had attained the spirit abyss realm. The classification of mental power in Douluo is as follows: spirit origin, spirit communication, spirit sea, spirit abyss, spirit domain, and divine origin, with Long Fei currently at the pinnacle of the latter. In a sea of people, his mental prowess penetrated effortlessly, and soon he found himself in an opulent room, where 8 familiar figures emerged, Qi Ming and his companions. Suddenly, his mental acuity detected another familiar presence. Found you. Yet, with this unexpected discovery, he smiled and turned ahead in a different direction. This path led to an exclusive, lavish VIP room. A chilling aura emanated from within, a scent he recognized well. Long Fei lowered his head and took a deep breath, revealing a look of indulgence. He then produced his badge, which gleamed in resplendent purple gold. This was the illustrious 5th-ranked purple gold badge. The purple gold badge, notoriously difficult to upgrade, was a feat far beyond the subsequent sapphire ranks. Nevertheless, with his current strength, Long Fei could effortlessly ascend to sapphire or even higher realms. Long Fei licked his lips, revealing a sinister smile. It has been over 2 years since I last fought. I wonder if the people here still remember the blood-soaked scenes of yore. Today, I have returned to allow you to experience it once more. With a click, he pressed the purple gold emblem into the central recess of the door, activating a shimmering line of purple gold that promptly opened the door. As Long Fei stepped inside, the higher-ups of the Soul Hunter Arena immediately received the news. The activation of the purple gold emblem would inevitably transmit information back to the headquarters. For these individuals were of the utmost prestige, and none dared to offend them. At that moment, fear spread among the internal staff. No, this is terrible. He, the Grim Reaper, the demon, has returned. In a daze, the high-ranking members of the inner circle gasped in horror. Quick, assemble everyone for a meeting. Meanwhile, the large screen prominently displayed 7 bold characters. Purple Gold Li Qie. Long Fei possesses 2 illustrious titles. One is the formidable Su Ke registered in the Soul Arena, and the other is the notorious Li Qi registered in the Soul Hunting Grounds. At the headquarters, the upper echelons of the Soul Hunting Grounds have gathered, the atmosphere laden with tension. My lord, what urgent matter has necessitated the assembly of us all? Among the 12 present, aside from a few well-informed individuals, the newly appointed high-ranking members are utterly oblivious to the current predicament. The bloodstained Li Qi has returned. The middle-aged man at the forefront exhibits a visage marked by fear, yet his expression is grim. It is this individual who has brought shame upon the Soul Hunting Grounds. What? The bloodstained Li Qi? The very person who, a few years ago, caused rivers of blood to flow in the Soul Hunting Grounds? The other newly appointed high-ranking officials rise abruptly, astonished. By heavens, I truly do not believe in such malevolence. I am a Soul Emperor. I shall slay him. One of the newly appointed officials, unaware of despair, boasted audaciously. He truly found it hard to believe such evil could exist. After all, he is a pinnacle Soul Emperor at level 69. How could he fear a mere Soul Master? In their minds, Long Fei is merely the same as he was years prior. The leader's countenance twisted into a grimace. If it were as simple as that, he would have perished here long ago. I dispatched 5 Soul Emperors and 1 Soul Saint to eliminate him. And do you know what happened? They were all vanquished. Observing the leader's grim expression, the 6 newly appointed officials' faces shifted dramatically. Indeed, we witnessed it with our own eyes. Not only did he slay Soul Emperors and Soul Saints with his Soul Master cultivation, but he also grievously injured us, leading to the loss of 6 high-ranking officials from our Soul Hunting Grounds. Years have passed, and given his prodigious talent, he must have ascended to level 50 Soul King. If a Soul Master is already so formidable, how terrifying must a Soul King be? You mere Soul Emperors would be courting death with such foolishness. An elder high-ranking official beside the leader clenched his teeth, his face a mask of rage, and struck the table with great force. In that moment, the atmosphere crackled with fury and murderous intent. The 6 newly appointed officials were rendered speechless, none daring to speak further. What shall we do? Spoke the man who had earlier boasted of slaying Long Fei. The leader replied, I am currently only a 79 level Soul Saint. Yet I cannot guarantee I could subdue him. His speed and strength are terrifyingly monstrous. He is a true demon. We must send someone to delay him, ensuring he does not participate in the competition. Otherwise, we shall inevitably witness a repeat of that dreadful scene. He is a merciless killer, and I will contact the martial soul branch to dispatch several powerful Soul Douluos. This time, I shall ensure he meets his end here. Since that incident, they have aligned themselves with the martial soul branch, subsequently seeking assistance in issuing a wanted notice. However, due to the lack of information regarding his appearance and exact age, and the fact that he seemed to have vanished into thin air, the wanted notice ultimately failed. Now that he has reemerged, they are determined not to let him escape again. Long Fei sat alone on the sofa in the room, gazing at the LCD screen displaying the duel before him. This was a battle of life and death, where only one could emerge alive, while the other would inevitably perish. The service attitude at the Soul Hunter Arena has truly deteriorated. Having sat here for so long, no one has come to attend to me. Long Fei lounged with his legs crossed, exhaling with a languid air as he spoke in a subdued tone. At that moment, the sound of footsteps approached. Halting at the door, a beautiful attendant appeared, her expression slightly alarmed. Li, Lord Li, I have been sent to serve you. Her voice was barely above a whisper, betraying her unease. Being relatively new, she had heard from the seasoned staff about the notorious reputation of this Li Qie, a ruthless figure known for his mercilessness. She had been warned to tread lightly, lest she provoke his wrath, which could spell her doom. Before her arrival, the commanding officer had instructed her to do everything in her power to ensure that Li Qie remained in his quarters. Merely delaying him for half an hour would suffice. Finally, someone had arrived. Otherwise, her violent temper might have led her to wreak havoc. Long Fei stretched out his arms, reclining against the sofa with a lazy demeanor. Come in, he beckoned, granting his permission. The young woman hurriedly entered and closed the door, then retrieved an assortment of delicacies and beverages from her soul guide device, positioning herself alluringly beside Long Fei. Who permitted you to sit? Long Fei's voice rang out. The woman's countenance shifted in fear, and she quickly stood, apologizing profusely. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Please don't kill me. Are you so afraid of me? Long Fei teased with a smirk, his gaze fixed upon her. Long Fei, what is your name? The girl paused for a moment. My name is Aishi. The Frost Archer Aishi? Long Fei casually remarked. No, that's not it. My martial spirit is a staff, not an arrow. Aishi said in fear. Please, have a seat. Aishi complied, and then was embraced by Long Fei with one arm. Her face flushed crimson, yet she did not resist. Long Fei gazed at the battle unfolding on the screen, relishing the attentive service provided by Aishi. The atmosphere was surprisingly harmonious, allowing Aishi to relax considerably. This individual did not appear as terrifying as rumored. Your people sent you to keep me here, to buy time for others to come and deal with me, didn't they? Long Fei casually remarked, savoring a grape and sipping red wine, his demeanor betraying no concern. However, Aishi's hand, which had just poured the wine, suddenly froze mid-air, trembling, her face reflecting sheer terror. You know everything? Aishi stammered, fear gripping her heart at the thought of Li Qie's imminent wrath. Isn't that obvious? I am Li Qie, the very one who once stained this place with blood, Long Fei replied, a profound smile gracing his lips. This smile was sharp, instilling in Aishi an acute sense of dread, as if the devil himself were about to descend. With a sudden jolt, Aishi's hand trembled, causing the wine bottle to crash to the ground. Pale as a frightened rabbit, she pleaded, it was not intentional. Please, don't kill me. I am still young. I will do anything you ask. Long Fei gazed at her, disregarding her fear, and turned his attention to the screen. At this moment, the team entering the arena was that of Tianheng. According to the timeline, they would soon return to the Soul Arena, where their opponents would likely be the 7 from Shrek. However, I have lost all interest in Tang San, no matter how formidable he may be. Even with his Xiantian skill, it amounts to little. Long Fei muttered to himself as he continued to sip from the half-filled wine glass. If one wishes to avoid death, they should leave the soul hunting grounds, for it will soon transform into a hell on earth. After finishing his drink, he set down the glass, leaving behind one final piece of advice before exiting the room. Aishi, with a look of terror, stared at the shattered wine bottle before recalling Li Qie's ominous words, plunging her deeper into fear. Hell on earth. I cannot stay. I am not ready to die at 26. Aishi hurriedly scrambled to her feet and swiftly vacated the room. Meanwhile, the leader of the soul hunting grounds galloped to a spirit hall within Tiando. After reporting, he quickly received permission and was followed by 2 men and 1 woman, all powerful enforcers of the hall, each at level 87 Soul Douluo. The commotion from years ago had attracted the interest of His Holiness the Pope. We must capture this individual alive. the leading female Soul Douluo spoke. The trio was eager to witness the prowess of Li Jie, who had, years prior, defeated both a Soul Emperor and a Soul Saint despite being at the rank of a Soul Sect. Upon hearing her words, the leader's expression darkened. Yet he quickly masked his discontent. Esteemed Soul Douluo, this man has slain many high-ranking members of our soul hunting grounds and gravely injured us. We have only just begun to recover. Must we not eliminate him? The leader clenched his fists, gritting his teeth in resentment. I understand your frustration. Yet this is the command of His Holiness the Pope, and we dare not defy it. Once we have captured him, you may have the opportunity to teach him a lesson, but he must not die, be left crippled, or rendered useless. Otherwise, it will be your soul hunting grounds that pay the price, the female Soul Douluo suggested, her tone becoming chillingly cold, both a reminder and a threat. The leader took a deep breath, exhaling a heavy sigh. I accept your proposal. I will exercise discretion. He had no choice. The mere mention of His Holiness the Pope sent a shiver through him, instilling profound fear. In the face of such power, he could do naught but comply. After all, the dead could not return, and he could not allow the soul hunting grounds to fall into irreparable ruin. Another male Soul Douluo nodded in agreement. The four then quickened their pace and set off. At the headquarters of the Spirit Hall, in the Pope's chamber, a beautiful woman adorned with a crown symbolizing supreme authority sat regally, exuding an air of unmatched dominance. This woman was the antagonist, the Pope of the Spirit Hall, known as the enchanting Lady Bibidong. Standing beside her, on either side, were two individuals, Yu Guan and Gue Mei, both at level 95 Title Douluo. At that moment, an elderly man rushed in. I pay my respects to the Pope and the two Douluo, he greeted, trembling with fear. What is it? Yu Guan inquired, inspecting his hands. His voice laced with a delicate tone. 2 years ago, the one responsible for the massacre at the Soul Hunting Grounds, who defeated both a Soul Emperor and a Soul Saint, has resurfaced. The Soul Hunting Grounds has sent individuals to request the assistance of the Tiando branch's Soul Douluo to capture him. The old man reported hastily. Yu Guan exchanged glances with his companion. The one who evaded capture after being wanted by the Spirit Hall? They recalled. Meanwhile, Bibidong's expression shifted slightly, and her voice turned cold. I want him alive. Bring him to me. I've already given prior instructions. Rest assured, Your Holiness. The old man felt a wave of relief wash over him. Thankfully, he had taken precautions beforehand. Proceed, Bibidong commanded. The old man bowed and exited. Once he was gone, Yu Guan turned to Bibidong. Your Holiness, do you require us to retrieve him? He seems quite young, and with such strength, he could certainly contribute to the Spirit Hall. I am also curious as to how this individual managed to slaughter the Soul Hunting Grounds and defeat 5 Soul Emperors and a Soul Saint while severely injuring the remaining ones, only to slip away. No need to rush. The 3 from the Tiando branch are all level 87 Soul Douluo. Capturing a Soul Sect, or even a Soul King, should be more than sufficient, Bibidong replied, suddenly producing a photograph from her soul guide. The image depicted a tall young man wearing a black and white half-mask, with long hair cascading down, clad in a black and white robe, surrounded by blood. His eyes radiated a chilling murderous intent, and he wielded a long sword, dripping with blood. This man was none other than Li Jie, also known as Long Fei, captured 2 years prior during the massacre at the Soul Hunting Grounds. It was the only lead they had. A peculiar smile graced Bibidong's lips. Li Jie, how intriguing. 6 years later, within the Soul Hunting Grounds, the royal team had matured, becoming even stronger than depicted in the original narrative under Long Fei's influence. The formidable royal team swiftly annihilated their opponents in less than 10 minutes, demonstrating their superiority. All 7 adversaries fell at their hands. After the match, the members appeared pale and hastily departed the scene. A warrior must be stained with blood. This is a path one must traverse, and today, they have overcome this hurdle. In the room, the group felt nauseated. Even Yu Tianheng, whom had taken a life for the first time, felt discomfort. However, their mental resilience shone through, and they quickly rebounded after hearing Qin Ming's words. All right, it's time to return to the academy. You may take a break. After our next few matches in the Soul Arena, the Continental Elite Soul Master Competition will commence. We understand. The group nodded in agreement. Teacher, have there been any updates on Long Fei? At that moment, Yi Lingling inquired. Her question caught everyone off guard. Indeed, their team still held a member named Long Fei, whom they had not seen for over a year. Nostalgia washed over them. That monstrous genius. Everyone had already noticed Yi Lingling's unique feelings toward Long Fei. She thought of him daily. Long Fei, Qin Ming reflected, sighing. That fellow possesses terrifying talent. The academy can no longer facilitate his growth. However, he promised he would return before the Continental Soul Master competition. By then, it should coincide with his application for graduation. By that time, you too shall graduate, for your age and soul power have reached the requisite conditions. How swiftly time passes. Qin Ming's eyes brimmed with nostalgia. Teacher Qin Ming, the crowd murmured, reluctant to part ways. Yet, they all understood that no gathering lasts forever. The next farewell merely paves the way for an even more joyous reunion. Let us refrain from such melancholic sentiments. The soul-hunting conclusion beckons us to return, Qin Ming declared. Yilingling grasped Qin Ming's intent, realizing they could only wait until that moment arrived. As the group rose to depart, an unexpected shift occurred within the soul-hunting arena. In what was supposed to be a match between two teams of 7, a mysterious youth clad in a black and white robe and donning a matching mask descended from the heavens, landing squarely between the two teams. The force of his arrival sent both sides staggering back in shock. The sudden appearance left players and spectators alike in a state of bewilderment. At that moment, the officiating referee's expression transformed dramatically upon seeing the figure, as if confronted with a demon, his body trembling in fear. It is him. The devil, Li Qiye. The referee stammered, and among the audience, a few recognized the name, triggering screams of terror. The embodiment of their nightmares. That day, a hell on earth. This merciless killer, this demon. Who are you? The two teams questioned, having neither seen nor heard of Li Qiye. They merely sensed an aura of ominous mystery emanating from him, instilling dread. Evil shall be judged by me, Li Qiye. At that moment, Long Fei brandished the ancient Qinglong blade, its formerly azure cracks now transformed into a vivid crimson hue, as an overwhelming aura of slaughter spread forth. Fools, unleash your fury and slay him. The combatants, equally fierce, erupted in fury, activating their soul rings and charging towards Long Fei. With a graceful flick of his wrist, Long Fei swept the Qinglong blade, unleashing a devastating whirlwind of lethal energy. An aura of terror and overwhelming dragon might surged forth, instilling fear in all present. In an instant, the air was filled with the sounds of piercing screams and the sight of blood as the bodies of 14 individuals disintegrated into crimson mist. Run! Someone shouted amidst the chaos, igniting a frenzied stampede as the referee had long since fled the scene. Long Fei gazed at the scene before him, a peculiar smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he stood still, absorbing the unfolding spectacle. Run, run, he murmured. In the next moment, his body surged into action, wielding his blade amidst the throng, delivering swift and merciless blows. A torrent of blood erupted, bodies littering the ground, despair palpable in the air, while the cries of the anguished echoed all around. The individuals slain by Long Fei were devoid of innocence, each bearing the weight of countless heinous crimes. The soul-hunting arena is now in disarray, having witnessed the terror that is Long Fei. Yet, not all remain passive. Some soul kings and soul emperors present have united to launch a counteroffensive against this fiend who has brazenly taken lives. Within the innermost sanctum of the arena, spectators gasp in horror as they behold the large screen displaying the corpses of those who fell in an instant, their anger palpable. At this moment, 5 men descended from the heavens, charging directly toward Long Fei. Among them were 3 soul kings and 2 soul emperors, their overwhelming malevolence and murderous intent evident. Wielding both beast martial souls and weapon martial souls, Long Fei gazed quietly. Those who dared to cause trouble in the soul-hunting grounds shall meet their demise. The 5 individuals unleashed their full powers, striking fiercely at Long Fei. Yet, he remained unfazed. The expression of the 5 changed dramatically. In the next moment, a terrifying force erupted from Long Fei, instantly sending the 5 renowned figures flying. Subsequently, Long Fei vanished from his position with astonishing speed, reappearing before 2 soul emperors. They found themselves unable to control their bodies, helplessly watching as Long Fei brought his blade down upon them. They attempted to defend themselves, but it proved futile. With 2 sickening sounds, blood erupted forth, cascading down to the ground. Now it is your turn, you wretches. Long Fei cast his gaze upon the 3 soul kings, who radiated an abundance of malevolent energy, their misdeeds rivaling those of the 2 soul emperors. They deserved to be slain. Flee. This is a devil. Upon witnessing the swift demise of the 2 soul emperors, the 3 soul kings were utterly shaken, turning to flee as soon as they touched the ground. However, In less than a breath, Long Fei appeared before them, halting their retreat. Without uttering a word, he unleashed a ferocious sweep of his blade. The sounds of 3 piercing cries echoed, followed by the lifeless bodies collapsing to the ground. At this moment, most of the onlookers had already departed. Yet the personnel inside the soul-hunting arena remained. The arena, already saturated with blood, now overflowed with it. Corpses lay strewn about, turning the ground into a river of crimson. A familiar scene unfolded once more, though this time, something was amiss. Observing the scene before him, Long Fei's expression remained unchanged as he gripped the ancient Azure Dragon blade, his mental energy penetrating the structures ahead, revealing 4 figures hastily approaching. So, you have arrived. That insignia. It belongs to the Spirit Hall, the Soul Douluo. Underestimating me shall be your lifelong regret. Long Fei's lips stirred, his tone chilling to the bone. The events transpiring below unfolded with astonishing rapidity. Meanwhile, Yu Tianheng and his companions, who were about to exit the room, were drawn to the commotion below, their expressions frozen in disbelief. The ground below was awash with blood, corpses littering the area. While the previously bustling crowd had vanished without a trace, they witnessed the horrifying spectacle of the young man clad in black and white unleashing a massacre, sending shivers down their spines. Such a terrifying individual. Do you not find that blade in his hand somewhat familiar? At that moment, Yi Lingling's eyes narrowed, her voice quivering with trepidation. The others observed the carnage, yet she remained fixated on the weapon wielded by the assailant. It was too familiar. Too familiar. Being inherently perceptive, especially with her unique feelings for Long Fei, she quickly realized. This is the ancient Azure Dragon blade. Yet, why has it turned red? Could it be from the bloodshed? How could it be him? In Yi Lingling's mind, Long Fei was not someone who would kill without a second thought. Perhaps it was merely a coincidence. That blade was not the ancient Azure Dragon blade. Just a mere resemblance. The world is vast, and there are countless weapons. Simultaneously, within the arena, a young man brimming with sword energy, murderous intent, and ferocity fixated his gaze upon Long Fei, his body trembling. For reasons unknown, he felt a wave of fear wash over him. This sensation, it is him. Without a doubt, the young man's eyes reddened, for soul rings manifesting around him, 2 yellow and 2 purple, as a silver longsword materialized in his grasp. The sword of absolute kill, if he is frightened. He recognized the long knife in Long Fei's hand. The black and white-robed youth before him was Su Ke, the one who had crushed him 6 years ago in the soul-fighting arena. He was certain it was him, for he was intimately familiar with the unique aura that Su Ke emanated. Outside the soul-hunting arena, many emerged, encountering the returning Pu Li and his companions. Upon witnessing the familiar scene from recent years, Pu Li's pupils constricted, an ominous thought crossing his mind. They had arrived too late. A Soul Douluo woman intercepted a passerby, inquiring urgently, "The demon has returned. Many have perished. Blood flows like a river," she cried in terror before fleeing. The Soul Douluo and others made no attempt to stop her. "Quickly, my lords, you must enter. That demon has drawn blood." Pu Li's countenance twisted with fury as he urged them onward. Understood. The 3 Soul Douluo soared into the arena, with Pu Li hastening to follow. Long Fei had long since discovered the young man concealed in that particular spot. With no one else around, he descended, stating coldly, "I have matters to discuss with you." Yu Yin gritted his teeth. Since he had been discovered, he might as well descend directly. Though the absolute kill sword was formidable, he still held it tightly, channeling all his soul power. "You are Su Ke, aren't you?" Yu Yin said fiercely. "I am Nali Chi." Long Fei confronted him. "What do you want from me? Are you here to kill me?" Yu Yin furrowed his brow. "If I wanted you dead, you would have perished long ago." Long Fei raised the ancient Azure Dragon sword in his hand, directing it towards the shadowy vessel, causing the vessel's form to instinctively retreat slightly. Long Fei, with an air of indifference, presented an opportunity for vengeance after 6 long years. "Should you lose, you must join my organization. Should you triumph, I shall meet my end at your hands." Without uttering another word, the sheer intensity of Long Fei's presence suffocated Yu Ming, causing beads of cold sweat to form upon his brow. Suddenly, Yu Ming let out a bitter laugh, mocking himself. Ever since that fateful encounter, he had relentlessly trained, yearning to avenge the humiliation he had suffered. Yet, to his dismay, the chasm between them had only widened. How naive he had been. Now, he could hardly withstand Long Fei's aura, let alone hope to defeat him. The recent battle lingered in his mind, where he had witnessed countless lives extinguished. And even the Soul King and Soul Emperor had fallen before Long Fei with such ease. He shook his head repeatedly, acknowledging his inferiority. Join my organization, and I will empower you beyond your wildest dreams, Long Fei asserted coldly. Is that so? Yu Ming inquired hesitantly. Long Fei merely uttered a single word in response, choosing silence thereafter. Yu Ming seemed to grasp the implication, nodding in agreement. Very well, I shall join your organization. At that moment, several footsteps echoed through the previously serene hall, their sound reverberating ominously. Both men turned their gazes towards the source and beheld 8 figures approaching. Though Yu Ming recognized them, he did not know them personally. In contrast, Long Fei remained unfazed. Greetings, it has been a while, Long Fei spoke, his lips moving with a calm assurance. It is truly you, Long Fei, exclaimed Yu Tianheng and others, particularly Yi Lingling, their expressions filled with astonishment. After more than a year apart, Long Fei had transformed into a figure of terrifying power, effortlessly dispatching the Soul King and Soul Emperor. The group collectively inhaled sharply, realizing the magnitude of his strength. Is this truly your true name? Yu Ming questioned, directing his gaze once more at Long Fei. Indeed, but for now, you may call me Li Qia, Long Fei replied, addressing both Yu Ming and the 8 members from the Tiando Royal Academy. Do not question my motives. They are the wicked, and I am merely the harbinger of their judgment. Long Fei took the initiative to preemptively silence the inquiries of the Tiando group. Long Fei said, You may return first. There are matters that we shall discuss upon our return to the academy, for a greater battle is imminent here. However, it seems that departing is no longer an option. Long Fei's heart sank as his gaze fixed ahead. Leave. Today, none of you shall depart. The voice of Pulley thundered in fury. Apart from Long Fei, the expressions of the other 9 shifted dramatically. The aura emanating from these 4 individuals was terrifying. Beginning with Pulley, there were 7 soul rings, Soul Saint. Following him were 2 men and 1 woman, each displaying a total of 8 soul rings, an 8th ring. Soul Douluo. Soul Douluo. Yu Tianheng and the others' pupils constricted in alarm. Damn it. Qin Ming's expression darkened. The ones who should not have come have indeed arrived. They would never allow Long Fei to escape alone. It seems today will be a fierce battle. Qin Ming activated his martial soul, 6 soul rings ascending around him. Wait. I will do my utmost to hold them off. You all seize the chance to flee. Qin Ming spoke with grave seriousness. Everyone understood that today as prospects were dire. Yu Yan's countenance also shifted significantly as he turned to face the 4 individuals who had appeared 10 meters behind him. Just then, Long Fei raised his hand, and a surge of formidable power seized Yu Yan, caught off guard by the sudden force. Yu Yan emitted a sound of surprise and, in the next moment, found himself beside Long Fei. Yu Yan looked at Long Fei with incredulity. You all watch closely. Long Fei's voice was devoid of emotion, and he no longer seemed as frigid as before. Subsequently, he hurled the ghost vessel towards the position of the crowd in Heavendale. Soon, the bewildered ghost vessel found itself forcibly arranged. Following that, Long Fei clasped his hands together, and a radiant light enveloped the 9 individuals, forming a protective barrier. This was the formation. The 8 onlookers, gazing at the energy shield before them, hurriedly struck it with their hands. This is a barrier. Once again, they were astonished by Long Fei's prowess. Truly, a remarkable young man. The Pope must hold you in high regard. The Soul Douluo woman, observing this scene, stepped forward and stood before the trio, addressing Long Fei. You are correct. Today, no one shall escape, but it will not be us, it will be you. Long Fei's gaze locked onto Pulley. 2 years ago, you did not perish. Today, you shall surely die. In the next moment, Long Fei's icy voice resonated, accompanied by a palpable aura of killing intent, intensifying his imposing presence. This barrier is formidable. We cannot breach it. Let us observe how Li Qia fares. Within the barrier, Qin Ming abandoned the notion of assaulting the shield and spoke. At this moment, their attention was entirely focused on Long Fei. Today, in this place, shall be the tomb of you 4. As the ominous sounds of the dragon's wrath reverberated, the blood-stained black and white robe abruptly exploded. A true warrior should burst forth. Revealed was an extraordinarily robust and beautifully sculpted physique, radiating a brilliant azure light. The chaotic Azure Dragon totem tattoo emerged, exuding an unparalleled and majestic dragon might. His eyes transformed into resplendent, multi-hued dragon-like pupils, and his hair stood on end. Beneath the aura of terror, soul rings symbolizing the pinnacle of this world cascaded from his head, each one grander than the last. 2 crimson soul rings of 100,000 years, and 3 magnificent golden soul rings of 1,000,000 years. 5 soul rings in total dominated more than half of the arena. An overwhelming aura surged forth, and a colossal chaotic azure dragon phantom erupted from his form. The atmosphere was instantly subdued by his presence. At that moment, everything before Long Fei appeared as mere grains of sand beneath an ant. 100,000-year martial soul. Golden soul rings. What era could this signify? Surely, it was immensely powerful, far exceeding a mere 100,000. A 5-ringed soul king. Impossible. The crowd gasped in terror, their astonished voices echoing throughout the soul-hunting arena. The 4 individuals who had intended to speak were left speechless, their expressions frozen in disbelief. How is this possible? The 3 Soul Douluos inhaled sharply. Suddenly, their hair stood on end, a chilling sense of impending doom emanating from within. Before them stood not a mere man, but a colossal being, a majestic azure dragon that left them breathless, exuding an aura of ancient supremacy. They felt so insignificant. Was this merely an illusion? Or, thank you all for your support, recommendations, and comments. Such a terrifying punch. One exclaimed, do not think that just because you conjured a grand dragon and some dazzling golden trinkets, I shall be intimidated. I assure you, I am not easily frightened. The male Soul Douluo, Huang Tian, suddenly summoned his courage and shouted defiantly, we have 3 level 87 Soul Douluos and 1 level 79 Soul Sage. So what if he possesses a 100,000-year soul ring? For against one, we need not fear a mere golden flashing, pretentious 5-ringed soul king. Today, I shall demonstrate the might of our Soul Douluos. No mere 100,000-year soul ring can rival us. Huang Tian, unsure of where his courage stemmed from, thought that he could not show weakness. How could a Soul Douluo fear a soul king? If this were to leak out, how could he possibly live with such shame? But he possesses 200,000-year soul rings. Pulley interjected. Huang Tian shot him a cold glare, and then swiftly brought his hand down with a resounding slap. Slap. Huang Tian coldly scoffed, fool. Disrupting the morale, have you already succumbed before the battle even begins? Pulley winced in pain, silenced. Everyone, let us unleash our true forms and show this pretentious boy the depths of our power. Huang Tian proclaimed, the first to unleash his soul power. His muscles surged with vigor. Ghost Ape True Form. A gigantic, fierce-looking ape manifested. Thunder Axe True Form. Shouted the second Soul Douluo, Huang Yu. As a massive blue figure appeared, wielding a colossal thunder axe, emanating an equally fierce aura that matched that of the ghost ape. Heaven Si True Form. The female Soul Douluo, Huang Yin, also joined the fray, as a gigantic eye pierced through the surroundings, radiating an indescribable aura. Damn it, I shall join as well. Pulley exclaimed, his eyes ablaze, Frenzied Beast True Form. Another formidable beast emerged, brimming with ferocity. Now, the 4 martial soul forms stood defiantly against Long Fei. Long Fei sheathed the ancient Qi longsword, clenching his fist as a surge of power enveloped him, igniting a fervent aura that surrounded his entire being, propelling him into a state of explosive energy. At that moment, his hair, once merely tousled, transformed into a brilliant golden hue, reminiscent of the legendary Super Saiyan. In the next heartbeat, under Huang Tian's leadership, the voices of those around him began to resonate. Little brat, brace yourself. 8th soul skill. Spatial distortion. The first to strike was Huang Yin, whose celestial eye martial spirit leaned towards mental manipulation. When unleashed in its true form, its potency escalates dramatically. Demon Ape Mortar. The second assault came from Huang Tian, also employing an 8th soul skill. Rift Thunder Slash. Following him was Huang Yu, executing yet another 8th soul skill. Frenzied Beast Charge. The final strike belonged to Pulley, who, at this juncture, could only wield his most formidable attack, the 6th soul skill. Under the distortion of space in which Long Fei ascends, the world around him transforms. The fabric of space continuously warps. And an ordinary individual would succumb to an unending state of dizziness, nausea, and discomfort, unable to escape. However, by sheer misfortune, she encounters Long Fei, whose mental prowess has attained the divine origin realm. With a flicker of his vibrant dragon-like eyes, a brilliant beam of light erupted from the 7-colored dragon pupils, instantly dispelling the spatial distortion and even doubling back with a fierce counterattack. A sudden splatter. Huang Yin, caught off guard, violently coughed up blood, her complexion draining to a pallid shade as she struggled to maintain her balance. Thud. Dazed and disoriented, she found the world spinning chaotically around her, her spirit grievously wounded. And she collapsed to the ground, unconscious. This scene left everyone in utter shock. They had never anticipated that the first to fall would be their control. Damn it. Don't just stand there. Quickly save her. Huang Tian bellowed, directing his ire towards Pulley. You are the weakest here. Hurry and assist. Huang Yu, and I can handle this. If anything happens to her, I will crush you. Just because I didn't cause this doesn't mean you can blame me. Pulley retorted, his frustration boiling over. Huang Tian, with his notorious temper, would not tolerate such defiance, roaring back in anger, how dare you, a mere soul saint, act so high and mighty. Just wait until I deal with this pretentious fool, then I'll teach you a proper lesson. Pulley, regaining his composure, suddenly felt a pang of regret and rushed to help. Amidst the striking display of formidable power before him, Long Fei remained unfazed, his demeanor calm and collected. Yet, in the next moment, he was engulfed by 3 terrifying assaults. Boom. Bang. Seriously, at this point, you're still putting on airs? Look at the consequences of arrogance. Do you really believe he can survive this? Is he going to demonstrate how his body can withstand 3 attacks combined with the might of a Title Douluo? Haha, this is hilarious. Huang Tian laughed heartily, hands on his hips, pointing at Li Qiye, who was now overwhelmed by the terrifying onslaught. Li Qiye. The onlookers' faces turned ashen upon witnessing this scene. Such a fearsome attack would leave anyone either dead or crippled. Your laughter is utterly grating. A chilling, disdainful voice emerged from the billowing smoke of the explosion. The moment the voice resonated, the previously triumphant Huang Tian's expression froze, his eyes widening in disbelief. Huang Yu mirrored his shock, while Pulley exhibited signs of sheer terror. This sight felt eerily familiar. It was reminiscent of the time they had all attacked together 2 years prior. Yet this prodigy had emerged unscathed. What followed then was a merciless slaughter. Is it happening again? Is that scene from the past returning? Pulley nearly lost control of his bladder in fright. In the next heartbeat, he checked Huang Yan's nose and found no breath. Panic surged through him as he felt for her pulse. There was none. Moreover, her body was chilling to the touch. She's dead. Pulley screamed in horror. My lords, she has perished. He reported hastily. Huang Yan, Li Qiye, you wretched scoundrel. Today, I shall ensure your demise. I will not bring you back alive. Huang Tian, consumed by rage, joined forces with Huang Yu. Unleashing an overwhelming wave of murderous intent, they unleashed every soul technique at their disposal, determined to obliterate Li Qiye once and for all. At that moment, the 3 golden soul rings on Long Fei's body merged together, subsequently detaching from his form and materializing before him. The upright soul rings began to spin, appearing exceedingly vast. Long Fei stepped back with his right foot, causing the ground to shatter beneath him. With his right hand clenched into a fist, he executed a motion reminiscent of drawing a bow, concentrating his energy. Taking a deep breath. In that instant, an overwhelming force surged forth, spiraling into a colossal vortex of power. The next moment, within the vast golden soul ring ahead, a cavernous opening glowed with a radiant halo, akin to a golden wormhole. As the golden light was drawn towards Long Fei's fist, in the following instant, boom, Long Fei unleashed a powerful punch, the force of which erupted like an explosion. With a single strike, he shattered myriad laws. With a fierce shout, an immense fist imbued with overwhelming annihilation energy expanded to 100-fold, materializing from the radiant center of a golden soul ring, and then surged forward like a shockwave. The range was extraordinarily vast, akin to the speed of thunder. The space around him ruptured, and the deafening sound waves pierced the air. The individuals ahead had no chance of evasion, bolstered by the power of 3 million-year soul rings. The might of this punch was sufficient to obliterate a deity. Before him stood merely 2 Soul Douluos, one a soul sage, and the other a deceased Soul Douluo. To withstand this punch and survive? Such aspirations were folly. A dream spun by the deluded. Boom. The explosive onslaught caused the entire soul hunting grounds to collapse, and any structure caught in this energy was instantly rendered to nothingness. 3 anguished cries echoed, yet not a single figure remained. A colossal mushroom cloud rose skyward from the site of the explosion. Minutes later, all that remained was a massive scar, spanning 100 meters and piercing through the entire soul hunting grounds, with a depth of at least 3 meters. The surroundings were utterly desolate, still emanating heat, paired with a vast, gaping pit in the distance. The sight was enough to draw gasps of horror, instilling a sense of dread. It was terrifying beyond measure. This was not even a contest of equals, and those 4 individuals were utterly annihilated. How dare mere Soul Douluos act so brazenly before me? A Soul King? This is your fate. Long Fei retracted his power, calmed his spirit, took a deep breath, and exhaled slowly. This punch had consumed a significant portion of his soul energy. The special effects surrounding him gradually dissipated, returning him to his normal state. At that moment, a stream of pure energy flowed into his body, becoming part of the ocean of soul power. His martial soul could absorb the power of the deceased to augment his soul energy, and upon reaching a certain threshold, it would transform into divine power, allowing Long Fei to ascend to a higher level. He rubbed the tattoos on his body and then donned a fresh set of clothing. Indeed, explosive energy was quite the waste on attire. Long Fei murmured quietly. At that moment, the crowd above, shielded by a protective barrier and aided by Long Fei's discreet manipulation, remained unscathed. Nevertheless, they were utterly astonished, their eyes wide, mouths agape, collectively frozen in disbelief. Fixated on the scene wrought by the assault, they remained in a daze for an extended period, struggling to regain their composure. After several minutes, they finally managed to swallow hard. In the world of Douluo, the choice of the female protagonist is now open for voting among readers. 1. Single female lead. 2. Multiple female leads. Simply indicate your choice by entering the corresponding number in the comments of this chapter. The deadline is approximately before the 70th chapter. For interested readers, the QQ fan group is 5773555146. Feel free to join. Thank you for your votes, comments, and support. At this moment, Long Fei stood still, for a voice resonated in his mind. Congratulations to the host for the first time annihilating 3 Soul Douluo level entities with absolute aptitude, triggering a hidden task. Reward, a 100 replication mirror. Task status, completed. Reward has been issued. A look of delight appeared on Long Fei's face. At last, he had triggered a hidden quest once more, and it felt exhilarating. System, please provide an introduction to this 100% replication mirror, Long Fei requested. 100% replication mirror. Possessing the extraordinary ability to replicate all things, the items produced exhibit an identical efficacy to their original counterparts. Living beings cannot be replicated, but the bodies of the deceased can be. Long Fei was taken aback, exclaiming in astonishment, "Wow, this thing is remarkable." Although it could not replicate living beings, it was only natural for such an astounding creation to come with limitations. Otherwise, he could simply duplicate countless versions of himself, effortlessly dominating the universe and kicking through the primordial chaos. The mere thought of it filled him with delight. With innumerable copies of himself, he could easily establish a colossal force. While it could not replicate the living, there were certainly alternative methods to explore. Thoughts raced through Long Fei's mind before a mysterious smile graced his lips. Momentarily regaining his composure, he gazed at the crowd above and, with a swift movement, appeared before them. "Greetings, everyone. It has been a while," he exclaimed cheerfully. "You nearly gave us a heart attack, Long Fei. How did you suddenly become so formidable? Not even the Soul Douluo can match you now? And what is the deal with the 100,000-year soul rings and the golden soul ring adorning you?" The crowd was a whirlwind of astonishment, shock, and curiosity. Meanwhile, Yin, lingering in the background, felt overlooked by the others. At that moment, he was engulfed in deep contemplation. Had he engaged in battle with Long Fei just now, would he have been utterly obliterated? It was terrifying. Perhaps, by aligning himself with Long Fei's faction, he could truly turn his fortunes around. In that instant, hope blossomed within Yin. Such an extraordinary individual was someone he must follow. "However, there are matters I cannot disclose to you," Long Fei declared, waving his hand with a hint of exasperation. These individuals had a penchant for incessant inquiries. Had they been enemies, he would have dispatched them with a single blow. Now that you have posed your questions, I must stress this is Long Fei's secret. Regardless, it is a relief that you are all unharmed, Qin Ming sighed, having already envisioned the outcome of the upcoming grand competition. With Long Fei participating, victory was assured. Only Yu Lingling wore a complex expression. Yet she felt a surge of joy knowing that the man she admired was so powerful, he would undoubtedly provide her with protection. Such a sense of security from Long Fei far surpassed what her family could offer. In the next moment, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. "I have something important to share with you all, but first, let us leave this place," Long Fei stated before swiftly transporting everyone away at an astonishing speed. Soon, they found themselves amidst a dense forest. The members of the Qian Daoliu faction felt as if they had awakened from a dream, having arrived at this location in the blink of an eye. "You are now privy to some of my secrets, and thus, you have 2 paths before you," Long Fei said, distancing himself from the group. The crowd stood in stunned silence. "First, I shall establish my own faction, the Azure Dragon Gang, and you may join me as comrades. Alternatively, I shall render you utterly annihilated." As Long Fei spoke, his expression suddenly shifted, turning cold. The crowd was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend the abrupt change. "Chief, I have already made my promise, so I can join you, right?" At that moment, the silent Yin stepped forward. Everyone turned to him, recalling that they had heard him during the soul hunting grounds. Come here. You are the one I have chosen. Had it been otherwise, you would have perished long ago. Long Fei offered a slight smile. Yu Yan's pupils narrowed slightly as he approached, realizing that he had been arranged for this from the very beginning, yet he felt a flicker of delight within. I choose to join. Yi Lingling was the first to speak up. We possess no power, and after graduation, we would have to seek refuge with other factions. Since that is the case, my brother and I also choose to join your Azure Dragon gang. At that moment, Sure Mo and Sure Mo also voiced their agreement. We shall join as well. With such a formidable backing, no one will dare to bully us in the future. Shortly thereafter, Osro and Yufeng eagerly expressed their consent. I, Qin Ming, shall join too. After some contemplation, Qin Ming ultimately acquiesced. Faced with the stark reality, joining seemed to be the only option, otherwise, death could be imminent. Consequently, 6 out of the 8 individuals stepped toward Long Fei. Only Yu Tianhing remained, his expression complex. He belonged to a family, and aligning himself with a faction felt somewhat inappropriate. Yet, the opposing force was undeniably powerful, perhaps. I will follow Tianhing. If Tianhing joins, I will join too. If Tianheng does not join, then I shall refrain as well. Du Guyan clenched her fists, wrapping her arm around Yu Tianheng's. Yu Tianheng was taken aback, deeply moved. In truth, Du Guyan harbored a strong desire to join. Long Fei was mysterious and formidable, destined to become terrifyingly powerful in the future. Although she already had a support system, her grandfather, Du Gubo, was not invincible. Long Fei's lips curled slightly. Tianheng, I comprehend your concerns. Rest assured, once you join my Azure Dragon gang, the subsequent matters shall be entrusted to my care. After all, we are all dragons. In the original narrative, the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex was annihilated by the Spirit Hall. However, with Long Fei present, such a fate is inconceivable. He intends to absorb all the upper, middle, and lower sects into the Azure Dragon gang, asserting his supremacy. As for the most formidable Haotian sect, should they prove obstinate, their annihilation is warranted. After all, I can replicate their Haotian hammer, and the continent's foremost weapon spirit is not so coveted. His fists are the true embodiment of strength. What a trifling Haotian hammer pales in comparison to his fists. Yu Tianhing furrowed his brow, still hesitating. But with a sigh a moment later, he declared, Fine, I shall join as well. Observing Long Fei's demeanor, he realized that failing to join might lead to both him and Du Guyan meeting their demise here. He did not perceive Long Fei's words as mere jest. After all, killing in the soul hunting grounds is executed with unwavering resolve, a notion that instilled fear within him. Yet, upon reflection, one must embrace bloodshed. It is only natural to take lives. Each individual within the soul hunting grounds has undoubtedly committed numerous transgressions, their hands stained with innocent blood as well. Tianheng has joined. I naturally hold no objections. Du Guyan exclaimed, her face alight with joy. Welcome to all who join. Long Fei raised his hands high, filled with exuberance. As he gazed upon the crowd before him, he felt a profound sense of purpose. I am saving you, for in the original tale, you were no different from nameless passers-by, destined to fade into oblivion later on. Your talents are commendable, yet they remain untapped. From this day forth, we shall be one family, and I shall ensure you surpass the so-called Shrek 7 monsters. Joining my Azure Dragon gang requires adherence to a proper protocol. As Long Fei spoke, he produced the divine hiding skin. The crowd regarded it with curiosity and bewilderment. This is the divine hiding skin. You merely need to drip a drop of blood upon it. This act serves as a vow to enter my Azure Dragon gang. Living as a member of the Azure Dragon gang and dying as a soul of the Azure Dragon gang with unwavering loyalty. Long Fei exclaimed loudly. Yu Wan and Yi Lingling directly pricked their fingers, allowing a drop of blood to fall upon it. Soon after, the others followed suit. As the final drop of blood descended, thunder roared in the sky above the forest. With the thunder came lightning, and oaths were forged. The crowd was awestruck by the spectacle before them. This divine hide was extraordinary, capable of invoking the tumult of the heavens. Excellent. Now his Qinglong gang has a total of 18 members besides himself, making 19 in total. The selection of the female protagonist in the Douluo world is open for voting among readers. 1. Single female lead. 2. Multiple female leads. Simply enter the number corresponding to your choice in the comments of this chapter. The deadline is approximately before the 70th chapter. For interested readers, the fan group QQ number is 577355146. Feel free to join. Thank you all for your votes, comments, and support. This chapter was inadvertently omitted. I will delete the first 2 pages and repost. 50. Yi Lingling has shown bravery. Long Fei briefly introduced the Qinglong gang to a few individuals, conveying information akin to what Meng Xinji had previously shared. Afterward, he led them back to the academy, directly seeking out Meng Xinji and the others. He then delved into the specifics regarding the gang's soul spirits. For half an hour, he spoke, and the audience took an additional 30 minutes to absorb the information. The expressions on everyone's faces reflected profound astonishment. It appeared that a new system was soon to emerge in this world. Following this period of contemplation, Long Fei spoke once more. In summary, the mission of our Qinglong gang is to create soul spirits, fostering coexistence between humans and soul beasts. Naturally, I cannot guarantee absolute harmony, as we cannot oversee everything. However, we can certainly set an example. Leader, when will we be able to utilize those soul spirits? Meng Xinji inquired. Long Fei gazed upon the crowd, who had already charted a course for him. Yu Tianheng, you shall begin your journey at the 40th level Soul Master. Yu Ming, will commence at the 50th level Soul King. Qin Ming, you are already at the 70th level. As for the 3 of you, being somewhat older, you shall only aim for the 90th level. Naturally, our ultimate aspiration in the Azure Dragon gang is to attain divinity. Long Fei spoke with great caution. Once we, the Azure Dragon gang, have made all necessary preparations, it will be the moment of our emergence, heralding a monumental transformation across the continent. Leader, how shall we determine the pricing for the soul spirits? Some families may find the cost prohibitive, inquired Yuan. Previously, it was uncertain, however, now. With Long Fei possessing the capability to replicate items with absolute precision, we will be able to manufacture these in substantial quantities. He has already devised a strategy for pricing. Long Fei smiled and said, the price for a spirit of 10 years is 10 gold soul coins. For a century, it is 100 gold soul coins. For a millennium, it is 10,000 gold soul coins. And for 10 millennia, it is 100,000 gold soul coins. As for a spirit of 100,000 years, it shall be 1 million gold soul coins. This is the initial pricing. And the spirits produced by the Qinglong gang possess limitless potential for growth. Even a 10-year spirit may one day evolve into a 100,000-year spirit. Currently, creating such a spirit is challenging, but it should not pose a problem in the future. Upon hearing this, the crowd gasped in astonishment. It was truly unimaginable that the coveted 100,000-year spirit ring could be acquired for merely 1 million gold soul coins, and what else more. It was an upgraded version of the spirit. It seemed that this time the continent was destined for transformation. The Dream Machine and others were left in shock. After the elite competition across the continent, I will lead you all to the headquarters of the Qinglong gang, Long Fei stated while glancing at Yu Tianheng. Tianheng, during this period, I will make time to visit your family. You need not concern yourself with the remaining matters. Yu Tianheng's expression grew serious, and he nodded. I understand. Guildmaster. All right, dismissed. With that, Long Fei departed from the room. It's time to return to the Long family. After all, they are my designated followers. Long Fei murmured to himself, recalling Long Tinger. 6 years had passed, and that young girl must have blossomed by now. Just then, footsteps approached from behind him. Long Fei turned around and was taken aback to see that the newcomer was Yi Lingling. Yi Lingling, do you seek my assistance? Is there anything you do not comprehend? Long Fei inquired with a smile. No. Yi Lingling's words stumbled out, her face flushed with embarrassment, unable to articulate her thoughts. Then, by the way, how many members does your 9-heart begonia sect currently have? Long Fei asked. Yi Lingling was momentarily taken aback, her expression turning somewhat displeased. Was this scoundrel genuinely oblivious or merely pretending? She felt a surge of irritation, yet she replied, our sect practices a lineage of single inheritance. Only 2 individuals can possess the 9-heart begonia, and there are some nuances involved. At present, there are no fewer than a few individuals. As she spoke, her hands clenched tightly. The 3 Earth sects sought immortality, and with the 9-heart begonia, she was the inheritor of this generation. I shall pay a visit to your sect in due time, and will require your guidance. If your sect joins my Azure Dragon gang, we shall surely rise again. You need not fear the Spirit Hall, for you have me. As long as I draw breath, the Azure Dragon gang shall endure. No one can alter the decrees established by the Azure Dragon gang, Long Fei declared, his demeanor grave. As a time traveler, he was acutely aware of the intricacies involved with the 9-heart begonia. Each generation could have but one successor, and at any given time, only 2 soul masters could exist simultaneously. Only upon the death of one could a successor potentially emerge, rendering it one of the rarest martial souls. However, as the leader of a gang, Long Fei recognized that his most formidable support lay within himself. He was determined to rectify this precarious situation. Yu Lingling was deeply moved by his words, yearning to throw herself into Long Fei's embrace for warmth. After much hesitation, her face blazed with embarrassment. Yet she mustered the courage to say, "Long Fei, I like you." Upon uttering those words, she felt as if she had exploded, her complexion resembling that of a ripe apple, rosy and bashful. I, now that I've said it. Fear and shyness gripped her heart. Yet there was a flicker of joy. At the very least, the sentiments she had bottled up for years had finally found expression. Her delicate hands clutched her clothes tightly, trembling. In that moment, both stood still, gazing into each other's eyes. Long Fei's heart raced somewhat faster. Is this what it feels like to be confessed to? How nerve-wracking. I have never felt this anxious even when facing a soul saint or a Soul Douluo, and yet now I find myself overwhelmed by a mere confession. Long Fei took a deep breath and said, "Ling Ling." This was the first time Yu Lingling had been addressed in such a manner by Long Fei. Presently, she felt exceedingly bashful. What? Yu Lingling hesitated. "Tonight, your room or mine?" Long Fei inquired. Yu Lingling's eyes widened in disbelief, her face flushing with embarrassment. So soon. She stammered, twisting her fingers. I'm not quite ready yet. How about your room?" Long Fei cautiously suggested. "All right." Yu Lingling nodded shyly. Indeed. Women are often creatures of contradiction. They may verbally refuse, yet their bodies convey a different truth. Long Fei's heart soared with joy. Tonight was destined for a grand showdown. It is worth noting that over the past 6 years, she and Guyuna had not progressed beyond tender kisses and affectionate gestures. How exhilarating it was that Yu Lingling had finally taken this significant step. At that moment, as Yu Tianheng and the others emerged from their room, they were greeted by this scene. They swiftly retreated back inside, peering out with curious expressions. Soon, exclamations filled the air. "When will I ever find love?" murmured Shimo and others, filled with envy. Aside from Yu Tianheng and Du Guyan, the rest were still single, yearning for romance. This group of fellows. Lost in thought, Long Fei suddenly noticed their presence, realizing they were all spectators. "What are you looking at? Get lost. Do you wish to experience the taste of my fist?" Long Fei exclaimed, his voice booming with an authoritative aura. "Oh no, we've been discovered, run," Shimo exclaimed. The group hastily retreated, for they had no desire to face his wrath. The thought alone was terrifying. Their minds were flooded with images of the colossal golden fist from the soul-hunting arena. They're all around. Yu Lingling wished desperately to find a hiding place. "Lingling, remember to wash up and wait for me tonight," Long Fei teased with a playful wink. In the world of Douluo, the choice of the female protagonist was to be determined by reader votes. 1. Single female lead. 2. Multiple female leads. Simply enter the corresponding number in the comments of this chapter. The deadline is approximately before the 70th chapter. For those interested, the Reader Fan Group QQ 577355146 is open for joining. Thank you all for your recommendations, comments, and support. 51. Secured. Yesterday, I missed chapter 49. It has been supplemented today. Chapters 50 and 51 have been deleted and reissued. Readers can take a look. Time swiftly passed, and evening fell. Long Fei, in a buoyant mood, stepped out of his room and made his way directly to Yu Lingling's chamber. He knocked gently on the door. Was it not locked? As Long Fei noticed the door was ajar, a subtle smile graced his lips. He then pushed the door open and stepped inside, closing it behind him. The air was filled with a delightful aroma, an utterly enchanting fragrance. Long Fei suddenly felt a pang of hunger. At that moment, Yu Lingling sat on the bed, adorned in a flowing blue gown. Her long hair danced gently in the breeze. The enchanting fragrance surrounding her resembled that of a beloved in the throes of passion. Her complexion was flushed, and she lowered her gaze. "After tonight, you shall be mine." Upon finishing his words, Long Fei strode directly towards her, and in an instant, a fierce battle erupted. Long Fei displayed the extensive techniques he had mastered in his previous life, which proved invaluable at this moment. Inside the room, there were shouts and cries. In Douluo continent, Long Fei had already reached adulthood, rendering his actions entirely lawful. At this moment, within the Pope's Hall of the Wuhuan headquarters, the atmosphere was somewhat oppressive, imbued with a chilling aura. For individuals were present, the exalted Bibi Dong standing aloft, with Yue Guan and Gue Mei positioned below her. and between them knelt an elderly man, Ma Gu, who appeared visibly shaken. He was relaying information, but was so intimidated by Bibi Dong's imposing presence that beads of cold sweat streamed down his forehead, soaking his back, and he struggled to breathe. What did you say? The soul hunting grounds have collapsed? The 3 Soul Douluo who went there are dead. Bibi Dong's voice was frigid, her expression dark and menacing. Her eyes flashing with fierce anger. Why yes, it is. Ma Gu dared not conceal anything. Bibi Dong's fury turned into a chilling laughter. Good, good, good. The murderous aura she emanated made the 3 individuals below tremble. Yue Guan and Gue Mei also felt an overwhelming sense of oppression. By the heavens, this is terrifying, she remarked coldly, her gaze icy and piercing. Can we ascertain who is responsible for this? Bibi Dong genuinely could not fathom how a mere Soul King could create such a significant upheaval and eliminate 3 Soul Douluo of level 87. Ma Gu, trembling and unable to raise his head, swallowed hard before speaking. I have not yet. However, according to the accounts of those present, there is but one name. Your Holiness knows him well. At that moment, he yearned only to flee this dreadful place. Li Qia. Bibi Dong's high-pitched voice cut through the air. Ma Gu, emboldened, replied, Yes, Your Holiness, it is indeed this Li Qia. However, I cannot believe that he could cause such catastrophic destruction. Bibi Dong responded, Send someone to investigate who is behind this, and this youth named Li Qia. I do not believe that is his true name. Otherwise, we would have uncovered it by now. Yes, Your Holiness, but what shall we do about the soul hunting grounds? After all, they have already joined the Wuhuan Hall, Ma Gu queried cautiously, seeking to discern Bibi Dong's decision. I shall personally inspect the situation before making a determination. With that, Bibi Dong waved her hand and turned away. You may leave. Yes, I take my leave. Ma Gu quickly exited the hall, exhaling a sigh of relief once outside. At that moment, the oppressive atmosphere within the chamber gradually dissipated. Yue Guan, with a respectful bow, said, Your Holiness, it appears this matter is even more complex than I imagined. Old ghost, and I can investigate personally. This is undoubtedly connected to Li Qia. Tomorrow morning, we shall proceed to Tiando City together, and we will discuss it further then. Bibi Dong took a seat, her expression darkening. Although the Wuhuan Hall was not lacking in Soul Douluo, the inexplicable deaths of 3 level 87 Soul Douluo could tarnish its reputation, thus making it imperative for her to ascertain the truth. Relay my orders to reissue the wanted notice for this Li Qia. Mobilize the members of the Wuhuan Hall and ensure they memorize his physical description, especially the lower half of his masked face. Capture anyone who resembles him for questioning. This time, Bibi Dong was resolute in her command. Yes, Your Holiness. The 2 accepted the orders and hastened to address the situation. Meanwhile, in the heat of battle, time seemed to fly. As the morning sun streamed through the window and curtains onto the bed, a new day dawned. As Long Fei awoke, he beheld the slumbering Yi Lingling beside him, her femininity more pronounced in this tranquil moment. Recalling the battle from the previous night, he spoke softly, You must be exhausted. Rest well. With that, he rose from the bed with gentle movements. He donned his clothing and proceeded to freshen up, stretching languidly and straightening his posture. Long Fei exclaimed with relief. Suddenly, he sensed a delightful rise in his affinity, as if the bloodline of the Chaos Azure Dragon within him had experienced a subtle elevation. He paused in contemplation. Could it be that engaging in such exertions benefits my Chaos Azure Dragon bloodline? Generally speaking, if my bloodline gains from this, one wonders if her body or martial soul may undergo a transformation as well. Long Fei stroked his chin, pondering deeply. Once she awakens, I shall inquire and soon uncover the truth. Upon stepping outside, he noticed an unusual bustle at the academy today. Long Fei sought out Qin Ming for clarification and learned that the Crown Prince had arrived at the academy and was currently in the chapel. The Crown Prince? Shui Qinghe? No, it should be Qian Rinxue. Long Fei murmured to himself, then proceeded towards the chapel, eager to witness the commotion. Upon his arrival at the chapel, he spotted the royal knights not far away. He stepped forward, only to be halted by the Knights Guard ahead. The Crown Prince is conducting affairs. Unauthorized persons are prohibited from entering, the guard stated with a distinctly frosty demeanor. Long Fei came to a halt, his eyes narrowed and his expression displeased. He directed his gaze inward. With a surge of mental energy, he enveloped the surroundings. In the next moment, he discerned the scene within. There were 4 individuals present. Among them, 3 were from the Dream Divine Machine, and the remaining young man was Shui Qinghe. They were engaged in conversation, deliberating on some matter. So, This is Xueqinghe? Long Fei remarked. How audacious of you to utter the prince's name so freely. Clang. The knightly guard drew his sword, poised to strike at Long Fei. Long Fei cast a cold glance and shouted, "Get lost!" Bang! Bang! The two long swords struck against Long Fei's body, yet astonishingly, they came to a halt. What? The guard's pupils constricted, their expressions shifting dramatically. The swords could not pierce Long Fei's form, despite their considerable effort. Such a formidable physique. In the next moment, a surge of energy erupted from Long Fei, shattering the two swords. Seeking death, sensing the peril, the two guards immediately unleashed their soul power. 7 soul rings materializing around them, and each summoned a colossal golden axe, descending upon Long Fei. Halt. Just then, a commanding voice rang out, halting their assault. Emerging from the church was the graceful and elegant Xueqinghe, donned in royal princely attire. The guards promptly ceased their attack. What is the meaning of this? Why do you lay hands on a student of the academy? Xueqinghe inquired coldly, his brow furrowed. Your Highness, this individual has spoken disrespectfully to you. Daring to utter your name, he deserves death. One guard half turned to report, casting a murderous glance at Long Fei. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, Long Fei erupted in laughter. What a royal empire! Is your royalty so special? To slay someone merely for uttering your name, truly a grand display of power. Inside, Meng Xinji's countenance changed at this scene. This is bad. The leader has arrived, and these two fools have provoked him. A sense of dread arose simultaneously in the hearts of Meng Xinji and the others. In the world of Douluo, the choice of the female protagonist was open for voting among readers. 1. Single female lead. 2. Multiple female leads. Simply reply with the corresponding number in the comments. The deadline is approximately before Chapter 70. Fans of the story can join the QQ group, 577-355-146. Interested readers are welcome to join. Thank you for your votes, comments, and support. Thank you, June, for your generosity. Your rewards surpass that of the evening breeze. Due to the inability to send thank you cards on the Kunlun Chinese website, I extend my gratitude here. This student, perhaps there has been a misunderstanding between us. Xueqinghe frowned, feeling a tinge of anger, yet softened his tone. Although Long Fei's words were harsh, he was not truly himself, but rather Qian Daoliu. From a certain perspective, they could collaborate. However, she was unaware of this person's identity and strength, making the notion of cooperation a mere fantasy at present. Misunderstanding? Isn't your royal empire notoriously arrogant, looking down upon common folk? Long Fei retorted with a cold smirk, deliberately making things difficult for Xueqinghe. You insolent whelp. If you continue to prattle, I shall cleave you in two. The guard seethed with fury. When did it become your place to interrupt our conversation, you cur? Long Fei barked. Seeking death. The guard, incensed by the insult, could no longer contain himself and swung his axe down with force. Stop. Xueqinghe's expression changed, and he shouted angrily, Get out of the way. He urgently called to Long Fei. However, it was too late. The axe struck directly against Long Fei's body. Long Fei's expression remained calm as he raised his hand and struck with formidable force. Bang! An astonishing scene unfolded. The axe shattered. Subsequently, Long Fei's palm landed squarely on the guard's chest, causing a deep indentation. Blood gushed forth violently, and the guard was hurled backward, crashing forcefully to the ground. Blood spilled from his mouth, his complexion turned a ghastly pale, and terror clouded his eyes. In the next moment, he struggled for breath, twisted his head, and succumbed to death, his eyes wide open in eternal shock. At that instant, a power visible only to Long Fei was drawn from the fallen guard and absorbed into the sea of soul power within him. Witnessing this, the other guard, a soul saint, trembled, while Xueqinghe gasped in horror, her body shaking, her countenance filled with disbelief. It was too late. Behind her, the trio of Dream God Machine covered their foreheads in dread, their hearts gripped by fear. One strike, with merely a single blow, he had shattered the martial spirit of a soul saint and claimed a life. Come on, come here. I shall strike you down with a single blow. Long Fei's gaze fixed upon another guard, showing no sign of discomfort after having just taken a life, as if it were merely a matter of routine. Long Fei let out a cold snort and continued, Do not flaunt your royal airs in my presence again. Should I catch you acting so arrogantly once more? Your fate will mirror that of your companion. The guard, having witnessed the preceding events, dared not strike again. He had no desire to meet his demise. Fear enveloped him, causing him to tremble in terror. Get lost. With a mere glance from Long Fei, the guard retreated without hesitation, too intimidated to even attempt a blockade. Long Fei approached Xue Qinghe above. Wiping the blood from his hands with disdain, he remarked, "To see blood so early in the morning is truly unpleasant." After speaking, he raised his hand and patted Xue Qinghe on the shoulder, saying, "Your Highness, you are quite amiable. We could engage in a deeper exchange, provided you refrain from displaying that haughty demeanor typical of royalty." Xue Qinghe initially intended to step back but reconsidered and remained still. She forced a smile, feeling a palpable aura of danger emanating from the individual before her. However, revealing her identity was not an option at this moment, lest she experience firsthand the formidable prowess of the young man. One strike could vanquish a soul sage, truly unprecedented. Xue Qinghe smiled and said, "You are indeed a person of hidden depths. May I inquire about your esteemed name? It would be my honor to make your acquaintance." Long Fei's eyes darted around as he spoke. "I am Lin Dong. Today, upon hearing that the Crown Prince has descended upon the Academy, I felt an overwhelming curiosity to witness the renowned majesty of His Highness Xue Qinghe. I apologize for any offense I may have caused. Please do not take it to heart." Lin Dong? The surname Lin? Could he be related to that Lin family? Xue Qinghe pondered, though he quickly regained his composure. "Their disrespect towards you, young sir, can be regarded as a form of punishment. I am honored to be acquainted with such a formidable young man, and naturally, I shall not dwell on today's events." Turning to the three members of the Education Committee, Xue Qinghe inquired, "Is this Lin Dong truly one of your students?" His gaze was imbued with profound intrigue. "Indeed, Lin Dong is a student of our Tiando Royal Academy. He is merely 12 years old, a rare genius," Dream Shinji replied, suppressing the title of leader that almost escaped his lips before he lavished praise upon Long Fei. "What? 12 years old?" Xue Qinghe's eyes widened in disbelief as he regarded Long Fei, who towered over him and was built with muscle. "You are merely 12. Xue Qinghe gaped, scanning Long Fei's impressive physique in astonishment. Long Fei nodded slightly. "Indeed, you have slain a soul sage with a single strike. What level of soul power do you possess?" Xue Qinghe could hardly fathom that a mere 12-year-old could surpass the soul sect, let alone the soul sage, or even a Title Douluo beyond it. Just moments ago, he had assumed Long Fei was in his 20s, only to discover he was, in fact, only 12. "Can you guess?" Long Fei smiled, a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. Xue Qinghe's expression stiffened, cursing inwardly. "What a ridiculous question. I can't possibly guess." He shook his head. "I won't divulge that information. Do not press me. No matter how many princes come, they wouldn't stand a chance against me." Long Fei grinned widely, his demeanor provoking a sense of agitation in Xue Qinghe, who nearly revealed his true nature in response to Long Fei's bravado. "Very well, since our paths have crossed today, let us consider it fate. I am not much older than you. Why not acknowledge me as your elder brother? I can provide you with superior resources and a position second only to one." Xue Qinghe unabashedly extended an enticing proposition. "Second only to one?" Long Fei chuckled, though his smile was laced with derision. "That sounds appealing. Perhaps others might acquiesce, but unfortunately you have encountered me." He shook his head, utterly unconcerned. The dialogue between the two crackled with tension. "Do you not desire this, young master?" Xue Qinghe's eyes narrowed. "What is the point of being second? One should strive to be the very best." Long Fei leaned closer to Xue Qinghe's ear, speaking in a deep, magnetic tone. In that instant, an aura of unshakable confidence and dominance radiated from him. Xue Qinghe's heart raced, his body involuntarily shuddered, and his pupils widened in shock. His visage darkening as he spoke in a low voice, "Young Master Lin Dong, your ambitions are indeed grand, but such aspirations are not easily attained." "Haha, I do not intend to achieve my goals so swiftly," Long Fei remarked as he turned towards Dream God Machine and his companions. "Young Master Lin, will you not reconsider my offer? After all, to realize one's ambitions, one must be able to grow. It would be a pity to falter midway." Xue Qinghe's tone dripped with a palpable threat, his expression grim. "That is not something for you to concern yourself with. Focus on being a good prince," Long Fei teased, a playful tone in his voice. Xue Qinghe was taken aback, pondering, could he have uncovered my identity? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. If that were the case, he could not be allowed to remain. He must either ally with me or be eliminated. At that moment, a chilling intent to kill blossomed within Xue Qinghe's heart. Long Fei's incessant verbal provocation had ignited a desire within her to take action. However, she could not afford to reveal her identity, and even if she did, she was merely a soul emperor at this moment. Despite the presence of the six-winged angel, she could not guarantee that she would succeed in eliminating Long Fei. It seemed prudent to summon the Title Douluo from the Spirit Hall. No, to be safer, it would be better to deploy a Title Douluo directly. Of course, if he were to ally with me, I could spare his life. Humph. Shui Qinghe let out a cold snort and addressed the 3 committee members. There are matters to attend to in the Qinghe Palace. I shall take my leave. With that, she turned and departed. Observing the fallen guard, she instructed another guard, clean up and return to the city. Yes, Your Highness. In the world of Douluo, the choice of the female protagonist is up for voting among the readers. 1. Single heroine. 2. Multiple heroines. Simply reply with the corresponding number in the comments section of this chapter. The deadline for voting is approximately before the 70th chapter. Interested readers may join the fan group QQ 5773555146. Thank you all for your votes, comments, and support. 53. The mutation of the nine-hearted sea Tang. Dream God Machine observed the receding figure of Shui Qinghe, narrowing his eyes. Leader, Shui Qinghe is, after all, the crown prince of the Tiando Empire. His intent to kill you and his hostility are quite pronounced. You must exercise caution. Jilin and Bai Bashan nodded in agreement. Indeed. He is not as benign as he appears. Long Fei, undeterred and with a tone of indifference, remarked, I am fully aware of that. But what of the crown prince? What significance does the empire hold? Should I desire it, I could effortlessly bring the mere Tang Do Empire to its knees. Our Azure Dragon gang is far more formidable than it appears. In due time, you shall comprehend this truth. Upon hearing Long Fei's assertion, Meng Xinji and his companions were filled with curiosity regarding the true nature of the Azure Dragon gang's power. To this point, their knowledge was limited to Long Fei's words, having neither visited nor witnessed it for themselves. Long Fei, as a member of the Azure Dragon gang, I am about to divulge a colossal secret that holds immense significance for you all. What secret? The Dream God Machine trio inquired with curiosity. Long Fei, the true Shui Qinghe has long since perished. What? The genuine Shui Qinghe is dead? Impossible. That person is very much alive. Then who was that just now? Meng Xinji and the others' expressions changed dramatically, exclaiming in shock. Long Fei exhaled softly. The current Snow Qinghe is disguised as a man. Portrayed by Qian Renxue, the daughter of Bibi Dong, the Pope of the Spirit Hall. After speaking, he found a place to sit down. As expected, upon hearing Long Fei's words, Meng Xinji and the others once again erupted into frenzied exclamations. Long Fei was already quite fed up with the matter. For the time being, you should all pretend that you have not heard anything and go about your business. Rising from his seat, Long Fei waved his hand and departed. The 3 remained seated, lost in thought, their expressions a mix of shock and disbelief. It was truly unimaginable that Shui Qinghe had perished long ago, and that the current Shui Qinghe was indeed a member of the Spirit Hall. The audacity of the Spirit Hall in assassinating the crown prince of the Tiando Empire and disguising themselves had but one objective, to gain complete control over the Tiando Empire. After a brief silence, Meng Xinji commanded, until we receive orders from the leader, we shall act as if nothing has transpired or been heard. Is that understood? We grasped the gravity of this astonishing situation. Jilin and Bai Bashan's expressions were tense. Upon leaving the academy, Shui Qinghe wore a somber demeanor, reflecting, I truly did not anticipate that such a formidable force could be concealed within the Tiando Royal Academy. The surviving guard quickly interjected, Your Highness, he has shown you such disrespect, even going so far as to slay a royal guard before your eyes. This individual poses a significant threat and cannot be allowed to live. With a knowing gaze, Shui Qinghe regarded the guard and deliberately inquired, according to your perspective, what should be done? The guard replied, the sooner he is eradicated, the safer we will be. Shui Qinghe regained his composure, responding, rest assured. I am well aware of the necessary actions. You need not concern yourself with this. I shall arrange for it to be dealt with. One must admit, her depth of strategy was quite profound. Understood. After finishing her breakfast, Long Fei packed a portion and returned to Yi Lingling's room. At that moment, she had already awakened and emerged from the bathroom. Upon seeing Long Fei, her mind was filled with vivid memories of the battle from the previous night. Her skin glowed with a rosy hue, translucent and smooth, exuding a remarkable elasticity that was almost palpable. With a bashful expression, she greeted, Fei, you're back. Lingling, you must be exhausted from yesterday. I brought you some breakfast, come and eat, Long Fei replied. Observing Yu Lingling's current appearance stirred an inner fire within Long Fei. A primal instinct from his dragon heritage that surged forth, yet he swiftly suppressed it. Once he set the breakfast down, Yi Lingling leaped towards him, embracing him tightly. Her voice tinged with a delightful sweetness as she exclaimed, "Fei, I just discovered that my soul power has upgraded. I am now at level 40. Moreover, my martial soul seems to have undergone a mutation." Her words were laced with both excitement and a hint of concern. Upon hearing this, Long Fei suddenly realized, indeed, she has truly been influenced by my chaotic Azure Dragon bloodline. It appears that the potential of my bloodline extends far beyond my current understanding. This is due to the nature of the bloodline within me. Now that you have reached level 40 in a few days, I shall take you to the headquarters of the Azure Dragon gang to select a soul spirit for you to absorb, so that I may witness your martial soul. At that moment, Yi Lingling released her grip, and with a mere thought, her soul power manifested. The 9-heart begonia materialized in her hands, a stunning pink begonia flower. Composed of both white and pink petals, the begonia's vibrant colors and graceful form were truly captivating. Petals, leaves, and tendrils cascaded elegantly from Yi Lingling's palms, exuding a sense of grandeur. However, the 9-heart begonia before her now was different from before. Each petal was adorned with 2 azure dragon patterns. Moreover, its aura had transformed, emanating a more commanding presence and an air of nobility than ever before. At this moment, the bloodline power within Long Fei resonated with the 9-heart begonia. It appeared that the 9-heart begonia had acquired a newfound aura of dragon might. A formidable force indeed. Additionally, at its center, a fragment of azure scales now floated, an unexpected manifestation. Yi Lingling observed with keen curiosity. This azure scale had not existed before, yet it now materialized, seamlessly merging with my 9-heart begonia. Long Fei's gaze intensified, his pupils narrowing. A scale from the chaotic Azure Dragon. Long Fei exclaimed with delight, "Marvelous! Lingling, you have been imbued with my bloodline, and your martial soul has undergone a remarkable transformation. If I am not mistaken, you have simultaneously acquired formidable defensive and offensive capabilities, along with a significant enhancement in your healing abilities. Moreover, your martial soul possesses an absolute suppressive power over all dragon-type martial souls, whether they are beasts or artifacts. Let us wait a moment, and we shall verify this with Yu Tianheng." He continued, "Goodness, Yu Tianheng has become your test subject." Although Yu Lingling felt somewhat helpless, she could not contain her excitement upon hearing Long Fei's analysis. It is worth noting that their 9-heart sea pouch is renowned solely for its exceptional healing abilities, lacking in both defense and offense. In the face of a powerful attack, without anyone to protect her, it would spell certain doom. Thus, her exhilaration was palpable. Yi Lingling herself was brimming with anticipation. "Shall we go find Yu Tianheng right away?" Long Fei chuckled. "There's no rush. Let us first enjoy the breakfast I prepared for you." Upon hearing those special words, Yi Lingling's face flushed with a lovely hue, and she felt an extraordinary sensation within her heart. Subsequently, under Long Fei's attentive feeding, Yi Lingling savored her meal slowly. After finishing, she immediately sought out Yu Tianheng. Finding no one around, she turned to Qin Ming for information, only to discover that everyone had returned home for the holidays. Thus, she had no choice but to enlist Qin Ming for her experiment. With his martial soul awakened and his soul rings rising, Qin Ming warned, "Now it's time to act. Lingling, you must be cautious." "All right." Yi Lingling felt a twinge of uncertainty within herself. Qin Ming unleashed his soul skill, directing it towards Yi Lingling, albeit with restrained power, as he feared unintended consequences. At that moment, the scales within the 9-heart sea buttercup seemed to possess their own sentience, sensing their master's peril. In the next instant, a brilliant azure light erupted, followed by a resonating hum. Qin Ming's attack was effortlessly neutralized and vanished. "Wow." Qin Ming was taken aback. "Thank you, Jun." He expressed gratitude for the support received, acknowledging that due to the current unavailability of sending thank you cards on the Kunlun Chinese network, he would like to extend his thanks here instead. The choice for the female lead in the Douluo world is open for voting among readers. 1. Single female lead. 2. Multiple female leads. Simply cast your vote by typing the corresponding number in the comments. The deadline is approximately before Chapter 70. Interested readers may join the fan group on QQ 5773555146. Thank you all for your votes, comments, and support. 54. Fire Phoenix Illusory Star Monkey. At this moment, Qin Ming was left in stunned silence. "Continue the assault," Long Fei instructed. Nodding, Qin Ming resumed his attacks on Yi Lingling. However, each time he was about to strike her, his efforts were thwarted. While her defense was assured, the question remained, how could he effectively launch an offense? Long Fei gestured for Qin Ming to halt. Subsequently, he exchanged positions with Qin Ming, concerned that Qin Ming might be unable to withstand the impending assault. As Yulingling gazed at the dragon scales before her, they suddenly began to rise, transforming into a sharp configuration. Yulingling murmured, "It seems I have discovered how to exert control." Long Fei instructed, "Concentrate your soul power upon the dragon scales and launch your attack towards me. Then you must be cautious." Yulingling understood that Long Fei was no ordinary individual, yet she still felt a tinge of concern. Long Fei said, "Come on. It's nothing." In the next moment, Yulingling swiftly directed the sharp scales towards Long Fei. Bang! The scales moved with astonishing speed, creating a sonic boom, leaving behind a long azure beam of light, resembling a spear formed of blue scales, sharp and imbued with a perilous aura, emanating a potent dragon's might. The velocity was so immense that anyone else would surely be unable to evade it, facing certain demise. Yulingling's expression shifted dramatically, her pupils constricting. She had not anticipated such swiftness, and the destructive power was undoubtedly formidable. In an instant, she shouted, "Fly, quickly dodge." Yet, it was too late. Even if he could evade it, Long Fei would not. Whoosh! Bang! In the next moment, Long Fei was struck, hurtling backward. Boom! He collided with a wall before finally coming to a halt. This scene left Yulingling and Qin Ming utterly astounded. The power was terrifying beyond belief. Qin Ming was drenched in cold sweat, uncertain if he could withstand such might. "This is bad. Fly, leader." However, in the following moment, both of their expressions altered dramatically as realization dawned upon them. They hastily rushed towards Long Fei. By the wall, the two had arrived. Long Fei was buried beneath the rocks. When the stones were removed, the silhouette of Long Fei materialized. He sat upon the ground, fully conscious and unscathed, however. His right hand was raised to his chest, firmly grasping a scale that emanated a bluish glow. "Fei, are you all right?" Yulingling and Qin Ming inquired. Long Fei shook his head, stating, "These scales are indeed quite fearsome, yet they cannot inflict any harm upon me." Upon hearing this, the two individuals exhaled a sigh of relief. Long Fei remarked, "Lingling, this will be your trump card. How to wield it is for you to discern. If you cannot manage the force, even a soul emperor could be pierced through." Yulingling furrowed her brow. "But once it charges, I cannot control its speed and power at all. Killing is prohibited in the competition." Long Fei stood up and returned the scales to her, saying, "It is due to your insufficient mental strength. I shall tutor you later. As of now, the only technique available for cultivating mental power is the heart control method from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School." After conveying this to Qin Ming, Long Fei departed the academy with Yulingling. Along the way, Yulingling inquired, "Where are we headed?" Long Fei remarked, "The Sunset Forest could be considered a honeymoon destination for the two of us. After visiting the Sunset Forest, we shall return to the Long family home. This location is nearly several dozen kilometers away from the Sunset Forest. With swift travel, we could arrive in just 1 day, while a slower pace might take 2 or 3 days." Long Fei, accompanied by Yulingling, ventured into the thicket via a shortcut. This was what they referred to as the shortcut. Subsequently, cradling her in his arms, he employed the lightning leap technique, a skill he had mastered, enabling him to traverse a distance of 10,000 meters in a single bound. The speed was astonishing, leaving Yulingling so startled that she instinctively clutched the collar of Long Fei's garment, pressing closely against him. After spending the better part of the day, they finally arrived at the outskirts of the Sunset Forest. Long Fei came to a halt. Having reached their destination, there was no need for haste. The sky had darkened, and it was time to find a place to rest after a long day's journey. "This desolate wilderness offers no inn," Yulingling remarked. Just then, a deafening explosion erupted from deep within the Sunset Forest. The sound captured the attention of Long Fei and Yulingling, reverberating continuously. It seemed as though a battle was underway in that direction, Yulingling observed, with his mental prowess enveloping the surroundings. Long Fei swiftly discerned the source of the explosive sounds. A fierce battle was unfolding before him, where both humans and soul beasts clashed, causing the trees around to collapse. "Let us proceed to investigate," he stated, already leading Yulingling towards the fray. Perched upon a tree, the silhouettes of 2 individuals emerged, observing the combatants below. They were a team of 5, all possessing the rank of 5 Ring Soul Kings, pitted against a formidable opponent, a 10,000-year-old fire phoenix, illusory star monkey. The 5 appeared beleaguered, their soul power markedly depleted, and the commotion had attracted other soul beasts to the vicinity. The fire phoenix illusory star monkey was a rare entity, possessing a trace of ancient phoenix blood, a mutated descendant from a side lineage. Adorned with a fiery crown resembling that of a phoenix, its fur blazed with flames, and its eyes gleamed with a ferocious, blood-red hue, exuding an aura of lethal menace. The presence of these humans had thoroughly incensed it. Yet, under the combined efforts of the five, the creature, already wounded, found itself in an even more dire predicament. For it could easily annihilate mere human soul kings if not for its injuries. This is not the time for prolonged engagement. We must retreat, it thought, seething with rage. Cursed humans, the next time we meet, it shall be your demise. As it attempted to flee, one of the control-type soul kings bellowed, fifth soul skill, dream binding. At that moment, the retreating fire phoenix illusory star monkey became ensnared by a formidable force, leaving it dazed and disoriented. Now, we must incapacitate it, do not kill it, the captain shouted, his expression brimming with anticipation. Capturing this creature for sale would yield a 10,000-year soul beast, synonymous with a 10,000-year soul ring. A treasure of immense value. This was their path to prosperity. The remaining four employed their fifth soul skill in unison, aiming their attacks at the creature's limbs, intent on rendering it immobile. The fire phoenix illusory star monkey let out a furious roar, just as the five were convinced of their impending success. A beam of azure light descended from the heavens, erupting with a thunderous boom that dispersed their four assaults. This opportunity allowed the fire phoenix illusory star monkey, previously entrapped in the control technique, to awaken from its stupor. Dust and debris were cast aside, and as the five regained their composure, they bellowed in unison. Who dares to interfere? Show yourself. You will pay for this transgression. Their seasoned instincts quickly deduced the unfolding scenario. They had been outmaneuvered. A circumstance they had orchestrated countless times before. The thought ignited their fury. Before them stood a long, azure blade radiating a chilling aura, embedded into the ground. Its presence commanding and fierce. The blade bore marks resembling cracks, exuding a piercing azure light. A sword? The five swiftly turned, realizing that the wielder must be lurking behind them. Suddenly, a flash of lightning-like shadow zipped past them with incredible speed. A series of resounding thuds echoed as they were violently hurled away, crashing to the ground in agony. In the world of Douluo, a choice awaits for the female protagonist, as readers can cast their votes. 1. Single female lead. 2. Multiple female leads. Simply indicate your choice by writing the corresponding number in the comments of this chapter. The deadline is approximately before the 70th chapter. For interested readers, the fan group QQ number is 577355146. Thank you for your support, recommendations, and comments. Long Fei, with his valiant stature, embraced Yi Lingling with his left arm, appearing before the ancient Qianglong blade. He then raised his hand and, with a mere gesture, the Qianglong blade returned to his grasp. Fear not, brother monkey, for I have come to rescue you, Long Fei said. Casting a glance at the trembling fire phoenix illusionary monkey behind him, frightened by the aura emanating from him. Ahead, 5 individuals had already risen, their bodies aching from the brutal impact. Who are you? One of them demanded. How dare you employ such despicable tactics to intercept the monkey we painstakingly acquired at the cost of half our lives? You, sir, lack honor. You do not abide by the codes of martial ethics. The 5 spoke in unison, their anger palpable. We are all individuals of the martial world. I have spared this monkey's life. For the sake of brotherhood, I urge you to vacate the Sunset Forest, Long Fei proclaimed, his Qianglong blade pointed at the 5. The leader of the group retorted vehemently, Nonsense. We toiled hard to capture this soul beast. There is no way we would relinquish it to you. You despicable scoundrel. Taking advantage of our misfortune. Without further ado, Long Fei swung his blade, cleaving a massive arc that sliced through the air between them, leaving a smoking scar etched into the ground. Witnessing this spectacle, beads of sweat trickled down the foreheads of the onlookers. Long Fei, with a stoic expression, declared, My patience is limited. You may leave now to preserve your lives. Otherwise, I shall sever your heads. As his team members instinctively began to speak, the captain swiftly intervened, signaling them to silence. This time, we have drawn the short straw. We must retreat. The captain's countenance was dark and foreboding. However, retreat was the only option. The 5 of them had expended considerable soul energy, and their adversary was formidable. In their current state, they were certainly no match. Cautiously, they withdrew and then turned to flee rapidly. Beloved, tend to its wounds, Long Fei instructed, glancing at the injured fire phoenix illusory star monkey. Wait for me here. My wife will heal you. Do not repay kindness with malice, or when I return, I shall end your life. As he spoke, A chilling glint shone in Long Fei's eyes, and his draconic aura radiated powerfully. The Fire Phoenix illusory star monkey, frightened, nodded vigorously. Having existed for millennia, it had long possessed intelligence and remarkable wit. Are you truly going to kill them? Did you not let them go? Yi Lingling inquired, regarding Long Fei. Their methods are excessively cruel. These individuals cannot be spared. Do not forget, our Azure Dragon gang stands with the Soul Beasts, who are now our allies. Of course, if certain allies are disobedient, they too may face execution, provided they are unyielding. I allowed their departure, but my blade was not sheathed. Long Fei revealed a devilish grin as he gazed into the distance, patting Yi Lingling's shoulder. You need not witness the bloodshed. You and the monkey shall remain here. I shall return shortly. With that, Long Fei's figure vanished. Now, only Yi Lingling and the Fire Phoenix illusory star monkey remained. In truth, Yi Lingling felt a twinge of fear. After all, this monkey was a millennia-old soul beast, capable of easily eliminating her. However, with her martial spirit having undergone a mutation, it was uncertain who would prevail in a confrontation. Do not move. I shall heal you. Yi Lingling summoned the nine-hearted blue sea scale Tang and began to treat the Fire Phoenix illusory star monkey. Given the emergence of its mutation, a name change was in order. This name, bestowed upon her by Long Fei during their journey, nine-hearted blue sea scale Tang, was indeed lovely and melodious. The Fire Phoenix illusory star monkey thoroughly enjoyed the healing process, feeling its wounds gradually mend, and it relished the newfound comfort. Long Fei had approached the five individuals, emanating an aura of menace that instilled profound fear within their hearts. In an instant, their steps faltered. Is there something further you desire? One of them queried. Indeed. Did you not spare us? Are you now inclined to retract your mercy? The countenances of the group darkened. The five distinct soul rings once again ascended from their forms, and their martial spirits were summoned, each standing vigilant. I may have spared you, but my blade remains unyielding, Long Fei declared, pointing his weapon at them. Engage. With the captain's furious command, the others launched their assault. Before Long Fei, shadows flickered and danced. Although the attacks of these individuals engulfed his form, they failed to land a blow. The moment he emerged from the explosion, without uttering a word, he raised his blade and commenced a brutal slaughter. The air was filled with anguished cries and pleas for mercy, yet they proved utterly futile. 5 streams of experience surged into Long Fei's realm of soul power. The expanse of this realm had grown significantly, indicating that he was nearing the threshold of level 54. Long Fei mused, reflecting on the countless souls he had claimed in the soul hunting grounds, each contributing to the expansion of his soul power. If not for their essence, his realm would not have attained such magnitude. Once sufficient energy is absorbed, a qualitative transformation would occur, resulting in the emergence of divine power. Business concluded. Long Fei sheathed the Azure Dragon ancient blade and departed with an air of indifference. Although divine power could be cultivated, the process was exceedingly protracted. The synergy of both paths would expedite his progress. Otherwise, it would not have been so effortless for him to attain level 53 within 6 years. Returning to Yi Lingling's side, he noticed that the Fire Phoenix Phantom Star Monkey had fully recovered, radiating vitality and exuberance. The Fire Phoenix Phantom Star Monkey, a rare species of soul beast, was among the few types currently recognized. Long Fei spoke to himself, then addressed the monkey. Now, you are presented with 2 choices. First, submit to me, and I shall guide you to your full potential. Second, you may depart. However, should you encounter peril again, do not expect our timely intervention. The Fire Phoenix Phantom Star Monkey scratched its head, gazing at Long Fei. Being a spirit beast of at least 10,000 years, it was sufficiently intelligent to comprehend Long Fei's words. Subsequently, it inched closer, signaling its intention to align with him. Long Fei gently stroked the monkey's head and nodded. Very well, since you will accompany me, we shall be a family from now on. I shall name you Sun Wukong. Ah, a name. I like it. Suddenly, the Fire Phoenix illusory star monkey spoke. Yi Lingling and Long Fei were taken aback. You can speak. The Fire Phoenix illusory star monkey nodded. I just entered. Not long ago. I learned from your conversation. Still not very familiar. Long Fei was also astonished by the monkey's remarkable learning ability. Impressive. Your capacity for learning is extraordinary. Indeed, descendants like you, inheritors of a unique and advanced bloodline, are bound to excel. However, you have yet to fully develop. Once you do, you will undoubtedly be capable of striking down the Titan giant ape and kicking the Azure Bull python. The host had successfully subdued a mutated descendant of an ancient species. Receiving the reward, the boundless body refinement technique, which has now entered the system's repository. The boundless body refinement technique? How does it differ from my boundless longevity skill? Long Fei pondered with a hint of confusion. System, the boundless body refinement technique is a truncated version of the boundless longevity skill. The former comprises only 100 levels, whereas the latter possesses no limits for enhancement. Although it is a modified version, aside from the restrictions on levels, its other effects remain largely unchanged. With diligent practice, one can significantly strengthen both body and spirit and greatly extend one's lifespan. Long Fei chuckled to himself. A truncated version. Huh. What a timely arrival. This boundless body refinement technique is just perfect to serve as the heritage martial art of our clan. Hee. Truly fortuitous. He inquired curiously, System, what level of physical strength can this truncated version achieve at 100 layers? The voice of the supreme god system from the Douluo divine realm responded, Incredible. This is undoubtedly a pinnacle martial art. Long Fei exclaimed in his heart. Currently, I have the complete version at 20 layers. How many more layers must I reach to attain the strength of a supreme god? He asked once more. The system replied. If the host solely cultivates the boundless longevity technique, reaching 70 layers would be necessary. However, given your unique circumstances, the system estimates that achieving 45 layers should suffice. Upon hearing this, Long Fei felt no surprise. After all, he possessed the physical strength of a level 3 deity, even at the 20th tier. His situation was rather unique, especially considering that the Douluo world is classified as a realm of low martial arts. Regardless of how formidable one may appear, such combat prowess is confined to this dimension. A divine realm could easily be swept away by the chaotic turbulence of a black hole. How formidable could one truly be? Wouldn't you agree, comrades? Come, let a drop of your blood fall, and you shall become a member of my Azure Dragon gang. A divine hide materialized in Long Fei's hand. Sun Wukong asked no further questions and complied without hesitation. As the blood fell, the heavens roared with thunder. Long Fei spoke, pointing at Yi Lingling, Excellent. You are now officially part of the family. From now on, address me as the leader, and she is my wife, your leader's lady. Sun Wukong, somewhat simple-minded, replied, Yes. Leader's lady. Subsequently, a radiant light emanated from Long Fei's hand, simultaneously entering the minds of Yi Lingling and Sun Wukong. Long Fei remarked, This is the ancestral technique of our Qinlong gang, the Wujing body refinement method, primarily aimed at enhancing physical strength. Each level is remarkably formidable, so devote yourselves to its practice. The further you progress, the more astonishing it becomes. As one person and one monkey absorbed Long Fei's words, they simultaneously processed the knowledge of the technique in their minds. Sun Wukong, possessing a profound understanding, swiftly awakened and exclaimed with exuberance, Leader, this technique is splendid. It is perfectly suited for me, old son. Long Fei nodded. This is merely one aspect. In the future, there will be other techniques. In the next moment, it was Yi Lingling who awakened, her eyes radiating brilliance. Yi Lingling was equally delighted. What an astonishing body refinement technique. It is perfectly suited for someone like me with a supportive martial soul. Although her martial soul had undergone a mutation, it could not dampen her excitement. Let us find a cave to rest, Long Fei suggested, prompting Sun Wukong, who had lived in this area for many years, to lead the way. Do you have any companions? Long Fei inquired during their journey. Sun Wukong shook his head. No. Long Fei raised an eyebrow. As a soul beast that has existed for millennia, it seems improbable that you would struggle against 5 mere soul kings. What transpired? Sun Wukong scratched his head, his expression one of indignation. My dwelling was ravaged by a 5,000-year-old rampaging Qian Shui beast. In my fury, I engaged it in battle, but the disparity in our levels rendered me unable to prevail, so I fled. Fortunately, I managed to inflict some damage upon that beast, which prevented it from pursuing me. Or else the consequences would have been dire. Yi Lingling and Long Fei exchanged astonished glances. Impressive. You articulate your thoughts without hesitation now. Your progress is remarkable. Sun Wukong, momentarily taken aback, responded with a foolish grin. Long Fei inquired, Are you aware of the whereabouts of the 5,000-year-old wild dragon, Qian Shui beast? Sun Wukong replied, It is likely to be found in the Qian Shui lake. Perhaps we should consider going to investigate? Long Fei suggested, Let us first seek refuge in a cave for our meal. We shall proceed later. We must go, for this ferocious dragon, the Qian Shui beast, is extraordinary. It would indeed be a fortuitous acquisition for the Qinglong gang. The more, the merrier. Soon enough, Sun Wukong discovered a towering rocky mountain adjacent to a river. The geographical setting quite favorable. Nestled by the mountains and surrounded by lush woods, this locale, however, bore its own perils, as it was a favored haunt for soul beasts. Yi Lingling remarked, "Fei, this terrain is precisely where soul beasts tend to roam, and with nightfall upon us, ancient soul beasts could emerge at any moment. We must exercise caution. Rest assured, whatever concerns you harbor, I have already contemplated. My prowess is more than sufficient to contend with ancient soul beasts effortlessly." Long Fei affectionately ruffled her hair before setting out to locate a spacious cave. He instructed Sun Wukong to gather ample firewood and kindle a roaring bonfire. Long Fei summoned Sun Wukong, saying, "Wukong, please go to the river and catch a few aquatic creatures. In a while, I shall prepare a delectable feast for you. And perhaps you can also procure some wild delicacies." Sun Wukong, who was immersed in his cultivation of the Wuji body refinement technique, opened his eyes and nodded eagerly. "Of course, my leader. I shall set off immediately." He then departed. "Come, my lady, now that it is just the two of us in this secluded cavern, shall we indulge in some intimate activities?" Long Fei exclaimed as he leapt beside Yi Lingling, wrapping his arms around her and playfully teasing with a mischievous grin. Yi Lingling, startled by Long Fei's sudden advance, flushed a deep crimson. "No, you rascal. Wait until Wukong returns. It wouldn't look good. Just one kiss first," Long Fei declared, leaning in to capture her lips. It felt incredibly delightful. Indeed, traversing into this alternate world allowed for unrestrained indulgence. How marvelous! As time gradually passed, Sun Wukong returned, bringing with him 5 sizable fish, a venomous snake that had been rendered unconscious, along with an assortment of fruits and wild vegetables. Upon witnessing this, Long Fei gave Sun Wukong a nod of approval. He then retrieved a knife from the soul-guiding device to commence his preparations. He proceeded to skewer 5 fish and set them over the fire to roast. Next, he turned his attention to a venomous snake, severing its head, eviscerating it, and meticulously cleansing the insides. With the toxin eliminated, it was now ready for roasting. "Do you understand?" Long Fei inquired, glancing at Sun Wukong, who nodded in affirmation, exclaiming, "I've learned it." Typically, his diet consisted of simple fare, primarily fruits or various animals, consumed directly. The trio awaited their meal as Long Fei expertly controlled the elemental fire, ensuring an even roast. He added some homemade spices, and the enticing aroma began to waft through the air. How delightful! I, old Sun, have never encountered such a fragrant scent. Sun Wukong reveled in the aroma, swallowing hard with anticipation. Soon, the 3 of them began to feast. After a brief respite, they followed Sun Wukong to a vast lake. He pointed ahead, declaring, "Boss, this is the Qian Shui Lake. That scoundrel, the crazy dragon Qian Shui beast, must be lurking here." The atmosphere was cool, and the water was strikingly clear and fragrant. In the next moment, Long Fei raised his hand and pointed forward. The ancient Azure Dragon blade, infused with supreme dragon might, surged forth, plunging directly into the heart of the lake. The surface of the water trembled violently, resonating with the dragon's roar. Surrounding soul beasts fled in panic, and those that could fly lost their ability to soar, plummeting to the ground, though fortunately, they did not meet their demise. Yi Lingling and Sun Wukong were equally startled. Despite their awareness of Long Fei's formidable prowess, they were still shaken. Suddenly, a thunderous roar from a soul beast erupted from within the lake. Simultaneously, Long Fei leaped into the air, executing a swift movement that brought him above the Azure Dragon blade. His eyes transformed into a kaleidoscope resembling the Azure Dragon as he scanned the depths of the lake with his spiritual energy. At that moment, a colossal soul beast surged forth from the waters, its roars echoing incessantly. Long Fei controlled the ancient blade as it ascended, until a colossal spirit beast emerged before him. Its form was a grotesque amalgamation of an ape-like body and a honey pot, evolving into the shape of a dragon. With twin massive horns and deep blue coloration, it bore an imposing countenance. The aura it exuded was undeniably that of a spirit beast that had existed for 50,000 years, rivaling even the Titan great ape. A smile crept upon Long Fei's lips. He was determined to claim this creature as his own. Sun Wukong, wide-eyed, pointed at the enormous dragon Qian Shui beast and exclaimed, "Boss, that's the very beast that destroyed my home and injured me. You must avenge me." Beside them, Yi Lingling paled at the sight of such a towering spirit beast, her fear palpable. Is this the dragon Qian Shui beast? How can it be so immense? Comparing the beast to Sun Wukong, she immediately understood why he had been bested. Taking a deep breath, she felt the oppressive aura weighing down on her. At that moment, her martial spirit, the nine-heart Qinghai scale, manifested, emanating a dragon's might that radiated from her core, dispelling the overwhelming pressure. Yulingling felt a wave of relief wash over her. Is it you, you wild monkey? Who summoned this helper? Humph, bringing a mere human. I'm utterly disappointed. The icy, disdainful voice of the dragon Qian Shui beast resounded. Sun Wukong retorted with a scoff. You brutish beast, do not waste words. You flaunt your 50,000 years of cultivation to bully a mere monkey who has just crossed the threshold of 10,000 years. Do you even have the audacity to speak? He continued. Moreover, the boss I brought is formidable enough to handle you with ease. Don't think that just because you're larger, you're more impressive. Our boss will take you down. Standing atop the ancient blade, Long Fei crossed his arms. His expression calm but with a hint of coldness. Indeed, Dragon Qian Shui beast, you are quite large. However, Sun Wukong is now a member of my Qilong gang. And for you to bully him, I must teach you a lesson. Of course, if you are willing to join my Qilong gang, I can spare your life and allow my monkey to administer the punishment. Sun Wukong, hearing this, grew anxious. Boss, do not waste your breath with this creature. Just subdue it. You insolent monkey, when I speak, you will observe in silence. Long Fei coldly glared at Sun Wukong, admonishing him, I only have plans. Boss, do as you wish. Sun Wukong nodded vigorously, feeling the overwhelming dragon aura emanating from Long Fei, his hair standing on end in fear. The overwhelming presence was truly terrifying. Enough to intimidate even a 1,000-year-old monkey. At that moment, the dragon Qian Shui beast also sensed the dread aura radiating from Long Fei. Its enormous eyes narrowed, its expression shifting dramatically. A mere human. Do not think that a hint of dragon energy can compel me to submit. It is a foolish dream. Die. The dragon Qian Shui beast roared in fury, unleashing its terrifying power toward Long Fei. Below, the Qian Shui lake churned violently, creating chaotic whirlpools that erupted into a massive storm, all aimed at annihilating the peculiar young man. The attacks were relentless, intending to obliterate him instantly before turning to eliminate the woman and the monkey. Long Fei remained unfazed, his expression unchanged, exuding calmness rather than fear. A smirk of disdain graced his lips as a turquoise light enveloped him. In the next instant, the onslaught engulfed him entirely. Boss, Sun Wukong cried out in alarm, sensing the dire situation. Meanwhile, Yilingling's nine-heart Qinghai scale glimmered, and she felt an unusual connection to Long Fei. At that moment, this mental bond brought her peace. If anything were to happen to Long Fei, the scale would give a warning. Yet, the scale radiated a vibrant life force, assuring her that he was unharmed. Just then, a powerful energy field erupted from the center of the engulfing attacks, instantly dispelling the surrounding chaos. A mere 50,000-year spirit beast dares to act insolently before me? A cold, deep voice resonated, followed by another explosion of energy that sent the dragon Qian Shui beast staggering back in shock. The sky transformed as a colossal azure dragon phantom ascended, exuding an awe-inspiring might that suppressed everything beneath it. Time seemed to freeze, and all around became still. Under this majestic dragon's shadow, Long Fei wielded the ancient blade, his gaze icy and resolute. With a swift motion, he brought the blade down. A gigantic azure blade, as though reaching 100 feet high, cleaved through the air, shattering the stars as it descended upon the dragon Qian Shui beast, instilling fear in all who beheld it. No, please don't kill me. The dragon Qian Shui beast trembled in terror, unable to comprehend the sheer might of this human. Yet, the massive blade did not waver. Its speed only increased. Long Fei observed coldly, witnessing the once arrogant creature now begging for mercy. The dragon Qian Shui beast hastily attempted to defend itself, employing all its strength. Yet every effort was effortlessly obliterated upon contact with the blade. Even its defense crumbled under the overwhelming pressure of the dragon's bloodline, rendering it feeble and ineffective. As if it were mere tofu being sliced apart. With a thunderous crash, the blade fell, engulfing the massive form of the dragon Qian Shui beast in a torrent of waves and fury, its desperate cries echoing in despair and fear. At that moment, Long Fei waved the ancient blade, causing its brilliance to dim, as the blade vanished from view, leaving only the raging waters and the submerged dragon Qian Shui beast. Sun Wukong, watching in awe, was left speechless, trembling at the display of power. How terrifying! If that blade had been aimed at him, he would have been reduced to nothing. It seemed this beast would not survive. Elation surged within him as he reveled in the thought of revenge against those who had wronged him. "Ha! You dared to bully me, and now you face the consequences. This is retribution for your arrogance." Filled with excitement, Sun Wukong felt assured that following such a powerful leader would elevate him to become the supreme Monkey King. Impressive. Yi Lingling also widened her eyes, witnessing a scene of unparalleled grandeur, reminiscent of the second layer of the Soul hunting grounds. In a daze, her cheeks flushed crimson, her heart brimming with uncontainable joy. Such a formidable man had been won over by her, Yi Lingling. Henceforth, she would possess an immensely powerful backing, and no one would dare to bully her, the seemingly fragile support. Lowering her gaze, she beheld the 9-heart Azure Sea scale tangs in her hands. Her bright eyes fixated on the Azure Dragon scale floating in the center, revealing a knowing smile, filled with profound happiness and contentment. The water surface gradually regained its tranquility, save for the expanse where the wild dragon Qian Shui beast lay, isolated by an unseen force. The surrounding waters could only flow downward, unable to rise and inundate. The wild dragon Qian Shui beast appeared haggard, yet its eyes remained open, trembling in the wake of severe injuries, utterly unable to resist any longer. Blood gushing forth as its gaze was enveloped by boundless terror. Above it loomed the terrifying Azure Dragon shadow alongside the human figure. Strangely, the dragon's eyes were closed, refusing to open. Submit, perish, choose one. With a mere thought, Long Fei retracted the ethereal figure, casting a cold and indifferent gaze upon the frenzied dragon Qian Shui beast below. The beast's voice trembled, frail and quivering, as it struggled to articulate its submission. "I submit." 58. The Eye of Ice and Fire. Long Fei descended upon the body of the fierce dragon Qian Shui beast, extracting a drop of its blood to apply to the divine hide. With the resounding thunder, he had officially become a member of the Qinglong gang. Subsequently, he retrieved 3 healing pills from the soul guiding device and tossed them into its mouth, before leading Yi Lingling over to administer further treatment. He also imparted the Wajijuan Tiju into its consciousness. As time passed, once the two departed, the previously stagnant waters resumed their flow. The following morning, the two beasts and their companions traversed the sunset forest. Sun Wukong and Sun Quanglong led the way, their formidable forms effortlessly clearing the path ahead. It must be said that having 2 ancient soul beasts as bodyguards indeed provided a sense of comfort. Sun Quanglong was the name bestowed upon the fierce dragon Qian Shui beast by Long Fei the previous night. "Are you aware of any places within this forest enshrouded in toxic mists, particularly those so lethal that even the soul beasts dare not approach?" Long Fei's voice echoed from behind. Sun Quanglong shook his head. "Leader, I typically reside for extended periods within the Qian Shui lake and have little experience venturing out. My visit to its home was merely a coincidence." As he spoke, his gaze shifted towards Sun Wukong. "Wukong, being a monkey, you must have explored many places. Have you discovered anything of note?" Long Fei's attention remained fixed on Sun Wukong. "Leader, the sunset forest is vast, and I am not particularly well acquainted with it." Sun Wukong replied, shaking his head. "Ah, very well then. I shall undertake the exploration myself." Long Fei's footsteps came to a halt as he leaped towards Sun Quanglong. The moment his 7-colored Azure Dragon eye activated, his spiritual force, at the divine origin realm, surged forth, sweeping across the entire setting sun forest in an instant. Soon, he pinpointed the vast area enveloped in poisonous mists. His spiritual force penetrated the noxious vapors, revealing a stark contrast between the inner and outer regions. This place was brimming with luminescent flora. The celestial herbs and the ice-fire duality had finally been located. Long Fei retracted his spiritual force. After half an hour, they finally arrived at their destination. Before them lay a verdant poison, devoid of any other presence. Sun Wukong and the Quanglong Qian Shui beast gazed at the toxic fog with palpable trepidation. They were ill-equipped to withstand such poison. A mere touch would surely lead to their demise. "Boss, we sense that this poison threatens our lives," Sun Wukong communicated to Sun Quanglong. Yi Lingling was equally daunted by the toxins ahead, but she felt reassured by Long Fei's presence. "No need to worry, I have a plan," Long Fei replied, his expression unperturbed. He retrieved 3 detoxification pills and 3 antidote pills from his soul guiding device, which he had concocted within the guild. His inventory brimmed with various elixirs. Furthermore, his soul guiding device had expanded significantly due to system tasks. "These are detoxification pills and antidote pills. Each of you should consume 1. Long Fei distributed the 6 pills, placing 2 into their hands. They swallowed the pills. "What about you, Fei?" Yi Lingling inquired. "My bloodline is impervious to such toxins." They cannot harm me, Long Fei declared, disdain evident as he extended his hand into the poisonous mist, which was effortlessly disregarded by his bloodline. Following his lead, Yilingling and the two beasts ventured forth. Upon entering, they felt a peculiar sensation, and suddenly, Yilingling's martial soul manifested, illuminating with a green radiance, instantly dispelling the toxic fog enveloping her. Ah, how could I forget? This is the scale of that dragon. It surely possesses the ability to resist all poisons. I was uncertain before, but now I feel at ease, Long Fei thought, delighting in Yilingling's current state. Sun Wukong and Sun Quanglong appeared somewhat uncomfortable at first, but soon acclimated without further peril. Moreover, Yilingling activated the scale, casting a glow upon everyone. However, within the poisonous mist resided some venomous soul beasts. Likely the guardians nurtured by that scoundrel Douluo. Suddenly, a green venomous snake appeared. Bamboo leaf green? This creature is inherently toxic. Now that it has become a soul beast, its venom will only be amplified. Be gone. Long Fei seized the opportunity, grasping tightly onto the tail of the bamboo leaf green serpent, and then proceeded to smash it violently against the ground. Before long, the creature spat its forked tongue, its eyes bursting forth, blood cascading down, meeting a gruesome end. In a swift motion, he incinerated it completely, to deter any unwitting venomous beings from approaching. Long Fei unleashed his dragon might and continued on his path. It wasn't until he entered the Eye of Ice and Fire that he encountered no further hindrances. If only Douluo were present, otherwise, I would have relished a fierce battle with him. Long Fei reflected on the timeline. That old poison master should currently be within the borders of the Heavendo Empire. Gazing upon the ethereal landscape before him, Yilingling, Sun Wukong, and Sun Quanglong were all captivated by its beauty. Wow, how stunning. I never anticipated such a marvelous scene could be concealed here, Yilingling exclaimed, visibly exhilarated. Long Fei, with one hand wrapped around Yilingling's waist, spoke. Lingling, do you see those flowers and herbs radiating light? They are not ordinary flora. They are celestial herbs of immense significance. This place is known as the Eye of Ice and Fire. From this moment forth, it belongs to my Qinglong gang. Soon, I shall transfer the entire Eye of Ice and Fire into our faction. As for the method of transfer, I have contemplated numerous strategies over the past 6 years, ultimately deciding to employ a formation. Fortunately, the system has provided me with a formation technique that is particularly suitable for the transfer of the Eye of Ice and Fire. Celestial herbs, the Eye of Ice and Fire, Yilingling exclaimed, astonished by these unfamiliar terms. Wukong, Quanglong, these 2 pills are called transformation pills. If you consume them here and refine their essence, you will be able to switch freely between your beast forms and human shapes. Suddenly, Long Fei turned and produced 2 pills, deftly tossing them into the hands of the 2 beasts. Transformation pills, the ability to switch directly between human and beast forms. The 2 creatures' eyes sparkled with excitement and anticipation upon hearing this. They quickly found a suitable spot and consumed the pills, then sat down to cultivate their bodies using the Wuji body refinement technique. At that moment, Long Fei clenched his hand, murmuring incantations, and a beam of light shot forth, forming a formation that enveloped the 2 beings. This formation, even if faced with the likes of Douluo, would withstand self-destruction. To prevent any unforeseen accidents, Long Fei swiftly positioned himself at the 4 corners of the Eye of Ice and Fire, leaving behind a trail of light. He then formed hand seals, and 4 beams of light shot upwards into the heavens, coalescing into a square barrier formation that enveloped the entire Eye of Ice and Fire, infused with his chaotic Qinglong divine might. With the power of his spiritual perception, Long Fei surveyed the surroundings through the dual lenses of ice and fire. The abundance of celestial herbs and flowers here surpassed even that depicted in the original narrative and animation, with numerous unnamed and unfamiliar species present. Before long, he discovered the 2 celestial herbs, the fiery apricot blossom and the octagonal mystic ice grass. System, could you ascertain which of these celestial herbs harmonizes best with Yilingling? Long Fei, though not particularly well versed in the realm of celestial herbs, recognized only a handful from the animated series. As the scanning commenced, the system's voice resonated in the next moment. Long Fei smiled. Soon, amidst the myriad of celestial herbs, the system presented one particular specimen. An image and description materialized before Long Fei's eyes. Celestial grade, dragon heart 9-leaf mushroom. Each of the 9 leaves harbors a profound innate dragon power, and the 9 leaves symbolize 9 hearts, offering various transformative effects on the body. This was astonishing, far surpassing even the seemingly remarkable items in the original narrative. Long Fei was taken aback. This indeed seemed tailor-made for Yilingling. Perhaps consuming it would lead to a momentous transformation, after all. The introduction merely scratched the surface. The true effects would only be revealed upon consumption. As Long Fei reached out to touch the nine-leaf dragon heart, he was enveloped by an inexplicable sense of warmth, devoid of any resistance. It was a truly wondrous sensation. Speaking aloud, he plucked a single leaf and examined it closely. At that moment, the system's voice resonated. Hidden mission triggered. The host must consume all the celestial herbs of the ice and fire duality. Reward: a Qilong blood pool. A tome of celestial herbs, in one lottery draw. The timing of the mission was impeccable. Long Fei declared, striding towards Yilingling, presenting the leaf from the nine-leaf dragon heart before her lips. The effects of celestial herbs are universally potent. Consuming a single leaf is nearly equivalent to ingesting an entire plant. While it was uncertain how Long Fei would fare after consuming them all, there was a real concern that the overwhelming potency could harm Yilingling, particularly since ordinary individuals should not exceed 3 types of such herbs, lest they risk catastrophic bodily harm. However, if one were to cultivate the boundless body refining technique to an advanced level, these limitations would be rendered moot. Yet, Yilingling was far from that level, as she had only attained the first stage. With a blush adorning her cheeks, Yilingling opened her mouth, surrendering to Long Fei's commanding presence, and the leaf from the nine-leaf dragon heart slid effortlessly into her mouth. Meditate and cultivate to absorb it, Long Fei urged. Yilingling complied. This process required considerable time, and seizing the moment, Long Fei approached the fire apricot and the octagonal ice grass, deftly harvesting the upper portions while leaving the roots intact for regrowth. He was no ordinary individual. At that moment, the powers of ice and fire in his hands intertwined chaotically, as if engaged in a fierce struggle. The left hand blazed with flames, while the right shimmered with frost. Transform into the Azure Dragon. Long Fei bellowed, and in an instant, the latent powers of his bloodline manifested. His arms morphed into Azure Dragon appendages, swiftly shattering the adverse effects emanating from the fire apricot and octagonal ice grass, as the 2 celestial herbs were subdued beneath the might of his chaotic dragon arms. Dare to rebel under my dragon arms? Ha! I shall consume you now, Long Fei proclaimed, promptly swallowing both celestial herbs. Feeling the tumultuous energies of ice and fire surging within him, Long Fei leapt into the ice and fire spring with a splash. He settled into a lotus position, swiftly channeling the boundless longevity technique while exercising his mastery over the fire and water elements. Before him appeared a 5-colored gemstone, amplifying his elemental control to absolute dominance. Ice and water, by their very nature, belong to a singular system. Under extreme cold, water crystallizes into ice, while under intense heat, ice transforms back into water. Ice and water dance together like the principles of Tai Chi at this moment. The energies of ice and fire intertwined within Long Fei's divine physique, rapidly refining themselves. Under the operation of the boundless longevity technique, these opposing energies swiftly transformed into nourishment, absorbed and refined, instantaneously feeding every fiber of his being. In that moment, Long Fei's body shimmered like golden glass. The extreme temperatures of the ice and fire spring were utilized by the boundless longevity technique to fortify his physique. Everything here would serve to adorn Long Fei's ascent. Time gradually passed. Long Fei opened his eyes, radiating a brilliant golden light, signifying the completion of his invincible golden body. In an instant, he surged forth from the ice and fire hot spring. What an exhilarating sensation, he exclaimed, noticing that Yilingling and the 2 soul beasts remained in slumber. His gaze then shifted to the remaining celestial herbs. Allow me to partake in your essence, Long Fei declared, a glimmer of avarice in his eyes, as he swiftly advanced. Before him appeared an enormous mirror, a perfect replica mirror that he could manipulate at will. In a heartbeat, the mirror expanded to a grand size, its surface facing the ground, enveloping all the celestial herbs. Replication, Long Fei commanded, channeling his divine power into the mirror. Soon, radiant beams of light emanated from it, cascading over the celestial herbs. In the next moment, identical celestial herbs began to materialize from the mirror, descending gently onto their original counterparts. Astounding, truly remarkable. A product of the system is guaranteed to be of the highest quality, Long Fei rejoiced. Each replicated herb possessed the same efficacy and potency as the originals. Consuming them would yield the same benefits as ingesting the genuine article. With the mirror retracted, Long Fei embarked on a solo culinary performance. Meanwhile, profound transformations unfolded within his body, encompassing all aspects, including soul rings and skills. As Long Fei rapidly consumed the celestial herbs, He simultaneously activated the Wuji longevity art to absorb the corporeal feedback coursing through his entire being. Concurrently, the chaotic bloodline of the Azure Dragon surged with an extraordinary fervor, radiating brilliant azure and golden lights, which soon dissipated, replaced by a myriad of elemental glows. In an instant, Long Fei transformed into a luminous figure. He had ingested all 50 varieties of celestial herbs contained within the Eye of Ice and Fire. Each herb infused his body with its essence. As time elapsed, the ethereal silhouette of the chaotic Azure Dragon re-emerged around Long Fei, causing his garments to burst apart and revealing intricate tattoos across his torso. The boiling bloodline ignited every fiber of his being. This sensation was so intense that even the swift operation of the Wuji longevity art could not alleviate his discomfort. Gradually, he became drenched in sweat for the first time in many years. Suddenly, an overwhelming urge akin to an upset stomach surged within him. The Wuji longevity art was operating at an unprecedented, breakneck speed. 5 soul rings materialized around him, and the souls of the first 2 beast spirits emerged. Along with the spirit of the dragon god, 3 ethereal forms, reminiscent of spirit beasts, began to whirl around Long Fei's body. And an astonishing phenomenon unfolded as they visibly merged with his flesh. A terrifying aura expanded like a tempest, and the supreme resonance of the dragon's might roared forth. The 5 soul rings adorning Long Fei underwent a remarkable transformation, visibly disintegrating into particles that seamlessly merged into his corporeal form. The ethereal silhouette of the chaotic Azure Dragon flickered with an enigmatic grace, oscillating between the realms of illusion and substance, a spectacle of profound wonder. Ultimately, Long Fei's 5 soul rings vanished, along with the souls of the 2 spirit beasts, and even the essence of the dragon god dissipated. A murky energy coalesced into a luminous membrane, enveloping Long Fei entirely. At that moment, all special effects faded into oblivion. The dragon has metamorphosed. As time gradually passed, Yi Lingling had awakened, her martial soul undergoing a profound transformation. The original 9 hearts blue sea scale vine had vanished. At this moment, 12 blossoms of her martial soul bloomed in her hands, exuding a potent dragon aura, with a small azure dragon silhouette materializing at the center. Surrounding this dragon figure were 9 droplets resembling blood, akin to lotus petals, spiraling upwards and radiating an unparalleled essence. With the aid of the dragon heart 9-leaf mushroom, Yi Lingling's physical form was immensely exalted. Her heart transformed into that of a dragon, her vitality surging, her strength unprecedentedly formidable, and her skin became more lustrous, emitting an irresistible fragrance that could captivate all males. In her mind, a name emerged, the name of her martial soul, the 12-rank 9 hearts Azure Dragon Lotus. In the next moment, Yi Lingling gazed at the radiant cocoon before her, bewildered. Where has it gone? Hesitating, she widened her eyes in disbelief. What is this cocoon? It's so large, could something be flying inside it? Suddenly, a shift in the sky occurred, quickly blocked by the formation. Yi Lingling turned to see that the disturbance originated from the direction of Sun Wukong and Sun Quanglong. The formation enveloping them shattered from within, unleashing a blinding beam of light that shot towards the heavens, only to be halted by the formidable ice and fire duality formation. Moments later, the light faded, revealing 2 figures, one tall and one short. The taller one stood over 2 meters, while the shorter was more than 1 meter 80. The former was the fierce dragon Xian Shui beast, Sun Quanglong, and the latter was the fire phoenix illusionary star monkey, Sun Wukong. They had transformed into human forms. Is this the human body? The 2 marveled at their current physiques, expressions brimming with joy. Now, venturing into the human realm would pose no threat. Even in human form, they could unleash 85% of their original power. Sun Wukong leapt towards Yi Lingling, landing beside her and inquiring, "Madam, where has the leader gone?" "Inside this." Yi Lingling replied with certainty, her gaze fixed on the enormous cocoon, her conviction stemming from the connection between her martial soul and the cocoon. Indeed, Sun Wukong and Sun Quanglong were astonished, sensing that familiar aura. Although the cocoon is transformed, this essence unmistakably belongs to the leader. Yet, it is mingled with many other scents. How peculiar. Most importantly, why did the leader suddenly metamorphose into a cocoon? Sun Quanglong mused, perplexed. Yi Lingling shook her head. I do not know. It was like this upon my awakening. Let us wait. Sun Wukong decisively settled down. However, that wait extended to an entire month. During this time, as ancient soul beasts, both Sun Wukong and Sun Quanglong required no sustenance. While Yi Lingling was fortunate to have provisions within her soul guide, otherwise, she would have perished from hunger. The remaining time was devoted to meditation and cultivation. They refrained from disturbing the immortal grade treasures within the cocoon, fearing potential complications. Sun Wukong and Sun Quanglong practiced the ultimate body forging technique, which suited them remarkably well, allowing them to ascend to the second tier within a month. The changes in their physical forms were notably pronounced, especially within their internal structures. Unbeknownst to them, during this month, Douluo returned once, but was unable to breach the ice and fire duality formation, leaving in frustration. Moreover, the exterior of the formation obscured the interior scene, allowing them to observe the outside world while remaining impervious to external sounds. Since the trio was engrossed in meditation, they failed to notice his arrival. Even if they had, there was no cause for alarm. Without breaking the formation, he could not enter. Following this, Douluo did not return, and 20 days had passed since his departure. Yilingling gazed anxiously at the unmoving cocoon. Sigh, it has been a month. When will it break free? Moreover, they needed to shatter or dispel the formation to leave this place, yet they were incapable of either. The three stood before the cocoon. Sun Wukong remarked, "If the leader does not emerge, we shall be confined here indefinitely. I, Sun Wukong, am naturally vivacious. This month has nearly driven me to madness." "I feel the same," both concurred, yearning to venture outside. Suddenly, the cocoon, dormant for a month, blazed with radiant light, and a terrifying force emanated from it. Their expression shifted, that aura was overwhelmingly fearsome. "Retreat!" They shouted in unison, hastily distancing themselves. Their faces soon illuminated with joy as Sun Wukong exclaimed, "Wonderful! The leader is about to be reborn." Sun Quanglong mirrored his excitement. Yilingling felt the same. Being confined here for a month had nearly driven her insane. Crack! Crack! The cocoon was instantly propelled into the sky by that immense power, producing a series of shattering sounds. The trio observed numerous fissures forming on the surface of the colossal cocoon, from which a more intense radiance burst forth. A supreme dragon might surge forth. With a deafening roar, the three were both astounded and elated. A multicolored light, composed of elemental powers, materialized, amplifying the dragon might to new heights. After several breaths, the brilliance gradually subsided, revealing the tall and robust figure of Long Fei, albeit with a bald head. It gleamed brightly, though hairless. One could still sense the unparalleled strength emanating from him. This exemplifies the legendary truth that even in baldness, one may grow stronger. Ah, how delightful! Long stretched lazily and gently touched the crown of his head. Long Fei softly remarked, "Though I may be bald, it should not diminish my prowess." Within the cocoon, he thoroughly assimilated the power and effects of the 50 types of celestial herbs. Now, devoid of spirit rings and spirit skills, he possessed only an array of domains and innate abilities. The essence of his spirit rings and the souls of his spirit beasts, along with the spirit of the dragon god, had been entirely absorbed into his being, transforming into genuine physical strength. The mission was accomplished, and the rewards had been dispensed. Congratulations to the host for achieving a significant transformation, breaking through the 70th level of divine power, and triggering a special hidden quest, which is now complete. Rewards: Divine Core Cultivation Method, 2 lottery draws, and a training gift package, all of which have been stored in the warehouse. At that moment, the system's voice echoed. "System, open the character interface." Long Fei felt a sense of impatience. Character interface. Host: Long Fei. Age: 12 years. Cultivation technique: Infinite longevity technique. Level 45. Bloodline and cell development and activation. 8. The further one progresses, the more challenging the activation and development become. Physical strength comparison: Divine King, low martial world, maximum explosive power, 3 billion kilograms soul power and mental strength, Divine Sea realm martial soul. Chaos Azure Dragon Bloodline package. Bloodline tattoo: Phantom, elemental divine power, level 70, Divine Soul Saint domain, Dragon God domain, Void domain, realm of all things reviving. Bloodline package talents: development attribute amplification, lifespan amplification. Exorcism: exceptional healing, poison immunity, super growth. Supreme Dragon Might: 1 development, right hand Azure Dragon transformation, 2 development, left hand Azure Dragon transformation, 3 development, Azure Dragon body transformation, 4 development, Azure Dragon front transformation, 5 development, Azure Dragon armament, 6 development, Azure Dragon full body transformation, 7 development, Azure Dragon sky splitting rain, 8 development, Azure Dragon devouring soul skills, passive transformation. Elemental Azure Dragon eye skills: thunderous leap, mastery step, 10,000 meters. Only skills obtained from the system count. Soul skills, active 1. Martial soul true body, 2. All skills used by the host are named accordingly, including those granted by transcendent items. If listed individually, it would overwhelm the mind. System Repository, Ancient Azure Dragon Blade X1. Chaos Azure Dragon Essence X1, Random Dimension Travel Scroll X2, Dragon God Divine Position X1, Divine Hidden Leather, 100 Replication Mirror, Azure Dragon Blood Pool, Volume of Celestial Herbs. Lottery X3, Divine Core Cultivation Method, Cultivation Gift Package. Current Dimension Traveling, Douluo Continent, System Interface, for reference only. Everything is primarily based on Long Fei's display. But rest assured, there will be no significant changes in distance. 61. Moved. Long Fei, System, utilize the Cultivation Gift Package. System, usage successful. The host has acquired 10 cultivation points and 1 skill enhancement point. All points will be utilized. The cultivation points will be applied in 10 increments. And the skill enhancement will be granted to the Thunderflash step. As Long Fei's voice faded, a surge of experience coursed through his mind, enlightening him profoundly. Every cell and muscle in his body resonated in perfect harmony with the newfound knowledge. Is this the perfected Thunderflash step? It is utterly magnificent. The distinction between mastery and perfection is truly incomparable. A single step spans 100,000 meters. One can only imagine the sensation. Long Fei's expression was one of ecstasy. This distance was entirely within his control. In simpler terms, he could now utilize the ultimate limit of his lightning flash step to traverse a staggering 100,000 meters in a single stride, effortlessly bypassing any obstacles. When not at his limit, he could traverse any distance his heart desired. Tang San's ghost shadow Mizracking paled in comparison to his lightning flash step. Long Fei has now resolved to include this martial art in the esteemed lineage of the Qinglong gang. Upon his return, he plans to impart this knowledge collectively. But there is no rush. At present, he has shed the constraints of the soul rings and the spirit beasts, as well as the essence of the dragon god. Although he cannot add any more soul rings, this in no way hinders his ascension in divine power. On the contrary, the absence of such shackles has amplified his strength to a point more formidable than when he possessed soul rings. Shortly thereafter, the system reported the accumulation of the 10 training points, which collectively elevated Long Fei by 1 level, or at most half a level. He paid little mind to this, fully aware of his exceptional nature and the vast experience he possesses. Particularly now that he has attained the rank of a 70-level soul saint, his prowess is undeniable. However, even if an unparalleled Douluo were to stand before him, he could effortlessly obliterate them with a single punch. Currently, his physical form is invincible, and his offensive capabilities are unmatched. What follows is a wild revelry. He is now free to express himself without reservation, boldly engaging in whatever he desires. The so-called Spirit Hall, Imperial Royalty, unparalleled Douluos, and deities must all kneel and acknowledge his supremacy. Those who refuse to join the Qinglong gang will surely meet their demise. Long Fei turned around and gazed down at Yilingling. He then descended, spreading his arms wide and exclaimed, "Come here, darling, give me a hug." Without waiting for Yilingling to respond, whether with a nod or a shake of her head, he embraced her. After the transformation by Long Xi and Jiu Yuji, her figure had become more voluptuous, her body more supple and fragrant, sensations that Long Fei experienced firsthand. "Are you really flying?" Yilingling gasped, astonished as she found herself in his embrace. "Of course, I've lost my hair, but it does not diminish my strength or looks," Long Fei said, proudly patting his bald head. Yilingling couldn't help but chuckle at his shiny, hairless crown. "Darling, how long has it been?" "It must be several days, right?" Long Fei inquired. "It has already been a month," Yilingling lamented. The dragon soared through the thunderous skies, exclaiming, "What? A month has passed." He inhaled deeply, eyes wide with astonishment. Subsequently, he turned his gaze toward the 2 figures he had previously misled, inquiring, "Lingling, who are these 2? Sun Wukong, Sun Quanglong." Yilingling, "Master, I am Sun Wukong." "Master, I am Sun Quanglong. We have waited for you for a month after consuming your transformation elixir." Sun Wukong and Sun Quanglong hurriedly spoke, anxious not to be forgotten or fall out of favor. "Oh, it is you 2 little ones. Very well, a month has elapsed. It is time to return." Long Fei turned around, surveying the celestial herbs before him. These items had become utterly inconsequential to him. However, in the future, once the members of the Qinglong gang concealed themselves and grew stronger, they could be distributed among them. How splendid! At last, he could depart from this wretched place. Upon hearing this, the most exhilarated were Sun Wukong and Sun Quanglong. The 2 leaped into the air, dancing with unrestrained joy. Yilingling, too, was filled with excitement. Having spent a month here had been exceedingly stifling for her. With a thought, Long Fei soared into the air. Incredible! Our leader can fly. Sun Wukong and his companion were astonished. In the next moment, Long Fei waved his hand, grasping at the entire ice and fire duality eye before him. Suddenly, a surge of spatial power emerged, and the space trembled as if it were being cleaved apart, revealing a rift that sliced through the very essence of the ice and fire duality eye. This was one of the domains he had refined from 50 types of celestial artifacts, the domain of space. What he was employing now was one of the domain skills of the spatial realm, spatial segmentation. Immediately, he lifted his hand, and the entire ice and fire duality eye ascended independently into the sky, majestic and profound, yet not a speck of earth fell from it. It rose flawlessly and magnificently. The most profound impact was felt by Yi Lingling and her two companions, who gazed in awe at the surrounding fissures in space, utterly stunned. Yi Lingling's heart swelled with joy. Her man was extraordinarily powerful. She almost rushed forward to shower him with kisses, but she reminded herself to maintain her composure. Incredible! Leader, you have become so powerful. You can even manipulate space like this, Sun Quanglong exclaimed. But that was not all. Long Fei smiled mysteriously and pinched the air, causing an expanse of void to materialize. This was yet another of his domains, the domain of the void. What is this? The trio gasped, eyes wide in disbelief. They had never witnessed such a spectacle before. It was truly astonishing. Their breaths quickened, nearly overwhelming them. The more powerful their leader became, the stronger the Qinglong gang would grow, filling them with excitement and fervor. This is the void, and within it, I hold dominion. You may leave this place, Long Fei declared. As he spoke, he pinched the air again, and a small opening appeared in the formation within the ice and fire duality eye. Then, a radiant azure light enveloped him, developing a latent skill, Azure Dragon Devour. In the next instant, a terrifying azure vortex transformed into a black hole, forcibly drawing in and consuming the toxic mist from outside. Witnessing this breathtaking scene, the three were left utterly speechless. Within less than half a minute, the toxic mist outside had completely vanished. After Long Fei withdrew his hand, he said, "You may leave." The three individuals eagerly made their way towards the small opening. Once they departed, the entrance sealed itself, and Long Fei, with a single hand, transported the entire ice and fire yin-yang eye into the void realm. Upon looking down, he observed that the area had transformed into a vast, gaping chasm, resembling the mouth of an abyss. "I can leave now," Long Fei declared, proceeding to reunite with the three. However, at that moment, he sensed a presence approaching, a consciousness that revealed itself to be a level 92 Title Douluo. "Greenfellow Douluo, you have finally arrived. Let us take this back together." Long Fei's elemental Azure Dragon eye pierced through the void, locking onto the elderly man who was swiftly flying towards him. At that moment, Douluo felt an inexplicable sense of being targeted, as if a pair of eyes was fixated upon him, prompting a surge of foreboding within his heart. He came to an immediate halt, his expression darkening, eyes filled with dread. "What is happening? Is this an illusion? You take the lady and leave the Sunset Forest for the Heaven Do Royal Academy. I will handle some matters and will join you shortly." At that instant, Long Fei directly communicated telepathically with Sun Wukong and Sun Quanglong, subsequently greeting Yi Lingling, instructing her to follow the two men out of the forest and then to the Heaven Do Royal Academy. Yi Lingling, behaving obediently, swiftly departed the Sunset Forest under their guidance. Meanwhile, Long Fei remained in place, awaiting his return. After overcoming his earlier illusion, Douluo resumed his journey towards the ice and fire yin-yang eye. Upon reaching his destination, he was astonished by the sight before him. The scene was nothing short of a thunderous revelation. His back garden had vanished, transformed into a colossal cavern. Who did this? In the next moment, Douluo erupted in fury, his rage echoing into the sky. "Come out, you old man." The aura of the Title Douluo reverberated throughout the entire Sunset Forest. "You are Douluo," came a calm voice that reached his ears. His expression shifted dramatically as he turned to locate the source of the voice, where a tall, robust young man stood suspended in the air. The youth remained unfazed by Douluo's wrath, his demeanor unperturbed, as if the anger was trivial. What shocked Douluo further was the realization that he had not sensed this young man's presence, despite being a level 92 Title Douluo. Could he be a spirit beast? Absolutely impossible. There is no aura of a spirit beast emanating from him, nor could he be a reincarnated spirit beast, as I would have recognized that instantly. It cannot be. I cannot see through his cultivation. Standing in the air, Douluo pondered. Could he also be a Title Douluo? Yet, how could he be so young? Who are you? Did you do this? The next moment, Douluo, not daring to underestimate the situations, ignited his 9 standard spirit rings, demanding answers. The immense phosphorescent serpent martial spirit coiled around him, exuding an overwhelming presence. However, when the serpent's eyes met Long Fei's, it instantly bristled with fear, displaying profound terror. The connection between the martial spirit and Douluo made him acutely aware of its distress. Confused and shocked, Douluo questioned, "What is happening? Why is my phosphorescent serpent afraid of this young man?" Long Fei, the leader of the Azure Dragon gang, spoke with a hint of mockery. "This garden of yours is what I have taken. It is a pity that such a fine garden was not appreciated for its value and utility. What a waste." Douluo, incensed by Long Fei's admission, bellowed, "I care not for your Azure Dragon gang. You dare to destroy my garden. I will see you dead." In the next instant, he unleashed his soul skill, launching an attack towards Long Fei. Despite the phosphorescent serpent's unusual behavior, he pressed on. The serpent opened its massive maw, revealing its deadly fangs, exuding a ferocious toxin. In the blink of an eye, it struck Long Fei, causing a thunderous explosion as the serpent collided with him. Douluo's right hand clenched, his eyes narrowing as he coldly remarked, "So it was all just a ruse, nothing more." Suddenly, the scene before him caused his eyes and expression to shift drastically, leading him to exclaim in shock. A formidable energy erupted from the front, obliterating Douluo's phosphorescent serpent, while Long Fei remained unscathed, standing exactly where he had been, showing no signs of having moved. His figure stood tall and firm, as if anchored to the air itself. How is this possible? Impossible. My phosphorescent serpent's poison is among the deadliest of serpents. How could you be completely unharmed? Douluo's expression was one of disbelief, astonishment, confusion, and fear. This experiment was the most incredible and absurd moment he had ever encountered. Never before had he seen anyone withstand the poison of his phosphorescent serpent without consequence. Your poison is pathetic. Your title as the Poison Douluo is merely a scare tactic for children. In my presence, your poison is utterly insignificant. Long Fei shook his head, his tone dripping with disdain. His body was not only immune due to the innate talent of the chaotic Azure Dragon bloodline, but also fortified by consuming 50 types of celestial herbs, some of which nullified toxins, such as the Kira tulip. Having absorbed and refined them, he naturally acquired that capability, with dual resistance. Not to mention several other herbs he had consumed, Douluo's phosphorescent serpent poison was rendered utterly ineffective before him. My poison is trash? Who are you? And how do you know about my situation? Douluo's heart raced, his expression darkening as he stared incredulously at the young man before him. This individual truly knew that he had been harmed by his own poison. It could not be mere luck. Douluo scrutinized the young man, abruptly dismissing his previous thoughts. No, such demeanor, such audacity, indicated he was not simply guessing. He truly understood. Long Fei, with an unhurried demeanor, said, "I am offering you an opportunity. I can assist you in completely expelling the venomous backlash within you. However, I too have my conditions." Douluo retorted angrily, "You can expel it? You have already taken my garden, and yet you still dare to mention conditions. Furthermore, why should I place my trust in you?" With an unflinching demeanor, Long Fei declared, "The garden is now mine. Relinquishing it to you would merely be a waste. I have merely claimed it to amplify its worth." His words struck a nerve within Douluo, who, seething with rage, retorted, "In all my years traversing the martial world, I have never encountered such a shameless and despicable wretch as you. To boldly articulate such justifications for pilfering another's possessions, you are indeed unparalleled. You may not realize." Long Fei continued, "But your poison does not merely afflict you, it threatens to infect your granddaughter, Douluo. She is already in a state of poisoning, albeit asymptomatic for the moment. However, it is only a matter of time before the effects manifest. If you wish to avoid her demise at your hands, I suggest you heed my counsel and accept my terms, for you have no alternative, Douluo." As Long Fei's final words resonated, an overwhelming aura of dominance enveloped him, causing time itself to seem to freeze. In that instant, Douluo's martial spirit, the phosphorescent serpent, was suppressed and dissipated, forcing him to relinquish his martial form. You. Douluo stammered, fear evident on his visage as his body trembled. Thankfully, as a Title Douluo, he quickly clenched his fists, exhaling deeply, and inquired, "What are your terms?" He was prepared to sacrifice himself, yet he could not bear the thought of his granddaughter perishing, especially due to his own negligence, which would only deepen his regret. What Long Fei has stated is undeniably true. At this moment, he must confront this issue head-on. The individual before him appears to possess a viable solution. Regardless of the outcome, he has resolved to take a chance. 63. The right choice, Long Fei remarked. My conditions are quite simple. I implore the esteemed Douluo to join my Azure Dragon gang. Impossible, Douluo retorted. I am accustomed to freedom and shall not be constrained by anyone. Such a notion does not align with my character. Upon hearing Long Fei's proposition, Douluo realized it resonated closely with his own thoughts, and he decisively rejected the offer. Esteemed elder, are you so quick to dismiss my invitation? This is not the time for bravado. If you do not think of yourself, you must consider your granddaughter. To perish so young from the backlash of the green phosphor snake's venom, TSK. Long Fei remained unperturbed, speaking languidly, in this world. Only I possess the means to utterly cleanse your body of the poison, which will persist and propagate. You are threatening me. Douluo growled through gritted teeth. If you perceive it as a threat, then so be it, Long Fei replied, lazily reclining, feigning sleep. After a moment of silence, Douluo finally broke it. If you truly can cure my poison, I shall willingly join your Azure Dragon gang. However, should you deceive me, I shall take you down with me. Even if it means self-destruction. It seemed he had reached a compromise, for he had no other choice. Very well, you shall find joy in your choice, Long Fei responded. Next, as he was about to speak further, Long Fei vanished and reappeared behind him in the blink of an eye, raising a hand to press against his back. What are you doing? Douluo exclaimed in alarm, taken aback by the man's incredible speed. Do not move. I am here to treat you, Long Fei said flatly. Azure Dragon devours. Douluo felt a formidable force pulling at him as the poison within him was forcibly extracted, leaving him in a passive state, unable to resist. In that moment, he truly comprehended Long Fei's terrifying prowess. He silently thanked his fortune for not having completely severed ties earlier, or he would have certainly suffered dire consequences. A surge of green toxin was consumed by Long Fei. All done, Long Fei announced, appearing before Douluo once more. He produced a pill and tossed it to him, saying, I have just eliminated the backlash of the poison that has plagued you for years. This is a foundational nurturing pill. Consume it, and your body will fully recover in a day. Douluo was astounded. Indeed, he felt a newfound fluidity and comfort within himself. The poison has truly been eradicated. He murmured in disbelief. He raised his hand to examine the colorful pill, puzzled. Is this what a pill looks like? How is it that I, a wanderer of the martial world for so many years, have never heard of such a thing? Long Fei displayed a bemused expression and remarked, There is much you remain unaware of. This elixir is a creation of my Azure Dragon gang. Should you choose to join us, you will have access to an abundance of knowledge. The elixir is merely one facet, and I assure you, what we offer is unparalleled across the entire continent. The Azure Dragon gang, truly a remarkable force. As he spoke, Douluo could not help but feel tempted, regardless of the elixir's efficacy. The fact that you have purged the toxins from my body compels me to agree to join your Azure Dragon gang. He then promptly consumed the elixir. Douluo began to channel his soul power. Soon, he felt a wondrous and comforting warmth coursing through his entire being. The hidden injuries caused by the accumulated toxins were swiftly mending at that moment. Douluo was once again astonished. This substance known as an elixir is indeed extraordinary. Perhaps the Azure Dragon gang is worth exploring. Long Fei gazed at him, patiently awaiting his response. 10 minutes elapsed before Douluo finally awoke, his entire being imbued with a sense of ease and vitality. Taking a deep breath, he exclaimed, This sensation I have not experienced for a long time. Long Fei produced a sacred hide and said, Esteemed elder, to join my Azure Dragon gang, one must adhere to its rules. Simply let a drop of your blood fall upon this hide. Douluo was momentarily taken aback, his expression shifting with complexity, yet in the next instant, he managed to extract a drop of blood and let it fall upon the surface. As the blood vanished, a thunderous roar filled the sky, leaving him in a state of astonishment. He realized that he had embarked upon an irreversible journey. Gang leader, I am now your member. When might the poison afflicting my granddaughter be resolved? Douluo's thoughts immediately turned to his beloved granddaughter, Douluo. Long Fei, filled with joy, retracted the divine concealment skin and remarked, Senior, there is no need for concern. Douluo has already become a member of our Azure Dragon gang. Naturally, I shall ensure her safety. After all, I am also a student at the Royal Academy of Tiando, though I am on the brink of graduation. What? The gang leader is so young yet possesses such prowess, truly a prodigy. Douluo was taken aback. He then inquired with curiosity, How can the gang leader be so young, and even I cannot discern your soul power level? What is the reason? Moreover, what level are you at? For the time being, I am merely a soul sage. As for why you cannot see through it, it is because I cultivate not soul power, but divine power. Long Fei declared, as he clenched his hand, a surge of elemental divine power emanating forth. What? A soul sage? Dugubo's eyes widened in astonishment. And yet he is still a student, having already attained the level of soul sage. Furthermore, what is divine power? Could it be divine essence? Dugubo immediately lifted his gaze towards the heavens. At that moment, he was utterly speechless, overwhelmed by Long Fei's revelation. This is the body refinement technique inherited by our Azure Dragon gang, immensely beneficial to you. Only those of the Azure Dragon gang are qualified to learn it, and now, as the leader of this gang, I shall impart it to you. As Long Fei spoke, a radiant light coalesced and surged directly into Dugubo's mind. Dugubo was compelled to assimilate this fragment of memory regarding the cultivation technique, the Wujia body refinement secret art. His expression was one of astonishment. This technique was indeed perfectly suited for him. It even promised to extend his lifespan. My goodness, such a divine art. Joining the Azure Dragon gang was truly his fortune. He must cultivate diligently. By the way, the 7 members of the royal team from the Tiando Royal Academy, along with 3 members of the academic committee, are also part of our Azure Dragon gang. Once the Soul Master tournament concludes, I shall lead you all to the headquarters of the Azure Dragon gang. Well then, I shall take my leave. There's no need to see me off. Moreover, there is one more matter regarding our Azure Dragon gang. Long Fei explained the relationship between the Azure Dragon gang and the Soul Beasts to Dugubo. Unfortunately, he had already reached the pinnacle of the 9th ring. Unless he achieved a breakthrough to the divine level, he would be unable to obtain a soul spirit. After Long Fei spoke, he vanished into thin air. To his astonishment, the Qinglong gang was indeed such a formidable faction. Nonetheless, it was for the best. Henceforth, the old man would refrain from hunting soul beasts as much as possible. However, he had others at home. The Dugu family still harbored aspirations of rising. He resolved to allow his family to join the Qinglong gang, for they too deserved the chance to acquire soul spirits. Dugubo murmured in shock. He had not anticipated that they were already allies. With the gang leader present, Yin Yan's illness would finally find a remedy. From this point on, he would dedicate himself to training, now that his poison had been dispelled. His hidden injuries would also fully heal after today. Jiuhua Pass, wait for me, for I shall soon seek vengeance. As he spoke, Dugubo's eyes gleamed with a fierce intensity. Meanwhile, Long Fei's figure slipped into the void, tearing open a rift in space, and in the next moment, he found himself in an open area outside of Tiando City. It appeared unchanged after a month's absence. With such domain skills, it was indeed convenient to traverse anywhere. Tiando City, your Long Fei has returned, he proclaimed with a hearty laugh. As Long Fei entered Tiando City, he was met by a contingent of armed forces from the Spirit Hall. He soon noticed that the walls were plastered with wanted posters. Approaching, he tore one down to inspect it. Was the figure depicted not himself? The Spirit Hall truly cherished his likeness, retaining a photograph from 2 years prior. Long Fei grinned, remarking casually, this scene resembles that of 2 years ago, yet this time the manhunt appears even more fervent. This area belonged to the Tiando Empire and should not permit the Spirit Hall's forces to operate freely. Long Fei narrowed his eyes, suspecting that something significant had transpired. Perhaps during this past month, his emergence had disrupted the original narrative. Nevertheless, he felt indifferent. After all, he no longer cared for such matters. The personnel of the Spirit Hall were meticulously conducting searches, apprehending anyone who bore a resemblance to the wanted description. Several men had already been seized, trembling with fear. Suddenly, a troop arrived, drawing the attention of the crowd. The carriage bore the words Tiando, indicating it was the army of the Tiando Empire. Upon halting, the commanding general bellowed, "This area is under the direct jurisdiction of the Tiando Empire. How dare you Spirit Hall troops intrude and disturb the populace, apprehending our citizens? Withdraw immediately." With his declaration, the two forces began a standoff, each side's morale palpable. Tiando Empire, we care not for your concerns. The Spirit Hall suspects a wanted criminal has entered your territory, and we request your cooperation, lest we face difficulties. The leader of the Spirit Hall's contingent emerged from the ranks, his expression one of disdain. In an instant, 8 soul rings manifested around him. He was a Soul Douluo. Following his lead, the Spirit Hall troops activated their soul rings. Among them were 10 elite members, 5 soul emperors, and 5 soul saints. Witnessing such an assembly, the surrounding civilians were struck with terror, and even the 15 soldiers of the Tiando Empire paled in comparison. The sheer magnitude of this force was daunting. The Tiando general's expression darkened. The Spirit Hall's 10 members had already eclipsed them in terms of presence. although he too was a Soul Douluo. He ranked only at level 82, while the one before him appeared to be at least level 86. Behind him were merely 2 Soul Saints, while the rest were 5 Soul Emperors and several Soul Kings. If it came to a battle of numbers, they would emerge victorious. Yet in terms of strength, it posed a considerable challenge. The Tian general hesitated to act rashly. The Spirit Hall's deployment of such a formidable force was alarming, particularly as they had been actively hunting for a youth named Li Qiye over the past month. It was evident that the Spirit Hall placed immense importance on this mission. The Tian general spoke gravely. The Spirit Hall leader scoffed. Indeed, you seem to understand. Do not interfere, for should a conflict arise, you would be wholly insufficient to contend with us. The Tian general lifted his chin defiantly, asserting, indeed, we may be lacking, yet do not forget, this is Tian City, the very heart of the Tian Empire. It would be all too easy for us to mobilize forces against you. Upon hearing this, the Spirit Hall personnel, including their leader, exhibited signs of wariness. They were indeed in the heart of Tian, despite their ranks and the Spirit Hall's backing, they could not act with impunity. Curse it! To be driven out of Tian City before a day has even passed? The Spirit Hall leader silently lamented. Suddenly, he grinned and said, it's all a misunderstanding. We shall take our leave. However, these few individuals bear a striking resemblance to those we seek, and we must take them with us if that is acceptable. Should nothing arise, we will release them without issue. Just a few commoners? By all means, take them, the Tian general replied, glancing at the 3 youths with indifference. No. Please, my lord, save us. The 3 youths screamed in sheer terror. Move, commanded the Spirit Hall leader, as his men seized the 3 youths and turned to depart. Witnessing this unfold, Long Fei's expression grew dangerously cold. The Tian forces were commendable, yet did the lives of commoners not hold value? He murmured with a heavy heart. This is the reason I despise the royal aristocracy. He harbored no concern that the Spirit Hall would slay them. After all, they would be released once their identities were verified. Unless there was some hidden agenda, such a large-scale search was certainly beneath Bibi Dong's orders, as she would not stoop to killing 3 unarmed youths. As the Spirit Hall personnel departed, the Tian troops sighed in relief. Truth be told, they had no desire for conflict. Let us return, the general commanded, turning to leave. Just then, a chilling voice pierced the air, and in an instant, a figure shot from the crowd, swiftly approaching the Tian general, delivering a swift kick. Boom. Ah! A scream erupted, causing onlookers to turn back in shock. Who dares to ambush this general? The fallen general spat, his face contorted in pain and fury. The crowd then beheld a youth standing atop the general's horse. A bunch of royal scoundrels. I simply find you intolerable, Long Fei declared coldly. In the next moment, he extended his hand towards the 15 soldiers of the Tian army, unleashing a shockwave that erupted before him. A beam of light surged forth, crashing into them. Despite their swift attempts to activate their soul defenses, they could not withstand Long Fei's assault. The 15 soldiers were engulfed in an explosion, their cries of terror mingling with despair. The general was filled with dread as 8 soul rings surrounded him. Curse it! Whoever dares to slay my Tian army, regardless of who you are, you shall face annihilation today. With a thunderous roar, he unleashed his true martial soul, transforming into a colossal golden eagle that surged forth with a ferocious intent, targeting Long Fei directly. Observing the imposing figure of the golden eagle before him, Long Fei remained unfazed. He raised his right hand, and with a swift motion, a fierce azure light erupted from his blade, cleaving downwards in an instant. Bang! Splat! In the blink of an eye, the golden eagle was severed in 2 by the massive azure blade, blood gushing forth in torrents. Almost immediately, the anguished cries of its wielder echoed in the air. Bang! All that remained on the ground was a lifeless body, split in half, blood staining the earth, its eyes wide open in disbelief at the suddenness of its demise. Ah! Murder! A demon! In the next moment, the onlookers in the vicinity of Tian were thrown into a frenzy of fear, scrambling to escape. Witnessing the chaos unfold, Long Fei made no move. He allowed their screams to resonate, indifferent to the plight of these civilians. Even if there were soul masters among them, they were of the lower echelon, and he held no interest in their lives. His targets were the aristocrats and royal families who treated human lives as mere grains of sand. Wait and see, soon. This world will witness the obliteration of royalty and nobility. I shall become the harbinger of their end. After the slaughter, the essence of those fallen entered Long Fei's soul power domain. Meanwhile, the corpses and blood were swiftly reduced to nothingness by a fierce inferno summoned by Long Fei. With no witnesses left to testify against him, he remained unscathed. The news of a mysterious youth who had slain 16 members of the royal army in broad daylight spread rapidly throughout Tindo City. It soon reached the royal palace, where Long Fei walked fearlessly through the streets, heading straight for the Tiando Royal Academy. Within the palace, the news traveled like wildfire, quickly reaching the ears of His Majesty, the Snow Knight Emperor, accompanied by Prince Xuexing. The atmosphere within the grand hall turned icy, as both parties erupted in fury. The Snow Knight Emperor and Prince Xuexing sprang to their feet, the former's countenance darkening with unrestrained murderous intent. What audacity! How dare someone so brazenly annihilate 16 members of the Tiando Empire's army within the city? Your Majesty, among that squad was an 82nd level Soul Douluo, along with 2 Soul Masters and several powerful Soul Emperors and Kings. How many were on the other side? Prince Xuexing glanced at the Emperor, then coldly regarded the minister kneeling before them. According to reports, there was only one individual. The minister's voice trembled with fear. What? Just one person? Could it be a Title Douluo from the Spirit Hall? Both the Snow Knight Emperor and Prince Xuexing were taken aback, astonished, and filled with trepidation. The Tiando Empire was supported by the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, and it was said that the legendary Title Douluo directly served under the Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo of that sect. While the royal family also possessed a few Title Douluos, they were few in number and all below level 93. Is this person still within Tiando City? The Snow Knight Emperor inquired. Yes, it is said that the individual is remarkably young, a youth making his way toward the Tiando Royal Academy. The minister reported, his heart racing. The Tiando Royal Academy is the exclusive institution of the Tiando Empire, with its dean being none other than the Snow Knight Emperor himself. With a cold snort, the Snow Knight Emperor commanded, notify Duke Poison Douluo to bring 2 Soul Douluos and accompany me to the Tiando Royal Academy. How dare he come here? This time, I shall make him pay a heavy price. At that moment, Duke Douluo was hastening back to Tiando City, having gained profound insights from the ultimate body refining technique. However, he had no intention of training in the abandoned hollow any longer. He planned to return to his residence in the city for further study. He was quite exhilarated. Just then, he noticed someone knocking at his door, urgently calling out his title. High above, Duke Douluo's brow furrowed. A royal minister? He descended swiftly to confront the individual. Why the haste? What business do you have with me? The minister, taken aback, quickly turned to relay the urgent news. Upon hearing it, Duke Douluo frowned, stroking his chin thoughtfully. What could His Majesty want with me in such a hurry? I do not know. The minister replied hastily, having been dispatched by another official. Seeing the minister's anxious demeanor, he felt compelled to relay the message promptly. Very well, I shall go. You may return. With that, Duke Douluo sped toward the palace, leaving the minister to breathe a sigh of relief, his task accomplished, and a moment of respite at hand. Long Fei arrived at the Royal Academy of Tiando, where Yu Lingling and her companions had also returned. A month had passed, and Yu Tianhing and the others had come back as well. The moment they laid eyes on Long Fei, the entire assembly erupted with excitement. They hurriedly proclaimed, Leader, we have broken through to level 40 and can now absorb soul spirits. Although they had been away from the academy for this past month, they had diligently devoted themselves to intense training. The collective anticipation within them was palpable, particularly regarding the new system Long Fei had mentioned, the soul spirits. It was said that these entities could serve as combat companions, possessing their own intelligence. Over the course of this month, all 7 of them had achieved level 40. A truly commendable feat. Moreover, Yuan had not lagged in his cultivation either, advancing his soul power to levels 43 and 44. Drawing ever closer to the rank of Soul King, Yuan was of a similar age to Yu Tianhing and the others, making him a suitable candidate to participate in the upcoming grand competition. Long Fei nodded, expressing satisfaction. Excellent, you have all reached level 40. It seems we need to take a trip to the headquarters of the Qinglong gang ahead of schedule. The group was filled with excitement, including Ming Shenji and his companions, who had long been curious about the headquarters and were finally going to visit it. As they followed Long Fei out of the church hall, just as he was about to invoke his spatial domain to transport them to the Stardow Forest, an unexpected scene unfolded. A formidable group of 5 individuals approached them from a distance, exuding a powerful aura. Upon seeing them, Ming Shenji and his companions displayed expressions of astonishment. Your Majesty, Prince, what brings you here? They had previously encountered the Poison Douluo. Turning to an elderly figure clad in green, they exclaimed, Grandfather, what brings you here as well? Long Fei, on the other hand, noticed the delighted and surprised expression on Douluo's face. Douluo, upon spotting his granddaughter, felt a surge of joy. But his attention was immediately drawn to the bald young man standing at the forefront. Long Fei. The gang leader is also here. Douluo thought to himself. Could it truly be him? Instantly, a torrent of troubling thoughts flooded his mind. Having learned from the Snow Knight Emperor about a young murderer heading towards the Tiando Royal Academy, he couldn't help but wonder if this killer was indeed Long Fei. Earlier on the road, when the Snow Knight Emperor had questioned a bystander, the first impression given was that the young man was bald. Douluo's heart sank. His suspicions were confirmed. This was indeed the gang leader. Although they had not spent much time together, Douluo, with his years of experience in the martial world, could tell that Long Fei was not someone to be trifled with. It was undoubtedly those foolish royal knights who provoked him, leading to their demise. And now their bodies had vanished, truly horrifying. If this was indeed the case, Douluo felt utterly powerless. Snow Knight, Snow Star, you better take care of yourselves. Perhaps today you both will become part of the Qinglong gang. Douluo glanced at the two beside him before smiling at Douluo. My dear granddaughter, I have come to discuss matters with His Majesty. I did not expect Your Majesty's sudden arrival. May I ask the reason for your visit? Mingxinji and his companions were perplexed, having been in the academy and unaware of the events outside. It was, after all, quite understandable. All 16 of my royal knights have perished in Tiando City. Naturally, I have come to apprehend the murderer. The Snow Knight Emperor's voice was frigid as his gaze, along with that of Snow Star, fell upon the most conspicuous figure before them, Long Fei, radiating an overwhelming killing intent. What? 16 royal knights have been killed? Mingxinji and his companions were taken aback, and the others behind them, including Yu Tianheng, shared their astonishment. Following the direction of the Snow Knight Emperor's gaze, everyone's attention shifted towards the bald Long Fei. The murderer is the gang leader. They were puzzled yet somewhat convinced, for given Long Fei's character, it was not surprising that he might have taken lives. The bloody scene from the soul hunting grounds surged back into their minds, as vivid as ever. 1 month ago, Snow Qingha had relayed Lin Dong's whereabouts back to the Spirit Hall, intending to send someone to eliminate him. However, the target had vanished for an entire month, rendering their efforts futile. Just today, while engrossed in her reading, she received word from a servant that piqued her curiosity. Bald? Young man? Snow Qingha furrowed her brow, her eyes narrowing. A single individual had killed a Soul Douluo and 2 soul sages. Her expression turned grave. Even she could not achieve such a feat. Who was this person? Could it possibly be him? He had returned after a month? No, he was not bald. Wait, could he have become bald during this month? Unbelievable. If true, this individual was truly terrifying, having become so formidable in just a month. He must either be eliminated or brought under 1's banner. Does this person have a known whereabouts? Snow Qingha inquired of the servant. The servant quickly responded. He is at the Tiando Royal Academy, and upon learning this news, His Majesty became furious and, along with Prince Snowstar, has gone to the academy with 2 Soul Douluos and a poison Douluo. What a coincidence to find them in the same place. It seems the likelihood of this being true is quite high, Snow Qingha mused. Very well, you may leave now. Yes. The servant departed, and soon after, a shadow appeared in the room. Miss. The shadow spoke respectfully. You have heard everything, Snow Qingha stated coolly. The shadow nodded in affirmation. Quickly relay this news back. I have a strong feeling this person is closely related to the Li Qie that the Spirit Hall is searching for. Perhaps, if all goes as expected, they might be the same individual. Qian Rinshue's expression turned icy as her gaze drifted towards the towering structure that symbolized the Royal Academy in the distance. Yes, miss. The shadow inquired, should I send a Title Douluo to the academy to secretly capture this person? Handle it as you see fit. I want him alive. Qian Rinshue sat down, pouring herself a cup of tea to sip. Understood. The shadow vanished. Her words indirectly indicated her consent. If this person truly was the Li Qie she sought, there was no need for gratitude. Her actions were not for him, but for her grandfather in the Spirit Hall. Qian Rinshue gazed out the window, murmuring, Li Qie, Lin Dong. Suddenly, a cold smile crept across her face. It could very well be one and the same. As for these 2 names, they might be mere facades. What is your true name? Within the Tiando Royal Academy, the atmosphere was tense. I ask you, did you kill the 16 members of the royal army and dispose of their bodies? The Snow Knight Emperor, a sovereign of the realm, emanated a strong and steady aura. Yet, no matter how formidable he was, he could not instill even the slightest fear in Long Fei. Long Fei was initially poised to break through the air but halted, setting aside his intentions. In the gaze of the crowd, he stepped forward, maintaining a serene expression as he stopped 10 meters away from the Snowy Knight Emperor. Upon observing this, the Emperor narrowed his eyes, taken aback by Long Fei's unwavering demeanor. There was no mistaking it. This remarkably youthful individual, if integrated into the empire, could undoubtedly give rise to an incredibly formidable Title Douluo. Rather than wishing for Long Fei's demise, Snowy Knight sought to attract him. He was a man who cherished wealth immensely. Long Fei alone could offset the loss of 16 lives. The display of fury and lethal intent was merely a facade to gauge Long Fei's reactions. Otherwise, he would have simply instructed Douluo to apprehend him and take him to the palace. Indeed, it was I who killed those 16 ants, Long Fei declared calmly. As anticipated, the onlookers, already privy to the answer, felt a sense of completion in his admission. Why did you kill them? The Snowy Knight Emperor inquired, his voice heavy. Beside him, Prince Xuexing was seething with rage, seemingly oblivious to his brother's intentions. He truly wished to eliminate Long Fei. They were merely an eyesore to me. I killed them without a second thought. They were but a few royal soldiers, their lives worth little. Long Fei's words dripped with scorn and derision. Despicable! You wretched beast! What are you all standing around for? Kill him! Prince Xuexing bellowed, veins bulging on his forehead, issuing commands to the 2 Title Douluos behind him. The 2 Title Douluos remained unmoved. Had it been just Prince Xuexing, they would have surely acted, but with the presence of Snowy Knight, who held the highest authority, they dared not make a move without his directive. Noticing their hesitance, Prince Xuexing was no fool and quickly understood the situation. He turned to Snowy Knight, exclaiming, Brother, what are you hesitating for? Silence. Do you require my guidance to carry out my will? Snowy Knight retorted coldly, gazing at his brother. This fool could not discern my intentions? Prince Xuexing trembled slightly and promptly closed his mouth. Snowy Knight's gaze returned to Long Fei. He could not deny that he understood the implications of Long Fei's words. A significant misunderstanding was at play, likely instigated by their royal army. State your name. Snowy Knight demanded with a chilling tone. I am Long Fei of the Qilong Gang. I do not alter my surname nor my name. Long Fei proclaimed loudly. The Qilong Gang, Long Fei? Humph, such audacity. Both Snowy Knight and Xuexing responded coldly. You have slain 16 of my imperial soldiers. Your crimes warrant execution. Yet, I grant you an opportunity for redemption. The words of the Snowy Knight Emperor seemed magnanimous, akin to offering salvation to Long Fei. He cared little for the Qilong Gang, an unrecognized force that posed no threat. His sole concern was Long Fei himself. Long Fei smirked, his tone laced with playful intrigue. Your Majesty, do enlighten me, and let us see if I find your proposition compelling. The Emperor of the Snowy Knight revealed a gleeful smile. Casting forth a grand temptation, I am a man who cherishes wealth. You are still so young, and I cannot bear to witness your downfall. Therefore, if you join my heavenly empire, I shall bestow upon you the title of Marquis, along with a fief, granting you a position of supremacy, second only to the Emperor. The vast resources of the heavenly shall be at your disposal. Indeed, the Emperor's offer was exceptionally enticing. Perhaps an ordinary individual might have readily acquiesced. However, alas, Your Majesty, you have encountered me, Long Fei, and this encounter is destined to be extraordinary, foretold to culminate in your failure. As Long Fei spoke, his entire being gradually ascended, emanating an aura of unparalleled dominance. Second only to the Emperor? I beg your pardon, but I am not interested. My aspirations lie in becoming the foremost being in all realms. Long Fei's voice resonated with an undeniable dominance, exuding immense ambition. The assembly was left in sheer astonishment. Could it be that he was indeed a Title Douluo, defying the very laws of gravity? Apart from Douluo, the other 4 individuals present were engulfed in disbelief and astonishment. Enough of this charade. You two, go and eliminate him. Xueyu commanded coldly. Yes. Qian and Kuan, unable to contain their eagerness, swiftly activated their martial spirits and charged towards Long Fei. Aside from Yi Lingling, a flicker of concern crossed the faces of Long Fei's companions. Yet it dissipated almost instantly, for in the next moment, Long Fei's expression remained unfazed. He was poised to act, in the face of such a terrifying offensive. Only Long Fei could maintain such a calm demeanor beneath the presence of a Soul Douluo. The 2 formidable attacks were about to collide with him when, in an instant, Long Fei made his move. He slowly raised his hand and clenched his fist. Suddenly, the space around the 2 Soul Douluos trembled, fractures manifesting in the very fabric of reality. In the next heartbeat, it was as though time itself had come to a standstill. Qian and Kuan's expressions shifted dramatically. Their bodies rendered motionless, as if ensnared by an overwhelming force. Their gazes locked onto Long Fei. It was him. It had to be him. On Douluo's side, Xueyu and Xuexing were equally taken aback by this spectacle. What are you doing, standing there in a daze? Move. Do you wish to defy the order? Xuexing shouted in fury. Something is amiss. It is not that they do not wish to engage, nor is it defiance, Shui furrowed his brow, speaking in a grave tone. "Brother, what is that?" Shuixing inquired, visibly shaken. The source of it all lay within this young man. Upon seeing Long Fei again, Shui's expression darkened significantly. This individual had audaciously rejected him, spoken with insolence, and aspired to be the foremost among them. Such ambition was far too grand. The Empire could not harbor him. For the sake of safety, he must be eradicated, lest he become a source of endless trouble for the Empire in the future. After all, they already faced the formidable and troublesome Marshal Soul Hall, and they had no desire to contend with another fearsome adversary. Each individual bore the essence of space within them. If one were to sever that essence, what might the outcome be? Long Fei smirked with a sinister glee. A bizarre power emanating from him. Douluo's expression shifted as his pupils contracted. Domain. In his understanding, a domain could only be possessed by a Title Douluo or by those extraordinarily gifted, the latter being an exceedingly rare occurrence. Could it be that the leader was indeed a Title Douluo at such a young age? Yet, he claimed to be a spirit saint. A spirit saint. It was inconceivable that he could wield such power. The phenomenon surrounding Long Fei has far surpassed the cognitive realm of Douluo. It is futile. The master cannot be defined by the theories of ordinary individuals, for he is truly exceptional. As Long Fei's domain emerged, the surrounding sky came to an abrupt halt, forcibly drawing everyone into the spatial realm. Subsequently, the heavens began to fracture in segments. What is happening? What is this? Shuixing's expression changed dramatically. It is indeed a domain. Having been the sovereign for many years, the Night Emperor had perused numerous texts, including those detailing the formation and manifestation of domains. What was unfolding before him was precisely one such phenomenon. This is extraordinary, truly extraordinary. Shui hesitated to take lethal action, yet he knew that such a being would bring calamity to the Empire. He must be eliminated. Damn it. Our bodies are immobilized. Both Shuixing and Shui's faces turned pale with horror, realizing the dire situation. Meanwhile, a group of individuals on Dream God's side found themselves ensnared within Long Fei's domain. Except for Long Fei, all were rendered motionless, unable to stir. In the next moment, Long Fei flicked his fingers. Annihilate. His voice, imbued with an overwhelming authority, resonated through the air. Then, the onlookers beheld a chilling sight. Above, the bodies of two Soul Douluos shattered with a series of cracking sounds as Long Fei's command echoed, disintegrating into countless fragments. Their faces bore expressions of fear, despair, and utter helplessness. They felt no pain. They simply ceased to exist. Two strands of power surged into Long Fei's being, augmenting his soul power. Witnessing the demise of the two Soul Douluos, Shui and Shuixing were engulfed in terror. Shui hastily shouted, "Your Majesty, act swiftly to eliminate this individual." At that moment, he was truly afraid. Long Fei's extraordinary prowess has long surpassed comprehension. "Grandfather, no!" Yin cried out. Although Long Fei could effortlessly annihilate a Soul Douluo, her grandfather is a Title Douluo, which filled her with concern. The expressions of the two in the snow-laden night darkened. Douluo remained motionless, causing their hearts to sink further into despair. "Your Majesty, I beg your pardon, but I too am a member of the Azure Dragon gang. Long Fei is my leader. Do you truly believe I would take action?" At that moment, Douluo's calm and unhurried voice resonated. With a subtle curve at the corner of Long Fei's mouth, he smiled. He then continued, "Moreover, I am unable to break the constraints imposed by the leader." Douluo truly attempted to do so, yet it proved utterly futile, completely suppressed. He too finds himself in a state of helplessness. He has never felt as stifled as he does now under the title of Douluo. Upon hearing Douluo's candid admission, both Shui and he exchanged bitter expressions. Shaking their heads in resignation, it is all over. Everything has come to an end. Little did they expect that their final bastion of hope would rest upon the shoulders of another's kin. Shui sighed, stating, "Should anything happen to me, the Tiando Empire will descend into utter chaos. In such turmoil, those who seek to seize power will emerge. How could the Spirit Hall and the Star Luo Empire possibly let such an opportunity slip away?" A deep smile graced Long Fei's face as he remarked, "If you wish to live, it is entirely feasible. I am quite fair in my dealings, and thus I present to you two choices." Everything lay firmly within his grasp. Upon hearing this, both Douluo and the 12 companions felt a tightening in their hearts. It had come to pass. It appeared we have gained 2 new members. Alas, they had fallen into the hands of the general. Shui surveyed the dire circumstances surrounding him and sighed. The earlier expressions of confidence had vanished, leaving only a sense of despair and helplessness. In the face of such overwhelming power, his identity as the ruler of an empire seemed utterly trivial. "Young Master Long," Please elucidate your conditions. Shui Yi inhaled deeply, his demeanor remarkably calm in this moment. Before him lay but two potential outcomes, life or death. Observing his elder brother's demeanor, Shui Xing refrained from further speech, having already perceived the gravity of their situation. The adversary's intent to eliminate them was alarmingly effortless. Your Majesty, you truly embody the essence of a sovereign, he mused. In truth, my two propositions are rather straightforward. First, you both may join my Azure Dragon gang and assist us in our grand endeavor. Second, I could eliminate you both right now, subsequently seizing control of Tiando. Under such overwhelming strength, I am confident of swift success, for I am no merciful soul, should you defy me. It matters not whether you are a Soul Douluo or a Title Douluo. I shall eradicate you without hesitation. Long Fei spoke these words with a smile. Yet his grin instilled an unsettling chill in those who beheld it. A devil's smile is something few can withstand. Yu Tianheng and the others immediately trembled, having witnessed Long Fei's merciless methods firsthand. Should the Snow Knight Emperor and his companion refuse to comply, the Qian Daoliu Empire would indeed face grave casualties. Long Fei never trifled with such matters, especially after spending 6 years together. On a snowy night, their eyes narrowed as they exchanged glances. All right, I shall acquiesce. With eyes closed, Snowy Knight paused in silence before raising his tone. You two are indeed astute individuals. Since you have consented, let us proceed with the contract. As he spoke, Long Fei summoned the divine parchment. You merely need to drop your blood upon it. With a furrowed brow, the two complied, curious to witness what would transpire. With a thunderous roar, the spatial domain was dismantled by Long Fei. At the headquarters of the Azure Dragon gang, within the Hall of Martial Souls, Bibi Dong kneaded her temples. Suddenly, she opened her eyes, a piercing glint flashing within them. Such destructive power. Is it truly within the capacity of humanity? Could it be that Li Qiye possesses a soul beast that has transcended 10 millennia? Or perhaps a peerless Douluo? A deity? In a daze, Bibi Dong gazed skyward, reminiscing about her trials as the god of Rakshasa. The absurdity of her thoughts intensified as she speculated. It was inconceivable that a deity would intervene in the affairs of the Douluo world. Shaking her head, she recalled fragments of information gleaned from the god of Rakshasa. A month had passed without news. Where could that individual have gone? Just as Bibi Dong pondered this, a shadow appeared outside the hall and landed gracefully, clasping its hands in salute. The arrival of this individual startled Yu Guan and Gue Mei, who were present. What brings you here? The demon hunter Douluo. Bibi Dong's voice was icy, a hallmark of her demeanor. Your Holiness, the young lady has instructed me to convey a message. The demon hunter Douluo spoke in a deep tone. Shui. Bibi Dong's heart raced, her eyes closing momentarily as she queried with a hint of intrigue, speak. The demon hunter then relayed the instructions given by Qian Rinxue. Suddenly, Bibi Dong rose, her mind flooded with a cascade of information, swiftly piecing together the scattered fragments. Li Qiye, Lin Dong, Tiando Royal Academy. She clenched her staff tightly. I understand now. You may return to Qian Rinxue's side. You need not involve yourself further in this matter. As soon as the words left her lips, the demon hunter transformed into a shadow and departed. As one of the esteemed elders of the Hall of Douluo within the Martial Soul Palace, the demon hunter Douluo held significant status, yet was under the purview of Qian Daoliu rather than Bibi Dong. Your Holiness, this individual must be singular. How else could someone so youthful possess such formidable power and achieve the unimaginable? Gue Mei remarked respectfully. Indeed. There must be a formidable force or individual propelling this behind the scenes, Yu Guan added swiftly. Bibi Dong replied. The Tiando Royal Academy is situated at the heart of the Tiando Empire. It is inadvisable for our Martial Soul Palace members to approach directly. This is not yet the time for conflict. Upon hearing this, Yu Guan inquired, what should we do, Your Holiness? This individual has caused our Martial Soul Palace to incur significant losses, including a vast soul hunting ground and 3 Soul Douluo ranked 87. While Soul Douluo may not seem formidable to us, they are considered elite forces within the Martial Soul Palace. Wait. Bibi Dong uttered a single word. She continued. This individual is quite adept at evasion. The youth has a bald head and is notably tall. You are to dispatch personnel to lie in wait near the Royal Academy. Upon identifying this individual, do not reveal yourselves or engage, report back immediately, and I shall go personally. Understood, Your Holiness. Meanwhile, within the Hall of Douluo, Qian Daoliu and Qian Daoliu had also received news relayed by the demon hunter Douluo. Qian Daoliu expressed great interest in the individual mentioned and instructed Qian send Qian Jun to infiltrate the academy and apprehend the bald-headed youth. Remember, do not alarm the snake. Their ambitions to dominate the continent were not shared by many. with Bibi Dong being a notable exception. If this lad is indeed as formidable as rumored, he could prove to be a suitable match for Shuer, Jean E remarked suddenly. Qian Daoliu paused, chuckling lightly. Let us observe first. If it turns out to be true, it may not be entirely unwelcome. Very well, I shall take my leave. Jean E stated before departing to issue the task. At the Tiando Royal Academy, following the signing of the contract, Snowy Knight and Xuexing found themselves reluctantly inducted into the Azure Dragon gang. This is our gang's inherited cultivation method. Devote yourselves to its practice. A beam of light emanated from Long Fei's hand, penetrating the minds of Snowy Knight and Xuexing. The two were astounded, momentarily dazed as they absorbed the memories flooding their consciousness. Such astonishing techniques! Snowy Knight and Xuexing exclaimed in wonder. Long Fei, by the way. As a member of the Azure Dragon gang, I have a monumental piece of news to share with you. Shui and the other person looked on in confusion. Long Fei spoke in a calm tone. Your prince, Xuexinghe, has long since perished. The current Xuexinghe is the daughter of Bibi Dong from the Wuhuan Palace, named Qianren Shui. Upon hearing this news, Xuexing's expression changed dramatically. Shui, with his eyes closed and hand pressed to his heart, wore a pained expression. He was deeply distressed. As a father, he had long sensed the extraordinary nature of Xuexinghe and had harbored suspicions. Gasping in agony, he uttered not a word. He had already lost many sons, and now it seemed that only Xuebing remained. His suffering was beyond anyone's comprehension, and his complexion paled, aging him considerably in an instant. Xuexing inquired, Elder brother, what shall we do? Shui clenched his fists, contemplating for a long while before responding. What does the leader believe should be done? Do not concern yourselves. I shall handle this matter. We are all one family now. I will take you to the headquarters of the Qinlong gang, where you may find opportunities, Long Fei declared, tearing open a rift in the sky, revealing a wormhole. He stepped inside, leading the way, and the others hurriedly followed suit. In that place, a golden light enveloped them, and soon, a breathtaking paradise appeared before their eyes. The scene was one of astonishment and awe. A vast lake lay ahead, surrounded by towering mountains, filled with the melodies of birds and the fragrance of flowers. Beneath the peaks stood an enormous edifice, adorned with 3 grand characters, Qinlong Gang. Here, mountains met water beneath a clear sky, and the air was refreshingly pure. This was the Dragon Realm. The Dragon Realm is an independent space bequeathed by the Dragon God, and when Long Fei engulfed it, he gained complete dominion over this realm. He possesses the ability to instantaneously conjure the world of his desires based on his imagination. The vast expanse before him is a manifestation of the world he created several years ago, where the esteemed members of Guyuna reside. The Dragon Realm is directly connected to the Starry Forest. This is the headquarters of the Azure Dragon Gang. Due to the unique nature of this location, the leader intends to establish a secondary headquarters for the Azure Dragon Gang in the outside world, followed by countless branches, ultimately to govern the entirety of the Douluo continent. As Long Fei spoke, in the blink of an eye, the scene transformed, and the group found themselves in an immense hall. Within this space stood a colossal sculpture of a vividly lifelike azure dragon, radiating an overwhelming draconic majesty, exuding a solemn and dignified aura. In the next moment, several individuals appeared, namely Guyuna and her companions. Long Fei then proceeded to introduce them. Guyuna and her companions had consumed Long Fei's transformation pill, successfully taking on human forms without the need for soul rings, possessing 85% of their original strength. However, there was no mention of those transformed from soul beasts. Subsequently, Long Fei imparted the lightning flash step to the group and instructed Tian to guide them on a tour of the Azure Dragon Gang, while also seeking a suitable and complementary soul spirit for Yu Tianheng and the others. As for the celestial-grade medicinal herbs, there was no rush. They would soon be available. Long Fei departed alone with Gu Yuna and Yi Lingling. Both women had found their answers. As they gazed at one another, perhaps it was the intuition inherent to women that allowed them to comprehend the unspoken thoughts dwelling within each other's hearts. 69. Yi Lingling's aberrant martial spirit. Long Fei was isolated in a corner. 2 young ladies were engaged in conversation within the room. Long Fei was outside feeding the fish. A few minutes later, the door to the room opened, and 2 individuals emerged, exuding an air of harmony as they engaged in cheerful conversation. Witnessing this scene, Long Fei felt a sense of relief. He no longer had to worry about the potential chaos in the harem. Subsequently, under the guidance of Gu Yuna, Yi Lingling arrived at a particularly exquisite pavilion. Long Fei walked slowly behind, not disturbing the enthusiasm of the 2 women. Suddenly, With a whoosh, a miraculous scene unfolded. Several beams of light shot forth before the trio. Yu Lingling was momentarily taken aback. As she turned to look, the light blossomed into even more resplendent radiance. Subsequently, she observed that within each beam floated an object resembling a Pokeball. This was the device for soul transformation, known as the Spirit Ball, containing the soul within. Gu Yuna remarked, "Nar, please share the current progress in soul spirit development." Long Fei interjected, "It has been over 2 years, and the soul spirit technology provided by me is the most refined and cutting edge. 2 years is ample time for significant advancements. Do you not cast him a sidelong glance?" Her lips curling slightly, before she replied coolly, "Under my guidance, the soul spirits have matured considerably. Currently, apart from the 100,000-year spirits, which cannot be mass-produced, we have achieved full-scale production for spirits beneath that threshold: 10-year, 100-year, 1,000-year, and 10,000-year spirits." After a brief pause, she continued, "In a few more years, I believe there will be no issues with the 100,000-year spirits." "Excellent. I need to revise the pricing for the soul spirits," Long Fei stated. "Please proceed." Gu Yuna responded. Long Fei declared, "For a soul spirit of 10 years, the value remains at 10 golden soul coins. For 100 years, it is 100 golden soul coins. The value of a 1,000-year soul spirit escalates from 10,000 to 100,000 golden soul coins. A 10,000-year soul spirit rises from 100,000 to 1,000,000 golden soul coins. And a 100,000-year soul spirit increases from 1,000,000 to 100,000,000 golden soul coins. Furthermore, any member of my Azure Dragon gang who exhibits exceptional performance may be eligible for preferential policies. These advantageous terms will be calculated based on the level of contribution and rank within the Azure Dragon gang." Upon hearing Long Fei's words, Gu Yuna and Yu Lingling were momentarily taken aback. Long Fei continued, "Our souls possess boundless potential for growth. Even a soul that has existed for a decade can evolve incessantly if nurtured properly. To put it simply, an ordinary person, once they acquire a soul, need not worry about subsequent soul rings. Moreover, families that cannot afford high-tier souls will remain unable to do so, regardless of price. Therefore, it would be more prudent to raise the prices to capitalize on the wealth of the affluent. Currently, our Qinglong gang does not possess abundant resources, but we are ready to make our first transaction," Gu Yuna remarked. Long Fei smiled, having long been prepared. His initial target was none other than the wealthiest sect in the Douluo continent, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, given that he could now mass-produce in large quantities. Long Fei no longer needed to utilize the 100% replication mirror, especially since he required it for his own purposes, unless he could acquire another one, which he would keep at headquarters. However, those matters could be discussed later. "Lingling, go choose a soul spirit," Long Fei instructed. Yi Lingling nodded and subsequently released her martial spirit. Upon witnessing this martial spirit, both Long Fei and Gu Yuna were taken aback. "Goodness, this is completely mutated and bears no resemblance to the Nine-Heart Sea Pearl," Long Fei exclaimed in astonishment. This was the first time he had seen Yi Lingling's martial spirit mutated due to the influence of the Dragon Heart Nine-Leaf Shi. Yi Lingling's eyes sparkled with excitement as she introduced her newly formed martial spirit. "My current martial spirit is called the 12th rank Nine-Heart Green Dragon Lotus, possessing formidable defensive and offensive capabilities as well as supportive abilities. Furthermore, it is still capable of development. I just do not yet know how to harness it. I also discovered that it is entirely immune to poison and negative effects. The 12th rank Nine-Heart Green Dragon Lotus." The name alone suggested its extraordinary nature. Possessing such abilities was indeed overwhelming, Long Fei exaggeratedly declared. In the next moment, 3 soul rings appeared on Yi Lingling's 12th rank Nine-Heart Green Dragon Lotus, their colors being purple, and black. Long Fei's pupils contracted slightly. This object could elevate the level of soul rings just like he could. "Lingling, the colors of these 3 soul rings must have changed due to the mutation of the martial soul, right?" Long Fei inquired. "Indeed," Yi Lingling nodded, recalling how astonished she had been at the time. Even now, witnessing the scene before her was equally breathtaking. She was no longer merely a support soul master focused on healing. She had risen above her former self, and all the hidden burdens of her family had been lifted. This was one of the aspects that thrilled her the most. Long Fei took a deep breath, raised his hand to grasp Yi Lingling's delicate white hand, and said, Indeed, it is no wonder that you are my woman, Yi Lingling. Our future child will undoubtedly surpass our wildest dreams." The two women felt a sudden wave of embarrassment from Long Fei's unexpected declaration. Yi Lingling's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, overwhelmed by shyness. Children. Could it be too soon? She stammered, casting a glance at Gu Yuna. After all, we should let Sister Gu Yu first. Upon hearing this, Gu Yuna, already feeling flustered, became even more bashful. Dragon Fei. Long Fei coughed twice, clearing his throat, and said, "All right, let us get to the point. Now that your auxiliary shortcomings have vanished, it is time to reconsider the issue of complementary spirit partners." The awkward atmosphere gradually dissipated at that moment. In that case, let us directly choose something related to dragons. Yi Lingling expressed her thoughts. Her martial soul was dragon-related, and perhaps a spirit that shared this connection would prove beneficial. Gu Yuna gently suggested, "Ling sister, you currently lack control and speed. Why not acquire a dragon spirit that possesses both attributes to compensate for your deficiencies?" Yi Lingling nodded in agreement. "Very well, let us proceed according to Sister Gu Yu's suggestion." As the two conversed, Long Fei listened attentively without interjecting, for at that moment, he was inquiring with the system. Long Fei furrowed his brows in confusion, pondering, "System, what exactly is this 12th grade 9-hearted Qinglong lotus? I can't shake the feeling that it possesses immense power, seemingly only slightly inferior to my chaotic Qinglong bloodline. The 12th grade 9-hearted Qinglong lotus is one of the myriad forms derived from the 56th grade chaotic Qinglong lotus fragments. Currently, it remains in its juvenile stage. Yet it possesses the level of a postnatal spiritual treasure. With continuous growth, it can, barring unforeseen circumstances, evolve into a top-tier innate treasure. If it could assimilate the remaining fragments, its strength would be further amplified. The reason the host perceives its level to be subtly inferior to your chaotic Qinglong bloodline is that the 56th grade chaotic Qinglong lotus is a companion entity of the chaotic Qinglong. The presence of the 12th grade 9-hearted Qinglong lotus imbues you with this sensation. The system provided a surprisingly detailed explanation for Long Fei. Goodness, it's that powerful? No wonder. Since it is a fragment of the companion entity of my bloodline's original owner, my wife is truly remarkable. This opportunity and luck are indeed unstoppable. Long Fei's eyes widened, his heart overwhelmed with astonishment. Meanwhile, Gu Yuna had already taken Yi Lingling to select soul spirits, leaving the dazed Long Fei ignored and unattended. After selecting several dragon-type soul spirits, they separated for further selection. Following 10 minutes of meticulous study, Yi Lingling chose the Ice Sky Dragon Phoenix as her soul spirit. This new species was cultivated through advanced techniques that fused the bloodlines of the Ice Dragon and the Sky Phoenix. Subsequently, they assessed Yi Lingling's mental strength. As a requisite for assimilating a millennium-grade soul spirit was to reach an appropriate level of mental acuity. Under various considerations, Yi Lingling met the standard. Even if she had not, they could still impose their dominance to ensure her submission. Soon after, Gu Yuna began instructing Yi Lingling on how to absorb the soul spirit. Employing the method taught to her, Yi Lingling underwent the process for approximately an hour, and a brilliant flash of ice radiance enveloped her. Instantly, frost adorned her form, causing the ambient temperature to plummet similarly. In the next moment, a massive, crystalline Ice Sky Dragon Phoenix materialized above her, exuding a formidable aura that, while daunting, seemed less imposing before Long Fei and Gu Yuna. Nevertheless, it possessed growth potential far more terrifying than that of a millennium-level entity. Given time, it would surely flourish. Subsequently, a deep black millennium soul ring manifested around Yi Lingling, accompanied by 4 others, purple and black. Indeed, none of Long Fei's women were ordinary. Each possessed their own extraordinary enhancements. At the moment the 12th grade 9-hearted Qinglong lotus appeared, the Ice Sky Dragon Phoenix instantly diminished in size, gracefully resting atop it, seemingly relishing its presence. It appeared that this 12th grade 9-hearted Qinglong lotus could provide it with exceptional nourishment, which it adored. Yi Lingling opened her eyes, a fleeting glimmer of icy coldness flashing through her gaze before vanishing. Through the absorption of the Ice Sky Dragon Phoenix's soul spirit, she acquired skills in control and speed, rendering her remarkably versatile. Due to her unique nature, she unexpectedly gained 2 soul skills as her 4th. Although the initial 2 skills had mutated her martial soul, she still retained only 1, yet its effects were formidable. This is the wonder of soul spirits. Truly astonishing. As Yi Lingling marveled, she was filled with exhilaration, realizing that this soul spirit was developed by her man's organization. I shall take you to the Spirit Ascension Simulation Tower to test your martial soul, Gu Yuna said with a smile. The Spirit Ascension Simulation Tower not only simulates battles but also serves other purposes, such as obtaining soul bones and enhancing soul spirits. You two go ahead. I have some matters to attend to, Long Fei replied. With that, Gu Yuna and Yi Lingling departed. Long Fei vanished within the pavilion, only to re-emerge in a certain location within the Dragon Realm, not far from the headquarters of the Azure Dragon. Subsequently, he conjured an independent space in this vicinity and retrieved the Azure Dragon blood pool from the system repository, placing it within this newly created realm. The Azure Dragon blood pool was vast and possessed numerous functionalities, with an exceptionally dense concentration of Azure Dragon energy within it. Following this, Long Fei employed a perfect replication mirror to create several copies of the Azure Dragon blood pool, positioning one beside the original. The remaining replicas were stored within his own void space, from which he then extracted the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire. Utilizing the power of space, he fused the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire with the Azure Dragon blood pool. This amalgamation would endow the yin-yang eyes with immense vitality and growth potential. Soon, these celestial herbs would experience a significant leap, and perhaps even undergo mutations under the influence of the Azure Dragon blood pool. Given a little time, all celestial herbs could transcend to the realm of 100,000 years, and this was merely the beginning. Long Fei continued to replicate 50 distinct celestial artifacts using a mirror, placing them into the void before departing from that location. Upon entering a chamber, he murmured to himself, "System, activate the Divine Core cultivation method." It was imperative to note that this was a divine core, not a soul core. The distinction was as vast as heaven and earth. As the system responded, a myriad of unfamiliar memories and experiences, perhaps not even existent in this world, flooded his mind. It was like an enlightening revelation, strikingly clear. Cultivating the divine core proved to be even more arduous than the soul core, as it required divine power rather than soul power, indicating that the limitations of divine core cultivation were quite significant. Initially, Long Fei contemplated incorporating the divine core cultivation method as one of the secret techniques of the Azure Dragon gang. However, it became evident that some modifications were necessary to allow for soul power cultivation as well. Fortunately, somewhat reluctantly, Long Fei discovered in the latter part of the memories that there indeed existed a method for cultivating the soul core. This revelation brought him immense joy. Upon reflection, it all seemed quite logical. After all, according to the divine core cultivation method, the divine core was an advanced evolution based on the soul core. The term divine core cultivation method was aptly chosen as it allowed one to bypass the soul core and directly cultivate the divine core. Long Fei was exceptionally suited for this endeavor. It was truly tailored for him. The cultivation of the divine core necessitated a foundation of divine power, undergoing continuous refinement and integration until a geological transformation occurred, marking the successful emergence of the first divine core. Although it appeared deceptively simple with just a few words, the actual process was exceedingly challenging. Long Fei disregarded everything else and resolved to proceed with determination. He then settled into a meditative posture, commencing the procedure of the divine core cultivation method. Throughout this endeavor, the chaotic bloodline of the Azure Dragon within him surged continuously, causing all his internal organs to function with remarkable speed. He summoned every ounce of energy from his body, including his techniques, to converge divine power, engaging in meticulous refinement, tempering, and integration. This process was far from simple. Even Long Fei, at this moment, was drenched in sweat, his complexion flushed with intensity. His muscles expanded, presenting a sight that might seem distressing to an observer. However, Long Fei was deeply engrossed in the experience, entirely oblivious to the external changes. The formation of the divine core was no trivial feat in this state. He was unaware of how much time had elapsed. At that moment, within the ocean of divine energy in Long Fei's body, the initial stages of the core's embryonic form began to take shape, yet it was still insufficient. It would require approximately 10,000 repetitions of the previous motions to fully transform this embryonic core into a divine core. Now is the time. In his heart, Long Fei cried out, "System, infuse this core with a drop of the chaotic Azure Dragon's essence." The system confirmed the action. In the next instant, the core within the sea of his soul began to undergo a rapid transformation. Under the influence of the chaotic Azure Dragon's essence, an overwhelming aura surged forth, an infinite power rapidly emanating, only to be absorbed back by the core. This process continued, the passage of time becoming an indiscernible blur. The embryonic core commenced its evolution into a divine core. Unlike the soul core, the divine core is not constrained by physical locations. It can be formed within the sea of the soul, and due to Long Fei's uniqueness, there is no limit to the number of divine cores. The more he condenses, the more formidable they become. The first divine core, utilizing the chaotic Azure Dragon's essence as a medium, was birthed within Long Fei's being. Simultaneously, at that moment, Long Fei's entire body experienced an extraordinary and unprecedented enhancement and transformation. A roar, infused with unparalleled might and resounding strength, erupted like a dragon's cry, shaking the very foundations of the dragon realm. In the realm of dragons, everyone was stirred. What a terrifying dragon might! Such a familiar aura. This presence belongs to the leader. Yuna and the members of DTON exclaimed in unison. The crowd began to absorb the celestial treasures. Long Fei took a deep breath, opening his eyes to reveal an aura of unparalleled sanctity. Immediately thereafter, he meticulously extracted the cultivation methods for both the soul core and the divine core, transforming them into two distinct tomes. One was titled Soul Core Cultivation Method, while the other was named Divine Core Advancement Technique. With a mere flicker of his divine consciousness, Long Fei's figure appeared before Guyuna and the others. Leader, congratulations on your latest breakthrough, the crowd exclaimed. You have now transformed into human forms. These celestial-grade herbs will be beneficial to you. Take them and make use of them, Long Fei stated, acknowledging the 10 spirit beasts who had taken human shape before him. With a motion through the void, 10 celestial-grade herbs materialized, each corresponding to an individual. The moment they sensed the aura of these heavenly herbs, they were irresistibly drawn to them, swiftly gathering them up. They hurriedly collected the herbs, and Long Fei proceeded to inquire about matters concerning alchemy, formations, and weaponry within the Azure Dragon gang. Their responses brought him great satisfaction. Next, I shall impart some important information to you, he continued, presenting 5 tomes: the Primordial Body Refinement Technique, the Thunderous Leap Step, the Soul Core Cultivation Method, the Divine Core Advancement Method, and the Compendium of Celestial Herbs. For now, these are the teachings of the Azure Dragon gang, though more will be added in the future. After imparting a few additional instructions, he took his leave. The others resumed their respective tasks. Long Fei found Yu Tianheng and the others. At this moment, whether it was Dugubo or Shuiyi and Shuixing, they had all become accustomed to the wait, as many days had passed, and they were all here solely to await Long Fei's arrival. These past few days have been bearable, I trust? Long Fei inquired. Upon seeing Long Fei approach, everyone promptly addressed him as their leader. Yi Lingling hurriedly came to Long Fei's side. Long Fei cast a sweeping glance over Yu Tianheng and his companions, all of whom had ascended to the rank of Soul Master at the 40th level, having absorbed soul spirits. Their mental acuity was not particularly high, as they had only absorbed century-old soul spirits, yet their potential for growth remained significant. Presently, their levels were as follows. Yu Tianheng and Du Guyin stood at level 42, while Shi Mo, Yu Feng, and Osro each reached level 41. Meanwhile, the 7th member, Yi Lingling, having absorbed a millennium-old soul spirit, had achieved the remarkable level of 44, effortlessly surpassing them all in her support capabilities. Additionally, Yuan also advanced by 1 level, attaining 45. Following the absorption of celestial-grade herbs, she was poised to potentially break through the 50th level and become a soul king upon absorbing her first soul spirit. In recent days, the group had been tirelessly honing their teamwork, becoming increasingly aware of the formidable nature of Yi Lingling's mutated martial soul. The effect of the celestial herb continued to manifest within her, coupled with the advantages of her martial soul, rendering her cultivation as effortless as play. Subsequently, Yuan, Qinming, Dugubo, Shuixing, Shuiyi, and Mingxinji all experienced advancements, albeit only by 1 level, yet their spirits were exceedingly high. Long Fei declared, Next, I shall present you with a delightful surprise. Today, I will grant you the titles of Douluo that I previously promised. Upon hearing this, the Dream God Machine Trio was filled with immense excitement and joy. Yes, leader. Subsequently, Long Fei produced 15 exquisite celestial herbs, as if they were of no cost, and presented them before the group. Each was meticulously selected for their suitability. The onlookers gazed at the celestial herbs with reverence, cradling them as treasures. Yi Lingling, brimming with curiosity, inquired, Fei, I have already consumed quite a bit. Why do you give me more? The others looked on with intrigue. Your martial soul has undergone a rare mutation, allowing you to absorb another herb to assess its effects. This particular one is called the Water Fairy Jade Skin Bone, and it is exceptionally suited for you. As for its efficacy, you shall discover it once you partake. After Long Fei spoke to Yi Lingling, he addressed the crowd, stating, As for the method of consumption, simply take a petal or a piece of the flower's core, place it in your mouth, and and swallow it while meditating to absorb its essence. The remaining parts can be preserved. The celestial herbs had recently been soaked in the Azure Dragon blood pool, ensuring that even after leaving the eyes of ice and fire, they would not wither and could be retained for an extended period. The crowd immediately began the absorption process. Utilizing this time, Long Fei arranged the Azure Dragon blood pool. It was vast, and he used spatial power to divide it into two sections, separated by an opaque formation. This was primarily to create one section for females and another for males. Once they had absorbed the celestial herbs, Long Fei intended to allow them to soak and continue their cultivation. This would lead to a significant transformation for everyone, enabling them to dominate the next Soul Duel arena encounter against the likes of Shrek. Figures such as Tang San and Dai Mubai would pale in comparison. While they had the advantage of Tang San, Yu Tianheng had Long Fei, who was an even greater advantage in this alternate universe. As the others absorbed the herbs, Long Fei directly implanted the soul core cultivation method into their minds. He then individually guided Qin Ming, Ming Xinji, Bai Baoshan, Jilin, Shui Yi, and Duge Bo in refining their cores. Each of them had reached a level where they could refine. Qin Ming and Shui Yi both possessed 66 levels of soul power. And once they absorbed the celestial herbs, they would ascend to Soul Sage, which would allow them to begin refining their first soul core. Regardless of the original text requirements for soul core cultivation, here, reaching Soul Sage sufficed. In the original narrative, a person could only possess 3 soul cores. However, under Long Fei's method, an individual could have 4. The first core would be at the Soul Sage level, the second at Soul Douluo, the third at Title Douluo, and the fourth reaching Limit Douluo. As for Ming Xinji and the others, they could refine one core at Soul Douluo and another upon reaching Title Douluo, but for now, they needed to focus on the first. Duge Bo, already at Title Douluo, would only have 2 opportunities remaining under divine constraints, but any chance was better than none. They began to attempt refining according to Long Fei's teachings. Soul Masters with soul cores held a significant advantage over those without at the same level. And as levels increased, the disparity would become more pronounced. Long Fei had imparted all he could. Whether they succeeded in refining depended on their own efforts. "I hope you won't let me down," he murmured. Although failure in refining could still lead to advancement, it was not what Long Fei wished to witness. He envisioned a future of immense strength for each member of the Azure Dragon gang. Hence, possessing a soul core was an essential condition. And these individuals were not endowed with Long Fei's advantages. They needed to progress step by step. Once they were ready, Long Fei had tasks to assign. Seizing this opportunity, he set out to find Gu Yuna, intent on completely severing her connection to the bloodline. Meanwhile, in the outside world, many days have elapsed in the dragon realm. Yet in the outside world, scarcely a day has passed. In the realm of dragons, the flow of time differs significantly under the command of Long Fei. However, within the royal court, the absence of Xue Xing and Shui Yi for an entire day has caused considerable anxiety among the ministers. At that moment, a high-ranking official stepped forward to reassure, stating that His Majesty and the Crown Prince were engaged in important matters, accompanied by the formidable Poison Douluo and 2 Soul Douluo, and that there was no cause for concern. They would return shortly. He then instructed someone to swiftly visit the Tiando Royal Academy to ascertain the situation. The prolonged absence of such prominent figures inevitably stirred unease, as such occurrences were exceedingly rare. Inside the Crown Prince's palace, upon receiving the news, Xue Qinghe furrowed his brow, pondering the absence of that old man throughout the night. Could it be that he had met his demise at the hands of Lindong? If that were the case, it would indeed jeopardize the plans of the Spirit Hall. However, it was merely an early arrival. Should her suspicions prove correct, it would be a case of using one's blade to slay another. It seemed necessary for her to make an appearance and assert her authority. As time passed, the inhabitants of the dragon realm had fully absorbed the celestial essence, each reaping corresponding benefits. Yu Tianheng advanced from level 42 to 47, while Dugu Yin also ascended from level 42 to 47. The remaining individuals reached level 46, showcasing a commendable distribution of progress. Each person experienced unique outcomes, with notable mutations and enhancements to their martial spirits, rendering them even more formidable. "I have finally reached the 60th level as a Soul Emperor," Shui Xing exclaimed with elation and excitement. Among the most thrilled were Qin Ming and his companions, who successfully attained the rank of Soul Saint, and remarkably, they possessed soul cores. Qin Ming and Shui Yi emerged as 2 Soul Saint with soul cores. Meanwhile, Ming Xinji and his 2 companions were overwhelmed with joy, nearly suffocating from laughter. They had finally transcended from the ranks of the 10,000-year Soul Douluo to the 92nd level Title Douluo. and they too possessed a Soul Douluo soul core. Their next task was to solidify the soul core of the Title Douluo. Subsequently, their strength would become truly formidable. As everyone adjusted to their newfound transformations, a deep green poisonous mist swiftly began to spread. The crowd turned their gaze toward Douluo, recognizing him as the source. Long Fei had long since perceived the situation. Not everyone could withstand the toxic miasma here. However, this very poison could be utilized for cultivation. In the next moment, he declared, "You should practice the Wuji body refinement technique, absorbing this toxic mist to temper your physiques. Do not squander a single fragment of energy that could fortify your bodies." The crowd, heeding Long Fei's words, swiftly complied. They began to absorb the noxious vapors emanating from Douluo, promptly settling down to operate the Wuji body refinement technique. Though the process was somewhat painful due to the toxicity, Yilingling found no benefit from it, as the potency of the poisonous mist was nullified by her 12th rank 9-heart Azure Dragon Lotus. Even without her conscious summoning, the lotus would instinctively appear to protect its master at the slightest hint of toxic danger. Thus, she had to resort to alternative methods to cultivate the Wuji body refinement technique. "Do not worry, I will devise a plan specifically for you," Long Fei said, approaching Yilingling and placing a reassuring hand on her shoulder. "All right." Yilingling nodded obediently. Minutes passed, and the potent toxic miasma emitted by Douluo was swiftly absorbed by everyone. Upon opening their eyes, a glimmer of greed and pleasure danced across their faces. "This feels incredible. The toxic mist is so soothing." Qin Ming and the others could not help but exclaim, their complexions blooming with color. If Douluo were to witness this, he would surely be incensed. "Ha ha ha. At last, I have broken through." At that moment, Douluo abruptly opened his eyes, soaring into the air as his jubilant laughter resounded. 96th level. 96th level. I have finally become a Super Douluo. Ha ha. Douluo was overwhelmed with joy, happiness, excitement, and exhilaration. Within him, a green soul core was pulsating. His eyes reddened, nearly moved to tears. A Super Douluo with a soul core is an exceedingly formidable entity. At least in this current era, he could nearly contend with a 98th level Super Douluo, and even engage with a 99th level Ultimate Douluo. "Grandfather, this is wonderful," Douluo exclaimed, elated to see her grandfather grow stronger once more. The atmosphere was filled with the satisfaction of personal gains, and the crowd was brimming with joy. Douluo hastily descended from the sky to Long Fei's side, expressing his heartfelt gratitude. "Leader, thank you. I cannot express my gratitude enough. I am at a loss as to how to repay you." In the next instant, he enveloped Long Fei in an enthusiastic embrace. Long Fei fell, his expression smiling, not putting up any resistance. The strength of his followers was, in fact, a positive development for him. Douluo was also quite amiable. After embracing him, he simply released his hold. Long Fei gazed upon the crowd before him and addressed Yu Tianheng and the others, stating, "As for this elite competition, I shall not participate. My prowess would render the contest a mere slaughter, devoid of any excitement. Among you 8, Yu Mian possesses the highest rank. He serves as your strongest trump card. You have all gotten to know each other over these days, so I need not elaborate further. Yu Mian, we shall retrieve your soul spirit shortly. Additionally, Qin Ming and Shui Yi, along with those who are advancing with you, will benefit from the celestial grade herbs. With their assistance, Yu Mian has successfully ascended from a level 45 soul master to a level 50 soul king. Indeed, leader, we shall not let you down. This time, we are determined to defeat the Wuhuan team." Yu Tianheng declared solemnly, his fist clenched tightly as deep purple, fierce lightning surged forth. The remaining team members echoed their resolve. "With 6 months remaining until the Elite Master competition, you will first train here. Do you see that blood pool? That is the Qinglong blood pool. The left side is for females, and the right side is for males. I have set up a formation to isolate it. Henceforth, you may immerse yourselves in it for training. If fortune favors you, 6 months will suffice for you to reach level 50 Soul King." Long Fei spoke, immediately gesturing towards the separated Azure Dragon blood pool beside him. "Yes." After issuing instructions to these individuals, Long Fei turned to Snow Star and Snow Knight, giving them further directives. Long Fei's expression was solemn. "Your mission is quite straightforward. Once the Soul Master competition concludes, I require you to abolish the aristocratic system of the royal family under the guise of the current empire. This mandate must be enforced across all kingdoms affiliated with the Tiando Empire. Prepare yourselves. I will handle the subsequent matters. Those who dissent shall be dealt with decisively. There is no need for mercy." After a brief pause, he continued, The Tiando Empire shall be renamed as Tiando Province. And the remaining kingdoms must eliminate the term kingdom from their titles, substituting it instead with names derived from cities. Existing provinces will be rebranded as towns or counties. Do you comprehend? At that time, Dugubo will accompany you, so you need not worry about safety. Execute your tasks without hesitation. The Qilong gang will serve as your most formidable support. As Long Fei's words resonated through the air, all present were left in a state of awe, utterly astonished and grappling with the unexpected gravity of the situation. Yet, none dared to utter a word. Leader, such declarations would undoubtedly incite monumental changes within the Tiando Empire and the entire continent. This is truly abrupt. Shui Yi and Shui Xing inhaled deeply, for they too harbored reservations about proceeding in this manner. Such actions would provide the Spirit Hall and the Star Luo Empire with an unparalleled opportunity to target the Tiando. Leader, please reconsider. Their voices trembled with apprehension. Long Fei narrowed his eyes, a cold glint flickering within. I understand your concerns. However, I must convey that this reform is imperative and must be executed. It is not only you. The Spirit Hall, the Star Luo Empire, and the oceans must also be unified under the banner of our Azure Dragon Gang. No one can thwart my ambitions, for the rise of the Azure Dragon Gang and our resolve to unify the continent and the seas are unwavering. Not even the Divine Realm can impede us. Long Fei's final words resonated with unwavering resolve, impervious to persuasion. An overwhelming and formidable aura emanated from him, repelling all present. We understand. Leader, we shall adhere to your commands. Snow Knight and Snow Star, gripped by fear, were drenched in cold sweat, daring not to voice any dissent. If the leader could act so boldly, what was there for me, Dugubo, to fear? I shall stand with the leader. As Dugubo's voice rang out, the consensus among those gathered became unanimous. A transformation was imminent. A new era was on the horizon. Soon, an unfamiliar and terrifying name would echo throughout the continent. Once all instructions were given, Long Fei led the newly advanced individuals to claim their soul spirits, after which he departed from the Dragon Realm with those destined to leave. The group materialized within the cathedral of the church, at which moment a formation enveloped them. Having exited the Dragon Realm, they swiftly emerged from their joy, regaining their composure. All present had achieved advancement, and after receiving their soul spirits, their levels surged forward. Apart from the trio of Dream God Machine, Snow Star, Snow Knight, and Dugubo, these 6 were the only ones brought forth. The remainder remained in the Dragon Realm to continue their cultivation. Long Fei issued a few more instructions before the assembly dispersed. The sect master remarked that it seemed as though ants had infiltrated the academy. Before the formation had even been activated, the 4 Title Douluos, having absorbed the celestial grade herbs, immediately sensed the presence of someone lurking within the confines of the academy. A deep green poison gas emanated from Dugubo's hand, his eyes flickering with a cold intensity as he stated, "Those who skulk in shadows are surely up to no good." With a smile adorning his face, Long Fei seemed to have everything firmly under his control. "Those are members of the Spirit Hall. You need not concern yourselves with them. Leave it to me and attend to the tasks I have assigned to you," he declared. Shui Xing and Shui Yi immediately furrowed their brows, their expressions darkening. The audacity of the Spirit Hall to interfere within the Tiando Royal Academy was utterly outrageous. However, as they were now affiliated with the Azure Dragon Gang, they chose to comply with Long Fei's directives. Recognizing that it would be unwise to provoke unnecessary complications or alert their adversaries. Thus, they resolved to act as though nothing had transpired. As Long Fei clenched his hand, the formation dissipated, prompting the crowd to disperse. Meanwhile, hidden in the shadows of the academy, the formidable Qian Daoliu observed this unexpected scene with a mixture of confusion and intrigue. He had previously visited the church and found it deserted. How could it suddenly be filled with people? Just as he contemplated reporting this anomaly, a significant figure emerged from the church. This individual was a bald, tall young man, perfectly matching the intelligence he had received. Qian Daoliu muttered coldly to himself, "Is he Lin Dong? Humph, regardless of who you are or the connections you may have. I'll uncover the truth once I capture you." He watched as Long Fei departed alone, heading toward the dormitory at a moment when the area was utterly vacant. A surge of exhilaration washed over Qian Daoliu. "What a splendid opportunity you have presented me, young man." He then set off to take action. Unbeknownst to him, every move he made was under Long Fei's keen observation. The spiritual force of the Divine Sea Realm projected Qian Daoliu's figure into Long Fei's vision, creating a tracking screen. After taking a few steps, Qian Daoliu paused, a deep smile gracing his features. Simultaneously, a surge of energy enveloped Long Fei. At that very moment, Long Fei's fingers twitched slightly, as if he were crafting a secret hand gesture. "Young man, you have kept me waiting for quite some time." A chilling, sinister voice echoed from behind Long Fei, while a radiant light, unnoticed by Qian Daoliu, enveloped the outer edges of his energy. Long Fei slowly turned around, his expression calm as he regarded the individual before him, inquiring, "You are not a member of the Tiando Royal Academy. Who are you?" The Qian Daoliu was taken aback by Long Fei's composure. Internally scoffing, he thought, is he merely forcing himself to remain calm? The Qian Daoliu, filled with pride, retorted coldly, "I am a member of the Spirit Hall, one of the elders, and I am the formidable Qian Daoliu of the 96th rank." Long Fei inquired, "What brings the people from the Spirit Hall to seek me?" It turned out to be that fellow Qian. "I recall his martial soul is the Golden Dragon and the Dragon Twirling Staff." Qian Daoliu was taken aback. This person's reaction was rather unusual. Young man, are you not astonished?" Long Fei furrowed his brow, questioning, "Why the surprise? Am I expected to play along?" Qian Daoliu felt quite displeased. "Are you not afraid? After all, I am a formidable presence as a level 96 Super Douluo, yet you remain as calm as a placid mirror. Indeed, the one favored by the grand offering is extraordinary. Allow me to test the reality of your composure." Long Fei, with both hands crossed, declared, "What is there to fear from a mere 96th rank Title Douluo? Is he truly formidable?" His tone dripped with disdain. Qian, incensed by Long Fei's words, felt his lips twitch in irritation. It was the first time since becoming a Title Douluo that he had been so openly scorned by such a youthful brat. How infuriating! His eyes burned with rage, and his cold voice seethed with fury. What an audacious little brat! A Title Douluo shall not be insulted. Allow me to demonstrate the terror of a Title Douluo. In the next instant, he gathered his power and unleashed an attack towards Long Fei, deliberately holding back his strength, fearful that he might inadvertently kill the young man, which would complicate matters. A hidden mission was triggered: eliminate Qian. Reward: the art of veiling secrets. Failure: no penalty. The host could choose to accept or decline. With a thunderous explosion, Qian's attack struck Long Fei, coinciding with the system's notification. Qian was taken aback, and then felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation emanating from Long Fei. How arrogant this child is, not even attempting to evade. He truly underestimates me. Furious, his expression darkened. In the next moment, Long Fei emerged unscathed from the blast, gazing intently at Qian, and spoke nonchalantly, "Just now, I was contemplating whether to recruit you into my Azure Dragon gang. However, your luck has run out. A system task has presented itself with a generous reward. Thus I have resolved to eliminate you." Qian's pupils constricted. This individual was unharmed, indicating a dire situation. Indeed, he possessed some strength, which explained his arrogance. He then laughed in rage. "Kill me? You, of all people? Such grandiose claims. Allow me to witness your prowess." With that, his murderous intent surged forth, and he brandished his coiling dragon staff, charging directly at Long Fei. Long Fei let out a cold snort, unleashing a formidable aura from his body. The expression on Qian's face shifted dramatically. What was this aura? Why could he not sense any soul power from him? He possessed no soul power. Moreover, his martial spirit appeared to be suppressed. In an instant, the dragon god domain enveloped the surroundings in a golden glow as the might of the dragon surged forth. The ethereal silhouette of the dragon god emerged, sending Qian hurtling backward with a single tremor. What is happening? What is this? Qian Daoliu was incredulous, fear manifesting in his eyes. The dragon god's annihilation followed closely. Before Long Fei, a colossal and resplendent golden halo materialized. He drew back, his fist clenched, and a terrifying vortex of energy tore at the fabric of space around him, unleashing an inexhaustible and dreadful force as he struck with a single punch. A thunderous roar reverberated through the air, space fractured, and the sound was deafening. As it pierced through the halo, the manifestation of dread power, overwhelming destructive force, and supreme dragon might coalesced, rending the very space itself and shattering the void, hurtling directly toward Qian. What is this? This is bad. Qian's countenance paled, fear and panic flooding his features, as an intense aura of impending death enveloped him. In a moment of fury, he bellowed, "True form of the coiling dragon." As his true form emerged, Qian unleashed a barrage of defensive and offensive soul techniques in rapid succession, illuminating the 9 soul rings adorning his body. He acknowledged that he had gravely underestimated the youth before him. The initial strike was a lethal one, showing no mercy. He understood that such a situation would not be unique to him, for even the Title Douluo posed no threat. Boom. A terrifying explosion echoed, the earth-shattering energy deafening. And even as Qianjun resisted, he was instantly engulfed by the punch, rendered powerless like dust, unable to fight back. No. Qianjun's scream pierced the air. In that pivotal moment, just as the fearsome fist was about to collide with the barrier of the formation, the space ahead suddenly warped, the void yielding to the fist as it penetrated through. This force would undoubtedly breach the barrier, obliterating the academy in its wake. Thus, Long Fei had meticulously planned for this. As the fist vanished into the void, simultaneously, in a distant corner of the cosmos outside the Douluo continent, the fabric of space twisted, and a massive golden fist shot forth, soaring into the celestial expanse before erupting in an explosion, though no sound followed. The reward for defeating Qian Daoliu has been dispensed, the system voice announced. With a thought, Long Fei invoked the art of heavenly deception. In the next instant, unfamiliar yet enigmatic memories surged forth in his mind, revealing an intricate and lengthy incantation. Long Fei began to chant, directly unleashing his power. With Qianjun deceased, the spirit hall would undoubtedly take notice, particularly the demon slayer Douluo, who had some connection to the situation. Thus, he decided to act preemptively. Although Long Fei harbored no fear of the spirit hall, the arrival of multiple forces would inevitably disrupt the intricate game he had meticulously arranged, causing him considerable displeasure. As Long Fei ceased his incantation, a wave of energy permeated the sky, and this peculiar energy transformed into beams of light, scattering across various regions, shrouding all secrets. Upon dismantling the barrier, the demon slayer Douluo within the Tiando Imperial Palace suddenly experienced a sense of unease. Was it merely an illusion? A strange sensation stirred within, prompting the demon slayer Douluo to furrow his brow, gazing at the sky with a flicker of confusion in his eyes. It felt as though something had been lost. Yet simultaneously, it seemed as if nothing was amiss. Perhaps it was truly just an illusion. Having trained alongside Qianjun since childhood, their spirits had become intertwined. Ultimately, it was dismissed as merely a fleeting fancy. The demon slayer shook his head inwardly. Seizing this opportunity, Long Fei departed from the Tiando Royal Academy, heading directly towards the Long family. It had been quite some time since he last returned to his hometown, and he felt a profound longing for it. The primordial giant forest awaited. Long Fei returned to this familiar place, swiftly traversing a path known only to the members of the Long family. Just as his figure was about to vanish into the void, a sudden voice of salvation resonated. At that moment, his footsteps came to a halt. Subsequently, a thunderous roar echoed, accompanied by a searing scent. Then, an ominous, cackling voice was heard. Long Fei furrowed his brow, sensing that something amiss was unfolding. He swiftly extended his mental energy to encompass a radius of 100 kilometers, and in an instant, a scene materialized before him. His pupils dilated as he headed toward the source. How audacious for someone to trespass into the primordial giant forest. This individual exuded a palpable aura of malevolence, and 4 souls were being hunted by him. However, 3 of them had already met their demise, their bodies shrouded in a sinister mist. The sole survivor was a woman, her countenance pale and frail, steeped in sorrow and despair, her eyes brimming with tears. She bore injuries, yet she pressed on amidst the raging flames that engulfed her surroundings. Behind her, the wicked man revealed a cruel smile as he relentlessly pursued her. His vicious voice echoed, "Do not run. You cannot escape. Submit and become my source of dark power." In the next moment, a sharp object, a manifestation of his martial soul, was unleashed towards her heart. The woman's expression shifted dramatically. Despair tightened its grip on her. At that instant, a memory from 6 years prior flickered in her mind. A boy who had teased her. She realized they might never meet again. Born of the Long family, she would die as a part of their legacy. With a determined clench of her silver teeth, she summoned her final resistance. The 3rd purple soul ring emerged around her, glowing anew. Even against a soul emperor, she refused to perish easily. Her waning soul power surged once more. In the next heartbeat, the massive shadow of a serpent erupted forth with a resonant roar. Still resisting? Such bravery is commendable, yet ultimately futile. The man of malevolence scoffed as 6 standard soul rings materialized around him, exuding a fierce aura of death and dark energy. With a thunderous crash, he effortlessly pierced through and shattered her serpent-esque shadow. Like paper, easily torn. He mocked. "A soul emperor against a mere soul master. Your audacity is laughable." Boom. At that moment, an overwhelming presence descended. A green light, like a dragon-esque blade, erupted from the space before the woman, obliterating the sharp assault with a deafening roar. The blade manifested with a chilling brilliance, its dragon aura resounding, a display of lethal intent. The weapon was sent flying back, cracking upon impact. Simultaneously, the wicked man was struck by a backlash from his martial soul, his expression darkening as blood surged forth from his mouth. He was thrust backward, crashing to the ground. Retreating several paces before halting, clutching his chest in shock, his eyes narrowing in disbelief, icy fury boiling within him. Who dares step forward? Unbeknownst to him, Long Fei had already appeared before the woman, wielding the ancient Qinglong blade. The woman, who had resigned herself to death, stared in astonishment at the bald young man before her. Who was this person? Regardless of his identity, he had saved her. Suddenly, a complex emotion flickered in her eyes. Coughing violently, she spat blood, her breath ragged, her complexion pale and haggard, utterly spent. She was barely holding on. Domain. The awakening of all things. A verdant radiance emanated from Long Fei, expanding outward and enveloping everything within a kilometer radius in a rejuvenating embrace. All things, save for the malevolent figure before him, began to revive at a visibly rapid pace. The once charred flora, the fallen trees, and the collapsed earth were all restored to their former glory. Even the gravely injured woman was enveloped in a green glow, akin to the process of photosynthesis. Her wounds mending swiftly, instilling a profound sense of comfort. The lifeless bodies, too, had their severed limbs and missing parts regenerating at an astonishing rate, as their soulless forms gradually regained the breath of life. This realm was nothing short of miraculous, a spectacle of sheer terror, an unparalleled divine technique. The astonishment on the faces of both the woman and the man was palpable. They were momentarily rendered speechless. What is your name, woman? Long Fei's voice resonated with deep magnetism. I am Long Tinger, the woman replied, her tone timid. Upon hearing those three syllables, Long Fei's pupils constricted. His gaze fixed on the nefarious man before him, icy and piercing, radiating a lethal intent laced with fury. Today, even the mightiest heavens cannot thwart my resolve to dismantle you piece by piece. How dare you lay a hand on my betrothed? With that, he vanished from his position, appearing before the malevolent figure in a flash, his fist aimed squarely at the man's chest. The malevolent man's expression morphed in alarm as he attempted to defend himself. But it was too late. His opponent moved with an inhuman swiftness. The impact was thunderous. Long Fei's fist pierced through the chest of the sinister man, causing a gory explosion of flesh and blood, while bones and entrails erupted forth. The agonizing screams, reminiscent of a slaughtered pig, gradually diminished from a thunderous roar to a mere whisper, eventually fading into silence. The man was not yet deceased. Cold sweat streamed down his face, and his eyes reflected an abyss of terror. You. The man's voice trembled with fear. Long Fei disregarded him entirely, and, with a swift motion, delivered a powerful kick towards the second brother of the man. The impact was excruciating, sending the man flying as if on the brink of death. In that critical moment, Long Fei employed the domain of universal resurrection to rapidly mend his injuries, then seized his foot, relentlessly pounding him with wild ferocity. The cries for mercy echoed, punctuated by the resounding thuds of impact. Witnessing this unfolding scene, Long Tinger stood in stunned disbelief. A mere youth had completely subdued a Soul Emperor, rendering him as defenseless as an ant. The Soul Emperor's visage was one of utter misery, a sight that sent chills down the spine, for reasons unknown. Long Tinger felt a twinge of sympathy for the once mighty figure. Each time he neared death, his wounds miraculously healed anew, a cycle she had lost count of. Yet, Long Fei remained undeterred in his brutal assault on the Soul Emperor. His fists moved with such speed that they created countless afterimages, each imbued with palpable, terrifying force, shattering the surrounding stones as if they were mere trifles. Blood gushed from the Soul Emperor's body, creating a gruesome tableau of carnage. Yet, even these injuries healed swiftly. Kill me. The Soul Emperor wailed in despair, his spirit crushed. He yearned for an end, for this relentless tormentor was far too merciless. She is my woman. You have no right to lay your hands on her. Long Fei's expression turned icy, his words dripping with boundless malice as he unleashed an uppercut that sent the Soul Emperor soaring into the sky. With the ancient Azure Dragon blade in hand, he executed a series of swift, fierce slashes. The sharp azure light of the blade sliced through the air like a tempest, and in the next heartbeat, amidst the Soul Emperor's terrified screams, he was utterly pierced through. This time, Long Fei refrained from utilizing his domain. This time, the once tormented Soul Emperor finally met his end. Countless fragments fell, and blood splattered across the scene. Long Fei's cold, piercing gaze fixed upon the scene before him. In the next moment, flames erupted from the shattered fragments, swiftly reducing them to nothingness. This is the fate that befalls those who dare to touch my woman. Long Fei turned around, his demeanor returning to normal, and then walked towards Long Tinger. Who on earth are you? Long Tingo gazed at the young man before her, her cheeks involuntarily flushing crimson as she recalled the words Long Fei had just spoken. Long Fei gazed at Long Tinger before him, silently nodding in acknowledgement. After 6 years of separation, she had indeed matured. Her physique was remarkably slender, and her entire countenance exuded a translucent beauty that provoked an impulsive yearning. The cascading locks of hair complemented her exquisite features, enhancing her allure. Particularly striking was her tattered attire, which only served to accentuate her captivating charm. In that fleeting moment, the dragon blood coursing through Long Fei's veins surged with fervor, igniting a primal urge to embrace Long Tinger without hesitation. Long Fei swiftly shook his head, sighing inwardly, "Cursed, the inherent nature of the dragon is manifesting within me." As his strength grew, more of his bloodline was awakened, and the essence of the dragon within him became increasingly potent. He genuinely feared that one day he might succumb to this power, leading those enchanting women to become his possessions. Fortunately, before venturing into the dragon realm, he had shared a meal with Gu Yuna. Otherwise, he might have recklessly pursued Long Tinger, followed by a series of impulsive actions. Long Tinger, it has been a while. I am Long Fei. I wonder if you remember me? Long Fei smiled at her and moved closer. Long Tinger was momentarily taken aback. Deep down, she had a flicker of an answer. Yet she found it hard to believe. How could such a mischievous child from 6 years ago have evolved into someone so formidable? Are you really Long Fei? That little brat? She exclaimed, her complexion flushed with disbelief and astonishment. Don't call me a little brat, Long Fei replied, his tone somewhat exasperated. You should remember what I said 6 years ago. Now I have come to fulfill my promise. At that moment, he stood merely a fist length away from her. Upon hearing his words, Long Tinga felt her face burn with embarrassment, her heart raced with anxiety, and she instinctively took a step back. Just as she was about to lose her balance and fall, Long Fei swiftly reached out to catch her, drawing her into his embrace. A wave of intoxicating fragrance enveloped him, stirring the dragon blood within him into a frenzy. Wait, Long Tinger stammered, shyly attempting to extricate herself from his grasp. Long Fei released her, and she continued, about my 3 teammates. Long Fei was taken aback and hurriedly inquired, are they members of the Long family? Indeed. Upon hearing Long Tinger's words, Long Fei's eyes flared with fury. Evil Soul Master, since you dare to slay my kin, I shall undoubtedly obliterate your lair. Wait a moment, Long Fei sighed, gesturing with his hand, causing a ripple of spatial energy to emerge. Subsequently, 3 lifeless bodies materialized before them, 1 male and 2 females. Witnessing this scene, Long Tinger was astounded. How is this possible? They were clearly slain. How could their bodies be restored like this? And they are breathing? Does this mean they are still alive? She spoke with immense excitement and exhilaration. However, Long Fei, upon observing the spectacle, felt little joy. Instead, his brow furrowed as he solemnly remarked, Tinger, this is merely an effect of my domain. My realm has the power to revive all things, but, while their bodies may have returned to life, their souls are no longer within these corporeal forms. They can be considered as living dead. In simpler terms, they are akin to vegetative states. Upon hearing this, Long Tinger immediately felt a wave of despondency wash over her, extinguishing the excitement she had previously harbored. Gritting her teeth, she implored, what shall I do? Can you assist in retrieving their souls? After all, they are members of the Long family. The system, by all accounts, indicated that my spiritual power had reached the realm of Divine Sea, so why was I unable to locate the souls of these 3 individuals? Just then, Long Fei was relentlessly sweeping through the vast forest with his spiritual energy, a perplexed expression etched upon his face as he pondered internally. The system's voice resonated. The souls of these 3 individuals were absorbed by the malevolent soul master's weapon upon their demise, transforming into power within his own body. Since that individual has been rendered to nothingness by you, the souls of the 3 have consequently departed from this realm. In simpler terms, they have been obliterated. Their essence is reduced to ash. Moreover, the rules of this dimension are also interfering with the matter at hand. Long Fei inquired, is there still hope for their awakening? For instance, could we create a new spirit for them, or perhaps, as depicted in those fantastical novels, nurture the soul until it revives? The system responded, indeed, it is possible. However, this requires the host to attain divinity and to transcend the rules of this dimension. To put it simply, host, you must become the sovereign of the entire Douluo realm, sovereign of the dimension. Very well. I believe that day will arrive swiftly. Long Fei clenched his fists, his gaze resolute. The dimension also encompassed the divine realm. Once his consciousness returned, a hint of regret flickered in Long Fei's eyes as he shook his head and sighed. At present, I lack the ability. I am powerless. However, who can say what the future holds? Rest assured, the descendants of the Long family shall not meet an unjust death. Born along, one shall die as a spirit of the Long family. Fear not, for it is certain that this will soon come to fruition. Long Tinger displayed a visage of anguish, yet soon transformed it into a smile, saying, I merely entertained a fanciful notion before. It is already remarkable that a deceased individual could possess such vibrant vitality in their form. Let us return these three to the Long family and entrust them to their parents. Come, let us head back to the Long residence first. Long Fei gently patted Long Tingo's head, and then, accompanied by them, he made his way toward the Long family home. 76. Returning home as Long Fei gazed upon this place he had not returned to for many years, a profound sense of returning to his homeland enveloped him. The Long family resides in seclusion within the vast mountains and forests, isolated from the world. However, there are a few members who wander beyond their hidden domain. Presently, the Long family comprises only 500 individuals. While this number may appear modest, it is, in reality, a profoundly formidable figure. Long Fei, accompanied by Long Tinger, returned the lifeless bodies of the three individuals to their grieving parents. As anticipated, the parents were engulfed in profound sorrow, leaving Long Fei at a loss for words. He and Long Tingo exchanged solemn glances before departing. The news swiftly reached the patriarch of the Long family, Long Fei's grandfather, along with several esteemed elders. Upon hearing the distressing tidings, they were immediately consumed by rage, united in their fury at the audacity of those who dared to target the Long clan. Long Fei momentarily bid farewell to Long Tinger and returned home alone. Upon opening the door, he was enveloped by a wave of nostalgia and sighed. A beautiful woman was busily engaged in her tasks. At the sound of the door, Yi Jing looked up with a smile, just as she was about to call out Long Wu, but was momentarily taken aback. Perhaps it was the innate bond of a mother that allowed her to recognize her son at first glance, despite the many changes he had undergone over the years, including his balding head. Feier, is it really you? Yi Jing exclaimed, her voice brimming with excitement as she set aside her work and hurried towards Long Fei. Mother, it is I, your son Long Fei. I have returned. They embraced warmly before quickly parting, and Yi Jing scrutinized Long Fei with a gaze filled with admiration. Despite his baldness, he remained strikingly handsome. With palpable joy, Yi Jing remarked, years have passed, and not only have you grown taller, but you have also become remarkably good-looking and strong. Truly, you are my son. Long Fei responded with a smile, while Yi Jing hurriedly invited him to take a seat. Long Fei looked around and curiously asked, where has father gone? Your father has gone to the family meeting. He left early this morning, Yi Jing replied. Feier, so many years have passed. Have you not brought a daughter-in-law home for your mother? Yi Jing gazed at Long Fei with eyes full of excitement. Long Fei's eyes widened, his pupils darting about as he nodded. Of course. Which girl are you referring to? Regardless, you must treat her well. Do you understand? Yi Jing's expression changed dramatically as she glared at Long Fei. Her name is Long Tinger. She is also from the Long family. You must have heard of her. Long Fei replied. What? So it's that child, Long Tinger? The future daughter-in-law is right before us. Pray tell, when did this all begin? This doesn't seem right. You two have hardly been in contact. Yi Jing hurriedly pressed for more information. Long Fei had been residing at the Royal Academy for many years, and this year he was merely 12 years old, while Long Tinger had remained within the family, venturing out only occasionally for training. Remarkably, she had already reached the age of 17. However, Yi Jing was indifferent to the age difference, as long as the other party's parents were amenable. Their engagement was considered settled. Faced with the unexpectedly warm demeanor of his mother after years of absence, Long Fei felt a bit overwhelmed. Subsequently, he offered a brief account of his experiences. Upon hearing this, Yi Jing's eyes widened in realization, and she squinted at Long Fei, exclaiming, well, you little rascal. Since you were 6, you've been teasing others. Why did you choose to learn such frivolous pursuits? Looking at his mother, Long Fei suddenly felt uneasy. Besides Long Tinger, he also had Gu Yuna and Yi Ling. He wondered whether he might face dire consequences if they were to find out. Yi Jing then inquired. But never mind. Now that you are 12, you are considered an adult. Long Tinger is the granddaughter of Elder Long Yi from the family. Have you met her parents? No. I plan to meet them soon. Long Fei replied decisively, shaking his head. He had not even heard of Long Yi before. Although he was a member of the Long family, he did not know all of them. And the 2 or 3 years of absence had made him feel even more estranged. During his previous visit, he had not seen Long Ting, as he had only spent a few days at home before leaving again. Don't wait any longer. Go now and bring that child over for me to see, Yi Jing urged. Before departing, Long Fei discussed matters concerning soul spirits and soul cores with Yi Jing, subsequently imparting knowledge that illuminated her mind regarding the cultivation methods for soul cores, leaving behind a box as well. Upon hearing this, Yi Jing was astounded. Realizing her son possessed remarkable abilities, excitement surged within her. After all, this was her son. Naturally, she felt immense pride in his achievements. Following Long Fei's guidance, she began to attempt the refinement of her soul core with the knowledge already imprinted in her mind. Mother, this is an immortal-grade herb I selected for you. It will greatly benefit you once you refine your soul core. Long Fei's words resonated in her consciousness before fading away. Presently, Yi Jing's cultivation level stood at 72 as a soul saint. Once she refined her soul core, she could ascend several more levels, and upon absorbing the immortal-grade herb, she would undoubtedly reach the rank of an 80-level Soul Douluo, at which point she could select a soul spirit for herself. Outside, Long Fei pondered what to do. What to do? How should Gu Yuna and Yi Lingling explain this? Even if I manage to settle matters with my parents, dealing with Long Tinger's side won't be easy either. His head throbbed with worry. After stepping out of the house, Long Fei's expression reflected his distress. He had returned after years away, only to find himself turned away without even a meal. Should I simply suppress them with overwhelming strength, rendering them unable to blame me? He contemplated, but quickly shook his head. No. After all, they will be my future in-laws. I cannot treat them poorly. Moreover, apart from Gu Yuna, who had no parents, Yi Lingling also had her own family. Sighing, Long Fei recognized that some matters must be confronted. There was nothing that strength and immortal-grade herbs could not resolve. He resolved to prepare 3 sets of immortal-grade herbs as gifts. However, before that, he decided to visit his grandfather. Recalling certain matters, he concentrated his mental energy and swiftly located Long Changtian's whereabouts. A meeting was currently underway, discussing the affairs of the Long family, and among those present was his father, Long Wu. With that, he opened a portal and stepped directly into the meeting. In the highest conference chamber of the Long family, an unsettling atmosphere pervaded, with each individual expressing their thoughts. Just as they were about to set out to ascertain the truth, the space ahead suddenly distorted. What on earth is happening? Long Wu and the others exclaimed in shock, and then they beheld a portal opening before them, from which a figure emerged. Instantly, all 8 individuals activated their martial spirits, their soul rings manifesting. The lowest among them was an 8-ring Soul Douluo, while the one seated at the head, Long Tian, was a 9-ring Title Douluo. The abruptness of this occurrence compelled them to remain vigilant. The ease with which this intruder breached the upper echelons of the Long family indicated that the individual must possess formidable power. If they were to be adversaries, the Long family would be in grave peril. The crowd was astonished, each person on high alert, channeling their soul power in preparation for an imminent confrontation. Long Changtian spoke in a somber tone. Who are you, daring to intrude upon the dragon family? The moment Long Fei appeared, everyone felt the overwhelming aura emanating from him. A presence that commanded absolute dominance, both in terms of his energy and bloodline. Instantly, beads of cold sweat trickled down the foreheads of all present, their expressions shifting to one of astonishment. Suddenly, a bald young man spoke up. No need to be anxious, we are allies. Upon hearing these words, the crowd heaved a sigh of relief, though a sense of disappointment lingered. Long Wu felt a sense of familiarity with the person before him. Grandfather, father, have you forgotten me after all these years? Long Fei addressed Long Changtian and Long Wu. Among them, his grandfather held the esteemed title of a level 90 Douluo, while his father, Long Wu, had already attained the rank of level 88 Soul Douluo, alongside another individual of the same level. The remaining 5 elder members, all of advanced age, were level 89 Soul Douluos. These 5 individuals were the esteemed elders of the Long family, and Long Wu, along with the nearby Long Chun, was a prodigious soul master, having reached level 88 before the age of 50, a remarkable feat in the past century. Having achieved such mastery at a young age, both were originally candidates for the position of future family head. However, 6 years ago, with the emergence of Long Fei, a consensus was reached among the family members. Should Long Fei attain the level of Soul King before turning 20, resources would be preferentially allocated to him for rapid development. The crowd was astonished. Long Chantian and Long Wu were also taken aback. Long Chantian, with an expression of exhilaration, exclaimed, "You are my grandson? My child." Long Wu also shouted in astonishment. However, he wondered to himself, why is my child bald? Regardless, he thought, as long as he is powerful, it matters not, and besides, this young man's visage is quite handsome, so there is no fear of him lacking a spouse. Long Fei clasped his fists and addressed the other 5 individuals present, saying, Long Fei pays his respects to the esteemed elders. Although Long Fei was unaware of their identities, it was evident that all those gathered here were elders. Are you Long Fei, the son of Long Wu? Long Chun exclaimed, his gaze fixated on Long Fei's physique, and as he sensed the overwhelming aura emanating from him, his expression turned to one of astonishment. The other 5 elders shared the same sentiment, their fear palpable. You are merely 12 years old, are you not? Inquired the Grand Elder, his tone laced with excitement. The remaining elders exchanged glances, recognizing the terrifying potential of Long Fei at just 12 years of age. He had already achieved such remarkable feats, a promising candidate for the family's future successor. Indeed, I am 12 years old this year, Long Fei affirmed, nodding as he gazed steadily at the elders. Child, what on earth transpired? How did you emerge from that black void? And what was that entity? Long Wu, who had not seen Long Fei for several years, now found him shrouded in mystery, evoking an unfamiliar sensation within him. Long Chantian was similarly intrigued, as everyone sought to comprehend the unfolding situation. Father, I have fortuitously acquired a realm known as the Space Domain, Long Fei stated, his tone composed, a hint of a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. It was evident that the familiar routine would ensue, and the individuals before him were indeed taken aback. Their astonishment palpable. Good heavens! It is a domain, and a space domain, no less. Extraordinary. Truly extraordinary. The 8 individuals stood in utter disbelief, struggling to catch their breath. Long Wu and Long Changtian were filled with excitement as they approached Long Fei, surveying him from side to side, eager to behold this little prodigy of the Long family. Are you truly my son? Remarkable. After several years, you're almost taller than your old father. I was quite the handsome lad in my youth. No wonder you're my son. Ha ha. Long Wu laughed heartily, slapping Long Fei on the shoulder. However, why is it that your grandfather cannot sense the soul power within you? As Long Changtian's words echoed, the crowd fell into a stunned silence. Indeed. In their excitement and joy, they had overlooked this crucial detail. No wonder I always felt something was amiss. The 5 elders furrowed their brows, murmuring amongst themselves. It is impossible. If he truly lacked soul power, Long Fei should be an ordinary person. Long Chen interjected. The aura he exuded and the unsettling presence he radiated were not qualities of a mere commoner. Moreover, let us not forget that everyone present, aside from the family head, were all high-ranking Soul Douluos. As Long Chen's words resonated, the crowd was once again jolted to attention. Indeed, what on earth is happening? All eyes converged upon Long Fei. Long Fei remarked, esteemed elders of the clan, it is entirely understandable that you cannot perceive the soul energy, for I indeed possess none. Boom. What? As Long Fei's words echoed through the gathering, every individual present seemed struck by a bolt of thunder. Son, what transpired that led to your fall? Who dared to lay a hand upon you? Even if it means delving 3 feet into the earth, our Long family shall seek vengeance. In a surge of emotion, Long Wu momentarily forgot prior circumstances, believing his son had been grievously harmed. His fury unleashed a terrifying aura of murderous intent that surged forth palpably. Suddenly, Long Chantian delivered a sharp slap to Long Wu's head, snorting in disdain as he reprimanded, "What folly is this? Why such a display of wrath? The aura and presence that emanates from Fei's son is not something an ordinary person can possess. Can an ordinary individual comprehend the realm of space? Your temper has clouded your judgment." Long Wu touched his head and, upon hearing Long Chantian's words, immediately calmed down. Son, what on earth is happening? Long Wu's expression darkened. The truth is, I am not cultivating soul power, but divine power. Only gods can perceive the fluctuations of my divine energy. You cannot, Long Fei stated, shaking his head. What? Divine power? This was yet another earth-shattering revelation. Currently, my divine power cultivation level is that of a soul sage. Yet the strength I can unleash is sufficient to directly suppress even a Title Douluo. Long Fei clenched his fist. Enough of the idle chatter. Let us proceed to test it out. Long Chantian grasped Long Fei's form. Everyone seemed to have forgotten about the 3 individuals who had perished in the assault. At this moment, Long Fei had successfully diverted their attention. On the martial arts arena of the Long family, Long Fei and his companions made their appearance. At that moment, some of Long Fei's disciples were diligently practicing, their shouts resonating in unison. Upon noticing the arrival of Long Tian and others, the disciples ceased their training and respectfully rose to greet them. The instructors who were overseeing the practice hurriedly approached Long Tian, clasping their hands in salute, and inquired, "Master, do you have any instructions for us? We require the use of this arena. Suspend the training and allow them to observe below. This battle will be immensely beneficial for them," Long Tian declared. The instructors were momentarily taken aback but quickly nodded in agreement, understood. They then proceeded to relay the orders. While the other disciples, filled with curiosity and confusion, descended from the platform and formed a circle below, attentively watching. "Fei-sun, how about a match right here?" Long Tian suggested with a smile directed at Long Fei. Upon hearing Long Tian's address, all eyes turned towards the tall, bald young man before them, their expressions shifting dramatically. The aura emanating from him was overwhelmingly oppressive, akin to facing an ancient, supreme dragon. Suddenly, their breaths became labored. Truly, the young master Long Fei possesses an aura that could render even a soul emperor like myself so uncomfortable. The instructor was profoundly astonished. "Very well. This location is perfectly acceptable," Long Fei replied nonchalantly. At that moment, Long Tingo happened to pass through the crowd, her gaze fixating on the scene above. Her expression momentarily frozen. Long Fei. Her eyes first landed on Long Fei, then shifted to Long Tian. "Master?" Following that, she spotted Long Wu, Uncle Long Wu. Finally, amidst the elders, she pinpointed one individual. "Grandfather?" Her voice was barely audible, meant only for her own ears. Her arrival went unnoticed by those above, as they were all engrossed in the unfolding spectacle. However, at that instant, Long Fei seemed to sense something, directing his gaze towards the crowd below, quickly locking onto Long Tinger. "Ah, this little girl is also here. Perfect. After this match, I shall take you to meet my grandfather and father." Long Fei thought to himself, his interest piqued. Unbeknownst to Long Tinger, an unsettling premonition washed over her. "Long Chun, go and challenge him." Long Tian commanded the man beside him. "Understood, master," Long Chun replied, nodding as he stepped forward to confront Long Fei. Upon witnessing this scene, Long Tinger was profoundly astonished. Is he daring to challenge Uncle Long Chen? That individual is an 88th level Soul Douluo, although he could effortlessly vanquish a Soul Emperor. The disparity between a Soul Emperor and a Soul Douluo spans more than 20 levels. Furthermore, it appears there is a 30-level gap, compounded by Long Fei's own cultivation. She could not possibly believe that Long Fei is a Soul Emperor, a 12-year-old Soul Emperor. How could that be? Absolutely impossible. She would not believe it even if her life depended on it. Yet, the memory of the brutal annihilation of the Soul Emperor surged forth like a tidal wave. And that was undeniably true. Long Fei, though not arrogant, did not boldly declare that he could defeat them all in an instant. Such hubris, if expressed outside, would be met with skepticism. However, within the confines of his own dragon family, these individuals were not adversaries but future allies. As the leader, he understood the importance of nurturing his subordinates, allowing them a modicum of space to thrive. "Uncle Chun, I hope you will exert your full strength so that I may gauge the disparity between my current power and that of a Soul Douluo," Long Fei remarked courteously. Otherwise, adhering to the narrative, this individual would surely take a more measured approach, which would be far too slow for his liking. He preferred to commence with a grand display. "Dear nephew, I shall not hold back," Long Chen bellowed, unleashing the immense soul power that emanated from him. The others retreated, their eyes fixated on the spectacle above, oblivious to the presence of Long Fei's beloved granddaughter amidst the crowd. The onlookers did not intervene. They too were eager to witness Long Fei's true strength, which was expected to be formidable. In the next moment, a series of soul rings materialized around Long Chun, revealing a staggering 8 rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 4 black. "Wow, an 8-ring Soul Douluo." The disciples watching exclaimed in awe, their faces alight with envy and yearning. Their eyes were transfixed on the dazzling soul rings of Long Chen. Even the Soul Emperor instructor was envious and longing. A Soul Douluo was a being far more powerful than a soul sage. Surrounded by such fervent admiration, Long Chen maintained a calm demeanor. He had experienced this many times before and was now utterly desensitized to such displays. Among the crowd, Long Tinger was filled with desire, unaware that being Long Fei's partner would propel her ascension like a rocket, leading her to become a Soul Douluo in due time. As Long Qian summoned his formidable dragon Azure Python, the overwhelming aura intensified. "Nephew, it is time for you to awaken your martial spirit." Long Qian's eyes transformed, taking on the appearance of serpents, and his presence grew icy, his tone equally frigid. He almost forgot, "Your martial spirit has mutated." In an instant, Long Qian recalled, "Uncle Qian, unleash your full force. I, Long Fei, shall rise to the challenge." Long Fei's expression remained calm as he gestured with his hand in a manner of invitation. Long Qian instantly felt a sense of disdain, his heart filled with discontent. He spoke, "Nephew, such arrogance is ill-advised. If this continues, I shall not hold back. Do not say I am bullying you when the time comes." "Haha, truly. You are the son of Long Wu, embodying the spirit of your father from years past." Long Wu laughed heartily, hands on his hips. The other elders were left speechless. Meanwhile, Long Tian remained silent, his brow slightly furrowed as he observed. First soul skill, Dragon Python Strike. With a sudden and forceful step, Long Qian unleashed a colossal Azure Dragon Python that surged forth from his being, transforming the surrounding atmosphere into one that was heavy and oppressive. The first soul skill exhibited by the Soul Douluo was indeed formidable beyond measure. The disciples below were aflame with excitement, yet they observed Long Fei maintaining an unsettling calm, showing no inclination to engage. Could it be that he underestimated the power of the Soul Douluo? Whispers circulated among the disciples, despite Long Fei's status as the young master. Their irritation was palpable. Such nonchalance was a blatant display of disrespect towards a Soul Douluo. What right did someone like him have to be their master? Long Qian furrowed his brows, finding the arrogance of this insolent youth intolerable. His irritation grew palpable. The elders below also felt a twinge of displeasure. At that moment, Long Fei moved, raising his hand to deliver a decisive strike. To be candid, such an assault might instill fear in others, yet for Long Fei, it was utterly feeble. He could not be bothered to evade such a trifling attack. The terrifying Soul Douluo assault was effortlessly dispelled before the eyes of the onlookers, leaving the previously jubilant crowd in stunned silence. Long Qian, Long Tian, Long Wu, the 5 elders, and the remaining crowd were taken aback. What? In the next moment, their eyes widened in disbelief, exclaiming in shock, "This individual has become so formidable?" With a mere gesture, he effortlessly neutralized Long Qian's attack. Long Wu gaped in astonishment. "Well done. Well done." Long Tian laughed with exhilaration. Indeed, someone capable of cultivating divine power and comprehending realms could never be a charlatan. The rise of the Long family now holds genuine promise. Long Tian's face radiated excitement, completely devoid of any pretense. Long Tinga was equally astonished. The little brat from 6 years ago had grown so powerful. The Soul Emperor was one thing, but to effortlessly dispel a terrifying attack from a Soul Douluo was astounding. Suddenly, memories of Long Fei's words from long ago flooded her mind. He had promised to marry her 6 years prior, and he had just echoed that sentiment. The thought made Long Tinger's cheeks flush with embarrassment. Was he not being sincere just moments ago? Yet, I am 17, and he is merely 12. Such an age disparity. Is it truly a case of an old bull courting tender grass? Chuckling, Long Fei remarked, "Age? In the eyes of cultivators, it is of no consequence. My Guyuna's age is even more incredible. Did I ever express disdain? She became my woman regardless." "You." Long Qian's pupils constricted, revealing a trace of fear. "Unbelievable. Uncle Qian, unleash your full strength. Do not test one technique at a time, or you shall have no chance of victory," Long Fei advised earnestly, not wishing for Long Qian to suffer an ignoble defeat with just a few soul skills. At the very least, he wanted to see him utilize his martial soul's true form for a more spectacular display before Long Fei effortlessly countered, dazzling everyone in attendance. "All right, young man, I shall support you." Long Qian's expression turned serious, and in the next moment, he bellowed, "Dragon Speed True Form." With a resounding roar, the Dragon Speed Azure Python manifested, even more formidable than the spectral image that accompanied it. In an instant, Long Qian experienced a tremendous surge in power, speed, and other attributes. The martial soul's true form. The onlookers below were left in awe, feeling the oppressive aura and gasping in astonishment. This was the terror of a Soul Douluo. "Prepare yourself," Long Qian shouted, transforming into a fleeting shadow as he charged toward Long Fei. Third soul skill, Dragon Python Palm. The enormous palm print solidifies, its power amplified under the enhancement of the martial soul's true form. Long Fei maintained a composed expression as he delivered a powerful palm strike to meet the oncoming force. Bang! With remarkable swiftness, the collision occurred in the blink of an eye. The overwhelming strength of both parties erupted in a cataclysmic explosion. How formidable! What? Long Qin's expression changed dramatically as he instinctively withdrew his hand in response to the piercing pain radiating through his bones. In that instant, he lost his support and was forcefully knocked backward by Long Fei's overwhelming power. After several steps, he barely managed to regain his balance. A feat only possible because Long Fei had restrained his strength. Otherwise, Long Qin's hand would have been shattered, and his body would have been violently obliterated. The scene would have been one of bloodshed, utterly brutal. "Uncle, it's over. Prepare yourself, for it is now my turn to strike," Long Fei declared. And as his words fell, he left behind a fleeting shadow in his wake. In an instant, he appeared before Long Qin, delivering a powerful palm strike. How fast? Gasped the onlookers, their astonishment palpable. The eighth soul skill, Serpent Transformation. Sensing the imminent danger, Long Qin's countenance shifted dramatically as he resolutely unleashed his final soul skill. The moment his skill activated, it radiated an unparalleled aura of dominance. Then, with a thunderous roar, a resounding crash echoed through the arena, rendering the spectators' faces frozen in shock. Devoid of any expression of joy, anger, sorrow, or happiness, only sheer astonishment lingered in their open mouths. With a swift motion, Long Fei shattered Long Qin's eighth soul skill in an instant. He then halted before Long Qin, whose eyes were filled with terror and unease. "Uncle, you have lost," Long Fei stated calmly, bringing this match to a definitive conclusion, having overwhelmingly dominated from beginning to end. "I have lost." Long Qin could scarcely believe it. Long Tian took a deep breath, his expression brimming with excitement. His grandson had astonishingly surpassed all expectations. "How wonderful! Truly wonderful!" Long Tian spoke. "The competition has concluded. There is no need to continue. Let everyone remember today's contest and learn from Long Fei to become strong and elevate our dragon family." Yes, the words of Long Tian ignited a fervor among the disciples present, particularly at the moment when they witnessed Long Fei shatter the attack of the Soul Duelist with a single palm strike, a sight that stirred a deep yearning within them. Such strength, how was it forged? After the two descended from the stage, the disciples eagerly approached to practice, their determination surpassing that of previous attempts. "Tingo, you have arrived as well," Long Fei remarked as he made his way towards Long Tinger. "Perfect timing. Allow me to introduce you to my father." Before she could utter a word, Long Fei took hold of Long Tinger and brought her before Long Tian and the others. Upon witnessing this scene, the Grand Elder Long Yi's eyes gleamed with brilliance. Long Tinger, with a rosy complexion, softly spoke, "Greetings to Grandpa, the family head, my uncles, and esteemed elders. What brings you here?" Long Wu interjected, having grasped the situation to some extent. Indeed. It appears to be a joyful occasion." At that moment, Long Tian erupted into laughter. He then turned to the visibly excited and elated Grand Elder, Long Yi, exclaiming, "Long Yi, it seems our families may soon become in-laws. I wholeheartedly approve of this union." Without a hint of hesitation, Long Yi responded, "To align ourselves with such a formidable force would be folly to refuse." "Indeed. An extraordinary blessing." The elders nodded in agreement. "Let us return to the conference room," Long Tian suggested. In an instant, Long Fei led everyone back to the conference room within the realm of space. At that moment, he appeared to assume the role of a leader, with all eyes eagerly awaiting his words. "Everyone, there is something I wish to discuss with you," Long Fei began. "Go ahead, my grandson. Do not hold back." Long Tian responded with a grand demeanor. "Indeed, speak freely." The others nodded in agreement. Long Fei nodded, and then recounted certain matters pertaining to the Azure Dragon gang and the spirits. Long Tinger quietly waited beside him. "The Qinglong gang, the soul spirits. A new system." Long Tian spoke. "What are your thoughts, everyone? I trust the significance of this relationship is clear to all without further elaboration." Long Wu decisively slammed the table and declared, "As his father, I naturally consent to my son's endeavors." Long Chen spoke. "In order for the Long family to rise, I, Long Chen, have no objections." "I wholeheartedly agree." Long Yi was filled with immense joy. "When the time comes, we will naturally become in-laws. And there will be no objections regarding the son-in-law." "I wholeheartedly agree." He never anticipated that his son-in-law would be so extraordinarily formidable. "We have no objections." The other elders hastily shook their heads and stated, "Given the potential for the Long family to rise, what could they possibly contest? To oppose would be to act against their own interests." "Very well, since everyone is in accord, we shall convene all members of the Long family to partake in the blood ritual for the Azure Dragon gang," declared Long Tian, decisively slamming the table. As for the bloodletting, Long Fei had already explained it to them, and they were unfazed by the notion. Witnessing the high-ranking officials express their approval, Long Fei felt a surge of elation. He then proclaimed, "Esteemed guests, this is a gift for your induction into the gang." As he spoke, Long Fei conjured 8 celestial-grade blossoms from the void. It was anticipated that those present would ascend directly to the rank of Title Douluo upon absorption, thereby endowing the Long family with 8 Title Douluo. What is this? The assembly was taken aback by the overwhelming potency of the medicinal essence. Long Fei spoke in a calm manner. "This is an extraordinary herb, sourced from within my Azure Dragon gang. If you absorb it, barring any unforeseen circumstances, you will all attain the rank of Title Douluo. However, do not rush to consume it just yet. Once you have completed the formalities of joining the gang, I will impart to you the techniques for refining your soul course. At that time, your strength as Title Douluo will see a significant enhancement." As the crowd listened, they cherished and caressed the precious herb in their hands, overwhelmed by the shock Long Fei had delivered, leaving them in a state of numbness. Long Fei did not disturb them. Instead, he turned to Long Tinger and said, "Tinger, since you are currently at level 39, I shall refrain from providing you with the celestial herbs for the time being. Once you reach level 40 and acquire the soul spirit, I will then offer them to you. At that point, I will devise a training regimen that is exceptionally suited to your needs." Long Tinger, obedient and demure, nodded like a dutiful bride, affirming, "Yes, I will follow your arrangements." Without further ado, she urged the convening of all members of the Long family. Long Yi cast a glance at Long Fei and then turned his attention to Long Changtian, displaying a zeal that surpassed even that of Long Changtian. Subsequently, Long Changtian issued a summons to all family members, including those who had married into the clan, who were equally perplexed. Coincidentally, all the family members who had been away returned today, including Long Tao. Everyone gathered in the grand plaza of the Long family, and soon after, Long Changtian and others appeared. Among the crowd, Yi Jing had also arrived. The refinement of the soul core was no easy feat, so she decided to set it aside for the moment, intending to resume later. Currently, her cultivation remained at the 72nd level of Soul Saint. Her gaze fell upon Long Fei and Long Wu, and she immediately recognized the woman standing beside Long Fei, Long Tinger. Could it be an announcement regarding the marriage of Long Fei and Long Tinger? Yi Jing pondered, her heart swelling with excitement. Her son was to be wed. However, reality proved to be rather harsh. Yi Jing did not receive the answer she longed for. Yet, another revelation astonished her. Although Long Fei had shared some details, she had not anticipated the swift resolution of matters concerning the higher-ups. After Long Changtian addressed several issues regarding entry into the Azure Dragon gang, questions began to arise from the audience, encompassing a range of inquiries about freedom and other related topics. Long Changtian remarked, "By joining the Azure Dragon gang, you will gain access to superior resources that even our Long family, and indeed the entirety of the Douluo world, do not possess." Long Changtian continued, "The Azure Dragon gang is an absolutely independent force established by Long Fei. As for the concerns regarding future departures, there is no need for anyone to worry. Our ancestral home lies right here." Soon, silence enveloped the crowd, and the murmur of dissent ceased. Particularly, those disciples who had witnessed Long Fei's terrifying prowess remained speechless, their hearts brimming with exhilaration. Joining the Azure Dragon gang and aspiring to become a preeminent powerhouse is entirely worthwhile and does not equate to betraying the Long family. "We shall join." All members of the Long family shouted in unison. "All right, everyone, draw a drop of blood from your fingers. This is the initiation ceremony for joining our Azure Dragon gang." After Long Fei finished speaking, he produced the divine concealment skin and, with a wave of control, sent it soaring into the sky. Within the illustrious dragon family, from the youngest infants to those exceeding a century in age, the lifeblood of hundreds rose collectively under the dominion of Long Fei's spatial prowess, seamlessly merging into the divine concealment of the skin. With a thunderous roar that reverberated through the air, all present were taken aback. The alteration in the heavens suggested that this occurrence was anything but ordinary, evoking a chorus of astonished exclamations from the crowd. Long Fei retracted the divine concealment skin, and under the gaze of the crowd, he set in motion everything surrounding the Long family. A surge of vibrant spatial energy emanated forth, lifting the entire Long residence into the sky with remarkable smoothness, devoid of any tremors. This spectacle left all spectators in a state of shock. In the next moment, the azure radiance enveloping Long Fei flickered, transforming into elemental luminescence. Empowered by these forces, he swiftly formed intricate hand seals. At that instant, a magnificent golden light erupted from the surroundings, centered on the Long family. The nearby forests, majestic mountains, and vast lakes all contributed to this resplendent display, as golden beams shot up towards the heavens. In the vast expanse hundreds of meters above, these beams converged, colliding to form countless triangles, creating a colossal formation that enveloped everything within its embrace. Subsequently, Long Fei ascended into the void, his terrifying, supreme dragon might manifesting as a colossal, ethereal blue dragon emerged from his being. The immense divine power and boundless chaotic dragon energy distorted the surrounding space. In an instant, this realm transformed into a scene reminiscent of divine majesty, and in the next heartbeat, the entire expanse was drawn into a void realm. Long Fei, harnessing the spatial power he has comprehended along with the domain forces of the void, forcefully carved out an independent world space known as the Dragon Family realm amidst the terrifying powers that originally enveloped the Dragon Family and the surrounding areas ensnared by the formations. Long Fei briefly conversed with the members of the Long family. He then remarked, "From now on, we shall reside here. This space possesses a direct conduit to the Dragon realm, where my Azure Dragon gang's headquarters is located, and the outside world shares this connection as well." Despite expending such immense power, Long Fei's expression remained unchanged. Although he now wielded control over the realms of space and void, he recognized that he was merely a small fragment of these domains. True strength had yet to be fully comprehended. Therefore, he acknowledged the necessity of relying on the power of the formation to move forward. After his declaration, he promptly disbanded the assembly. Long Fei and Long Changtian, along with others, returned directly to the conference room. Long Fei produced the replicated ice and fire dual eyes, along with 2 intricately crafted Azure Dragon blood pools, mirroring the operations of the Dragon realm, which he left behind. The Azure Dragon blood pools possess formidable effects and powers beyond your imagination. Frequent immersion for cultivation may one day result in the metamorphosis of the Dragon family's martial souls, transforming from serpents to dragons, Long Fei stated succinctly. After a brief pause, he continued, "Of course, aside from the Azure Dragon blood pools, consuming celestial-grade herbs can also induce mutations, albeit with a low probability, resulting in enhanced strength or the acquisition of unique abilities. Moreover, these are the arts of alchemy, artifact forging, soul core refinement, and array formations. I will leave behind all these techniques before I depart, including the inheritance techniques of the Azure Dragon gang." Upon concluding, Long Fei rolled out the scrolls of scriptures and directly transmitted the knowledge into their minds. The group was filled with excitement and gratitude. These were the fruits of Long Fei's research, and with these techniques, they believed the resurgence of the Dragon family was imminent. Shortly thereafter, the 8 individuals consumed celestial-grade herbs and sat in meditation, beginning the process of soul core refinement as instructed by Long Fei. A fortnight swiftly passed. At this moment, Long Fei had taken Long Ting Air to meet her parents. Subsequently, aside from Long Fei's father, grandfather, and Long Yi, who were still in seclusion, all the pertinent family members had met. Both families expressed immense satisfaction, and the wedding arrangements were promptly established. At that moment, 8 terrifying forces manifested within the Dragon family. The source of this power emanated from the core of the Dragon family's domain. Outside, 8 figures appeared, all of whom were Title Douluo. "Haha, we have finally achieved Title Douluo," exclaimed 7 voices in jubilant laughter. In an instant, Long Fei appeared before 8 individuals. Except for Long Changtian, who could no longer absorb soul spirits, the other 7 had their soul spirits prepared, perfectly suited for them. Even if their martial souls underwent mutations, it would not pose an issue. Indeed, the martial souls of these 8 individuals had transformed, albeit not drastically. Some had altered in appearance, becoming more ferocious or resembling dragons, while others had grown in size. Nevertheless, they were all exceedingly pleased, knowing they could further enhance their abilities by immersing themselves in the Azure Dragon blood pool. Long Changtian, whose original cultivation level was at the 93rd rank, absorbed celestial herbs and refined a soul core, elevating his soul power to the 97th rank, thereby entering the realm of Super Douluo. The others had yet to absorb their soul spirits, but with the enhancement of their soul cores, 5 elders at the 89th rank had now ascended to the 93rd rank, while Long Wu and Long Chun progressed from the 88th to the 92nd rank. Although the soul power required to transition from the 89th to the 90th rank was immense, and the increase in rank was modest, they knew that once they absorbed their soul spirits, everything would change. In truth, even with their current soul power levels, they felt immense satisfaction. The title of Title Douluo was a coveted achievement for many, and they had finally reached it. On that fateful day, 7 Title Douluos were born, bringing the total to 8. Simultaneously, Long Fei hurled a pokeball towards the crowd. This time, however, the aura emanating from this pokeball was far more terrifying than that of Yi Lingling's 10,000-year spirit. Esteemed friends, I have prepared for you a spirit, its level. 100,000 years, Long Fei declared with a grave tone. 100,000 years. The 8 were collectively astonished, their faces alight with desire. Yet, Long Changtian had already acquired one and thus missed this opportunity. Nevertheless, the Azure Dragon blood pool could also elevate the level of spirit rings, a fact Long Fei had disclosed to them long ago. Moreover, the Azure Dragon clan possessed techniques to enhance the age of spirit rings, given sufficient time and favorable conditions. All 8 could elevate their 9 spirit rings to the 100,000-year tier. Half a month later, as Long Fei's voice echoed, an intense and formidable aura emanated from the 7 Pokeballs, now reaching the level of 100,000 years. The crowd's breaths quickened, their hearts brimming with excitement. These 10,000-year spirits, engineered for this moment, could be absorbed by the human body through various means. For instance, the absolute pressure of Long Fei's dragon might. Once the aura was released, the terrifying essence of the 7 10,000-year spirits was immediately diminished. I shall protect you. Now proceed to absorb, Long Fei instructed. The 7 wasted no time. They retrieved their respective Pokeballs, recalling the absorption method Long Fei had imparted. They then unleashed their martial souls to merge with the spirits contained within the Pokeballs. This process would be somewhat lengthy, as its duration entirely depended on their mental fortitude. However, having reached the status of Title Douluos, they possessed a spirit core that set them apart from other soul masters, significantly enhancing their mental capabilities, thus meeting the criteria for absorbing 10,000-year spirits. In the realm of the dragonfly space barrier, a palpable aura began to spread, and even the 700,000-year soul spirits ceased their rampant demeanor, soon becoming subdued. The 7 individuals who absorbed the spirits found themselves considerably relieved. Half a day swiftly passed, and one by one, each had successfully assimilated the 100,000-year soul spirits. Shortly thereafter, the 9th soul rings of the 7 individuals descended upon them, colossal in size and radiating an exceedingly terrifying crimson aura, surpassing all their existing soul rings. Concurrently, their respective soul spirits emerged, bowing in profound reverence towards Long Fei, tinged with a hint of trepidation and fear. The sheer strength was astonishing. This was the true manifestation of a Title Douluo at the 9th ring. The crowd was enveloped in excitement and exhilaration as they sensed the transformation coursing through their bodies. Having absorbed the 100,000-year soul spirits, my soul power level surged from 92 to an impressive 95. Long Wu was overwhelmed with elation. Long Chen felt the same way. So do I. I've ascended 3 levels. The two took a deep breath. It is essential to understand that the rank of Title Douluo is distinct from other levels. Each elevation within Title Douluo demands an immense amount of soul power, akin to a vast ocean, and additionally requires unique insights and experiences. We have both advanced 3 levels, now reaching a soul power level of 96. The 5 elders were immensely exhilarated. They never anticipated that ascending to Title Douluo could be achieved so effortlessly. Such is their power. How formidable. If these individuals believed this was the end, they were gravely mistaken. Dragon Fei's subsequent words rendered them numb with excitement. The 100,000-year soul spirits I have created possess the innate ability to grow soul bones that will directly attach and merge with every part of your skeletal structure. Even if you possessed them previously, they will forcefully strip away and replace them. Long Fei spoke about the matter of soul power to the group, and subsequently mentioned his 2 other partners, Yuna and Yi Lingling, to the 8 individuals present. Upon learning that Long Fei had 2 women, the expressions of the crowd shifted slightly at first, but they quickly regained their composure. The others showed little concern, with Long Changtian and Long Wu appearing particularly delighted. However, the prevailing focus of everyone was on the Grand Elder, Long Yi. If Long Yi truly believed that his cultivation had ascended to the 96th level, granting him the power to upend the world, he was gravely mistaken. Long Fei could effortlessly suppress him. Don't look at me. How could I possibly voice any objections? Long Yi sighed, stroking his beard. Given Long Fei's exceptional prowess, it seems improbable that he would only have a single woman by his side. Such a notion is inconceivable. Long Tinger is merely one among many. He remains quite rational regarding these matters. Long Fei let out a sigh of relief. He certainly did not wish to suppress through mere persuasion. The current situation was optimal. Now that these individuals were aware, the next step was to deal with Long Tinger's parents, a task that could easily be entrusted to Long Yi. As for Yi Jing, the matter was even more straightforward. Having already attained the title of Douluo, it was time to bestow upon themselves a fitting title, remarked Long Wu. With Long Fei's words resonating in the air, the group brimmed with anticipation, each eagerly proclaiming their chosen titles. These titles had been long conceived, yet they had awaited the opportunity to establish themselves as Douluos. Now that the moment had finally arrived, they seized the chance to adopt those titles. Another fortnight slipped by in the blink of an eye. During this period, the members of the Long family devoted themselves fervently to their training, immersing themselves in the blood pool to practice the infinite body refinement technique in the swift thunder leap. All disciples were engaged in rigorous training. Meanwhile, the 8 titled Douluos under Long Chantian were continuously honing their skills in combat, truly acclimatizing to the sudden surge of power they had experienced. With half a month now past, they had become exceedingly familiar with their newfound abilities. As for Long Fei had previously engaged in discussions with both parties, and they were aware of his 2 other women. After deliberation, it was decided that the wedding would not take place at the moment. Rather, Long Fei intends to choose an auspicious day to ceremoniously marry all 3 women simultaneously in a most splendid manner. The matters concerning the Long family have been settled. The next step is to address the Yi family's affairs. Once this is accomplished, everything else shall fall into place. Should those individuals prove to be ungrateful, Long Fei shall not hesitate to treat them with the disdain they deserve. No one can sever the bond among the 3 of them. For the past fortnight, Long Fei has diligently cultivated his divine power. With the assistance of the divine core, his capacity to absorb soul energy and transmute it into divine power has accelerated remarkably. Coupled with the 2-tier enhancement provided by the divine core, Long Fei, who stands at the 72nd level, has achieved significant progress in strength, even without an upgrade. Presently, the Azure Dragon gang boasts 21 Title Douluo level combatants. Aside from Gu Yuna and her companions, there are 12 pure humans among them. Certain plans can now be set into motion. Long Fei rose and strode towards Long Tinger. 20 days prior, he had taken Long Tinger as his own. And that very night, her cultivation level surged from 39 to 40. Moreover, her martial soul underwent a mutation, one that was even more profound than Yu Lingling's transformation. It appears that Long Fei reaped the rewards of consuming those 50 varieties of celestial herbs, which refined his constitution. After all, he had not partaken of those herbs when he consumed Yu Lingling, rendering his physical capabilities considerably weaker at that time. The stronger the genes, the more potent the mutation. Long Fei did not hasten her to absorb the soul spirits at an early stage. Instead, he allowed her to soak and cultivate within the Azure Dragon blood pool. This sacred pool enhances one's mental prowess. After 20 days, her soul power began to stir, and she was on the verge of breaking through to the 41st level. Today, her mental strength, built upon the foundation of her martial soul's mutation, proved to be sufficient. Long Fei directly bestowed upon him a soul spirit that had existed for a millennium. Long Tinger emerged from the blood pool, her slender figure and enchanting demeanor igniting a fervor within. Long Tinger donned her garments, having become accustomed to being observed by Long Fei, no longer finding it peculiar. "Come, let me absorb it," she said, as Long Fei presented her with the soul spirit. Long Tinger promptly took it over. "This is the soul spirit. It is truly marvelous." Gazing at the spirit ball in her hand, she promptly sat down beside it, as Long Fei had previously instructed, releasing her martial soul to initiate a soulful communication with the spirit. Soon, the fusion officially commenced. The process of absorbing this 10,000-year soul spirit took a full day. When Long Tinger awakened, the 4th black soul ring, representing the soul sect level, had emerged upon her. Yellow, purple, black. Though it may not yet rival Yu Lingling's brilliance, she still had celestial treasures yet to absorb. Long Fei had prepared 2 celestial treasures for Yu Lingling, perhaps after consumption. There would be a remarkable transformation. Long Tinger was filled with exhilaration as she attempted to wield her newfound power, channeling her soul energy to adapt to her formidable new form. Beside her floated the eternal soul spirit, a testament to her growth. Indeed, the absorption of the millennia-old spirit had conferred upon her a remarkable elevation of 3 levels. Observing Long Tinger's current state of excitement, Long Fei nodded in approval. She had now attained the impressive rank of 43rd level, and what remained was the absorption of 2 celestial-grade herbs. Long Fei took out 2 exquisite medicinal herbs, and then, channeling his divine energy, He forcefully compressed the two herbs into the most refined essence, merging them into a single drop. The pharmacological properties were immense, yet imbued with a gentle potency. He opened his mouth. Long Fei directly administered this drop of the most potent medicine into Long Tinger's mouth. Upon entering, it dissolved instantly, swiftly permeating her body. Long Tinger sensed everything around her and swiftly settled into a cross-legged position, channeling her soul energy while practicing the Wujing body refinement technique to absorb and refine the medicinal properties. The essence of the elixir permeated every part of her body, gentle yet increasingly warm, as the celestial-grade medicinal power gradually transformed her physique. The figure of Long Tinger emanates a radiant blue glow, a vivid brilliance that endures over time. As moments pass, numerous transformations manifest within her. 5 hours elapse, and she awakens, having fully absorbed the medicinal essence, her cultivation soaring from the 40th to the 53rd level. The Eternal Spirit has bestowed upon her a 5th soul ring, which is, naturally, black in hue. At this moment, Long Tinger's martial soul unfurls, undergoing a profound metamorphosis. It is no longer merely the Dragon Strike Azure Python. Perhaps due to the immersion in the Azure Dragon blood pool and the nurturing of Long Fei during the night, her martial soul has evolved into a colossal Azure Dragon, twice the size of the Dragon Strike Azure Python, its divine azure light radiating an unparalleled brilliance. Long Tinger softly whispers the name of her transformed martial soul, the Azure Light Sacred Dragon, of immeasurable rank. Furthermore, her soul rings have also transformed. They now consist of 2 purple rings followed by 3 black ones. Following Long Tinger's transformation, the higher echelons of the Long family are engulfed in immense joy. In the ensuing days, Long Tinger continues to spar with Long Fei, and after each bout, she immerses herself in dragon blood, receiving the nurturing essence from Long Fei at night. Days blend into nights, and yet another month passes within the confines of the Long family. Long Fei escorted Long Tinger into the Dragon Realm, where they engaged in training alongside others. During this time, he became acquainted with 2 other women, and the 3 of them coexisted harmoniously, avoiding any domestic turmoil. Shortly thereafter, Long Fei bid farewell to everyone and departed from the Long family. Now, the Long family had found its footing, possessing resources, strength, spells, and a path to the Dragon Realm. However, entering the Dragon Realm required approval from the higher-ups. After all, apart from the Soul Spirit technology, the Long family had much in common with the Dragon Realm. Long Fei had arranged for Di Tian and others to impart knowledge of soul spirits to these women, collaborating to explore more advanced soul spirits. Additionally, with their increasing progress, artificial soul bones had begun to emerge. It was believed that it would not be long before the members of the Azure Dragon gang would possess their own soul bones. After all, the fusion of naturally generated soul bones could only be accomplished by soul spirits of 100,000 years of age, and currently, there was no capability for anything below that. Moreover, these artificial soul bones were in no way inferior to those obtained from soul beasts, in some respects. They might even surpass them. This was a necessary prerequisite for the coexistence of humans and soul beasts. Before his departure, Long Fei left behind a piece of divine hide at the Long family, mandating that anyone newly born or entering the Long family must shed blood to join the Azure Dragon gang, as he aimed to monopolize this opportunity. As for the origin of this divine hide, it was, of course, a replica. Now, the Long family had been set free under Long Fei's guidance, and he hoped that their next encounter would bring unexpected surprises. Meanwhile, 2 months had passed without any news from the Spirit Hall. In the Douluo Hall, Qian Daoliu looked at the golden crocodile, frowning, and said, "It has been 2 months. Why has Qianjun not returned?" Unfortunately, shortly after they had instructed Qianjun, both had entered seclusion, seemingly having some insights, and only emerged today. At that moment, a shadow appeared before them. This individual was a 96th level Super Douluo who had been with Qianjun. His expression was grim, and he approached the two with a respectful bow, despite his somber demeanor. "Great offering, second offering. Xiang Mo, why have you returned? Aren't you supposed to be by the young lady's side?" The golden crocodile asked with a furrowed brow. "The 2 young ladies are safe. I returned to report a matter," Xiang Mo replied. Qian Daoliu spoke up. "What is it?" Xiang Mo continued, "For some reason, my heart has felt heavy over these past 2 months. After much contemplation, I suspect something has happened to Qianjun. Thus, I hurried back to see if Qianjun is well, for that would ease my troubled heart. Why didn't you return sooner?" Qian Daoliu inquired. Xiang Yimou was taken aback. Indeed, why did I not return sooner? Even he found this question puzzling. After feeling uneasy for 2 months, why did he choose to return today? Great offering. I do not know why. It seems as though an unseen force was holding me back, Xiang Yimou stated, his expression resolute. Upon hearing this, the two exchanged glances, their pupils narrowing in realization. Qian Daoliu then extended his hand, enveloping Xiang Yimou in the sacred power of a six-winged angel. However, they did not detect anything amiss. Perhaps it is just an illusion, Qian Daoliu remarked. He continued, after you left that day, I arranged for Qianjun to capture that young man from the Heaven Do Royal Academy. Yet 2 months have passed, and he still has not returned. We have just emerged from our seclusion. Through their conversation, they finally identified the source of their unease. It was all too sudden, too coincidental. Why had they both chosen to enter seclusion at that particular moment? Only to discover nothing over 2 months, and now Qianjun was also missing. This means the problem lies within the Heaven Do Royal Academy. The three exchanged glances, swiftly pinpointing the origin of their concern. It seemed Qianjun might be in trouble, but he was a 96th level super Douluo. Even in adversity, he should not perish. After all, he could escape. Was it possible that the young man had the backing of a peerless Douluo of level 98 or 99? The golden crocodile pondered. However, Qian Daoliu immediately dismissed this notion. That is utterly impossible. To my knowledge, there are only 3 peerless Douluos in this world. Tang San of the Haotian sect, Poseidon of Sea God Island, and myself. Yet, that old fellow Tang Chun has been missing for over a century. Only Poseidon and I remain. As Qian Daoliu spoke, images of Poseidon filled his mind. Their unparalleled beauty and grace had even drawn admiration from Tang Chun. Yet, great offering, I have a hypothesis. Could the long-lost Tang Chun have returned, possibly in disguise, with that young man standing behind him? Xiang Yimou suggested. Otherwise, Qianjun, even if in peril, should not have failed to send back a single hint of danger. It is truly perplexing. Upon hearing this, Qian Daoliu's expression hardened. A few seconds later, he said, the likelihood of that is exceedingly low. Should I go take a look myself? The golden crocodile shook his head. If it truly is that old fellow Tang Chun or someone of equal power, you would be walking into a trap. I will go personally. You two stay here and await my return. Qian Daoliu was confident that although he had previously been unable to defeat Tang Chun, things were different now. Nonetheless, a hint of caution lingered in his mind. Understood. The two nodded. In the next moment, Qian Daoliu vanished from the Douluo Hall. Meanwhile, in the Hall of the Pope, things remained as usual. Bibi Dong's cold voice echoed. It has been 2 months. Has there been no news of that individual? No. It seems as if he has vanished without a trace, suddenly falling silent. Perhaps he saw our spirit hall's bounty and fled. Moreover, the Heaven Do Royal Academy is eerily quiet, Yueguan replied. Not long ago, they had concealed themselves. Yet they had not seen anyone resembling the young man described by Bibi Dong for an entire month before returning. What on earth is that old fool up to? Bibi Dong's gaze shifted toward the Douluo Hall, her eyes narrowing as she contemplated. She had initially intended for Qian Daoliu to handle this matter. But with no activity from him for 2 months, was he perhaps reconsidering? Enough. I shall not wait any longer. 2 months is far too long, Bibi Dong declared. Yes. The two responded in unison. You two, go back to the Heaven Do Royal Academy and see if that young man is still there. Capture that bald young man and bring him back to me. Do not delay and show no mercy. Bibi Dong's voice resonated throughout the Grand Hall. Yueguan and his companion understood that the moment they had been waiting for had finally arrived. Yes, Your Holiness. We shall certainly bring him back, they replied, exchanging a decisive glance before swiftly departing. In the city of Heaven Do, Qian Daoliu moved with great speed, appearing high in the sky. From his vantage point, he observed the Heaven Do Royal Academy bustling with activity, the ground remarkably flat, showing no signs of battle. Qian Daoliu sensed something was amiss. No signs of conflict? Impossible. Even if that fellow Tang Xin were to confront Qianjun, it could not have been so silent. At that moment, within the Grand Hall of the Heavenly Royal Academy, the 3 practitioners of Dream Machine, under the transformative resources provided by Long Fei, sensed an extraordinarily potent aura as they absorbed the remnants of the soul spirits. The intensity of their mental prowess had significantly amplified. Abruptly, the 3 opened their eyes, feeling a presence that was quite unfamiliar. Bai Baoshan spoke, Dream Machine. An absolute powerhouse approaches our academy. Although their aura is considerably weaker than that of our leader, it far surpasses our own capabilities. The expressions of the 3 grew solemn. especially with their leader absent. Dream Machine declared solemnly, "Let us discern whether this presence is friend or foe. Should we find ourselves unable to contend, we must reach out to the elders of the dragon realm for assistance." The three of them revealed their auras. In the sky above, Qian Daoliu, a peerless Douluo, immediately sensed the presence. Indeed, Qian Jun's aura is not present here. It seems something has gone awry. These three auras. I did not expect three Title Douluo to be concealed within the Heavenly Royal Academy. Yet, despite their evident rank of level 92, they feel akin to three level 95 Super Douluo. Qian Daoliu was both astonished and puzzled, resolved to descend and investigate. Although this was within the confines of the Heavenly Empire, he was determined not to be hindered. However, he harbored no intentions of destruction. His primary goal was to ascertain the truth. With his gaze fixed upon the most resplendent hall of the Heavenly Royal Academy, he descended directly towards it. His arrival went unnoticed by others. Meanwhile, the three practitioners of Dream Machine had already risen, prepared for his arrival, their expressions tense and ready for battle. Before them stood a tall elder with long hair, exuding a sacred aura. They had never heard of him, nor had they encountered him. Believing that Qian Daoliu had chosen to remain hidden within the Douluo Hall for the past century, had it not been for the need to uncover the whereabouts of Qian Jun, he would not have emerged easily. "May I inquire as to your identity and purpose for visiting the Heavenly Royal Academy?" Upon truly beholding Qian Daoliu, they felt an overwhelming sense of suppression that was truly disconcerting. The soul cores within their bodies spun rapidly, gathering their soul power for protection. While Qian Daoliu's oppressive aura was formidable, it paled in comparison to that of Long Fei. During their time in the Dragon Realm, they had undergone Long Fei's rigorous pressure training. Otherwise, they would have been trembling and unable to stand before the terrifying aura emanating from Qian Daoliu. Qian Daoliu was equally taken aback. It astonished him that these three, merely level 92 Title Douluo, could stand in his presence, seemingly unfazed. His tone was exceedingly indifferent. "I am Qian Daoliu of the Spirit Hall. I did not expect to find three Title Douluo within the Heavenly Royal Academy who could maintain such composure in the face of my aura. In a century since my re-emergence, you are the first three to exhibit such fortitude." "What? The Spirit Hall?" The three were taken aback, but upon reflection, they recognized the formidable foundation of the Spirit Hall. "Are you a legendary peerless Douluo?" The three of them hastily clasped their hands in respect. However, should a confrontation arise, they would not cower, for the Azure Dragon gang stood as their strongest backing. "You possess some discernment, indeed. I am the legendary peerless Douluo." Qian Daoliu's tone remained cold. His long, waterfall-like white hair swayed gently behind him. Upon hearing this, the three of Dream Machine gasped. A limit Douluo was a being of level 99. The Spirit Hall was truly formidable, harboring such an individual. "Senior, what brings you to us?" Dream Machine inquired further. "I seek a young man," Qian Daoliu replied nonchalantly. "Who is it?" The three exchanged glances. Having already surmised that the target of the Spirit Hall must be the individual who had previously infiltrated the Academy from the Dragon Realm. However, this person had likely been eliminated by their leader, making any pursuit futile. As for the young man, there was no doubt it was their leader, Long Fei. After all, they recalled Xue Qinghe and Qian Renxue. Long Fei had mentioned that this woman was affiliated with the Spirit Hall, holding a position of considerable stature, being the daughter of Bibi Dong. "The former is not present here. I am now seeking the latter. His name is Lin Dong," Qian Daoliu stated. Lin Dong. Initially, the name seemed unfamiliar, but in the next moment, they recalled that their leader, Long Fei, had used this name when he met Xue Qinghe over 2 months ago. It appeared that Xue Qinghe had indeed spoken the truth. "Regrettably, Senior, you have arrived a step too late. Lin Dong has been absent from the Academy for 2 months." Dream Machine replied, suppressing a smile, maintaining an unchanged demeanor. "Absent?" Qian Daoliu frowned, narrowing his eyes. "Where has he gone?" Dream Machine shook his head. "That is a private matter for the student. We cannot interfere, so we do not know his whereabouts." "When will he return?" Qian Daoliu pressed further. "At present, we do not know," Dream Machine replied. Qian Daoliu let out a cold snort. "Very well." He single-handedly defeated a Soul Douluo, along with multiple Soul Saints and Soul Emperors. "In Tian Daoliu City, you truly do not have any interest in his whereabouts? Do you take me for a child of 3 years?" As his icy voice echoed, his power surged, and 9 soul rings emerged around him, each distinct: black, 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 red. This extraordinary configuration of soul rings, combined with the dreadful aura emanating from him, summoned the appearance of the six-winged angel martial soul, radiating an incomparably sacred angelic presence. The oppressive force intensified manifold. As the high priest of the angel god, Qian Daoliu's strength was nearly godlike. The three of Dream Machine felt cold sweat bead on their foreheads, their bodies trembling despite the support of their soul cores. Prepare for battle. Senior, this is rather amusing. You have scarcely spoken a few words before losing your composure? The three of Dream Machine exchanged grave looks. As they spoke, their soul power surged violently, summoning 9 soul rings of their own. Purple, 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 black, 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 red. Although their soul rings were slightly inferior to Qian Daoliu's, they were 3 in number, bolstered by their soul cores. Their combined aura was more formidable than that of typical level 92 Title Douluo. What is happening? Qian Daoliu's eyes widened as he beheld the soul rings of the 3 before him, which were not even beginning with yellow. His eyes widened in astonishment. 10,000-year soul rings. How could you 3 possess 10,000-year soul rings? Qian Daoliu's tone was laced with a killing intent. 10,000-year soul rings are exceedingly rare on the continent. It is impossible for you to have defeated those soul beasts. Have you received the inheritance of a deity? Impossible. Though your talents are notably superior to those of ordinary Title Douluo, they are still far from sufficient to claim divine inheritance, and your ages do not align. Speak. Where did your 10,000-year soul rings originate from? With a thunderous roar, an immense power, almost divine, surged toward the 3 individuals. They emitted muffled groans and hastily retreated. Feeling fortunate that without the soul core and the training from Long Fei, they would have already collapsed, bloodied. Even so, their complexions turned pale and unpleasant. This is our affair. There is no need to report to you. If battle is what you desire, then let it begin. Dream Machine declared coldly. The 3 manifested their martial souls, followed by the emergence of their soul spirits, as if 6 souls burst forth from their martial entities. This spectacle left Qian Daoliu astounded. Deep in thought, Qian Daoliu remarked, "Remarkable. You possess many secrets. In my centuries of life, I have never encountered such wonders. Thus, if you join my spirit hall, I shall overlook your past transgressions and elevate your status. What say you? Apologies, but we are already affiliated with an organization and shall not join your spirit hall. Who knows, perhaps soon your spirit hall will seek to join us." Dream Machine scoffed, "If it is battle you seek, then know that none from the Azure Dragon gang have ever feared their foes." The Azure Dragon gang? Though I have not heard of you, if you seek death, do not blame me. Once I capture you, your secrets shall be revealed, and your organization will undoubtedly manifest. Qian Daoliu's icy voice resonated, and in the next moment, he unleashed his soul technique, a massive sword of white light piercing toward the trio with an overwhelming aura of slaughter. Angel's holy sword. The terrifying force caused the walls of the hall to crack, as if they would crumble at any moment. Realizing the imminent danger, the trio quickly employed their lightning flash technique to evade while simultaneously forming hand seals. 3 beams of light erupted from 3 points around the hall, forming a triangular barrier that enveloped the entire church. Such ferocious combat would undoubtedly affect the surrounding disciples, who would be innocently caught in the crossfire. Moreover, this formation, crafted by the Azure Dragon gang, possessed the power to withstand devastating strikes beneath the gods. While Qian Daoliu was indeed formidable, possibly nearing the semi-divine level, he remained no true deity. Thus, breaching this formation would prove exceedingly difficult, effectively severing his connection to the angelic god. Qian Daoliu's gaze sharpened, initially suspecting a mere illusion. However, repeated attempts confirmed his fears. As a most devoted follower of the angelic god, he was acutely aware of the divine presence. Now, he had lost contact. Impossible. Qian Daoliu muttered, incredulity etched upon his face. What have you done to me? His murderous intent intensified. At this moment, the angel's holy sword was narrowly evaded by the trio, yet its dreadful power had severely damaged the church hall. The martial souls of the 3 glowed with the activation of their 9th soul abilities. 9th soul ability, they proclaimed in unison. 30 million demon thunder. Dream Machine shouted. 3,000 thundervine. Jilin added. Void dragon sky roar. Bai Baoshan exclaimed. With the assistance of their soul spirits, they each acquired unique abilities, not limited to one. Even Bai Baoshan, who lacked offensive capability, manifested a fearsome attack technique. The 10,000-year soul spirits they wielded offered more than just one skill. In that instant, Bai Baoshan's 10,000-year soul spirit, the heavenly void tyrant dragon, replaced his martial soul to assault Qian Daoliu directly. The enormous heavenly void tyrant dragon exuded terror. The powers of the tyrant and the void converged. Similarly, Dream Machine and Ji Lin's 10,000-year Soul Spirits, Thundervine, and 10,000 Demon King followed suit. What? Three exceedingly formidable attacks erupted simultaneously, leaving Qian Daoliu aghast, his expression revealing trepidation as he became solemn. Angelic true form, he bellowed, experiencing genuine danger for the first time in a century. Although this strike would not slay him, it could inflict injury. Unwilling to gamble, he immediately activated his angelic true form for defense. As his voice echoed, the power of the angels surged within him. The vast angelic true form manifested, and Qian Daoliu ascended into the sky. However, he soon encountered an enormous barrier obstructing his ascent, forcing his angelic form to shrink. His corporeal form was cradled in the hands of the angelic true form, akin to a cherished child. Damn, what is this barrier? When did it appear? Could it be that this is what severed my connection with the angelic god? Qian Daoliu's pupils constricted, stunned by the barrier's presence. Not a fool, he quickly grasped the situation. Though the angelic true form had diminished, it did not diminish its terrifying momentum. In the face of the three converging attacks, Qian Daoliu momentarily disregarded the barrier, refocusing on the impending threat, hastily raising his hand to grasp forward. Seventh soul ability, Angelic Divine Light. He bellowed, infusing the power of the angel into his ninth soul ability, amplifying its ferocity. Within the vast hands of the angelic true form, a colossal sphere of white energy rapidly condensed and expanded, the angelic divine light bursting forth, shooting a massive beam of divine energy toward the three attacks. The clash of their techniques erupted in a thunderous collision. Boom. The earth-shattering sound reverberated as the terrifying destructive force generated by their abilities surged against the barrier, which hummed ominously but showed no signs of cracking, indicating that the current destructive power was still insufficient to breach it. All the explosive energy that should have spread out was trapped within the barrier, surging violently against it. The onlookers, including Qian Daoliu, were taken aback, swiftly defending themselves with their angelic true form. Dream Machine and the others also instinctively formed defensive stances with their martial souls, while the ultimate body refinement technique circulated rapidly within them. Although the force striking them caused significant pain, it was absorbed by their technique, fortifying their bodies. A resounding explosion echoed. The scorching light from the impact erupted once more. Aside from the barrier, the entire church hall had collapsed. Surrounding them were shattered stones, chaotic and disordered. As Dream Machine and the others retreated within the hall, witnessing the devastation, they felt the weight of loss. The once vibrant church, which had accompanied them for many years, lay in ruins, and their hearts ached profoundly. At that moment, Bai Baoshan transmitted a thought. Dream Machine, this cannot continue. Our strongest combined attack was thwarted by that old man. The gap in our strength is evident. We are not his match. The whispers of communication reached each ear, including that of Jeline, who conveyed, indeed, after all, the opponent is an unparalleled 99th level Douluo, and his aura seems to have transcended even that, reaching the realm described by the gang leader as quasi-demigod or even pseudo-demigod. Meng Xinji nodded in agreement and added, certainly, this old fellow has likely attained that level. Even with our 3 soul cores and the methods granted by the Qinglong gang, we would still be at a disadvantage. If we were to coalesce our second soul cores and reach the level of Super Douluo, perhaps we could contest evenly. But it appears that this old man has held back considerably. It seems we have no choice but to employ that technique. At this juncture, the three exchanged resolute glances, their expressions steeled. Meanwhile, Qian Daoliu hovered in the air, attempting to breach the barrier, but to no avail. He reluctantly conceded defeat. The barrier was too peculiar. Suddenly, memories of Meng Xinji and his companion's strange methods surfaced in his mind. Narrowing his eyes, he thought, it seems these three are behind this. I am genuinely astonished that they could create a formation that even I cannot dismantle. It appears they are more formidable than I had initially surmised. Or perhaps it is the Qinglong gang behind them. In that moment, Qian Daoliu grew increasingly intrigued by the Qinglong gang mentioned by Meng Xinji and his companions. After a brief pause, he remarked, I must confess, you three have truly opened my eyes. To encounter me at such a level is a testament to your pride. Have you ever considered joining my spirit hall as esteemed elders? You would possess unparalleled status and resources. The trio exchanged determined glances and replied with solemnity. We shall never join any force outside the Qinglong gang. We are Qinglong people in life, and shall transform into Qinglong souls in death. As they shouted in unison, their hands clasped together. Soul fusion technique. With the modifications imparted by Long Fei, their souls underwent a mutation, forging a triune connection, thereby enabling the execution of their soul fusion technique. A terrifying power erupted, enveloping their forms. The three souls ascended, merging in a display of might. An overwhelming aura surged forth, a relentless wave of murderous energy and crackling thunder, intertwining in a spectacular display. Soul fusion technique. How is this possible? How could their souls connect? Qian Daoliu's expression shifted dramatically, his pupils constricting in shock. Today, he had witnessed wonders that had eluded him for ages. Perhaps the Qinglong gang is pioneering a new system? For reasons unknown, images of other similar soul manifestations associated with Mengxinji flashed through Qian Daoliu's mind, leading him to this conclusion. Regardless, I must capture you. If I cannot handle a mere soul fusion technique, it would be utterly humiliating. At that moment, a radiant light swelled, nearly matching Qian Daoliu's angelic form. So immense, he gasped. A force erupted from the brilliance, followed by an ear-splitting roar. With a formidable presence, a colossal dragon, emanating ferocity and thick demonic energy, materialized. Its body was enveloped in a tempest of purple-black lightning, enormous wings unfurling as it soared through the air. A strange yet violently fierce aura radiated from it, sending shockwaves that repelled surrounding stones, and Qian Daoliu himself, shattering the former while the latter staggered back. Surrounding the massive dragon were spheres infused with celestial void energy. Soul fusion technique. Thunder Demon Celestial Dragon. In the next moment, it unleashed a thunderous roar, channeling the might of 1,000 thundering tendrils and millions of demonic strikes into a colossal beam of energy, coiling with black celestial void power, hurtling directly towards Qian Daoliu in a terrifying display of force. Angel-S protection. Qian Daoliu bellowed. A massive holy light shield enveloped his angelic form. Boom. The assault continued. And this time, its intensity surpassed the previous onslaught. The celestial void energy began to erode the angelic barrier, as if possessing a devouring force, gradually encroaching upon it. Under the dual assault, cracks began to spread from the center of the shield. Gritting his teeth, Qian Daoliu's expression was one of sheer astonishment. Damn it. How can this be so taxing? Such a being, if not serving the spirit hall, would undoubtedly bring forth calamity. If you refuse to serve, I shall have no choice but to eradicate you. A chilling killing intent flickered in his eyes, revealing a murderous resolve that had not surfaced until this moment. Angel-S Sacred Sword. Qian Daoliu unleashed a strike at the heart of the attack. With a resounding crash, the Angel-S protection shattered, replaced by the Angel-S Sacred Sword, which had grown even larger than before. The 9 fearsome soul rings encircling Qian Daoliu amplified its destructive power. Meanwhile, Mengxinji and his companion soul fusion technique proved formidable, yet the toll on their soul power was akin to a torrential waterfall, draining them even more swiftly. The 3 soul cores rapidly circulated, replenishing their waning strength. Boom. With a tremendous explosion, the Thunder Demon Celestial Dragon's assault was pierced by the Angel-S Sacred Sword. Sensing impending danger, the Thunder Demon Celestial Dragon evaded, deploying the formidable defense of the Star Furnace to conjure a massive blue-red shield before it. Bang! The Thunder Demon Celestial Dragon unleashed a counterattack against the Angel-S Sacred Sword, its massive form vanishing from sight. What? As Qian Daoliu was taken aback, the immense form of the Thunder Demon Celestial Dragon reappeared before him, its colossal claw imbued with annihilating celestial void energy, thunder, and demonic might. Descending upon him with lethal intent, Qian Daoliu's expression shifted dramatically, a surge of alarm coursing through him. Boom! The colossal claw descended. Yet it did not strike Qian Daoliu directly. Instead, it collided with his angelic form, sending it hurtling backward against the barrier. Subsequently, a series of massive shockwaves assaulted him. The cacophony of explosions engulfed his angelic form. Ugh! At that moment, the Thunder Demon Celestial Dragon abruptly vanished, forcibly disengaging from its fusion state. Mengxinji and his companion's pupils constricted in disbelief. Damn it, at such a critical juncture. The trio, pale and weakened, collapsed onto the ground. The tremendous energy expended by their soul fusion technique had drained them completely. Their soul power had been depleted, and if their adversary did not fall, their demise was certain. There's no choice. We must call for help, or we shall perish here. Bai Baoshan gritted his teeth, speaking weakly. Boom. At that moment, a surge of angelic power, even more terrifying than before, erupted from the explosion, instantly propelling the 3 individuals away, who crashed violently against the barrier. Simultaneously, they spat out mouthfuls of blood. Although their body-tempering technique was in operation, the excruciating pain could not dissipate instantaneously. Cough, cough. Suddenly, a figure radiating divine light emerged from within the explosion. The person was Qian Daoliu. However, his expression was one of displeasure. and he remained in a state of shock for an extended period. Clad in pristine white armor exuding a wholly angelic aura, Qian Daoliu donned this attire out of necessity. The previous terrifying attack, if endured head-on, would not have killed him but would have severely injured his aged body. Thus, he had no choice but to employ this angelic armor. Indeed, the protection of the angelic gear left him unscathed, with even the slightest injuries healing rapidly. Witnessing this scene, Meng Xinji and the others trembled, overwhelmed by an aura they simply could not withstand in their current state. How is this possible? What on earth is this? They stammered in fear. Suddenly, after a prolonged silence, Qian Daoliu spoke. To force me to this extent, I must commend your strength. Thankfully, I brought this angelic armor with me today. Otherwise, I would have faced grave consequences. I am a connoisseur of talent, and your martial soul fusion skills are remarkably powerful, perhaps even excessively so. I shall ask you one last time. Will you join the martial soul hall or choose death? The choice is yours. His tone remained calm as he continued. This is your final opportunity. Think carefully before deciding. I truly do not wish to see such exceptional individuals perish. We are the Azure Dragon Gang, and we will never yield, nor will we join your martial soul hall, was the resolute response from Meng Xinji and his companions. Very well. I have never encountered such loyalty before. I am genuinely curious about the allure of the Azure Dragon Gang that binds you so tightly. Qian Daoliu's teeth clenched in anger. Nevertheless, he was indeed eager to understand the nature of this Azure Dragon Gang. I had intended to extract this information from you, but your response has left me utterly disheartened. With that, a murderous aura emanated from Qian Daoliu, and an angelic sword materialized in his hand as he slowly approached Meng Xinji and his companions. As he drew near, for some reason, Meng Xinji and the others did not feel fear. Instead, they forced a bitter smile. You might as well kill us quickly, otherwise, you'll find yourself doomed. Qian Daoliu furrowed his brow at their words, sensing a deeper meaning. I ask you again, how do we break this barrier? He stood before Meng Xinji, his voice icy. Kill us, and the barrier will naturally be lifted. Meng Xinji replied without hesitation. Excellent. Then I shall kill you. With an overwhelming murderous intent, Qian Daoliu raised the angelic sword, decisively slashing towards Meng Xinji and his companions. They quickly shut their eyes, bracing for death. Master, we're sorry. We'll go ahead. Boom. Do you think a mere pseudo-demigod at its peak can kill a member of the Azure Dragon Gang? Just as the situation seemed dire, a change occurred. A booming voice resonated as a surge of Azure energy burst forth, shattering the barrier above them. The beam, infused with a fierce killing intent, descended rapidly upon Qian Daoliu, shattering the angelic sword in an instant. What? Who dares? The sudden occurrence left Qian Daoliu in disbelief. And as the terrifying beam struck him, he was sent flying. Gazing upward, he saw a bald, muscular young man slowly descending from the sky. Master. Upon seeing this figure, Meng Xinji and his companions were filled with excitement. Salvation had arrived. Indeed, the newcomer was Long Fei. After departing from the Long family, he had made his way to the Tiando Royal Academy. Upon arrival, he discovered the fierce battle between Qian Daoliu and Meng Xinji's group, but he refrained from intervening, choosing instead to observe from the shadows until this critical moment. A bald young man. You are Lin Dong. They mentioned the master. Qian Daoliu's eyes widened in shock. Could you be the master of the Azure Dragon Gang they speak of? Impossible. You are far too young. Long Fei's tone was rather indifferent. Old man. Isn't it a bit excessive to bully my Blue Dragon Clan's 3 mere level 92 Title Douluo simply because you possess the prowess of a pseudo-demigod at its pinnacle? The overwhelming dragon might radiating from him was exceedingly sharp. They dare to oppose me. They shall pay for their arrogance. Suddenly, Qian Daoliu was taken aback, sensing a misjudgment in his perception. How can this be? You possess no soul power, yet you wield divine power? And such an immense amount. Who exactly are you? As a pseudo-demigod himself, Qian Daoliu immediately felt something was amiss with Long Fei, sensing the enigmatic and perilous aura surrounding him. For the first time in 100 years, he held an extraordinarily high evaluation of another person. You need not know that the ensuing battle will be somewhat explosive, so. As Long Fei spoke, he instantaneously activated his domain skill, enveloping everything around him in a golden dragon soul centered on himself, forcibly drawing Qian Daoliu into it. Upon entering, Meng Xinji and the others were separated from this space, all orchestrated by Long Fei. Dragon God's domain. This is a realm. Qian Daoliu's expression changed once more. How is it possible that at such a young age you have already attained the rank of Title Douluo? What further astonished him was that his angel domain was actually suppressed, creating an overwhelming sense of difficulty in breaking free. How could it be that this young man's domain surpasses my angel domain? Qian Daoliu's countenance darkened. No, I am merely a soul sage, Long Fei replied calmly. Shaking his head, you three, consume the pills and witness how I engage him in battle. A smirk appeared on Long Fei's lips. What follows may prove quite spectacular. As the dragon god's domain manifested, the surrounding barriers of the church shattered instantly. Yet, within this space, everything seemed to freeze, isolated from the outside world. Without a whisper escaping, the others vanished, entirely enveloped within the dragon god's domain. The dragon god realm can be understood as an alternate space existing in different dimensions at the same location, where Long Fei reigns supreme. Qian Daoliu, filled with astonishment, surveyed his surroundings and attempted to communicate with the angel god, yet his efforts proved futile. What a formidable realm! Who on earth are you? Qian Daoliu exclaimed in disbelief. Long Fei, the leader of the Azure Dragon gang. Today, allow me to witness the true might of a pseudo-demigod at its peak. Do not blame me for not warning you. Conceal nothing, or you shall meet a swift demise, Long Fei declared, his eyes transforming into the elemental Azure Dragon. An overwhelming aura of lethal intent surging forth from him. Do not accuse me of bullying you. This elixir, once consumed, will restore you to your peak strength. Let us engage in a fair battle. Should you lose, you will join my Azure Dragon gang. If I lose, you may dispose of me as you wish. As he spoke, Long Fei tossed a pill into Qian Daoliu's hands. Examining the so-called elixir with narrowed eyes, Qian Daoliu retorted coldly, how can I trust you? How do I know this is not a poison meant to ensnare me? In response, Long Fei scoffed dismissively, do not overestimate your own importance, Qian Daoliu. To ensnare you? Apologies, but you lack the qualifications. Such arrogance. The leader is indeed imposing, not even deigning to regard a pseudo-demigod at its peak. Dream God Machine and the others, having consumed the elixir, felt their condition gradually improve. Inspired by Long Fei's words, they were eager to fight once more, though regrettably. The forthcoming battle would not involve them. They too wished to witness Long Fei's true prowess. As for my classification of strength, peerless Douluo, quasi-demigod, pseudo-demigod, demigod, and deity. Only by reaching the deity level can one be considered at the pinnacle of strength. Upon hearing this, Qian Daoliu's expression darkened to an extreme, rage boiling within him. It must be said that Long Fei's audacious words had thoroughly provoked him. As a high-ranking angel god, when had he ever been incited to fury by a mere fledgling? When had anyone dared to be so impudent in his presence? Very well, Long Fei, leader of the Azure Dragon gang, you have succeeded in angering me. Regardless of your subsequent actions, I shall ensure you pay a heavy price. Qian Daoliu's cold, ominous voice resonated as he consumed the elixir. You will regret restoring me to my peak state. You are far too naive, a mere soul sage. You have no comprehension of the terror embodied by a pseudo-demigod at its zenith. Enough with the idle chatter. Finish it quickly and fight me. If you lose, you will join my Azure Dragon gang. If you win, you may dispose of me as you wish. Do you dare to wager? Long Fei proclaimed. Landing firmly on the ground, his hands clasped behind his back, his head held high. Humph, what is there to fear? Qian Daoliu replied, feeling his body rapidly rejuvenating. Astonished that such swift recovery was the work of a mere pill. It seemed that this Azure Dragon gang warranted further investigation, though he would wait until he captured Long Fei to interrogate him thoroughly. Long Fei, prepare to die. Qian Daoliu's eyes narrowed. A torrent of murderous intent surging forth as he vanished from sight, clad in his angel god attire. Unfazed, Long Fei awaited the moment, only to see Qian Daoliu's radiant form reappear before him, a wave of terrifying angelic power manifesting as a luminous blast directed at him. Excellent. This technique is formidable. Let me test just how powerful a body at the God King level truly is. Long Fei chuckled, a thrill coursing through him. Since attaining the God King threshold, he had yet to experience the sensation of being struck by divine power. Today, he would finally relish the encounter. Boom. Not evading? Witnessing Long Fei absorb his terrifying angelic attack with his flesh, Qian Daoliu's eyes narrowed, his body momentarily stunned. As the explosion engulfed Long Fei, Qian Daoliu suddenly found his gaze narrowing in disbelief. Emerging from the debris was Long Fei, brushing himself off as though nothing had occurred. How can this be? How can your body be so resilient? Qian Daoliu exclaimed in disbelief, his widened eyes revealing a hint of trepidation. Now it is my turn to attack, Long Fei declared, planting his foot firmly on the ground, leaving only a streak of lightning in his wake. How swift! Qian Daoliu was astonished. Long Fei's speed rivaled his own, perhaps even surpassing it. Where had this anomaly emerged from? Azure Dragon Cleaver. Long Fei's icy voice resonated as he appeared before Qian Daoliu. The ancient Azure Dragon blade firmly grasped in his hand, descending with a powerful strike. The terrifying force of the ancient blade, amplified by the thunderous roar of the dragon, intensified its dreadfulness. The blade's arc created fissures in the surrounding space. Fortunately, this was within the dragon god realm, for otherwise the external space would have been shattered by now. Angel's Holy Sword. Qian Daoliu's countenance flickered, rapidly summoning a pristine white holy sword to counter Long Fei's onslaught. Bang! A colossal sound reverberated as their weapons clashed, seemingly evenly matched. However, a smirk played upon Long Fei's lips as he swung his blade again, unleashing a second arc that soared toward the first, a tremendous dragon might erupting forth, shattering Qian Daoliu's angelic holy sword. With a resounding crash, Qian Daoliu, perceiving the dire situation, quickly retreated, his massive angelic wings unfurling behind him, exuding an aura of divine might as he soared into the sky. Here in this alternate space, the heavens appeared boundless, and even Qian Daoliu, a pseudo-demigod at his pinnacle, found himself unable to discern its limits. The silhouette of the dragon soared through the explosion, charging directly towards Qian Daoliu. The ancient Qi-Long blade in hand aimed squarely at him. From the blade's tip, a spherical energy orb coalesced, unleashing a formidable wave of light that surged towards Qian Daoliu. This luminous wave, infused with an unimaginable destructive power, was recognized instantly by Qian Daoliu, a being at the pinnacle of semi-divinity, whose mental acuity and perception were remarkably keen. Instead of retaliating, he chose to ascend into the skies. The tracking azure beam left behind an extraordinarily long trail, scorching the air as it passed, causing the fabric of space to tremble. Even within the realm of the dragon god, this phenomenon was evident, underscoring the terrifying magnitude of its might. Curse be it, was there truly no end to this sky? Qian Daoliu gazed upwards. The higher he flew, the swifter his ascent, yet it felt as if he were within an endless void. Looking down, he saw the azure wave gaining on him with alarming speed, expanding rapidly until it threatened to engulf his entire form. Angel manifestation. Angelic judgment. Qian Daoliu's gaze sharpened. Without hesitation, he continued his ascent. He summoned his martial soul, and the magnificent form of the six-winged angel emerged once more. The vast radiance and divine might of the angel spread outwards, and as he raised his hand, a colossal, pure white angelic sword materialized, ready to strike downwards. Empowered by the angelic form, not only did the sword's potency increase to a staggering level, but its colossal shape was also rendered tangible, ready to unleash its wrath. A piercing sound resonated through the skies of the dragon god realm, as the air surrounding the angelic sword was fractured, giving rise to a tempestuous vortex. In the next moment, the colossal blade cleaved through the azure radiance. Boom! The overwhelming force erupted instantaneously, sending shockwaves rippling in all directions. At that very instant, Long Fei's figure materialized high in the sky, effortlessly disregarding the peril brought forth by the explosion as he surged forth from the billowing mists. The acrid scent of gunpowder assaulted his senses, yet in the following heartbeat, he emitted a potent energy that repelled the smoke and debris of the detonation. The might of the Azure Dragon surged forth, as a magnificent ethereal form of the Chaos Azure Dragon erupted from Long Fei's being, hurtling towards Qian Daoliu. The ethereal Chaos Azure Dragon opened its crimson eyes, radiating a chilling and lethal dragon might that spiraled beneath a beam of light. This is not good. Qian Daoliu's expression shifted drastically, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he resolutely activated his ninth soul skill, Angelic Divine Light, in conjunction with the Angelic Divine Armor. Launching a comprehensive counterattack, a thunderous roar reverberated once more, and this time, the dragon's roar soared, shattering Qian Daoliu's assault in the next heartbeat. The power of his bloodline surged forth, transforming him entirely into the Azure Dragon. With a thunderous roar, Long Fei felt a surge of searing heat radiate from his body, his vital energy boiling within him as an overwhelming azure light erupted forth. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a dragon of azure hue. With a mighty roar, he proclaimed, "In the face of chaos, all deities are but ephemeral shadows. 1,000 paths converge. Allow me to unveil the might of chaos." Long Fei soared into the sky, piercing directly into the ethereal form of the Chaos Azure Dragon, his velocity surpassing the speed of light, transforming into a streak of azure brilliance. Qian Daoliu, who was already struggling to contend with the dragon before him, was now utterly filled with dread. Just how much more was this being concealing? Long Fei's fist coalesced the power of annihilation, causing the surrounding dragon god domain to gradually shatter, transforming into energy that he absorbed. A terrifying vortex seemed intent on consuming everything in existence, the resounding chant of the overwhelming power of annihilation echoing across the heavens. No. Qian Daoliu finally felt fear, his face filled with despair. He would not sit idly by, bracing against the relentless assault of the Chaos Azure Dragon's physical form. He summoned the last vestige of strength bestowed upon him by the angel god. If he did not act, he would undoubtedly perish beneath that single punch. Angel god's punishment. With Qian Daoliu's furious roar, brilliant holy light erupted from the true form of the angel, and in the next moment, the divine power within him was rapidly drained. The entire angelic form became tangible, and then a terrifying angelic thunderbolt erupted from it, dense and chaotic, enveloping countless entities like a divine calamity, truly horrifying. The dragon god domain, already fractured by Long Fei's overwhelming power, now faced a more severe disintegration. The surroundings were no longer golden but resembled a high-tech alternate dimension. Observing this scene, Long Fei's expression shifted slightly. Yet he felt no trepidation as he directly struck Qian Daoliu with a powerful punch. Bang! Boom! The dreadful force shattered everything, creating a vast whirlpool black hole in the alternate dimension. This space began to crumble under the weight of such terrifying power. As the sounds of collision and explosion resonated, Qian Daoliu's agonizing cries echoed. Struck by Long Fei's formidable punch, his angelic armor shattered instantaneously. In the following moment, the sound of bones fracturing filled the air, and blood gushed from his mouth, his visage turning pale and weak. The angelic armor. No. Crack. Simultaneously, the angelic form began to show signs of cracking, and within a breath, it crumbled entirely. Despair and agony etched on his face. Qian Daoliu was forced to relinquish his martial soul form, his entire body plummeting to the ground like a meteor. Bang! At the same time, the already triggered angel god's punishment did not dissipate. It struck Long Fei with tremendous force. A thunderous roar. The angel god's punishment, a profound thunder, completely engulfed Long Fei. Such terrifying thunder, if encountered by anyone else, would surely spell their doom, yet it met Long Fei, a being beyond humanity. Delight. Ecstasy. Refined for me. A voice akin to that of a madman echoed within the thunder of divine punishment. Below, the three witnesses, Ming Shinji and the others, were rendered speechless by the unfolding battle. Wow. Our leader is truly incredible. They then turned their gazes towards the distant, pitiful form of Qian Daoliu, lying on the gradually fracturing ground, uncertain of his fate. But it was clear that such a fearsome attack would leave him unable to survive. Unbeknownst to them, Long Fei had held back. Otherwise, they would have seen nothing but the void where Qian Daoliu had been, for Long Fei understood from the very beginning that Qian Daoliu could never defeat him. According to their wager, Qian Daoliu was already Long Fei's man. Such a significant ally could not be allowed to perish. At the moment Qian Daoliu was struck, Long Fei had left the skill of the domain of resurrection upon him. Otherwise, even if he were not reduced to nothingness, he would have perished completely. Bai Bashan's expression grew serious. This space is fracturing. If we do not leave, we may be caught in the aftermath. With our current strength, we cannot withstand the damage caused by the collapsing space. We understand what you're saying, but aside from the leader, none of us possess the strength to escape this space, Ming Shinji replied solemnly. Visions of the previous golden domain space, now shattered, filled their minds. And the fact that it was now undergoing a second fragmentation only underscored the magnitude of Long Fei's power. The trio's gaze turned towards the terrifying profound thunder. Unbeknownst to them, within the tempest, Long Fei was utilizing this divine thunder to refine his body, rapidly circulating the infinite longevity technique. While the primal bloodline of the Chaos Azure Dragon surged within him, invigorating his cells. Having absorbed this power, it was not sufficient to elevate his infinite longevity technique to a new level, yet it undeniably fortified his physical form. As time passed, suddenly, a surge of power emanated from Long Fei, and the next instant, he vanished from that space along with the others. Outside, the group returned to the real world. The church hall had collapsed into ruins, yet no one from the academy had arrived, and the formation that had previously existed had vanished. Simultaneously, within the angel god's inheritance secret realm in the spirit hall, the holy light dimmed. Unfortunately, only those of angelic bloodlines were permitted entry. This anomaly went unnoticed by the likes of Jin Yi and the others outside. Why has the grand offering been gone for so long? Jiang Mo expressed his confusion. Jin Yi furrowed his brow, gazing at the sky outside. It shouldn't be. If a battle were to ensue, such a high-level confrontation would surely alter the weather, and the destructive force would be terrifying. Yet now, everything remains eerily calm. So, the grand offering hasn't engaged in battle. This tranquility is too strange. Just in case, second offering, would you like to personally check? Jiang Mo felt an inexplicable heaviness in his chest since Qian Daoliu had vanished, and the current stillness intensified that discomfort, prompting his suggestion. Even knowing that Qian Daoliu was the strongest entity in the sky, he felt a profound unease. No need. I trust the grand offering. He will be just fine. We shall remain here and await his return. If something were to happen, the life force of the angelic statue would exhibit signs of disturbance. Jin Yi expressed confidence in Qian Daoliu's strength and turned to glance at the angelic statue behind him. Aside from the one within the secret realm, there was another here. This angelic statue was intrinsically linked to Qian Daoliu's life. Should he fall, it would shatter completely. If any misfortune befell him, the divine life force within would weaken, indicating he had encountered a formidable foe, at which point he would mobilize for support. In this world, only those two could pose a threat to Qian Daoliu, as Jin Yi recalled them to be Poseidon and Tang San, though he seemed unfamiliar with the soul beasts. In the divine realm, within the angelic domain, the angel god's expression shifted dramatically. Just moments ago, he sensed a severance in his connection with Qian Daoliu in the lower realm, and subsequently, the divine martial soul and angelic armor he had bestowed upon him had shattered. Most critically, the life force of this generation's angelic priest was waning. What kind of power could instigate such a crisis of death? The angel god's countenance darkened, his pupils constricting. This unease stemmed from deep within. As Qian Daoliu served as his inheritor in the Douluo realm, they shared a profoundly close bond. Thus, whatever transpired with Qian Daoliu, the angel god would sense it immediately. The angel god was suddenly overwhelmed with excruciating pain in his head. Damn it. The divine realm cannot interfere with matters in the lower realm. I must descend to ascertain what has transpired. I hope that old fool hasn't met his demise, for that would be troublesome. He intends to find a successor to swiftly pass on the position of the angel god, allowing him to indulge in leisure. If a calamity were to occur, all his efforts would be in vain. Most importantly, entry to the angel's mysterious realm is restricted solely to those of angelic blood, a design of his own making. Had he foreseen the consequences, he would have refrained from establishing such a barrier. Now, he finds himself ensnared by his own machinations. This matter is of great significance. He must consult with the elder members of the Divine Council. As the angel god spoke, he hastily ascended towards the heart of the divine realm. The Divine Council stands as the highest and most sacred authority within the divine realm, where the most significant meetings among the celestial hierarchy convene. Upon entering the Divine Council, the angel god took his seat amid the scrutinizing gazes of the divine officials. Among them were the Supreme God King, the enforcers of divine law, the God of goodness, the God of evil, the God of war, the Goddess of life, and the God of destruction, all of whom are among the most formidable deities within the divine realm. What brings you to us, angel god? Inquired the God of evil. The angel god bowed respectfully to the assembly and then to the God of evil, stating, "The life I consecrated and the legacy I left in the Douluo plain is in grave peril. The angel god armor and the angel martial soul I bequeathed have been shattered by an extraordinarily terrifying force." He then conveyed the ominous news he had discerned. The countenance of the war gods darkened. Is there truly a force in the Douluo plain that threatens the divine legacy? This could hardly be deemed favorable news. Could it be those soul beasts? Speculated the god of destruction. The mention of soul beasts cast a pall over the deity's expressions. The goddess of life slowly remarked, "The last confrontation with the dragon god left us severely weakened. If this is indeed the work of soul beasts, it must be that golden-eyed black dragon king." The god of goodness narrowed his eyes at the angel god, his tone laced with warning. The divine realm must not interfere with the affairs of the lower realms. Even if your legacy encounters difficulties, we are not permitted to intervene. To do so would violate divine law, and you are surely aware of the repercussions. In response, the angel god sighed, "I am fully aware of this, which is precisely why I sought your assistance. I wish to comprehend the situation, at the very least. I wish to identify the perpetrator." The assembly gasped in astonishment. "You are connected to that legacy, yet you do not know who is responsible?" The angel god's expression grew complex. "I am uncertain, It seems some force has deliberately obscured my connection with him. It was only when his angel martial soul and armor were shattered that I sensed something amiss. The deities exchanged glances, and the god of war asserted, "If that is the case, we must investigate the Douluo realm. A force capable of nullifying even divine perception warrants our vigilance." The god of evil nodded in agreement. Indeed, such a significant event has unfolded in the Douluo world, yet we remain oblivious. Clearly, someone has manipulated the situation. Let us open the passage to Douluo and investigate. However, deities are forbidden from descending. You may observe, but must not interfere. Despite the strangeness of the force, he was confident it posed no threat to their kind. Very well. The deities proceeded to the passage connecting to the Douluo realm, intent on examination. Upon their arrival, an unsettling stillness enveloped them, accompanied by an unsettling force obscuring the flow of fate. Reluctantly, their gaze settled upon the martial soul hall. The angel god could distinctly sense a profound vitality still ablaze within. This is peculiar. If my people were in danger, such abundant life energy would not persist. The angel god pondered, momentarily taken aback. In the following moment, he attempted to establish communication with Qian Daoliu. After several seconds without a response, he mused, "This is exceedingly strange." Seeing no immediate issues, the god of evil decreed, "To be cautious, you must monitor the Douluo realm daily, and report to us the moment the truth emerges. We shall decide then whether to take action." After a prolonged observation yielded no anomalies, he issued his command. Meanwhile, within the Tiando Royal Academy, in Long Fei's mind, the voice of the system resonated. The host had successfully defeated a peak pseudo-demigod for the first time, triggering a hidden task, which was now completed. The reward, the Oath of Rules, had been deposited into the system's repository. A wave of satisfaction washed over him. He had inadvertently activated a hidden task. Yet, a moment later, confusion set in. What is the Oath of Rules? He called out for the system's clarification. The system responded, "The Oath of Rules is akin to a vow. Once made, any treacherous thought would incur absolute retribution as stipulated within the oath. Will the host utilize it? This is excellent, timely indeed," Long Fei declared, eager to employ it immediately. In an instant, a force descended from the heavens, enveloping Long Fei. Centered around him, he became the core of this Oath of Rules. Moments later, he opened his eyes, a smirk gracing his lips. Beside him, Qian Daoliu, who had been on the brink of death, was now completely restored to his original state. A verdant aura of life energy radiated from him. This was Long Fei's domain of resurrection. As long as Qian Daoliu remained alive, he could be wholly revived. With his resurgence, the shattered angel martial soul of Qian Daoliu began to mend, as did the fragmented angel divine gear. The reason the angel sensed the rich life energy within the angel's secret realm of the martial soul hall was precisely due to this. Gradually awakening, Qian Daoliu's eyes opened with a ferocity. "I am not dead," he exclaimed, only to be met with the familiar figure before him. His pupils contracted. "Long Fei?" he gasped. It was this youth's terrifying punch that had shattered his angel divine gear and martial soul, leaving him utterly broken, a memory that lingered painfully in his mind. At that moment, he displayed a fear that had not surfaced in a century. The terror, originating deep within his soul, surged forth anew. "Awake? According to our previous wager, you are now a member of my Azure Dragon gang," Long Fei stated calmly, gazing at Qian Daoliu. Hastily, Qian Daoliu scrambled to his feet, astonished to find that his previously grievous injuries had miraculously healed. He inhaled sharply. Was all this the doing of the youth before him? What other secrets did this boy conceal? Had he truly claimed that he was now his subordinate? As he contemplated, the memory of their prior wager flashed in his mind, causing his face to redden suddenly. What? The mightiest pseudo-demigod in the skies is considering reneging on our agreement? If so, I cannot allow you to remain, Long Fei remarked, a hint of mockery lacing his tone. As he positioned the Azure Dragon ancient blade above Qian Daoliu's crown, poised to strike. Sensing the chilling aura emanating from Long Fei, an instinctual fear gripped him, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. "Stop! Don't!" Qian Daoliu shouted decisively, disregarding his dignity. He had lost that long ago. As the words left his lips, the blade halted. Qian Daoliu exhaled in relief, quickly rising to his feet, while Meng Xinji and the others observed. "Young man, let us discuss matters calmly. There is no need for violence that disrupts harmony," Qian Daoliu implored, his demeanor surprisingly brazen. "I never imagined your audacity would be so considerable," Long Fei remarked. Blinking in astonishment, Qian Daoliu, Meng Xinji and the others felt as though they were witnessing a stranger. Was this truly the same peak pseudo-demigod who had once tormented them? His every word and action had transformed entirely. Undoubtedly, this metamorphosis stemmed from Long Fei's overwhelming strength. Had it not been for him, their fates would have been drastically different. 90. The Eye of Rules. Long Fei spoke softly. Qian Daoliu, do not blame me for failing to warn you. You have lost, and you are privy to some of my secrets. To put it plainly, if you do not join the Azure Dragon gang today, you shall perish. Joining is your only chance for survival. Qian Daoliu sighed, realizing that this formidable individual before him had indeed left him with but one path to choose. However, I am, after all, a priest of the angelic deity. Qian Daoliu declared with conviction, from the moment earlier, I have re-established contact with the angelic deity, and that being must have already sensed the disturbances here. Long Fei took a few steps, his expression remarkably calm. What you are concerned about has long been prepared. The heavens of the entire continent have been shrouded by my secret arts. Even those beings from the divine realm will not perceive anything amiss, unless they unite to shatter this veil of concealment. However, the skies are so tranquil that they have yet to take action. Therefore, your angelic deity remains unaware of your exact location. What? Concealed? Qian Daoliu and the others were taken aback. Then they looked up once more. The Dream God Machine trio remained silent. Yet even Qian Daoliu, who had reached the pinnacle of the pseudo-demigod realm, could not discern anything unusual. Shock and awe filled the air. Even the gods were affected. After all, they were deities, beings of supreme existence. Qian Daoliu's mind was now a tumult of complexity. If he were to inquire about the old man, how should he report back? Qian Daoliu pondered. It must be said that this enigmatic Azure Dragon gang truly intrigued him. You merely need to remain in seclusion, completely unaware of everything. Moreover, those gods cannot descend, nor can they intervene in the affairs of the Douluo world, lest they face the sanctions of divine law. Even if there exists a trace of the angel's consciousness within your angelic realm, it is but a thought. Should it truly manifest, it would pose no threat at all. Long Fei's lips curled slightly, as if everything lay within his grasp. In truth, it indeed was. He was orchestrating a grand scheme, one capable of overturning all preconceived notions. Qian Daoliu, taken aback, gazed at Long Fei, feeling as though he possessed no secrets at all. This young man was terrifying. The spirit hall could not stand against him, lest they face utter ruin. Moreover, their strongest entity had been utterly defeated, leading Qian Daoliu to question who in the spirit hall could possibly rival him. You are truly formidable, he admitted, fear evident in his eyes. Very well. I shall join your Azure Dragon gang, Qian Daoliu declared. Swear it, Long Fei replied with a faint smile. The Oath of Rules shall make you my first experimental subject. Qian Daoliu was momentarily taken aback. Swear what? You, Qian Daoliu, swear by your heart's path to join the Azure Dragon gang, never to betray it. Should you do so, may the heavens smite you, the earth obliterate you, your soul scatter, and face eternal damnation. Long Fei's calm tone was infused with an aura that inspired immense dread at that moment. You. Very well. Qian Daoliu responded, his pupils constricting as he opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately swallowed the last two words of indignation. I, Qian Daoliu, swear by my heart's path to join the Azure Dragon gang, never to betray it. Otherwise, may the heavens smite, the earth obliterate, my soul scatter, and face eternal damnation. In the end, Qian Daoliu begrudgingly acquiesced, each word weighing heavily upon him, each syllable uttered with excruciating difficulty. Suddenly, the once clear sky turned ominously dark, thunder rumbling as a colossal eye emerged from the void, exuding an overwhelming authority. Every person present, including Long Fei, felt a shift in expression. This eye instilled within them a profound sense of insignificance. Impressive. Is this the Eye of the Rules? Truly powerful. Even I feel minuscule beneath its gaze. Long Fei's voice trembled slightly, a sensation he had never experienced since arriving in this realm. Suddenly, he chuckled bitterly within himself, realizing that he was not an invincible being after all. Even in the Douluo world, he was merely formidable. Beyond that realm lay numerous other vast worlds where he was far from invincible. A resolute light flickered in Long Fei's dual pupils. I must become even stronger. He clenched his fists tightly. Meanwhile, the trio of Dream Machine and Qian Daoliu were drenched in cold sweat. A solemn oath was made. Those who defy it shall be punished. An ancient voice, emanating from the Eye of Rules, resonated deep within Qian Daoliu's heart, only to vanish shortly thereafter. The voice of the Eye of Rules could only be heard by Qian Daoliu and Long Fei. The others remained oblivious. Long Fei was capable of perceiving the phenomenon because he was the initiator of the rule oath, while Qian Daoliu served as the oath taker, establishing a direct connection between the two. Simultaneously, it was not merely in this location, due to the immense scale of the event. The entire Tian Empire, and even places like the Spirit Hall, became aware of this sudden transformation. Those formidable beings instinctively sensed an overwhelming oppressive force, daring not to meet the gaze of that eye, bowing their heads instead. Within the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong, Jinao, and other Title Douluo level entities simultaneously displayed expressions of terror, their voices trembling. What kind of power is that? Could that eye possibly be a deity? Particularly sensitive to divine power due to her acceptance of the Rakshasa goddess legacy. Bibi Dong was alarmed to find that the divine force itself trembled in fear before that eye. Proclaimed the edict of the Pope. All elders of the Spirit Hall are to convene for an urgent meeting. Bibi Dong's cold yet anxious voice echoed throughout the Spirit City. Meanwhile, Yu Guan and Gue Mei, dispatched to investigate, swiftly turned back, equally shaken by the recent vision. It was not only the Spirit Hall, other regions, such as the upper echelons of the Tian Empire and the Xing Luo Empire, also hurriedly convened their highest councils. On the other side, as the eye of the rule vanished, within the Tian Royal Academy, everyone exhaled in relief, especially Qian Daoliu, who was momentarily stunned. He had never anticipated that an oath could provoke such a monumental change. He was acutely aware that had the eye chosen to move even slightly, he would have been annihilated instantly. Just moments ago, he had been enveloped by an invisible force. Qinglong Gang's Qian Daoliu pays his respects to the gang leader. In the next heartbeat, he hastily altered his demeanor, not wishing to bear the irreversible consequences, speaking with utmost respect as he bowed to Long Fei. Gang leader, if there has been any offense previously, I sincerely ask for your forgiveness. Qian Daoliu then turned to Meng Xinji and his companions. They quickly waved their hands in dismissal. It's nothing. It's nothing. Now we are all members of the Qinglong Gang. We are family and will naturally overlook past grievances. Although they were all part of the Qinglong Gang, in terms of power, Qian Daoliu stood as a peak pseudo-demigod, and they, being his juniors, were exceedingly courteous. Since you are now one of us in the Qinglong Gang, come. Allow me to take you to the headquarters for a glimpse of its grandeur. As Long Fei spoke, he suddenly came to a halt. With a swift motion of his hand towards the void, he addressed Meng Xinji and the other two, instructing them to tend to the situation at hand. His gaze fell upon the crumbling cathedral, and without further ado, he turned to lead Qian Daoliu into the Dragon Realm passage. In a moment of contemplation, he pondered whether to allow Yu Xiaojiang and Shrek to join the Azure Dragon Gang, given the familial ties between Yu Xiaojiang and Yu Tianeng, as well as the master-student relationship between Yu Xiaojiang and Tang San. The author found it challenging to reach a conclusion. The council chamber of the Spirit Hall was already abuzz with the presence of the elders, though only the Grand Priest Qian Daoliu and Elder Qianjun were conspicuously absent. Bibi Dong surveyed the crowd and inquired about their whereabouts. The attendees exchanged glances, and Jinao spoke up, explaining that the Grand Priest and Elder Qianjun had stepped out for a matter and suggested they commence the meeting in their absence. Bibi Dong's voice was cool as she addressed the assembly. Just then, the recently returned Yu Guan posed a question that echoed the apprehension shared by all present regarding the mysterious eye they had witnessed. Meanwhile, in the imperial palace of the Tian Empire, Shui Yi was engulfed in thoughts about the bizarre and terrifying scene he had witnessed, pondering whether it might somehow be linked to the leader's machinations. Shui Yi exchanged a knowing glance with Xue Xing, and they both began to engage in the current meeting. As time passed, Qian Daoliu emerged from the Dragon Realm, profoundly moved by the experiences he had encountered there. Although he was currently unable to absorb soul spirits, he had nonetheless grasped the teachings of the Azure Dragon Gang, including some alchemical techniques. Now a member of the Azure Dragon Gang, he was determined to prevent any transgressions from the Spirit Hall against him. Recently, Bibi Dong had issued a warrant for Long Fei's capture, unaware of his true identity. Qian Daoliu had intended to assist Long Fei in removing the bounty, but was halted by Long Fei's resolute command. Without my orders, everything remains as it is. Long Fei also gifted him a rare herb and a vial of Azure Dragon blood essence, assuring Qian Daoliu that upon returning to the Douluo Palace, he would enter seclusion to break through to the demigod realm. Having lingered at the peak of the pseudo-demigod level for far too long, Qian Daoliu recognized that joining the Azure Dragon Gang was indeed the wisest choice. As for the angel god, he intended to act according to Long Fei's directives, already aware that Qianjun had met his demise at Long Fei's hands. However, he understood that this was unchangeable and could only adapt to the circumstances. Filled with excitement upon exiting the Dragon Realm, Qian Daoliu bid farewell to Long Fei and headed home without looking back. Before his departure, Long Fei had requested a token from him, undoubtedly for a purpose, passing by the Pope's Hall, where a meeting was ongoing. Qian Daoliu's sudden appearance prompted the assembly to rise in respect. Grand Priest. Although Bibi Dong held the title of Pope, her expression was grim. Harboring resentment towards the Angel clan, yet she recognized her current inadequacies and strength and chose to endure, rising to acknowledge Qian Daoliu alongside the others. Qian Daoliu concealed his excitement, adopting a demeanor of detached calmness. There is no need for further discussion. I am aware that the eye we just witnessed has instilled great trepidation even in me. Its terrifying nature is beyond your comprehension. This is not a matter for you to debate. You may disperse. With a wave of his hand, he sought to conclude the meeting, eager to return to his seclusion. The assembly was left in shock, realizing that if even Qian Daoliu, a figure of immense power, felt threatened, the IS level of horror was unfathomable. Grand Priest. Why has Qianjun not returned? Demon finally inquired. It is as if he has vanished without a trace. I have exerted my divine awareness and cannot locate him. Qian Daoliu replied, furrowing his brow. He scanned the crowd and sighed. Prepare yourselves for the worst. Impossible. That cannot be. Demon exclaimed, his sanity slipping as he grasped the implications of Qian Daoliu's words. How audacious. Qian Daoliu scoffed, exuding an aura of overwhelming pressure that caused the attendees to pale and sweat profusely. Bibi Dong clenched her staff, beads of perspiration forming on her brow as she seethed internally. Damn it, how can this old man be so formidable? I must hasten to inherit the Azure God's legacy. I, Bibi Dong, will ensure the annihilation of the Angel clan. In the face of absolute power, Demon regained his composure, hastily apologizing. I beg your pardon, Grand Priest. I lost my composure. Please avenge Qianjun. We must uncover the identity of the culprit. He clenched his fists tightly. Avenge? Who are you avenging against? Do you expect me to confront the leader? I doubt you would survive even a single encounter. Qian Daoliu rebuked. I never claimed Qianjun was definitively lost. Why the urgency? Your demeanor is unbecoming of a Title Douluo. My investigation suggests that Qianjun's disappearance is likely connected to the eye we just encountered. The crowd fell silent, realizing that if it were indeed linked to that eye, any hopes of recovering Qianjun were futile. Enough. Disperse. Qian Daoliu commanded before departing without a backward glance. With no one daring to oppose the Grand Priest's decree, they promptly exited. In the worship hall, Demon approached Qian Daoliu and inquired, Grand Priest, was Qianjun's disappearance related to the Tiando Royal Academy? After all, you had dispatched someone to apprehend that youth. Could there be a connection? I just visited. That youth, who embodies a symbolic image, is no longer at the academy. If you wish to know more, you may investigate yourself, Qian Daoliu remarked, casting a deep glance at Demon. Given Demon's close ties to Qianjun, he was determined to pursue the truth. In that case, I shall deliver the matter to the leader for a decision, though. Whether he survives is his own concern. Indeed, Grand Priest, I shall take my leave. Demon nodded before vanishing into the shadows. Qian Daoliu addressed the remaining members. I have gained some insights and will enter seclusion for a time. During my absence, Jin Ao will assume my duties and poison Pig Douluo. You shall protect the young lady. With that, he departed without a glance back. Though the others were puzzled, they refrained from questioning. Soon, Jin Ao took over Qian Daoliu's responsibilities, while Qian Daoliu entered his secluded chamber. The assembly lingered, and one of the Douluo remarked, Do you not find it odd that the Grand Priest instructed me to protect the young lady instead of Demon, who was originally assigned? Poison Pig Douluo stepped forward, his expression serious. While Jin Ao found the situation peculiar, he waved it off, saying, The Grand Priest must have his reasons. We should not speculate hastily. Follow his orders. And Poison Pig, you may go to the young lady's side. Poison Pig Douluo promptly bowed. Yes, second priest. Let us disperse. As the golden crocodile waved once more, the fighters of Douluo departed from the scene. The golden crocodile made his way to the entrance of Qian Daoliu's secluded chamber, his expression heavy, murmuring, Qian Daoliu, what on earth are you up to? Meanwhile, within, Qian Daoliu was well aware that his actions would inevitably raise suspicions. Yet, he felt compelled to proceed. Not for any other reason than his allegiance to the Azure Dragon gang. One day, the Spirit Hall would fully integrate into the Azure Dragon gang. And when that day arrives, should the demon-slaying entity discover that it was Long Fei who had slain Qianjun, hatred would surely ignite within him. Even with oaths binding them, hatred has a way of blinding the heart. While he did not fear Long Fei, he worried that the wrath might spill over onto other disciples of the gang, which would be detrimental. Thus, for the sake of the Azure Dragon gang, The demon slayer must perish. As for the others, as long as they do not court disaster, they shall remain unscathed. However, Bibi Dong. At this thought, a chilling glare flickered in Qian Daoliu's eyes before he closed them once more. Long Fei has revealed everything to him, including the secret of Bibi Dong. The legacy of the Rakshasa god. The annihilation of my angel clan. How audacious. Were it not for the command of the leader, I would have already obliterated you. Bibi Dong. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that his son was at fault first, and, sigh. The thought of Qian Renshue causes Qian Daoliu's expression to grow intricate. If he were to kill Bibi Dong, Qian Renshue would indeed be left without parents. Regardless, let these troubling matters be resolved by the leader. I shall focus on enhancing my cultivation, Qian Daoliu murmured, then produced the celestial-grade herb that Long Fei had given him, perfectly suited for him, followed promptly by a vial of blood from the Azure Dragon blood pool. Thus, he commenced his journey of cultivation. The recent events have revolved around the Tiando Royal Academy, which undoubtedly harbors secrets. The demon, transformed into a wisp of black mist, appeared near the Tiando Royal Academy. He chose not to rush inside, but instead opted to observe from the outside. At the entrance of the academy, a balding youth emerged. As he passed, the guards greeted him with utmost reverence. The demon gritted his teeth, filled with hatred and fury, declaring, whether it is him or not, capturing him for questioning will clarify everything. If the matter concerning Qianjun is indeed linked to you, regardless of who stands behind it, I shall make them pay a grievous price, even if it costs me my life. Brother Long, take care. Upon seeing Long Fei emerge, two guards greeted him with deference. Eager to curry favor with smiles, Long Fei paused, gesturing for them to adhere to their duties. He then cast a profound glance at the heavens, the corners of his mouth curving slightly. They arrived earlier than I anticipated. Departing from the academy, he strolled leisurely. Approximately a kilometer ahead lay a bustling street of culinary delights. Remarkably, this entire stretch was devoid of any passerby. What a fortuitous opportunity for an ambush. The lurking demon, ever vigilant, would not let such a splendid chance slip away. It transformed into a swirling black mist, deftly circumventing Long Fei to position itself before him. Faced with the ominous fog, Long Fei's expression remained unperturbed as he silently observed, until the mist coalesced into a figure draped in a black cloak. Exuding an aura of despair, he maintained his calm demeanor. If Qian Daoliu is no match for me, what makes you think a mere 96th level Title Douluo poses a challenge? His nature was one of directness, devoid of superfluous words. Boy, accompany me at once. The demon's cold voice resonated as it decisively lunged toward Long Fei. A mass of black mist surged forth from its hand, transforming into a spectral hand that grasped at Long Fei. The darkness enveloped him, shrouding his surroundings in obscurity. Within this black haze, Long Fei closed his eyes to sense the atmosphere, distinctly perceiving an intoxicating illusion that could easily overwhelm the average person, leading them to nausea and faintness. However, he was no ordinary individual. His mental prowess at the Sea of Spirits level was formidable. He offered no resistance and was effortlessly abducted by the demon. The ease of his success did not surprise the demon, for it was a 96th level Super Douluo, and the youth before him might not even be the individual the lady had mentioned. As the black mist dissipated, Long Fei found himself in a transformed landscape. No longer a road, but rather a serene mountain nestled by water. Boy, if you wish to live, cooperate with me. The demon's grim voice echoed as it posed a question, striking with a directness that diverged from the usual pleasantries. Tell me, who stands behind you? How dare you oppose a Title Douluo? Long Fei finally spoke, his tone surprisingly calm. Nestled by the mountains and rivers, the scenery is quite delightful. You have indeed chosen a splendid resting place. The demon slayer's eyes flashed coldly as he retorted, if you do not speak the truth, this shall indeed become your grave. Do not attempt to intimidate me with the ones behind you. Should I take action, they would scarcely have time to save you. Observing Long Fei's distinct demeanor, the demon slayer became increasingly convinced that this bald young man was the one the lady had spoken of, and the very person he was seeking. As soon as he finished speaking, 9 perfectly formed soul rings emerged from his body, instantly exuding an aura of fierce menace that enveloped Long Fei. Long Fei, without any circumlocution, decisively replied, your companion Qianjun is the one I have slain. You killed him? Do you take me for a mere child of 3? You, a mere insignificant being. Why is there no fluctuation of soul power emanating from you? Why can I not perceive it? Could it be that you are simply an ordinary person? At that moment, The mocking words of Jiang Mo transformed into astonishment. Initially overlooked, the realization dawned upon him. This young man was indeed unusual. Despite the absence of any soul power, he exhibited an air of calmness that did not seem feigned. Could it be that he was already aware of my impending arrival? Or was there a formidable presence lurking nearby, concealed behind him? As this thought crossed his mind, Jiang Mo's expression shifted subtly, hastily scanning the surroundings, yet finding nothing amiss. Long Fei gazed intently at the demon slayer, his lips moving slightly as he said, "Do not look further. There is no one behind me. It is merely you and I in this realm, and no one can serve as my support. For I alone am the strongest." The demon slayer was momentarily taken aback. He sensed an overwhelming confidence emanating from Long Fei, and in an instant, he erupted into furious laughter, exclaiming, "Very well. I shall see what you are capable of." The Panlong staff materialized in his hands, wielded with formidable force as he aimed it directly at Long Fei. A strike from a level 95 Title Douluo, indeed fearsome. Yet, it did not evoke any change in the heavens. Thus, it was still relatively weak. Bang! The strike landed, yet Long Fei remained utterly unmoved. The demon slayer's expression shifted as he realized Long Fei possessed formidable strength. A soul ring illuminated on his body. Soul skill, Panlong strike. He unleashed his soul skill once more, this time targeting Long Fei's heart. How dare this mixed dragon act so brazenly before me? A surge of overwhelming dragon might erupted from Long Fei, instantly suppressing the Panlong staff. What? The demon slayer's face displayed shock, and in the next moment, Long Fei's hand grasped the Panlong staff firmly, squeezing it with tremendous force. Bang! The staff crumbled like tofu under his grip. The demon slayer's face turned pale, his martial soul rebounding with a tremendous backlash as he spewed forth blood. Just as his body was about to be sent flying, Long Fei raised his hand, forming a grip as a swirling azure vortex emerged, akin to a black hole, exerting immense gravitational force that forcibly drew the demon slayer's body and soul toward him. The power of bloodlines, the Azure Dragon devours. Long Fei's lips curled into a slight smile as he gazed upon the terrified figure of the demon slayer. With an air of regret, he remarked, "I apologize, but it seems the graveyard shall not be of use to you. You will become a fragment of my soul's transformation into divine power. No, spare me." The demon slayer, rendered powerless, let out a harrowing scream as he was consumed, his form gradually dissolving into particles of energy that merged with Long Fei's being. Long Fei swiftly operated the divine core, absorbing and refining its essence. In the next moment, a radiant light erupted from him, signifying his breakthrough. No wonder the evil soul masters advance so quickly. The power acquired is indeed intoxicating. If I could absorb the entirety of the soul masters from the Douluo continent, I wonder what transformations might ensue. A hint of comfort adorned Long Fei's countenance. Yet he quickly dismissed the thought, acknowledging that such ideas were unbecoming of him, for he was no indiscriminate killer. Now at level 74, he recognized the arduous nature of cultivating divine power. With that, Long Fei departed from the location. Meanwhile, within the spirit hall, the angelic deity, having re-established contact, sought guidance from Qian Daoliu. However, Qian Daoliu is currently in seclusion, deep in meditation, and communicated through spiritual thought. "Esteemed angel deity, as I am in seclusion, I am unaware of the matters you speak of. Please bestow your mercy." Qian Daoliu's spiritual presence was solemn, projecting an air of ignorance. The angel deity, perceiving that this old fellow was neither lying nor willing to divulge information while in seclusion, hesitated to punish his devoted follower. Thus, he replied coolly, "Very well. Perhaps I misperceived. By the way, the divine realm has detected an influence affecting your Douluo continent. Upon your emergence from seclusion, investigate it and report any anomalies to me immediately." "Yes, esteemed angel deity." Qian Daoliu responded with a semblance of reverence. As the angel's presence faded, Qian Daoliu exhaled a sigh of relief, having evaded blame, albeit with a twinge of regret. "Never mind, I shall continue my cultivation earnestly." With that, he resumed his training. In Soto City, within the Shrek team, outside the Tiando Empire, a figure emerged in a forest, Shueqinghe. He had just received news that the guardian assigned to her had been replaced. Poisonous pig Douluo, Shueqinghe spoke with a hint of indifference. At that moment, a figure descended from a nearby tree, Poisonous Pig himself. "I have seen the Saintess," he greeted with a formal gesture. Shueqinghe, perplexed, inquired, "Poisonous Pig? What on earth is happening? Why such a sudden change?" In truth, she preferred the protection of Jiang Mo. as he was the only one in the spirit hall capable of shrouding himself in mist, making him exceptionally suited for covert protection and assassination. Not only Xueqinghe, but even Poisonous Pig was at a loss. Upon completing his mission, Jiang Yemo would have come directly to safeguard the Saintess without delay. Poisonous Pig explained. This is the command of the Grand Priest. Jiang Yemo has been dispatched on a mission and is currently absent from the Hall of Offerings. Thus I have been assigned to temporarily ensure the safety of the Saintess. Xueqinghe frowned. What mission has Jiang Yemo undertaken? Poisonous Pig replied. It pertains to the Tiando Royal Academy and the individual you mentioned, Lin Dong. Upon hearing this, Xueqinghe narrowed her eyes. Very well. I do not know what my grandfather is scheming. I shall take my leave. With that, she turned and departed. Poisonous Pig, observing the direction of the Tiando Royal Academy, shook his head quietly. What threat could a mere child pose? The true concern lay with those who stood behind him. Time swiftly passed, and a month had elapsed. At the Seoul Arena in Soto City, Long Fei arrived with Yu Tianheng and others. Leader, is it still necessary for us to be here with our current strength? From what I understand, this place is quite low level, and finding a team of golden rank would be quite a challenge, Yu Tianheng questioned, his voice filled with uncertainty. The group consisted of 9 individuals, with Yu Lingling and Long Tingo flanking Long Fei on either side. Long Fei smiled faintly and remarked, today, a rather intriguing team will be present here, and your task is to decisively defeat them. Yu Tianheng, intrigued, inquired, Oh, an interesting team? What level are they? You will find out in due course. Follow me. I have arranged everything for you. Long Fei teased, leading the way. The others ceased their inquiries and hurriedly followed. After 4 months of rigorous training in the Dragon Realm, their skills, both in cultivation and physical prowess, had seen significant enhancement. Upon entering, a striking man promptly emerged to greet them. Young Master Long, I have awaited your arrival, he said with utmost respect, identifying himself as the supervisor of the Seoul Arena in Suotua City. Let us proceed, Long Fei replied nonchalantly. The supervisor quickly led the way to a lavish room. Upon arrival, the supervisor handed over a document. Young Master Long, here is the information regarding the team. Very well, you may leave now, Long Fei acknowledged, taking the document as the supervisor exited. This is the team you will face shortly, the Shrek team, he stated, passing the document to Yu Tianheng and then reclining casually on the sofa. The others were curious about this team, and upon glancing at the document, they were left astounded. Leader, are you certain there is no mistake? Yu Tianheng asked in disbelief, with the rest of the group casting bewildered glances at Long Fei. The document detailed the Shrek 7 monsters. Captain, Evil Eye White Tiger, Martial Soul, White Tiger, Level 38 Assault System Soul Master. Soul Rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple. Vice Captain, Thousand Hands Azura, Martial Soul, Blue Silvergrass, Level 32 Control System Soul Master. Soul Rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple. Team Member, General Bone Charm Rabbit. Martial Soul, Jade Rabbit, Level 31 Close Combat Assault System Soul Master. Soul Rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple. Team Member, Evil Fire Phoenix, Martial Soul, Evil Phoenix. Level 28 Assault System Soul Master. Soul Rings, 2 yellow. Team Member, Nether Spirit Cat, Martial Soul, Nether Spirit Cat, Level 28 Agility System Soul Master. Soul Rings, 2 yellow. Team Member, Sausage Specialist, Martial Soul, Sausage, Level 31 Support System Weapon Soul Master. Soul Rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple. Team Member, 7 Treasure Glaze Tile, Martial Soul, 7 Treasure Glaze Tile, Level 27 Support System Weapon Soul Master. Soul Rings, 2 yellow. This level is exceedingly low, isn't it? The group felt a sense of diminished combat prowess. They themselves were of a much higher caliber. A low level does not equate to ineptitude. The 7 individuals who will take the field are indeed your original 7, Long Fei stated calmly. This will serve to challenge Tang San and simultaneously undermine the so-called theories of Yu Xiaojiang. Understood. Yu Tianheng and the others nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, in the Shrek team's quarters, the number of members mirrored that of the original narrative. They were reviewing the information on the Imperial Battle Team, which was the last set of data brought by Qin Ming before they entered the Dragon Realm. However, Qin Ming was not present this time, continuing his training in the Dragon Realm. This is a joke, right? All of their members are above level 37. Our strongest, Sangu and Dailao. Lack combat power? Are we truly expected to face this team? Ma Hongjun exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. The expressions of the others in the room stiffened. Xiaogang, isn't this a bit premature? Flander furrowed his brow. Not at all. The children require challenges to hone their skills. You may choose to participate or abstain, Yu Xiaojiang remarked, gazing out the window before returning his attention to the 7 members of Shrek. Of course we will participate, Dai Mubai declared. Tang San analyzed calmly, indeed. Although their levels are high, we may still seize a chance for victory, and even in defeat, it will grant us valuable experience. Ma Hongjun added. What Dai Lauda and Sanga said rings true. This Imperial battle team will be our whetstone. As their spirits soared, the 7 members embraced one another, chanting, Shrek shall prevail. Observing this scene, Yu Xiaojiang and Flander exchanged satisfied nods. Flander remarked, the children have matured and indeed require such trials. This Imperial battle is quite commendable, especially with the Elite Soul Master competition for the entire continent approaching. Yu Xiaojiang nodded slightly. As the competition draws near, deliberate your strategies, soon. I will share my thoughts on tactics. In due time, as the announcement echoed through the arena, the Shrek team and the Imperial battle team were officially set to clash. Both teams' leaders watched intently from their respective rooms. Long Fei appeared remarkably relaxed, with his right arm wrapped around Long Tinger, while Yu Ming sat nearby, indulging in fruit. This close proximity to their affectionate display had become a familiar sight, and one had grown accustomed to it. What makes them so special? Long Tingo inquired curiously. Gazing at the television Soul Guide, Long Fei lazily remarked, there is nothing particularly special, merely the presence of a protagonist halo. What is a protagonist halo? Both Yu Ming and Long Tinger inquired with curiosity. Long Fei responded faintly. In this world, there are those who are favored by fortune. The formation of the Shrek team remains unchanged from the original text. Similarly, the 7 from Tiando have not altered, surrounding Yi Lingling just as in the original narrative. Here, Yi Lingling is their greatest trump card, and she possesses the most formidable spirit and abilities among the 7. The captain of the Shrek team, the evil Eye White Tiger Dai Mubai, and the vice captain, the thousand-handed Shura Tang San, reported their respective spirit levels one by one. Subsequently, their bodies emanated the designated 3rd and 2nd standard spirit rings, instantly exuding an immense aura as they entered battle mode. As the battle commenced, Yu Tianheng, at level 49, invoked his spirit, the Extreme Thunder Holy King Dragon. De Guyen, also at level 49, called forth the Emerald Medusa. Graphite, likewise at level 49, summoned the Xuanwu Earth Shield. As did Shur Mo Osro, at level 49, unleashed the Flashing Dragon Leopard, while Yu Feng, at level 49, invoked the Blazing Sky Eagle. Yi Lingling, at level 52, revealed her spirit, the 12th grade 9-hearted Green Lotus. To manifest absolute dominance, the 7 individuals, led by Yu Tianheng, sequentially announced their levels and spirits. Under the influence of celestial herbs and the Azure Dragon blood pool, the spirits of these 7 individuals underwent successful mutations. Accompanied by their resounding shouts, they emerged in full force, heralding the arrival of a new generation of prodigies. The spirits of the entire royal fight team burst forth. With Yu Tianheng's Extreme Thunder Holy King Dragon towering majestically, its powerful dragon might resonating with a fearsome roar. Suddenly, aside from Yi Lingling, the remaining 6 individuals exhibited 4 identical spirit rings each. Yet, the colors of these rings sent shockwaves through the crowd. Purple, purple, black, black. Meanwhile, Yi Lingling displayed 5 spirit rings. Purple, purple, black, black, black. Gulp. The expressions of the Shrek members turned blank, with Ma Hongjun and others left astounded. Struggling to swallow their disbelief, fear and incredulity washed over them. Ma Hongjun exclaimed, how is this possible? Their spirits are already abnormal. And now even the spirit rings are so extraordinary. Did Master not say that the 1st and 2nd spirit rings should be yellow and 100 years old? Followed by 1,000 years? What kind of monstrosities are these people? Dai Mubai's pupils constricted, feeling insignificantly small before this colossal dragon. Oscar and the others were equally at a loss, faces reflecting their despondency. How can we even fight? It's utterly hopeless. Ning Rongrong, as the daughter of the 7 treasures glazed tile school, found it hard to comprehend. Is this truly the extent of the royal fight team's strength? How can it be so unimaginable? Within the room, Yu Xiaojiang leaned against the window, his expression a mix of excitement and shock. The spirit mutations and the spirit rings starting from 1,000 years. How on earth is this achievable? At that moment, Yu Xiaojiang realized that if they could mutate, perhaps his spirit could also undergo a transformation, allowing him to escape the torment of being a level 29 for 10,000 years. Flinder's gaze was fixed intently on Yu Tianheng and the others, his voice trembling with astonishment and fear. This is bad. I didn't anticipate the royal fight team to conceal such depth. These are true monsters. The impact on the younger ones will be monumental. Flinder turned to glance deeply at the affected Yu Xiaojiang. Xiaojiang, it seems the theory needs considerable refinement. The little monsters are in grave danger, although their lives are not at stake. Yu Xiaojiang, though slightly calmed, felt a pang of bitterness. Pointing at Yu Tianheng, he is Yu Tianheng, a member of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, my nephew. Does that mean his spirit is also a Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon? Flinder quickly checked the records, only to find them utterly inconsistent with the spirits and spirit rings displayed by these individuals. Have they all mutated? Who is the master behind this? Xiaojiang. Perhaps that person can assist you with your spirit's deficiencies? Amidst the shock, Flinder glimpsed a flicker of hope. Yu Xiaojiang, filled with excitement, nodded fervently, murmuring to himself, perhaps after this competition, I must meet the leader of this team. At this moment, both of their gazes turned towards the luxurious VIP room of the Royal Fight team, where 3 individuals sat. They knew that the answers they sought would soon be unveiled. On the battle platform, beads of cold sweat trickled down the foreheads of the Shrek members, overwhelmed by the imposing aura of the Royal Fight team. Ma Hongjun inquired, Third brother, Dai, what do we do now? What do we do? Of course, we fight, no matter how monstrous they are. Shrek shall not be so easily defeated. A resolute glint flashed in Dai Mubai's evil eye. Tang San nodded in agreement. Indeed, there is nothing to fear. Treat this as a grueling training session. Losing is not terrifying. Their words ignited the spirits of the team members once more. Let us go, Dai Mubai shouted, charging forth with great momentum. His second spirit ring ignited. Second spirit technique, White Tiger Radiant Wave. Ning Rongrong invoked the 7 treasures glazed tile, enhancing Dai Mubai's strength with a surge of 7-colored light. The aura of the White Tiger surged forth, transforming into a milky white wave directed at Yu Tianheng. In response, Yu Tianheng leaped into the air, a smirk curling on his lips, and retaliated with a punch. This was not even a spirit technique, it was merely a passive action. Bang! With sheer physical strength, he countered Dai Mubai's attack. Following this, a surge of violent thunder erupted from Yu Tianheng, instantly sending Dai Mubai hurtling back. What? Dai Mubai gritted his teeth, landing safely in the embrace of his teammates. Oscar hurriedly produced sausages. This is incredible. He actually broke through Dai's second spirit technique using pure physical power. Here, take this. As the battle commenced, each participant unleashed their abilities. Upon landing, Yu Tianheng calmly stated, Let us go, team. The others, already eager, quickly sprang into action, dashing forth with astonishing speed. Except for the originally agile Osiro. The rest soon stood face to face with the Shrek members. So fast. This is bad. Protect Rongrong. Oscar, fly. Alarmed expressions washed over the group as they sensed impending danger. Tang San shouted out. Too late. First spirit technique. At that moment, the assailants unleashed their spirit techniques. And after a series of explosive sounds, the cries of pain from Shrek's members echoed. Even though Shrek's members attempted to defend through offense, the Royal Fight team's 2 extreme defenders were not easily overcome, as not every participant possessed such extraordinary physical resilience. In that fleeting instant, Oscar, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing were forcefully ejected from the battle platform, crashing to the ground. Despite their unwillingness, it was futile. They had been swiftly eliminated, without a chance to retaliate. Is this truly the chasm of power? Unwilling to accept, Zhu Zhuqing felt a profound sense of defeat. After so many years of effort, she had not even had a chance to showcase her abilities before being cast aside, experiencing an unparalleled sense of failure for the first time. The crowd was utterly dispersed, unable to attend to one another. This battle was truly exhilarating. Xiao Wu skillfully utilized her advantages to evade swiftly, yet she felt powerless witnessing the elimination of her 3 comrades. However, the opponent's speed was overwhelming, and despite her efforts, she was struck. Just then, Xiao Wu seized the stone mill and unleashed her strongest 8. Yet, the formidable defense of the tortoise proved too robust. Her current strength could not breach its martial soul. The Xuanwu Earth Shield, and her feet throbbed painfully. The mutated shield possessed immense rebound damage. Unless it was a one-hit kill, the harder she kicked, the greater the damage she would suffer in return. Unable to endure the pain, she abruptly canceled the latter segments of her 8, landing unsteadily on the ground. Next, it was the stone mill's turn to attack. Although slightly dazed, it posed no significant issue. In the next moment, seizing the opportunity while Xiao Wu was unbalanced, it charged forward with a powerful impact. Xiao Wu cried out in pain as she was hurled from the soul arena, crashing to the ground. Originally hoping to exploit an opening to eliminate the soul support, Yilingling, Tang San was suddenly confronted with a scene from the side. Xiaowu, Tang San's fury ignited. A cold glint and murderous intent radiated from his eyes. With Xiaowu injured, Tang San's wrath knew no bounds. He immediately summoned the external soul bone. The 8 spider lances. An intense aura enveloped him as he activated the purple extreme magic eyes and ghost shadow mystique, darting towards the stone mill with a lance. Is this the 8 spider lances that the leader spoke of? Infused with lethal poison? The stone mill and its companions realized the danger and swiftly dodged to the side. First soul skill, shield. The stone mill and the graphite shouted in unison. Instantly, the Xuanwu earth shield expanded tremendously, crashing forward in defense. Boom. What kind of shield is this, so incredibly sturdy? Sweat beaded on Tang San's forehead as he gritted his teeth. The ghost shadow mystique reappeared, vanishing before the eyes of the stone mill duo. Reappearing, he maneuvered around them, relentlessly attempting to break through their defenses, but to no avail. Ultimately, he resorted to using hidden weapons. Just then, a voice interrupted. Tang San, your opponent is me. Du Guyan appeared, wielding the mutated Emerald Medusa martial soul, and unleashed her first soul skill, Medusa's gaze. Suddenly, Tang San's body froze, ensnared by her gaze, as a massive green serpent head loomed ominously before him. How could this be? My purple extreme magic eyes cannot break through? Tang San's heart raced with astonishment, realizing the dire situation. In the meantime, aside from Tang San, Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun were also embroiled in a fierce struggle, their faces paling significantly. Yu Tianheng charged towards Dai Mubai, intent on eliminating him, declaring that the opponent was far too weak. Dai Mubai's expression shifted dramatically as his pupils constricted, shouting, White Tiger Protection Shield. His first soul ring illuminated, enveloping him in a white protective sphere. Seeing this, Yu Tianheng scoffed, igniting his first purple soul ring, Holy King Dragon Claw. A terrifying thunderous power surged forth, launching an incredibly destructive strike. Boom. In an instant, Dai Mubai's protective shield shattered. Down you go. Yu Tianheng roared. The dragon is the strongest. With blinding speed and immense impact, his palm struck Dai Mubai, who, despite his unwillingness to admit it, realized the overwhelming strength of his opponent. He was simply no match. The previous battle had shown that his adversary had not even exerted their full power. Dai Mubai was horrified. Since entering Shrek Academy, he had always considered himself a prodigy. But now Yu Tianheng had obliterated that notion. With a cry of despair, he coughed up blood, flying backward and crashing to the ground. Boss Dai, Ma Hongjun yelled. Little fatty, take care of yourself first. Just then, Yu Feng soared above, charging directly at him. You're next. Gale Punch. Simultaneously, Yu Feng's first soul ring lit up. With blinding speed, Ma Hongjun had no chance to evade and was struck the next second, letting out a cry as he too was sent flying. Bang, bang, bang. Ma Hongjun crashed to the ground, feeling dazed, as if nearing death. Boss Dai, Hongjun. Oscar hurriedly produced recovery sausages and rushed to feed them to Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun. Cough, cough. After consuming the sausages, their injuries improved significantly, and thankfully. Yu Feng and Yu Tianheng had shown restraint. Otherwise, they would have perished. How could they be this formidable? This time, they had truly been defeated. On the stage, only Tang San remained. Tang San lingered in the Medusa's gaze, taking a long time to break free, and by now, he was already injured. Shrek was left with only Tang San, and his energy was severely depleted. The Royal Combat Team consisted of 7 members, all brimming with vitality. The outcome of this battle was already evident to all. Tang San, it's time to concede. You are no match for us. Yu Tianheng approached, the others standing behind him, gazing at Tang San with raised heads. Tang San's expression was frozen. He glanced at Xiaowu, who was unscathed below, and sighed in relief. He understood that in the face of absolute power, his extraordinary abilities were futile. Now, his only remaining trump cards were the Haotian hammer and hidden weapons. But only the dragon whisker needle might be able to pierce the shields of the two before him, and that was uncertain. For the first time, he felt utterly powerless. Clenching his left hand, he thought, could it be time to use the Haotian hammer? Tang San's gaze turned toward the observation room, his eyes glimmering, seemingly seeking guidance. Teacher, what should I do? The opposing strength surpassed his own, their speed outmatched him. His hidden weapons could not breach the Xuanwu shield, and as for poison, that colossal Medusa serpent far surpassed him. Although Tang's sect also utilized poison, the circumstances were now entirely different. At this moment, Yu Xiaojiang in the observation room deciphered Tang San's gaze and subtly shook his head. Tang San's eyes flickered, understanding dawned upon him. and he promptly dispelled his martial soul state. Upon witnessing this action, Yu Tianheng and the others comprehended as well. The next moment, Tang San sighed. We concede. Shrek Academy concedes. Let us congratulate the Royal Combat Team for their overwhelming victory. As Tang San's words echoed, the announcer above erupted in excitement. Wow! Royal Combat! The entire audience erupted in deafening cheers, the spotlight converging on Yu Tianheng and his companions. They turned to depart. Wait! At that moment, Tang San called out to Yu Tianheng. He turned. What is it? Why are you all so strong? Tang San took a deep breath and inquired. Hearing this, Yu Tianheng's lips curved into a broad smile as he softly replied, because we are members of the Azure Dragon gang. With that, he turned and left, not looking back. The cheers from the crowd were so thunderous that only Tang San could hear Yu Tianheng's words. The Azure Dragon gang? Tang San's body stiffened. What kind of force was this? Watching Yu Tianheng and the others depart, he fell into deep contemplation. Wasn't the Royal Combat Team a faction of the Tiando Empire? What then was the Azure Dragon gang? Suddenly, he furrowed his brow, unable to comprehend the situation. After a moment, he turned and exited the arena. Relieved to see that the others had only sustained minor injuries. They had shown us mercy. Had it been like before, we would undoubtedly have suffered severe wounds. Dai Mubai approached Tang San and addressed the assembled members. At this point, the members of Shrek had already left the soul fighting platform and paused in the tunnel. The team's undefeated record had, as of today, been shattered. There was no choice. These individuals were even more monstrous than us. Ma Hongjun sighed and shook his head. Tang San spoke to reassure everyone. Enough. Do not let this defeat dishearten you. The outcome was predetermined the moment they unleashed their martial souls. We are not lacking. It is simply that our opponents are even more extraordinary. Just then, two figures approached from the tunnel, drawing the attention of the crowd. It was Yu Xiaojiang and Flinder. Teacher, Master Dean, the group called out. Yu Xiaojiang remarked, what Xiao San says is correct. This was merely your trial. Remember that there are always greater heights and more formidable individuals beyond your own. They serve to temper your own vigor. The group, receiving the admonition, lowered their heads in acknowledgement. Flinder patted Yu Xiaojiang's shoulder and addressed the Shrek members. All right, Xiaojiang, enough of that. Everyone is tired. Let us return and rest for a while. Training must continue. We cannot allow a single defeat to dampen our spirits. Or else you will leave both Xiaojiang and me greatly disappointed. Yes, Dean. After this pep talk, the group's spirits were lifted once more. As they walked back, the members of the royal fighting team shrugged their shoulders. Osro spoke up. That was utterly effortless. I fail to understand why the leader insists we bully such a weak team. Yu Tianheng slightly furrowed his brow. The leader surely has his reasons. Let's not dwell on it. Yilingling chimed in. Let us not talk so much. Just head back. The group nodded and made their way to the VIP room. On the second floor, Yu Tianheng caught a glimpse of a familiar figure, Yu Xiaojiang. Uncle, what is he doing here? Yu Tianheng paused, his brow knitted in confusion. However, upon seeing Yu Xiaojiang with Tang San and the others, he was taken aback. The words of the Shrek members drew the attention of the others. They all turned to look. Meanwhile, Yu Xiaojiang also glanced over and exchanged a brief look with Yu Tianheng. Forget it. Let's head back, Yu Tianheng decided. The group returned to the VIP room, where Long Fei lounged lazily. Everyone, take a seat. Staying in the Dragon Realm day in and day out can become tiresome. After the Soul Master Elite tournament concludes, you may form teams to venture out for some training, Long Fei suggested, lifting a wine glass and taking a sip. The group exchanged glances and nodded. Shall we include Yu Weiniang? Yu Weiniang responded affirmatively. Sure, let's team up to search for treasures. You're on. Yu Tianheng nodded. Their relationships had grown quite strong, as they were, after all, one big family. Long Fei smiled faintly and said, all right, there will be no more competitions for you. You may choose to return to the Dragon Realm for further cultivation, or you may opt to venture out and explore. There is still ample time. I intend to take a stroll before returning to the Dragon Realm after tonight. Yu Tianheng replied. The others nodded in agreement. We share the same sentiment. Very well. You may go, Long Fei gestured. Upon his consent, everyone except Yilingling and Long Tinger departed from the Soul Duel arena. What shall we do now? Yilingling inquired as she sat beside Long Fei. Long Fei cast his gaze upon the screen above and remarked, wouldn't you like to join them for a bit of fun? Isn't it better to stay here with you? Long Tinger replied, indeed, it is. Long Fei, embracing the two beauties and greedily inhaling their fragrance, suggested, let the three of us venture off together. With that, he took the two of them and departed from the Soul Arena. At that moment, Yu Xiaojiang happened to arrive, accompanied by Flandra. Unfortunately, Long Fei had already left. Upon receiving the news, Yu Xiaojiang was momentarily taken aback, but quickly recalled his nephew. He sighed and said, "They just went out on their own. You should head back first. I need to find him. It's been so long, and I have much to discuss with him." Flandra patted him on the shoulder before taking his leave. Meanwhile, on a nearby road, Yu Tianheng and his companions fortuitously encountered the members of Shrek. The atmosphere soured instantly, as they had just been thoroughly defeated without the slightest chance to retaliate. At that moment, Dai Mubai, the leader, stepped forward to block Yu Tianheng's path. "What is this? Looking for a fight?" Osro teased. "You are strong, but we shall surely defeat you. You will participate in the Soul Master Elite competition, won't you?" Dai Mubai's eyes gleamed with intensity. "Of course, but we belong to the Tiando Empire's team, a seed team guaranteed to reach the finals. Besides, the elite competition is just around the corner. What can you accomplish in such a short time?" Yu Tianheng replied coolly. He then patted Dai Mubai's shoulder, adding, "If you can't even make it to the finals, it would be beneath us to bully you." With that, he brusquely pushed past Dai Mubai and led his group away. Dai Mubai felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation, his fists clenched tightly, his expression dark and furious. The rest of the Shrek members were equally incensed, nearly resorting to violence. Yet they ultimately chose to endure, recognizing their inability to contend. It was a matter of self-inflicted disgrace. Dai Mubai's face turned icy as he declared, "Regardless of their martial souls or spirit rings, the humiliation we suffered today will be avenged in the future. They shall witness the might of Shrek." "Indeed. We at Shrek fear no one," Ma Hongjun added, equally furious. The others nodded in agreement. After a brief excursion and enjoying some delightful delicacies, the group emerged from the marketplace, now shrouded in darkness. They were in high spirits, ready to return when Yu Xiaojiang appeared before them. "Uncle," Yu Tianheng greeted. "Sky Hung." Yu Xiaojiang replied, "You all should head back. I need to have a private conversation with your uncle." Yu Tianheng addressed his companions, who nodded in agreement while munching on their snacks before vacating the area. Yu Tianheng and Yu Xiaojiang, akin to the original narrative, found themselves on a bridge. "Uncle, where have you been all these years? Grandfather has been longing for your return," Yu Tianheng initiated, gazing at the riverbank before them. Yu Xiaojiang's expression turned complex as he sighed. "Tianheng, I will not return. Ever since that incident, I have ceased to be a member of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan." "That cannot be. As long as you wish to," Yu Tianheng hastily began, but then hesitated. "Let us not discuss that. I came not only to reminisce, but primarily to inquire about something," Yu Xiaojiang said, turning his gaze to meet Yu Tianheng's eyes. Yu Tianheng had anticipated this inquiry, but had refrained from voicing it. "You wish to ask about my martial soul's mutation and spirit rings, do you not?" he replied, relaxing and resting his hands on the bridge's railing. Yu Xiaojiang's eyes sparkled with desire. "Indeed. Who is this esteemed individual you encountered, capable of such remarkable feats? If only my martial soul could undergo a mutation as well. Perhaps I could escape my current stagnant level." "Uncle, I cannot disclose that information. It pertains to our organization's secrets. However, I can introduce you to someone, provided there are no issues." Yu Tianheng sighed, contemplating the regulations of the Qinglong gang, which seemed to permit entry as long as one did not betray them. However, the Qinglong gang was not numerous, and the dragon family had yet to reach even 600 members, though every individual was exceptional. If he could assist his uncle, he would be more than willing to extend a helping hand. "Very well, I await your news." Yu Xiaojiang, astute as he was, understood the implications of such powerful connections and knew to abide by their rules. Subsequently, the two engaged in light conversation, leading Yu Tianheng to discover that Tang San was indeed Yu Xiaojiang's disciple. It was a serendipitous encounter. "Uncle, your disciple, Tang San, is even more outstanding than the others at Shrek. However, he still pales in comparison to me." Yu Tianheng's expression bore a hint of arrogance. His martial soul's mutation had rendered him significantly stronger, and he harbored no feelings of inadequacy, especially as a member of the Qinglong gang. Yu Xiaojiang, upon hearing this, felt a slight discontent brewing within, though he kept his emotions in check. After a moment of awkwardness, he stated, "I have faith in my disciple. I am confident in his future achievements." This clear yet ambiguous statement veiled his inner discomfort and uncertainty. As darkness enveloped the sky, stars twinkled like a celestial tapestry, casting a meteor shower across the heavens. Their conversation dwindled over time until they each departed. Yu Tianheng strolled along a deserted street, the surroundings cloaked in dimness. Suddenly, he halted at the sound of commotion. He turned to observe a dim alley where two lecherous men were accosting a girl clad in pink. The pink-clad girl was not one to yield easily. She retaliated fiercely. "You scoundrels! Die!" she shouted, delivering a swift kick aimed at their groin. "Hey, sweet little sister. Come into our embrace." One of the men sneered, their vile grins evident. Both possessed 5 spirit rings, indicating their status as soul kings, while the pink girl was merely a second-ring great soul master. Faced with such overwhelming odds, she realized she could not fend them off alone and needed an opportunity to escape. Yu Tianheng furrowed his brow, recognizing her as the girl from Shrek. What is she doing here? He thought. He approached, noticing that Xiao Wu was indeed in a dire situation, regretting her impulsive decision to venture out alone. What should I do? Without help, she might truly be in peril, she thought, clenching her fist as pain radiated from the areas where she had been struck. The two men relentlessly bombarded her with ranged attacks, displaying utter shamelessness. Xiao Wu gritted her teeth, her eyes blazing with fury. Suddenly, one of the lecherous men moved in to attack again. What a perfect opportunity! Seeing the opportunity, Xiao Wu sprang into action, intending to employ the 8 technique in close combat. Her speed was remarkable, and the man she seized suddenly appeared dazed, his expression betraying a hint of panic. In the next moment, a series of anguished cries erupted. Below, another lecherous tall man observing the scene felt no urge to assist. Instead, he reveled in the sight of Xiao Wu, licking his lips with a depraved expression, exclaiming, "Such a lively little girl must be even more spirited in bed. Ha ha. Help. This is genuinely painful," cried the man being tossed about, never expecting to find himself in such a predicament due to his own negligence. However, it seemed he was now unable to resist, left to endure the relentless onslaught. Regaining his composure, the man below suddenly awakened and directed his martial soul, the tiger-pounced beast, to rescue him. After the final throw, the lecherous man was unceremoniously slammed to the ground, dizzy and in pain. At that moment, the tiger-pounced beast descended upon Xiao Wu. "Come into my embrace," it roared as it descended from above. Xiao Wu, injured and unable to move, panicked. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning appeared before her, followed by a swift figure. A palm struck out. The tiger-pounced beast's expression shifted in shock. When did this person arrive? A tremendous force propelled the man backward. "Who are you to thwart my plans?" The tiger-pounced beast growled, visibly displeased. Meanwhile, the short man who had been tossed by Xiao Wu scrambled to his feet, darkly muttering, "You made me look foolish. You shall pay dearly." Xiao Wu recognized the newcomer from his silhouette and attire. It was none other than Yu Tianheng, the captain of the Imperial fighting team. "Indeed, it is Yu Tianheng," she thought. With a cold demeanor, Yu Tianheng stated, "In the dark of night, 2 soul kings are targeting a girl with merely 2 rings. This is a disgrace to us soul masters." The tiger-pounced beast retorted angrily, "You are nothing. Dare to reveal your name." "Yu Tianheng, captain of the Imperial fighting team. Today, let me witness the so-called prowess of a soul king." Yu Tianheng stepped forward, and as his chilling voice resonated, a formidable aura enveloped him, accompanied by the roar of a dragon. The extreme thunder sacred king dragon martial soul emerged instantly, with 4 soul rings, purple and black, surrounding him, his presence overwhelming. The two opponents' eyes widened in disbelief. A 4-ring soul master? Starting with a 1,000-year purple ring? The 3rd and 4th are black 10,000-year rings? How is this possible? "Boss, this kid is no ordinary foe. Perhaps we should retreat," the short man whispered urgently to his taller companion. "Retreat? What does it matter how powerful his rings are? He is but a soul master. Can we, 2 soul kings, fear him? Attack." With that command, the two unleashed their soul skills upon Yu Tianheng, their murderous intent palpable. Unfazed by the ferocious assault, Yu Tianheng calmly activated his first soul ring, channeling immense thunderous power alongside his dragon might. First soul skill, Sacred King Dragon Claw. He countered. A terrifying force erupted, and the once dark area was illuminated by the explosive clash. The 2 men were sent flying by the blast, while Yu Tianheng, though slightly pushed back, remained largely unscathed, revealing the disparity in their strengths. "Boss, this kid has some skills. It seems we can no longer hold back," the short man grimly acknowledged. The tall man nodded in agreement. "Let us proceed." 5th soul skill, Tiger Pounce Fury. 5th soul skill, Nether Binding. Their auras intensified dramatically, and 2 formidable attacks surged toward Yu Tianheng. In response, he took a serious stance, stepping back and pulling his body into a bow-like shape. Drawing a deep breath, his hair flowed in the breeze as he activated his 2nd soul ring. The strongest defense is often a powerful offense. Second soul skill, Extreme Thunder Dragon Blast. With a thunderous shout, a massive wave of thunderous energy coalesced before him, engulfing him in fragments of lightning as the Extreme Thunder Sacred King Dragon surged forth. The combined might of thunder and dragon was terrifying. With a cataclysmic explosion, the two men's attacks were instantly obliterated, and the onslaught of lightning and dragon fury continued toward them. Feeling an overwhelming sense of impending doom, the two men broke into a cold sweat, their eyes widening in fear as they hastily activated their most potent defensive soul skills. With a deafening roar, Yu Tianheng leapt into action, swiftly positioning himself above his own attack and delivering a powerful punch. Sacred Dragon Power. Die! The anguished cries echoed, no? In the next instant, there was a resounding crash. As the dust settled, the two men lay lifeless before him. Yu Tianheng deactivated his martial soul, turning to Xiao Wu. Thank you for saving me, she politely expressed. Yu Tianheng, with an indifferent demeanor, replied, a young girl should not wander about at such an hour. Return to your Shrek team. The commotion we caused will soon attract the city's forces. I must take my leave. With a wave, he departed. At that moment, Xiao Wu found herself feeling less disdainful toward Yu Tianheng and quickly left the scene. Time flew by, and several months passed in the blink of an eye. On a day beneath a somber sky, two figures stood in a forest, one clad in orange, the other in teal. The man in orange, surprised, remarked, So it is you, Dong Gubo. Dong Gubo sneered, Zhu Guan. It has been a long time. Today, this place shall become your grave. Ha ha. Zhu Guan laughed heartily. Dong Gubo, do you think you can kill me? If it weren't for encountering the Tian team back then, you would have perished under the pursuit of me, an old ghost. The corners of Zhu Guan's mouth curled into a disdainful sneer, a manifestation of his scorn. Yet, it seemed that fate had not yet decreed his demise. Today, he had come to reclaim his lost honor. The icy voice of Dong Gubo resonated. Zhu Guan snorted dismissively, I shall see what skills you possess. Spare me the chatter. Unleash your attack. At that moment, 9 soul rings of the most vivid yellow, purple, and black emerged around him. The wondrous martial spirit of the heavenly chrysanthemum transformed into numerous sharp blades, charging directly at Dong Gubo. Humph. A mere plant-based entity seeks to harm me? Dong Gubo scoffed, raising his hand to counter the assault. Suddenly, a violent aura erupted, shattering the incoming blades and forming a protective barrier around him. Simultaneously, a colossal and fearsome serpent appeared at his side, the biphosphorus Medusa. Indeed, his martial spirit had mutated, akin to that of Dong Guyan. In that very instant, a series of soul rings ascended from him, black, 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 red, red. 7 black and 2 red. Unfortunately, as a Title Douluo, he could not absorb spirits unless he broke through to the 100th level. After extensive cultivation in the Dragon Realm and benefiting from its abundant resources, his original 200-year and 2,000-year soul rings had transformed into 10,000-year rings. Moreover, with the aid of the Azure Dragon blood pool, the 8th and 9th rings, which were already close to 10,000 years, successfully reached that milestone. While lacking a 10,000-year spirit, this was still a formidable feat. One must recognize that even the pseudo-demigod pinnacle Qian Daoliu possessed merely 1 red ring. Now, his soul power had surged to an impressive 97. After several months, he had ascended another level. He now completely overpowered Zhu Guan. Although his explosive power was not on par with Tang Hao, with his dual soul cores, he felt he could contend evenly with Qian Daoliu. Of course, this was before Qian Daoliu joined the Azure Dragon gang. After receiving the gang's inheritance and various benefits, should Qian Daoliu refrain from using the angelic divine armor, perhaps he could still manage a 40-60 split. A terrifying aura emanated from Dong Gubo. Witnessing the scene before him, Zhu Guan trembled, his expression shifting to one of shock and dread. How is this possible? 7 black and 2 red. 2 10,000-year soul rings. Dong Gubo, what is going on? And your soul power surpasses mine, reaching 97. As he spoke, Zhu Guan's face contorted from astonishment to terror. The suppression of soul rings was one thing, but to be outclassed by 2 levels was alarming. Furthermore, his martial spirit appeared to have changed as well. This seemed insurmountable. Zhu Guan finally comprehended Dong Gubo's confidence. It was not mere bravado. If he were in Dong Gubo's position, he too would feel assured. This is my opportunity. No need for further words. I have stated that today marks your grave. With a fierce glint in his eyes, Dong Gubo charged toward Zhu Guan. His first soul ring ignited, and the cold, fierce light of the biphosphorus Medusa shone from his gaze. First soul skill, Medusa's gaze. 5th soul skill, Calamity of the Biphosphorus Medusa. Whoosh. 7th Soul Skill, Martial Spirit True Form. 3rd Soul Skill, Breath Barrier. 5th Soul Skill, Gathering of Cold Blossoms. Zhu Huaguan's fearful expression prompted him to rapidly unleash successive skills. Boom. Gritting his teeth, he struggled against the overwhelming assault. Suddenly, dense fog enveloped him. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he found himself ensnared in an illusion. He had fallen victim to Medusa's gaze. Cold sweat dripped from his forehead. The sight before him was truly terrifying. Bang! In the next moment, Dong Gubo's formidable power shattered his breath barrier and struck him in the abdomen, sending him screaming through the air. His face contorted in agony as he crashed into several trees before finally halting against a stone. Coughing violently, Zhu Huaguan felt unwell, blood spilling from his mouth. He had never anticipated that confronting an old poison master would lead him to such a state. Memories of being pummeled by Tang Hao flooding back. He hesitated, shaking his head to clear the thoughts, and struggled to rise. Gritting his teeth, Zhu Huaguan exclaimed, "I never expected to be wounded by you to this extent." Humph, Zhu Huaguan, did you think you could escape today? Dong Gubo's expression radiated a thick smile. The thrill of dominating his opponent was exhilarating. He began to understand the feeling Long Fei had experienced. Today, I shall claim victory. But Zhu Huaguan raised his hand, and his 6th soul ring illuminated. 6th soul skill, Golden Petal Radiance. In an instant, the heavenly chrysanthemum reappeared before him, unleashing a massive golden beam directed at Dong Gubo. This strike encapsulated all the power of his 95-level Title Douluo. 6th soul skill, Venomous Dragon Bite. Dong Gubo raised an eyebrow as a soul ring appeared in his hand, and the next second, a massive serpent shot forth like a dragon, colliding with the attack. Boom. Seizing the opportunity, Zhu Huaguan swiftly turned to flee. He had no intention of winning this strike, but rather aimed to create an opening for his escape. He must survive to convey this critical intelligence to the Pope, for Dong Gubo harbored a monumental secret that, if uncovered, could significantly enhance their strength and elevate the overall power of the Spirit Hall. Dong Gubo waved away the smoke and dust, watching as Zhu Huaguan vanished, his eyes narrowing as he beheld the fleeing figure of Yuguan. Escape? You shall not evade me today. Knowing my secrets, I cannot allow you to leave alive. In the next instant, he transformed into a bolt of lightning, disappearing from sight. When he reappeared, it was directly above the fleeing Zhu Huaguan. Zhu Huaguan was taken aback, halting in shock. How can your speed be so incredible? There is much you do not know, Zhu Huaguan. Today is your day of downfall. 7th soul skill, Martial Spirit True Form. 8th soul skill, Biphosphorus Medusa Petrification. Zhu Huaguan, as an old adversary, I shall send you off with my most monstrous soul skill. As Dong Gubo's icy voice echoed, an overwhelming and terrifying onslaught erupted. Poisonous gas filled the air. Damn it. Sensing the imminent threat, Zhu Huaguan unleashed his Martial Spirit True Form. 9th soul skill, Withered Flower, Lamenting Heart. Boom. Zhu Huaguan poured every ounce of his power into the 9th soul skill, unleashing countless plant blades that surged forth, creating a scene of unparalleled spectacle. Yet, under Dong Gubo's soul skills, a radiant light enveloped the battlefield. The piercing plant blades halted and petrified in that instant. As this unfolded, all the soul skills Zhu Huaguan had unleashed turned to stone, accompanied by the terrifying cry of the Biphosphorus Medusa resonating through the heavens. All petrified blades shattered in an instant. Dong Gubo, a 97-level Super Douluo with dual soul cores, was simply beyond Zhu Huaguan's reach. He was utterly crushed by sheer force. How is this possible? In a moment of sheer shock and dread, Zhu Huaguan's eyes widened, his body immobilized as if ensnared by some unseen force. As he regained his senses, his complexion paled dramatically, his lower half rapidly petrified, the stone creeping upwards from his feet. With a thundering crash, the petrified fragment shattered, yet he felt not a trace of pain. No. A profound terror gripped Zhu Huaguan as an unseen power dragged him downwards. Witnessing his body's gradual petrification and disintegration filled him with despair. Why? Zhu Huaguan cried out in anguish, Dugubo, I refuse to accept this. I will not be defeated. His voice, raw and heart-wrenching, echoed, I am unwilling to perish. Dugubo hovered above, his gaze cold and unyielding as he observed the unfolding scene. Zhu Huaguan, I have declared this place your grave. After your demise, I will soon summon that old specter to accompany you. Defeated, Zhu Huaguan abandoned his resistance, pleading, Dugubo, I was merely following the orders of the Spirit Hall. I acted under command. Please spare my life. I will do anything you ask. At that moment, his lower half had been entirely consumed by stone, devoid of pain and blood, leaving only despair. And often, it is the absence of pain that signifies the greatest suffering. Dugu Bo coldly replied, Zhu Huaguan, today you face your reckoning. Gazing at his dwindling form, Zhu Huaguan, in torment, cried out, I have toiled diligently to achieve my current level of cultivation. I do not wish to die. Spare me, halt the petrification, and I will forsake the spirit hall to serve you. I shall be loyal to you. What can your current form do for me? Dugu Bo retorted. Just then, his expression shifted abruptly, his body stiffening. He swiftly gestured, retracting his spirit, and the petrification on Zhu Huaguan gradually dissipated. Witnessing this sudden change, Yu Guan felt a mixture of confusion and relief. Now, only his upper body remained. Forget it. Just let me die, he thought bitterly, shaking his head. What purpose could this incomplete form serve now? Apologies, but you are not permitted to die just yet. Fortune favors you. Our master wishes to see you, or else you would have perished. Dugu Bo declared, his hand raised. Just as he was about to deliver a final blow to Zhu Huaguan, a voice resonated in his mind. Long Fei commanded, do not kill him. Bring him to me. Those simple words were enough to intimidate Dugu Bo, who dared not refuse. He halted his attack. Moreover, he comprehended Zhu Huaguan's enmity, and the impending conflict with the spirit hall and the specter loomed. Crushing Zhu Huaguan had brought him immense satisfaction, and his spirits soared. Your master? Zhu Huaguan's voice trembled with shock. Could Dugu Bo's present achievements be attributed to this enigmatic master he mentioned? In the next moment, Dugu Bo raised his hand, enveloping Zhu Huaguan in a surge of power, and both vanished from the scene. When Dugu Bo and Zhu Huaguan reappeared, the surroundings had transformed entirely. The landscape before them was fantastical and surreal. Where were they? Gazing at this breathtaking vista, Yu Guan felt a sense of disorientation. He had never encountered such a magnificent place in his life. It was akin to a paradise on Earth. This is the Dragon Realm, the headquarters of the Azure Dragon Gang, Dugu Bo stated candidly. The moment Zhu Huaguan entered this realm, it was destined that he would become a member of the Azure Dragon Gang, a fate from which he could not escape. The Azure Dragon Gang's headquarters in the Dragon Realm. Yu Guan murmured, enough chatter, follow me. Dugu Bo urged as he led Yu Guan to Long Fei's residence. Long Fei's residence was not as grand as one might imagine. It resembled a traditional Huaxia Sihiyuan. The doors stood ajar. Dong Gubo, accompanied by the bewildered Yu Guan, stepped inside. In the expansive courtyard, a pond lay at the center, where a figure sat on a brown stool, their back turned to them, casting feed into the water to nourish the fish. Dong Gubo clasped his hands in reverence, his expression filled with awe. Boss, I have brought Zhu Huaguan as per your instructions. Indeed. Upon witnessing the formidable Dong Gubo behaving so deferentially towards the individual before them, Zhu Huaguan immediately comprehended the situation, having long grasped the reality of it. Currently, Zhu Huaguan was utilizing his soul energy to manifest his lost limbs. However, the consumption of soul energy was immense, rendering this a temporary solution. When he was first brought here, Dong Gubo had tossed something into his mouth, after which his soul energy rapidly recovered, truly miraculous. When he inquired about it, he only heard Dong Gubo utter two words, Danyao. Yu Guan, I recognize your plight. Thus, I present you with two choices. Join the Qinglong gang, or face death. Choose wisely. Long Fei's voice was remarkably calm, not turning around but continuing to feed the fish. As the final word left his lips, so too did the last morsel of feed fall into the water, prompting a large goldfish to emerge, swiftly devouring it before darting away. Beside him, Dong Gubo understood that the inevitable moment had arrived. He observed Yu Guan's expression, a faint smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Once you join the Qinglong gang, your life will undergo a profound transformation. Zhu Huaguan, you were fortunate. Had the boss not taken an interest in you, you would be dead by now. Dong Gubo mused to himself. Moreover, you have no alternative but to choose. Naturally, the prospect of survival delighted Zhu Huaguan. I certainly choose the first option. However, my current body is so severely crippled, and my strength diminished, what can I possibly accomplish? His words were laced with resignation and bitterness. Long Fei displayed a complete indifference, remarking that it was merely a trivial matter. He then rose to his feet and turned around. At that moment, Yu Guan finally discerned Long Fei's true nature. How youthful! Such a remarkable individual! His gaze then shifted to Dugu Bo, and with a deep breath, Yu Guan found it utterly astonishing. He observed as Long Fei raised his hand, channeling a surge of power directly into Yu Guan's body. The domain, the awakening of all things. A vibrant green light erupted from Yu Guan's form, and in the next instant, he felt an enigmatic force coursing through the depths of his being. What followed was a miraculous scene. The missing limbs that had once been severed began to grow back at a visibly rapid pace, emerging from his body in a frenzy. Yu Guan was left in shock and disbelief. Even Dugu Bo was taken aback, astonished that their leader possessed such incredible abilities. It is worth noting that within the myriad of techniques in the Qinglong gang, none bore resemblance to this method. Whether the Qinglong blood pool could replicate such effects remained uncertain. Aside from Long Fei, no one else was privy to this knowledge, as they had not experienced such loss themselves. Of course, if they so desired, they could willingly maim themselves to test it, but that seemed rather foolish. Yu Guan's breakthrough had commenced, propelling him towards the city of slaughter. Gazing at his restored form, excitement and exhilaration radiated from him. I am healed. His voice resonated with joy. A glance at Long Fei confirmed his extraordinary nature. In the next moment, he knelt on one knee, clasped his hands in gratitude, and exclaimed, "Thank you, leader. From this day forth, I am yours." Long Fei smiled faintly and said, "Not enough. You must swear by your heart of Tao." Yu Guan was taken aback, but in the next moment, a sudden inspiration struck his mind, and he proclaimed loudly, "I, Yu Guan, swear by my heart of Tao to join the Azure Dragon gang. I shall never betray it. Should my heart waver, may heaven and earth conspire against me, my soul scatter, and I suffer eternal damnation." Each word bore the weight of immense responsibility. In the next instant, the sky above Dragon Realm shifted subtly. This time, the Eye of Rules did not manifest. A distant and formidable rumble echoed in the minds of Long Fei and Yu Guan. The oath is established. To violate it is to face annihilation. Boom. Yu Guan trembled, his face filled with trepidation. Could this formidable presence be related to the eyes that appeared within the heavenly dual empire? Indeed, Long Fei's smile grew more pronounced. Yu Guan gazed at Long Fei and began to speak slowly. These two, Jiang Mo and Qian Jun, have vanished for a month or two now, and the Martial Soul Hall has yet to find any trace of them, which troubles me greatly. Long Fei replied calmly, "There is no need for your search. I have already slain those two." Yu Guan's pupils constricted in shock. "They are dead." Suddenly, he recalled the unusual circumstances surrounding Qian Daoliu and inquired, "Might the leader have encountered Qian Daoliu?" Long Fei spoke lightly. He lost a battle against me and thus joined my Azure Dragon gang. The Qian Daoliu you encountered earlier is now one of us. Currently, within the Spirit Hall, you two are the only ones aligned with me. Defeated? That is none other than the legendary peerless Douluo." Yu Guan's expression shifted dramatically, filled with profound reverence. He never anticipated that the strongest Qian Daoliu in the skies would succumb to his aid, and at that time, he had already become part of the Azure Dragon gang. This revelation clarified all of Qian Daoliu's previous peculiar behaviors. Simultaneously, he felt a surge of happiness and gratitude. Long Fei pursed his lips without uttering a word. But Dugu Bo, ever perceptive, took the initiative to continue. "Humph, the chrysanthemum pass. What is the unparalleled Douluo in the face of our assistance? Furthermore, that fellow Qian Daoliu is not truly an unparalleled Douluo, but rather a peak pseudo-demigod. You have underestimated him. Before long, he shall surely ascend to the demigod level." Upon hearing this, Yu Guan's expression turned even more reverent. His leader was stronger than both Bibidong and Qian Daoliu. This time, he had indeed come to the right place. Long Fei waved his hand, issuing a command. "Dugu Bo will take him to learn the methods of our inheritance. As for the matters concerning our Green Dragon gang, you shall share all that you know with him." "Understood, Chief." Dugu Bo replied with a respectful bow and then glanced at Yu Guan, saying, "Jihua Pass. Your opportunity has arrived. The stagnant realm you have lingered in will be shattered today." Upon hearing this, Yu Guan was filled with excitement. "Follow me," Dugu Bo stated. And with that, he led Yu Guan away. Long Fei continued his fishing, with half a year remaining until the Soul Master Elite competition. The passage of time had been extended, allowing for a more leisurely existence. Another month slipped by, and the monotony of life weighed heavily upon him. On this day, however, a stirring occurred within the Dragon Realm, where Yu Guan was diligently practicing. A brilliant golden light burst forth from a certain location within the realm. In the next moment, a man clad in golden attire appeared in the sky. It was none other than Yu Guan. "Haha, I have broken through. At last, I have achieved my breakthrough." Yu Guan's voice resonated with excitement and exhilaration. He swiftly descended towards Long Fei, landing gracefully beside him. Kneeling on one knee, he clasped his hands and spoke with fervor. Leader, I am eternally grateful for your kindness. The favor you have bestowed upon me will forever be etched in my heart. I vow to defend the honor of the Azure Dragon gang with my life. Long Fei nodded in agreement. Indeed, with the assistance of dragon blood and other celestial resources, you have successfully transcended the long-standing barrier of level 95, achieving level 97. As a core level 97 Super Douluo. Although you have temporarily forsaken the Soul Saint and Soul Douluo cores, the resources from the Qinglong gang will suffice to compensate for this deficit. Yes, leader, Yu Guan replied. Also noticing that his martial soul, the extraordinary mysterious chrysanthemum, seemed to have undergone some transformation. Is this what the old poisoner referred to as a martial soul mutation? He then presented it to Long Fei for inspection. Upon observing it, Long Fei remarked, "This is the initial mutation of your extraordinary mysterious chrysanthemum, facilitated by the celestial herbs and dragon blood. If time permits, immerse it in dragon blood to allow the transformation to reach its full potential. However, you are not yet ready for that." As Long Fei observed the fish swimming gracefully, he spoke, "I have a task for you. Return to the spirit hall and assume your role as an elder. Until I give further instructions, pretend as though nothing has transpired. Furthermore, your fusion technique with the ghostly specter is quite remarkable. Find an opportunity to bring him to me, and then you two shall be reunited." Upon hearing this, Yu Guan was filled with excitement. He was eager to discover what ultimate transformation his spirit would undergo, and the prospect of reuniting with the old ghost brought him immense joy. However, a moment of doubt struck him. "Master, how should I explain my current cultivation level upon my return?" "I have already considered that for you," Long Fei replied, raising his hand. A surge of spatial energy flowed into Yu Guan's body, and in the next instant, a device resembling a shackle bound his cultivation at the 95th level. Along with this, a series of memories flooded into his mind. Long Fei remarked softly, "This spatial lock can temporarily confine your cultivation at level 95. When you wish to unlock it, simply follow the method that resides in your mind. As for the mutation of your martial soul, the changes are rather minimal and subtle, requiring a keen eye to discern. Moreover, with the inheritance of our sect's body tempering technique, you can leverage even the most ordinary attacks. In the event of an insurmountable obstacle, fleeing is always an option. With the rapid thunderflash step, no one in the Douluo world can catch up to you." Yu Guan then nodded respectfully, "Leader, I understand. I shall return to the spirit hall and await your further instructions." Long Fei nodded slightly and said, "Go ahead. I take my leave." With that, Yu Guan departed from the dragon realm, being teleported away. It was time to venture to the city of carnage and seize the domain of the god of slaughter. There were still 5 months until the elite competition, which was ample time. As Long Fei spoke, he too exited the dragon realm. A mission was issued to obliterate the city of carnage. Mission reward: an opportunity to create a Title Douluo with absolute dominion over the god of slaughter. X1. Not applicable to oneself, with no penalties incurred. The choice was solely to accept or decline. At that moment, the familiar voice of the system echoed in Long Fei's mind after a long absence. Long Fei grinned widely, expressing his nostalgia. "Of course, I accept this without hesitation. This reward is truly remarkable. One can only speculate who the fortunate recipient will be in the future." In no time, the task was successfully accepted. After a significant interval, he had now become a time traveler burdened with system tasks. 101. The onset of slaughter. Long Fei set forth, embarking on a journey to the city of slaughter within the world of Douluo. Adjacent to this city lies the land of slaughter, where everything diverges from the familiar outside realm. Even the peripheral areas are imbued with an overwhelming aura of death and malevolence. In a particular spot, the fabric of space suddenly warped, and in the next moment, a tall, muscular young man clad in short sleeves and long trousers emerged from the dark, swirling vortex. This individual was none other than Long Fei. As he surveyed the scene before him, a sensation of fondness for this place washed over him. Accompanied by the striking contrast of the surrounding sights and atmosphere, he inhaled deeply, stretching his limbs luxuriously, and exclaimed with delight, "How invigorating! This realm, steeped in sin and bloodshed, heralds the arrival of your nightmares, city of slaughter. Are you prepared to embrace the baptism of your new leader?" TSK, TSK, TSK. In the depths of Long Fei's eyes flickered a blend of yearning and cold intensity as he strode purposefully towards the soul in ahead. Suddenly, a flurry of lethal weapons assailed him from both flanks. Long Fei's expression remained unchanged, his demeanor unfazed. He had long since discerned the concealed assassins lurking in the shadows. After all, This place was no ordinary locale. Do you really think such trifles can harm me? He scoffed disdainfully, showing no inclination to evade the incoming threats. He continued his unperturbed advance. In the next instant, a series of thunderous impacts echoed as the weapons struck Long Fei's body one after another. As expected. Just a mere child, nothing more. Meet your demise. With the assassination deemed a success, 3 figures sprang forth from the underbrush, wielding massive scythes and axes. Their faces twisted into sinister, malevolent grins. Another naive child had fallen to their hands. What are you up to? A calm, yet formidable voice rang out, causing the 3 to pale in shock. What? He is unharmed? They wondered. Indeed, anyone who could venture into this realm possessed some degree of prowess. But they were convinced that his end was nigh. The leader of the trio, brandishing a colossal scythe, stepped forward. To their astonishment, Long Fei stood completely unscathed. Not even a hint of a scratch upon him. Their eyes narrowed, and their expressions turned serious. From Long Fei, they sensed an unsettling aura, a formidable adversary. Be cautious, warned Zhao Cheng, the scythe-wielding leader. Instantly, the man with the axe became alert, unleashing a wave of murderous intent. One by one, soul rings materialized around the trio, revealing their true strength. They were all formidable soul emperors of the 6th ring. Since this place was not yet a realm of slaughter, they could still employ their martial souls freely. Long Fei was taken aback, exclaiming, "You 3 are actually formidable beings at the level of the 6th ring soul emperor." He trembled visibly, playing his part in the performance staged by the trio. However, to the trio's eyes, it genuinely appeared as though Long Fei was terrified. Their lips curled into a smug smile, brimming with arrogance and disdain. Yet, little did they anticipate that death loomed right before them. Kid, the fact that you can withstand our lethal attacks with your physical body indicates that you harbor a secret. Hand over that secret, and I shall grant you a complete corpse. Zhao Cheng advanced step by step, dragging his scythe menacingly towards Long Fei. Long Fei shrugged casually, remarking, "Do you truly believe yourselves capable?" In the next instant, his gaze turned icy, his tone equally frigid. "No more games, this is a waste of time. 3 Soul Emperor ants, meet your demise." As soon as the words left his lips, his figure transformed into a fleeting shadow, vanishing from sight. A green radiance emerged in his hand, the familiar Qinglong ancient blade firmly grasped. Suddenly, a brilliant arc of azure light materialized in midair, dazzlingly bright. In the following moment, a linear incision appeared at the waist of the 3 men. Impossible. Thud. The 3, their faces etched with terror, were rendered lifeless in an instant. One moment they were alive, and the next, only 3 severed corpses remained, fresh blood oozing from them. The crimson liquid quickly absorbed into the blade, enhancing its sharpness and lethality. Withdrawing the blade, Long Fei nonchalantly strolled towards the inn. This time, no one emerged to attempt an assassination. He entered the establishment smoothly. This inn was notorious as the Inn of Slaughter. Although there were people inside, they were few, each one a remorseless killer. Long Fei nonchalantly took a seat beside them, drawing the attention of those around him. The individual before them, though not everyone had witnessed the earlier scene outside the inn, was nonetheless formidable. A few had indeed noticed the ease with which he had dispatched 3 powerful soul emperors. This young man was truly terrifying. They all opted to avoid provoking him. Those who ventured into the land of slaughter understood a certain rule. To enter the city of slaughter, one must partake in a Bloody Mary. However, "I abhor your filthy blood, thus I shall abstain." A cold voice suddenly emanated from Long Fei's lips. As the crowd wore expressions of disdainful mockery, Long Fei rose to his feet, moving with astonishing speed. An overwhelming aura emanated from him, subduing the murderous intent of those around him. In the blink of an eye, the ancient Qi sword appeared before the crowd, slicing effortlessly through the 3 individuals outside as if they were mere tofu, leaving behind deep gashes in their bodies. Thud, thud. A torrent of blood gushed forth. All the desperate souls present met their demise in that fleeting moment. Long Fei's methods of killing were decisively ruthless, his seemingly ordinary figure instilling an immense sense of dread. He turned and approached the front desk, where a male and female attendant displayed expressions of sheer terror. Trembling against the wall, "Please, don't kill us," the woman pleaded desperately. The man quickly joined in, "We are merely following orders. I implore you, spare us." Long Fei cast a disdainful glance at them, a hint of mockery gracing his features. "Acting on orders? I wager you have taken many lives as well." With that, he raised his hand and delivered a swift, fatal strike, causing blood to burst forth in a crimson spray. The entire inn became permeated with a thick, metallic scent of blood, plunging the atmosphere into a stifling gloom. With a swift motion of his left hand directed towards the ground, Long Fei unleashed a formidable surge of power that surged downward with terrifying intensity. A resounding explosion echoed as the entire slaughter lodge was engulfed in a colossal wave of destructive force, affecting the surrounding area as well. The once formidable arena of carnage was obliterated, leaving only Long Fei amidst the chaos of the explosion. Before him lay a concealed underground passage, the very entrance to the city of slaughter. The allure of endless bloodshed brought him unparalleled comfort, compelling him to descend into the depths. As he fell into the abyss, he was met with an elongated tunnel that led to a modest plaza, culminating in an immense, imposing door. At that moment, a woman clad in dark garments emerged. "I am your novice guide," she declared. "Your actions are audacious. You dared to obliterate the entire outer city of the slaughter grounds. The King of Slaughter will not let this transgression go unpunished. Once you pass through the gates of slaughter, there will be no turning back, and your soul abilities will be rendered ineffective here. Are you certain you wish to proceed?" The voice of the veiled maiden penetrated Long Fei's ears. Yet his countenance remained remarkably composed. "Turning back? That concept holds no weight for me. I have come here solely for the purpose of carnage, fully aware of all consequences," he replied, his expression cold and unperturbed by her ominous warnings. Instead, he countered with a retort, "Well, commendable courage. Let us hope it does not border on hubris, leading to self-destruction." The veiled maiden raised her head, showing no sign of trepidation at Long Fei's destruction of the outer city. Among all she had encountered, only the King of Slaughter instilled any fear within her. "According to the rules of the City of Slaughter, to enter through this door behind me, you must first complete the trial of the black-armored knight," she stated, as from the shadows emerged a man clad in black armor, striding toward Long Fei. Gradually, the veiled maiden withdrew. The black-armored knight offered a formal salute to the maiden before turning his gaze upon Long Fei. His expression remained inscrutable beneath the armor, and apart from his eyes, which conveyed a wealth of emotions to the discerning observer, there was little indication of his feelings. Long Fei exchanged a glance with the individual before him, instantly discerning his level of cultivation. He was a sole emperor of the 69th rank, formidable indeed, yet still inferior to the 3 adversaries Long Fei had recently confronted, who were merely at the 62nd rank. Moreover, in terms of aura, presence, and overall energy, this individual undoubtedly surpassed those 3 fools. Even the simplest hint of murderous intent was sufficient to overwhelm the trio. While undeniably powerful, this opponent fell short of impressing Long Fei. In his eyes, he was inconsequential. "Young man, I shall show no mercy. This is a battle for your very life." The voice of the black-armored knight was chilling, resembling a relentless killing machine on the battlefield. 69th rank? You underestimate me gravely. You will come to regret this, for you shall perish." Long Fei averted his gaze from the black-armored knight, shifting his focus to the distant figure of the veiled girl behind him. His tone bore no contempt or disdain, only a frosty indifference. "Then do your best," the veiled girl replied, seemingly unfazed, for she held such beliefs. While Long Fei had demonstrated tremendous power above, the circumstances here were different, for even without entering the gates of the City of Slaughter, one was still subject to the constraints of established laws. The power within Long Fei will be significantly diminished, or so she believes. In truth, the faint essence of the law that entered Long Fei's body was swiftly assimilated, rendering it a mere jest. How could the illustrious Long Fei be subdued by the trivial laws of this Douluo world? Upon hearing Long Fei's words, the black-armored knight's fury ignited. The feeling of being belittled by a mere child was profoundly intolerable. In the next moment, he roared, "You seek death." A pitch-black spear, emanating an aura of chilling menace and lethal intent, materialized in his right hand. With 6 standard soul rings appearing and vanishing, he brandished the black flame spear, lunging towards Long Fei with alarming speed. This strike was formidable, and a plume of black flame erupted from the spear's tip. Such as the hallmark of his black flame spear, the flames greatly amplified its lethality and destructive potential, elevating it to an extraordinary level. Confronted with such a terrifying blow, Long Fei remained remarkably composed. In the next instant, a flash of azure light surged forth before him. Following this, a resounding dragon's roar echoed as the ancient azure dragon blade seemingly gained sentience, charging directly towards the tip of the black flame spear. With a crisp sound of impact, the moment unfolded. Astonishingly powerful, the black-armored knight was taken aback, forcefully propelled backward. In midair, he executed a rapid spin, shaking off his astonishment as his first soul ring ignited instantaneously. With the activation of his first soul skill, Spear Charge, his form traced an elegant black line through the clouds as he lunged fiercely towards Long Fei once more. Long Fei remained motionless, The entire process executed solely by the ancient Azure Dragon blade. With a single rotation, a surge of dragon might erupted, accompanied by a resounding dragon's roar, amplifying its terrifying power. The dreadful aura of slaughter emanating from the blade burst forth instantaneously. When the two weapons clashed once more, a resounding boom echoed. The armored knight, standing defiantly, appeared particularly strained, though his mask concealed the shifting expressions on his face. The astonishment and disbelief in his eyes were unmistakable. In mere seconds, the knight was once again repelled, the ferocious force driving him to the ground, where he staggered before regaining his footing with the black flame spear. How is this possible? What manner of sword is this that possesses such terrifying might? The knight's voice quivered with trepidation. It was worth noting that the individual before him had yet to wield the blade in battle. Even the veiled girl observing from the sidelines exhibited a change in demeanor, though her features remained obscured by her black shroud. To think that under the constraints of the laws, this person could unleash such formidable power, effortlessly contending with a level 69 Soul Emperor. It seemed as though she had underestimated him. She resolved to witness his true strength. A cold and indifferent voice resonated from Long Fei. This blade is more than sufficient to claim your life. The knight turned, comprehending the meaning behind the veiled girl's gaze, his anger flaring at Long Fei's words. You are truly arrogant. From this moment forth, I shall unleash my full power. With that declaration, he advanced swiftly towards Long Fei. Suddenly, a purple soul ring illuminated around him, and his figure fragmented into multiple afterimages, creating a disorienting effect. In the blink of an eye, he appeared behind Long Fei, thrusting the black flame spear forward. Simultaneously, a black soul ring manifested at the spear's tip, unleashing a cataclysmic force. Fifth soul skill, Black Flame Annihilation. With a thunderous roar, the terrifying black flames engulfed Long Fei. The power of this attack was truly formidable. A smirk curled upon the knight's lips beneath his mask, his eyes gleaming with triumph. He had emerged victorious. The force of the strike crashed like a shockwave, smashing into the great door, which remained unscathed. As the momentum dissipated, the knight felt an unsettling silence enveloping the surroundings. Gazing at the unfolding scene, his eyes widened in disbelief. Long Fei stood motionless, unscathed. Impossible. The black-armored knight cried out in terror, and in the next moment, he launched another attack, resolutely employing his sixth soul skill, Black Flame Dragon Break. Long Fei slowly turned his head, gazing at the approaching assault from behind. He raised his hand, and the ancient Azure Dragon sword was instantly gripped with conviction before he effortlessly swung it downward. A deep, resonant echo resonated as the attack of the black-armored knight was effortlessly cleaved in two by Long Fei's Azure Dragon sword, as if slicing through tofu. Subsequently, a thunderous explosion ensued. Long Fei's blade continued to descend, albeit at a leisurely pace, yet it instilled a chilling sense of imminent death. The black-armored knights' dual heads contorted in anguish, their faces beneath the armor undergoing a dramatic transformation. In haste, he summoned his second soul ring to activate a defensive soul skill. His black flame spear shifted from a thrust to a piercing stab, enveloping his entire being in a shroud of dark, fiery energy. As I stated, you shall perish. In this world, one must adhere to their word. If I declare your demise, then it shall be so. Observing this scene, Long Fei's voice resonated with a cold, enchanting magnetism, an eerie smile curving upon his lips. 103. The feast of slaughter. The blade of Long Fei became increasingly sharp and menacing. Suddenly, he accelerated, aiming to deliver a swift and precise decapitation. Halt! Exclaimed the woman in black veil, her eyes narrowing at the sight, urgently commanding him to stop. However, how could Long Fei possibly heed her words? It was as if he had not heard her at all as he decisively struck downwards. With a sickening thud, the head of the black-armored knight was severed, and blood gushed forth violently, the head rolling away as the lifeless body collapsed to the ground with a resounding thump. The girl in the black veil, who had intended to intervene, found herself too late. She could see that Long Fei was truly intent on killing his opponent. You actually killed him. The tone of the veiled woman became markedly grave. Long Fei maintained a calm demeanor as he turned to face her, a hint of sarcasm lacing his tone. If he can kill me, why should I refrain from taking his life? Are you jesting with me? Moreover, this is a paradise of slaughter. There is no wrongdoing in ending his life. I have long foretold that you would come to regret this. The woman in the black veil clenched her fists, momentarily at a loss for words to counter Long Fei, for his assertions held an undeniable truth. Indeed, this realm was one where murder thrived. Weakness was the original sin. If he could take a life, then he, too, was capable of doing so. Long Fei spoke with a tone of disdain and indifference. Why must I require a reason to take a life? What compels me to explain myself to you? His haughty demeanor was indeed irksome. The woman in black, casting one last glance at the lifeless body on the ground, then turned and swayed her figure as she made her way toward the entrance. Long Fei remained indifferent, his gaze calmly fixed upon the unfolding scene as the grand door gradually creaked open. Upon the door's full revelation, the woman shrouded in black turned and proclaimed, "You have passed the assessment. You are now entitled to enter the city of slaughter." With a fluid motion, the Qinglong ancient blade was sheathed, and Long Fei strode forward. Soon, both entered the city of slaughter, marking Long Fei's official arrival in this realm of true carnage. The door behind them closed ominously. Upon entering the city of slaughter, one's soul skills and subsequent abilities would become ineffective. Survival would rely solely on the intrinsic strength of one's martial soul and personal prowess. The forthcoming 24 hours would serve as your novice protection period. During this time, I shall remain by your side, ensuring that no harm comes to you. Once this period elapses, your fate will be of no concern to me. The cool voice of the woman in black resonated ahead of Long Fei as she spoke while walking. Long Fei listened to her words, observing the so-called city of slaughter around him, a place brimming with malevolence. The scene was devoid of humanity, with the filthy ground stained by blood and refuse, exuding a foul odor. Within the narrow alleyways, one could witness the most depraved interactions between men and women, occurrences seldom seen outside these grim confines. Long Fei spoke softly. "So, they cannot kill me, but I can slay them?" The woman in black replied, "If you choose to take the initiative during the protection period, then the protection will come to an immediate end." Long Fei nodded slightly, his recollection of the original content hazy at best. Ahead, a scuffle had broken out, and the crowd, noticing Long Fei's approach, initially contemplated making a move against him. However, the moment they caught sight of the mysterious woman clad in black beside him, their courage faltered. Another novice. Once the protection period expired, it would be his demise. The black-clad woman strode forward alongside Long Fei, entirely disregarding the onlookers. Yet, at that precise moment, Long Fei made a swift motion, drawing forth the ancient Qinglong blade, which instantly decimated the multitude of adversaries surrounding them. The sound of gushing blood echoed incessantly as crimson torrents erupted forth. There were no cries of agony, for all had perished. Witnessing this spectacle, the black-clad woman's steps faltered. Then, Long Fei spoke, "You may return. I am about to commence my slaughter." "What a madman. I never anticipated you possessed such terrifying prowess. Best of luck to you," the black-clad woman replied, turning on her heel and departing without a backward glance. Long Fei gazed at the sordid scenes unfolding within the alley and boldly stepped inside. Several women, exuding an aura of malevolence, approached him with an insatiable greed etched upon their faces. "Hey there, handsome, come and have some fun," their sultry voices beckoned, as one reached out to caress his form. "Get lost." Long Fei displayed a look of disdain as he raised his hand and struck decisively. The woman's expression shifted dramatically, yet she could not evade the blow. In the next moment, a sickening sound echoed as several women were drenched in blood, their lives extinguished. The remaining spectators in the alley, witnessing the chaos unfold, were instantly incensed. These fallen souls swiftly seized their martial spirits and charged at Long Fei with ferocity. One among them bellowed, "How dare you instigate trouble? Slay him." Observing the scene before him, Long Fei remained unfazed. His left hand caressed the blade of the ancient Azure Dragon sword, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight, transforming into a streak of lightning that pierced through the crowd, only to reappear behind the last individual. A visible line of division materialized upon the bodies of the onlookers, marking the path where the lightning had coursed. "What is happening?" "No," came the cries of disbelief. In an instant, the sound of severance echoed as all were cleaved in two, blood spraying forth as they fell lifeless to the ground. Long Fei acted with decisiveness and ferocity, showing no mercy whatsoever. After eliminating his foes, the ancient Qinglong blade, now stained with blood, was once again absorbed as it had been before. Long Fei departed from this place, choosing to pursue a path of slaughter. This time, his spirits were high, and he devised a perfectly harmonious plan. Requiring no provocation from others, he instinctively navigated his way to seek out targets, eliminating each one he encountered. Soon, the city of slaughter echoed with the anguished cries and desperate wails of the fallen, as the ancient Qinglong blade in Long Fei's grasp exuded an even more pronounced aura of death. Truly, this was an exceptional locale for both monster hunting and blade refining. Standing amidst the pool of blood, His expression remained impassive as he gazed at the Qianlong blade in his hand, a ghostly smile emerging upon his lips. After such prolonged carnage, and having dispatched countless souls, be they male, female, or even of ambiguous nature, each had succumbed to the edge of his sword. Surrounding him lay the corpses of the wicked and depraved. These individuals had arrived here unchallenged. Now, with Long Fei's arrival, he had become the enforcer of this city of slaughter, the judge of their fates. Moreover, his Qianlong blade possessed the extraordinary ability to grow even more formidable by continuously absorbing the blood of the living. This was indeed a rare and powerful boon. Long Fei's reckless actions immediately caught the attention of the Black Armored Knights team in the City of Carnage. Moreover, in the very heart of the City of Carnage, within the majestic Imperial Fortress, it once again drew the notice of the King of Carnage. Inside the fortress, a man with an otherworldly appearance clad in crimson sat regally, sipping a Bloody Mary while gazing at the large screen before him. Simultaneously, a woman in black gauze was reporting everything she knew about Long Fei. This was not the first time the King of Carnage had taken an interest in Long Fei. Ever since Long Fei obliterated the City of Carnage, the king had been closely monitoring this youth with such formidable explosive power. With a slight exertion, he inadvertently crushed the glass containing his Bloody Mary, blood oozing from his hand, emanating an aura of terrifying slaughter. His countenance darkened ominously. With eyes that glinted like cold blades, he intoned, "A commendable youth indeed. Not only has he destroyed my City of Carnage, but now he wreaks havoc in my domain. Is he declaring war upon me?" The aura of the King of Carnage was exceedingly fearsome, causing the woman in black gauze to display signs of trepidation. "O great King of Carnage, I implore you to remain calm." Her voice trembled, seeking to pacify the enraged monarch, for should his wrath be unleashed, the consequences would be dire. As she spoke, she cautiously inched closer to him. "Here, it is still safe." The King of Carnage caressed the woman in black gauze, his agitation somewhat abated. Closing his eyes, he murmured, "It is truly perplexing. Within the City of Carnage, there are characteristic rules of suppression. Even the mightiest gods should be affected and weakened here. How is it that this individual seems unaffected?" The woman in black gauze replied, "O great King of Carnage, perhaps this man harbors a significant secret. The best way to uncover it would be to capture him for thorough study. His weapon is his soul, and the fact that he can wield such power without the use of soul techniques is astounding. One can only imagine the extent of his abilities should he employ them." Having calmed himself, the King of Carnage stated, "You speak wisely. However, there is no need for haste. Let the Black Armored Knights probe his capabilities first. This time, send a Soul Saint-level warrior to apprehend him and see how he responds. Dispatch several more. I wish to ascertain his true prowess." Concluding his thoughts, he reluctantly released his hand from its unreserved caress of her. From the beginning until now, among those whom Long Fei has slain, there have indeed been Soul Saints. However, these Soul Saints differ from the Black Armored Knights. The former are subjected to suppression, rendering them incapable of utilizing their soul skills and other abilities. Thus, the presence of Soul Saints here is significantly diminished, and Long Fei feels no surprise even upon their demise. "As commanded, great King of Slaughter." The veiled woman hastily feigned obedience. Such trust from the King of Slaughter warranted her to execute the task with elegance. "Go forth," commanded the King of Slaughter with a wave of his hand, reclining back as a wisp of crimson blood mist materialized in his grasp. In the next instant, a fresh, sanguine Bloody Mary cocktail appeared in his hand, which he continued to savor with delight. Truly exquisite. The King of Slaughter's countenance radiated greed and indulgence. The scene before him shifted, no longer fixating on Long Fei, but rather to the skies above the City of Slaughter. Suddenly, his pupils constricted, and his expression shifted dramatically. Before him unfolded the image of a colossal pit. The entire City of Slaughter lay utterly annihilated, unrecognizable. A terrifying power seeped from the pit. What force could possibly wield such devastation? Damnable little brat. So this is the one daring to oppose me. In the City of Slaughter, I am the sovereign. Little one, your demise is imminent. The King of Slaughter seethed with rage. Meanwhile, Long Fei's spiritual force, transcending the suppression of the area, scanned the vast expanse of the City of Slaughter. Having slain so many today, that old fellow must be furious, he mused. No need to rush. There will be more thrilling events to unfold. I hope he doesn't succumb to anger too soon. A faint smile graced Long Fei's lips as he spoke softly. Having taken many lives today, he felt fatigued and sought a place to rest. As he meandered along the path, he faced numerous ambushes, yet ultimately, all who dared to attack him met their demise. Soon, Long Fei arrived at an establishment. The air was thick with the scent of blood and chaos, bustling with activity. There were quite a few patrons. Should I not eliminate them all? He contemplated, a peculiar smile emerging as he surveyed the experience points before him. Never mind. It's lively enough. I shall spare your lives for now, only to return later for the kill. Suddenly, Long Fei changed his mind and stepped inside. Upon entering, the crowd beheld the youthful figure before them, and instantly, malevolent grins appeared on their faces. Long Fei settled into a seat, his demeanor cool as he commanded. Bring me fine wine and exquisite dishes. The audacity of his words stirred resentment among the onlookers. At that moment, a waiter approached, in the city of slaughter. He was no ordinary servant. He wore an expression of delight, knowing the significance of his position. No problem, but you'll need to pay with 5 Bloody Marys as currency. The waiter replied, nodding. Here, Bloody Marys served as the medium of exchange. The more one possessed, the higher their status, signifying the number of lives taken. Unfortunately, I lack Bloody Marys, however. Long Fei's gaze shifted to a man nearby, the very one who had insulted him. What's the matter, little brat? Keep staring, and I'll have your eyes. The man retorted sharply, his body emanating a palpable aura of menace. In an instant, Long Fei struck. A glint of cold light flashed past the man, and in the next heartbeat, a sickening thud echoed as his head cleanly separated from his body, blood splattering across the floor. Without hesitation, Long Fei seized a large empty bowl from a nearby table and filled it with the fresh blood, placing it before the waiter. The pungent scent of blood filled the air, and the surrounding crowd displayed faces of longing, the waiter included. Is this bowl sufficient to cover the 5 Bloody Marys? Long Fei's voice rang out, cold and indifferent. The expressions of those around him shifted dramatically. None had been able to discern the swift movement he had just executed, revealing his formidable strength far beyond what they dared provoke. Whispers spread through the crowd, filled with astonishment at the emergence of such a monster. Fear gripped the hearts of the onlookers. Although they were all killers, none wished to perish without understanding the cause of their demise. Consequently, no one dared to confront Long Fei any further. The waiter quickly acquiesced. Of course, please wait a moment, and your desired food will be brought shortly. With that, he departed, carrying the bowl of fresh Bloody Mary. The waiter's speed was impressive, and soon, an array of dishes appeared on the table. Long Fei possesses an innate immunity to all toxins, and thus harbors no apprehension regarding the potential presence of lethal substances in the dishes. He proceeds to pour himself a drink and indulge in the food with great enthusiasm. Savoring the wine and relishing the dishes, he finds unparalleled comfort in this indulgence. No one dares to provoke Long Fei. As time passes and patrons begin to spill out into the streets, a rowdy group of troublemakers emerges within the establishment, their behavior epitomizing the characteristics of ruffians and the morally degenerate. Long Fei detested the cacophony surrounding him. After finishing the last sip of his drink, he called out, "Waiter, bring me another jar of wine." Without hesitation, he hurled the jar directly into the raucous crowd. The scene unfolded with astonishing abruptness, and the jar soared through the air with remarkable speed, shattering against the bodies of those present with a resounding crash. "How dare you? You seek death." The enraged group immediately retaliated, brandishing their large blades and charging toward Long Fei. In the face of their fierce onslaught, Long Fei merely shifted his body, evading their attacks with the grace of a slippery fish, completely unscathed. "Your words are a crime." His cold voice resonated as he struck out, delivering rapid blows. The sound of slaps echoed, smack, 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 accompanied by anguished cries of "Ah, you bastard!" Seeking death. Wherever his hand passed, jaws were dislocated, teeth shattered, and blood splattered, mingling with the continuous wails of agony. On the ground lay a multitude, a grim testament to the fate of those who had dared confront him. The remaining patrons of the establishment could only gasp in shock at the horrifying spectacle before them. Indeed, it was a harrowing sight, and they were relieved they had not chosen to provoke him. Long Fei, seemingly unfazed, picked up a new wine jar and began to drink. Making his way towards the innkeeper, faced with this decisively ruthless young man, the innkeeper was undeniably frightened. In the city of slaughter, where killing was commonplace, he still felt a chill of terror. "Sir, do you have any instructions?" The innkeeper stammered nervously. "I need a room. I wish to stay. Is there a problem?" Long Fei replied coldly. The innkeeper quickly shook his head. No. What is the price?" Long Fei took a sip of wine, then carelessly tossed the empty jar to the ground, shattering it with a loud crash. "And no need. This one is on me," the innkeeper stuttered, hastily presenting a room key to Long Fei with both hands. Long Fei took the lead and strode towards the outer room. With the departure of this harbinger of death, a collective sigh of relief swept over the crowd. The room was a mere 5 meters away from the pipe, distinctly separated from it. Just as Long Fei stepped forward, several figures materialized, accompanied by the sound of approaching footsteps. It's him. Capture him. The source of the command came from 5 armored knights, each adorned with 7 distinct soul rings, unmistakably indicating their prowess as soul saints. Within the city of slaughter, everyone faced suppression, rendering soul rings ineffective. However, these black armored knights, being favored troops of the Lord of Slaughter, could wield their soul rings and techniques, their strength magnified beyond that of the outside world. Without hesitation, the remaining 4 soul saints launched their assault, their martial spirits inherently linked to firearms, a quintessential configuration. Black armored knights are on duty. All irrelevant personnel must vacate the vicinity or face extermination. The captain of the soul saints declared coldly, his aura surging with formidable intensity. The crowd's expression shifted dramatically, and within moments, they dispersed in fear. These black armored knights were not to be trifled with. As for the young man, it was indeed unfortunate that he had caught their attention. Soon, the other 4 black armored knights had encircled Long Fei, their fierce and sharp killing intent palpable. Come with us, someone wishes to see you. The captain of the soul saints advanced, his tone frigid. 5 mere 73rd level soul saints think they can capture me? How laughable. Long Fei's scornful voice echoed, inciting immediate fury among the 5. 4 of them lunged at him, exclaiming, "You seek death." Whoosh. Bang. In an instant, Long Fei's figure vanished, and their weapons clashed together. Gone. The eyes of the 5 widened in shock, and suddenly the captain's expression shifted as he shouted, "Be cautious. He is above us." No sooner had he spoken than Long Fei reappeared at their center, unleashing a forceful impact that sent the 5 of them flying, shattering their formation. Without missing a beat, Long Fei charged directly at one of the soul saints. The assaulted soul saint's expression turned grave as he hastily initiated his soul technique. First soul technique, break. A terrifying force erupted from the tip of his gun. Long Fei effortlessly sidestepped, delivering a powerful kick to the chest of the individual. Following this, he executed an upward hook kick, causing the man to flip in midair. With a resounding thud, the force impacted the man's jaw, eliciting a cry of agony as his entire body was sent hurtling backward. The dragon descended with a graceful elegance, landing with unparalleled lightness. Witnessing this scene, the young man effortlessly vanquishing a soul saint caused the remaining black armored knights to be taken aback. Subsequently, the dragon's form tilted slightly, and in the next moment, it vanished from sight. Be cautious. Quickly, back to back. The black armored knight bellowed in haste, reacting swiftly as the 4 of them positioned themselves defensively, their backs aligned, vigilant against any impending threat. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In a blur, Long Fei's rapid afterimages darted before their eyes, yet he refrained from striking. Suddenly, Long Fei materialized before an individual and unleashed a powerful palm strike. Here, 3rd soul skill, defense. The person exclaimed in alarm. With a thunderous impact, Long Fei's formidable palm strength shattered the defenses and struck him directly, causing a deep indentation in his form. With a cry, he expelled a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. Those behind him were likewise swept away. Long Fei swiftly dispatched the remaining 2 black armored knights with decisive lethality. Those struck down did not even have the chance to summon their martial spirits before meeting their untimely demise. The soul power of the fallen was absorbed by Long Fei, becoming an integral part of his internal sea of soul energy. Following these slaughters, Long Fei's sea of soul energy expanded significantly. This city of carnage proved to be an exceptional locale. Now, only you remain. Long Fei grinned, a terrifying arc forming on his lips. You actually killed them all. Damn you, roared the soul saint captain. If you can slay me, why can't I eliminate you? A functioning brain is a valuable asset, but alas, you lack one. Long Fei chuckled, a mocking smile gracing his features. Killing spear manifestation. The soul saint captain bellowed, his 7th black 10,000-year soul ring glowing ominously. Suddenly, a colossal black figure, akin to a shadow, materialized, wielding an enormous spear of slaughter. The soul saint captain radiated a terrifying aura, the air thick with murderous intent. His eyes tinged with a faint crimson. I demand, blood for blood, he declared, unleashing his 6th soul skill, killing spear dance. The enraged soul saint captain shot forth like a cannonball, hurtling towards Long Fei with astonishing speed, the spear cleaving wildly, a tempest of lethal blades surging towards him. It appeared formidable, yet in truth, it was feeble. Observing the onslaught, Long Fei assessed the situation. With the emergence of his Qinglong ancient blade, he directed it upwards, Focusing intently, he executed a swift motion. Crack. A jade light ignited from the blade's tip. Boom. In an instant. The terrifying onslaught was as if obstructed by an impenetrable wall, erupting in a cataclysmic explosion. The black-armored captain was caught off guard, ensnared within the blast. His spear thrust directed towards Long Fei's blade. Clang. The black-armored Soul Saint's expression shifted drastically. Crack. At that moment, his martial spirit, the killing spear, shattered. The fragmentation rapidly ascending from the base, resulting in a violent explosion. No. The black-armored Soul Saint's face twisted in despair and terror, a mouthful of blood spurting forth as he suffered the backlash of his shattered martial spirit. His martial spirit manifestation dissipated instantly. In a heartbeat, he returned to his normal state, his body plummeting, engulfed by the explosion's aftermath. Whether he lived or died remained uncertain. It was not until his body crashed to the ground from the remnants of the explosion that it became evident he bore severe injuries. Yet there seemed to remain a flicker of life within him. Long Fei strode forward, wielding his blade with precision, decisively severing the thread of his opponent's life. Another surge of energy coursed into the depths of his soul's ocean. A mere trifle, this quintuple kill. Long Fei, indifferent to the chaos around him, raised his head to gaze at a distant point. He sheathed his ancient Qinglong dagger with a calm demeanor and proceeded towards his dwelling. Meanwhile, within the Hall of Slaughter, the King of Slaughter, exuding a palpable aura of wrath, observed the scene unfolding before him. I never anticipated that even my black-armored knight Soul Saint could not contend with him. It seems I have underestimated him. He will soon participate in 100 battles, at which point I shall assign formidable opponents whose strength exceeds that of the Soul Douluo. Beside him, a woman cloaked in black veils, displeased by the effortless demise of the 5 Soul Saints she had dispatched, nodded in agreement. As you command, great King of Slaughter. That evening, Long Fei found tranquility in his surroundings and fell into a deep sleep. In such a tumultuous place, his peaceful slumber was a rarity, shared only by the King of Slaughter and the veiled woman. However, this serenity was abruptly shattered by a cacophony in the latter half of the night. Not far from his abode, the sounds of fierce combat erupted, accompanied by the roars of battle and the thunderous noise of a brawl. As the conflict escalated, more fallen souls joined the fray, engaging in a frenzied and bloody melee, limbs severed amidst the chaos. The scene shifted back to Long Fei's quarters, where he was abruptly awakened. His eyes, filled with a chilling light, reflected his fury, and an overwhelming aura of slaughter enveloped him. Damn it! How can they make such a racket at this hour? Rising from his bed, he scanned the area with his mental prowess, swiftly locating the source of the disturbance. His anger surged, compelling him towards violence. Outside, chaos reigned. Kill them! Damn it! You dare strike me? I'll end you. Suddenly, a terrifying dragon's roar echoed, causing the throng of fallen souls to pause in confusion. What was that sound? Their hands halted, and then boom. A wave of ominous azure energy exploded at the center of the gathered fallen souls, sending them soaring through the air amidst a chorus of anguished cries. As the azure light dissipated, a bare-chested, bald young man stood at the epicenter, exuding an unmistakable aura of menace. Who dares? Such formidable presence. A fallen soul gasped, scrambling to his feet, his eyes wide with fear. You enjoy fighting, do you? You relish in the chaos, don't you? Long Fei's voice, laced with icy wrath, resonated through the air. Then let all of you perish. The roar of the dragon surged into the heavens. In the next moment, the sky was torn asunder. The power of bloodlines. Azure Dragon's rending ray. Thunderous roars echoed. The atmosphere transformed drastically, enveloped by a terrifying azure force, and from the fissures in the sky, countless azure energy entities cascaded down like torrential rain. Each azure entity bore the formidable power of annihilation. Run. As they looked up, the expressions of the fallen shifted dramatically, their faces a mask of terror and fury. They could sense the dreadful might of the countless azure energy entities. To be struck by them meant certain death. The chaos intensified. In the following instant, explosive detonations erupted across the region. Countless cries of anguish and despair filled the air. A scene of utter devastation. Some fled, others sought to defend themselves, yet the terrifying Azure Dragon's rending rain disregarded their defenses and flight, mercilessly obliterating them. The onslaught of the Azure Dragon's rending rain continued unabated, as if it were an inexhaustible source. Soon, the once resounding wails of the fallen were silenced, replaced solely by the cacophony of explosions from the Azure Dragon's rending rain. Nearly 1,000 fallen souls lay vanquished in this place. Long Fei took a deep breath, exhaling with a force akin to the fiery breath of a dragon, still emanating heat. In the next moment, the storm of the Azure Dragon's reign of destruction came to an end, revealing a scene of utter devastation. Enormous craters marred the landscape, devoid of any corpses, save for rivers of blood that flowed like a macabre tapestry. Within the Azure Dragon's reign, there existed an effect that could transform life into blood. Though this transformation was slow, the sheer volume of rain led to the unfortunate fate of many becoming mere sanguine remnants. At last, tranquility enveloped Long Fei, his expression one of satisfaction. Awoken by the commotion of the night, he found solace in slaying the fallen. The eerie silence was amplified by the overwhelming stench of blood that hung in the air. Within the sanguine depths, streams of power surged into Long Fei's sea of soul energy, causing a flicker of light to emanate from his being. Clenching his fist, he smiled slightly and murmured to himself, "Level 76, I have ascended once more. Indeed, the experience gained from slaying the fallen is unmatched. If I could eradicate all the fallen in the City of Carnage, I should be able to reach level 80. He hoped the population of the City of Carnage would endure until he attained the Soul Douluo rank. With 4 levels remaining, the requirements for soul force would only grow more formidable. For now, he could only await that moment. As he continued to vanquish the fallen, an aura of menace emanated from him, intensifying with each kill. It was said that such a murderous intent could influence one's psyche, however. What truly affected the minds of the inhabitants were the Bloody Mary cocktails, the favored drink of the fallen. The Bloody Mary was the true architect of chaos. Since his arrival, Long Fei had not indulged in a single glass. Even if he had, it would not have mattered. He simply despised the metallic tang of blood. Sleep eluded him, and his spirits were low. Long Fei resolved to engage in 100 battles for amusement, setting forth in that direction. As days passed, Long Fei's reputation grew, becoming a nightmare for the fallen in the City of Carnage. They conferred upon him a singular title, the Fallen Arbiter. In just 1 week, Long Fei had dispatched so many fallen that the King of Carnage could no longer tolerate it. He dispatched the Title Douluo, the Black Armored Knight, along with numerous Soul Douluo Black Armored Knights to form a squadron to eliminate Long Fei, with orders to leave no survivors, employing any means necessary to achieve this end. The operation was already underway. Yet, the King of Carnage gravely underestimated Long Fei's formidable combat prowess. The 10-man squad composed of Title Douluo and Soul Douluo sent to confront him had already fallen victim to Long Fei's relentless onslaught. Long Fei wielded the ancient Azure Dragon blade, his entire being enveloped in an aura of pure, unadulterated bloodlust, devoid of any mingling dragon might. His gaze was icy, indifferent, and devoid of mercy as he surveyed his prey. "Only you worthless wretches remain," he declared, before launching himself towards the terrified Title Douluo and the Soul Douluo clad in black armor. "No, King of Slaughter, save me." In the face of life and death, the black-armored knight could no longer afford to hesitate. At that moment, the space before Long Fei warped, and an ethereal figure materialized, unleashing a terrifying power that collided with the blade of Long Fei's ancient sword. In the next instant, the expression of the King of Slaughter shifted dramatically. How formidable! A thunderous explosion ensued. The King of Slaughter, defending the remaining black-armored knights below, glared at Long Fei in fury, exclaiming, "You are utterly brazen." Enormous bat-like wings sprouted from his back. In an instant, the absolute aura of slaughter emanating from the King of Slaughter's domain swept across the entire city of Slaughter. Within the confines of the city, all fallen beings, save for Long Fei, immediately fell to their knees, their faces etched with terror, as if they were in the presence of an emperor performing a bow of reverence. "I must admit, you have truly opened my eyes. You have slain far too many fallen in my city of Slaughter, completely disrupting its order. Initially, I intended to eliminate you, but as one who appreciates talent, I have reconsidered and decided to grant you an opportunity. Now, I present you with two choices: either submit to me or perish." The cold voice of the King of Slaughter resonated, and in an instant, his domain of slaughter enveloped Long Fei. It must be said, as the King of Slaughter, he had mastered the domain of slaughter to an extraordinary degree. "I have always been the one to control others. I do not relish being controlled. Only I possess the right to offer choices. You are not worthy." Long Fei's expression remained impassive, his eyes glinting with a frigid light as he spoke in an icy, ruthless tone. Holding the Azure Dragon blade aloft, he pointed it directly at the infuriated King of Slaughter, coldly challenging, "King of Slaughter, dare you wager with me?" The King of Slaughter, consumed by rage, erupted in laughter. "Ignorant little brat, how do you wish to wager?" Long Fei declared, "Engage me in combat." Let us wager your city of slaughter. Should you lose, I shall obliterate it entirely. If you emerge victorious, I shall yield to your command." The city of slaughter was the very lifeblood of the king of slaughter, and Long Fei's challenge undoubtedly struck a nerve. Consequently, he was consumed by fury. "You shall rue the words you have spoken today." The king of slaughter roared in wrath. In the next instant, he unleashed a ferocious and terrifying aura of murderous intent that surged into the heavens. Long Fei gripped the ancient Qinglong dagger and charged forward. The clash echoed with a series of resounding impacts. After several intense exchanges, the terrifying force of the battle instilled a profound sense of dread among the onlooking fallen. The unexpected prowess of this demon was astonishing, as it held its ground against the king of slaughter with such formidable tenacity. Long Fei paid no heed to the safety of the fallen. The terrifying force ripped apart the nearby fallen in an instant. The two engaged in a fierce battle, unleashing unprecedented devastation upon the city of Carnage, with the number of deceased fallen steadily rising. Witnessing this scene, the king of Carnage wished to retreat. But Long Fei relentlessly pursued him, akin to a madman intent on obliterating him. As time elapsed, the combat raged on, nearing a fever pitch. After several more exchanges, the battle was on the brink of conclusion. At this moment, the king of Carnage was left in shock, bewildered, and utterly disheveled. His garments tattered and wounds throbbing with pain. He began to underestimate the youth before him, oblivious to the sheer force that lay behind him. Meanwhile, Long Fei, wielding the ancient blue dragon blade, stood aloof in the sky, his expression tranquil yet imposing. "Next, I shall understand you," Long Fei stated calmly. With that, a surge of bloodline power erupted from him. Suddenly, a terrifying, chaotic blue dragon entity manifested around him, enveloped in a radiant azure light. Bloodline power, blue dragon armament. In the next instant, an overwhelming force surged forth, the supreme might of the blue dragon. His entire being radiated an aura of dominance. In the following moment, Long Fei donned a magnificent suit of Qinglong exoskeletal armor. A flash of crimson light flickered through the splendid goggles he wore. An ethereal blue aura enveloped him entirely. For a visual reference, one might consider the image of the Yanlong armor, yet this attire surpasses it in both splendor and allure. He emanated the power of the Dragon Sovereign, embodying an unparalleled imperial might. At this moment, the face of the King of Slaughter shifted dramatically. He exclaimed in disbelief, "After battling me for so long, you have yet to unleash your full potential." The bloodline power he possessed had lingered within him for an extended period, yet he had not found the opportunity to wield it, leading his readers to perhaps forget its existence. Today, however, he would harness this formidable force to bid him farewell. As he spoke, Long Fei acclimated to this formidable armor, though it is more accurately described as a suit of armor, the Qinglong armor. This form was one he had yet to utilize. Unlike his complete transformation into the Qinglong, this armor was significantly more powerful. He felt an unending surge of terrifying strength coursing through him. Furthermore, this Qinglong armor endowed him with extraordinary skills. With that, Long Fei soared even higher. The terrifying chaotic power of the Qinglong instantly shredding the King of Slaughter's once again unleashed domain of the God of Death. The King of Slaughter retaliated with his strongest strike aimed at Long Fei. Before Long Fei, circular marks emerged one after another, and he plunged into them, transforming into a colossal azure chaotic dragon. With a tremendous force, he shattered the onslaught of the King of Slaughter, piercing through his very being. The earth trembled with a thunderous roar. This king cannot accept defeat. In the moment of his downfall, the King of Slaughter suddenly froze, his expression shifting dramatically. "I have emerged." His voice was tinged with confusion, yet at that moment, his severely wounded form began to disintegrate into particles. Tang San Long Fei gazed at the swiftly vanishing King of Slaughter and murmured, "Thank you for liberating me." With that, the entire form of the King of Slaughter disappeared. The city of Slaughter, devastated by their fierce battle, could no longer endure, and as the King of Slaughter perished, the city began to fracture. "The King of Slaughter has fallen." The remaining fallen ones looked on in shock. "No!" cried the dark-veiled maiden in agony. In the next instant, Long Fei moved. An overwhelming force suddenly swept across the entire city of Slaughter. All fallen ones, black-armored knights, and every living entity were instantaneously obliterated by this terrifying power, causing the realm of Slaughter to collapse, rendering it non-existent. Within the shattered space, the very fabric of rules disintegrated. All power flowed into Long Fei's soul energy sea. His divine power surged rapidly, and with the experience gained from previous battles, He had now ascended to the 79th level of Divine Soul Saint. Although he had yet to reach the 80th level of Soul Douluo, there was still one place he had not yet visited. Once he did, it would not be difficult. Long Fei felt a tinge of regret, but it was fleeting, as his formidable mental power swept across the entire expanse. Soon, he located the isolated realm of the Hell Road. Utilizing the void domain to peer into the abyss and tearing through the spatial domain, a wormhole appeared before him, leading directly to the Hell Road. System, I have obliterated the city of slaughter. Why have I not yet received my reward? Long Fei inquired as he traversed the wormhole. The Hell Road also fell under the purview of the system's tasks within the city of slaughter, came the system's reply. Long Fei comprehended the situation. Indeed, it was as he had surmised. Although he had considered it, he needed confirmation. Thus, he concluded that there was nothing amiss. Very well. Long Fei stated calmly before his figure vanished from the scene. Simultaneously, in the realm of the gods, in the domain of the god of slaughter, the deity's brow furrowed, and his expression changed dramatically. Impossible! How could the city of slaughter be destroyed? The god of slaughter was incredulous. The city of slaughter in the Douluo world had been deliberately left intact to test the inhabitants of that realm. Should a promising candidate be identified, he would bestow upon them divine status. However, now that an unprecedented occurrence had transpired, severing his connection with the city of slaughter, the only conceivable explanation for this was its annihilation. Such a notion was absolutely unfathomable. Yet he could not sense the presence of the city of slaughter or that of the Slaughter King. He was aware of certain matters. It appeared that something was indeed amiss in the lower Douluo realm. The angel god had not been mistaken, as even one of his domains had been shattered. The god of slaughter's countenance darkened. The loss of the city of slaughter meant a disruption in his lineage. Indeed, the essence of the city of slaughter was intertwined with a portion of his divine power and its corresponding domain rules, including the path of hell. Only through traversing the path of hell could one inherit the legacy of the god of slaughter. Fortunately, he had retained other legacies in different worlds, but their chances of activation were exceedingly slim. Originally, he had placed the greatest hope on the lower Douluo realm, which was now lost. It seemed he would need to convene another meeting, the god of slaughter declared, promptly notifying others to assemble in the central divine realm's council chamber. Upon receiving the information from the god of slaughter, several familiar figures began to arrive. The same individuals as before gathered, and this time the angel god was present, as he was also one of the censors and thus qualified to attend. Soon, the meeting commenced, and the god of slaughter laid out the situation. Upon hearing his account, the assembly of gods finally grasped the gravity of the circumstances. First, there was the loss of contact with the angel god and the shattering of his divine artifact. Now, the domain of the city of slaughter had also been compromised. The good god remarked, "The city of slaughter harbors your divine power rules. There should be some record of events. Can we not extract this information to ascertain what has transpired?" The god of slaughter shook his head. "While that is true, I must personally descend to the lower Douluo realm to access the information at the city of slaughter's location. However, I did glimpse a foreign figure in the final memories of the Slaughter King." As he spoke, he raised his hand and infused his divine power into a blue orb, projecting a synchronized image for all to view. The figure was exceedingly vague, rendering it difficult to discern any details. The god of slaughter remarked, "This is the soul lead we currently possess. Should an external force have invaded the Douluo world, the divine realm may dispatch a divine officer for investigation to maintain balance in the lower realm." In truth, he was immensely eager to uncover the origins and implications of this incident, as well as the identity of this mysterious individual. "Is this figure responsible for the demise of your Slaughter King?" inquired the evil god. The god of slaughter nodded affirmatively. The evil god continued, "It is now evident that the Douluo world has been influenced by a mysterious force, rendering the divine realm oblivious to the changes in the lower realm. Furthermore, there are the unpredictable inheritances of the angel god and the god of slaughter, along with this enigmatic figure and the formidable power they wield. According to the laws of the divine realm, the council now commenced a vote. Those in favor of sending a divine officer to investigate the Douluo realm, raise your hands. Those opposed, remain still." The voting began. The good god spoke. In no time, all the deities raised their hands in agreement. This time, their thoughts were unanimously aligned. They must ascertain what had transpired in the lower Douluo realm. The motion passed unanimously. The evil god nodded, and the deities lowered their hands. The evil god turned to the god of slaughter, stating, "As a divine judge, although both you and the angel god have faced unforeseen circumstances in the lower realm, your situation is more critical. Given your divine responsibilities, you shall investigate this matter. Upon your descent, you must not wield power exceeding that of the lower Douluo realm unless the circumstances demand otherwise, in which case divine law shall prevail. Understood, evil god. The god of slaughter acknowledged, being well-versed in the laws of the divine realm as one of its judges. Furthermore, please check in at the spirit hall. The angel god interjected. Rest assured, you are also one of the censors, the god of slaughter assured him, to descend to the lower Douluo realm. The powers of two divine kings must be simultaneously channeled to open a dimensional passage between the divine realm and Douluo planet. And it was through this passage that the god of slaughter would venture forth. From here on, everything hinged on him, the evil god remarked, adding, such disturbances in the Douluo world are indeed troubling. Now let us disperse. Meanwhile, in the path of hell, Long Fei had already entered and was forcefully navigating through layer after layer of trials. At this moment, he was holding a massive serpent, the legendary 10-headed blazing sun serpent, which now resembled a submissive creature in his grasp, devoid of any semblance of its ancient ferocity. Just moments ago, it had nearly been frightened to death by Long Fei. Sticking with me is far better than meeting your demise at the hands of that wretched Tang San in the original tale. Join my Azure Dragon gang, and I shall offer you the position of a guardian beast, Long Fei proclaimed as he continued onward. With Long Fei's prowess, the subsequent trials were effortlessly overcome, and after vanquishing his foes, he obliterated the entire path of hell. Shortly thereafter, he emerged into the outside world. Concurrently, the system in his mind activated. Mission accomplished. Rewards have been granted. The host need only select a living entity and silently will for its enhancement to transform it into a Title Douluo with the god of slaughter's domain. With soul rings automatically configured, the system announced. After 2 weeks, he had finally cleared the challenges and acquired the domain of the god of slaughter. And his divine power had successfully reached the level of an 80-rank Soul Douluo. The time had come to refine the second divine core. Long Fei now perceives the formidable power of the so-called domain of the god of death, which is indeed remarkable. However, it appears to be somewhat limited. After this enhancement, will this being be able to further elevate its cultivation? Long Fei inquired. The system replied, yes. How human-like. Splendid. System, do I still have 2 chances for the lottery? Long Fei nodded. The system clarified, there are 3 chances. Will the host choose to use them? Long Fei, using the system. Thank you for the lottery X2. A pack of cigars totaling 5. Long Fei remarked, is it really this pragmatic? After such a long wait. Is this meager reward all I get for 3 chances? Are you toying with me, system? Upon hearing such a mundane reward, Long Fei was instantly displeased, feeling a profound sense of imbalance within. The unpredictable nature of the lottery invoked the system's voice. Trust you? Not a chance. Long Fei pondered to himself, then took out a cigar, which was encased in an ordinary cigarette box. This was rather excessive. The words Wanjia brand cigar were emblazoned on the box. He was rendered speechless. It was evident that this was a counterfeit. What use could this cigar possibly have? Yet, being a product of the system, it should not be too inferior. The system stated, 5 Wanjia brand cigars. Each puff will restore the soul, enhance spiritual strength, heal injuries, and elevate one's level. You will feel invigorated, with no fatigue in your legs or soreness in your back. You will walk with renewed vigor, except for the level increase, which can only occur once. All other effects can be repeated. The effects seemed acceptable. With 5 cigars, could he not elevate himself by 5 levels? Long Fei smacked his lips. The host will understand after trying, the system replied, teasingly withholding information. Never mind, he decided to explore directly. Long Fei took one, placed it in his mouth, and lit it. After taking a puff, he couldn't help but roll his eyes, his entire body trembling. It was truly exhilarating. He felt refreshed, his complexion vibrant, as if he had been rejuvenated. Soon after, his divine power level increased by 1. He was now at level 81. Indeed, he had made a genuine advancement. Long Fei hastily lit the remaining 4 cigars, taking a puff from each. His divine power soared upward. Before long, he reached level 85. The upgrade felt as effortless as riding a rocket. Now, the cigars no longer provided him with further enhancements. After extinguishing the other 4, Long Fei took a solitary draw from the first one. He departed from this place of turmoil. On his journey, suddenly, Long Fei sensed something amiss. He halted and gazed skyward. Had someone breached the dimensional passage? It seemed the deities from the divine realm were already aware. It's not surprising, Long Fei mused, a smirk forming on his lips. Such a significant disturbance could hardly go unnoticed by that fellow, the god of Shura. Once the dimensional passage opened, it would inevitably penetrate the celestial concealment he had set up. At that moment, he would certainly feel its presence. He wondered which deity had descended and decided to take a look. One should never refuse an opportunity for experience. With a wicked grin, he headed straight towards the point of rupture. Meanwhile, the god of Shura was traversing the dimensional passage into the Douluo realm. His expression grew solemn as he sensed a force that seemed to be ruptured. Standing majestically in the high skies, gazing at the Douluo world, he suddenly noticed the space in front of him tearing and distorting. In an instant, the god of Shura's expression changed dramatically. From within the cave emerged a tall, bald youth, emanating an aura that caused his expression to shift in shock. Divine power. Who are you? Why do you possess divine power? And how do you have my domain of the god of death? The god of Shura immediately discerned Long Fei, his tone filled with astonishment. Long Fei surveyed the Azure god and remarked, with such a palpable aura of slaughter surrounding you, you must indeed be the Azure god of the divine realm. I never anticipated that the divine realm would allow you to descend. The Azure god, taken aback by this statement, responded, how do you know of my existence? I see now, the turmoil in the city of Carnage and the Douluo continent must surely be linked to you. The Azure god narrowed his eyes, his tone suddenly turning somber. In that instant, he perceived a resemblance between the figure of the young man before him and a fleeting shadow from a certain vision. Long Fei nodded candidly, acknowledging, yes, it was indeed my doing. However, regrettably, since you have descended, do not expect to return to the divine realm. Allow me to witness the true might of the Shura god. With that, he unleashed a powerful palm strike towards the Shura god, producing a thunderous sonic boom, signifying the dreadfulness of this assault. Seeking death, the Shura god's eyes narrowed, feeling deeply insulted. Furious, he had not anticipated that the instigator would be such an arrogant individual. A mere mortal dared to provoke a deity. He retaliated with a palm imbued with divine power. Boom. The two forces clashed in the stratosphere, erupting with terrifying energy that radiated in all directions. Concurrently, Long Fei engaged in a fierce battle with the Shura god, utilizing his current strength. The celestial veil technique obscured the secrets of the Douluo world once more at the onset of their conflict. Above, the divine realm could sense nothing of the intense struggle transpiring in Douluo world. In stark contrast, the fierce collision between the two caused immediate changes in the atmosphere of the lower realm, dark clouds gathering ominously. Thunder rumbled as the booming sounds echoed from the heights, casting shadows over the entire Douluo world. The sudden shift startled the onlookers below, and the major powers, such as the Spirit Hall, wore grave expressions. At that moment, in the high heavens, the clash of their skills manifested. The swirling dark clouds below directly correlated to their divine confrontations. The very space around them began to fracture under the intensity of their battle. Another palm strike collided. A crimson hue of divine power met a cerulean force. Boom. An explosion of energy erupted between them, forcing both combatants apart. After an intense exchange, the Shura god wore an expression of shock and trepidation. He could no longer underestimate this mortal before him. The fact that this human, devoid of divine heritage, could contend with him, a being of divine authority, was truly unfathomable. Long Fei, reveling in the challenge, thought to himself how long it had been since he faced an opponent. Despite being invincible, he found that the Shura god was not as formidable as he had anticipated. Was he, perhaps, too powerful? Furthermore, he had yet to employ his bloodline power, relying solely on his physical strength, while the Shura god had already been forced to reveal his divine rings. My power is constrained, otherwise I would not find myself in such a predicament, the Shura god pondered. I never imagined such a formidable human existed in the lower realm. Should he inherit my divine status, I could retire in peace. The Shura god, astonished, declared, young man, you have surprised me immensely. To be able to contend with me purely through your physical prowess is no small feat. You are indeed one of humanity's strongest. I intend to bestow upon you the title of Shura god. If you agree to inherit my position, we can overlook the destruction you wrought upon my city of slaughter, as well as your actions in the Douluo lower realm. What say you? At this, Long Fei replied disinterestedly, your divine title is beneath me. I have no interest in it. What I desire is to create a new divine realm and reign as its sovereign. Hearing Long Fei demean his divine status enraged the Shura god, who scoffed, you are indeed a presumptuous human. To create a new divine realm? Do you comprehend how preposterous that notion is? The elements required for such a realm are beyond your capability to provide. True, I am not yet capable. But in a few years, that may change. Your arrival has sparked a new plan. Long Fei revealed a cryptic smile, raising his hand once more. Moreover, I stand with the soul beasts, destined to be opposed to your divine realm. We shall be enemies henceforth, regardless of your divine level. This place shall be your demise." With a thunderous roar, Long Fei invoked Bloodline power, manifest as the Azure Dragon. Terrifying draconic energy surged forth, and he instantly transformed into a diminutive Azure Dragon, his formidable power exploding forth. "Then I shall not spare you." The Shura god's expression darkened as he beheld this transformation. The domain of slaughter materialized, and genuine malice ignited within him. How dare this being align with the soul beasts and pose such a grave threat? Today, he would ensure the demise of this formidable adversary. The domain of slaughter was an evolved version of the god of slaughter's domain, immensely powerful. The Shura god's divine energy coalesced, and with a brilliant, scarlet sword, he unleashed a colossal force that shattered the heavens, striking directly at Long Fei. "Judgment of the Shura," he bellowed. Azure Dragon armor. Long Fei, in his current state, invoked his bloodline power once more, enveloping his entire form in a suit of armor, his attributes soaring to astonishing heights. Shura God, witness the power of chaos. Dragon God realm, void realm, spatial realm, god of death realm, elemental power. As Long Fei soared into the heavens, a thunderous roar erupted, and he activated his domain to amplify his effects. With overwhelming power, he unleashed a devastating punch. This terrifying strike exceeded a staggering 50 billion kilograms of force, causing the very fabric of space to collapse, merging it into his might. A sword and a fist collided directly. At present, Long Fei's divine strength was merely at the 85th level. Confronting the Shura god without exerting his full power would be exceedingly arduous. While ordinary deities could be easily crushed, the Shura god was an entirely different entity. With an earth-shattering boom, an unfathomable shockwave erupted, as the two forces detonated, twisting the void and drawing both combatants into an alternate dimension. Witnessing this scene, the Shura god's expression changed drastically. Long Fei's formidable attack shattered his Shura judgment. Impossible! The colossal fist surged towards him, and in the next moment, he found himself engulfed by that immense force. A resounding crash reverberated once more. Long Fei stood before the unfolding scene, motionless. Such a forceful strike should have left the god of Azure severely wounded, if not dead. As the explosion subsided, a figure emerged. Indeed, it was the god of Azure himself. Now in a state of disarray, adorned with the Azure armor. His original attire had succumbed to the blast, and this disheveled appearance was nothing short of a tremendous disgrace. "Since you have not perished, I must admit I underestimated you," Long Fei remarked, his eyes narrowing. "Had it not been for the emergence of the Azure armor, I would have been in dire straits. If not for the constraints on my divine power, I would not be in such a pitiable state. You human brat, the god of death, have grossly underestimated divinity. For an ordinary individual, that strike would indeed leave nothing but remnants. However, I am the god of Azure, and I am not so easily vanquished." Azure spoke, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Upon concluding his words, the god of Azure summoned his sword once more, gripping it tightly and launching a direct strike towards Long Fei. Despite his injuries, his speed remained formidable. Long Fei did not evade, and in the next moment, he was struck downwards, crashing to the ground before soaring back into the air. Seeing the ease with which Long Fei handled this, the god of Azure was filled with fury. After the recent fierce battle and the effort to withstand that blow, his divine energy was now severely depleted. Should this situation persist, even with the Azure armor, he feared he might truly perish here. He needed to return to the divine realm to relay this information to the two divine kings, urging them to descend and deal with this insufferable human. "Although you have survived, your strength has greatly diminished, indicating that your divine power is nearly exhausted. Do not resist, god of Azure. This is a realm of aberration, and I command both void and space, two complementary domains. With your current state, attempting to escape is merely a folly." Long Fei lowered his hands, gripping the ancient Qian long blade that materialized in his right hand. After enduring such an extensive battle, he had indeed expended considerable energy. However, his physical prowess had ascended to the realm of the divine king. The Shura god, merely a supreme deity, found his divine power constrained by certain laws, rendering him incapable of unleashing his true strength, thus failing to inflict significant harm upon Long Fei's formidable physique. Moreover, he possessed the extraordinary ability of the realm of universal revival, which swiftly restored him to peak condition. At this moment, one might question how the Shura god could possibly contend with him. How could he still harbor such an abundance of divine energy after such a prolonged conflict? And what was the secret behind the terrifying hardness of his flesh? The Shura god's eyes narrowed, his expression shifting dramatically as he exclaimed in astonishment. "What manner of creature is this? How much divine power does he possess? What is the nature of his physical form? Additionally, he sensed a force akin to nature emanating from Long Fei, rapidly rejuvenating him. Can you imagine? With a swift motion, Long Fei raised his hand, his eyes flashing with a cold, piercing azure light. The power of his bloodline surged forth, unleashing the celestial dragon's rending rain. Suddenly, torrents of cerulean energy cascaded from the heavens, akin to a torrential downpour, infused with the might of divine essence, intensifying its ferocity. The Shura god attempted to withstand the onslaught with skills, yet he was still struck by the deluge upon his divine armor, unleashing a terrifying explosion of power. A wave of force began to corrode his Shura armor. Seizing the opportunity, Long Fei decisively drew his blade, concentrating all his strength at its tip, and in an instant, he appeared directly before the Shura god. Just as the Shura god registered the threat, there was a resounding bang. The ancient azure blade of the dragon pierced through his divine armor, penetrating his very being. A jolt of excruciating pain surged through his body, diminishing his resistance against the rain's power, which soon overwhelmed him, and in the next moment, he was drenched by the deluge. His body was disintegrating, engulfed in unbearable agony. With a decisive strike, Long Fei's palm made contact with the hilt of the ancient azure dragon sword. In an instant, the blade surged forth, piercing through the back of the Shura god, accompanied by a spray of crimson blood. His hand, having struck the divine armor, shattered it with a resounding crack, reducing it to mere fragments against the skeletal frame beneath. In the next moment, an overwhelming force emanated from his palm, a potent surge of bloodline energy. The azure dragon's devouring might. It consumed the deity, propelling him upward as if he were to take flight. The body of the Shura god began to splinter, cracking and crumbling under the strain. I shall take you down with me, even in death. The Shura god bellowed in defiance, his form swelling as he prepared for self-detonation. The explosive demise of a god, even one with the formidable physical resilience of a deity, would pose a significant challenge for Long Fei. His expression darkened, and he barked. You think I shall allow your self-destruction to unfold as you wish? With a swift motion, he pierced through the Shura god's chest, his hand closing around the heart with fierce determination. A deafening explosion followed as the Shura god's heart erupted, blood gushing from his mouth in torrents, extinguishing any semblance of life in an instant. The Shura god had fallen. With his resistance obliterated, Long Fei swiftly absorbed the remnants of his power, incorporating it into his own essence. Long Fei was fortunate that the Shura god could not unleash his full power. Otherwise, even with his current level and strength, he would find it exceedingly difficult to triumph against a true supreme deity. Victory would only be attainable through the activation of his martial soul's true form. However, it was the knowledge of the Shura god's suppressed state in the mortal realm that emboldened Long Fei to harbor murderous intent. Otherwise, he would have retreated after a few exchanges. Congratulations, host, for your first kill of a supreme deity in the Douluo divine realm. Reward: 1 drop of chaotic azure dragon's heart's blood. Shura god's divine rank X1. Rewards have been issued. Would you like to use the heart's blood? At that moment, an unexpected voice from the system echoed. Another hidden quest. How splendid. Having absorbed the Shura god, an overwhelming surge of power coursed through Long Fei, elevating his divine power level steadily. He immediately entered a state of meditation, seizing the opportunity to solidify his second divine core. With the arrival of the chaotic azure dragon's heart's blood being remarkably timely, as time passed swiftly in the alternate space, devoid of any concept of time, Long Fei's second divine core took shape. Just then, the divine consciousness commanded, integrate the chaotic azure dragon's heart's blood into the embryonic divine core. Upon receiving Long Fei's directive, the system acted promptly, and in the next instant, the heart's blood melded seamlessly into the second divine core. The process of refinement continued until completion. Within the alternate space, Long Fei remained immersed in meditation, while the external world continued to evolve day by day. Although the changes in the sky drew considerable attention, the onlookers were unable to discern the reasons behind them due to their insufficient levels to unveil the secrets contained within. Time slipped away rapidly, and soon the day of the Continental Elite competition arrived. Fierce battles unfolded, leading to eliminations and selections. Meanwhile, in the alternate space, Long Fei had successfully refined and perfected his second divine core. After absorbing the Shura god and with the support of his divine core, his divine power level surged from 85 to an impressive 93. After enduring countless hardships and dedicating many years, Long Fei finally stepped into the realm of the Title Douluo. At level 93, he proclaimed, "Let my title be Godslayer." Opening his eyes, he soared through the alternate space and mused softly, "Godslayer Douluo, Long Fei." Having devoured the Shura god, He now possessed the abilities of the Sure God, yet lacked the deity's divine rank. As Long Fei had transformed it into his own level and physical strength, to be candid, reaching level 93 felt somewhat insufficient. It was time to venture out and assess the changing situation on the continent. Tearing through the fabric of space, he departed from the alternate realm. Upon reappearing in the sky, he inhaled the fresh atmosphere, a scent he had not experienced in a long time, lighting a cigar to calm his nerves. He scanned the entire Douluo continent in an instant, his spiritual power having ascended to the divine realm. Soon, he locked onto his target. It turned out that the day of the Continental Elite competition had finally arrived. Long Fei remarked that the mental prowess of the divine realm could indeed rewind events that had transpired. After repeated contemplation, he was astonished to discover that, despite his disruption of several pivotal elements of the narrative, the members of Shrek Academy seemed to possess their own destinies, their cultivation levels all having ascended to over 30. While Tang San had even reached level 40, acquiring a 1,000-year fourth soul ring. Was this the world's corrective capability? It was indeed formidable, but now that I have emerged, everything has changed, thought Long Fei, his expression one of surprise. As the story unfolded, Tang San revealed the Haotian hammer during his battle with Feng Xiaotian. Yu Xiaojiang was preoccupied with seeking information about the twin martial souls, while the current plot advanced with various academies journeying towards the Soul Master City for the finals. In a manner akin to the original text, Bi Bidong orchestrated an ambush led by Yu Guan and Gue Mei, accompanied by several Soul Douluo. At that moment, within a vast canyon, the mountains had collapsed, trapping the Academy's convoy. The members of the Spirit Hall, disguised in black, engaged in a fierce battle against the Tianshou Guard. The personnel from the various academies also clashed with the assailants. Among the Emperor fighting team were Yu Tianhing, Du Guyin, Yu Lingling, Long Tinger, and Yu Ming, all of whom showcased terrifying strength. Bi Bidong had intentions to eliminate them as well, making this mission not only to eradicate Shrek, but also to deal with the Emperor fighting team. These individuals were among the most formidable students in the academies, boasting a terrifying configuration of soul rings and skills, all having reached the level of Soul Kings at level 50. The elite from Tianshui and Shifeng academies looked on in shock and fear. This team successfully subdued 2 Soul Douluo through their coordinated efforts. Soon, many began to converge towards the Emperor fighting team. The impending battle was palpable. Yu Tianheng and his companions were already aware of the ambush, as they had received news that Yu Guan was associated with them. After discussions in the Dragon Realm and with Long Fei absent, they ultimately decided to stage a performance. Yu Tianheng declared, "Who are you to dare assault our Tianshou team in the finals?" The atmosphere grew tense. Qin Ming had also exited seclusion. He was leading the Tianshou team this time, and given Shrek's connection with him, he would lend assistance. After rigorous training in the Dragon Realm, he had elevated his cultivation to the level of 85, achieving dual-core Soul Douluo status. The mutation of his martial soul made him even more formidable. At this moment, he had activated his mutated martial soul, the explosive flame wolf beast, and had yet to utilize his soul spirit, which served as one of his trump cards. His 8 soul rings consisted of 7 black and 1 red, featuring a 100,000-year soul ring. This configuration was exceedingly fearsome. Moreover, the 7th black soul ring was beginning to show a faint red hue, indicating it was on the verge of surpassing the 100,000-year threshold. In the original narrative, Qin Ming's potential went unrealized. Yet here, joining the Azure Dragon gang, he would rise dramatically. The battle was on the verge of eruption. Qin Ming single-handedly dispatched 5 Soul Douluo from the Spirit Hall. Indeed, he had annihilated them. The sheer overwhelming force was terrifying. It was Qin Ming's first appearance, and his accomplishments were remarkable. The members of the Academy were left in shock at this scene, with everyone but Yu Tianheng and his companions displaying immense admiration. How powerful! What kind of monster is our leading captain? Lamented Feng Xiaotian and others from the single-element academies. Meanwhile, at the Spirit Hall, neither Yu Guan nor Gue Mei had yet appeared. Those who emerged were merely Soul Douluo or Soul Saints. Qin Ming, it's him. How could he be so powerful? Exclaimed Flander and Zhao Wujie from Shrek, their expressions filled with excitement. Wait, he is one of ours from Shrek? He is our senior. The realization struck them as they exchanged glances. Flander adjusted his glasses and analyzed. Moreover, his martial soul, the fiery Tsang Wolf, has undergone a mutation. It seems all of this is the work of a master. If Xiaojiang were here, he would be ecstatic. This time, Yu Xiaojiang had not come along, seemingly occupied with other matters. Just then, 2 more Soul Saints charged towards them. Everyone, be careful. Their conversation was abruptly interrupted as they shouted out. Flander had already entered combat mode, summoning his martial soul to ensure their safety. then took to the air to confront the enemies. Zhao Wujie followed suit, engaging in combat as well. Let us head that way. It's safer over there. Damu Bai gritted his teeth, reluctant to concede but still directing the Shrek members towards Yu Tianheng's side. Preserving our lives is far more important than maintaining our dignity, especially since their captain is our senior. Though their overall strength had significantly increased, to the Soul Saints and Soul Douluo, they were still akin to ants. And they needed support. Hurry. The members of Shrek swiftly made their way towards Yu Tianheng. Before long, personnel from various academies gathered together, with their surroundings blocked. Leaving no escape route, they braced themselves against the onslaught, and Yu Lingling activated her martial soul to restore the entire group. The others were stunned. The recovery rate was astonishing. If they were to engage the Emperor fighting team, they must first neutralize the support, or else no one would stand a chance. However, glancing back at the formidable foes and their terrifying power, the resolve to defeat the support wavered significantly. This was a daunting task. The disparity in strength was glaring. And the 6 teammates they faced were no pushovers. Approaching them was akin to climbing a mountain. Yu Tianheng and his team protected Yu Lingling. Yu Ming brandished his mutated martial soul, the heavenly killing ghost sword, and directly challenged a soul saint. The members of the Azure Dragon gang possessed the ultimate body refinement technique in the lightning flash step, allowing them to withstand and evade attacks while maintaining robust offensive capabilities. The battle was not as chaotic as one might have imagined. The Spirit Hall's members were equally intimidated by these extraordinary talents, sparing no effort as they unleashed their martial souls in their most potent form to ensure their safety. Boom! A tremendous assault unleashed terrifying power, scattering the crowd. Just then, a wave of flames erupted explosively. The 4th soul skill, Explosive Flame Wolf Strike. Roar! Qin Ming arrived, delivering a fearsome blow that instantly sent the Soul Saints and Soul Douluo from the Emperor fighting team crashing against the mountainside, followed by a painful descent to the ground. Long Tinga was not idle either. As the Azure Light Sacred Dragon emerged, its soul skill unleashed a terrifying explosive force that brutally vanquished a Soul Saint and severely injured a Soul Douluo. Well, they were all left dumbfounded. Is this truly an academy? It was so different from their preconceived notions. Why was it so powerful? The members of the Spirit Hall spat out blood, having been dealt a heavy blow. Long Tingo is also the most formidable member of the Royal Combat Team in terms of rank and strength. Her soul power has reached an impressive level of 65, qualifying her as a super attack Soul Emperor. Furthermore, her soul ring configuration is astonishing, consisting of 5 black rings and 1 red. At merely 60 levels, she possesses a 10,000-year red soul ring, and it is anticipated that her future rings will be even more formidable. Currently, at the age of 19, she has yet to reach her 20th year, placing her firmly within the ranks of the younger generation. As Long Tingo made her first move, the terrifying display of her power left the members of various academies gasping in disbelief. Where on earth did such a monster emerge from? In an instant, they realized they were no longer of the same world. They felt utterly insignificant. How could this be? The 6th spirit ring was already 100,000 years old. Frand and the others from the academy shouted in horror. The remaining members of the Spirit Hall, having underestimated the situation, dispatched nearly 20 fighters. But now fewer than 10 remained. Furthermore, all the Spirit Saints had perished, and several Spirit Douluo had also fallen, primarily at the hands of Qin Ming. Those who survived were gravely injured, leaving only 5 capable of fighting. The 5 Spirit Douluo transformed into golden eagles soaring high above, while the severely wounded remained grounded, facing imminent death. They dared not descend to rescue their comrades. How could this group be so powerful? Their gazes shifted towards the Emperor fighting team, then back to the 2 formidable figures, Qin Ming and Long Tinger, alongside Frand, Zhao Wujie, and several other leading instructors from various academies. There were 5 Spirit Saints and 6 Spirit Emperors. Although there was 1 Spirit Douluo, it seemed that 5 of them would suffice to handle the situation. Spirit Hall, perish, Qin Ming declared coldly, leaping forward to initiate an attack, aiming directly at the 5 Spirit Douluo. Though the severely injured Spirit Douluo had considerable prowess, they were quickly dispatched through the combined efforts of Yu Ming and Yu Tianheng. Now, only 5 remained, and such a catastrophic loss would certainly infuriate Bibi Dong if she were to find out. The Spirit Hall had suffered grievously, as Qin Ming unleashed a terrifying assault. Just as he was about to strike the 5 Spirit Douluo, their expression shifted dramatically as they cried, "Your Majesty, save us." Impudent! A voice, both male and female, resonated from the heavens. Accompanying this voice was a golden weapon, the might of the Title Douluo breaking through in an instant. Qin Ming's expression changed. He realized that Yu Guan was about to intervene, and in the next moment, his attack was thwarted. He quickly retreated, revealing a look of apprehension. As the saying goes, one must commit fully to a performance. With the emergence of the weapon, a figure clad in a golden flower-patterned robe, a being of ambiguous gender, materialized before the five-spirit Douluo. It was none other than Yu Guan. Your Majesty, you have finally arrived. If you had not, we would certainly have perished. Upon seeing Yu Guan, the five-spirit Douluo, who had narrowly escaped death, wailed in despair. A bunch of useless fools, incapable of handling a few youngsters. From 20, only you 5 remain, truly pathetic. What use are you to me? You bring shame upon yourselves. Get out of my sight. Yu Guan's face twisted in fury as he shouted icily. As the last word left his lips, a surge of overwhelming power erupted from him, sending the five-spirit Douluo, who had just been scolded, hurtling backward. 9 spirit rings appeared around Yu Guan, their colors identical to those of a typical Title Douluo. However, this was only temporary. Once he no longer needed it, he could break the spatial shackles imposed by Long Fei and restore his true strength. 9 rings, a Title Douluo. Under Yu Guan's presence, everyone exhibited expressions of shock and dread. However, the members of the Emperor fighting team quickly dismissed these feelings. After all, in the Azure Dragon gang, Title Douluos were far more commonplace than they could imagine. Third soul skill, or a barrier. Yu Guan raised his right hand, a faint orange light spreading forth, quickly forming a barrier that erupted below. Quick, defend. At the sight of this terrifying power, someone shouted urgently. Boom. In an instant, everyone was thrown apart. The terrifying shockwave sent everyone crashing to the ground, and the spirit saints were similarly powerless against the onslaught, slamming against the walls. Qin Ming shielded the Tianshou and others with his power. Yet, Yu Guan had also moderated his strength. Otherwise, even with 2 cores, it would have been difficult for Qin Ming to withstand such a devastating blow. Though Yu Guan was restrained by the spatial shackles, they only bound his exterior. He could still exert a level of power equivalent to rank 97. His gaze fell upon the Shrek members, deliberately ignoring Xiaowu, the spirit beast. As the Azure Dragon gang aligned with the spirit beasts, he bore no intention of harming her. Especially since the gang leader had encountered Shrek's members and was aware of Xiaowu's true identity. Since he chose not to expose her, it was evident that he had his own plans. His eyes rested on the short-haired Tang San, and he thought, Bibi Dong ordered me to eliminate Tang San. It seems this little one has drawn the short straw. He is a member of the Haoyin sect, and the son of Tang Hao, with whom I share a vendetta. Tang Hao, I shall make your son repay the debt from that fateful day. Memories flooded back to the time he pursued Tang Hao alongside the former Pope, Qian Xuanji, only to be struck down by Tang Hao's hammer. The thought of it filled him with indignation, and a sense of rage coursed through him as he charged toward Tang San. Bang! Little San. Tang San, third brother. Be careful. The members of Shrek gasped in horror as they realized Yu Guan's target was Tang San. At that moment, a wave of pressure surged, pushing everyone aside except for Tang San. He felt an overwhelming sense of danger, affirming that these individuals were indeed from the Spirit Hall, as his teacher had informed him of his father's enmity with them. His current predicament was exceedingly perilous. Yu Guan hovered 3 meters in front of him, and Xiao Wu, amidst the crowd, instinctively retreated, hiding among them. Though she worried for Tang San, stepping forward would only jeopardize him further. The opposition surely knew her identity. She recalled vividly that Yu Guan was one of the murderers who had slain her mother. Her body trembled with instinctive fear. Do not harm little San. As the leader, Dai Mubai gritted his teeth and charged forward, unleashing his full strength against Yu Guan. The others, including Ma Hongjun, followed suit, attacking with their martial spirits. Stop. Frand and Zhao Wujia's expressions turned grave. Their actions would undoubtedly hasten their demise. Unfortunately, their warning came too late. Tang San was deeply moved by this scene, murmuring, no, but his plea was futile. Yu Guan scoffed, unfazed by their attacks. With a single wave of his hand, a terrifying power surged forth, shattering their onslaught and striking Dai Mubai and the others. They hurriedly defended, managing to mitigate some of the impact, but were still sent flying, crashing to the ground. The expressions of those present reflected their pain. Qin Ming rushed towards them, for these individuals were his juniors and teachers. Elder Yu, these people have ties to me. Please hold back your attack. Qin Ming immediately transmitted a message to Yu Guan, who naturally heard it. However, his expression remained unchanged as he coldly glanced at Dai Mubai and the others, saying indifferently, the ants stand aside, My target today is him. Do not compel me to eliminate you." Upon hearing Yu Guan's words, the expressions of the crowd shifted once more. Flanders and Zhao Wujie hurried over and remarked, "Your Highness, why bother with a mere child?" Although they had surmised certain things, they still felt compelled to speak up. "Get lost." Yu Guan snorted coldly, unleashing a terrifying force that sent Flanders and Zhao flying, and then turned his attention directly towards Tang San. Cold sweat broke out on Tang San as he hurriedly dodged using his ghostly shadow technique. Boom! Yu Guan's attack struck the ground, and Tang San narrowly evaded it, almost meeting his end. "Let us see how you escape." With a wave of his hand, the petals of the wondrous celestial chrysanthemum transformed into numerous blades. Hurtling towards Tang San at an astonishing speed, he could not evade them all. "Brother!" "No." Seeing this, Xiaoyi's eyes widened in horror as she cried out, "Little San! Their brother!" The Shrek members shouted in unison. This time, Tang San was in peril, just as Tang San believed his doom was imminent. An unexpected event occurred. The fifth soul skill, Terrifying Might. Accompanied by the sound, a long sword radiating azure light descended from the heavens, dispersing Yu Guan's myriad blades. A terrifying aura erupted, causing Yu Guan to retreat, narrowing his eyes as he beheld a strikingly handsome man with long white hair and a blue robe descending from the sky. This man was none other than one of the guardians of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Pagoda, the Soul Douluo, Qian Daoliu. Yu Guan's expression darkened. He then looked up to see a refined man standing atop a cliff, cradling a treasure pagoda. "Ning Fengji, are you Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect truly willing to wade into this murky water?" Yu Guan ignored Ning Fengji, focusing his grim tone on Qian Daoliu. Subsequently, Ning Fengji, employing some secret method, swiftly appeared before Tang San. Out of the domain, Qian Daoliu shall fall. Ning Fengji held the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Pagoda in one hand, while the other rested on a staff planted in the ground. His long silver hair swayed elegantly as he spoke. "Tang San is a friend of our Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect, and one of our ladies is within the Shrek team. Your actions are perilous. We are merely acting in self-defense." As he spoke, he used the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Pagoda to restore Tang San and the others. "Yu Guan, prepare to meet your demise." Qian Daoliu, harboring a deep disdain for the spirit hall, darkened his expression and commanded the Seven Killing Sword to charge towards Yu Guan. First soul skill, Sword's Edge. I am no longer the same as before." Yu Guan scoffed inwardly and began to counterattack, the two engaging in fierce combat in midair. Boom, boom. The clash of their powers shook the surroundings, and all watched in awe. This was a battle between Title Douluos. Both fighters were thrown back. "It has been a while. Yu Guan, you've grown stronger." Suspended in the air, Qian Daoliu mused, having sensed that Yu Guan now exuded an aura far more formidable than before. As a Super Douluo of the 97th rank, he found himself evenly matched against Yu Guan. "You have merely aged, Soul Douluo," Qian Daoliu. With a flick of his hand, Yu Guan summoned the wondrous celestial chrysanthemum, which burst forth with brilliant light. Fifth soul skill, Gathering of Cold Blossoms. As the skill activated, immense power coalesced upon the wondrous celestial chrysanthemum, launching towards Qian Daoliu in a spectacular explosion. Second soul skill, Spirit Sword Guardian. Qian Daoliu retaliated, a thunderous sound echoing as he defended against the onslaught, then unleashed his full might against Yu Guan, his killing intent palpable. Sixth soul skill, Golden Petals Flowing Dawn. Yu Guan moved, this time infusing the power of his spirit core, enhancing his strength further. Countless beams of terrifying energy surged towards Qian Daoliu, who wielded his sword in a frantic dance, the sound of clashing resonating as he pressed forward. Swiftly reaching Yu Guan, he delivered a downward slash. Yu Guan's pupils contracted as he hastily defended, his body being sent crashing against a cliff wall, propelling himself forward and discarding the wondrous celestial chrysanthemum, which bore a hint of dragon's might. In the next moment, with a resounding crash, Qian Daoliu was sent flying, seizing the opportunity to ascend. A black soul ring illuminating around him as he raised the Seven Killing Sword, conjuring a skyward array of sword light. Sixth soul skill, 10,000 swords returning to the sect. Qian Daoliu commanded, and the swords rained down upon Yu Guan with ferocity. Third soul skill, Aura Barrier. Yu Guan quickly erected a defense. Boom, boom. The relentless barrage of swords collided against the barrier with thunderous roars. At this moment, Yu Guan appeared more at ease than in the original anime. Observing this scene, Qian Daoliu furrowed his brow and shouted, "Make the rain fall even more ferociously." The sword rain accelerated, its power intensifying. Sixth soul skill, Golden Petals Flowing Dawn. Yu Guan's barrier shattered under the terrifying explosion, scattering many of the sword rain. In an instant, he activated his soul skill again and employed the lightning dash to evade, his figure leaving behind numerous afterimages amidst the falling swords. With a resounding crash, their soul skills collided, creating another deafening explosion. Yu Guan moved with astonishing speed, swiftly appearing before Qian Daoliu, only to vanish from sight. The onlookers were left in shock. What kind of divine technique is that? It's even faster than my ghostly shadow. Tang San was astonished. Sword uncle, watch out behind you. Ning Fingxi's expression changed dramatically as he continued to provide support to Qian Daoliu. At this moment, Yu Guan had already materialized behind Qian Daoliu, unleashing a concentrated punch towards Qian Daoliu's spine. Sensing an imminent threat of death, Qian Daoliu activated his martial soul's true form along with the spirit sword guardian. With a thunderous roar, the massive martial soul enveloped him, but Yu Guan's punch still landed. Boom. With a double-layered defense, Yu Guan smirked. The power of his soul core surging wildly, suddenly amplifying his strength, and in the next instant, he sent Qian Daoliu flying. What? Qian Daoliu and the others were taken aback. Qian Daoliu, you cannot defeat me alone. It would be wise for your 7 treasures glazed tile sect to retreat. Yu Guan said coldly. Qian Daoliu landed on the ground, pondering. I never anticipated Yu Guan to become this powerful. What on earth happened? If Old Bone were here, it would be much easier. Suddenly, at that moment, a dark figure appeared in the sky. The newcomer was a man exuding a ghostly aura. Yu Guan. What are you doing? Why are you taking so long to deal with these little insects? Gue Mei said disdainfully. Gue Mei charged towards Qian Daoliu. Qian Daoliu frowned and immediately engaged, but after several exchanges, he found himself at a disadvantage, leaving him quite displeased. At that moment, 3 others appeared, Long Gong, Shipa, and her granddaughter. The 2 combined their skills and directed them at Yu Guan. Yu Guan, no longer the same as before, unleashed his martial soul's true form, effortlessly deflecting their combined attack before swiftly advancing towards Gue Mei. Old ghost, come here. The specter sensed the summons of Yu Guan, aware that the fusion skill of their martial souls was imminent. At that moment, Qianxin's expression changed drastically. This is bad. They must not merge. Otherwise, everyone present will perish. Those knowledgeable recognized the fusion skill between Yu Guan and the specter. Qianxin activated his acceleration soul skill, swiftly propelling himself toward Yu Guan and his companion, determined to interrupt their connection. Ning Fingxi also initiated a speed enhancement, further amplifying Qianxin's velocity. Unlike other Douluo, even the current Yu Guan would find it challenging to defeat Qianxin. Moreover, his true power was not yet at the point of being unsealed, so he could not reveal his strength. On the other hand, his capabilities had been diminished. However, the sole difference was that Yu Guan possessed the additional skill of lightning flash, rendering him faster than both Qianxin and Ning Fingxi's enhancements. In that instant, he leaped before the specter, who was equally astonished by his speed. After years of battling together, he had not realized Yu Guan possessed such an ability. Yet, this was not the time to ponder such matters. The 2 stood back to back, clasping hands. A surge of power erupted forth, expanding outward. The martial soul fusion skill. Polar stillness domain. This is dire. Qianxin and the others' expressions shifted, their pupils constricting. In the next moment, a wave of energy erupted from the 2, halting all surrounding movement. Qianxin's flight was abruptly suspended. The others attempted to move their bodies but found themselves immobile. They were paralyzed by fear. They had genuinely allowed the 2 to unleash their martial soul fusion skill. Damn it, my body won't move. Qianxin struggled in vain. In the next instant, Yu Guan surged forward, knowing they needed to resolve the situation quickly. Otherwise, they would both fall into a state of extreme weakness. With one palm, the celestial chrysanthemum manifested in his hand, transforming into a massive blade, which he thrust directly into Qianxin's heart. Pht! Ah! Qianxin cried out in agony as his heart was pierced, blood gushing forth. Sword Master! Grandfather Sword! At that moment, everyone suddenly regained their ability to move. The flaw of the polar stillness domain was that striking a person would lift the suspension. Sword Master Qianxin, once you fall, the 7 treasure glazed tile school will bear the wrath of my spirit hall. Blame yourselves for meddling in affairs that do not concern you. Yu Guan declared ruthlessly. And in the next heartbeat, he crushed Qianxin's heart with a single hand. With a resounding boom, blood erupted once more, the overwhelming force driving Qianxin's body downward. His complexion turning pale and aged in an instant. He coughed up mouthfuls of blood, the heart's blood splattering as his sword bone shattered. His limbs could no longer support him, falling helplessly to the ground as the entire sword plunged down fiercely, until his last breath. He could not fathom how he would meet such an end. Ning Fingxi and the others rushed forward to catch Qianxin's lifeless body. With his heart shattered, His martial soul state forcibly dispelled, he had already lost all signs of life. Sword Master Qian has fallen. No. Grandfather sword. Grandfather. Ning Fengji's face turned pale. His elegance replaced by despair, while Ning Rongrong wept uncontrollably. Damn you. Why did you kill grandfather's sword? Ning Rongrong cried out in anguish, her hatred for Yue Guan palpable. Spirit Hall. Our 7 treasure glazed tile school swears vengeance upon you. Ning Fengji roared in fury. Kill them. Yue Guan scoffed, shaking off the blood from his hands and issuing orders. However, at that moment, the sky changed dramatically, the space twisted, and a terrifying pressure emerged alongside a cold voice. Everyone froze, and Yue Guan's expression turned to one of fear as the others, including the Emperor Do and Qin Ming, looked up. They all understood that their leader, Long Fei, had arrived. A beam of light descended upon Qian's lifeless form. Then, a figure emerged from the distorted space above. A tall young man, bald, clad in short sleeves and long trousers, exuded an air of authority. The newcomer was none other than Long Fei. With a snap of his fingers, the surrounding space was instantly bound by chains, rendering escape impossible. Observing the sudden turmoil, the spectre and others grew anxious. Who are you? The spectre demanded, pointing at Long Fei. I am someone you cannot afford to offend, Long Fei replied coolly. Ridiculous. The spectre laughed heartily but soon sobered, launching his ultimate technique at Long Fei. Old ghost, stand down. Yue Guan exclaimed, alarmed, fearing Long Fei would be severely harmed. Yet, it was too late. The crowd below frowned, realizing that this individual was someone even Yue Guan feared. Grandfather's sword. Father, look at grandfather's sword. Ning Rongrong wiped her tears, suddenly noticing that Qian's lifeless form began to show signs of life, his shattered heart rapidly mending. Such an absurd scene left Ning Fengji speechless, his expression one of sheer shock. In the next moment, both felt exhilaration and hope. If this continued, Qian would revive. Then they looked up, only to see the spectre had already reached Long Fei, launching an attack. As he did, he heard Yue Guan's voice enter his ears, but he paid it no heed. Long Fei's expression remained remarkably calm, and his eyes flickered with an unseen power that emerged from the void, instantly dissipating the phantom's attack. This scene left everyone in awe. The spectre was taken aback, exclaiming, how is this possible? It was a lesson learned. A slight smile graced Long Fei's lips as he snapped his fingers, unleashing a terrifying force that directly struck before the phantom. The phantom, caught in a posture of embrace, let out a cry as he was propelled away by an overwhelming, irresistible power, crashing violently into the stone valley. A thunderous roar erupted, and the fierce wind scattered debris, causing the surrounding valley walls to shatter around the point of impact. The onlookers could hardly believe their eyes. Such a simple strike wielded such formidable might. Everyone gasped in disbelief, while those below broke into cold sweats. Even Yue Guan felt a deep-seated fear. Yue Guan hurriedly stepped forward to plead, his voice trembling, leader. The phantom did not mean any offense. He was unaware of having crossed you. I beseech you to spare his life, considering my long-standing relationship with the old ghost. Yue Guan's demeanor and tone were keenly observed by the members from Shrek, Tianshui, Chiffon, Tianhua, and Leitang academies below. Leader, what is happening here? Isn't Yue Guan a member of the Martial Soul Hall? In an instant, confusion reigned. Affiliated with the Qinglong gang, they had encountered the leader. Just then, Qin Ming and others from the Imperial battle quickly took their cue, their voices resonating harmoniously in the air. Rest assured, I have promised you, naturally. I shall not take his life, Long Fei replied with a calm demeanor. Yue Guan released a sigh of relief, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, leader. Listen well. I am Long Fei, the leader of the Qinglong gang, known as the God Slayer. After Long Fei spoke to Yue Guan, his gaze fell upon the living souls below. His voice, though not loud, resonated with the force of thunder. An unfathomable and terrifying power began to emanate from him. Yue Guan's expression shifted dramatically, fear overtaking him. He had always been oblivious to the true extent of the leader's cultivation, and even now, he remained in the dark. However, the sheer magnitude of this dreadful force surpassed that of all the members of the Wuhuan Palace. We have witnessed the might of the god-slaying Douluo. The oppressive aura loomed over us, instilling a profound sense of dread, compelling everyone to adopt a submissive demeanor, fearful to act recklessly. With a mere snap of his fingers, he sent the spectral Douluo flying, rendering Yue Guan, who was once formidable, akin to a younger sibling in comparison. This demonstrated the sheer terror that this individual truly embodied. The voice of Long Fei resonated with unparalleled solemnity. I hereby declare that from this day forth, the Azure Dragon Gang is officially established. Do you wish to join the Azure Dragon Gang and partake in the grand endeavor of unifying the Douluo world? Upon hearing this, The crowd's immediate reaction was one of disbelief. This individual was exceedingly arrogant. Unify the Douluo world? How could that possibly be achieved? The expressions of those present froze, as they realized the pressure to comply was mounting. The current situation was quite grim. Refusal could lead to dire consequences, particularly for individuals like Flinder and others. Their reluctance was palpable. After all, Shrek Academy was their creation, and they had no desire to be subjugated. However, given the circumstances, they could only muster a bitter smile. They could not allow a moment of recklessness to jeopardize the future of Shrek's children. An elderly figure summoned the courage to inquire. If we are unwilling to join, what might befall us? At that moment, Long Gong stepped forward and posed a question. Long Fei declared, "There is one point you may have misconstrued. I am not here to negotiate with you. Rather, I am here to inform you that the Azure Dragon Gang will inevitably unify the continent. When that time comes, you will have but two choices, submission or death. The Azure Dragon Gang possesses resources and technologies beyond your comprehension, capabilities that surpass your imagination. You have witnessed the prowess of the Imperial fighters. They stand as a testament to the might of the Azure Dragon Gang. I ask you, is there anyone here, or indeed in the entire Douluo world, who possesses such extraordinary abilities?" Upon hearing this, everyone once again gazed at the extraordinary soul rings adorning the Imperial fighters. Make your choice swiftly. I would rather not be compelled to eliminate such promising talents, Long Fei stated nonchalantly. At that moment, a sharp coughing sound pierced the air, emanating from the direction of Ningfengji, the source being the seemingly lifeless Qian Xian. Slowly, Qian Xian opened his eyes, filled with an indescribable astonishment and fear. Master Jian, you have finally awakened. Ningfengji had been listening to Long Fei's words, his heart a tumult of emotions. It was only now that he felt a surge of excitement. Grandfather Jian. Ning Rongrong, overwhelmed with joy, rushed into Qian Xian's embrace, tears streaming down her face. Rongrong, cease your antics. Your grandfather Jian has just recovered. Get up. Ningfengji shouted angrily, his voice reverberating with authority, marking the first time he had ever scolded Ning Rongrong so fiercely. Ning Rongrong hurriedly retreated. Fengji, do not blame Rongrong. Qian Xian's voice was frail. I heard everything he said. My revival seems to be significantly tied to him. Qian Xian gazed at Long Fei in the sky with a complex expression. Currently, he stood as a sovereign. Anyone who defied him would undoubtedly face immediate annihilation. Such was the terrifying nature of immense power. The strong reign supreme while the weak are as ants. One must either submit or fight to the death. This is an immutable truth throughout the ages. Then do we choose to join, or? Ningfengji stammered, astonishment etching his features as he had anticipated this moment. In that instant of my demise, I pondered the fate of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Even with old bones present, his strength alone cannot withstand the might of the Spirit Hall. As the leader of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, you understand our situation far better than I do. Moreover, he saved my life. Regardless of the circumstances, he has shown me kindness. Our school requires a formidable ally, and he is well suited for that role. As Qian Xian spoke, the atmosphere fell silent. Though his voice was weak, it resonated in the ears of all present. Their situations were quite similar, particularly as those individuals lacked the backing of a Title Douluo. It was only a matter of time before the Spirit Hall acted against them. Thus, they too required a formidable protector. With this realization, everyone raised their heads once more to look at Long Fei, as if they had already made their choice. Long Fei's lips curled slightly, his expression tranquil. Boldly, he inquired about the nature of the relationship between the Azure Dragon Gang and the Spirit Hall. At that moment, Flander spoke up. Long Fei stood with his hands clasped behind him. A hint of disdain etched upon his face as he responded nonchalantly. The Spirit Hall may appear formidable before all of you, but before me, it is not. It won't be long before the Spirit Hall inevitably joins the Azure Dragon Gang, for otherwise, they shall face a dead end. Aligning with the Azure Dragon Gang is their only path to a prosperous future. We choose to join. Upon witnessing Yu Tianheng's remarkable achievements, Yu Tianqin from Thunder Academy promptly took the lead. Excellent, we now have a role model, Long Fei acknowledged with a nod. Subsequently, the others acquiesced, opting to join the Azure Dragon Gang. Ultimately, under Long Fei's guidance, they pledged their oaths. Tang San could only resign himself to fate, for he was too weak to offer any resistance. However, the oath had been made, and it seemed the establishment of Tang's sect required a new direction. Perhaps a similar institution akin to Tang's sect could emerge within the Azure Dragon Gang. Now that they were all allies, Long Fei released the barrier and declared, all may leave as normal. Those from the Spirit Hall should return and await our orders. Yes, responded the 5 surviving Soul Douluos from the Spirit Hall, including Yu Guan, who nodded in agreement. Yu Guan inquired, "Boss, what about Old Ghost?" His gaze drifted toward the vast cave, where the elusive Gue Mei had yet to emerge. Could it be that he had truly perished? "He is unharmed. You all return first. I shall have my own fun with him later," Long Fei replied. "Understood, boss." Yu Guan nodded and led the other 5 Soul Douluos back toward the Spirit Hall. The remaining individuals also made their way back to Spirit City, their hearts racing with the thrill of the encounter. After their departure, Long Fei approached the cave entrance and, with a gesture, summoned Gue Mei from the depths. The drowsy Gue Mei, now filled with fear, exclaimed, "What do you want? Submit to me or face death." "No, you have no choice," Long Fei asserted, gripping his head tightly, knowing that a wrong utterance would cost him his life. "I submit. I submit. I submit," Gue Mei hastily proclaimed. Under Long Fei's guidance, he took his oath. "You, like the others, shall return and await my command after inheriting the martial arts and movement techniques," Long Fei instructed Gue Mei. "Yes, boss." Gue Mei sighed and departed immediately. As Long Fei vanished into the void, he re-emerged in an entirely different direction. "Come forth, Tang Hao." Long Fei's voice resonated. Ahead, a figure soared into the sky, descending towards Long Fei. This individual wielded a Haotian hammer, adorned with 2 rings of purple and 4 of black, alongside 1 of red, summoning a total of 9 soul rings. The aura of slaughter emanated fiercely from him as Tang Hao's voice reverberated with intensity. "Who exactly are you?" He had just witnessed enough to recognize the formidable power that Long Fei possessed, instilling a sense of trepidation within him. "Do not present me with that contemptuous expression. I offer you 2 choices, death or submission," Long Fei stated coldly. Seeking death, Tang Hao roared in fury, eager to test the strength of this enigmatic figure before him. Seizing the opportunity, he brandished the Haotian hammer and soared into the sky, the hammer expanding dramatically as an overwhelming force surged through him. He descended with a mighty strike aimed at Long Fei. Long Fei's expression remained calm, imbued with a hint of disdain. He raised a finger and thrust it forward. Bang! What? The scene before him caused Tang Hao's eyes to widen in shock, his complexion undergoing a dramatic transformation. Long Fei effortlessly caught his hammer with a single finger. "The Haotian hammer is nothing compared to this. Let me demonstrate what true power is," he declared. With a casual flick of his finger, an overwhelming force propelled the Haotian hammer away. Tang Hao's expression shifted dramatically as, in the blink of an eye, Long Fei appeared before him, a mere fist distance away. He gently pressed against Tang Hao's abdomen. Crack! Boom! Ah! Tang Hao's ribs shattered, and the Haotian hammer slipped from his grasp as he hurtled downward in a graceful arc. The ground shook with a resounding crash. Dust filled the air as Tang Hao, resembling a dying dog, spewed blood, his face a ghastly pale, racked with excruciating pain. Long Fei, with his arms crossed, gazed down from his elevated position. This was the stark disparity of true strength. How could one possibly be so powerful? Tang Hao trembled, his voice laced with panic. A mere casual strike from his opponent had rendered him so helpless. What could he possibly use to combat this? The 9 rings explosion? The great Sumera hammer? The chaotic wind? Gritting his teeth, Tang Hao struggled to rise, summoning the Haotian hammer, which he clutched firmly against the ground. His expression was shrouded in darkness, while his other hand pressed tightly against his abdomen. The pain was excruciating. He shut his eyes and took a deep breath. Suddenly, he leapt into the air, the 9 soul rings erupting in a coordinated explosion, causing the Haotian hammer to grow even more colossal. 9 rings explosion, great Sumera hammer. Chaotic wind, die for me. Tang Hao's indomitable spirit refused to yield. He forced himself to act, aware that the outcome might be grim, yet believing that perhaps fighting back could present an opportunity. His roar echoed as the terrifying force of the heavens surged violently around the great Sumera hammer, mercilessly crashing towards Long Fei. In a futile struggle, he resolved to ensure your despair was absolute. Long Fei clenched his right hand, unleashing a terrifying force that shattered the very fabric of space, the fragments swirling into a vortex of his punch, hurtling towards Tang Hao's hammer. "I am no weakling like Qian Xuanji. You think to defeat me with such a move? I have slain gods. What is a mere Tang Hao to me?" Boom. Crack. Bang. At the moment his fist collided with the hammer, it shattered like tofu in an instant. The overwhelming force of his punch surged towards the heavens, the great Sumera hammer disintegrating into countless shards that danced through the sky. Impossible. Tang Hao was gravely wounded, a mouthful of blood spewing forth. As the great Sumeru hammer returned to the Haotian hammer, its final handle crumbling into oblivion, leaving the Haotian hammer utterly destroyed. Long Fei's expression remained serene as he unleashed a powerful punch towards his opponent, which instantly pierced through the latter's body, shattering ribs and organs, and sending blood flying. Tang Hao's life force extinguished, his eyes widened in disbelief before he collapsed to the ground, buried beneath layers of yellow earth. In the distance, Tang San, en route to Spirit City, suddenly felt a sharp pang in his heart, an overwhelming discomfort. Xiao San, what is the matter with you? Dai Mubai, noticing the unusual change, approached with a furrowed brow. The rest of the Shrek team turned to look, and Tang San pressed a hand to his chest, saying, I cannot explain it. My heart aches as though I have lost something of great significance. Perhaps it is merely an illusion. Taking a deep breath, he gazed into the horizon. Speaking with complexity, the group continued their journey towards Spirit City, which was now within sight. As the layers of yellow earth parted, Tang Hao's lifeless body lay exposed. Goodness. If Tang San were to witness this, one can only imagine his reaction, Long Fei remarked. Alas, he was a formidable warrior. Let him experience the taste of death and resurrection. With a wave of his hand, the realm of revival enveloped Tang Hao. Death had not yet claimed him for a full minute, and his soul had not entirely dissipated, thus allowing for rebirth. Otherwise, Chen Xin would have met his demise. A green light radiated from Tang Hao's form, swiftly healing all injuries, and a faint breath of life emerged. The shattered fragments of the Haotian hammer began to merge, and the 9 shattered soul rings that had exploded also restored themselves. The moment Tang Hao opened his eyes, the initial illusion was that he had entered another realm. However, upon catching sight of the figure that had sought to take his life, he jolted back to reality. His pupils dilated, filled with sheer terror. I'm not dead. Tang Hao's voice emerged, frail and weak. Long Fei spoke softly, I have slain you, and yet pulled you back from the depths of hell. In the face of absolute power, your domineering strength is but a minuscule existence. Tang Hao remained silent, his expression a mixture of complexity. In the ruthless game of kings and conquerors, feel free to take my life or inflict any torment you desire. Tang Hao's tone was remarkably calm. Should I choose to end your life, I shall not offer you salvation. Surrender to me and join the Qilong gang, and I possess the ability to resurrect your beloved. A simple phrase from Long Fei profoundly resonated within Tang Hao's heart. Is this for real? Tang Hao was momentarily stunned. As if a glimmer of hope had appeared before him. I have no intention of deceiving you. A mere 100,000 years is but the blink of an eye. Long Fei gently stroked his fingers, gazing at Tang Hao with an air of calm. Now, it is up to you to decide. Tang Hao hastily rose, kneeling on one knee, and spoke earnestly. If you can resurrect Ain, I willingly pledge myself to you. Excellent. Make the oath. A radiant light descended into Tang Hao's mind, and he began to recite. In the next moment, the familiar sky shifted before him, leaving Tang Hao in astonishment. The divine mental energy instantaneously enveloped the Douluo continent. In the following second, a distorted spatial rift appeared before Long Fei. He reached in and emerged with a blossoming blue-silver emperor plan in his palm. Ain. Tang Hao's expression shifted dramatically as he exclaimed, Master, what are your intentions? Ain was everything to him. How could he not be anxious? Do not worry, Long Fei replied, employing the domain of revival upon the blue-silver emperor, which, due to its botanical nature, showed a remarkably swift recovery. The once small blue-silver emperor grass had now transformed into a magnificent entity, fully becoming the blue-silver emperor. Witnessing this scene, Tang Hao was overwhelmed with shock, elation, and excitement. From the Qinglong blood pool, a single droplet of dragon blood fell into the core of the blue-silver emperor, causing a surge of vibrant life force. Soon, the colossal blue-silver emperor morphed into a sphere of blue light, and in the next instant, a beautiful woman with flowing hair appeared in the sky. Ain. Tang Hao cried out. Indeed, this figure was none other than the blue-silver emperor, Ain, the mother of Tang San. Ain descended with fervor, and the two embraced, reunited after a long separation. Indeed, it is you, Ain. You have returned. This is wonderful, Tang Hao exclaimed, filled with joy yet burdened by guilt. It is my fault for being too weak to protect you from those beasts of the spirit hall, forcing you into sacrifice. Ain softly replied, How, this is not your fault. They were simply too powerful. Those are matters of the past. I do not dwell on them. As they exchanged these words, Ain bowed respectfully to Long Fei, and Tang Hao knelt in gratitude. Soon after, they both joined the Qinglong gang. Tang Hao. Qian Xuanji is dead, and the likes of Yueguan, Guimei, and Qian Daoliu now belong to my Qilong gang. As for Bibi Dong, it will not be easy to eliminate her. She is a twin martial soul and the heir of the Rakshasa god, hiding her true strength deeply. In a few years, even Qian Daoliu would not be her match. However, With my appearance, everything has changed. The wicked of the Spirit Hall shall perish. Not just them, but also the Heaven Do Empire, the Star Luo Empire, and all kingdoms affiliated with them. Both listened intently to Long Fei's words. Astonished at how deeply Bibi Dong had concealed herself, they exchanged solemn glances. Next, I shall impart to you both the techniques. Cultivate diligently. Long Fei infused 2 beams of light into their minds, causing the Wuji body refinement technique and the rapid thunder leap to unfold in their consciousness. Tang Hao, you need not concern yourself with the Spirit Hall. Enter the Dragon Realm with your wife for training. I have grand plans that require you, Title Douluo level individuals, to execute. Long Fei stated. As for the Spirit Hall, I shall handle that personally. Understood, Master. They replied, and then entered the Dragon Realm. Thus, this matter reached a temporary conclusion. Meanwhile, when the others arrived in Spirit City, all the notable figures from the original story were present. After resting for a day, the competition commenced. Although they had joined the Qinlong gang, everything proceeded as usual and battles continued. This time, Bibi Dong did not appear. Within the Spirit Hall, the atmosphere was exceedingly grim. On the highest throne, Bibi Dong stood with her staff, her expression dark and filled with fury. A bunch of useless fools. 20 cent, and only 5 returned alive? Yueguan. Guimei, how did you lead the team? Your Holiness, we truly underestimated the enemy's strength. Moreover, the Soul Douluo and others from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School have also emerged, complicating matters. As for the lost, they were indeed worthless, Yueguan replied. Bowing respectfully, Guimei added, Your Holiness, those individuals have now reached Spirit City, and the finals are underway. Shall we go observe? Bibi Dong's eyes glinted with cold fury. At this point, consider it their good fortune. As for the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, those who dare to disrupt my plans shall be eradicated. When the final matches commenced, only 3 teams remained, mirroring the original tale, the Imperial Fight, Shrek. In the Spirit Hall. Today, Bibi Dong made her appearance, accompanied by Yueguan, Guimei, and an elder. To her left stood Yu Xiaojiang, Lu Erlong, and Flinder, while on her right were Ning Fingxi and others. The assembly was complete. Bibi Dong cast a glance, unaware that most of them were members of the Qinlong gang. In the first match, the Imperial Fight utterly crushed Shrek, showcasing their terrifying soul ring configuration and mutated martial souls before Bibi Dong and the others. These were the people of Heaven Do, igniting a murderous intent within Bibi Dong. The final match featured the Imperial Fight against the Golden Generation of 7. The Golden Generation had never encountered anything as monstrous as the Imperial Fight. Nevertheless, they exerted their utmost strength. Yu Tianheng and his companions coordinated seamlessly, leveraging their advantages to breach the opposing formation. Ultimately, the Spirit Hall's team unleashed a fusion technique, enveloping the arena in a crimson mist, aiming to dismantle their opponents one by one. However, Yu Tianheng and his team provided no openings. The 6 of them, excluding Yi Lingling, initiated a 6-person martial soul fusion technique, overwhelming the Spirit Hall's fusion technique with their formidable power. The combined might of Yu Tianheng and his companions was staggering, consuming vast amounts of soul power, while Yi Lingling served as their rapid recovery support, ensuring their fusion technique endured. Once the Spirit Hall's fusion technique was defeated, it was swiftly eliminated by the Imperial Fight's own fusion technique. This battle was a one-sided dominance by the Imperial Fight. Regardless of whether the Spirit Hall's team belonged to the Golden Generation or were Soul King level, the contest lasted less than 10 minutes from start to finish. In the wake of this, Bibi Dong, her face darkened, presented rewards to the Imperial Fight team while simultaneously attempting to woo them, only to be met with outright rejections, leaving her feeling humiliated. Suddenly, she discovered the identity of Xiaowu, the 10,000-year soul beast, and the scenes from the original tale unfolded before her. Bibi Dong sought to capture Xiaowu, excluding Yueguan and Guimei, who both knew Xiaowu was now a member of the Qinlong gang and would not genuinely attempt to apprehend her, merely putting on a show. Meanwhile, Yu Xiaojiang and his companions activated the Golden Triangle formation, transforming into a golden holy dragon to confront her. Bibi Dong personally charged at Xiaowu. Xiaowu stood on the precipice of peril. Tang San, consumed by an overwhelming fury, exerted every ounce of his strength to rescue her. Alas, he found himself woefully inadequate, powerless to effectuate any change. If you wish to take her life, you must first tread over my corpse, Tang San declared, positioning himself defiantly in front of Xiaowu. Brother. No. Xiaowu, deeply moved yet paralyzed by fear, implored him. Then I shall take your life. Bibi Dong sneered derisively, her staff aimed directly at Tang San's heart. Tang San's expression shifted dramatically as he sensed the lethal aura emanating from Bibi Dong's staff. cold sweat beading upon his brow. Yet retreat was not an option. To falter would surely spell doom for Xiaowu. However, at that moment, an unseen force suddenly seized Bibi Dong, rendering her motionless in midair. What is happening? Why can I not move? Her face contorted with astonishment as her pupils constricted. Having already resigned himself to his fate, Tang San was startled into awareness. As were those around him. What is happening to Bibi Dong? Flander and the others pondered. Yu Guan, wearing a grave expression, exchanged glances with his companions and remarked, "It has begun. My apologies, but Tang San is now a member of my Azure Dragon gang. Bibi Dong, you have no authority to judge his life or death." A frigid voice resonated throughout the Spirit City. The crowd looked up, and indeed, the gang leader had made his appearance. The elder bellowed, "You dare to audaciously invoke the name of His Holiness the Pope? Regardless of your identity, seize him." Although he was unaware of the unfolding circumstances, he recognized the opportune moment and stepped forth to demonstrate his valor, hoping for a potential reward from Bibi Dong. Upon hearing this, Yu Guan and his companions regarded the elder and the soldiers advancing upon Long Fei as if he were a fool. "Halt!" Bibi Dong's voice rang out. But it was too late. She gazed at the suddenly manifested figure before her, a sense of uncanny familiarity washing over her. Walking on air? A Title Douluo? When did such a prodigy emerge on the continent at this tender age? The naivety of the ignorant world was truly pitiable. Long Fei's eyes glimmered with disdain, his words dripping with sarcasm. Long Fei gazed calmly at the soldiers advancing towards him, rendering them motionless, akin to Bibi Dong, suspended in midair. Their expressions shifted dramatically as they felt an overwhelming force swelling within their bodies. In the next instant, their forms expanded and, engulfed by terror, they exploded into a gruesome amalgamation of flesh and blood upon the ground. Witnessing this spectacle, the elder gasped in disbelief, exclaiming, "What?" Bibi Dong, too, was seized by fear. Despite exerting all her strength, she found herself unable to escape the binding force that enveloped her. Who, after all, was this young man before her? There are always greater heights and stronger beings beyond one's comprehension. At last, she perceived the terrifying presence before her, one that even her utmost efforts could not contend with. The scene left the others present in stunned silence, paralyzed by shock. With a mere glance, soldiers akin to the legendary Soul Masters were reduced to mere pools of blood. How utterly horrifying. Even the likes of Yu Guan and the ghostly Qin Ming couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Ghostly, drenched in cold sweat, reflected on his earlier fortune at merely being blasted into the ravine. The thought alone sent chills down his spine. This was akin to killing as if it were child's play. The onlookers' admiration for Long Fei grew exponentially. Meanwhile, Dai Mubai and Zhu Shiqing found a glimmer of hope. Such a formidable entity had joined their ranks, rendering their family's constraints insignificant. Regrettably, the contingent representing the Star Luo Empire was not part of the attacked convoy. Otherwise, they too would have aligned with the Azure Dragon gang. Nonetheless, those who remained were paralyzed by fear. Long Fei cast a glance at the old man, who, struck with fear, hastily retreated. Suddenly, his legs gave way, causing him to collapse onto the ground as he pleaded for mercy. "Please, do not kill me. My lord. Spare my life. I was wrong. Grant me a chance to live." The tremor in his voice was palpable, and such cowardice ignited within Bai Dong an overwhelming desire to end his life. "Long Fei, were you not quite formidable before?" The elder, No. I am not worthy. Please spare my life, my lord." Long Fei elegantly curved his lips, raising a finger to point, and a beam of light shot forth, piercing the heart of the elder. The elder's eyes widened in shock, his complexion turning pale, as blood erupted from his heart. In the next moment, with a thud, he collapsed to the ground, lifeless. A surge of power began to consume his life energy, and in the blink of an eye, his entire form disintegrated into particle energy, merging into Long Fei's body. Now at level 93, his sea of soul power was more vast than before. Defeating an ordinary soul master seemed an insurmountable task before reaching level 100. Now, he must vanquish gods, as the divine power they provided would allow him to ascend directly. Thus, on his recent journey, he had deliberately left a small opening in the heavenly mechanism concealment technique, enabling the deities of the divine realm to sense the demise of the sure god, prompting them to dispatch divine officials. In due course, all of this would contribute to Long Fei's experience points. Listen closely, everyone. Regardless of your previous knowledge, I am now the leader of the Azure Dragon gang, Long Fei, bearing the title of God Slayer. Do you understand why I am called God Slayer? Many may perceive my confidence as arrogance, but the truth is, not long ago, I personally slayed a deity descending from the divine realm, the supreme god, the sure god. Long Fei's gaze swept across all present. ultimately resting upon Bibi Dong. Suddenly, his crimson eyes glowed fiercely, unleashing an aura of slaughter that ascended into the heavens. A distinctive emblem of the Shura god manifested, and in his hand appeared a colossal red longsword, the Shura sword. While others may have been oblivious, Bibi Dong, who had inherited the legacy of the Rakshasa god, was acutely aware of its significance. In that moment, Bibi Dong trembled in fear, her voice hoarse and incredulous. The Shura sword. Impossible. How could the Shura god be defeated by you? The sword now pointed menacingly at her forehead. The sharp and terrifying pressure of the Shura instilling a sense of dread that made her scalp tingle as death loomed ominously close. She realized her utter insignificance and helplessness in the face of such absolute power. At that instant, a radiant light emerged from the Douluo palace within the spirit hall, revealing an elder who had emerged from seclusion, Qian Daoliu. Haha, I have finally reached the demigod level. His triumphant laughter echoed through the skies. A hint of dragon might emanated from him. His angelic spirit seemed less pure, now infused with dragon power, yet more formidable than before. Within the Azure Dragon gang, limitless possibilities awaited. Qian Daoliu, I never anticipated this old fellow would break through to the demigod realm. Feeling the overwhelming aura, Bibi Dong was engulfed by fear. A colossal spirit ascended from Qian Daoliu, transforming the previous six-winged angel into a magnificent 12-winged being, exuding a visual essence reminiscent of dragons. The 12-winged, holy dragon angel. 9 soul rings radiated from him. Red, 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 red. A total of 9 soul rings, each of 100,000 years in age. The terrifying power of the holy light shook the heavens. Such a fearsome display sent shivers down the spines of all who beheld it. The sight of 9 red soul rings of 100,000 years left everyone gasping in shock and fear. This is utterly terrifying. Instantly, those unaware began to worry whether Long Fei could contend with such a formidable adversary, oblivious to the fact that the fearsome elder, Qian Daoliu, was now aligned with the Azure Dragon gang. Bibi Dong remained ignorant. Even the Title Douluo within the Spirit Hall, aside from Yue Guan and Gue Mei, were oblivious to this fact. Moreover, the elders of the Spirit Hall found themselves trembling in terror, instantly kneeling before the overwhelming pressure emanating from Qian Daoliu. Drenched in cold sweat, struggling to breathe, on the brink of suffocation. Greetings, great offering. Congratulations on your significant advancement. The Title Douluo exclaimed in unison. They could hardly believe he had truly stepped into that realm. The golden crocodile Douluo trembled, realizing that since the disappearance of both Qianjun and Jiangma, the power of the Spirit Hall had diminished. They all understood that the fate of those two was grim, and that it was likely linked to Qian Daoliu. However, none dared to question it. Furthermore, with Qian Daoliu's current status, the Spirit Hall was poised to rise once more, potentially unifying the continent to establish a spirit empire. The Golden Crocodile and others were immensely excited. Qian Daoliu, please save me. Eliminate him. This individual must not be spared. Otherwise, he will surely become a formidable adversary for the Spirit Hall. At that moment, Bibi Dong, who had been imprisoned and stagnant for half a year, glimpsed a flicker of hope. Though she harbored resentment towards him, she had no choice but to rely on Qian Daoliu. Otherwise, disaster would inevitably befall the Spirit Hall. As Bibi Dong's voice rang out, Qian Daoliu's gaze fell upon Long Fei, then fixated on the enormous crimson longsword in Long Fei's grasp. Taking a deep breath, he found it difficult to swallow, his expression one of alarm. So it is the Shura sword. The dragonfly Shura divine sword was poised dangerously close to Bibi Dong's forehead. With the slightest movement from Long Fei, her head would roll. Bibi Dong trembled, instinctively gripped by fear, the fear of the Shura god. No, please, I beg you, do not harm my teacher. At that moment, Hulaina's voice rang out as she rushed to Bibi Dong's side. Kneeling before Long Fei, her gaze uplifted towards him, a mix of dread and desperate plea for mercy. Nar. Her sudden appearance astonished both Bibi Dong and the members of the Soul Master team behind her. Nar, quickly leave this place. Bibi Dong exclaimed in anger. No, teacher. I cannot leave you. Hulaina shook her head, her voice filled with sorrow. Qian Daoliu soared towards Long Fei. Hope flickered within the crowd. However, Bibi Dong, who wished to speak, felt the impending sense of dread as she perceived the unfolding scene. The next moment, her expression hardened. Qian Daoliu cast a cold glance at Bibi Dong before respectfully addressing Long Fei. Qian Daoliu of the Azure Dragon Gang pays his respects to the leader. My accomplishments today are entirely due to your guidance. The members of the Spirit Hall were left in stunned silence. Impossible. How can this be? The Title Douluo of the Spirit Hall gasped in disbelief. So that's why. It all makes sense now. Jean Ao stammered, recalling Qian Daoliu's unusual behavior from earlier. You are one of his people? How could you, as a high-ranking elder of the Spirit Hall, betray us? Bibi Dong's face contorted in shock, followed by a furious outburst filled with disdain. All eyes turned to Qian Daoliu, as no one had anticipated that he had long ceased to be a part of the Spirit Hall. We vow to follow the elder to the death. The Title Douluo within the hall shouted in unison. They had originally joined the Spirit Hall because of Qian Daoliu, and now that he was no longer affiliated with it, they too would not remain. We also vow to follow the elder to the death. In the next instant, the Title Douluo from the Douluo Hall knelt in unison. The disparity in strength between friend and foe was glaringly evident, especially since even the combined forces of the Spirit Hall would not stand a chance against a being of Qian Daoliu's caliber who had stepped into the realm of demigods. To oppose him would be the height of folly. They possessed foresight. You all, Bibi Dong roared, her anger reaching a boiling point, causing her to spit blood, her complexion turning pale. Teacher, no matter what, Naur will never betray you. Hulaina quickly consoled Bibi Dong. Hearing this, Bibi Dong felt a flicker of comfort. At least she still had someone to rely on. Qian Daoliu scoffed, declaring, You know nothing. My joining the Azure Dragon Gang is to revitalize the Spirit Hall. The Azure Dragon Gang is a force of boundless potential. Even the entirety of the Spirit Hall combined cannot match it, let alone the unimaginable resources within the Azure Dragon Gang. Furthermore, while I am indeed a member of the Azure Dragon Gang, I am also a high-ranking elder of the Spirit Hall. In the near future, the Spirit Hall will continue to exist, but it will also become a branch of the Azure Dragon Gang. The crowd was taken aback, realizing that this previously unheard-of Azure Dragon Gang held such a formidable status, making it a truly fearsome entity. After stating this, Qian Daoliu turned his cold gaze towards Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong, do not think for a moment that I am unaware of your deeds and schemes. The inheritor of the Shura God. How fitting. His words struck Bibi Dong like a thunderbolt. Her eyes widened in terror, panic consuming her. Impossible. How could you know? It was you. You told him. Bibi Dong glared at Long Fei, gritting her teeth, realizing that her long-hidden secrets and greatest weapon had been exposed. Inheritor of the Shura God. The crowd gazed at Bibi Dong, astonished by how deeply she had concealed her true identity. Qian Daoliu, do not blame me. This is all your wretched son's doing. In the end, whether I live or die is at your discretion. Remember, I did not lose to you, but to him. Bibi Dong's expression turned bitter as she gritted her teeth, harboring deep-seated hatred for both Qian Daoliu and Long Fei. Everything, her quest for revenge, was now in vain. Long Fei let out a low grunt, and in the next moment, a surge of power rendered Bibi Dong uncomfortable. 9 soul rings emerged, the final one being a crimson ring of 100,000 years. At this sight, Xiao Wu's expression changed dramatically. That was her mother's soul ring. Xiao Wu clenched her fists tightly. Tang San and the others were taken aback, their faces filled with astonishment. Leader, can you bring Xiao Wu's mother back to life? Tang San gazed at Long Fei, his face brimming with hope. Xiao Wu and the others also looked on with eager anticipation. Long Fei's voice was devoid of emotion, suggesting that the task at hand was not particularly challenging. The world of Douluo is nearing its conclusion, and soon, a second realm will be unveiled. What world do readers hope it will be? Feel free to comment. The author is attentive and might just select your envisioned world. With that, he struck down mercilessly, without any forewarning. Hulaina was entirely unprepared to intervene. The Shura divine sword sliced through Bibi Dong as effortlessly as cutting through tofu. Your Holiness, Teacher, Donger. At this sight, Hulaina and the members of the Wuhuan battle team cried out in despair, joined by Yu Xiaojiang. Xiaojiang. In the moment Bibi Dong's body fell to the ground, her gaze fixed on Yu Xiaojiang not far ahead, her expression one of hopelessness and pallor. The life pierced by the Shura divine sword was destined for demise. There were still many words left unspoken. Her eyes mysteriously closed, her body transformed into particles of energy, vanishing into thin air and entering Long Fei's being. Suddenly, Long Fei's left hand formed a hand seal, yet nothing appeared to change. Yu Xiaojiang, having freed himself from Lu Erlong's grasp, rushed to Long Fei's side, gazing at the vanished Bibi Dong. A profound sense of helplessness and despair washed over him, leading him to kneel and weep bitterly. Xiaojiang, shall I send you down to accompany her? It could be a reunion of lovers. Long Fei remarked with a hint of coldness. Lu Erlong's face twisted with rage. Xiaojiang, come back. Tang San, filled with dread, exclaimed, Teacher. Even Flinder and the others felt an unsettling anxiety within. At that moment, I will fight you. Hulayina, in utter sorrow, cried out as she charged toward Long Fei. Nar, no, cried Xiaoyu and others, rushing forward to intervene. Yet, it was too late. Seeking death. Long Fei declared coldly, striking toward Hulayina once more. Confronted with the blood-red sword radiating an aura of certain death, Hulayina trembled in fear. With urgent steps, Xiaoyu and Yin advanced, leaping forth to push Hulayina aside. Simultaneously, the three unleashed their martial spirits, fully aware that their resistance was futile, yet feeling compelled to act nonetheless. Witnessing this scene, Long Fei remained unmoved, perceiving their actions as utterly futile. Boss, I implore you, spare the remaining members of the Spirit Hall. Qian Daoliu, gazing at the lifeless Bibi Dong, felt no animosity now. Being a part of the Spirit Hall, he did not wish to witness its younger generation's downfall. I beseech you, Your Excellency, spare Nar. She acted out of grief for her teacher, which led to her offense. I humbly request your mercy for my sister, Nar. I assure you she will not act so impulsively again. Xiaoyu and Yin knelt before Long Fei, pleading earnestly. Very well, I am not one to indiscriminately slay the innocent. I shall spare her life, but return with your people, Long Fei replied indifferently. The three rejoiced, expressing their gratitude profusely as they hastily departed with Hulayina. Seeing this unfold, Qian Daoliu let out a sigh of relief. Xiaojing, I shall now send you to accompany Bibi Dong. Long Fei turned his attention to Xiaojing, slowly lowering the Shura divine sword. Xiaojing trembled, his face ashen. Do not. Please, boss, show mercy. Flinder and the others rushed forward in alarm. Stop. He is my teacher. To kill him is akin to patricide. Such an affront cannot be forgiven. Tang San, standing beside Xiaojing, seethed with rage, his most potent hidden weapon and Haoyan hammer at the ready. The crowd's expressions shifted dramatically. Little San, no? Quickly retreat. Xiaojing turned to Tang San, immediately filled with regret. Do not. A day as a teacher is a lifetime as a father. Tang San gritted his teeth. Oh. As a member of the Qinglong gang, having sworn an oath, do you truly wish to oppose me? Long Fei regarded Tang San with a playful glint in his eyes. If you insist on killing my teacher, then I, Tang San, must bear the consequences. Tang San retorted angrily. The Shura divine sword of Long Fei descended. No. Lu Erlong's martial soul manifested, and her true form emerged as she unleashed her most formidable attack, launching it straight toward the Shura divine sword. Sister. Flinder attempted to intervene. But it was too late. Suddenly, the Shura's sacred sword pivoted, and the heavens transformed dramatically. It rose with a single stroke, piercing through Xiaojing's body, extinguishing Lu Erlong's assault while simultaneously penetrating her form. Both perished, ultimately dissolving into particles. Teacher, no. Tang San, filled with rage, immediately directed his fury toward Long Fei. Long Fei remained motionless, his gaze fixed intently, a profound smile gracing his lips. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed, startling the crowd below. The air crackled with energy as an ancient and resonant voice reverberated from the heavens, proclaiming, transgressors shall face judgment. A bolt of lightning descended from the sky, surpassing the speed of light, and struck Tang San, who was advancing towards Long Fei. The lightning pierced through his body, rendering him momentarily frozen. In the blink of an eye, he exploded into a mist of crimson before the horrified eyes of the onlookers. The members of Shrek Academy were engulfed in despair, yearning for Long Fei to intervene. The host had slain a pivotal figure in the Douluo realm, triggering a hidden quest. The reward included a memory erasure card, an experience card for divine power enhancement, and a boost to his bloodline strength to 90%. Additionally, he received a divine realm teleportation card and a central divine realm card. As the system's voice resonated, a memory erasure card materialized in Long Fei's hand. The target was all living beings in the Douluo realm, to erase their memories of those I have slain. Upon muttering this, the memory erasure card vanished instantly, and the sky shifted subtly. The crowd below suddenly froze, feeling a haze enveloping them. With the exception of Long Fei, everyone collapsed to the ground, including several Title Douluo such as Qian Daoliu. At that moment, the sky darkened once more, and a figure emerged, radiating an ominous power. I am the sovereign of the Douluo dimension, Wilma Vito. It thundered. You do not belong to the Douluo realm. Who are you? Regardless of your identity, your interference in the demise of my chosen one is inextricably linked to you. I shall have your life. With these words, the figure, seething with fury, unleashed the full might of the dimension towards Long Fei. Long Fei furrowed his brows. This sovereign of the realm was merely a third-tier deity. How feeble! Long Fei, disdainful and indifferent, remarked, "As the master of this realm, you should be aware of my prowess in vanquishing the Shura god. Do you truly believe that a mere third-level deity could pose a threat to me? I am the sovereign of this dimension, capable of harnessing the very forces of the Douluo planet. No matter how formidable you may be, your demise is inevitable. Die." Wilma Vidor decisively unleashed her most terrifying strike towards Long Fei. The sky transformed dramatically. Fierce winds and thunderclaps intertwined as cataclysmic power surged toward Long Fei. With a thunderous roar, the attack enveloped him entirely. Having absorbed the Shura god, his physical form had ascended to the realm of the intermediate divine king. In that moment, confronted with such a terrifying dimensional assault, the Chaos Azure Dragon manifested from Long Fei's body, its totem appearing like a projection. The terrifying ancient Chaos Azure Dragon exerted its overwhelming pressure, and under the influence of the infinite longevity technique, it swiftly absorbed the formidable power capable of annihilating worlds. This force continually refined Long Fei's physique, transforming it into a resplendent hue of golden glass. Exhilarating, the thunderous roar of Long Fei soared into the heavens, reverberating across the sky. "What?" Wilma Vittori exclaimed, her expression shifting dramatically. "What manner of beast is this? It can withstand the formidable forces of the dimension, remaining unscathed, and even harnessing them for its own refinement." Wilma Vittori was utterly enraged. This damned scoundrel dares to exploit it. 120. Long Fei ascends. Master of the dimension, prepare to meet your end. The dragonflight Azure Divine Sword and the ancient Azure Dragon Blade soared into the sky, simultaneously unleashing their judgment techniques. A fierce aura of lethal power enveloped both weapons, one crimson and the other azure, as the dragon's roar echoed into the heavens. Dimensional defense. Wilma Viti cried out urgently. A screen resembling the embryonic form of a dimension enveloped her in front. With a disdainful smirk at the corner of Long Fei's lips, the next moment, two formidable weapons struck directly against the dimensional barrier. With a resounding bang, the entire firmament reverberated, alternating between the sounds of clarity and sonic waves, as the very fabric of space trembled and distorted. Under the terrified gaze of Wilma Vidoli, the dimensional defense shattered with a crack, resembling a spider's web, only to be utterly obliterated in the next moment with another thunderous roar. No. Beneath the onslaught of the Shura Divine Sword and the ancient blade of the Azure Dragon, Wilma Vidoli's expression contorted in agony as he let out a piercing scream. With a single downward stroke, he was irrevocably cleaved into two halves. The power of Bloodline surged forth as the Azure Dragon consumed. In a flash, Long Fei appeared before the Lord of Wilma Vidor, seizing its head and devouring it. This entity was a master of the realm, comparable to a Tier 3 deity. The power absorbed transformed instantaneously into experience points for Long Fei. Divine power does not require conversion when it encounters divine power. Thus, Long Fei's rank 93 divine power, bearing the title of Douluo, ascended to rank 96. The elevation of a Tier 3 deity by 3 levels, though modest, was nonetheless comprehensive. Congratulations to the host for slaying the Realm Master and acquiring a Realm Embryo X1. By absorbing the Realm Embryo, one can ascend to Tier 3 deity status and simultaneously become the master of the Douluo star, wielding life and death at a thought. What limitations exist post-absorption? In response to Long Fei's inquiry following the system's explanation, the system replied, "The Realm Embryo originates from the system, devoid of restrictions. The host may upgrade at will and enjoy leisure as desired. Upon the completion of absorbing the Douluo star's Realm Embryo, the entirety of Douluo star can be assimilated into your body, becoming a singular cell among billions. Douluo star will belong to you. At that juncture, you need only a thought to traverse it, possessing absolute dominion and the ability to manipulate time and all that encompasses Douluo star. Moreover, the greater the host's strength and level, the higher the Douluo star's tier will rise, yielding unimaginable benefits in due course." "I understand." Long Fei inhaled deeply, aware that his ascent was imminent. "Should I absorb the Realm Embryo?" Long Fei intends to establish a new divine realm. Having acquired the core of the divine realm, he has taken a significant step forward. "Absorb it." Long Fei nodded, ultimately resolving to enhance his strength first. Presently, he possesses 2 divine heritage positions, which he plans to incorporate into the new divine realm once it is founded. In the midst of the swirling chaos, Long Fei found himself ensnared by a formidable and terrifying force that bound both space and time. The system initiated the activation of the dimensional embryo. enveloping Long Fei in a soft, milky hue of dimensional energy. All the powers of Douluo Star gravitated towards him, heralding the emergence of a new sovereign ruler. The unique life forms of Douluo Star, his most devoted subjects, awaited the arrival of their new emperor with unwavering loyalty. The passage of time became an indeterminate entity. The divine radiance emanated from Long Fei, when the creamy yellow embryonic energy completely merged with Long Fei's being. As Long Fei completed his absorption, the moment his eyes opened, the world transformed in an instant. With another thought, the sky around him returned to its former hue. At this moment, he could perceive things that had previously eluded him. And his current state was remarkably profound and ethereal. A surge of power welled up within him, vibrant and unparalleled. The might of the dragon is overwhelming. Echoing with a thunderous roar. Long Fei, system, activate the Divine Power Experience card. Activation successful. As the system's voice resonated, he instantly felt an exhilarating surge of energy. An overwhelming sense of comfort. Congratulations, host, your overall strength has risen by 3 levels. The moment the system's voice echoed, he eagerly commanded, System, open the long-unseen character interface. Character interface. Host, Long Fei age, 14 cultivation method, infinite longevity technique. Level 60 bloodline and cell development and activation, 10%. Activation and development become increasingly difficult. Physical strength comparable to pinnacle of great perfection God King in a low martial arts world. Maximum explosive power, 50 billion kilograms in my narrative. A God King from the divine realm at most possesses 20 billion kilograms, soul and mental power. Pinnacle of great perfection God King martial soul. Chaos Azure Dragon Bloodline package, Bloodline. Tattoos, Phantom, elemental divine power, level 112, second-tier deity of the Realm Master. Realm Master is not a divine position. Number of divine positions owned. Dragon God position. Azure God position. Personal divine position. None. Lack of divine position does not impede his level advancement. Clarification on divine level classification will be provided at the end. Weapons. Azure Dragon Ancient Blade. Azure Divine Sword Domains. Dragon God Domain. Void Domain. Realm of Revival. Domain of Slaughter. Realm Domain Bloodline Package Talents. Development Attribute Enhancement. Longevity Enhancement. Exorcism. Superior Healing. Immunity to all poisons. Super Growth. Supreme Dragon Might. 1% development. Right Hand Azure Dragon Transformation. 2% development. Left Hand Azure Dragon Transformation. 3% development. Azure Dragon Body Transformation. 4% development. Azure Dragon Front Body Transformation. 5% development. Azure Dragon Armament. 6% development. Azure Dragon Full Body Transformation. 7% development. Azure Dragon Sky Cleaving Rain. 8% development. Azure Dragon Devouring. 9% development. Azure Dragon Blessing. 10% development. Dragon Kingdom in the Palm Soul Technique. Passive Transformation. Chaos Azure Dragon Pupil Skills. Thunderous Flash Step. Perfect Step 100,000 meters. Controllable Distance. Only techniques acquired from the system count. Soul Technique. Active 1. True Form of Martial Soul. 2. All skills utilized by the host take precedence, including those granted by celestial artifacts. Listing them individually would be overwhelming. System Repository. Dragon God Position X1. Azure God Position X1. Divine Concealment Skin. 100% Replication Mirror. Random Dimension Traversal Scroll X2. Divine Realm Core X1. Divine Realm Teleportation Card X1. Instant Title Creation Opportunity X1. Current Traversing World. Douluo Continent. System Interface for reference only. Everything is primarily based on Long Fei's manifestation. However, rest assured, the distance will not vary significantly. Long Fei gazed at the numerous character interfaces of individuals who had yet to make an appearance. And upon seeing his own accomplishments displayed on the screen, he felt a profound sense of joy. Long Fei declared, I have now reached level 112, equivalent to a secondary deity. Once I allocate some time to resolve matters in the Douluo world and refine the remaining divine cores, I shall proceed to the divine realm to gather experience. As time resumed its course, the individuals below began to awaken. Having long forgotten the presence of Tang San and others, they found themselves in a state of bewilderment, for a whole year had elapsed during their slumber. This meant that the entire Douluo world had stagnated for a year, awaiting Long Fei's inheritance from the plane. Meanwhile, only a single day had passed in the divine realm. The reason for the absence of divine intervention from above lay within the affairs of the divine realm itself. Long Fei, as the sovereign of Douluo Star, was far more powerful than his predecessor. In mere thought, he severed the passage between Douluo Star and the divine realm, rendering it impossible for deities to descend. After his seclusion, he would not need to worry about divine beings causing disturbances. Once he refined the remaining divine cores and elevated his rank further, he would journey to the divine realm to confront the gods. It would be the moment the old divine realm shattered, heralding the dawn of a new divine realm. At Long Fei's command, those present who had not joined the Azure Dragon Gang collectively swore allegiance. Under the witness of the Eye of Rules, they all became members of the Azure Dragon Gang. Subsequently, Long Fei summoned them into the Dragon Realm, gathering all current members of the Azure Dragon Gang for a momentous meeting that would alter the entire landscape of the Douluo world. The theme of the meeting was the modernization of Douluo Star. For reference, the hierarchy of divine ranks in this fan fiction is as follows. Levels 100 to 109 are tertiary deities. 110 to 119 are secondary deities. 120 to 129 are primary deities. 130 to 139 are supreme deities. 140 to 149 are divine kings, and 150 is the divine emperor, the highest rank. The classification and nomenclature should suffice for now. Readers should enjoy the narrative without nitpicking. For deities with divine ranks, tertiary deities possess 3 divine rings, secondary deities 5, primary deities 7, supreme deities 9, divine kings 10, and the divine emperor possesses 1 divine ring known as the divine emperor ring. The culmination of 10 into 1 represents the utmost strength. The Douluo world approached its conclusion, soon to transition into a second realm. What world do readers hope to see next? Feel free to comment. The author will read them, and perhaps your envisioned world will be selected. After the meeting concluded, in accordance with Long Fei's directives, all Title Douluo members of the Azure Dragon Gang emerged to advance the Great Reform. The first target was the Qian Daoliu Empire, which, as per Long Fei's prior instructions, required renaming and the abolishment of the aristocratic system. A great tide of change soon surged, with many resisting, particularly those in high positions. Thus, a rebellion ensued, but Dugubo and others swiftly quelled it, annihilating all reactionaries associated with the aristocracy, whether direct or collateral. The reform of the Qian Daoliu Empire lasted an entire week. From the empire down to the kingdoms, fear ran rampant, prompting many kingdoms to choose new leaders, who were required to join the Azure Dragon Gang, compelling all to comply and accept the abolition of feudalism. The Qian Daoliu Empire was renamed Qian Daoliu Province, and all subordinate kingdoms were rebranded as cities. Subsequently, existing provinces and districts were modified from top to bottom. The Azure Dragon Gang's external headquarters was established within Qian Daoliu Province, initiating the dissemination of a new spiritual system, with prices set as per Long Fei's prior stipulations. The Qian Daoliu Royal Academy was also renamed Qian Daoliu Academy, removing the aristocratic prerequisites, allowing all individuals to join. The populace of Qian Daoliu Province gathered to pledge allegiance to the Azure Dragon Gang. The Title Douluo of the Azure Dragon Gang were dispatched across various regions to facilitate development, marking the rise of the Azure Dragon Gang's reputation. Meanwhile, the Azure Dragon Gang intervened directly in the Xingluo Empire, with numerous Title Douluo descending and, without hesitation, seizing the Xingluo Emperor to execute him publicly. They swiftly eradicated the prominent clans, influential figures, and the upper echelons of the Xingluo aristocracy. Their methods were rapid and unstoppable, enforcing a brutal reform. The Azure Dragon Gang's ruthless tactics allowed them to swiftly dominate the entire Xingluo Empire, renaming it Xingluo Province, with the remaining subordinate kingdoms mirroring the situation in Qian Daoliu, executing with no mercy and installing new leaders. Dai Mubai was appointed as a high official of Xingluo Province, completely abolishing the aristocratic system and various other absurd feudal practices. Another week passed. The current Douluo continent no longer bore the title of empire, and the common folk began to receive numerous welfare policies that nurtured them. The most jubilant were the oppressed commoners, for with the Azure Dragon Gang's emergence, even the most unremarkable could become a soul master. The name of the Azure Dragon Gang spread like gospel. As for this sudden upheaval, aside from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect and other factions that had already joined and participated in the reform, many sects were left in a state of shock. The long-secluded Haoyan sect was also taken aback by the unfolding situation. Time flew by, and 5 years had passed. The foremost power on the continent had been utterly unified under Long Fei's Azure Dragon Gang. In just 5 years, under Long Fei's formidable influence, the regions of Qian Daoliu Province and Xingluo Province were seamlessly merged. After the merger, they adopted a singular name, Huaxia. The amalgamation of the 2 continental sections rendered Huaxia extraordinarily vast, occupying at least half of Douluo Star. The remaining territory consisted of the seas. When the entire Douluo Star became unified, Long Fei would ascend to the divine realm to contend with the gods, marking the emergence of a new divine realm. 5 years had elapsed, and Long Fei's strength had ascended to level 125, equivalent to a primary deity, but he was far more formidable than any typical primary deity. Now, Long Fei could effortlessly vanquish a divine king. With the assistance of the many talents within the Azure Dragon gang, a new system had matured splendidly. Within Huaxia, a harmonious coexistence of technology and soul masters had naturally formed a new paradigm. Within the realm of dragons, as Long Fei's power grew formidable, the population capacity of the dragon realm has reached a staggering figure. The dragon soared to a lofty existence, gazing down upon the members of the Azure Dragon gang. At present, the gang's membership had reached a staggering number in the hundreds of millions. Among them, there were a full 1,000 Title Douluos who had attained the remarkable level of 90 or above, and the number of Soul Douluos exceeded 10,000. While those of lower ranks were as plentiful as the stars in the sky, within the ranks of Title Douluos, there were a remarkable 100 who had reached the semi-divine level. The number of unparalleled Douluos had soared to 300. Similarly, the count of Super Douluos also reached 300. Even the ordinary Title Douluos numbered 300. Such a formation was undeniably fearsome. The Azure Dragon gang had unified the landmass, and now we shall advance into the seas. Long Fei's voice was calm yet authoritative. This time, we must strike swiftly. Once the seas are brought under our control, you will all be required to establish a presence there. As for the rules, you are all well aware. Yes, leader. The members of the Azure Dragon gang resounded in unison, their voices thunderous. The entire dragon realm trembled beneath the weight of their declaration. Soon, they set forth on their journey. The dragon emerged from the realm of dragons, gazing upon the thoroughly developed lands of Huaxia with a profound sense of reflection. He sighed, exclaiming, I cannot believe that another 5 years have swiftly passed. Time has indeed flown by. Upon contemplation, he realized that it had been 18 years since he first arrived in this world. 18 years, akin to a single day. It is astonishing how such a significant journey has unfolded over these 18 years. In a fleeting moment, Long Fei returned to the cherished places of his past. The Sea God Island, confronted with a multitude of formidable adversaries, found even the likes of Poseidon unable to maintain its defense. Poseidon, surrender now. I wish not to witness your downfall, for I have always held a deep affection for you. It is fated to be the dominion of the Azure Dragon gang. You shall lead the entirety of Sea God Island and its surrounding isles into our fold. As for the severance of your connection to the Sea God, that is our doing, Qian Daoliu proclaimed, nearing divinity himself. If Long Fei's plan came to fruition, he would ascend as the deity of the new divine realm, a true god in every sense. High above, numerous Title Douluos spread across the skies, and even the most foolish could perceive the hopelessness of the situation at Sea God Island. Poseidon, fully aware of the dire circumstances, recognized that the Azure Dragon gang's primary goal was to conquer the island, with the secondary aim being the vast ocean itself, home to the most potent soul beast, the deep sea demon whale king. The very thought terrified Poseidon. What manner of entity was the Azure Dragon gang, capable of uniting the continent? She had heard whispers of their formidable reputation. With a gaze clouded by confusion and sorrow, Poseidon lamented, I never imagined such a terrifying existence could dwell in this world. As long as you do not harm anything on Sea God Island, I, Poseidon, am willing to lead all islands centered around Sea God Island into the Azure Dragon gang. Otherwise, even in death, you shall not prevail. Though the sea god may be absent, we shall detonate ourselves to ensure you suffer dearly. The remaining members of the sea god priesthood, Title Douluos themselves, had experienced the might of the Azure Dragon gang's elite, utterly crushed yet without lethal intent, resulting in merely minor injuries amidst the conflict. This was unsurprising, for the Azure Dragon gang had always prioritized harmony. Should they all join, they would not only gain unimaginable resources but also facilitate the rapid development of Sea God Island. Qian Daoliu smiled. We do not threaten anyone. This is all voluntary. Yuguan nodded. Not threatening anyone? What would you call this formidable assembly? If we do not join, we face annihilation, correct? Poseidon scoffed. Qian Daoliu responded, Poseidon. After all these years of similarity, while you may not yet comprehend the Azure Dragon gang, I shall explain it to you. You will come to understand our seemingly tyrannical methods. Following this, he briefly outlined the gang's intentions to eradicate the nobility and assist the common folk in their rise. These individuals exhibited remarkable patience, fully aware that Sea God Island was not their foe, and thus they awaited with bated breath. It appeared that the Azure Dragon gang was indeed different from their initial perceptions. After hearing Qian Daoliu's words, Poseidon and her companions displayed expressions of complexity, ultimately sighing in resignation. Very well, we shall cease our resistance. I, Poseidon, am willing to lead the denizens of Sea God Island into the Azure Dragon Gang. With this declaration, the members of the Azure Dragon Gang rejoiced, relishing the prospect of unity rather than conflict. Excellent. Next, I shall guide you in taking an oath. Once sworn, you shall officially belong to the Azure Dragon Gang. Qian Daoliu beamed. Soon, all Sea Soul Masters affiliated with Sea God Island pledged their allegiance to the Azure Dragon Gang. Thus, they turned their attention to their second target. The unification of the ocean seemed far simpler than anticipated. Time passed, and the entirety of Douluo Star fell under the dominion of the Azure Dragon Gang. All overseas islands merged with the Huaxia continent, becoming part of it. As for the ocean, under Long Fei's absolute power, some submerged lands resurfaced, not through amalgamation, but by dispatching personnel for development. Once all matters were settled, Long Fei entered a period of seclusion. Concurrently, the system's voice resonated, announcing, Host has unified Douluo Star, triggering a hidden quest. Current status, completed. Rewards, Chaos Azure Dragon Heart Blood X5, Divine Realm Foundation X1, and 10 random divine positions. All rewards have been allocated to the repository. Upon hearing this, Long Fei felt that the summons had arrived at a most opportune moment. After entering seclusion, he began to coalesce the remaining 5 soul cores, incorporating 5 drops of his heart's blood into the process. Within his body, a surging power erupted like colossal waves of the ocean. The alternate space was illuminated by an ethereal azure light. As time progressed, one by one, the divine cores manifested in the designated places within Long Fei's being. Upon his emergence, his divine power level had ascended to 130, akin to the formidable existence of a supreme deity. Except for the absence of divine position inheritance and divine rings, his strength had surpassed that of a god king. Reaching the realm of a divine emperor, Long Fei let out a deep sigh. He possessed an indescribable power. With the might of his dominion as the master of this realm, the entire Douluo Star reaped immense benefits, experiencing significant upgrades. For instance, the limitation on cultivation levels would no longer prevent those without divine positions from reaching the 100th level. Now, all demigods of the Azure Dragon Gang have attained the 100th level, equivalent to third-tier deities, albeit lacking divine rings and positions. However, they possess the potential to create their own divine positions, though they remain perplexed about how to do so. Perhaps the leader knows, yet the leader is currently in seclusion. Nonetheless, when they sensed the emergence of an unprecedented and formidable power, everyone understood that Long Fei had emerged from his retreat. Congratulations to the host for achieving a 130-level increase without inheriting a divine position. Reward, method for creating a divine position. During the Grand Assembly within the Dragon Realm, Long Fei imparted his self-created divine position to the multitude, allowing any who achieved unparalleled Daw status to consult it. Rather than hastily venturing into the divine realm, Long Fei altered his course of action, leading the collective strength of the entire Douluo Star to transform it into an unending stream of divine power. He extracted the foundation and core of the divine realm, infusing these divine energies into them fervently. The effects of the domain of rejuvenation began to manifest, restoring the weary crowd entirely. The continuous influx of divine power melded the core of the divine realm with its foundation, gradually forming a colossal island that floated high in the sky. This island then seamlessly integrated with Douluo Star, remaining suspended above. Sensing the violent fluctuations, the deities within the original divine realm realized that a grave situation was unfolding, and their fears seemed to be materializing. Soon, under the orders of 2 divine kings, all gods of the divine realm congregated. In the distance, a gigantic entity, embodying the supreme Azure Dragon, bore an island half the size of their divine realm. The overwhelming divine power was palpable, raising alarm. Who was this formidable being that had crafted a new divine island from the energies of Douluo Star? The expressions of both the benevolent and malevolent gods shifted dramatically. At that moment, within the new divine realm, a towering azure figure hovered, instilling an immense sense of dread. It was he who orchestrated this. In that instant, all the gods comprehended the truth. Today, I, with the entirety of Douluo Star's might, create the new divine realm, eternal Huaxia City. I hereby establish the divine position of the Azure Dragon and self-proclaim the title of Azure Emperor, the supreme ruler of eternal Huaxia City. From this day forth, the divine inheritance of all positions on Douluo Star shall be accessible, whether soul beasts or humans. All beings of Douluo star may ascend to divinity. A voice imbued with unparalleled authority resonated from Long Fei. As his declaration echoed, hostility and murderous intent surged among the gods in the original divine realm. This was an overt challenge to their dominion. In the next moment, countless azure lights surged upward, successfully connecting with eternal Huaxia City. These individuals were all members of the Azure Dragon gang, who had independently achieved self-created divine positions through their own understanding. Witnessing this absurd scene, the denizens of the divine realm were left dumbfounded. Since when had it become so effortless to attain divinity? Subsequently, names of self-created divine positions began to resound within eternal Huaxia City. Among them were Guyu Na, Di Tian, and numerous fierce beasts, along with Qian Daoliu, Hao Tian, and Poseidon, all of whom had long harbored dreams of becoming gods. This day had finally arrived. The essence of divinity was palpable, igniting a fervent desire among the multitude. Behind them, divine rings manifested, with a minimum of 5 and a maximum of 7. These individuals transcended 3 levels of divinity, achieving the status of second and first level gods instantaneously. All gods, heed my command, annihilate the adversaries, bellowed the malevolent god, leading the deities of the divine realm in an assault on eternal Huaxia City. You shall fulfill the tasks I have assigned to you. These gods, I alone can handle. Gazing at the bloodthirsty deities, Long Fei's eyes narrowed, and his dragon form trembled, unleashing a terrifying and domineering aura. Yes, I am the Azure Emperor. Facing such a multitude of gods, the expressions of the deities grew solemn, yet the presence of Long Fei instilled a sense of reassurance. After speaking, they promptly set to work on the tasks that Long Fei had previously entrusted to them. Today, I shall slay you gods in anticipation of the birth of my new divine realm. Long Fei soared into the sky, enveloped in brilliant azure light, instantly entering the Azure Dragon armor state. The Shura divine sword and Azure Dragon ancient blade materialized, exuding an overwhelming aura of carnage. The Shura divine sword. The malevolent god's eyes widened in shock. He never expected the Shura god to have perished in the lower realm. Destroy him, roared the malevolent god, merging his powers with the other deities into a colossal sphere of light, employing a secret technique of the divine realm. This technique fused all divine powers, transforming them into the mightiest first-level entity, the power of the gods. Perish. The immense threat posed by Long Fei compelled the 2 malevolent divine kings to act with utmost caution, unleashing their strongest technique, one that had never been employed even during the battle against the dragon god. With his colossal hands outstretched, Long Fei now assumed the form of the Azure Dragon, enveloped in its formidable essence. His massive physique exuded an overwhelming presence, and from his right hand emanated a sphere of transcendent dragon might, radiating in all directions. The power of his bloodline surged forth, commanding dominion over the dragon kingdom. Suddenly, the surrounding space fell into a standstill. What? The gods were struck with astonishment. At that moment, from the boundless expanse of the sky, an immensely gigantic azure dragon descended with a thunderous roar. Divine technique. The chaotic Azure Dragon's world destruction roar. The dragon soared, merging into the fray. As a resounding roar reverberated through the heavens, a terrifying force instantaneously pierced the divine power, consuming it whole. No, it is impossible. How can such an extraordinary power exist in this world? The voice of the divine power trembled with fear. I refuse to accept this. The assault of the divine power was swiftly obliterated by the Chaos Azure Dragon's world-ending roar. In the next moment, the Azure Dragon forcefully devoured the entirety of the divine power, overwhelming it with an immense gravitational pull, dreadful strength, and an enigmatic suppression. The divine power was grievously wounded, compelled to disband as one deity after another was consumed by the Azure Dragon. Simultaneously, Long Fei also absorbed the 12 divine positions that he originally possessed, eliciting a chorus of anguished cries from the gods. The deities fell. The divine power of Long Fei surged upward with an insatiable fervor, ascending as if unbound by the constraints of life or wealth. The divine rings adorning him multiplied, ultimately reaching a true count of 10. Yet, his divine power showed no signs of abating, continuing its relentless ascent, drawing ever closer to the realm of the divine emperor. Boom. The terrifying supreme force sent tremors throughout the entire Douluo world, reverberating across the myriad realms within. As his strength skyrocketed, the limitations of Douluo Star were shattered, expanding to several times its former size. Following Long Fei's absorption of the power of the gods, which coalesced into a radiant orb of light, the new deities from the Azure Dragon gang of Douluo Star perpetually emerged within the eternal Huaxia city. Their astonished gazes were transfixed upon this orb of light, more dazzling than the sun itself. Years passed in the grandeur of the myriad realms, an unfathomable expanse of time. The dragon soared, its brilliance radiating as it broke free from its cocoon. Behind it, a circle of resplendent divine rings materialized. 10 became one, and he finally ascended to the pinnacle of the Douluo realm, achieving the exalted title of Divine Emperor. The divine rings behind him signified his newfound status. In this moment, he stood as the supreme sovereign of this cosmic plane, capable of effortlessly altering and establishing rules, even creating worlds. In a mere thought, the original divine realm transformed into countless particles, merging into the eternal Huaxia city, leaving the deities within astonished by this sudden spectacle. The emperor had emerged from seclusion. The most powerful deities within eternal Huaxia city gazed upward, their voices trembling with awe. Over the years, eternal Huaxia city had experienced growth and expansion, now twice its previous size. With the integration of the former divine realm, eternal Huaxia city expanded yet again. It had perfectly formed a brand new domain, where time itself underwent monumental changes. One day in eternal Huaxia city equated to 10 years on Douluo Star. This temporal ratio was astonishing. Moreover, Eternal Sky City now entirely belonged to the Ascension territories beyond Douluo Star. In a fleeting thought, Long Fei transformed the eternal Huaxia city into the sole divine realm within this cosmic dimension, serving as the exclusive ascension point for all beings from the lower realms. In simpler terms, eternal Huaxia city has become the epicenter of ascension across all dimensions of this universe. Every individual who ascends must join the Qinglong gang or face annihilation. Over the years, Eternal Sky City has officially welcomed ascenders from other planets, and with the advancement of technology, spaceships and warships can now traverse the cosmos. The technology and advancements within Eternal Sky City are unparalleled. On this day, Long Fei ascended to Eternal Sky City, gazing upon the divine realm he had personally established, along with the Qinglong gang, filled with immense pride and satisfaction. Below him, the deities raised their heads in unison. Some ascenders from other dimensions recognized the image of Long Fei, the Azure Emperor, from within Eternal Sky City. Numerous colossal statues of Long Fei stand both in Douluo Star and Eternal Sky City, instantly allowing the newcomers to identify this young man in the exalted heights as their leader and the supreme sovereign of Eternal Sky City, the Azure Emperor Long Fei. We bow to the Azure Emperor, the deities proclaimed in harmonious reverence. Congratulations to the host for achieving the supreme, sovereign divine emperor realm of the Douluo universe. Reward. The host may incorporate all dimensions of the Douluo universe, including Eternal Sky City, into their cells, becoming a part of their being. With a mere thought altering the rules and reversing life and death. Listening to the voice of the system, Long Fei remained unfazed. He looked down and inquired, "How long has it been since I entered seclusion?" Gu Yu Na, Long Ting Air, and Yi Ling Ling are the mistresses of Eternal Sky City. During Long Fei's seclusion, they maintained order within the realm. However, as members of the Qinglong gang, they had refrained from any destructive actions outside of designated martial arts arenas, fostering a harmonious environment. Especially with many esteemed elders of Eternal Sky City continually advancing technology and various systems. The three ascended and gazed at Long Fei, their eyes brimming with longing before softly stating, "It has been 10 years since your seclusion began in Eternal Sky City, while 32,850 years have passed on Douluo Star. In the Divine Realm, there are 365 days in a year, as in Douluo Star. One day in the Divine Realm equates to 10 years on Douluo Star. 1 year in the Divine Realm corresponds to 3,650 years on Douluo Star. Thus, 10 years in the Divine Realm translates to 32,850 years on Douluo Star." Long Fei's body trembled violently. Little did he expect that so many years had already elapsed. Long Fei proclaimed, "I still owe you all a wedding, and it is high time we held it. This wedding shall be known throughout the myriad realms." "Very well, we shall follow your arrangements." The three women nodded, eagerly anticipating this day they had long awaited. In a fleeting thought, Long Fei's divine consciousness reverberated across the Douluo universe and the myriad realms. "I am the sovereign of the Eternal Sky City and the leader of the Azure Dragon gang. I, the Azure Emperor Long Fei, shall hold a wedding in 10 days. At that time, all celestial bodies and realms shall receive my supreme blessing. From this day until the 10th day, the time of all realms shall synchronize with that of the eternal Sky City. On the 10th day, time shall resume its normal course. As the wedding approached, the eternal Sky City would open its islands for all realms, allowing even ordinary beings to attend the wedding and partake in unparalleled opportunities. All beings across the realms heard this unfamiliar yet exalted voice. As the proclamation resonated, a wave of excitement surged through every creature in the realms. Due to the time discrepancies, this was a trivial matter for Long Fei. Indeed, it felt as if 10 days had merely been a glitch in time. A radiant azure dragon light soared into the heavens. May we bless the Emperor and his consort with boundless longevity and everlasting peace. Echoed in unison from the eternal Sky City, where the gods bowed in reverence. The members of the Azure Dragon gang on Douluo Star gazed with fervent eyes. Joining in a chorus of cheers, Long Fei descended upon Douluo Star, where 328,500 years had transformed the realm beyond recognition. The landscape was now adorned with an abundance of cutting-edge technology, towering skyscrapers, robots, rockets, and spaceships soaring through the skies. The Soul Masters, as they were once called, no longer required martial spirits to cultivate. Even without them, they could refine their abilities. Humanity's physical potential had been vastly unlocked, eliminating the constraints of soul rings and allowing for an extraordinary enhancement of personal strength. Furthermore, advancements in food production and agriculture had reached unparalleled heights, alleviating any concerns regarding the scarcity of resources necessary for cultivation. The structure of Douluo Star had undergone a monumental shift, with enhanced welfare systems in place and governmental organizations emerging. Despite the varied categories of governance, they shared a common force known as the Azure Dragon Gang. A colossal Azure Dragon manifested in the skies, and at the heart of the city stood an enormous statue of Long Fei, the tallest edifice, symbolizing an existence of supreme authority. In this new Douluo Star, the strength of any individual was exceptionally formidable. In a fleeting moment, Long Fei discerned the alarming increase in the population of Douluo Star. Moreover, as the sovereign of this realm grew in strength, Douluo Star expanded into an immensely vast planet, with all land masses and oceans undergoing significant enhancement. Presently, the title of Title Douluo has diminished in value, with an astonishing 500 million existing. The Super Douluo count reaches 300 million, while the number of peerless Douluo stands at 200 million. As for the ranks above, including quasi-demigods, pseudo-demigods, and true demigods, there are also 100 million at the pinnacle of cultivation. The figures below Title Douluo are even more staggering, rendering them as commonplace as dogs, devoid of worth. Long Fei was equally astonished. The global population of the entire Douluo Star has now surpassed 10 billion. This formidable assembly is entirely composed of the Azure Dragon Gang. The Azure Dragon Gang boasts 100 billion members. This is no exaggeration. I truly possess 100 billion followers. Long Fei spent 5 days on Douluo Star, but then an unexpected event compelled him to return to Eternal Sky City. Upon his arrival, he noticed a swirling vortex above the city, resembling a black hole. As the turbulent currents of time and space surrounded him, Long Fei narrowed his eyes. "Boss, this is not good. We are encountering temporal turbulence," one of his companions exclaimed. However, Long Fei remained unfazed by the minor inconvenience. He simply extended his hand and, with a decisive gesture, plunged into the black hole. As he traversed through it, he suddenly realized that within this temporal chaos, there existed something extraordinary. This realm possessed peculiar rules, yet it also offered Long Fei an unexpected delight. This place could serve as a training ground. In an instant, Long Fei emerged amidst the chaotic currents of time and space, seizing control and forcefully altering the inherent rules within. Subsequently, he entrusted this newfound dominion to the Eternal Sky City, decreeing it to become a new realm of trials. Thus, the unfortunate chaotic currents were reduced to mere tools. Before long, 5 days had elapsed. This day marked the momentous occasion of Long Fei's wedding. With the emergence of his bloodline power, the blessings of the Azure Dragon resonated throughout the myriad realms. A colossal Azure Dragon bore the bridal palanquin, while numerous divine beasts gathered, heralding a divine proclamation that reverberated across the heavens. As all beings from the realms entered the Eternal Sky City to present their tributes, they beheld this momentous spectacle spanning centuries. "I am the Azure Emperor, Long Fei, and today I take Long Tinger, Guyu Na, and Yi Ling Ling as my wives. Let the heavens bear witness." The unparalleled wedding had transpired a year ago, and all had returned to normalcy. The beings of the myriad realms, having basked in Long Fei's blessings, soon saw talents ascend to the eternal Sky City. This day, Long Fei and his 3 wives reveled in their explorations of the countless realms. Long Fei utilized the system's rewards, directly assimilating the entire Douluo universe into his being, thus becoming a member of the original cells of Douluo Star. Within this singular cell resided the myriad worlds of the cosmos. At that moment, within the eternal Sky City, Long Fei conjured a thought and, after imparting certain directives to the deities, relinquished his responsibilities. In the opulent chamber of Eternal Sky City, the system's voice resonated. Congratulations, host. Your merits within the Douluo world have reached completion. You may now choose to utilize the dimensional lottery tickets to journey to other realms. You have 2 unused tickets remaining. Indeed, the culmination of his merits had been achieved. It was now time to venture into new worlds for further experiences. Long Fei sighed, reflecting on the adventures he had undertaken and the tasks he had accomplished. Now, it was time to attend to serious matters. Utilizing Dimensional Lottery Ticket X1. Successful usage. Dimensional selection is. Shall I traverse? Yes. Long Fei has vanished. In this boundless desert of the new world, sand dunes drift and desolation reigns. Yet, in this seemingly forsaken land, a grand valley pathway exists. 3 beings, with human torsos and serpentine tails, traverse through. Brother, there isn't a soul in sight in this desert. Is there really a need for patrol? One of the male serpent beings complained. Indeed, in such sweltering heat, we ought to return and rest, chimed in another. The leader, a male serpent, frowned and waved his hand dismissively. Enough idle chatter. Let us complete our circuit and return swiftly. The trio of serpent beings continued onward. Suddenly, a disturbance rippled through the surrounding space, causing the 3 serpents to halt in their tracks. Be cautious, the leader warned. What is happening? The other 2 serpent beings were at a loss. This was their first encounter with such a phenomenon, and in an instant, they each drew their great blades. Brimming with vigilance, a peculiar aura, akin to serpents, began to swirl around them. Their energy shifted, and suddenly, they felt a surge of power coursing through them. At that moment, a spatial rift materialized before them. A spatial rift. The leader's eyes narrowed in alarm. In the next instant, a figure emerged from the rift. It was a young man, exuding an overwhelming presence. Is this the new world? The continent of Doqi? The youth murmured as he surveyed his surroundings. A voice from the system resonated. The host has successfully arrived at the continent of Doqi. The current realm you inhabit is the original world, more potent than the projected Doqi continent, with a dimensional tier classified as above mid-level martial. Long Fei's pupils narrowed slightly, and then a smile crept onto his lips. Since this is the origin Doqi continent, it has become intriguing. Is the divine power of Douluo superior? Or is the Doqi here more advanced? Long Fei inquired. Doqi, the world you inhabit, known as Douluo, is classified as low martial arts. Divine power represents a hierarchical power system that surpasses soul power, yet it does not equate to true divinity. Naturally, you may choose to retain divine power or convert it into Doqi, the system explained. Long Fei gazed ahead, contemplating the second plan. System, shall we commence the divine power conversion? He inquired. With a nod from Long Fei, the process began. Soon, he experienced an indescribable sense of profound mystery. System interface, character profile, host, Long Fei, age, 30 years, though in the context of Douluo Star, he is considerably older. Cultivation method, Wujichang Gong. Level 90, Bloodline and Cell Development and Activation, 15. Physical Strength Equivalent, 1-star Dozone, in the realm of the original Doqi continent. This represents a higher martial level. Maximum burst power, 200 billion kilograms, achievable by a 1-star Dozone. Soul and mental power, 1-star Dozone. Martial Soul, Chaos Azure Dragon Bloodline package, includes Bloodline. Tattoos and Phantom, Doqi level, 9-star Do Huang. The high world level allows for lower to higher conversions. Excessive strength could detract from the enjoyment, while a lower level does not impede his skills. Divine Position, Azure Dragon. Weapon, Azure Dragon Ancient Blade, Sword of the Gods. Domains, Dragon God Domain. Void Domain, Revival of All Beings Domain. Domain of Slaughter, Dimension Domain. Divine Emperor Domain Bloodline Package Talents. Development, Eternal Youth, Attribute Enhancement, Lifespan Extension, Exorcism and Protection, Supreme Healing, Immunity to all poisons, Exceptional Growth, Supreme Dragon Might, 1 development. Right-hand Azure Dragon transformation, 2 development. Left-hand Azure Dragon transformation, 3 development. Azure Dragon torso transformation, 4 development. Azure Dragon forebody transformation, 5 development. Azure Dragon armament, 6 development. Azure Dragon full body transformation, 7 development. Azure Dragon celestial reign, 8 development. Azure Dragon devouring, 9 development. Azure Dragon blessing, 10 development. Dragon kingdom in hand, 11 development. Skills, transformation, Chaos Azure Dragon eye, lightning flash step, true form of martial soul, annihilation system inventory, divine hiding leather, 100 replication mirror, random dimension travel scroll X1, divine realm teleport card X1. Opportunity to create a title with a snap X1 inner cellular world. Douluo multiverse. System interface is for reference only. Everything is primarily based on Long Fei's manifestation. Long Fei clenched his fists. Once again, it was a familiar scenario. He never anticipated that the Divine Emperor of Douluo would possess merely the cultivation level of a 9-star Do Huang here. It appeared that this origin Do-Chi continent was indeed astonishingly formidable. The Divine Emperor, after all, is the supreme ruler of the entire Douluo multiverse. The fact that he was merely a 9-star Do Huang was somewhat difficult for Long Fei to accept. He felt quite disappointed. However, upon reflecting on the rank of this origin Do-Chi continent, he felt a considerable sense of relief. He pondered, what would his cultivation level be in other projected Do-Chi continents? Long Fei curiously inquired, a sense of eagerness stirring within him. The answer from the 1-star Do-D system sent a shiver of trepidation through Long Fei. Long Fei clutched his chest, his expression wrought with pain. Heavens! The disparity is truly staggering. Even I find it difficult to bear. I never anticipated that the gap between myself and the Do-D would merely be one of projection versus essence. I am addressing you, human. Who are you? At that moment, a voice filled with fury reverberated through the air. Long Fei suddenly regained his senses and gazed at the 3 figures before him. With human torsos and serpentine tails, it was evident that these beings were members of the serpent people. The arid expanse surrounding them unmistakably belonged to the Tiger Desert within the realm of the Gamma Empire. Long Fei smiled gently, saying, "My dear serpent brothers, do not be so hasty. I did not notice your presence until now. However, upon closer inspection, it seems you are not quite human." With a single glance, Long Fei discerned their cultivation levels. The leader was a 1-star great fighter, while the other 2 were 5-star fighters. Long Fei's words incited a furious wrath among the 3, for they sensed the humiliation embedded in his speech. "I suspect you are a human intent on harming the Serpent Clan. Prepare to meet your demise." The leader of the male serpent bellowed, unleashing a surge of vigorous energy as he wielded his large blade and charged towards Long Fei. The other 2 serpents swiftly joined the fray. Long Fei remained calm and composed, but in the next instant, a terrifying aura of combat erupted from his being. What? The combat energy exploded, sending the 3 individuals flying, crashing painfully against the rocky wall of the gorge. Boom. The trio's faces were etched with horror. This formidable energy could only have been felt in the presence of the Medusa Queen. He is indeed a combat emperor. A combat emperor, so fearsome. The 3 cried out in terror, their bodies trembling, the rage they once felt evaporating, leaving only boundless fear. The overwhelming pressure of the Do Huang from Long Fei forced the 3 individuals to the ground, rendering them incapable of rising. They gasped in shock, cold sweat cascading down their backs. Before the might of a Do Huang, they appeared as mere insects, susceptible to annihilation with a mere huff from their adversary. Completely intimidated, they dared not make a move. In an instant, Long Fei stood suspended in the air, his abilities from the Douluo world manifesting seamlessly in this realm, a most remarkable display. He could wield powers across various domains, such as spatial and void realms. Only upon reaching Dozun could one manipulate spatial forces, yet here he was, a Do Huang, already capable of such feats. It could be said that aside from altering the entire lineage of his family, he possessed all the capabilities available at this level, as well as those not present in this realm. This was the paramount advantage he held upon ascending from the Douluo world. With each step, he walked upon the void, embodying the essence of Dozo. The 3 individuals screamed, their fear intensifying, beads of cold sweat adorning their foreheads. "Great Dozone, we meant no offense. Please, have mercy and do not hold us, mere insects, accountable," stammered the leader of the serpent people, trembling uncontrollably. "Lead me to your tribe," Long Fei commanded. His hands clasped behind his back, head held high, his tone indifferent. Yes, of course." As they journeyed towards the serpent tribe, the voice of the system echoed once more in Long Fei's mind. A new task had been initiated: absorb all the listed on the Current progress, 023. Task rewards, temporarily unknown. Would you like to accept? Accept, he whispered. His visit to the serpent tribe was primarily to witness the rumored majesty of Queen Medusa. And if it was present, he would seize the opportunity to acquire it, with the power of his divine consciousness. Long Fei scanned the realm of the origin Battle Qi continent, where the levels were formidable and his mental strength was somewhat constrained. However, traversing the vast expanse of the Tagore Desert was still a trivial endeavor. One must acknowledge the sheer enormity of this desert. For an ordinary person, entering it would indeed spell disaster. Within his consciousness, Long Fei swiftly located the Serpent Man tribe, its presence glaringly evident. In the innermost sanctum of the Serpent Man tribe's grand hall, Queen Medusa suddenly sensed something amiss. Raising her head, she perceived a force seemingly intruding upon her domain. Who dares to spy on my Serpent Man tribe? Queen Medusa's expression turned frigid, her intent to kill palpably intense. Meanwhile, Long Fei retracted his divine consciousness, slightly astonished. As expected of the origin Battle Qi continent, my probing has been detected. Observing 3 serpents leading the way below, he raised his hand towards them, unleashing a terrifying force that ensnared the 3 serpent men. In the next instant, their forms gradually disintegrated into particles. The 3 serpent men, faces wrought with panic, realized they were indeed the targets of an assault. Transform into my power, Long Fei commanded, forcibly consuming the 3 serpent men. Clenching his fist, he felt a notable surge in strength, yet it did not result in an upgrade. It appeared that absorbing exotic flames would be the swiftest path to enhancing his cultivation. Regardless of whether it was the origin Battle Qi continent or the projected Battle Qi continent, the essence remained with the exotic flames. Since this was the origin Battle Qi continent, it was certain that these exotic flames would be even more potent. Grasping at the fabric of space ahead, he tore through it instantaneously. However, due to his current cultivation level, he was unable to traverse vast distances as one could in the Douluo world. After all, he was still bound by the rules of this origin realm, and unless he could break through to the Do Emperor level and shatter these constraints, he would remain under their influence. The trials and tribulations of a higher world are inextricably linked, Long Fei sighed, before stepping into the rift in space, directly crossing dimensions to reach the Serpent Man tribe. Above the Serpent Man tribe, a fissure in the sky materialized. Long Fei floated out from within. Gazing at the immense structure before him, surrounded by countless serpent guardians and their serpent kin, he pursed his lips. The emergence of Long Fei unleashed an overwhelming pressure, emanating from the chaotic Azure Dragon. From the perspective of a true dragon, the serpent people below trembled. When they lifted their heads to behold Long Fei, it felt as though they were gazing upon a colossal dragon rather than a mere human. Who is he? Treading upon the air? A formidable Dozong expert. The expressions of the serpent people shifted to one of astonishment and dread. Quickly, informed the queen and the elders. A powerful adversary approaches, commanded the captain of the guard. And swiftly his orders were executed. The remaining serpent people hurriedly dispersed to conceal themselves. 3 Do Wang level experts manifested their wings of fighting spirit and soared into the sky, approaching Long Fei. The closer they drew, the heavier the bloodline pressure became. The trio clasped their hands in respect, and the leading captain spoke in a solemn tone. Might I inquire as to the identity of this esteemed Dozong expert and your purpose in visiting our serpent clan? I hold no interest in you. I have come solely to behold Queen Medusa, Long Fei replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, the trio's countenances darkened, feeling an indescribable humiliation. Yet they had no choice but to endure it, for they could not match his strength. The leading man began to respond, but was abruptly interrupted by a chilling voice. All of you, stand down. This voice, distinctly feminine, resonated with an icy authority. In the next moment, a crimson figure soared forth from the palace of the Serpent Clan, ascending to meet Long Fei's gaze at the same altitude. Your Majesty. Upon witnessing this figure, the serpent people below prostrated themselves in reverence. The 3 Do Wang experts descended swiftly, awaiting the queen's command. Should a confrontation arise, their queen might not necessarily be at a disadvantage, after all. In the eyes of the serpent people, Medusa epitomized supreme power. Queen Medusa adorned a scarlet attire, her lower half embellished with a vibrant, lengthy tail, while her upper form remained humanoid, revealing her midriff. A red veil adorned her face, framing her meticulously arranged hair. Her tone was frigid, and she appeared momentarily taken aback. Sensing something amiss, a human Dozong expert. No, you are not a Dozong. You are merely a 9-star Do Wang. How can you traverse the air? Such a feat is reserved for those of the Dozong realm. Long Fei paid no heed to Medusa's words, instead continuing with his own musings. I am Long Fei. The esteemed leader of the Azure Dragon gang. I have long heard of the unparalleled beauty of the Serpent Tribe's Queen Medusa, and today, I have come to witness it for myself. How dare you disrespect me, human? Medusa roared with fury, her killing intent palpable. I initially thought you were a Do Zone, someone to be wary of, but now I see you are merely a 9-star Do Huang, daring to act so brazenly before me. As for your so-called Azure Dragon gang, I have yet to hear of it. It must be just another rising power. It is hardly surprising that I have not heard of it while residing in the vast deserts of the Jama Empire. Akin to a frog at the bottom of a well, perceiving only the sky above. Long Fei's voice was remarkably flat, while I may not be a Do Zone. My prowess as a 9-star Do Huang is distinctly unparalleled compared to others of the same rank. Moreover, Queen Medusa, you are merely at the peak of the 9-star Do Huang. Should a confrontation arise, the outcome may not be as predictable as you think. Human, you have utterly provoked my ire. Medusa, harboring a deep-seated hatred for humanity, had long desired to eliminate Long Fei. Now, incited by his words, her fury surged to unprecedented heights, her temperament already volatile. Seeking death, Medusa bellowed, as a terrifying surge of Do Qi energy erupted from her, coalescing into a colossal offensive directed towards Long Fei. As he faced this formidable onslaught, he remained resolute. Long Fei remained composed and unruffled, but in the next moment, a resounding thud echoed as he was pierced. Medusa let out a cold laugh. Such an arrogant human. Little did he know that her attack was laced with a potent venom. To ensure her victory, she unleashed her ultimate move, a toxin so lethal that contact would swiftly reduce one to mere blood. However, in the following instant, Medusa's triumphant expression abruptly froze. The assailed Long Fei emerged unscathed from the onslaught. Long Fei shook his hand and remarked, Queen Medusa, your move is quite venomous. However, you have encountered me, and I am immune to all poisons, including energy attacks. With a grin that revealed a rather audacious expression, he continued. Medusa's eyes narrowed in disbelief, exclaiming, impossible. Absolutely impossible. In the next moment, she summoned her combat skill, transforming her hand into a sharp, crimson blade, dashing towards Long Fei with fierce intent, ready to strike. The terrifying aura of battle emanated from her, a testament to her lethal resolve. If you wish to play, then I shall indulge you and demonstrate the true power of a peak Do Huang. Long Fei summoned the long-lost Qinglong ancient blade and charged to meet her. With a thunderous clash, a fierce battle between high-level Do Huangs erupted in the sky. Below, the serpent people raised their heads in anticipation. After several exchanges, Medusa found herself at a disadvantage. Throughout the confrontation, Long Fei refrained from utilizing the dragon's pressure, choosing instead to engage in a simple spar. A beautiful red bow materialized in Medusa's hands, and in the next instant, she conjured a flurry of arrows aimed at the spot where Long Fei had just passed. The arrows pierced the air with a sonic boom. Faced with such a barrage, Long Fei deftly twisted his body to evade, then swung his blade to shatter all the arrows. He pressed on towards Medusa, raising his weapon once more. A green luminescence radiated from the Qinglong ancient blade, its razor-sharp energy instinctively triggering a sense of danger in Medusa. The blade's speed was astonishing, reaching her in an instant, and she had no time to evade. Bracing herself to take the blow, her expression shifted dramatically as the immense force of the strike sent her plummeting downward. Gritting her teeth, she unleashed a terrifying surge of Do Qi energy, creating an explosive shockwave that propelled her away, tearing the red veil from her face. In that fleeting moment of silence, her eyes widened in alarm. Above the explosion, a colossal azure dragon descended upon her. With a swift motion, Medusa was struck down, crashing against the walls of the serpent people's fortress, engulfed in the ensuing blast. Your Majesty! The serpent people below were taken aback, roaring in outrage. Half of them rushing towards the scene. 3 Do Huang soared into the sky, facing Long Fei, yet an overwhelming fear gripped them. Clenching their teeth, they held their ground. Accompanied by 4 elders of the Do Huang realm, the atmosphere was thick with tension, fear, and simmering rage. You have gone too far, one elder declared darkly, contemplating an attack but ultimately restraining himself. As the group dispersed, they witnessed Long Fei encircling them, swiftly forming hand seals. In array, Long Fei recognized the scene all too well, a smirk gracing his lips as his figure blurred and vanished from sight. Everyone, be cautious. In that moment, the crowd's expression shifted to dread as they sensed an impending crisis. They instinctively readied their defenses, anticipating a sudden assault. As if a mere insect, Long Fei reappeared, his colossal dragon blade swirling with azure light, sending the onlookers flying as they plummeted to join Queen Medusa. Long Fei said calmly. You members of the Serpent Clan are truly insufferable, quick to resort to violence. If it weren't for my formidable strength, I would surely be at your mercy. A thunderous crash echoed as several more were sent crashing down. Medusa, I have come primarily to discuss a business collaboration with you. Do not feign death below. And should you dare to strike at me again, I would not hesitate to annihilate your entire Serpent Clan. Long Fei clenched his fist, gazing down from his elevated position with an air of indifference. You dare? Medusa retorted, her fury palpable as a terrifying surge of fighting spirit erupted from her. She soared upwards once more, her icy gaze fixed on Long Fei. In that moment, she bore visible wounds. Her attire was torn, revealing the extent of her injuries. She appeared somewhat disheveled and quickly consumed a healing elixir. If you dare to harm my Serpent Clan, I swear that even at the cost of my own destruction, I will drag you down with me, Medusa declared fiercely. The Serpent Clan below was deeply moved by her words, as her fighting spirit surged wildly. Long Fei let out a cold snort, exuding an aura of draconic majesty. Immediately, Medusa felt a heavy weight settle upon her. Her bloodline instinctively gripped by fear, a primal terror born from the disdain of a superior towards an inferior. Medusa's body weakened, her strength dissipating in an instant. And her wings vanished, sending her plummeting downward. How could this be? Who on earth are you? The overwhelming pressure emanating from her bloodline was suffocating. Her pupils constricted, her complexion turned pale, and her voice trembled with dread as her frail form quaked intermittently. Medusa, I desire the heartfire of the Blue Lotus. And here is a transformation pill, consider it a trade. Long Fei declared, producing a vial containing the elixir and tossing it before Medusa. It is worth noting that he could have effortlessly slain Medusa and annihilated the serpent people to claim it for himself, rendering this exchange unnecessary. However, he harbored his own intentions for preserving the serpent people. Since he had arrived in the continent of Doqi, whether in essence or projection, it would be unthinkable to allow Xiao Yin to monopolize everything. Although the dragon has experienced it, the serpent has yet to partake. Gazing at the elixir contained within the vial, Medusa clenched her teeth and proclaimed, Are you not afraid that I shall ascend to the Dozong and slay you? To which Long Fei replied with a tone of arrogance, If I were concerned, I would not have bestowed it upon you. Even if you were to advance to Dozong, you would remain merely a one-star Dozong, insufficient to contend with me. Medusa retorted, You are exceedingly arrogant. She then declared, This transaction is settled. Do not regret it later. Seizing the vial, she shot an angry glare at Long Fei and commanded, Follow me. Long Fei reigned in his formidable aura and offered a faint smile. Medusa felt considerably relieved, her battle aura transforming into wings as she soared directly towards the palace. Long Fei followed closely behind, and none dared to obstruct him. Deep within the palace, he traversed the corridors. Long Fei cast a few glances at the walls of the corridors, each adorned with intricate depictions of the serpent people. He paid them little mind. Before long, he arrived at the grand chamber at the end. Upon entering, he beheld a cerulean flame suspended in midair. Long Fei stepped forward, gazing at the fiery lotus before him. This was the Qinglian Earth Heart Fire, ranked 19th on the list of extraordinary flames. Indeed, it was a sight to behold, and the peculiar high temperature was truly captivating. Behind the Qinglian Earth Heart Fire lay a vast pond, emanating an intensely frigid aura. The ice spirit spring water served as a tool for cooling. Yet it was unnecessary for him. Long Fei boldly grasped the Qinglian Earth Heart Fire with one hand. Medusa's pupils narrowed in disbelief. Was he truly daring enough to make direct contact? This fool was courting death. Even she would not risk such a thing. The temperature of the Qinglian Earth Heart Fire was exceedingly high, and it had taken her considerable effort to bring it back. Even now, she hesitated to engage with such a ferocious flame in her quest to ascend to the Dozong realm. However, with the transformation pill in her possession, she would certainly refrain from taking that perilous gamble. After all, that method was fraught with danger. Should she perish, the entire Serpent Clan would be thrown into chaos. With formidable foes looming, the Serpent Clan would face grave peril, causing her great concern. To her surprise, the searing heat of the Qinglian Earth Heart Fire seemed not to inflict significant harm upon Long Fei. System, should I devour it directly with the Azure Dragon, or consume and refine it as per the original narrative? Long Fei pondered within. If the host desires excitement, simply consume it. If not, then engulf it, the system replied. Long Fei expressed his dissatisfaction, remarking that the response was utterly inadequate. When it comes to devouring, it will directly transform into your strength. Yet it will not manifest the effects of flames. The system's user-friendly voice resonated once more. Long Fei nodded slightly. In that case, I shall consume it. Without the fiery effects, how could he maintain his fade? This was contrary to his principles of conduct. Soon, a wave of power emanated from his being, swiftly forming a barrier. He then proceeded to swallow the Blue Lotus Earth Core fire directly. Witnessing this scene, Medusa felt her heart race. To devour the Blue Lotus Earth Core fire was indeed an act of audacity. The barrier enveloping Long Fei was formidable, so robust that even she might not be able to breach it. No, at his current level of cultivation, should he successfully refine the heart of the Blue Lotus flame, he would undoubtedly ascend to the realm of Douluo. I must keep pace, Medusa declared, hastily setting up a formation throughout the palace. She then found a suitable spot, swallowed the elixir, and began to meditate in mid-air, commencing the absorption and refinement process. The searing energy of the heart of the Blue Lotus flame relentlessly battered and scorched Long Fei's flesh. It was the most intense heat he had felt in many years. However, thanks to his current constitution, the volatile Blue Lotus flame, despite its ferocity, could not harm his body in the slightest. At most, it caused beads of sweat to form on his forehead, which evaporated almost instantaneously. The Wujia Changshen Gong continuously absorbed this energy, refining and tempering his physique. Long Fei utilized spatial confinement to isolate the Azure Lotus Earth fire within his body, subsequently employing his dragon might for absolute suppression. The now tranquil Azure Lotus Earth fire gradually relinquished its energy, bestowing immense vitality upon Long Fei's form. Meanwhile, on another front, Medusa, having consumed the transformation pill, underwent a transformation of her own, enveloped by a sphere of energy akin to a colossal cocoon. The mysteries of what transpired within remained unknown. As time continued its relentless passage, Long Fei has thoroughly refined the Azure Lotus Earth Core fire. The moment he awakened, an immense power underwent a qualitative transformation. He ascended from a 9-star Do Huang to a 2-star Douluo. 3 whole levels. While not exceedingly numerous, it is indeed a significant leap. However, considering this is the origin of the Doqi continent, where standards are remarkably elevated, his heart felt considerably lighter. Is this the sensation of a 2-star Douluo? Indeed, it is distinctly different. A look of contentment spread across Long Fei's face as he moved his hand, and instantly, a blue-green flame erupted from his palm. The Doqi continent is the most precious and alluring creation of this world. At least, I am one such individual. Aside from this, the women of the Doqi continent are rather captivating as well. Long Fei gazed intently at the Azure Lotus Earth Core fire in his hand, his eyes drifting towards a peculiar smile that emerged as he beheld the cluster of silkworm eggs not far ahead. Suddenly, at that moment, turmoil erupted outside the Serpent Man tribe. With a sweep of his divine consciousness, Long Fei swiftly discerned several unfamiliar figures outside the realm of the Serpent Clan. Among them were a few humans of the Emperor of Battle Realm. According to the unfolding narrative, could it be that they have arrived? The Yunlan sect. A faint smile graced Long Fei's lips as he cast a glance at the still inert silkworm egg, decisively opting to venture forth to meet these members of the Yunlan sect. After Long Fei had breached a hole in Medusa's formation and stepped outside, he meticulously repaired it. At that moment, the Serpent Clan's members hastily approached to report. Upon witnessing Long Fei's emergence, they instinctively recoiled in fear. Your queen is currently navigating her most critical trial. Do not disturb her, Long Fei remarked with a calm demeanor. However, there are individuals from the Yunlan sect insisting on an audience with our queen. 6 of them have come, including formidable Emperor of Battle Warriors. We are no match for them, especially since the elders are still recuperating from your previous injuries. For now, we can only delay them. Although a confrontation has yet to ensue, it appears imminent. The Serpent Clan members stammered, their voices trembling with trepidation. Long Fei waved his hand, saying, "All right, leave this matter to me. Consider it a favor owed to you by your queen." With that, he vanished in an instant, leaving behind only a few scattered bolts of lightning that quickly dissipated, leaving the serpent people in a state of bewilderment. Outside, the Daodan king, Guhi, expressed his hope to meet with the serpent people's leader, Queen Medusa, stating, "We have something to request." Ignoring the serpent guard before him, his voice rang out once more. Accompanying him were 5 others, 1 mysterious figure in black, and 4 men, all of whom were of high-level combat king status. The 6 of them soared into the sky with wings formed from their fighting spirit. Just then, a shadow darted past, appearing before them. A surge of power instantly repelled everyone present. The expressions of the 6 members of Yunlan Zone changed dramatically. "A Dozong expert," they exclaimed in unison, their eyes wide with shock. When had the serpent people acquired a Dozong expert, and moreover, a male human? Could it be one of the ancient figures hidden among the serpent people? The mysterious figure in black felt a weight in his heart. Previously, he had felt somewhat embarrassed to be referred to as a dozong, but now he was indeed a legitimate 2-star dozong and could hold his head high. Yunyun, Yinsua, and Mo Cheng, Gui Long Fei surveyed the crowd before him, his gaze sweeping over the assembly, and instantly 4 names surfaced in his mind. As for the names of the remaining 2, they eluded him, yet it was apparent they were not affiliated with the Yunlan sect. The 2 individuals possessed cultivation levels just below Yunyun, one being a 1-star Do Wang and the other a 2-star Do Wang, while Yunyun herself was a 3-star Do Wang. The remaining 3 were formidable high-level Do Wang. In an instant, he discerned the cultivation levels of all 6 individuals. What business did the members of the Yunlan sect have in this place? Long Fei feigned ignorance. Such youthful dozong powerhouses. The 6 were equally astonished by Long Fei's first impression. I am Gu He from the Yunlan sect, a 6th-rank pharmacist. May I inquire about your esteemed identity? Honored member of the Serpent Clan? Gu He clasped his hands in greeting, his tone devoid of the previous arrogance, yet an innate haughtiness lingered in his demeanor. He believed that upon hearing of his status as a 6th-rank pharmacist, the person before him would undoubtedly show him respect. With his chest held high, the 6-star pharmacist emblem on his left breast gleamed with brilliance. Long Fei spoke softly, I am Long Fei, the leader of the Qinlong gang. The Serpent Clan has been incorporated into my organization. What do you believe my relationship with them to be? The 6 individuals exchanged glances, completely unaware of any such power existing within the borders of the Gamma Empire. Moreover, it was astonishing that a young dozong presided over this force. Could it be a newly established entity from outside the Gamma Empire? Indeed, they were correct in their assumption. On the Duki continent, it was akin to a nascent establishment. Regardless, esteemed dozong, we have come here with a request. The cloaked Yunyun spoke up. Should a conflict arise, even if they united their strength, defeating a dozong would prove exceedingly difficult. However, they all hoped to avoid enmity, for they knew that the consequences would inevitably fall upon them. The emergence of Long Fei indeed represents a monumental variable. In a fleeting moment, Long Fei discerned the presence of a person concealed not far away. This individual appeared quite youthful, evidently the fellow known as Xiao Yan, while the essence of the soul was none other than the faint energy of Yao Chun. Dozong. Yao Chun's expression shifted slightly. He had not anticipated that the Serpent Clan would possess a formidable dozong-level expert to safeguard them. Yao Chun murmured to himself, reflecting that in the past, his faction would have regarded a dozong as insignificant, but times had changed. A dozong-level powerhouse. What shall my master do now? With this unforeseen variable, the quest for the Qinglian Earth Heart Fire has become even more arduous. Xiao Yan's countenance darkened, his teeth clenched in frustration. His fists tightened. Moreover, Medusa had yet to make her appearance, indicating. Yao Chen's gaze narrowed as he observed the palace within the Serpent Clan's territory. It is highly probable that the process of absorbing the Qinglian Earth Heart Fire has already commenced. This unforeseen development was beyond my master's expectations. If it proves insurmountable, we may have to abandon the Qinglian Earth Heart Fire altogether. Hearing this, Xiao Yan felt a surge of indignation and declared, No way, master. We have labored tirelessly to reach this juncture, and the materials for absorbing the Qinglian Earth Heart Fire are already prepared. I refuse to let our efforts go to waste. There must be a solution. If these 2 factions could engage in battle, we might seize the opportunity to infiltrate. Medusa will undoubtedly be in a weakened state during the absorption. At that moment, master, if you were to possess me and unleash my full strength, we might just succeed in vanquishing her. The soul essence of Yao Chun listened intently while stroking his long beard, nodding in agreement. This notion is not without merit. Let us observe further. He sighed as he spoke. Meanwhile, Long Fei addressed the crowd. You have come for it. Haven Tiyu? As he spoke, he clenched his hand, and the Qinglian Earth Heart Fire erupted in a blaze, its vibrant flames and terrifying heat causing a collective gasp of astonishment. Anomalous fire. The Qinglian Earth Heart Fire. Alas, it is regrettable that I have already absorbed and refined it. It now belongs to me. You may as well return whence you came. With a wave of his hand, Long Fei dismissed them. Fear gripped the onlookers. The atmosphere thickened with tension. While the others were not particularly desperate for the anomalous fire, Dan Wang Guhi, a 6th-grade alchemist, recognized its utmost importance. Furthermore, he was also half a member of the Yulan sect. Your Excellency, I am a 6th-grade alchemist in dire need of anomalous fire. Might you consider parting with it? I am willing to offer an exceedingly generous reward. Even knowing the slim chances and potential dangers involved, Gui dared to make the appeal. As soon as Gui spoke, the other 5 individuals nearby grew anxious. Their eyes fixed on Long Fei, fearing that a moment's ire could lead to Guhi's swift demise, resulting in grievous losses for the Yulan sect. To seek anomalous fire from one who has already absorbed it, wasn't that tantamount to courting death? Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, Long Fei erupted into hearty laughter. He gazed at Guhi, mocking, "Dan Wang Guhi, you are not a fool. How dare you pose such a question? I am a genuine dozo. This inquiry is tantamount to courting death." A furious expression manifested on Long Fei's face as the oppressive aura of a two-star dozong descended upon him. Given his innate prowess in wielding such pressure, the crowd was instantaneously subdued, their expression shifting dramatically as they lost the ability to fly and plummeted to the ground. Thud. What a terrifying force. This is the might of a dozong expert. Beads of cold sweat trickled down their foreheads as they gasped in disbelief, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Yun struggled to support herself with one hand, her legs weakening beneath her. In her astonishment, she pondered, how could this be? Even if the opponent is a dozong, it should not be possible for me to lose my ability to resist so swiftly. After all, I am a 3-star Do Huang. This dozong's pressure is exceedingly abnormal. There is a hint of dragon's might emanating from him. Could that be the reason? Regardless, this is the true strength of another, indeed. A dozong expert is fearsome beyond measure. Moreover, Guhi, in this world, you are not the only alchemist. I, too, am a practitioner of the art of alchemy.